The man squatted under the pink sign, his face buried in his palms, tears dripping silently. Not far from the man, the goddess whom he had been pursuing for 3 years was sitting in a BMW, kissing a middle-aged man with a greasy bald head passionately. But the foot washer number 8, who was the man's dream and gave him free chicken legs every day, got married overnight. The man at this moment is heartbroken, disappointed, and heartbroken. Everything seems to have reached the bottom of his life. At this moment, a cold mechanical sound suddenly flashed through the man's mind. Beep. Auxiliary scanning function is activated. Then a series of cold codes flashed across the screen in front of the man's eyes, and finally stopped at one sentence. Congratulations to the host for awakening the king of dog-licking system. Please spend money on the opposite sex with a charm value of 90 or above to activate the system. The rules of the system are so simple and crude that they make your teeth hurt. Spend money on beauties with a charm value of 90 plus, and you can get 10,000 dog-licking funds for every 1 yuan you spend. When your favorability reaches 80, all purchases will be refunded in full. When it reaches 100, you can also enjoy the system's superpowers for free. The man opened WeChat with shaking hands and gritted his teeth to send a red envelope of 10 yuan to the school beauty Xiating. The next second, the school beauty threw a red envelope of 20 yuan and sneered back. Poor guy, don't disgust me. Qin Feng could clearly hear the sound of the banknote hitting his face. 20 yuan was not much, but hit Qin Feng's face and hurt badly. Come to think of it, with so many people chasing after that girl, it was indeed a bit shabby for Qin Feng to give out a red envelope of 10 yuan. Qin Feng was afraid of being blocked, so he quickly sent a message. Wait. Then he clicked on the transfer button, entered a 1 and 5 zeros, and sent it out. Qin Feng just wanted to try out whether this system was reliable. Anyway, Qin Feng's WeChat balance was only over 10,000 yuan, and he couldn't send money if it exceeded the limit. But what surprised Qin Feng was that the transfer was actually successful. Looking at the clear message on WeChat, yuan 100,000 yuan, you initiated a transfer. Qin Feng's eyes widened. Can a system balance really be turned into real money? When Qin Feng pressed those 5 zeros, he thought he was dreaming. Qin Feng had never saved 100,000 yuan in his life. Transferring so much money at once made Qin Feng feel heartbroken. Qin Feng thought with a distressed heart that would be great if he could get the money back. But at the same time, he gritted his teeth and rejected such a small-minded idea. What is 100,000? Qin Feng should first charge 100 million, then discuss with Xiating to withdraw the money. And Qin Feng and Xiating will split the money 20 hours, 80 minutes, and swallow the huge sum directly. Ding! Asking the goddess for money is considered cheating. Friendly reminder, please play rationally. All cheating is prohibited, and violators will face a ban of up to 200 years. Blocked? Qin Feng immediately became timid when he heard these 2 words. It seemed that he failed to steal the chicken and got beaten. Qin Feng finally realized that the way to play this game is to spend money on women and realize cash by improving their favorability. As long as the favorability reaches 80 points, the dog-licking fund invested can be converted into cash. This setting made Qin Feng's eyes light up again. Qin Feng immediately charged 5,000 yuan into the system. Looking at the extra 8-digit dog-licking fund in his account, he counted it over and over again and slapped his thigh in excitement. To be honest, if this money was thrown at Qin Feng, he could do anything. The only question was, would Xiating buy it? If she regarded money as dirt, then Qin Feng would have to change his target sooner. Qin Feng remembered that when he was in college, he heard that Xiating often drove BMW and Mercedes-Benz to and from the campus. He thought that she was not a noble person, and maybe she was the same kind of person as Qin Feng. However, at this moment, the other party's mobile phone had not yet clicked to receive the transfer, which made Qin Feng a little anxious. Meanwhile, on the other side, in an ordinary rental house, Xiating was looking at her phone screen with a shocked expression. Just now, Xiating received a 10 yuan red envelope, and she thought it was another loser who was being sentimental. Normally, when unfamiliar people give Xiating red envelopes, the minimum amount is 1 or 200 yuan, and sometimes even 520 or 1,314 yuan. This is the first time Xiating has seen someone give 10 yuan. Xiating originally replied with 20 yuan and was about to take a screenshot and post it on her moments to mock the lower-headed man. But the next second, the other party actually transferred 100,000 yuan to her, leaving Xiating completely dumbfounded. Is this a new scam? Xiating remained calm and asked, "What do you mean?" Qin Feng quickly replied, Nothing, I just want to get to know you again. Xiaoting clicked on the other person's circle of friends to see who this person was. But the other person had set it to only visible for 3 days. There was not a single portrait photo in the circle of friends, only a few pictures of feeding stray cats. Xiaoting thought for a moment, but could not come to a conclusion, so she simply asked, "Who are you?" The other party quickly replied with 2 words, "Qin Feng." Qin Feng? Xiaoting recalled carefully and finally found this name in the corner of her memory. He was a classmate in college, a boy with ordinary appearance and poor family. Could it be that Qin Feng is rich now? Looking at the huge transfer, Xiaoting was reluctant to accept it. Although she wanted to click to receive it immediately, she was worried that she would appear too utilitarian. So Xiaoting modestly sent a voice message. "What do you want to do?" When Qin Feng heard Xiaoting's gentle voice, he was immediately distracted and his courage grew. He replied, "Think." When Xiaoting heard the word, a blush immediately appeared on her cheeks. Xiaoting knew this joke, and she was a little annoyed by such direct teasing. If it were any other time, she would have blocked such a frivolous person. But thinking that the other party had transferred 100,000 yuan at once, Xiaoting decided to give him another chance. So she replied, "Why did you transfer money to me? This is a little gift from me. Just treat it as a meeting gift. No additional conditions?" "Absolutely none." Xiaoting immediately became suspicious. Would anyone really use 100,000 yuan as a meeting gift? Xiaoting had seen many wealthy second generations, but no one would spend 100,000 yuan as the first step, no matter how generous they were. The amount of money was too large, so Xiaoting couldn't help but be more cautious. After all, Xiaoting had encountered the experience of taking money but being asked to return it before. So she asked very seriously, "Was it a gift of your own accord?" Qin Feng answered simply, "Yes." Xiaoting checked the chat history again, and after confirming that there was no problem, she finally clicked to receive it. The sound of gold coins being deposited into the account was heard. Xiaoting clicked on the WeChat balance and saw that there was indeed an extra 100,000 yuan. She couldn't help but smile brightly. Xiaoting said, "Classmate Qin Feng is so generous. Has he become rich recently?" At this time, Qin Feng did not reply. Qin Feng was concentrating on checking the new information that appeared in his mind. Goddess database update name, Xiaoting. Age, 25. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Charm, 93. Occupation, beauty sales. Features, French kiss. Favorability, 15, acquaintance. Number of romances, 1. Strategy reward, super strong physique. Amount spent, 100,000 yuan. Qin Feng exclaimed, "Wow," after reading it. She is indeed a goddess. Even her characteristics are so special. And the words strategy reward, super strong physique, made Qin Feng's blood boil. However, Qin Feng was a little hesitant. Are these few thousand yuan enough? No matter what, he would first try to spend 10 million yuan. After all, 10 million yuan in the system is equivalent to 1,000 yuan in reality. Qin Feng's eyes gradually became firm, and he replied, "I made some money from investing recently. Are you still in Jiangsheng?" Xiaoting replied, "Yes, I work in Jiangsheng, and I earn a low salary, which is not as good as you big bosses who start their own businesses. As long as we are still in Jiangsheng, everything will be easy." Qin Feng began to take the initiative. "Are you free tomorrow? Let's get together." Xiaoting hesitated. "Just the two of us?" Qin Feng teased. "If you are afraid that I will eat you, you can call more people." Xiaoting glanced at the WeChat transfer record and replied as if she had made up her mind. "Okay, where shall we meet?" Qin Feng said, "You have the final say." Xiaoting said, "Then let's go to Wanda Plaza. I happen to work here." "Nice." Qin Feng was so excited that he was like a fly rubbing his hands. Unexpectedly, it was so easy to date a school beauty. In the past, even if he had made a date, Qin Feng would not have the courage to meet her. But now, looking at the zeros in the system account, Qin Feng was full of confidence. As the saying goes, money gives courage. Qin Feng was not a hero, but he was surprisingly brave now. It was already past midnight when he got home. Qin Feng lived in a shabby bungalow of less than 40 square meters, with no decoration and no floor, just bare cement. The walls were so dilapidated that you could see the red bricks, and there was not a single decent piece of furniture in the house. But the rent was very cheap. After a busy day, Qin Feng was exhausted. Lying on a hard bed, staring at the system in his mind, he couldn't help laughing. With this system, why would I still be a security guard? Wouldn't it be better to just eat and drink with the school bell every day? Qin Feng imagined a better life tomorrow and soon fell asleep. The next morning, Qin Feng woke up and confirmed that the system was still working. He fired his boss without hesitation. He took off his watchdog security uniform, threw it into the trash can, rode his electric bike, and headed straight to Wanda Plaza. Although it was a weekday, there were still a lot of people in the mall. Qin Feng parked the car and rushed to the agreed location. From a distance, Qin Feng saw the goddess he had been dreaming about in college standing next to the fountain. Xia Ting was wearing something particularly sexy today. Xia Ting wore a white V-neck long-sleeve shirt, which was faintly translucent in the afternoon sun, with the white lace faintly visible. Her plump figure made the shirt look slightly tight, outlining her slender waist curve. Xia Ting wore a black miniskirt, black stockings, and high heels. Her legs were long and straight, white and smooth. Xia Ting wore light makeup, which made her features more delicate. Her big eyes, which were once lively, were now more charming. Her long black hair was scattered on her shoulders, swaying slightly in the wind, as if she had returned to her innocent college days. Qin Feng was stunned. Xia Ting in black stockings was too dazzling in the crowd. Almost all the men passing by would unconsciously glance at Xia Ting, and some even stopped and admired her like Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Xia Ting turned her head and recognized Qin Feng at a glance, smiling and calling out. Qin Feng came back to his senses, quickened his pace, and walked forward, smiling and saying, "Xia Ting, long time no see, you are still as charming as ever." For some reason, with the support of the system, although Qin Feng was still nervous inside, there was no trace of timidity on his face, and he spoke very calmly. "Thank you for the compliment." Xia Ting responded with a smile, quietly looking at Qin Feng in front of her. He was about 1.78 meters tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, regular features, and a sunny and handsome smile. But Qin Feng's outfit looked shabby. His t-shirt looked like a cheap product sold at Taobao for 9.9 yuan a pair, and his sneakers were so old that they were faded. Xia Ting glanced down at Qin Feng's shoes and then looked at Qin Feng's bare wrists. There was not even a watch. He doesn't look like a rich man at all. How could Qin Feng transfer 100,000 yuan to himself so casually? The more Xia Ting looked at it, the more confused she became. Suddenly, a ridiculous thought popped up in her mind. This 100,000, couldn't it be all his belongings? Just to ask me out? This is too stupid. Chapter 3. The passion of the school beauty is simply irresistible. Qin Feng had no idea that Xia Ting had taken him for a fool. Looking at the smiling Xia Ting in front of him, Qin Feng smiled brightly with a bit of shyness in his eyes. "I feel that you are more beautiful now than before." Although Qin Feng is not very good at choosing words, every word he says is sincere. Qin Feng has always felt that Xia Ting is the best among the school beauties since his student days. At that time, Xia Ting always wore short skirts with bare legs. She looked pure and moving, like the brightest scenery on campus. Now that she has entered society, Xia Ting puts on black stockings, which not only adds a bit of mature charm, but also brings a heart-beating sense of purity and desire. Xia Ting was actually quite happy to hear such straightforward compliments, but her expression was still a little awkward. Xia Ting casually twirled her hair and asked casually, "Why didn't you drive?" Qin Feng suddenly became nervous. Xia Ting's second-hand electric car with a new battery was really not worth showing off, and he was afraid that people would dislike it if he told them about it. He could only smile and say vaguely, "This place is not far from me. I just walked over directly." Xia Ting glanced at Qin Feng, not quite believing him, but she didn't ask any more questions. It was indeed inappropriate to ask someone what kind of car they drove right after meeting them. Qin Feng quickly changed the subject. "Do you work here?" Xia Ting nodded. "Yes, I sell skincare products on the second floor of the mall." Qin Feng was afraid of delaying Xia Ting's work, so he asked again, "You came out suddenly. Is it okay?" Xia Ting smiled lightly. "It's okay. There are other people in the store." Xia Ting and Qin Feng were chatting back and forth, but soon the topic ran out and the atmosphere became quiet and a little awkward. Facing such a beautiful girl like Xia Ting, Qin Feng felt a little embarrassed. Qin Feng's mind got heated and he blurted out, "How about we go shopping?" Xia Ting hesitated for a moment. In fact, before agreeing to go out, Xia Ting had already prepared herself mentally and even changed her clothes and put on makeup. But I didn't expect Qin Feng to dress so casually with messy hair and no decent clothes, as if he didn't care about Xia Ting at all. Xia Ting looked down at her high heels, then looked at Qin Feng's outfit, and her heart began to beat. If Xia Ting was seen shopping with such a country boy by acquaintances, she would definitely be gossiped about. But thinking that Qin Feng gave her 100,000 yuan in real money, Xia Ting felt that she couldn't be too indifferent. Regardless of whether that was Qin Feng's entire fortune, at least he had spent money, and there was no reason for her to turn her head away. After figuring it out, Xia Ting raised her lips with a polite smile. Okay. When Qin Feng heard Xia Ting agreed, he immediately became excited. If you like something, tell me and I will buy it for you. Xia Ting was stunned for a moment and looked up at Qin Feng with some surprise, her eyes full of doubt. Does this man really have this ability? Xia Ting looked at Qin Feng again and found that there was no inferiority in Qin Feng's eyes. Instead, he was confident and a little ostentatious. You don't believe me? Qin Feng raised his lips, his tone teasing. No, it's just that we're not very familiar with each other, and I don't think it's good to spend your money. Xia Ting said with a smile, but her eyes were a little vague. We've been classmates for so many years. Aren't we still familiar with each other? Qin Feng smiled lightly, as if trying to adjust the atmosphere. Xia Ting was also a little shaken when she heard Qin Feng say that. Is this man really rich, or is he just pretending? No matter what, since I've already received 100,000 yuan, it's worth a gamble. Xia Ting suddenly took Qin Feng's arm and said with a smile, Come on, I'll take you to see where I work. Qin Feng's heart beat violently, and a warm current spread from his arms to his heart. Qin Feng secretly glanced at Xia Ting, who was simply too beautiful. Xia Ting's slender white hands rested lightly on Qin Feng's arms, and the faint fragrance penetrated into his nose, making Qin Feng a little dizzy. Along the way, many passers-by looked back frequently. Some were surprised, some were confused, and some even showed jealous expressions. Anyone can see that Qin Feng and Xia Ting are a mismatch. One is youthful and stylish, while the other is sloppy and unfashionable. The saying, flowers planted in cow dung, has become a true portrayal in everyone's mind at this moment. Many boys are almost autistic after seeing this, and they all complain in their hearts, why not me? But Qin Feng was still staring at Xia Ting with a happy face, and that pig brother smile made people grit their teeth. Xia Ting caught a glimpse of Qin Feng's straight eyes from the corner of her eye, and she felt proud in her heart, but pretended not to see it. For Xia Ting, the more people look at her, the more she proves that she is charming. The purpose of Xia Ting dressing up today is to be seen. Xia Ting and Qin Feng took the escalator. Xia Ting finally couldn't help herself and gently pinched Qin Feng's arm. Have you seen enough? Qin Feng smiled innocently. Sorry, my eyes don't obey me. Xia Ting snorted softly. Her eyes moved slightly, and although she was scolding him, her hand was still around Qin Feng, and their posture was extremely intimate. Qin Feng was so disturbed by Xia Ting's glance that he seemed to be floating, and even his steps became light. The cold air blew in. Xia Ting was wearing thin clothes and seemed to feel a little cold, but she hugged him even tighter. Qin Feng felt his arms getting hotter and hotter, and his whole body seemed to be a furnace, and he couldn't cool down no matter what. Xia Ting sensed Qin Feng's abnormality and asked mischievously, Qin Feng, why are you so warm? Qin Feng didn't dare to tell the truth. He blushed and pretended to be stupid and couldn't even speak clearly. Soon, Qin Feng and Xia Ting arrived at the place where Xia Ting worked, Helena's counter. Although the counter was small, the decoration was exquisite and luxurious, and various lights reflected the glass bottles and jars, which was dazzling. Behind the counter stood a woman in a white uniform, who looked to be in her 30s. Her makeup was delicate and a little too artificial, and her face was glowing. Sister Yun saw Xia Ting and Qin Feng walking over hand in hand, and teased with a smile. Ting Ting, you brought a friend here today? Xia Ting smiled and replied, Yes, he's my old classmate, Qin Feng. This is my colleague Sister Yun, who usually takes good care of me. Qin Feng nodded, with a bit of restraint on his face, and his eyes stayed on Sister Yun's face for only a moment before moving away. After all, Qin Feng's mind was still full of recollections of Xia Ting's arm-holding kill just now. Chapter 4. Where's the promise of pretending to be awesome and getting slapped in the face? Sister Yun is the store manager of this counter and an old acquaintance of Xia Ting. Sister Yun glanced at Qin Feng with a hint of doubt in her eyes. He was dressed in ordinary clothes and casually, and it was obvious that he was not from the high-spending circle. Xia Ting had had many suitors before, but this was the first time Sister Yun had seen someone as down-to-earth as Qin Feng. Based on Sister Yun's understanding of Xia Ting, Xia Ting is never easily moved and has very high standards when choosing a mate. Why did she suddenly change her taste today? Although Sister Yun kept muttering in her heart, she kept smiling and her professionalism was still online. She said politely, "There's a sofa over there. Sit down for a while." Qin Feng nodded politely to express his gratitude, but did not sit down. Instead, he walked to the rows of cosmetics and looked around and touched them. The prices of every bottle and jar in front of Qin Feng were staggering, including a face cream for 5,800 yuan, an essence for 4,800 yuan, and a high-end suit for 12,800 yuan. Qin Feng picked up a small glass jar and weighed it in his hand. It was so light and weightless. Yet they dared to sell it for more than 3,000 yuan. It was simply robbery. Sister Yin saw Qin Feng touching these expensive products, and her heart tightened. She almost couldn't help but speak out to stop him. But thinking of Xia Ting's ability to bring goods, she still swallowed her anger. Xia Ting is the golden signboard of Sister Yun's place. Many customers come here just for Xia Ting's face. You can offend customers, but you must never offend Xia Ting. Despite this, Sister Yun's eyes, when looking at Qin Feng, obviously changed, as if she was looking at a bumpkin who didn't know the rules. Xia Ting also noticed that Qin Feng was playing with those high-priced goods and hurriedly reminded him in a low voice, "Be gentle. Those are very expensive." Qin Feng was not panicked after hearing this, and even grinned, looking very relaxed. Qin Feng really couldn't afford these things yesterday, but now, the system has slashed the prices of everything. A product like this that costs more than 3,000 is only worth 3 cents in Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Feng asked Xia Ting nonchalantly, "Do you like this?" Xia Ting nodded and said coquettishly, "I like it. Then you can give it to me." Xia Ting was actually half joking, but she was indeed testing the waters in her heart. After all, Qin Feng had just transferred 100,000 yuan to her, so he shouldn't be bragging. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng's tone was very sincere. "Take a look at the ones you like and pack them up. I'll pay the bill." Xia Ting's eyes lit up when she heard it. For a moment, she couldn't believe it. "Are you serious?" When Qin Feng saw the slightly admiring light in Xia Ting's eyes, he suddenly felt happy and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. "Of course, you can take the whole counter. According to a rough estimate, even if the store is fully purchased, it will only cost a few million, which is a piece of cake for Qin Feng now." Qin Feng thought that as long as he could get Xia Ting's sincerity and goodwill, this investment would definitely be worth it. Unexpectedly, as soon as I finished saying this, Sister Yin in the distance suddenly burst into laughter, as if she had heard a joke. Sister Yin was really amused by Qin Feng's shameless words, thinking, "This guy doesn't really think he's filming a TV series, does he? A man wearing cheap clothes dares to say empty the whole store. What else can it be but funny?" But her professional ethics were still there. Sister Yin quickly put away her smile, gave an apologetic smile, and nodded slightly, as if to say, "I just heard a funny joke just now." Of course, Qin Feng could tell that the laughter was not innocent, but Qin Feng was not annoyed. Instead, he was excited. Qin Feng was very familiar with those pretending to be cool and then getting slapped in the face scenes in novels. Now, it was finally his turn to experience it himself. He felt so excited. Qin Feng had even rehearsed the following script in his mind. Sister Yin made sarcastic remarks. Xia Ting showed a suspicious look, and then she took out her card to pay, leaving the whole audience silent. Perfect. However, the plot did not go according to the routine. Sister Yin did not respond at all, and even bowed politely, making it clear that she did not intend to go against Qin Feng. Xia Ting, who was standing next to him, pretended not to hear the laughter. Instead, she looked at Qin Feng with surprise and said, "Wow, I didn't expect classmate Qin to be so rich now." Qin Feng suddenly had countless question marks in his mind. "Aren't you supposed to question me, laugh at me, and then let me slap you in the face? Why don't you follow the script?" Xia Ting walked to the counter, bent down, and took out a large gift box, held it up, and showed it to Qin Feng. "New Year limited edition. This box is 38,000. Is it okay?" Xia Ting was actually testing Qin Feng to see how confident he really was. If Qin Feng was only good at talking but couldn't come up with the money, Xia Ting could still find a cheaper way out. Qin Feng glanced at the gift box and wondered, "Only 38,000? If this gets out, people will think I can't afford it." Qin Feng couldn't help but want to slam the table. "Give me 10 sets. But reason reminded him, flirting with girls requires skills, and the more the better is not the case. So Qin Feng replied calmly, "Is one box enough? Or get a few more boxes?" When Xiating heard this, her eyes lit up and she jumped a little with excitement, as light and cute as a little rabbit. Xiating said, "That's enough. One box can last for several months." "Thank you, Brother Qin Feng." Qin Feng felt that Xiating's brother was sweet to the core, like a bite of ice cream in summer, cool with a strong sweetness. Qin Feng's eyes widened as he looked at Xiating's beautiful smile, and his heart felt as if a handful of sweets were sprinkled on it. Xiating's favorability, +5. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and he smiled so hard that he could hardly close his mouth. Qin Feng really wanted to buy the entire store right now and give it to Xiating as a gift. Qin Feng said enthusiastically, "Really? There's still many products here that you haven't tried." Xiating smiled and shook her head. "This set contains everything, enough for me, and Helena's skincare products of this level are simply not affordable for ordinary people." Qin Feng said, "Then let's go to another place later." Qin Feng saw Xiating's contented look, and although he felt a little unsatisfied, he did not force her. After all, picking up girls requires the right mindset and spending money appropriately. Trying too hard may have the opposite effect. Qin Feng said as he took out a shiny gold card from his pocket, waved it in front of the counter, and reminded, "Beauty, swipe your card." Sister Yin came to her senses and quickly reached out to take the card, her gestures a little flustered. Okay, please wait a moment." At this moment, Sister Yin began to doubt her life. Who on earth is this man? How could he just swipe an order worth more than 30,000 yuan? Qin Feng looked at Sister Yin in a daze, with a smile on his face. Qin Feng knew that he had won this battle. While the machine was printing the receipt, Sister Yin couldn't help but secretly look at Qin Feng again. She thought to herself, as expected, how could someone who Xiating likes be a pauper? Chapter 5. Why are you blushing? Qin Feng kept staring at Sister Yin's expression, hoping to find some traces of ridicule or contempt on her face. Didn't Sister Yin laugh, quite impudently, just now? It would be best to add a sarcastic remark now, so that Qin Feng can openly shout out the classic line, "I own this store." Qin Feng was upset because he had not been able to perform a wonderful scene of pretending to be awesome and then getting slapped in the face. So Qin Feng leaned against the counter and silently watched Sister Yin, hoping that she could cooperate in putting on a good show. But after watching for a long time, the expression on Sister Yin's face suddenly changed. It was originally just a professional smile, but now it was slowly tinged with a shy blush. This made Qin Feng stunned, and he shuddered. What the hell is going on? Why is he blushing? Is he out of his mind? In fact, Sister Yin thought that Qin Feng was staring at her and smiling because he was interested in her. Sister Yin couldn't help but gently lift the hair by her ear and secretly glanced at Xiating. Sister Yin then smiled meaningfully and said softly, "Mr. Qin is so generous, and he is a perfect match for our Xiating." Qin Feng's mouth twitched when he heard this. "You thought I was from the countryside just now, but now that you see money, you smile like a flower?" Qin Feng thought it was outrageous, but he still forced a smile on his face and responded politely. When Qin Feng reached out to take back the gold card, he suddenly felt Sister Yin's fingers gently stroke his palm. Qin Feng looked up suddenly and saw that Sister Yin's eyes became ambiguous and a little teasing. Qin Feng was shocked for a moment. What was going on? Was he being teased by an ant? Qin Feng secretly glanced at Sister Yin. Although she was dressed quite exquisitely, her figure and temperament were far inferior to Xiating. Then he looked at the powder on her face, which was as thick as putty on the wall. His heart suddenly calmed down. Qin Feng said nothing, but just shook his head silently, as if to say, "Goodbye, I can't do it." Sister Yun's expression suddenly froze, and the smile on her face gradually faded. Sister Yin thought that Qin Feng was showing goodwill to her, but in the end he was rejected. Sister Yin was so angry that she wanted to throw a bottle of essence water at Qin Feng's head on the spot. Sister Yin glared at Qin Feng fiercely. Her eyes seemed to say, "What a tasteless man." Qin Feng saw that Sister Yun's eyebrows were twisted together and was afraid that if he continued looking at her, he would see cracks in her foundation. So he quickly turned his head away and even had the urge to run away. Xiating was unaware of their little interaction and was busy checking the items to be packed. Xiating said to Sister Yin, "Sister Yin, leave the things here first. Let's go shopping somewhere else." Sister Yin forced a smile and said, "Okay, you guys take your time." Xiating naturally took Qin Feng's arm and asked softly, "Brother Qin Feng, where do you want to go next?" Qin Feng didn't think much about it and smiled gently. "We'll go wherever you want to go." Xiating lowered her head a little embarrassedly. In fact, Xiaoting had long wanted to go shopping at Chanel and LV, but she was afraid of appearing too materialistic and lowering her impression score. But on second thought, Qin Feng is so generous, maybe he is really a rich man. It would be a pity to miss this opportunity. Xiaoting's heart was beating fast, and she whispered tentatively, I want to go and see Chanel bags. Is that okay? Qin Feng waved his hand and said, let's go. Hearing Qin Feng's quick agreement, Xiaoting's eyes lit up instantly. Xiaoting was sure in her heart that this was not just a pretense, but a real boss. A sucker like Qin Feng should not be taken advantage of all at once. Instead, one should take it slow and secure long-term returns. Xiaoting rolled her eyes and looked at Qin Feng's outfit, and a new idea came to her mind. Xiaoting said, but I'm the one who always chooses things to buy. Don't you want to buy anything yourself? Qin Feng shrugged. I'm a casual person, too lazy to spend money on myself. Xiaoting smiled and pinched the corner of his t-shirt. Look, you've worn this shirt so much that it's turned yellow after washing it. I'll buy you something new. Qin Feng was a little embarrassed at first and hesitated for a moment. Xiaoting's tone was gentle and matter-of-fact. You've spent so much money on me. It's not too much to ask me to give you a little gift in return, right? Xiaoting knows very well that fishing requires strategy. You can't just stretch out your hand all the time. You have to show some giving occasionally in order to firmly capture people's hearts. Qin Feng finally nodded, and the two walked into the Armani men's clothing store together. Xiaoting was ruthless and matched Qin Feng from head to toe without caring about the price at all. With the 100,000 yuan Qin Feng gave her as a guarantee, Xiaoting bought without any pressure, and the final bill was just over 4,000 yuan. Men's clothes are indeed much cheaper than women's. After putting on a new outfit, Qin Feng looked completely new. The black slim-fit short-sleeved shirt fit his body but was not tight, and the bottom was a pair of well-cut jeans, matched with a pair of sneakers with inner heightening. The overall look was neat and capable. Qin Feng, who was originally 1.78 meters tall, is now estimated to be at least 1.82 meters tall. His aura has become stronger when he stands on the street. Qin Feng feels that he is walking with the wind, and even the air is much fresher than before. It really fits the saying, clothes make the man, gold makes the Buddha. If Qin Feng was a passerby with a score of 60 before, he can now at least be rated 80. As expected, many young ladies on the street cast admiring glances at him. Xiaoting was also very satisfied. Finally, she didn't have to worry about other people's strange looks anymore. The system said, favorability +2, current value, 22 points, acquaintance stage. While helping Qin Feng straighten the clothes on his shoulders, Xiaoting asked casually, Brother Qin Feng, have you never had a girlfriend? She said it softly, but anyone with a discerning eye could hear the hidden meaning. Qin Feng naturally would not miss the opportunity and immediately responded, well, I was busy with work before, and now I'm starting to think about love. Xiaoting became more confident after hearing this. In Xiaoting's opinion, it was normal for a career-oriented man to have no time for love. When she thought of Qin Feng coming to her first as soon as he had money, a satisfied smile immediately appeared on her face. Xiaoting reached out and gently touched Qin Feng's chest and asked with a smile, then why did you suddenly think of me? Qin Feng said seriously, because you have always been very beautiful. I have liked you since my school days. Xiaoting was hit by this sudden straight ball and couldn't help but giggle. Hee, were you secretly in love with me at that time? A little bit. Qin Feng admitted honestly. Xiaoting pretended to be angry and punched Qin Feng lightly, saying, you are so bad. I remember you seemed to have a girlfriend at school, right? Qin Feng shook his head and explained, I never had a boyfriend in college, but I did pursue a girl for 3 years, but failed in the end. That was a past event that Qin Feng didn't want to talk about. Just like many good girls always meet bad guys, many good men have given everything for an unrequited love. When love leaves, it leaves nothing behind. Qin Feng knew in his heart that even if he met that girl again, he would not be moved at all. Seeing Qin Feng's depressed expression, Xiaoting took the initiative to comfort him. She just has no vision. Don't be sad. Qin Feng nodded and said nothing more. Xiaoting immediately took Qin Feng's hand and said softly, let's go shopping. In fact, I haven't been shopping much since I came to work here. Qin Feng was a little surprised. I remember you were very popular before. Why doesn't anyone go shopping with you? Xiaoting rolled her eyes in disgust. Don't mention it. I met a particularly lowbrow man before. He rented a sports car to show off. When it was time to pay, he set the alarm on his phone and said someone was looking for him. Chapter 6. Oh, I'm already an old lady. While Xia Ting was complaining about the kind of men who pretend to be cool and then run away, she took Qin Feng into the LV store. As soon as Xia Ting and Qin Feng entered the door, a SA sales consultant, in uniform and well made up, came to greet them with a smile and said in a professional and friendly tone, "Welcome to Louis Vuitton. What would you like to see?" Xia Ting waved her hand gently and responded politely, "Let's just take a look first." The SA nodded and smiled, standing aside and keeping a distance, so as not to disturb her while still being able to serve her at any time. These luxury goods salespeople all have high emotional intelligence, strong academic qualifications, good temperament, and are well-mannered in their words and deeds. Their goal is to make customers feel respected without being disturbed. Xia Ting walked to the bag display cabinet, picked up a black chain bag, hung it on her shoulder, and smiled at Qin Feng. "How do you think I should carry this?" Qin Feng didn't know anything about bag styles and designs. He just thought that whatever she carried looked good, and he didn't hesitate at all. "It looks good. Buy it." Qin Feng said it so straightforwardly that the scene was silent for half a second, and even the SA standing next to her was stunned. Xia Ting was also a little surprised. This guy didn't even ask the price, but was so decisive. Xia Ting leaned closer and reminded him in a low voice, "This one costs more than 60,000. Qin Feng listened. His face was calm, and he even smiled gently. "As long as you like, you can choose anything." Qin Feng had wanted to say this for a long time, and now he finally got the chance to say it in public. Looking at Xia Ting's surprised expression, Qin Feng felt relieved. Sure enough, money is the most effective filter for men. Xia Ting looked at Qin Feng's indifferent expression, and her eyes gradually changed. Xia Ting, who originally just wanted to get some money, suddenly felt moved. Xia Ting looked up at Qin Feng's spirited face and couldn't help herself. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Qin Feng lightly on the face and said shyly, "Brother is the best." Qin Feng felt a current running down his cheeks, and his brain short-circuited. Oh my God, this is the school beauty, and she actually kissed him in the street. Qin Feng covered his face in disbelief, savoring the gentle kiss just now, and felt a little dizzy. He only spent 200,000 in just a few days, and the progress was so rapid. Qin Feng thought about it. If he really invested 10 million, would he be able to marry the beauty? Just as he was imagining this, a system notification sounded in his ears. Xia Ting's favorability +5. This piece of news instantly sobered Qin Feng up and made him completely excited. His favorability increased faster than bank interest. It was so cool. Qin Feng turned his head and looked at Xia Ting. His eyes gradually became hot, and the image of Xia Ting wearing black stockings unconsciously emerged in his mind, and his heart became restless. Xia Ting was looking down at her bag, and she caught a glimpse of Qin Feng's gradually perverted smile from the corner of her eye. She couldn't help but glare at Qin Feng. Xia Ting knew that Qin Feng must have something fishy in his heart, but she didn't expose it. She just hinted to Qin Feng with a look, "Don't mess around." Qin Feng certainly understood that he couldn't rush things. No matter how good the atmosphere was, if he didn't grasp the rhythm well, it could collapse in a second. So Qin Feng put away the little movie in his mind and tried to calm himself down. When paying, the waiter smiled very attentively, carried the LV bags, and escorted Qin Feng and Xia Ting out of the store. Qin Feng and Xia Ting strolled around the mall again, bought some perfumes and small items, and were finally brought by Xia Ting to a boutique women's clothing store. It is early autumn now, and there are still many small skirts suitable for wearing in late summer hanging in the store with a wide variety of cool styles. Xia Ting picked out a floral halter dress and went into the fitting room. Not long after, Xia Ting came out. Qin Feng stared at her. The waist-hugging style perfectly highlights Xia Ting's figure, and the light skirt sways slightly with Xia Ting's steps, which is both pure and seductive. What's even more fatal is that Xia Ting didn't wear stockings today, and her pair of straight, white, and tender long legs were exposed, which was simply a critical hit. Qin Feng subconsciously said, "Ting Ting, you look exactly the same now as you did back then." Xia Ting turned around gently, pinched the hem of her skirt, and looked down. "Really? I think you look a little too student-like." Qin Feng answered seriously, "You are a girl." The system said, Xia Ting's favorability +5. Wow, telling the truth can also add points. It's totally worth it. Xia Ting scolded, "You are so sweet-talking. You're already 26 years old, and the children of several of my best friends are old enough to help out." Although she said disdainfully, Xia Ting's eyes were fixed on herself in the mirror, and she was reluctant to take off the skirt. How could Qin Feng not understand what Xia Ting meant? He immediately called the waiter. Miss, we will wear these clothes and take them away. Please help Xia Ting pack the original ones. Qin Feng smiled and said to Xia Ting, you look particularly young in this bright color. The waiter also took advantage of the situation and praised with a smile, Sir, you have good taste. Your girlfriend looks really beautiful in this skirt. She has a thin waist and long legs. I envy her. Qin Feng was not stingy with his praise. Indeed, she is prettier than a star. Qin Feng and the waiter chatted with each other, and Xia Ting listened happily with a smile in the corners of her eyes. Xia Ting simply cut off the tag and put on the dress and walked out. This time, Xia Ting held Qin Feng's hand again, but because the suspender dress was thin and soft, there was no cloth blocking her arms. The subtle changes brought about by the close contact of skin made Xia Ting feel a little uncomfortable. Xia Ting's eyes wandered, as if she didn't dare to look directly into Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Feng felt like he was on fire, and his whole body was hot. Xia Ting sneaked up to Xia Ting, got close to her neck, took a deep breath, and then asked in a puzzled manner, Ting Ting, why do you smell better after you change your clothes? Xia Ting was startled, lowered her head and gently sniffed her collar, and whispered, no special fragrance? Qin Feng was stunned by Xia Ting's action. Her snow-white collarbone was faintly visible, and with the cool belt, she looked like a fairy from heaven. Qin Feng opened his mouth and his tongue was almost tied. Xia Ting was keenly aware of Qin Feng's gaze. She knew it was not pure and immediately felt embarrassed and angry. Xia Ting snorted, you pervert. Then she shook off Qin Feng's arm, turned her head away, and walked forward quickly, pretending to be angry. Qin Feng hurriedly chased after him, thinking that at this time the protagonist on TV would usually hug the heroine from behind and whisper a few nice words of comfort. So Qin Feng raised his hand and gently reached out towards Xia Ting's shoulder, but he stopped when he was still a palm's distance away from Xia Ting's shoulder. Chapter 7. Where are you touching, idiot? This was the second time in Qin Feng's life that he tried to hug a girl. Before his hands even touched Xia Ting's shoulders, he was already feeling uneasy. Qin Feng didn't know whether this time the result would be as embarrassing as the first time. At that time, Qin Feng had been pursuing a girl for 3 years. He finally saved up enough money to buy her an expensive necklace, and she smiled sweetly at that time. Qin Feng remembered that it was an afternoon with a spring breeze. The two of them were strolling on the path in the campus. The air was full of the fragrance of flowers, as if everything indicated that love was about to happen. Qin Feng thought the opportunity had finally come, and he mustered up the courage to reach out and hug her, but what he was greeted with was a cold face. The girl said to him seriously, you are very disrespectful to me. I told you not to touch me before we get married. This sentence was like a cold water poured on Qin Feng's heart, and it still echoes in his dreams at night. From then on, Qin Feng had a trauma about hugging girls. He was afraid of being rejected and despised again. Now Qin Feng looked at Xia Ting's slender back with his arms hanging in the air, but he was struggling fiercely in his heart and even began to shrink back. Xia Ting actually didn't mind at this time. She had noticed Qin Feng's actions a long time ago, but she didn't speed up, which meant that Xia Ting didn't mind. Xia Ting just pretended to be slightly angry on the surface to create a small challenge for Qin Feng, but she was not really angry. The reason why Xia Ting shook off his hand was that she felt that this man was a little clever. He clearly wanted to see the scenery, but he pretended to be innocent, making it hard for people to figure him out. But now, Qin Feng was like this, why didn't he dare to move? Xia Ting turned her head and glanced at Qin Feng. She thought she would see a smirk on his face, but she didn't expect him to be hesitant and even a little scared. How could you be so scared to hug a girl? A question mark popped up in Xia Ting's mind. At this moment, Qin Feng looked like a puppy that had been kicked. He was cautious and timid. He wanted to get close, but he didn't dare. The more Xia Ting watched, the more she felt that Qin Feng was playing hard to get, deliberately pretending to be pitiful in order to lure Xia Ting to come closer. Oh, his tactics were really deep. Xia Ting couldn't help but complain in her heart, wondering if this person had read too many novels and acted more professionally than she did. But now Xia Ting had no choice. After all, the other party was the sponsor, so she had to continue acting. Xia Ting put away the teasing expression on her face, adjusted her smile, slowly slowed down her pace, and gently leaned towards Qin Feng's arm. The moment Qin Feng and Xia Ting's skin touched, Qin Feng was shocked and almost took his hand back. Xia Ting felt it and rolled her eyes calmly, thinking, "You're acting too much." Xiaoting leaned into Qin Feng's arms and asked softly, "What are you thinking about, brother?" Qin Feng had been distracted for too long and didn't realize that his hand had already gone up to her. When he heard Xiaoting's question, he immediately became flustered. "Ah, I didn't think about anything." Xiaoting chuckled and teased in a sweet voice. "You are so nervous. Is this your first time hugging a beautiful woman?" Qin Feng looked embarrassed, as what Xiaoting said was indeed right. But Qin Feng was too embarrassed to admit it and could only laugh dryly. Xiaoting originally thought that Qin Feng was acting harmless and planned to continue watching Qin Feng's reaction. Xiaoting slowly reached out and took his hand that was around her, then slowly guided Qin Feng's hand down from his shoulder to his waist. At this moment, Qin Feng's brain completely shut down. Xiaoting, who was standing in front of him, had beautiful eyes and a smile on her face. Her voice was so sweet that it was sickening. "Brother, it's weird to put your arm around my shoulder." Qin Feng was stunned. "Huh? What's weird about that?" Xiaoting glanced at Qin Feng and said softly, "Only brothers put their arms around each other's shoulders. Do you want me to be your buddy?" As soon as Xiaoting finished speaking, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and her eyes looked at Qin Feng as if they could speak, with fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose. Qin Feng's mind immediately flashed with the image of the former goddess, who had a cold face and rejected Qin Feng. But the woman in front of him took the initiative to approach him, spoke sweet words, and gently guided Qin Feng to take that step. The difference was simply like heaven and earth. Qin Feng suddenly realized that he was not a bootlicker, but a hunter. The foolish self who gave so much in the past should have been offline long ago. Qin Feng took a deep breath, put a little more force on his hands, hugged Xiaoting tighter, and said seriously, "Ting Ting, be my girlfriend." Xiaoting was not too surprised. Instead, she lowered her head and responded shyly, "We never spoke more than 5 sentences in college before. Isn't this too fast?" Qin Feng said seriously, "I think it's good to progress faster. If you like her, go after her. There's nothing wrong with that." Xiaoting bit her lip lightly and said with embarrassment, "But I don't even know where your home is." Xiaoting raised her eyes and quietly observed Qin Feng's reaction. Xiaoting was testing Qin Feng's wealth and background. If the other party was really powerful, Xiaoting would naturally be willing to get closer. Qin Feng's heart immediately tensed up when he heard Xiaoting mention house. Qin Feng was indeed a little guilty. The rental house he was living in was less than 40 square meters, small and depressing. If he really took Xiaoting to see it, his favorability would probably be 0. Qin Feng understood that Xiaoting wanted to confirm Qin Feng's true strength, but the problem was that apart from the 50 million given by the system, Qin Feng had nothing on him. If I were to reveal my true colors now and spend 50 million, not only would the risk be too great, it might also backfire. Love, even if it is a routine, has to be done slowly. Qin Feng smiled, but didn't give a direct answer. "You'll know soon. How about we continue shopping?" Xiaoting saw that Qin Feng avoided the topic and his eyes were wandering, as if he didn't dare to say something, so she didn't ask any more questions. Xiaoting looked down at her phone and asked with a smile, "It's past 5 o'clock. Are you hungry, brother?" After walking for an afternoon, Xiaoting was already hungry and was just waiting for Qin Feng to speak first. Qin Feng then realized that his stomach had been empty for a long time. He rubbed his stomach and said with a smile, "I'm hungry. I can eat a cow." Xiaoting suddenly felt a little guilty when she heard Qin Feng say that. Xiaoting dragged Qin Feng around a shop today, and she didn't even consider whether he was hungry or not. Her face suddenly became hot. "Then I'll treat you to a meal?" Qin Feng immediately waved his hand. No, I'll treat you to a meal." Qin Feng knew very well that a meal at the system only cost $1. This cost-effective thing should of course be paid for by Qin Feng. So, Qin Feng took Xiaoting's hand and walked into a seafood restaurant with a high-end environment and attentive service. When he entered the restaurant and ordered food, Qin Feng barely looked at the prices and directly ordered the most expensive dishes: king crab, geoduck large conch, Australian lobster, and sea urchin fried eggs. Qin Feng had been craving for these things for a long time, but he usually couldn't bear to order them. This time, under the pretext of picking up girls, he finally had the right to revengefully order them. Qin Feng had tasted a small bite of Australian lobster at a wedding banquet before, and the taste was just remembered, and it was snapped up in the blink of an eye. This time, he could finally eat as much as he wanted. Qin Feng had spent nearly 250,000 yuan on Xiaoting in the whole afternoon. But looking at the results in front of him, Qin Feng felt that every penny was worth it. The system prompt sounded again. Xia Ting favorability +5, current total value. 42 points familiar. Chapter 8. My mother called me home. This seafood restaurant is indeed ridiculously expensive, with the starting price for a couple's room being $2,800, but the environment and the food are worth it. There is a special service that is particularly attractive. The kitchen surveillance can be viewed in real time in the private room, and customers can clearly see the entire process of each dish from ingredient processing to being served. All ingredients must first be passed in front of the camera, and they're all freshly slaughtered and cooked, so they are extremely fresh. One of the giant conches was cracked open by the chef with a hammer, and the meat was still moving, which was very impressive. The sliced meat was fried in a pan, and even if it was just served with some scallions, the aroma immediately broke through the screen. The conch meat is firm and elastic, tender and chewy, with a hint of the fresh aroma of seawater when chewed. Xia Ting and Qin Feng ate with gusto, and even Xia Ting showed a satisfied expression. When it comes to seafood, the taste of fresh and frozen seafood are completely different. The difference is huge. Then the waiter brought the king crab to the table. It was bright in color, meaty, and took up an entire bowl. Qin Feng had only heard about it before, but this time he really saw it and finally understood what the aristocrat of the seafood world meant. Each crab leg was neatly cut, the crab meat was scraped clean, and the surface was covered with golden crab sauce. When he took a bite, the meaty aroma filled the air, and it seemed to have the crunchy texture of salted egg yolk, which was rich in flavor and made people unable to stop eating. However, the amount was too large, and Qin Feng had to eat the whole thing by himself, while Xia Ting only took a few symbolic bites and put down her chopsticks. Qin Feng felt very aggrieved. Such an expensive thing, but Qin Feng ate it all by himself, while Xia Ting ate it like a cat licking its food. Later, Qin Feng ordered a bottle of red wine, an Australian penfolds, which cost 7,500 yuan. He originally planned to order a more expensive Lafite, but was afraid that it would be too exaggerated and would disgust people, so he chose low-key luxury. The waiter handed over the bottle, showed the label, and opened it in front of Qin Feng and Xia Ting, pouring a little for Qin Feng to try. Qin Feng took a sip and thought it was not very interesting. It tasted not as good as the 3-yuan Brave the World. But Qin Feng had a look of an experienced eater on his face and nodded, saying, "Well, not bad." Then the red wine was poured into high-heeled glasses. Xia Ting wanted to refuse it, saying that she could not drink much. But seeing that Qin Feng ordered such an expensive wine, Xia Ting couldn't refuse and took a few sips. After dinner, the two came out of the restaurant. Xia Ting was a little drunk. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were hazy, and she looked extremely charming. Qin Feng saw that Xia Ting was a little bit dizzy, so he subconsciously wanted to help her. But Xia Ting hugged Qin Feng's arm instead and gently leaned her head on Qin Feng's shoulder. Qin Feng's heartbeat immediately accelerated, and his soul was about to fly out of his body. At this moment in the city at night, the neon lights sprinkled on Xia Ting's fair skin, making her look like a glowing angel. The cool evening breeze blew Xia Ting's skirt, making her look like a moving painting. Qin Feng couldn't help but whispered, "Ting Ting, can I book a room for you to rest?" These words seemed to wake up Xia Ting, who was slightly drunk. Xia Ting's originally blurred eyes instantly regained some clarity, and a vigilant look appeared on her face. Although Xia Ting's face would turn red when she drank, she could actually drink quite well, and she just deliberately created the illusion of opportunity for the other party. Xia Ting knew very well that after this meal, the man would try to ask for something in return. But Xia Ting hadn't figured out Qin Feng's true background yet, so how could she easily confess herself? So Xia Ting raised her head slightly, looking embarrassed. "No, my mother said I must go home at night." Qin Feng knew that his words were too direct, so he quickly added, "Don't get the wrong idea. I just want to find a place to sit down and sober up." Seeing Qin Feng explaining so seriously, Xia Ting couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you sure you just want to sit here?" "Of course I'm sure," Qin Feng said seriously. "I don't believe you." Xia Ting smiled charmingly. Her eyes were so charming that they seemed to be dripping with water. Qin Feng was so aroused by Xia Ting's eyes that his mind was full of unhealthy fantasies. He was speechless for a moment and dare not look directly at her. Seeing that Qin Feng did not respond, Xia Ting thought that Qin Feng was disappointed, so she took the initiative to suggest, "Then let's go to the park across the street to take a walk. It's a good opportunity to get rid of the alcohol." Qin Feng nodded and foolishly agreed. Qin Feng and Xia Ting walked slowly along the stone path in the park. The shadows of the trees were swaying, and the air was mixed with the fragrance of grass and flowers, which made people relax. But Qin Feng was getting more and more nervous. In front of him was the dim night, and next to him was the delicate school beauty, whose every frown and smile seemed to be tempting Qin Feng to commit a crime. Especially in some places where street lights are sparse, a slightly corner becomes a natural hidden space. Xiaoting also looks like she can pick at any time, which is simply challenging Qin Feng's willpower. Finally, Qin Feng couldn't hold back any longer, and suddenly walked around to Xiaoting, gently wrapped his arms around Xiaoting's waist, and looked into her eyes affectionately. Xiaoting didn't push him away, and there was even a hint of mischief and teasing in her eyes. Qin Feng's heart was beating like thunder. He felt that the time was right, so he lowered his head and moved closer, ready to give a heroic kiss goodbye. However, just as he got close, Xiaoting gently stretched out a finger and blocked Qin Feng's mouth. Being intercepted at the critical moment, Qin Feng broke down on the spot. Qin Feng bit Xiaoting's naughty finger directly. Xiaoting was startled, and panic flashed in her eyes. This development was completely beyond her expectations. "Don't do that!" Xiaoting was angry and embarrassed. She wanted to pull her fingers back, but she found that her arms were held by Qin Feng, and she couldn't move at all. "Hate it, let go!" Xiaoting's voice was soft, but with a hint of warning. There were quite a few people in the park at this time, and many couples were also walking. Although no one took it seriously, passers-by felt unbalanced when they saw such a beautiful girl being hugged by an inconspicuous boy. Some night runners cursed silently. "It's another flower stuck in cow dung." But Qin Feng didn't care about that at all. He was thick-skinned. Qin Feng continued to hold Xiaoting's finger in his mouth and asked vaguely, "Are you still going to block it?" Xiaoting found that Qin Feng was being unreasonable, and she smiled and shook her head. Then her eyes changed. She suddenly stepped on Qin Feng's foot. "Ouch!" Qin Feng screamed and jumped up. Xiaoting took advantage of the situation to pull out her fingers, pushed Qin Feng away, turned around, and ran away. Xiaoting ran, while laughing as clear as a silver bell, and her charming back was particularly attractive in the night. Qin Feng jumped 2 steps on one foot, gasping in pain. But soon, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and chased after her, shouting, "Fairy, you offended the abbot, and you still want to run." Chapter 9. My wish is to buy a car. Although Xiaoting had long legs, she was wearing thick-soled sandals and could not run faster than Qin Feng, who was wearing sneakers. He was caught up in no time. Then she was held in the man's arms and ravaged. After being taken advantage of in a not-so-cheap way, Xiaoting took his hand out from her clothes. She turned around and glared at him angrily. "If you do this again, I will ignore you." The Qin Feng of the past might have been frightened by these words and backed off. But now he has let himself go. As long as you have money, you don't have to worry. There are so many beauties in the world who can score 90 points. If this one doesn't work, try the next one. Even if you have money, are you still worried about not being able to find a woman who can tolerate you? Qin Feng raised his other hand behind Xiaoting. Amid Xiaoting's exclamation, he patted her thigh and taught her a lesson. "Let's see if you dare to step on my foot again." Xiaoting snorted. "You were the first to speak." Qin Feng secretly felt that the school beauty's touch was really great. He really wanted to possess such a top-notch girl. But he had no experience in picking up girls and didn't know how to win her over. Thinking of what the book said, that bars are the easiest places to pick up girls, he stepped forward and wanted to hug Xiaoting's waist and whispered, "Well, I was wrong. How about I invite you to the bar?" Xiaoting dodged his embrace and said disdainfully, "Stinky man, you want to get me drunk, right?" Seeing that she refused so straightforwardly, Qin Feng did not dare to continue to take advantage of her, and said with an apologetic tone, "The main reason is that I have never been there, and I want you to take me there to see the world." Xiaoting looked him up and down and said suspiciously, "It sounds nice, but you didn't look like a good person just now." Qin Feng said seriously, "It's true I was too busy to go before. Whether it's true or not, based on your performance just now, you have no chance tonight." After Xiaoting finished speaking, she turned and left. The bar was out of the question. The sweetness tonight is enough. Fish need to be fed little by little. If you pour all the food in at once, they will be full and will not swim up. Xiaoting is very experienced in this area. Just put on a bad face and wait for him to bring a gift to coax you tomorrow. Then continue dating him and see how the situation goes. Qin Feng chased after him and tried to persuade him to stay. "Don't be angry. Let's talk it over." Snort. Xiaoting kept walking and turned her head to the side, ignoring Qin Feng. Qin Feng followed beside him with a smile on his face. The book says that usually if a girl is really angry, she won't respond. She responded with a hum, which meant she wasn't really angry, just a little emotional. If words don't work to coax someone, gifts probably will. Qin Feng thought for a moment and said, Ting Ting, don't be angry. How about this? I will fulfill one of your wishes within my ability. Xia Ting was attracted by Qin Feng's words, slowed down her pace, looked at him suspiciously, and asked, What do you mean? Qin Feng's eyes were filled with sincere apology. I shouldn't have treated you like that just now. I want to ask for your forgiveness. Seeing that he looked sincere and didn't seem to be joking, Xia Ting became even more confused. So you want to grant me a wish? Anything, Qin Feng said confidently. Well, anything normal will do. He deliberately emphasized the word normal for fear that she would make some outrageous wishes. Xia Ting was amused by Qin Feng. What did you mean by normal? Her wish was to buy a sports car. Was that normal? It's just funny. I just heard him say that he was fulfilling his wish, and I was looking forward to it. This time I added a normal wish. I'm afraid what he said wasn't a small wish worth less than tens of thousands of dollars. Can tens of thousands of dollars be called a wish? She can just find a middle-aged man to get her. So why does she need him to make it happen? Xia Ting looked on disdainfully and quickened her pace. She felt the word wish was insulting and was a little unhappy. Maybe she would feel better tomorrow, but now she didn't really want to talk to Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt a little puzzled when he saw her attitude suddenly turn cold again. What's going on? I was just afraid that she would make some strange wishes, because it reminded me of all the weird and famous scenes in Stephen Chow's movies. So I added the word normal specifically. Why did you turn against each other? Qin Feng was very puzzled and ran up to ask. Tell me your wish first. As long as it's not too outrageous, I will definitely satisfy it. Xia Ting got angry and said in a sullen tone, I want a Porsche 911. Can you afford it? This is her biggest wish at the moment. Although Qin Feng acted like he was very rich, she didn't believe he would buy her a car worth several $1,000,000. Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard her wish. I thought it was such a strange wish. That's it. It's no problem for me to buy you two. If you think that's too many, you can give me one. However, Qin Feng didn't know whether this behavior could be considered cheating. He didn't dare to take the risk, so he gave up this dangerous idea. He calmly took Xia Ting's hand, showed a confident smile, and agreed. Okay. Xia Ting widened her eyes and looked at the man again. The man smiled calmly, as if he was talking about a Mercedes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is a 911 worth millions. He agreed so easily. Were you kidding her? Xia Ting covered her lips lightly and asked incredulously, Are you serious? Qin Feng smiled and affirmed. Yes. Xia Ting confirmed again and again. You are not lying? Qin Feng said seriously. If I lied to you, I would be a puppy. Xia Ting stared into his eyes, examining them carefully. She did not see any expression of guilt, evasion, or pretense. Only open confidence sparkled in his eyes. She has a certain ability to distinguish whether what she says to men is true or false. Qin Feng gave her a very sincere and calm feeling, just as calm as when I bought her a bag in the afternoon. At this moment, Xia Ting had an intuition. If you miss this man, you will miss 911. Then do you have to fulfill some conditions before you can buy it for me? Xia Ting seemed to have thought of something. She glanced at Qin Feng's new pants, and her face felt slightly hot. What if this guy wants to negotiate with her? Should she agree or not? If that's the only thing, I can consider it. I'm afraid he'll say he'll buy it after he has a child. The conditions of these rich people are always very harsh, and she knows this well. Qin Feng rubbed her delicate hands and smiled elegantly. I'll buy it for you tomorrow. It's just $200 or $300, and I feel a little bit distressed, but for the purpose of coaxing a girl, it's nothing. Xia Ting immediately screamed, Tomorrow? This is too exaggerated. Right away tomorrow? Qin Feng asked curiously. Didn't the 4S shop close early today? Xia Ting was so excited that she couldn't believe it. Is what my brother said true? Her voice was trembling, and even the way she addressed him changed. Do I look like I'm kidding? No, it doesn't look like that. Xia Ting was so excited that she was incoherent. But this is a Porsche 911. Qin Feng chuckled and said, What's the big deal? As long as you like it, I'll buy it for you. Brother, I love you so much. Xia Ting took the initiative to hug Qin Feng and kissed him all over the face. Xia Ting's favorability plus 10. Chapter 10. There are so many dogs in the bar. Qin Feng's face was covered with lip marks from the kisses, but he was reluctant to wipe them off and just kept laughing happily. He didn't expect that his favorability would increase by 10 even before he bought the car. Women are indeed emotional animals. No wonder some men can capture women by deceiving them. There are even some girls who have been cheated of their money and sex, and in the end, they still lend loans to men to spend. It's really outrageous. Qin Feng was filled with emotion. Xia Ting was very much looking forward to Qin Feng's performance. Judging from today's performance, Qin Feng's financial resources are bottomless. She hugged Qin Feng's neck, hung on him, and said to him gently, "Brother, don't you want a drink? Then I will drink with you." Qin Feng deliberately joked, "Didn't you say there's no chance?" Xia Ting said coquettishly, "I suddenly want to drink again, can't I?" Qin Feng smiled and didn't say much. The two of them stayed together for a while, then took a taxi to a bar that looked quite fashionable. The name is Yulongbei. The venue is very large, with a single-family building. On the outside walls are vertical blue marquees that are so bright that people can't open their eyes. After entering the bar, the marketing guy at the door came out to greet me. He took one look at the pretty Xia Ting, and his smile became even more intense. Generally speaking, the more beautiful the women a man brings here, the greater his expenses will be. How many ladies are there? Do you have a reservation? Do you want to reserve a table? Qin Feng had never been here before, so he looked at Xia Ting and asked her to make the decision. Xia Ting directly ordered, "Let's go to a booth with a better environment." "Okay, there's a vacant seat in the S-Class booth now. Do you need it?" Qin Feng heard that booths were very expensive, so he asked curiously, "How much?" "The S-Class booths are the best area here, and the minimum consumption must reach 6,000 yuan. "Only 6,000? Qin Feng said casually. "Okay." The marketing guy was even more excited to see him book a booth so easily and comfortably, and was full of expectations for their spending power. He quickly took the two of them to the booth marked S3. This place is located high up, equivalent to the second floor. You can overlook the entire bar by just lowering your head and taking a quick glance. The booth is equipped with gauze curtains and dry ice is lit all around. The slowly rising mist blocks the surrounding view to a certain extent, making the scene inside looming and like a fairyland. The bar environment is very dim, but the lighting is very cool, with all kinds of stage lights, spotlights, and neon lights shining. It is dreamy, and the atmosphere is great. There was a band playing pop songs in the center of the stage. Maybe because it was early, the music was relatively soothing and not noisy. The marketing guy greeted the two people and asked them to sit down, brought out the drink menu, and asked them to order. Xia Ting looked at it for a while, fearing that the price might be too high and might disgust him. So she said, "Let's have a small mixed set meal for 6,800 yuan. This is just enough to cover the cost of the booth." When the marketing guy heard this, his face changed slightly. This is the most expensive booth, and according to the procedure, he needs to stand by and serve them until the end. If there was only the minimum consumption, his commission that night would be pitifully small. Qin Feng glanced at the menu. There was a small dragon for 38,000, a supreme dragon for 88,000. He didn't know much about these, so he asked Xia Ting, "What is this supreme divine dragon?" Xia Ting patiently explained, "This is Ace of Spades, the top quality champagne. The small Shenlong has 3 colors, the big one has 5 colors, plus a bottle of black gold. Most people can't afford it." Qin Feng said, "Have you tried it? How does it taste?" Xia Ting heard Qin Feng's questioning tone, and it seemed that he was a little interested in the dragon set. She had only drunk Little Dragon a few times, and it tasted surprisingly good. It has a delicate taste and rich fruity aroma, with notes of peach and vanilla, and smells very fresh. The most important thing is that every bite smells like money and is very unforgettable. But Xia Ting didn't want to order such expensive wine now. He was not worried that Qin Feng could not afford it, but he was afraid that he would spend too much money and would not have enough money to buy a sports car tomorrow. She pretended to be disgusted and said, "It's just like that, just like ordinary champagne." The marketing guy standing nearby heard the boy asking questions all the time, and he didn't even know the bar's most famous little dragon. He looked like he had never seen the world before, and I felt disappointed and guessed that he might be a bumpkin. Thinking of being dragged here tonight, he felt like crying. He looked at the well-dressed Qin Feng with disdain and felt sorry for Xia Ting. Most women in places like bars, where people live in decadence, will try their best to exploit their boyfriends for the sake of face. Where can you find a girl as beautiful as her who can also save money for her boyfriend? He couldn't help but urge Xia Ting, "Sir, you want the 6,800 mixed suit, right?" Qin Feng had never drunk champagne before and was a little curious about the Ace of Spades of the moment, so he asked Xia Ting, "Is it hard to drink?" Xia Ting was very conflicted. Qin Feng looked like he wanted to drink it, but if she said it tasted bad, it might spoil his mood. She thought about it and replied, "It's okay, don't waste it. It's fine like this." Chin Feng pondered for a moment. I asked the system in my mind, if I forced the girl to drink if the goddess didn't want it, could I get reimbursed? System answer: the expenses of a date between two people can all be settled with funds. Chin Feng calmed down and was just about to order the dragon set to see what it felt like. At this time, the marketing guy spoke again. "Then let's go for the mixed package. It's quite suitable for you." He saw that the girl was always giving face to the boy, letting him order cheap wine and giving him a way out. The boy was hesitant, as if he wanted to show off, but was worried that he didn't have enough money, so he was very stingy. This made the marketing guy inexplicably angry, and he couldn't help but say something back. Xiating felt that the marketing guy's tone was a little strange, as if he was trying to trick them. She was worried that Chin Feng would be angry, so she stood up and asked, "What do you mean?" The young man curled his lips, thinking that she didn't know how to appreciate kindness. I helped her recognize this man, but she got angry at me instead. The marketing guy also got angry and apologized forcefully. "I'm sorry, beautiful lady. I'm a bit dumb and can't speak well. Please forgive me if I'm offended by you." There's nothing wrong with this guy's attitude, but I still find it offensive. He has a fake smile on his face, giving people the feeling that he doesn't want to serve you. Xiating didn't like the man's tone, but since he had already apologized, she had to remain a lady and couldn't get angry, so she sat down angrily. Chin Feng works as a takeaway deliverman and security guard, and he's used to these cold stares. He could hear the contempt in a man's tone and guessed that maybe he ordered too little and the other person was unhappy. But even if he is unhappy, he can't make his woman angry. If she gets angry and doesn't want to drink, then she will have to go to bed that night. He felt it necessary to show off and teach this young man who looked down on others a lesson. He said to the marketing guy calmly, "Go and call your manager." The young man sneered, feeling no fear at all. He was not rude at all throughout. Even if the manager comes, he can't do anything to him. Moreover, Chin Feng occupied the highest level booth and spent only a small amount, so the manager must have the same attitude as him. He muttered something under his breath, then turned his head and walked away. That arrogant attitude seems to have a sense of pride, and I don't know what he is so proud of. Chin Feng smiled at Xiating and comforted her. "Don't be angry. I will teach him a lesson for you." Xiating felt a little guilty. Her mind was full of sports cars, so she ordered cheaper drinks, which made Chin Feng look down upon. "It's okay, brother. Why don't we stop drinking?" Xiating said weakly. "No, this guy, I'm determined to do it. No one can stop me. I say it." Chin Feng said aggressively. He held it in for a whole day and finally found a place to splurge. It turns out that only places like bars are suitable for showing off in front of people. On the other side, the marketing guy came to the backstage of the bar and found the lobby manager. The manager's name is Fuya, a beautiful woman with a very royal temperament. The background is said to be hard. As soon as the marketing guy saw her, he immediately complained that a table of guests had come who were poor and picky, and they took a long time to order any drinks. I suspect that those two guys came to the S area to show off and take photos, and now they are dissatisfied with my bad attitude and asked her to go and question me. Fuya glanced at him indifferently. She felt somewhat disgusted with this boy who was lazy, fooling around and trying to be clever all day long. This is not the first time he has been complained by customers. If this kid didn't know two rich young men, he would often come here to spend tens of thousands of dollars. She wanted him to get out a long time ago. Fuya sighed and followed him helplessly to Chin Feng's booth. Chapter 11. She looks so handsome when she beats the dog. Fuya has a standard oval face with delicate features, fair skin and slightly upturned eyes, giving people a cool and enchanting feeling like a fox. The long chestnut curly hair was draped behind her in a sexy way. She wore a simple yet elegant white shirt with a slightly open neckline, showing off her charming neckline. The shirt is thin and fitted, flattering her figure. The cuffs are slightly rolled up, revealing her slender wrists, making her look casual yet detailed. A hip skirt perfectly outlines her figure. The fabric of the skirt is smooth and shiny, and paired with a pair of black stockings, it shows the slender legs and gives people a capable feeling. Chin Feng was slightly dazed as he watched. This woman had the aura of a cool and arrogant lady who came out of a comic book. She has a confident demeanor and cold eyes, but her smile makes people feel warm, as if the ice and snow are melting and all things are reviving. Chin Feng took a look using the scanning function. Name, Fuya. Age, 27. Charisma, 90. Number of romances, 2. Only 2. That's impossible. Are there such innocent girls in places like bars and nightclubs? Can you keep yourself safe working in a place like this? Chin Feng was a little surprised. When he entered the bar, he took a quick look at the girls around him. Most of the girls who come here are very beautiful, and there are some beauties who score 90 points. But they have had a lot of romances, most of which are in double digits and some are in triple digits. The most exaggerated thing was seeing a beautiful woman with a charm value of 86 who had killed thousands of people. So terrifying. Even if we kill one a day, it will take 3 years. How did she manage to have her 2 red lips tasted by so many people when she was less than 30 years old? Chin Feng couldn't imagine it. I don't dare to provoke these girls. The main reason was that he didn't dare to flirt with girls in front of Xia Ting, and it was a bit dangerous to test the poison on himself. At least you have to get a super strong physique before you dare to try it. Fuya was secretly puzzled when she saw Chin Feng staring at her. She had seen men's lustful eyes or their frank, admiring looks. But this is the first time I have seen such a look that seems to see through me, and his eyes are full of surprise. It's like looking at something incredible. She quickly glanced down at her clothes and saw that there was nothing wrong with them. I looked in the mirror before coming here, and my makeup was normal. I couldn't figure out what Chin Feng was looking at. Walking up to Chin Feng, she suppressed her doubts and said with a smile, "Excuse me, both of you. I'm the person in charge here, Xiaoya. I'm very sorry that our service did not satisfy you. Please forgive me." After saying that, he bowed slightly. No matter right or wrong, if you work in the service industry, it is always right to apologize first. Fuya is quite experienced. She continued, "To make up for it, we'll serve you two specially made cocktails. What do you think?" Her attitude was impeccable, but the marketing guy behind her looked impatient. Chin Feng sat on the sofa and said calmly, "No need, I didn't ask you to drink." "So what you mean is, just now I wanted to order a Supreme Dragon set, but the guy said you can only order a mixed set. I think there is something wrong with your service, so I want to talk to you about this." Fuya was a little surprised when she heard Chin Feng say he wanted to order the dragon set, but seeing his outfit and the beautiful woman next to him, she believed it a little more. When I heard him say that the marketing guy here didn't allow him to order alcohol, I got extremely angry. This idiot likes to look down on others every day. The last time he mocked a table of guests and sent them to sit at a private table, saying that the booths were reserved for his friends. In the end, the table of guests spent 20,000 yuan, which was much higher than the minimum consumption of his friend. Fuya made up her mind that if the man in front of her really ordered the dragon set, she would fire this brainless man on the spot. "I'm sorry. Xiaoya sincerely apologizes to you. We promise to do a good job of employee training in the future and provide you with quality service. We hope you can forgive us this time." She bowed again and apologized. She bent down much more than before, and her snow-white skin could be seen from her collar. Chin Feng was treated to a treat and had no plans to do anything. He just wanted to complain. Why should workers make things difficult for themselves? But at this moment, the marketing guy humphed and muttered sarcastically, "Why are you pretending? You're like that, and you're still ordering a dragon suit. Are you trying to make fun of me?" He didn't believe that these 2 poor bastards could order the dragon set, and he didn't want to be humble in front of such poor bastards. Although his voice was low, everyone at the scene heard it. Fuya's face darkened. This boy offended a customer in front of her. He really didn't take her seriously. She had little patience, so she turned around and said to him coldly, "You are fired. Pack up and get out of Yulong Bay." The young man shouted, "Why? I am telling the truth. How can he possibly order it when he doesn't even know what the dragon suit is?" Fuya gave him a look of disgust. How unlucky. No wonder people online always said that their store had bad service. It turned out that this idiot was causing trouble. She didn't want to waste time, so she took out her cell phone and planned to call someone to take him away. The young man got anxious and said arrogantly, "Then you better think about it. My group of friends will never come to your place to spend money again." Fuya said coldly to her phone, "It's 03. Get some men here. Hurry up." She has great authority in this bar, and everyone is under her command. It only takes a few minutes to call over a few strong men. Seeing her so determined, the young man angrily cursed, "You stinky bitch, you fired me for a stingy guy. Fuck you." Snap! Fuya slapped him hard on the face. The young man was stunned and looked at her in disbelief. Chin Feng and Xia Ting were also stunned. I didn't expect this woman to be so fierce. Xia Ting was just wondering if these two were performing a double act to trick her brother into paying her money. This slap completely eliminated her doubts. Which bar would act so realistically? And her brother had no intention of paying, but he acted so shamelessly. At this time, several burly men in uniform rushed over and stood in front of Fuya, waiting for instructions. Fuya said coldly, "Strip this idiot naked and throw him out." The big men grabbed the young man's arms from left and right, picked him up, and walked away. The young man had thin arms and legs, and he dared not say a word when being trapped. He could only stare at Fuya with resentful eyes. Fuya saw his look, frowned, and added, "Don't leave anything behind. Remember to record it." Looking at the woman's decisive killing attitude, Qin Feng swallowed. Kill the idea of picking her up in your mind. Chapter 12. Ting Ting, I want to marry Remy Martin. After dealing with this mess, Fuya felt a little tired. These little brats have no idea what the world is like if they are not educated. She came back to her senses, smiled at Qin Feng, and said politely, "I'm sorry, I made you laugh. Everyone has their own ideas, and we can't restrict them." Qin Feng quickly said that it was okay, and then asked curiously, "How much did his friend spend with you?" Fuya said calmly, "Probably a total of hundreds of thousands." Qin Feng knew what was going on, and said with a smile, "Then just give me 2 sets of Supreme Dragon sets to make up for your losses a little bit." Upon hearing this, Fuya looked up at Qin Feng in surprise. I saw that he had a thin but strong face, with sharp features, thick black eyebrows, and soft eyes. He looked a little handsome. The lips are a bit thin. This man spent hundreds of thousands of dollars so nonchalantly, without even blinking an eye. He did not have the arrogance of a nouveau riche, but instead gave people a feeling that it was only natural. He should be the son of a wealthy family. She dared not neglect such a big customer. Fuya changed her name and reminded softly, "Brother, if you order this kind of expensive wine here, you have to pay in advance." Qin Feng nodded to show his understanding and directly swiped 180,000 yuan on the POS machine. In line with his stingy character, he said, "You can use the extra money to buy some peanuts, sunflower seeds, etc." Fuya thought he was joking. After looking at the receipt spitted out by the POS machine and confirming that this was a big shot, he quickly took out his business card, handed it over, and said with a smile, "Brother, come to me directly next time, and I will definitely arrange everything for you." Qin Feng scanned the QR code on her business card and added her as a friend. Seeing Qin Feng adding another woman as a friend, Xiating immediately hugged Qin Feng's hand tightly and looked at Fuya as if to declare her sovereignty. Fuya smiled sensibly, asked Qin Feng's name, and then went on to arrange drinks for the two of them. Then he left the booth. Xiating leaned close to Qin Feng's ear and said in a sweet voice, "Brother, why are you compensating her?" The warm breath sprayed on Qin Feng's ears, making not only his ears itchy, but also his heart itchy. At this moment, Xiating's whole body was hanging on him. The distance was very close, and her shoulders felt extremely soft, and a unique fragrance of the school beauty entered his nose. Qin Feng was a little immersed in it for a moment, and was dizzy when Xiating bumped into someone with a ball. Seeing Qin Feng was speechless, Xiating twisted her body and said coquettishly, "Are you attracted to that woman?" Qin Feng was shaken back to his senses and said quickly, "No, it's just that this happened because of me, so I have to express my gratitude." Xiating snorted, "There's no need to spend so much money, just order one." Qin Feng said generously, "Haha, it's okay, it's just a few dollars." Xiating's eyes lit up when she heard this. This man can spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on drinks without a care, which shows that he is financially strong. If I can perform better, I will be sure to get the sports car tomorrow. Thinking of this, Xiating became excited and hugged Qin Feng hard, until she saw little Qin Feng who was woken up by her. Her face turned red. She wanted to take action, but was afraid that Qin Feng would look down on her for being too frivolous. Just as she was hesitating, the music in the bar suddenly changed. It changed to a dynamic DJ style. The huge subwoofer began to vibrate violently. The sound waves came one after another. A dozen sexy girls wearing bunny ears appeared, holding up sparkling Spade gift boxes, each containing a bottle of dazzling Spade Ace champagne. They swung their hips and began to circle the bar. At this time, the DJ's voice came in. Scream. When the guests in the bar saw this scene, they knew that the boss was going to order the Ace of Spades. The atmosphere immediately started to boil. The whole atmosphere was ignited and sounds rose and fell. Congratulations to Mr. Qin from S03 for getting 2 sets of Shenlong. Let's wish the boss all the best. Amid the DJ's shouts, a group of bunny girls walked slowly to booth S03, and the ones in front placed the Ace of Spades on the table. They danced around Qin Feng and Xia Ting's sofa, skillfully pulling salutes with their slender hands, spraying counterfeit money, and scattering gold paper. The girl behind was holding a glowing gift box and swaying back and forth in front of the booth, attracting a lot of attention. The light shone on Qin Feng, and for a moment, the banknotes props flying all over the sky made Qin Feng experience what it meant to be truly extravagant and dissolute. The girls downstairs saw that the driver of the Shenlong was a handsome guy, and they all screamed at high pitches. She kept blowing kisses to him. Qin Feng was dazed when he saw so many people cheering for him. Is this what it feels like to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in one go? Is this the life of those young masters? To be honest, it's really cool and makes people feel like they're floating in the air. It was also the first time that Xia Ting was surrounded by people and played the leading role. The mood is equally exciting. She had only experienced this kind of atmosphere before when she was huddled together with a group of women. Sometimes when I see other couples drinking wine together in such a warm and romantic way, I secretly envy them and fantasize about them. I didn't expect to experience this feeling of being the center of attention next to Qin Feng today. She looked at Qin Feng, tears of emotion welling up in her eyes. Xia Ting's favorability +5. Qin Feng received the system message and glanced at Xia Ting's information. The current favorability is 57, familiar. Consumption, 420,000. Qin Feng was extremely happy at the moment, but he did not show it on his face and continued to pretend to be calm. Ting Ting, I saw a bottle called Remy Martin 13 at the bottom of the list. Do you want to try it? Xia Ting was startled. That kind of wine is priced like gold. Each bottle costs 2 or 300,000. She had seen the scene where that kind of wine appeared. It was just like a wedding, with a group of girls holding light signs in front and 8 strong men carrying a sedan chair like the emperor behind. A Remy Martin Louis XIII Black Pearl was leaning against the sedan chair, which was so classy and had such a strong aura. As soon as it came out, it exploded the whole audience. Xia Ting really felt that it was not worth it just to show off. You might as well buy yourself gold than drink it. Brother, don't order anymore. We can't even finish all the wine. Xia Ting was heartbroken. At this moment, she just wanted to save some money for Qin Feng, and then hoped that he would give all the saved money to her. Qin Feng was slightly disappointed. He really wanted to order more drinks to increase his favorability quickly. But Xia Ting said no, and that forcing herself to show off might backfire. I had no choice but to give up. After a while of noise, everyone slowly left. Some girls asked Qin Feng in a low voice whether he wanted them to stay with him. Qin Feng shook his head and refused. One by one, the score didn't even exceed 80. The sword and knife on his face looked so fake. Instead of keeping them, it would be better to go find the one with 85 points who can kill 1,000 people. At least she is really beautiful. Just now, she was blowing kisses to Qin Feng wildly, which made Qin Feng's heart beat faster. If Xia Ting wasn't here, she would have rushed over long ago. Mr. Qin, I'll open a few bottles for you to drink first, and I'll save the rest for you. At this time, Shifuya came up with peanuts, melon seeds, and a fruit plate and said with a smile. Qin Feng looked at Shifuya's beautiful face, and his heart moved. He wanted to take a closer look at her detailed information. But the system prompts that the host needs to consume as the target before the goddess's detailed information can be updated. Qin Feng smiled. Giving money was not difficult. Chapter 13 10 Men in Black Only Love Me. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and said, don't save it. If you can't finish it, give it away. Take 2 bottles first. It was the first time that Shifuya heard of someone ordering wine and giving it away directly. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, is this a gift from Master Qin? If Qin Feng asked her to drink it, she wouldn't be surprised, but it would be interesting if he gave it to her directly. She is the bar manager, and collecting drinks is equivalent to collecting money directly. Although her annual salary is very high, who would complain about having too little money? According to the price in the store, this spade ace is about 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a bottle, and the black old one is even more expensive. Qin Feng nodded. Just take 2 bottles when you leave. They're for you. The jealousy in Xia Ting's eyes was about to overflow. She hugged Qin Feng and stared at Shifuya hatefully without saying a word. Shifuya couldn't help but smile when she saw Qin Feng's girlfriend was beside her and he dared to be attentive to her. I guess he wanted me to drink with him, so he wanted to spend money to trick me. Shifuya was quite fond of Qin Feng's frankness. He opened 2 bottles of wine, poured them for the 3 people, then raised his glass and said, Then Xiaoya would like to thank Mr. Qin for the reward. I wish the boss good luck and prosperity. After saying that, He drank it all in one gulp. Qin Feng heard the voice of the system at this moment. Goddess database update. Name, Fuya. Age, 27. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Charisma, 90. Occupation, bar manager. Features, judo. Favorability, 5, unfamiliar. Number of romances, 2. Strategy reward, 10 biohuman bodyguards. Amount consumed, 30,000 yuan. Qin Feng looked at the strategy rewards and asked the system what a cyborg was. System explanation, black technology clone, excellent IQ, proficient in various skills, combat ability equivalent to Xia country's A special forces, no emotions, no pain, no gender, and has a legal Xia country identity. Qin Feng's eyes instantly turned into hearts. This guy is so fucking awesome. If we send him out to work, each person should receive at least 10,000 yuan per month. 10 people equals 100,000. Just make money while lying down. Isn't this fucking awesome? If the emperor in the past had gotten this thing, he would have died of laughter. From now on, there is no need for eunuchs. After Fuya finished drinking, she saw Qin Feng's fanatical eyes, like a big bad wolf seeing a little white rabbit. I guess he probably thought that he was like those hostesses, the kind of woman who could be taken away at will. Fuya couldn't help but smile, but she didn't explain why she was different from those women. After all, the other person didn't ask explicitly, and it seemed stupid for me to be so anxious to emphasize that I am a serious girl. However, in order to get him to come more often in the future, I still have to put on a show. She smiled and said, "Why doesn't Mr. Qin drink?" Qin Feng took a sip of wine and said, "You'd better not call me young Master Qin. It sounds like a beast weird." Fuya chuckled. "Then can I call you Mr. Qin?" Qin Feng felt that the name was a little old-fashioned, but he could accept it, so he nodded. Xiaoting watched Fuya bending over to open the wine, deliberately exposing her neckline, and she called her a slut in her heart. He said with a smile, "Sister Xiaoya, it must be very hard to manage such a big bar by yourself." Fuya smiled and replied, "It's not hard, it's all small things. If you want to come and play every day, it will be considered as supporting my work." After she opened the glass of wine, she took out a piece of watermelon and handed it to Qin Feng. Then she habitually gathered her skirt around her hips and naturally sat on the right side of Qin Feng. Xiaoting and Qin Feng stood on each side, smiling, trying to find out his true feelings. Boss Qin looks so young, yet he is so generous. I guess he comes from a rich family. Fuya has a charming scent, mellow and sweet, like fine wine. Qin Feng was intoxicated by the smell and unknowingly told the truth. "There is nothing much to say about my family. We are all serving the people." This is what other security guards said to flatter themselves when he was a security guard. To put it nicely, it means serving the people. To put it bluntly, it means being a watchdog. When Fuya heard this, she was secretly shocked. It turns out that this man is not a rich second generation. This guy is a second generation red. Only those who are officials in their families would be so humble as to say that they serve the people. He doesn't look like someone who often comes to this kind of entertainment venue. I guess his family is strict, and he seldom goes out to play. No wonder the marketing said at the beginning that he didn't understand Shenlong's suit. The way she looked at Qin Feng suddenly became different. Fuya, favorability, +5. Current favorability, 10, acquaintance. Qin Feng was puzzled. Why did his favorability increase? Xiaoting didn't think too much about it, but when she saw Fuya's eyes became strange, she immediately became alert. She hurried to attract Qin Feng's attention, fearing that he would make eye contact with that slut. "Brother, I toast you. Thank you for giving me so many gifts. I am very touched." Qin Feng felt even more surprised when he saw Ting suddenly becoming enthusiastic. The atmosphere changed a little quickly. The left side has a beautiful smile, and the right side has expressive eyes. I didn't do anything. Fuya could tell that Qin Feng's girlfriend was showing off and couldn't help but laugh to herself. She didn't dare to have any special thoughts about Qin Feng. Such a family background is not something that ordinary people can reach. She would be very happy as long as such a noble man could bring a few more friends to play. Fuya raised her glass and said, "Boss Qin, I want to toast you too. It's you who livened up the place tonight. Thank you very much." Qin Feng didn't know how to refuse, so he drank from the left side and then the right side. Combined with the wine I drank earlier, I was now a little tipsy. Listening to the dynamic music and stimulating atmosphere, a group of men and women downstairs were releasing themselves to the fullest under the vibrant lights. There's also a DJ girl in the center of the stage, leading the rhythm of the whole audience. She covered her earphones with her hands and pointed at the dome with her other hand, dancing and waving to the beat. This kind of passionate place can really make people feel excited. Seeing that he seemed to want to move, Xiaoting took Qin Feng's hand and took him to dance. There is a small separate dance floor on the side of their booth. Xiaoting danced very boldly in front of Qin Feng, with her hands raised high, swaying left and right facing him, twisting her body with a wide range of motion. Although Qin Feng was not very good at dancing, the atmosphere was now such that he could only dance along randomly. In addition, Xiaoting taught very well. She took his hand, put on her waist, and swayed with him. This kind of random dance is not difficult, and Qin Feng gradually learned the skill. Shifuya did not go up to play with them. Instead, she sat in the booth and watched Qin Feng make a fool of himself with a smile on her face. This noble boy came to her place to play for the first time, and she felt guilty about corrupting other children. Qin Feng played with it for a while and became so angry. I hugged the beautiful woman, but couldn't eat her, which made me feel very resentful. He let go of Xiaoting and returned to the sofa in a depressed mood, drinking and chatting with Shifuya, trying to calm down. Seeing that he looked unhappy, Xiaoting thought she had made him angry in some way. He quickly ran down and stuck to Qin Feng and said, "Brother, what's wrong? Don't you like dancing?" Qin Feng likes dancing, but he can't really do it, and he always feels suffocated. He didn't dare to tell Xiaoting directly, so he could only perfunctorily say, "It's okay, but it just doesn't make any sense." Shifuya glanced at Xiaoting and said mischievously, "Is it boring because there are not enough people?" Chapter 14. A kiss can actually make a whole chapter. Xiaoting was awakened. I think what Shifuya said makes some sense. Which man doesn't want to be surrounded by a group of girls? I guess he was a bit unhappy because he couldn't ask the young lady to come and join in the fun since he was here. Then I should be more generous and let him have fun. After all, he is happy and his dream will come true tomorrow. Thinking of this, Xiaoting hesitated for a moment and said impulsively, "How about I help you call a few girls to drink and have fun together?" After she finished speaking, she saw Shifuya smiling cunningly, and she reacted instantly. I cursed myself for being so stupid and being led by the rhythm. How could a woman take the initiative to call her man miss? What would she do if Qin Feng fell in love with other women? At this moment, Xiaoting wanted to slap herself in the face. When Qin Feng heard what Xiaoting said, he wanted to take off happily. She was hugged by girls on both sides, and a young lady fed her grapes. Which man has not fantasized about this scene? He didn't expect Xiaoting to be so generous. However, seeing that her smile was forced, Qin Feng quickly realized that she was not very willing. Indeed, what girl can bear to play around outside? The purpose of this trip was not to have fun, but to pick up girls and get cash back. He thought with his but for 2 seconds and made up his mind. With a gentle voice and a smile, she said to Xiaoting, "No, I prefer being with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he received a message from the system. Xiaoting's favorability +5. It's not a problem at all. Looking at the happy smile on Xiaoting's face, Qin Feng was secretly proud of himself. Now that I'm gradually getting used to dealing with women, I'm becoming more and more adept at it. Some dirty words came out of his mouth. Xiaoting's favorability has reached 62, intimacy. It took 1 day. Qin Feng was very satisfied. If we continue like this, it won't be difficult to reach 80 cash back. Maybe you can even hope to reach 100 favorability and get that super strong physique. Talk about super physique. It seems that beauties who score 90 points will receive strategy rewards. There are 2 beauties in the bar who scored 90 points. Although I have been in love a lot. But how does that sentence go? Good girl, cherish her. Bad girl, don't waste it. Qin Feng wanted to see their strategy rewards. So he said to Shifuya, "Sisterya, we can't finish the wine anyway. Please give it away for me." Shifuya was no stranger to this kind of plot of sending wine to pick up girls. Thinking of a nouveau riche pretending to treat everyone to a drink, she joked, "Is Mr. Qin going to treat everyone to Ace of Spades? Do you want me to ask the DJ to announce that Mr. Qin is paying for tonight's consumption?" Qin Feng quickly shook his hands and begged for mercy. No, it's so embarrassing that my scalp is numb. It's too social. Only a ruthless person would do such a thing. Even if you have money but nowhere to spend it, there is no need to waste it like this. Shifuya covered her mouth and chuckled. It's really embarrassing. She had been working in the bar for 2 years and had the opportunity to witness that kind of scene. The atmosphere was right, and the nouveau riche got drunk and offered to pay for everyone. The whole audience cheered, saying that the boss was awesome, and then ordered expensive drinks. When the final bill was paid, the boss burst into tears on the spot. Later, after a discount, he reluctantly paid. So embarrassing. Chin Feng agreed. Everyone wants to save face when they go out to play. If I show off like this, they may not be happy. Then how are you going to deliver this wine? Shifuya asked. Chin Feng stood up and looked down. He pretended to order 2 tables at random and said, "It's table A06 and the 3 girls at the counter over there. Just deliver a bottle of wine to each table." Shifuya looked at Xiating and asked Chin Feng with a smile, "Do you want to invite them to come over and play?" A bottle of wine that costs more than 10,000 yuan can still be used to treat girls. Xiating pouted when she heard that and shook Chin Feng's hand, showing that she was unhappy. Chin Feng said on the spot, "No need to invite." He was very sensible and didn't dare to do anything rash before Xiating's favorability was full. Let's take a look at the information first. Shifuya was a smart person. When she saw that there was a very beautiful girl at each of the 2 tables Chin Feng was pointing at, she immediately understood what he was planning. Then Chin Feng unconsciously turned his phone, suggesting that he wanted the contact information of the 2 girls. Shifuya looked at him meaningfully and said, "I understand. Put 4 bottles of Ace of Spades in the icebox and go downstairs to do the work." There were 2 bottles of her own in there. After she left, Chin Feng saw Xia Ting still shaking, so he pulled her to the sofa and coaxed her. "Ting Ting, what's wrong with you?" Xia Ting rolled her eyes at him and said, "You were so happy to be giving me wine. Why do you care about me? Go drink with those girls." Chin Feng thought her jealous look was so adorable. In his entire life, no girl had ever been jealous of him. He smiled and said, "Don't be angry. It's just a little wine. We can't finish it. If you don't like it, I won't send it to you in the future." "Humph, you're just sweet-talking me. You even pretended to be honest at first and lied to me." "I'm not lying to you. I really haven't gone out to play much before. I promise that next time I come to a place like this, I'll do whatever you say. Is that okay?" Chin Feng said seriously. Xiating felt warm at heart when she saw how confident he was in speaking. No matter whether it is true or false, as long as he coaxes you, it means he cares about you. She pressed against Chin Feng's chest, drawing circles with her fingers, her tone a little arrogant. "Then you can't sneak into the bar alone without telling me anymore." "Okay, I will take you wherever I go from now on. Trust me." Chin Feng wanted to tie her to his belt. Before his favorability is full, he can only rely on Xiating for his money. "Of course I hope to be with her all the time." Xiating didn't know whether what he said was true or not, but the sweet words were indeed heartwarming. She lay on Chin Feng, staring at his handsome profile in a daze. The live music was so loud that 2 people had to talk into each other's ears when chatting. Chin Feng listened for a long time but heard no sound, so he turned around to see what was going on. As a result, when they turned around, their noses touched. Next is the mouth. Their lips were like magnets at this moment. Attracted to each other, they gently fit together. In an instant, their heartbeats quickened and they couldn't help but hug each other, their breath blending together. This was Chin Feng's first kiss. Without any warning, Xiating took it away. Chin Feng was very unwilling and tried hard to take more, constantly tasting her honey-like pistol. This honey-collecting technique does not require any teaching. Boys are born with it. Xiating was kissed so hard that she couldn't breathe. Her eyes were blurry and her body was weak. The electric shock-like feeling made her respond to Chin Feng involuntarily. After a long time, their lips parted. There was a crystal thread connecting their mouths. Chin Feng knew that if he could say something nice at this time, he could have fun at night. He racked his brains, trying to figure out what the hero in the novel said. But I just couldn't think of it at the critical moment. Looking at the rosy white face, watery eyes, and sexy red lips in front of me. At such a close distance, I could even feel the hot breath Xia Ting exhaled. The 2 looked at each other for a long time. Chin Feng was at a loss and couldn't utter a word. Just when he was about to rush up and ask directly whether he wanted to have sex, Xia Ting spoke. "Brother, I'm a little dizzy after drinking too much." Chapter 15. Suspender skirt is really convenient. After Xia Ting finished speaking, she turned her head away slightly. She looked so shy that even a fool could understand what she meant. I'll take you to rest," Chin Feng replied tremblingly. Xia Ting bit her lip lightly, looking embarrassed, and said weakly, "Go into your house. Go to the hotel." Chin Feng didn't wait for her consent, took her hand, and prepared to take her to get a room. He is not an ascetic saint. Xiaoting has taken such a proactive approach. If I were to take a step back, what's the point of keeping the few pounds of fat on his body? Just chop it off. The system is also given to all the audience. It's useless to put it on him anyway. When Xiaoting heard him say that he was not going to his house, she looked at him with a slight reproach. I was very angry. Are you really that incompetent? Even if his parents were at home, his appearance wouldn't be embarrassing for him. Even if family is hidden. Stinky-man. But no matter how unhappy she was, she knew that something was bound to happen tonight. Qin Feng spent 3 or 400,000 a day. The cheap houses are enough for the down payment. With such a high-quality man, you must seize the opportunity. Xiaoting stood up and followed Qin Feng 2 steps, then turned back to look at the table out of habit. After making sure that the cell phone and other things were taken, he found 6 unopened bottles of wine on the table and hurriedly grabbed Qin Feng, saying distressedly, "So you don't want these bottles of wine?" Qin Feng saw her reluctance and smiled. "How about I get you a membership card and keep it with you?" Xiaoting then smiled happily, put her arms around Qin Feng's neck, and looked at him lovingly. Qin Feng understood the desire in her eyes and reviewed the kissing skills with her. He kissed Xiaoting's cheeks until they turned red and she was almost suffocating. Then he let her go. At this moment, the phone vibrated. Qin Feng took a look and saw that it was a message from Shi Fuya. First, a candid photo. The photo shows 3 girls on the stage. One of them is extremely beautiful and has a red circle around her. A mobile phone number was marked. Then there was another text message. The general meaning is that the 2 men and 2 women in booth A06 did not accept Qin Feng's wine, so he did not ask for the girls' numbers. Qin Feng smiled and didn't care too much about the other person's refusal of his wine. If there are boys around, sending them wine would be a bit like slapping them in the face. He really liked Shi Fuya's meticulous way of doing things, and everything was clear at a glance. The 3 girls accepted Qin Feng's wine, and he also received a system prompt. Goddess database update. Name, Tang Yao. Age, 29. Height, 158 centimeters. Weight, 41 kilograms. Charisma, 90. Occupation, voice actor. Features, different voices. Favorability, 0, unfamiliar. Number of romances, 49. Strategy reward, top fighting skills. Amount consumed, 20,000 yuan. This girl has a pretty good skill. She should be able to disguise various voices. For example, lowly voice, mature woman voice, bubble voice, and so on. It's definitely fun to play. It's just that the number of times I fall in love makes me feel a little uncomfortable. And the strategy rewards are not very good. What's the use of top fighting skills in modern society? To fight in a ring? What's the point of knowing how to fight? To make it in life, you need background and influence. Of course, it would be best if you know how to fight, but it doesn't matter if you don't have it. You can always hire a bodyguard. Those 10 cyborgs are much better than any top-level fighter. Even with Xiaoting's super physique, it feels better than being able to fight. As for the other girl in A06, Qin Feng stood up and took a look at her. Her charm was 93, and her number of romances was 96. The number of times is higher than the charm value. Forget it, I won't watch it. It's not that he has misophobia, but Qin Feng always feels weird pursuing a girl who is very likely to be cheated on. Even if it is just for the reward, it is not good to deceive others sincerely. Even if you are a scum, you have to behave like a human being. Xiaoting and Shi Fuya, these 2 girls look much better than those slutty bitches. He sent a text message to Shi Fuya asking her to come over and apply for a membership card. Shi Fuya hurried over obediently. After Qin Feng deposited the wine, he added another 200,000 yuan in front of Xiaoting. This generous gesture made Xiaoting excited, and she hugged him tighter. As a result, Shi Fuya's favorability also increased by 2 points. His attitude towards Qin Feng also became more respectful. It is hard for a woman not to like a man who is rich, powerful, and handsome. Qin Feng took Xiaoting's hand and left the bar under Shi Fuya's flattering gaze. I went out, found a 4-star international hotel, and took a car straight to my destination. The 5-star hotel is too far away, and distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. After entering the hotel, I chose a presidential suite. The original price was 38,000 and the current price is 9,800. Equipped with a dedicated butler, you can enjoy attentive service. Qin Feng's housekeeper was a woman in her 30s. She wore a Chong Sam and had elegant and calm manners. The charm value is over 70. In the elevator, he asked about their well-being, whether they wanted a midnight snack, and if they needed a massage to relax. Then introduce the functions of each floor, such as basketball court, gym, swimming pool, chess, and card room. Qin Feng doesn't care much about these. All he cared about was whether the bed was big. Come to the top floor. Open the door. Let's not talk about the bed in the bedroom. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows alone are eye-catching. Looking through the window, there are not many buildings outside, and the view is unobstructed, so you can take in the charming night view of the river city at a glance. The bright lights and starlight complement each other, depicting a dreamlike scene. The entire suite is extremely spacious, approximately 200 square meters. The layout is 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. The living room is decorated luxuriously and stylishly, and several exaggerated sofas highlight the luxury. There's a large open-air balcony outside with a small swimming pool next to it. The weather in September is the most comfortable time for swimming. The temperature is neither too hot nor too cold, so the two of them can swim while looking at the scenery and enjoying the evening breeze without being disturbed. The scenery is unique, but Qin Feng had no time to appreciate it. After locking the housekeeper out, he couldn't wait to hug Xia Ting and nibble and touch her. The suspender skirt Xia Ting was wearing was very easy to take off. She pushed the straps to the sides, and the clothes on her shoulders instantly slid to the ground. Qin Feng's movements were a little immature and clumsy, but under Xia Ting's careful guidance, he overcame all difficulties. Half an hour later, Qin Feng lit a cigarette. I was not very satisfied with the first performance, but he was too nervous to control it. At this time, Xia Ting was taking a shower in the bathroom. Her blurry figure could be seen through the glass window. Walala! The water from the shower head made a urging sound. Qin Feng relaxed on the bed, put out his cigarette, and followed him in. Hey, what are you doing here? What do you think? Xia Ting exclaimed. She looked a little shy. Afterwards, the two took a bath together in the luxurious bathtub, which took another hour. Chapter 16. You are a married woman. Yulongbei Bar. Tang Yao was still staring at the empty S03 booth in a daze. When a man upstairs ordered 12 bottles of Ace of Spades, she had been paying attention to that man. He looked a little younger than herself, with a look of maturity in his eyes that didn't match his age, and he was very handsome. When surrounded by girls, a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. It's so cute. For a woman like her, who is almost 30 years old, this little wolf dog has a fatal attraction. The most important thing is that he can afford 2 sets of big dragons, which means he is still a small rich man. Tang Yao was so excited that she wanted to rush up and strike up a conversation. She is very confident about her looks, and few boys would reject her. But when I saw that the handsome young man was accompanied by 2 women who were no less beautiful than me, Tang Yao retreated again. As expected, a lot of girls are fighting for good men. She had suffered enough and didn't want to compete with those young and aggressive girls. Just when she was feeling disappointed and thought she had no chance to be with that handsome guy, he sent someone to send her the Ace of Spades and asked for her number separately. She was very happy and felt that the man was impressed by her beauty and fell in love with her at first sight. Under the envious eyes of her 2 companions, Tang Yao directly gave them her number. I imagined how others would speak. I don't know whether I should play the role of the good girl or the caring older sister who understands more about romance. Tang Yao sat in her seat, lost in thought, holding her phone and waiting for it to ring. She also opened WeChat from time to time to see if there were any new friend requests. The 2 little sisters went downstairs to dance and flirt with men. She's still waiting foolishly. During this time, several men came up to her and tried to chat with her, but Tang Yao ignored them all. Just let that handsome guy from S03 see my reserve side. After waiting for a long time, I looked up. Depend on. The person left long ago. Tang Yao was stunned when she looked at the empty booth upstairs. Who would ask for a girl's number and then leave without saying anything? She is very unhappy. Just when she thought she was being teased, the woman who had been sitting in booth S03 came back. Sitting there alone drinking, as if waiting for someone. Tang Yao thought that man would come back, so she waited foolishly. She waited for a long time, and even her friends came over to urge her to eat barbecue. But the handsome boy still didn't come back. She gradually became desperate. After Fuya saw Qin Feng off, she returned to the booth to help warm up the audience. She saw the girl downstairs constantly looking at her. I feel very strange. I'm watching the scene. What are you looking at? At this time, in the presidential suite, Qin Feng was lying in bed holding the naked Xia Ting, totally unaware that someone was still thinking about him. Smell the fragrance of the girl's hair beside me and gently stroke her smooth skin. Their bodies were pressed tightly together. Aishmet. Xiating's eyes were full of affection, and her shy look was filled with desire. Qin Feng couldn't help but get excited. The two of them struggled again. Sage moment. The two chatted about their past days on campus. Listened to Xia Ting talk about her life after graduation. She said her mother forced her to go on blind dates, and those men were all weird and wanted to pay for their meals as well. Afraid to spend money on her. He is not as generous as his brother and treats her so well. Her brother is the best boy she has ever met in her life. There was a scent of tea in her words. Qin Feng was completely bewildered. Men love to hear this. But she fell asleep while she was talking, probably because she was too tired today. Qin Feng was not satisfied with what he heard. He closed his eyes and lay there for a while, without any sign of sleepiness. So he gently pulled his arm out from under Xia Ting's neck. A man came to the balcony and sat in a rocking chair. There was a fruit plate, snacks, and drinks on the coffee table next to him. It's late at night, and everyone is asleep. The evening breeze is cool. He pulled his cell phone out of his bathrobe pocket. I took out the photo album and looked at the glorious moments in the bar tonight. He took a photo with a group of bunny girls. In the photo, the beautified girls gathered next to Qin Feng with bright smiles on their faces. Qin Feng smiled faintly among the group of girls, a smile that only a calm and noble person would have. Qin Feng picked out 2 photos and posted them on his moments along with photos of the night view he took in the hotel room at night. With the sentence, "From a boy to a man, the pressure is huge, I don't know if I can bear it." He has no relatives or elders on WeChat, just some classmates and friends, so he doesn't care what he posts. This post on WeChat Moments doesn't have any special meaning. It's just to commemorate his lost virginity. After sending it, Qin Feng shook his head and laughed at his own childishness. From now on, you're no longer a boy. You have to be dignified when encountering things and don't make a fuss. Qin Feng despised himself, opened WeChat, and wanted to talk to Shifuya about her relationship. The biochemical bodyguard was so attractive that even though Shifuya looked difficult to deal with, he still wanted to give it a try. He sent a greeting asking, "Are you still busy?" The other party replied quickly too. "It's almost over, not very busy." Qin Feng, "It's really hard, working until so late every day." Shifuya, "You have to eat, just get used to it." Shifuya, "Boss Qin isn't with his girlfriend? How come he has time to message me?" Qin Feng turned around and glanced at Xia Ting, who was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. I wanted to reply that she fell asleep. Suddenly reacted. If I were the girl on the other side and heard this kind of scumbag's remarks, I would probably block myself directly. He was vague. "I'm outside alone in the breeze." Shifuya smiled slightly, mistakenly thinking that Qin Feng wanted to ask her out to play. She was also very experienced in dealing with this kind of untouchable guests and typed, "Where are you then? I'll ask some pretty girls to accompany you." Qin Feng is completely exhausted today. If he calls for a woman again, he is afraid that he will die of exhaustion. Besides, it was impossible for him to leave Xia Ting alone in the hotel and sneak out to play by himself. Xia Ting drank and slept very soundly. What if he came back and found that her number of relationships had become 6 and asked her what happened, and she still looked confused? Qin Feng would not be able to bear it. He declined. "No, I just want to chat with you." Shifuya teased in a voice message. "Brother is chatting with me secretly. If your girlfriend sees it, she won't be angry, right?" Another girl with a hint of tea. Qin Feng smiled. It seemed like the beautiful woman was born with the art of tea making. He thought of the novel he had read before and answered in a scumbag way. "No, she is very well behaved. Only scumbags are qualified to be paired with green tea." Shifuya smiled and hinted, "But I am not obedient. If my husband dares to cheat, I will send him to the palace." Qin Feng was shocked and asked, "You have a husband?" Seeing that he kept sending text messages, Shifuya had no choice but to use text messages with him. "Yes, I'm 28 years old during the Chinese New Year. Isn't it normal to have a husband?" Qin Feng felt a chill in his heart. He just wants to be a scumbag, not a scumbag who destroys other people's marriages. If she had a husband, she wouldn't be able to do it herself. Only someone like Chow Chow would be excited when seeing someone's married woman. He thought of Shifuya's reward for conquering the game, 10 loyal super strong men, who just left him like that, and he felt so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. I don't want to say a word more. Seeing that he was scared away by her, Shifuya smiled faintly. Although her bar business would be affected if such big customers did not come to support her in the future, she did not want to be targeted by such dignitaries. These rich and inhumane people, they abandon their lovers and do whatever they want relying on their wealth. She didn't want to be a plaything for these people. And it's true that she had a husband, but he's been dead for almost 4 years. Chapter 17. Do you still remember your dreams when you were young? Qin Feng stared at the starry sky in a daze. Didn't think much. He is a man of principles. Don't mess with a married woman. He comforted himself that the cyborg was nothing big. As long as you are willing to spend money, bodyguards are a great option. Sure, Fuya's strategy rewards are not the best. Maybe the next girl's strategy reward will be better. For example, being indestructible, immortal, able to call the wind and rain, and being able to move mountains and fill the sea. If it really exists, wouldn't it be great? We're just a few cyborgs. After Qin Feng finished his ideological work, he positioned Sure Fuya as an ordinary friend in his mind. Send messages to chat casually. Does your husband mind you working in a bar? Sure Fuya frowned. I thought he was still unwilling to give up, so I added some explosive material. Our daughter is already 5.5 years old. Why should we mind? Well, even a daughter. There is absolutely no hope. Sure Fuya's profile shows that she has only had intimate relations with 2 people. This shows that she is very loyal to her husband. Plus, she is so cute, so they must be very loving. Husband and wife work together to raise children and build a warm home. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. How happy. This was once Qin Feng's dream. But now he is no longer so naive. Even if it's for the system strategy rewards, you have to be a scumbag. He won't give up the forest for a tree. Not bad. Sure Fuya replied to the message nonchalantly. The smile turned bitter. There are always a lot of gossips about a widow, and with a burden to bear, you can imagine how hard her life has been in recent years. Fortunately, her husband was doing well during his lifetime, and many bigwigs in the underworld were friends with her husband. This bar is opened by her husband's brother. Her husband's brother admired her abilities and asked her to manage the bar. But as time passed, her husband's death was gradually forgotten by people. Her husband's brother, who is also the owner of the bar, gradually developed improper thoughts about Sure Fuya. He has been hinting that he wants to support her. From the verbal teasing in the beginning to the physical contact recently, he took advantage of her in various ways and kept hinting at her to sleep with him. Sure Fuya has a strong sense of self-esteem and doesn't want to be the mistress of this married man. But for the sake of her children, she had to keep her job, so she endured the boss's teasing and did not lose her temper. To outsiders, this kind of attitude means that the couple is having an affair with the boss. Sure Fuya did not explain. She stared at the word happiness that Qin Feng said in a daze. Are you happy? At such a young age, she has to bear all these things. She has no chance of happiness. The cold words could not reveal any emotions. Seeing that she didn't want to talk, Qin Feng just said a few words. I said I would go to your bar and treat you to a drink when I have time. Sure Fuya replied, waiting for Mr. Qin's arrival. Qin Feng closed the dialogue box with her. At the same time, I received a message from another girl. Looking at the red circle in the upper right corner of the girl's avatar in WeChat, he smiled. Her name is Jiang Manhwa. Usually, Qin Feng would take the initiative to contact her, and it was not often that she took the initiative to contact Qin Feng like she did today. Open a chat window. The last conversation between the two was 6 days ago, and she explained. I was too busy working overtime last night and didn't see the message. Here is the current news. Qin Feng, you went to the bar. Qin Feng took out her photo and scanned it. Charm value, 82. Number of romances, 21. When he saw 21, Qin Feng's mood fluctuated. He has spent all his salary over the years on this woman, but she never lets him hug or kiss her, saying that she wants to save it for the wedding day. I thought she was as pure as me, but I didn't expect that she had undressed for so many people. After 3 years of hard work, in the end it wasn't even my turn. Qin Feng cried because of his own stupidity. A bootlicker ends up with nothing. How could you go to bar? Didn't we agree to work hard together to save money to buy a house? Are you worthy of me? See the question sent by Jiang Manhwa. Qin Feng's blood pressure suddenly rose. 1,000 horses were galloping through my heart. He didn't expect this woman to accuse him. You almost had sex with another man in the car, and you still have the nerve to say that you were sorry to her? I still thought I was the one who was taken advantage of before. Qin Feng took a deep breath. Try to calm yourself down. It's not worth getting angry at a woman like this. He replied indifferently. I'm not your boyfriend. How can I be sorry for you? Jiang Manhwa. It's enough for us to know our relationship in our hearts. Do we have to make it clear? Jiang Manhwa. You're not going to force me to agree to be your girlfriend by going to a bar, are you? Jiang Manhwa. Are you childish? Jiang Manhwa. You still talk about becoming a man in the circle of friends. How disgusting. You disappoint me so much. Good, good, good. That's how you play it, right? Chin Feng was so angry that he turned into a Zon pianist and started to argue directly. Girl, wake up. Why don't you look in the mirror and see how to write the word disgusting? I find it dirty to scold you. People like you are not even worthy of being looked down upon by garbage collectors. I was blind before, but now my eyes are fine. Please don't harass me anymore. Thank you. In order to make her even more unhappy, Chin Feng added another sentence. Oh, I forgot to tell you that I won 90 million yesterday, but it's a pity that you are not eligible to spend it. Jiang Manxue was stunned by the scolding and held her phone, not knowing how to reply. She absolutely didn't believe that a loser like Chin Feng would win the prize. These days, lottery companies are only concerned with making money. So how is it possible for an outsider to win a prize? Seeing him scolding her like that, Jiang Manxue was so angry that she wanted to block him. There's so many fish in her fish pond that one more or one less won't make any difference. But on second thought, it would be a pity to just throw it away like this. Among so many fish, Chin Feng is the dumbest. At least 3,000 to 4,000 yuan worth of gifts will be given every month. And seeing how well-dressed he was in the bar, who knows, maybe he really made a fortune. Jiang Manxue suppressed her anger and typed. What's wrong with you? Are you upset? Chin Feng said sarcastically. No, I just suddenly became rich, but I can't share it with you, so I'm a little sad. Jiang Manxue, can you please talk properly? We were fine before. Chin Feng, you also said it was before. Now you are you, and I am me. There is no relationship. Jiang Manxue was shocked to hear him speak so decisively and asked hurriedly, Are you in love with another woman? Chin Feng, it has nothing to do with you. I'm going to sleep. Goodbye. Jiang Manxue, come back and explain clearly. Who is that woman? Apart from the intervention of a third party, Jiang Manxue couldn't think of why Chin Feng suddenly changed his attitude. She has been very satisfied with Chin Feng's performance in recent years. He does whatever he is told to do and is as obedient as a dog. Even in the middle of the night in winter, if she wanted to eat some spicy hot pot, Chin Feng would get out of bed and bring it to her. Whenever he lost his temper, Chin Feng would immediately give in and coax him with a humble smile. If he didn't make less money, Jiang Manxue would have wanted to give him the title of boyfriend. But now he suddenly said that they had nothing to do with each other, and Jiang Manxue felt extremely upset. It's like the fish that you have worked so hard to raise for 2 or 3 years inexplicably slipped into another woman's fish pond. She wanted to catch Chin Feng back and kept sending messages. Are you worthy of me? I have been dating you for so many years, and you want to break up with me because of another woman? I wear the necklace you gave me every day. Others laugh at my ugliness because of this $8,000 necklace, but I still wear it because it was given by you and I can feel you by my side. But what have you become now? Have you forgotten your previous vows? Chapter 18. Thank you for helping me grow. Chun Feng, I'm sorry. Jiang Manxue calmed down a little when she saw him apologize. I guess he might have spent a lot of money at the bar tonight and was in a bad mood. She was about to forgive him for his offense, but she didn't expect him to send her another message. After letting you go, I discovered the beauty of the world. Thank you for helping me grow. Jiang Manxue didn't understand and sent a message to inquire. But I saw an infuriating exclamation mark in front of my text. That lick dog deleted her. Jiang Manxue was so angry that her liver ached. She also put Chin Feng on a blacklist and swore that she would not let him go even if the man begged her on his knees. Jiang Manxue firmly believed it. A man like Chin Feng who has no car or house will probably be dumped by a woman soon, and then she will definitely come back to beg him. By then, if he doesn't buy her an Apple phone, Jiang Manxue will never forgive that bootlicker. Chin Feng stood up from the lounge chair on the balcony and glanced at the time. I realized it was almost 2 o'clock. I remember that I still have to buy a car for Xiating tomorrow. So I quickly went into the house to sleep. He carefully turned his phone to silent mode. He lay down carefully next to Xiating, afraid of disturbing the sleeping beauty beside me. But Xiating still woke up. She felt someone coming while she was half asleep and half awake. She opened her eyes with difficulty and confirmed that it was Chin Feng who wanted to buy her a sports car in her dream. It wrapped around me like an octopus. She rubbed her nose against his face and smelled a faint scent of tobacco. He muttered, "Smoke less, it's bad for your health." I have to admit that her unconscious concern is more lethal than any words. Chin Feng responded softly, looking at her well-behaved appearance, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. At this moment, the moonlight shines through the glass, gently falling on the girl's profile, adding a hazy color to her already beautiful face. making her look like a natural fairy. Qin Feng couldn't help but kiss her on the face, which earned him a delicate moan in his dream. He lay down peacefully and fell into a deep sleep. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Xiaoting woke up very early. She looked at the time and found it was still early. She wanted to close her eyes and continue sleeping, but she couldn't fall asleep. All I could think about was the Porsche 911. I finally made it to 8 o'clock. She used the end of her hair to tease Qin Feng, trying to wake him up, but the effect was not ideal. I pushed it with my hands, but there was no response. This man sleeps like a pig and can't be woken up. Xiaoting didn't dare to wake him up loudly, for fear that he would be in a bad mood and unhappy, which would ruin today's plans. She wanted to wake him up in a gentle way. Suddenly, an idea came to my mind. There was a glimmer of shyness in her eyes. Qin Feng felt someone calling him and woke up from his dream. He did a lot of exhaustion exercises last night and didn't want to get up so early. But Xiaoting seemed a little anxious and insisted on him getting up. After a few minutes, she ran to wash her face and brush her teeth. Qin Feng lay on the bed like an old monk in meditation, not moving. After feeling refreshed, they both dressed neatly. Xiaoting is wearing a long black tube top dress today. The black tone makes her skin look cold and white, and the neckline is very open, revealing her charming collarbone. The clothes have some lace outlines, and the waist-hugging style highlights her figure perfectly. The side slits are very high, and the beautiful legs are faintly visible when walking. Paired with cool high heels, it has the royal sister style. I bought this set yesterday as well. The more Qin Feng looked at her, the more beautiful she felt. This dress is so beautiful, just like those daughters of famous families on TV. I'm going to the 4S store today, so of course I have to dress a little more decently. Xiaoting twisted and turned in front of the floor-length mirror and spoke. No need to make such a big deal. It's just buying a car. No big deal. Qin Feng walked forward and put his arms around her waist. A pair of smart shirt and trousers appeared in the mirror. He and Xiaoting looked very well matched when standing together. From the way he spoke, Xiaoting thought buying a car worth several million was as casual as buying groceries. She didn't think he was bragging at all. The 400,000 or 500,000 there last night was very convincing. Xiaoting naturally helped him straighten his collar. Okay, I'll put on some makeup and it will be done soon. It will be quick. Seeing that Xiaoting was still putting on makeup, Qin Feng decisively took out his cell phone and opened King of Glory. When a girl says, very quickly, right away, it means you have to wait at least half an hour. As expected, he lost 2 rounds of pesticides before Xiaoting finished. But to be honest, Xiaoting looks dazzling after putting on makeup. The thin bangs are slightly curled, revealing her pretty eyebrows and eyes. It shows the freshness and sweetness of Girl Next Door, and also has a sexy and charming temperament. The pink lips were slightly pursed, which made people feel excited. Looking at the glamorous Xiaoting, Qin Feng had nothing to complain about. Everything was ready, and the two of them went out and got off the elevator. As soon as I arrived on the first floor, the housekeeper came to greet me. After completing the checkout procedures, she still kindly asked if I needed a car to take me there. Qin Feng nodded. She immediately called a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle. When the housekeeper heard that Qin Feng's address was the Porsche 4S store, her eyes lit up. I was wondering why these two people didn't drive over here. It turns out the car is in a 4S store, probably for maintenance or repair. It is still necessary to build good relationships with such rich people. The housekeeper hurried to the counter, took out her business card and handed it over. Tell Qin Feng that he will be available to serve him if he needs anything in the future. Qin Feng was quite satisfied with her service, so he added her WeChat. The two drove to the door of Porsche 4S store. As soon as we got off the car, a beautiful salesperson came to greet us. The service was very enthusiastic, and the smiles were like the arrival of a father. Sir and madam, are you here to look at the car or test drive it? Qin Feng took a look at her. She was quite pretty, with a good figure, delicate makeup, and was very tall. When she wore high heels, she was about the same height as him. He glanced at the more than 40 million in the system and replied with great momentum. Look at the car. The beautiful saleswoman smiled and said, Okay, do you have an appointment? Qin Feng asked in doubt. You are not allowed to watch it without an appointment. The beautiful saleswoman waved her hands repeatedly and said, No. I mean, if you don't have an appointment for sales, can I introduce you to one? So that's how it is. Qin Feng thought that this kind of luxury car shop liked to act like a big shot and would not allow people to buy cars without a reservation. He scanned the sales information using the system. Name, Peng Jinyan. Age, 26. Charisma, 81. Number of romances, 7. Not bad, pretty standard. The fact that a salesperson selling Porsche has such self-awareness shows that she is not the kind of girl who does things indiscriminately. Okay, you take us to scene 911, Qin Feng said lightly. Okay, please follow me. Peng Jinyan smiled and stretched out her hand to guide. You can tell whether a person has confidence from the way he speaks. Like the handsome guy in front of you, he speaks calmly and confidently, and the woman next to him is beautiful and generous. The possibility of buying a car with such a combination is still very high. Peng Jinyan couldn't help but smile more enthusiastically. She sells luxury cars, and although she looks glamorous on the surface, she is actually having a hard time. The manager of their store is absolutely disgusting. All salespeople have to hand in 100 yuan of incentive money every day when they go to work. Whoever can open the order can take it all. It is truly paid work. She hasn't opened yet this week. So I treated Qin Feng with special care and dedication. Chapter 19, this car must be fun to drive. Qin Feng and Xia Ting followed the salesperson into the Porsche 4S store. As soon as they entered the door, they saw 3 good-looking female saleswomen bowing and smiling at them. Qin Feng also nodded to them politely. Legend has it that for every Porsche sold, there will be one less female salesperson, but it is not known whether this is true or not. When Xia Ting saw Qin Feng staring at the group of salesmen with lustful eyes, she snorted lightly to indicate that she was still there. Qin Feng quickly smiled and coaxed her a few words. Explained that I was curious why they were all women. Xia Ting glared at him and said nothing more. Now is the critical moment, and she doesn't want to quarrel with Qin Feng over such a small matter. Besides, it's just a look, nothing serious. Don't be too stingy. The 3 of them came to the hall and saw 3 cars parked at the booth. One is the famous Cayenne, one is the Panamera, and the last one is the Porsche 911 Carrera. Xia Ting saw her beloved sports car so close to her, and she stared at it with her big eyes without blinking. This is the car she dreams of buying. She excitedly grasped Qin Feng's arm tightly, using both hands so hard that her fingers began to turn white, and her manicure even dug into Qin Feng's flesh. Hiss! Qin Feng took a breath of cold air in pain. I thought this girl must have done it on purpose. I just looked at another woman, and she was so cruel. This girl is really narrow-minded. Xia Ting realized that she had lost her composure, and she rubbed Qin Feng's arm and said pitifully, I'm sorry, brother, does it hurt? Although Qin Feng felt pain, he still showed a steady smile on his face and pretended to be indifferent. It's okay, it's okay. In fact, he was screaming in pain. I secretly thought of finding an opportunity to persuade Xia Ting to cut her nails. If it's too long, you will suffer. You sit in and take a look. Qin Feng reluctantly stepped forward and opened the car door. As soon as the car door opened, Xia Ting was deeply attracted by the interior and immediately didn't care whether Qin Feng's hand still hurt or not. Just sat down in it. Touch here and look there. Feel the taste of money. Seeing her so excited, Qin Feng asked with a smile, Do you like it? Xia Ting closed her drooling mouth and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Qin Feng walked to the other side, leaned on the car window, raised his eyebrows, and said, So you're sure it's this one? You don't consider other cars? Xia Ting said happily, This is it. As a professional salesperson, Peng Jinyan saw that they had such a strong desire to buy a car, so she immediately stepped forward and introduced it diligently. This 911 is the most classic sports car in the world, with a smooth and elegant appearance and a simple and elegant interior. It uses a 3.0T engine with a maximum horsepower of 385, and the interior is decorated with luxurious leather seats. Qin Feng opened the passenger seat and sat in the middle of the salesperson's explanation. What catches the eye is the brown-red interior, which looks a bit flashy. It has the luxury feel of a $1,000,000 luxury car. There is a faint scent of aromatherapy in the fresh air, which smells very stylish. There is a huge Porsche logo on the steering wheel, which can keep people in a good mood at all times, whether they're taking photos to show off or admiring it by themselves. The leather material wrapped around it is very soft and has an impeccable texture. The space in the front row is very spacious, and a person of 1.78 meters tall can sit in it with his legs stretched out. But the downside is that there seems to be no room for people in the back row. After all, a two-door car may not be designed to accommodate 4 people. It is worth mentioning that the middle gear handle of this car is designed to be very small and very forward, which is very convenient for 2 people to move around. Qin Feng sat in the passenger seat and effortlessly buried his head in Xia Ting's arms. He winked at her meaningfully and then nodded towards her thigh. Xia Ting understood the secret code, pushed Qin Feng's head away, and said coquettishly, "Hate it." Qin Feng laughed and said teasingly, "I didn't say anything. What do you hate?" The area behind Xia Ting's ears turned slightly red, and she stared at Qin Feng, too embarrassed to speak. Qin Feng pretended to teach her a lesson. "Little girl, don't think about unhealthy things all day long." Xia Ting couldn't bear it anymore, so she hit him lightly, then held his hand and said coquettishly, "Stop it. Husband, are you really going to buy me this car?" This call of husband is even more seductive than the one last night. Qin Feng's bones softened when he heard this. He smiled dotingly and said, "As long as you like it, I will buy it for you." Xia Ting screamed excitedly, "Hubby, I love you." Xia Ting's favorability +5. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Modern girls have no resistance at all when it comes to buying things. School beauties are no exception. Plus the 5 points earned from 5 hard efforts last night. Currently, Xia Ting's favorability has reached 72, intimacy. Only 8 points away from 80 points, admiration. When I think about how hard I worked last night, diligently and conscientiously, without complaint, Qin Feng couldn't help rubbing his waist and sighed that he couldn't bear it. Others can have sex 7 times a night, but he can't do it after 5 times. It seems that I have to get this super strong physique quickly. Peng Jinyan, who was standing nearby, heard the disgusting conversation in the car, and the corners of her mouth twitched. You have to know that this car costs at least 1 million yuan, and this man actually said he wanted to buy it for a girl. This woman looked nothing special except that she was pretty. She looked like she had never seen the world and was like a naive person. To spend so much money on a vase, this man must have been drugged. Peng Jinyan felt as if she was force-fed 10 kilograms of lemons, and she felt so sour that she wanted to cry. She couldn't help but roar in her heart. Why does this kind of drama, where a domineering president falls in love with me, always happen to other people? Beauty, is this car available? Qin Feng saw that the salesperson was distracted and waved his hand to signal him. Yes, sir. Peng Jinyan came back to her senses and said quickly, "How much does this car cost?" Qin Feng asked casually. Seeing that he seemed to be interested in ordering a car, Peng Jinyan quickly threw away the messy thoughts in her mind and focused on explaining. The bare car price of this Carrera you are interested in is 1.37 million. Including purchase tax, insurance, license plate fees, etc., the total price is about 1.6 million. She paused and continued, "What's your name, sir? If you're satisfied, we can go to the reception room inside to discuss the price." "My name is Qin Feng." Qin Feng turned to look at Xia Ting and asked symbolically, "Are you sure it's this? Then I'll pay." Xia Ting nodded without hesitation. Looking at the 911 that will soon belong to her, stars sparkled in her eyes. At this time, even if Qin Feng made strange requests to her, she would do it. But Qin Feng doesn't have any bad intentions at all now. He handed the card to the salesperson and said calmly, "Then pay by credit card. I won't bargain for the price. Please arrange for me any gas cards or maintenance gifts that you can give me within your authority." Peng Jinyan took the bank card with both hands, looking surprised. She had never seen anyone come in for 3 minutes and then pay money without even drinking tea. Looking at Qin Feng's calm demeanor, there was a hint of hope in her eyes. "No problem, Mr. Qin. Would you like to add some extra features, such as an electric sunroof, surround sound, etc.?" Chapter 20 Husband, I want it. Qin Feng lowered his head and thought for a while. "I'm spending quite a bit less on Xia Ting right now. So far, only 430,000 has been spent. The rule of the system is that cash back will be given when the favorability reaches 80. At the current rate of development, it shouldn't take long to achieve the goal." He confirmed with the system whether the cashback could only be given once. System reply: "When the goddess develops admiration for the host, all the expenses on her can be returned at once. After the favorability exceeds 80, the invested funds cannot be returned. In simple terms, you won't get any money after you exceed 80. He didn't quite understand how the system worked before, and his capital wasn't strong enough, so he was a little stingy. Now that victory is in sight, if we don't go all in now, when will we go all in?" Qin Feng waved his hand and said domineeringly, "Add more features. Add them all to me. I want the top features. Luxury car options come and go a lot. If you really want to fill it up, you'll have to add hundreds of thousands more." Peng Jinyan has no resistance to this kind of man who spends money without blinking an eye and dotes on his girlfriend. Her heartbeat quickened and her cheeks flushed. If she hadn't been concerned about Xia Ting being there, She really wanted to take the initiative to get close to him. If such a tall, rich, and handsome man was her boyfriend, she would laugh in her dreams. No, I think it's fine this way. At this time, Xia Ting interrupted Peng Jinyan's fantasy and said hesitantly, "No one can tell it's there. It's fine as long as it has a Porsche logo. No need to waste money." It's not that she doesn't want the extra features, but if she wants to customize them, she'll have to wait for several months. Xia Ting didn't want to wait any longer and wanted to have a car to drive first. Qin Feng thought she was saving money for him and said generously, "As long as the money is spent on you, it's not wasted." Xia Ting hugged Qin Feng's neck and said coquettishly, "It's okay. I'll save you some money. Besides, it's so troublesome to choose. I have difficulty making choices." When Peng Jinyan saw Xia Ting looking distressed for her brother, a hint of contempt flashed in her eyes. I secretly cursed her as a green tea bitch, saying she was just pretending. But he smiled and advised, "Miss, many of our customers buy 911s that are customized. From a body color to the wheel selection to the interior components and comfort configuration, everything inside and out can be assembled according to your preferences. You can own a unique sports car." Qin Feng also agreed. "Yes, adding some configurations will make it look different. You are a girl. Driving a black car like this is so dark. It will look better if it is brighter." Xia Ting's hands were tangled together, and she looked a little embarrassed. Qin Feng was right. Black was indeed a bit dark. Moreover, there was an opportunity to add more accessories, but he was stupid enough not to take them, which made him seem petty. But she really didn't want to wait that long, so she looked up and asked the salesperson, "Do you have any top-of-the-line cars in stock?" Peng Jinyan thought for a moment and said, "I remember a female customer customized a convertible turbos with luxurious configuration. Later, her company ran into problems and ran out of funds, so she defaulted and the deal was not completed. The car has been kept in our shop. I can take you to have a look, but you can't open the door without the key and you can't see the interior. This car has been parked in their store for several months and has not been sold. Because the car was a bright red female model and the added items were also very luxurious, the price was a bit expensive." Qin Feng didn't have much idea about cars, and there was no harm in taking a look, so he said, "Then go and take a look." Peng Jinyan excitedly led the way, twisting her sexy hips, while introducing the car's information to Qin Feng. This car has gray carbon fiber wheels, adaptive sports leather seats with ventilation and heating, welcome ambient lights on the doors, matrix headlights on the front, a Racetex GT Sports steering wheel with heating, a Sport Chrono chassis with full image parking assistance system, and Berlin high-end surround sound. Qin Feng didn't understand, but he thought it was amazing. Several people came to the indoor parking lot, where a car covered with a car cover was parked quietly. Like a rose that has not yet had time to bloom, it is inconspicuous. Wait for the staff to come forward wearing gloves and lift the car cover. In an instant, a shiny red sports car appeared in front of everyone. Its body lines are smooth and dynamic, and every detail reflects exquisite craftsmanship and excellent quality. The color combination of red outside and black inside gives people a feeling of being gorgeous and passionate on the outside, but restrained and dignified on the inside. Especially the bright red luster on the car body makes it look extremely gorgeous. Paired with the black soft top convertible velvet, it looks like a princess wearing a black hat. Just first glance, Xia Ting fell deeply in love with this car. Suddenly, I felt that the previous one was not so good. She reached out her hand cautiously, wanting to touch the car. Peng Jinyan quickly spoke up to stop him. "I'm sorry, miss. According to the regulations, you can't touch this car casually." She said sorry, but her expression didn't show much apology, and there was even a hint of disdain in her smile. She knew that Qin Feng was the one who paid the money. This woman has no say. If Qin Feng reached out to touch it, she would never warn him, and if necessary, she would even ask for the key to let him enter the car to experience it. The seats inside are covered with protective film, so it's okay to sit on them. But obviously Xia Ting is not qualified. In Peng Jinyan's eyes, Xia Ting was just relying on her beauty and luck to hook such a rich man, and she was not worth her attention. "I just touched it. It's nothing," Xia Ting said unhappily. "I'm really sorry. This is a new car and you can only view it from a distance. I guess you don't want someone else's fingerprints on the car you bought," Peng Jinyan said with a smile. "What he said sounds fine, but I always feel uncomfortable." Xia Ting frowned, said nothing, reluctantly retracted her hand, and then looked at Qin Feng eagerly. Just by looking at the shape of this convertible, you can tell that it is much more expensive than the previous one that cost 1.3 million. She was too embarrassed to say that she wanted to buy this car, and she just hoped that Qin Feng could understand her feelings through his eyes. How much is this one? Qin Feng asked tactfully. The price we agreed with the customer for this car was 3.2 million, Peng Jinyan said with a smile after looking at the list. When Xia Ting heard the sales quotation of 3.2 million, she was secretly shocked. I secretly glanced at Qin Feng's face and found that he looked hesitant and seemed to be in an awkward situation. Xia Ting guessed that the car might be beyond his budget. Indeed, compared to the previous one, this car is twice as expensive. Everyone has difficulties, it's normal. But she really likes this car. The moment it was opened, she had the illusion that she was the car. We are also obscured by the filth of the world and cannot find anyone who knows how to appreciate us. We can only stay alone in the corner and admire ourselves. She was really tempted and wanted to go up and drive it away. But Qin Feng's silence made her feel uneasy and uncertain. Qin Feng touched his chin and clicked his tongue. He also thought the car had a beautiful appearance, but he was not very satisfied with the price. Just over 3 million. Who are you looking down on? You should know that among the rich people, every one of them owns a Lamborghini Veneno. This $3 million car can't even raise its head in front of them. Xiating's stock price is doing so well right now. It would be a shame not to invest more and buy a luxury car worth tens of thousands. Stupid Porsche, don't you have any cars worth tens of millions that I could spend money on? Brother, can I buy this one? Xiating gritted her teeth and pleaded. I still have more than 300,000 yuan saved here. Can you tell me how much I still need? At worst, I can borrow some more money. Chapter 21, There are no shortcuts in life. When Qin Feng heard Xiating say she wanted a loan, he immediately laughed. This shows how little confidence he has. I'm just worried that the money isn't spent properly and the cashback is too little. It's not like I can't afford it. He smiled and gently scratched Xiating's nose and was about to agree to buy her a car. But when he saw her eyes full of desire, his heart moved. The fact that she was willing to use all her savings to buy this convertible shows that she likes this car very much, even willing to take out a loan to buy it. In that case, I could just act like a bank and lend her money. If he hired her to take care of his daily life, it would be 20,000 yuan a month, which would be only 240,000 yuan a year. In this way, wouldn't I be able to keep her for free for 10 years? When Qin Feng thought about their future life together, the smile on his face became even brighter. There are two small problems here, though. First, I don't know whether borrowing money is considered consumption. Second, if she can't bear it anymore and sells the car to get the money back to herself, will the system judge that she has cheated? Qin Feng was very timid. After some thought, he decided not to take the risk. Anyway, there's plenty of money, and there's no need to exploit the school bell like this. After all, we are all classmates. Just take advantage of any small advantage. He thought of a compromise and said, I want 5 obedient cards from you. Xiating didn't react for a moment and asked blankly, What obedient card? I promise to buy you this car. In exchange, you write 5 obedient cards to me. Qin Feng lifted Xiating's chin and said with a naughty smile, Every time I use the obedience card, you must obey my instructions completely. Do you understand me? Xiating was stunned, and her head was instantly filled with filth. I guess this stinky man may have watched too many porn movies and wanted to try something special. Her cheeks flushed, she glared at Qin Feng shyly and snorted softly. That's too much. I don't like that. Qin Feng said innocently, Baby, what are you thinking about? I mean things related to life, such as washing clothes and cooking for a week, etc. After saying that, Qin Feng deliberately widened his eyes. You are not thinking about that, are you? Xiating suddenly became angry and raised her little fist to hit Qin Feng's shoulder, but found that the damage was not great and the opponent was not hurt at all. She was so angry that she ignored her ladylike image and opened her mouth to bite Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng quickly begged for mercy with a laugh. The way they play and joke around is particularly heartwarming. Peng Jinyan felt extremely uncomfortable watching this. I think some women are so lucky that they can drive a turbos just by doing housework for a month. But I have to look at my supervisor's face at work every day and be servile and flattering to customers with a smile on my face. Like today, when I meet someone else's Prince Charming, I even force myself to eat dog food. She was mentally broken. All sorts of thoughts came to my mind, and they turned out to be all crooked and evil. She kind of wants to take a shortcut in life, especially after seeing Qin Feng holding Xiating in his arms with that gentle look in his eyes. She secretly made up her mind. For such a good man, you should fight for him. Stealing a boyfriend isn't illegal. These two people don't look like they're married at all, and couples don't do anything as interesting as using obedient cards. Peng Jinyan calmed down and said to the two of them with a smile, "Excuse me, Mr. Qin, are you sure you want to buy this car?" Qin Feng was busy taking advantage of Xia Ting, so he freed up one hand and waved it at her, saying, "The card is with you. Just swipe it. Then please come with me to sign the contract. I can give you some special discounts," Peng Jinyan hinted. She wanted to take Qin Feng to the office alone to have a good chat and see if Qin Feng was interested in her. She is still confident about her appearance, with a slim waist, long legs, and a great butt. "I also practiced the splits when I was a model. As long as she has the chance, she can also write an obedience card to Qin Feng and do anything." Qin Feng didn't hear her hidden meaning. He had no interest in girls with scores below 90 and no strategy rewards. He wanted to get down to business, so he stopped Xia Ting's nonsense, took her hand, and signaled to Peng Jinyan. "Then let's go." Peng Jinyan smiled and said, "As long as the buyer comes to sign, I will apply for a car key for this lady and let her experience the details of the car." Xia Ting was somewhat tempted, but since she was about to buy a car, she was not in a rush. Moreover, when she saw the saleswoman's smile, full of love, she was worried about Qin Feng going with her alone. "No need, I'll go with you guys." Qin Feng pointed at Xia Ting and asked Peng Jinyan curiously, "She's the owner of the car, doesn't she have to sign?" Peng Jinyan was slightly surprised. "Do you mean to register the car under her name?" She thought the car was only bought for girls to drive. "You must know that once the vehicle is registered, the ownership of the car belongs to the woman, which is legally effective. Who would spend more than $3 million to buy a car to pick up a girl?" Looking at this man's nonchalant attitude, it seems as if the money is just a drop in the bucket. Peng Jinyan's gaze towards Qin Feng became crazy. "Yes, I originally wanted to transfer money to her so that she could buy it herself, but transferring large amounts is too troublesome, and I was afraid she couldn't wait." Qin Feng smiled dotingly at Xia Ting. Xia Ting suppressed her inner joy and gave Qin Feng a seductive look. "I can't wait." Qin Feng showed a wicked smile. "Then why were you so anxious to urge me this morning?" "You're so annoying." Xia Ting reached out to strangle him. Peng Jinyan was not interested in what happened between the two in the morning. Seeing that he didn't want to be alone with her, she couldn't help feeling a little depressed. "Well, please follow me. I will take you through the formalities." The three of them returned to the store's reception room. Peng Jinyan asked someone to bring tea, and then brought the car purchase contract and POS machine. After introducing the benefits of free lifetime maintenance, exquisite gifts, 20,000 yuan fuel cards, and so on, Qin Feng paid the bill happily. When the transfer is successful, all formalities completed, Xia Ting still felt a bit dreamy and held the pen tightly in her hand, refusing to return it. "I was afraid that if I let go, the car would run away." She never imagined that her first car would be a 911, and it is a top-of-the-line version of the 911 that is completely his own. When she walked out of the reception room in a daze, the salesmen in the store were already standing on both sides, bending down and saying with a smile, "Congratulations on becoming a distinguished Porsche owner. May the Black Horse Golden Shield protect your noble life." Then the sales manager took the lead in applauding, and the group celebrated enthusiastically. Xia Ting was completely stunned and at a loss as to what to do. When the salesperson who was always staring at her man like a fangirl lowered his head in front of her and handed her the keys with both hands, Xia Ting finally came back to her senses. She took the key with trembling hands, feeling everyone's envious eyes, and felt extremely happy. But she did not forget that all this was given to her by Qin Feng. She couldn't help but turn around and hug Qin Feng, put her face on his chest, and asked expectantly, "Brother, is this true? I am not dreaming." Really, if you were dreaming, you would have woken up when you asked this question," Qin Feng said with a smile. Only then did Xia Ting feel relieved. Looking at the handsome man in front of her, she couldn't help but ask a classic question. "Honey, why are you so nice to me?" Chapter 22, She Really Looks Like My Mom. This is a free-point question. It's very easy. It's as easy as the question your mother asked you when you were a child. Who you like more, mom or dad? A smart child knows how to tell his mother that he likes her in front of her. Honest children will choose to tell the truth. A rebellious child would say, "Crawl for me." Qin Feng is an honest kid who is a bit sultry. However, he was familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics and knew the correct answer in his heart. "You are so beautiful. You deserve me to treat you so well." Xia Ting's favorability +5. As soon as he said this, Qin Feng received a system reminder. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he was in a very happy mood. That's pretty much what the correct answer means. But now I'm only 3 points away from 80 points of favorability. Seeing how happy Xiaoting looks now, it is estimated that the money will be returned soon. He would have to find a way to spend more money. But where should I take her to spend the money? Qin Feng hugged Xiaoting, deep in thought. When Xiaoting heard Qin Feng praising her beauty, she felt sweet and was very happy. She rubbed her nose against his neck affectionately. Sniffing the scent of this man was like a cat using its nose to identify its owner. I raised my head and looked at his handsome and confident face. I was a little worried that he would be seduced away by other women. I couldn't help but feel anxious. Honey, you won't leave me, will you? She herself didn't realize that in just 2 days, she had already memorized this man deeply in her heart. Although she knew Qin Feng would not say no, she just wanted to hear his promise. Don't worry, I won't leave you even if the sky falls, Qin Feng said with a soothing smile. Xiaoting was very satisfied. In public, she boldly stood on tiptoe and gave Qin Feng a kiss. The people in the store turned their heads away, not wanting to see others showing off their affection. Seeing that there was nothing for them to do, the supervisor asked everyone to go back to work. Several female salespeople gathered together and talked in a low voice. Yinzi said that the man bought the car for the woman, and she paid in full. Wow, this man is so rich. Is he from some noble family? It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others. That woman doesn't have one more eye than us. How come she is so lucky to find such a tall, rich, and handsome man? If you don't agree, go ahead. They don't look married yet. You still have a chance. Let's go ahead. I'll go find Yinzi and ask for his phone number later. I really envy you single nobles who can have sex whenever you want. Married people like me don't have any freedom at all. If I come home a minute late, we'll have a fight. Your husband is too narrow-minded. If I were you, I would have left him long ago. Sister Zhao's husband is a nice guy. He cares about her every day and is always there for her. You can tell he is sincere to her. What's the point of being sincere? If he can also buy me a turbos, I won't care about him, even if he's playing outside. Peng Jinyan did not participate in their conversation. At this time, she was holding various list materials and standing next to the 2 men, eating dog food. After a long while, she saw them separate. She took the opportunity to interrupt them and said, "Excuse me, it will take some time to get the license plate for the car. The earliest I can come is the day after tomorrow. Do you need a temporary license plate?" Qin Feng let go of the passionate Xiaoting, bowed his body, hid his weapon, and said, "Don't bother, just tell me when you're done the day after tomorrow, and we'll pick the car up then." "Okay, I'll contact you again when I choose the license plate this afternoon. Also, I just notified the original buyer of this car, and she asked me for your number. Can you give it to her?" Peng Jinyan asked. "Okay," Qin Feng said indifferently. Xiaoting opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but nothing came out. He just looked at Qin Feng with resentment. Qin Feng didn't see her look. He was discussing some matters concerning the new car with Peng Jinyan. After finishing, Peng Jinyan took a pile of information to submit. He turned around and saw Xiaoting pouting, her face full of unhappiness, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" Snort. I didn't do anything wrong, did I?" Qin Feng scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. Xiaoting said gloomily, "You can't give your number to other girls in the future, understand? Are you going to get jealous?" Qin Feng said with a smile, "Just eat it. You can't give other women a chance anyway," Xiaoting said seriously. Okay, I'll listen to you. I won't give it to you if I don't give it to you." Qin Feng tried to comfort her, and Xiaoting stopped while she was ahead and didn't dare to do anything too serious. It would be foolish to act out of temper and irritate a golden man like this. After buying the car, the two walked out of the 4S store and discussed where to have lunch. Peng Jinyan chased out to see him off. When she saw Qin Feng preparing to take a taxi, she immediately said, "Sir, didn't you drive here? How about I drive you there?" Xiaoting quickly refused. "No, we like to take a taxi." She didn't like the way this woman looked at her man. There's a kind of blatant seduction. As a woman, Xiaoting could easily see the desire in her heart. "It's okay, you can use the company car," Peng Jinyan said with a smile. It was noon, and Qin Feng was standing by the roadside, not wanting to wait any longer. Just as he was about to agree, he saw Xiaoting's face full of reluctance. He immediately changed his tone and said, "Don't bother, just go and get busy." Peng Jinyan was not angry at being rejected. She smiled and said, "Okay, I won't be a light bulb here anymore. I hope you two have fun." After saying this, he bowed slightly. The attitude is extremely good. Xiaoting looked at her meaningfully. Peng Jinyan also looked at her openly, with a hint of scrutiny in her eyes. In terms of looks, I may be slightly inferior, but I also have advantages. For example, they know more tricks and postures than these little girls who can't let go. Some interests are more pleasing to men than pretty faces. She doesn't believe that there's a man in the world who doesn't cheat. As long as she finds the opportunity, she believes she will be able to sleep with Mr. Qin. Peng Jinyan turned around and went back, cheering herself up in her heart. Qin Feng looked at the beautiful saleswoman who was walking away with her, but twitching, thinking it was a pity. This girl has a well-proportioned body with a curvy figure. She is a stunning beauty. However, if your charm is not 90 points, there will be no system rewards. It costs real money to seduce her. Not worth it. But she seems to be very interested in me. I wonder if I can get her for free. Let's wait until the cashback comes. After all, you can't ask others to pay for the rent even if you get it for free. You're still looking at her. Xiaoting shook Qin Feng's hand away and said angrily. Only then did Qin Feng remember that there was a bowl beside him. He hastened to apologize. Sorry, I was looking at her from behind. Qin Feng was thinking of an excuse and suddenly slapped his head and said, She looks a bit like my mom. Yes, like my mom. Xiaoting was stunned by his poor excuse and forgot to be angry for a moment. She had never seen such a shameless man. Even his mother was used as a shield. She couldn't help but ask, Does her mother walk like this? Chapter 23, How about I give you a cell phone? Qin Feng saw Xiaoting's surprised expression, and fearing that she would not believe him, he forced himself to explain. The last time I saw my mother, she left like this, and she was wearing the same clothes. Although Xiaoting didn't believe it, she keenly grasped the key point of his words. Where is Auntie? I don't know. I can't remember much about my childhood. Xiaoting looked at Qin Feng carefully, and seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, she asked hesitantly, Are you from a single-parent family? No, Qin Feng said with a smile. Xiaoting breathed a sigh of relief and guessed that his father might have found him a stepmother, forming a reconstituted family. She didn't ask any further, fearing that Qin Feng would dislike her for being too talkative. If the relationship between the two is stable, you will know it later. There's no need to rush. Qin Feng didn't want to spread the news that he was an orphan, so when Xiaoting didn't ask, he didn't say anything else. For a moment, both of them seemed silent. Qin Feng took out his mobile phone and wanted to see where the online car-hailing vehicle was. Unexpectedly, the phone got stuck and wouldn't move. He muttered, What a crappy phone. Xiaotian asked curiously, How do you use this kind of phone? She had wanted to ask this question for a long time. The first time they met, she discovered that Qin Feng was using the cheapest 1,000 yuan phone. It looks a bit old, like it has been used for a long time. At that time, she almost thought that Qin Feng was a pauper. But later, after seeing him buy things for her, she gradually believed that Qin Feng was a rich man. Afterwards, he was immersed in Qin Feng's financial offensive and forgot to ask. Now that she heard him complain, Xiaoting asked. Qin Feng replied awkwardly, It's just a cheap phone. I don't feel bad if I lose it. Xiaoting stared at him suspiciously. I suspect this might be a phone given to him by his ex, and he has been reluctant to change it. How could a man like him, who casually spends more than 3 million to buy a car, feel sorry for a mobile phone that costs 10 or 20,000? If you lose one a day, that's enough for a year. Since you don't feel bad about it, just throw it away, Xiaoting asked tentatively. Why throw it away when you can use it? Qin Feng couldn't bear to throw it away. The card is the card, as long as it can be used. It would cost more than 1,000 to buy another one, but my current balance can be multiplied by 10,000 times. You should take it easy before you get the cash back. It's not too late to buy a new one after the system cash rebate is received. Seeing his distressed look, Xiaoting became more certain of her guess. She was a little angry that this man dared to still be obsessed with his ex. But he didn't dare to snatch Qin Feng's phone and throw it away. I could only fold my hands angrily, turn my face away, and ignore him. Qin Feng was somewhat puzzled when he saw this. There was something wrong with me looking at beautiful women before, but didn't I just bring my mom up to appease her? Why is she angry again? He put his arm around Xiaoting's shoulders, turned her body in front of him, and asked, Ting, what's wrong with you? I don't want to pay attention to you. Xiaoting still pouted and turned her head away. Why don't you want to pay attention to me? Can you give me some hints? Qin Feng asked with a smile. A beautiful girl looks cute even when she is angry, which makes people lose their temper. Cell phone. Xiaoting glanced at his cell phone and said angrily, What happened to the phone? Qin Feng thought she was getting impatient. So he took out his phone, looked at the screen, and said, The phone shows that the driver still has 1 kilometer to go and will be there soon. Xiaoting shook her shoulders, broke free from his hand, and and said coldly, "Humph, you know what I mean? Don't change the subject." Qin Feng's eyes opened wide, with a look of confusion on his face. Still pretending, Xiaoting frowned slightly and spoke loudly. Can you give me some more hints?" Qin Feng said cautiously. Xiaoting fell silent. She felt that Qin Feng was just joking and trying to get away with it. Seeing how much he cared about his ex's phone, she felt a little sad. "I thought that if I really explained it clearly and made things clear, it might make him unhappy. If he insists on not throwing it away, there will be nothing I can do." Xiaoting sighed and decided not to expose him and just let it go. At the same time, I comfort myself in my heart that it is a good thing for a man to be loyal in love. At least he won't go out and play around in the future. Ding-a-dee. At this time, the car came. Qin Feng took Xia Ting's hand, and after noticing her symbolic struggle, he held it. Qin Feng thought she was not particularly angry, so he smiled and said, "Let's go into the car, it's hot outside." Xia Ting had a cold expression on her face and got into the car with him without saying a word. The special car driver was very dedicated. He closed the door for them wearing white gloves, reminded them to fasten their seat belts, and told them that there was mineral water available for drinking. The car is fully air-conditioned, making you feel comfortable. Qin Feng thanked the driver politely. Then he fastened the seat belt for Xia Ting, but didn't fasten it himself. He moved closer to her and continued to coax her. "Baby, don't be unhappy. Just tell me what you want. I will definitely do it as long as I can do it." "That sounds nice," Xia Ting said sadly. He clearly didn't want to, but he pretended to be magnanimous. "What a stinky man. Why don't you tell me first? How would I know if you don't tell me?" With the help of air conditioning, it was not as hot to be in contact with Xia Ting as it was outside just now. And it's in a relatively private space. Qin Feng couldn't help but start to make some moves. He put one hand around Xia Ting, and with the other hand, he was touching her. The driver was even more sensible. He bent the rearview mirror with the camera up a little and remained silent. The car ran smoothly. Xia Ting blushed when she was touched, and she grabbed Qin Feng's hands with both hands to resist gently. "You asked me to say that." "You say." Xia Ting stared at Qin Feng's phone, thought for a moment, and said, "I'll give you a brand new phone, and you promise to only use the phone I give you, okay?" Not only Qin Feng, but even the driver in front was stunned. "Oh shit, what is this? A gigolo? So awesome." When he got on the bus just now, he saw that the beautiful lady who looked like a star had a cold expression, while the handsome guy had a fawning look on his face. "I thought they were in a relationship of a bootlicker and a goddess. I didn't expect it to be a bootlicker and a male god." The driver couldn't help but look up at the rearview mirror, wanting to observe this amazing man, but he found that the angle of the rearview mirror had been adjusted upwards, and now he could only see the roof of the car. He shook his head helplessly, thinking about such a good girl. She is destined to be someone else's. He really wanted to step on the accelerator and throw the man out. Qin Feng was extremely surprised when he heard that Xia Ting wanted to buy him a ticket. He has been eyeing that phone for a long time. "I once really wanted to buy that phone and pretend to be a patriot, but the price made him unable to afford the country. Besides, the bitch he was chasing after at that time was a real troublemaker. All day long, she either didn't have money to buy gifts for her friends' birthdays, or she was too embarrassed to see anyone after using up her cosmetics. Occasionally, he gets sick and feels pain here and there and asks for red envelopes as comfort. She wants the first cup of milk tea for each of the 24 solar terms. Over the years, I have unknowingly spent tens of thousands of dollars on that woman. The exact number was not counted. Since she didn't save any money anyway, she became very enthusiastic every time she got her paycheck. I felt as if I was possessed by a demon and was foolish enough to be deceived by her with just a few words. But Qin Feng did not regret it. You always need a few teachers in life. Just give the money and think of it as tuition fee. Compared to marrying her and being tortured by her for the rest of his life, Qin Feng was very glad that he could use money to buy off his relationship with her. On the other hand, Xia Ting, not to mention that she is beautiful, she is also obedient, sensible, and considerate. Seeing that I complained about the lag of my phone, she actually wanted to buy me a phone. Qin Feng stared at Xia Ting, and the more he looked, the more he liked her. "Baby, you are so beautiful." He excitedly leaned his head over, wanted to have a tongue dance with Xia Ting. Xia Ting put her hands on the wall and resisted. "You haven't agreed to my request yet. I promise you that I will only use the phone you buy for me in the future," Qin Feng said seriously. "That's good enough." Xia Ting proudly put her arms around the man's neck, her eyes full of spring and rippling blue water. "Actively offer your delicate little lips." Chapter 24, please. Let me drive for a while. Small spaces are most likely to arouse primitive desires. The two of them sat in the crowded back row, and what started out as a kiss gradually became more and more intense. After a long time, their lips parted. Xiating's chest heaved, and her breathing became rapid. Her pretty face was flushed red, like a ripe peach, making people drool. Under the long and curled eyelashes, the charming big eyes blinked and expressed desire. It's just as charming as silk in a pool of spring water. Qin Feng couldn't help but take action, but she resisted vigorously. Be good and relax. Qin Feng whispered seductively in her ear. I heard her say in a voice as soft as a mosquito, no. Qin Feng was burning with desire. Seeing that he couldn't defeat her after a while, he was forced to give up on her lower body and focus on attacking her upper body. Soon her clothes were messed up, until Xiating looked at Qin Feng with pleading eyes, signaling him to stop. Qin Feng stopped his big move, but she kept making small movements, and from time to time you could hear her quietly exclaiming in confusion. The lascivious music is arousing people's imagination. The driver in front of me started to regret wearing earphones when going out. Most of the people he met when driving his private car were rich people. Rich people usually have no shortage of women around them. Those bosses also did a lot of excessive things in the backseat of his car. However, it is rare to see a woman as beautiful and shy as the one today. And the sound of the scream has a kind of impulse to make people commit crimes. Wang Gang's eyes turned red with envy, and he wanted to yell loudly. But for the sake of money, he didn't dare say anything. Because, generally speaking, most people who dare to mess around in his car will give a tip when they get off, as a fee for cleaning the car. He had encountered some bosses giving tips that were almost 10 times the price of the car. At this time, Xiating blushed and felt extremely shy. Leaning in Qin Feng's arms, her body was so soft that it seemed as if she had no bones. Qin Feng looked at her, who looked like she had been ravaged by someone, and whispered in her ear, "You are so tempting. I really can't control myself." Xiating maintained the last bit of rationality, resisting the desire to be teased, and said, "No, not here. After all, today's special cars are equipped with cameras. What if they take pictures and post them online? Then she would be finished. I feel so uncomfortable being stuck like this," Qin Feng said emotionally. Xiating took a quick glance and saw that he really looked miserable. She said unhappily, "You deserved it when I told you to mess around." Qin Feng accidentally soiled the back row. He was an open-minded person, and since the car fare could be reimbursed anyway, he politely transferred 800 yuan to the driver for cleaning fees. Douyin said that deep car cleaning only costs 500 yuan, and I gave him 800 yuan because I didn't want to argue with him. Unexpectedly, the driver had a good attitude and didn't mind at all that Qin Feng had dirtied his car. He first thanked the boss, then gave Qin Feng a business card and told him he would be there whenever he needed him. He looks big and strong, with a broad back, and seems like someone who is not easy to mess with, but I didn't expect him to have such a good temper. Qin Feng glanced at the business card. The driver's name is Wang Gang. He has regular facial features and an honest look. And from the fact that he remained silent just now and was considerate enough to tilt the rearview mirror upwards, we can tell that he is a thoughtful person. Qin Feng couldn't help but think about recruiting people. He felt it necessary to hire a bodyguard as a transition before receiving the system reward. It's better to be prepared. For a girl as beautiful as Xiating, there are always some short-sighted people who will cause trouble. There was a bodyguard standing behind them, and his presence alone was enough to scare people away. Wang Gang's image of a tough guy who is tough on the outside, but gentle on the inside, meets Qin Feng's requirements very well. Besides, he can drive, so it would be much more convenient for him to do some sexy things with Xiating in the back if he wants to. The only question is whether this person's character is trustworthy. After Qin Feng's desire subsided, he became particularly calm and thought about it carefully. I decided to try to recruit them first. In this world, everyone is after profit. It shouldn't be a big problem if the money is given. However, this requires Xiating's consent, otherwise the system will not reimburse. Qin Feng grabbed Xiating's clean little hand and said softly, "How about I ask Brother Wang to be our exclusive driver?" Xiating asked curiously, "Didn't you just buy me a 911? If you don't want to drive, I can just be your driver in the future. Why do you want someone else to drive?" Qin Feng explained, "It's only needed occasionally. Driving by yourself is tiring, and it's safer to have more people to protect us." Seeing that Xiating was about to ask more questions, Qin Feng smiled and stopped her, saying, "You are so beautiful. If some idiot wants to tease you, Do you want me to fight him? Xiating thought about the time she had been teased in the past and didn't think it was a big deal. Those people were very timid and would only whistle and tease her a few times at most. Xiating just had to ignore them. They didn't dare to do anything wrong. After all, fighting is very expensive now, and violating a woman's will is a felony. She was mainly worried about Qin Feng being so rich. What if a criminal took a fancy to his money? It's always good to have multiple people protecting you. So he nodded in agreement. Qin Feng got Xiating's approval and smiled. He raised his voice to the driver Wang Gang. Brother Wang, how much can you make in a month driving a private car? Qin Feng and Xiating did not lower the volume of their conversation, so Wang Gang could hear their conversation. Wang Gang was a little excited at this moment. From what the woman said, this man gave her a Porsche. Regardless of whether it is true or not, someone extending an olive branch to him is a recognition of him. Wang Gang quickly said modestly, Boss, just call me Xiao Wang. I don't deserve to be called Brother Wang. After he finished his polite words, he continued to answer Qin Feng's question. My job depends a lot on luck. Sometimes the platform gives me a few orders to go to the airport, and I can make more than 10,000 yuan a month. If I work overtime at night and am diligent, I can occasionally make 20,000 yuan. Wang Gang didn't tell the truth. This kind of private car business is not like food delivery, where all you need is 2 wheels. Their investment costs are huge. After deducting the costs of maintenance, insurance, fuel, platform commission, etc., they are considered good if they can have 10,000 yuan left in a month. And cars also cost money. A private car costs at least 200,000 yuan. In addition, since they rely on the platform for their livelihood, they have to endure some disgusting rules and disgusting customers. Last time, the woman peed on the car and only gave me 500 yuan. He just bought this new car. Most people can't stand it. So every industry has its own difficulties. On the surface, earning 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a month may seem good, but in fact, it is really not as good as moving bricks. Chapter 25. Although he can cook, he is not the gourmet Wang Gang. Have you ever considered changing jobs? Qin Feng asked casually. I don't want to change it. My lumbar disc is a little protruding from driving every day. But I'm not smart, I can't speak well, and I'm not very good at dealing with people. Hee, Wang Gang said with a silly grin. When he heard that Qin Feng wanted to recruit him, he was actually very willing to do so. A big shot like Qin Feng, who pays 800 yuan for a car wash, should not be too stingy in paying wages. You heard it just now. We think you are very good and would like to hire you as a driver and bodyguard. The working hours may be late, and we need you to accompany and wait all day. How much salary do you think is appropriate? Qin Feng said. Wang Gang didn't expect Qin Feng to ask him to increase his salary, and he was a little confused for a moment. He first drove the car steadily to the destination and then thought quietly. Qin Feng didn't disturb him. After all, this was a big deal, and it would always be a good idea to think more about it. He and Xiating chatted quietly, showing their affection. Wang Gang was conflicted, not knowing how much was appropriate. If he gave too much, he was afraid people would think he had a big appetite, but if he gave too little, he wouldn't want to do it. Although he had known Qin Feng for less than half an hour, he was not afraid that this was a scam, because he was a stubborn person. He would work if paid, but would get out if asked to pay for it himself. I won't pay any membership fee or registration fee, and I don't care what those people say about what will happen after I join the group. Anyway, he is not jealous at all. The only thing he worries about is that someone might want his car. He just bought this car not long ago and has driven it less than 10,000 kilometers. It is a pure electric SUV and cost 280,000 yuan. Wang Gang loves her very much. He thought for a long time, then asked hesitantly, Boss, do you need my car for transportation? Qin Feng refused directly. No, I will give you a car with a good brand when the time comes. Qin Feng plans to buy a car with 2 wings on its logo. I heard that rich people all ride in cars like that. Very face-saving. Wang Gang was slightly relieved when he saw that he only wanted people. Considering the modern harmonious society, he would never kidnap a living person like himself and sell him to northern Myanmar. Wang Gang thought about it and felt that Qin Feng was not someone who was short of money. So he gritted his teeth and quoted an ideal price in his mind. What do you think of 20,000, boss? He paused and quickly added, I used to be a soldier, and now I run and practice military boxing every day. I can easily defeat 2 or 3 ordinary people. Besides, I can drive, and I used to be a chef for a while, so I have been to many places. Qin Feng was very satisfied with his people, but was not satisfied with the salary he proposed. 20,000 a month is not enough. Human nature cannot stand the test. especially for jobs like bodyguard drivers. What if someone takes money from others and drives the car to an abandoned building? The consequences are disastrous. Someone as close as this must be won over with a large sum of money. Qin Feng said calmly, "Okay, I'll pay you 20,000 yuan and try it for a month." Wang Gang was overjoyed and said excitedly, "Thank you, boss. I will try my best to satisfy you." 20,000 yuan a month means his monthly income has doubled. There is no reason for him not to choose to be a bodyguard. Even if it is harder, more dangerous, and more undignified, we must do it. My name is Qin Feng. Her name is Xia Ting. From now on, our safety is in the hands of Brother Wang. Qin Feng is still very polite to people around him. Wang Gang quickly apologized with a smile. "Boss Qin, just call me Xiao Wang." Qin Feng smiled. This thoughtful bodyguard seemed much more interesting than that emotionless cyborg. But he didn't say, "Okay, then I'll call you Xiao Wang." Still insisted, "You look older, so just call me Brother Wang. There's no need to worry about the name. Just do your job well." Then he continued, "You don't have to sign a contract. I will give you this month's salary first, 20,000 during the probation period." Qin Feng transferred the money and saw Wang Gang's surprised smile. Then he smiled and added, "After you become a regular employee, your salary will be doubled. As long as you perform well, your salary will increase by 1,000 yuan per month for 5 years. If you can show me your sincerity, I will give you a big surprise at the end of the year." Wang Gang was shocked after hearing this. 20,000 doubled? And add 1,000 every month? What's going on? Did I get the god of wealth? Wang Gang turned his head and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief, and saw that he didn't seem to be joking. His heart suddenly started beating violently. When he saw the Alipay notification that 20,000 yuan had been deposited into his account, he believed it, but he was a little confused by the money and confirmed in a daze. "Boss, are you serious?" "Of course it's true. The better you perform, the higher your salary will be," Qin Feng said with a smile. Wang Gang was so excited that he didn't know how to express his gratitude. All he wanted to do was kneel down and kowtow to the god of wealth. If this isn't the god of wealth, then what is he? As long as you do a good job, you could get 1,000 yuan salary increase every month. He had never heard of such a thing in his life. If you add this amount, how much salary can you get in a year? He quickly calculated in his mind, and it took him a while to understand that after doubling his salary, it would be close to 600,000 a year. How much was it in those 2 years? No, after punching for too long, his brain is working a little slow and his CPU is going to burn out. But it is definitely more than 1.2 million. More than 1 million in 2 years sounds easy, but for someone with a slow mind like him, it would be difficult to achieve that even if he tried his best. The opportunity is now. Wang Gang was so excited that he was speechless and choked with tears. As the 2 children in the family grew up, the house of less than 100 square meters seemed extremely crowded with 6 people living in it. He is considering selling his current house and moving on to a 4-bedroom, 1 living room house. "But I already have a car loan, and I have parents and children to support." The couple had little left from their wages and were unable to afford the mortgage. Wang Gang sincerely felt that he had made the right bet by ignoring his family's opposition and buying a 280,000 yuan car to run a private car business. Only by getting in touch with a noble person like Boss Qin can life become better. If I could really work for Qin Feng for 2 years, I could move into a bigger house. By then, the whole family will be able to live here. Boss Qin, I will do whatever you ask me to do from now on. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will still keep you safe. Wang Gang patted his chest and yelled, his hometown accent coming out excitedly. Xia Ting leaned in Qin Feng's arms, looking up at the man opposite her who was so excited about receiving tens of thousands of dollars. He looks a bit silly. He looks like he has never seen the world. If he knew that his boss Qin bought him a car worth more than 3 million yuan this morning, I wonder if he would be scared to death. But it's okay to be a little silly. At least it looks reassuring. Xia Ting rubbed Qin Feng's chest with her chin and said to Wang Gang, "Don't worry, we are safe. Don't start fighting." Qin Feng smiled and said, "Yes, you don't have to fight for your life. As long as you sincerely work for us, the fighting will be done by others." Wang Gong nodded. He was not surprised that such a big shot had a group of thugs under his command. "Understand, boss. From now on, I, Wang Gang, will follow you." "Well, let's go buy a cell phone first." Wang Gang got out of the car immediately, helped Qin Feng open the door, and put his hand on the roof of the car to prevent him from hitting his head. Qin Feng had never received this kind of service before and felt a little embarrassed. I don't know if this is a basic operation for a private car driver, or if he did this on purpose because I became his boss. He himself was in the service industry and felt that it was a bit bad to pretend like this, so he asked Wang Gang, "Don't do this in the future, unless it's some formal occasion where pomp and circumstance is important. Normally, we don't need to dress so nicely." "Okay, boss," Wang Gang responded. Chapter 26. Honest people just want to hug someone. Xiaoting got out of the car, looked at the midday sun, frowned slightly, but said nothing. Wang Gang keenly noticed her expression and immediately opened the trunk, took out an umbrella, and opened it to shade the two of them. Then he followed the two of them, smiling like a slave. Xiaoting was very satisfied with Wang Gang's performance. The sun is not very strong in September. It's a little distance from the parking lot to the mall. Having someone holding an umbrella for her not only protects her skin from the sun, but this butler-like hair also makes her feel extremely vain. It feels like the lady has arrived. "Thank you, Brother Wang," Xiaoting said with a giggle. Wang Gang bowed his head and responded with a smile. He was wearing a shirt, trousers, and white gloves, and he kept a low profile. He looked more like a servant than a bodyguard. The three of them walked towards the mall ostentatiously. It attracted a lot of attention from the surrounding area. When passers-by saw the couple, some people held umbrellas for them and kept pointing and talking. Some envy, some despise, and some envy and despise at the same time. Compared to the natural Xiaoting, Qin Feng's cheeks felt hot when being stared at by passers-by. This wild boar can't taste fine bran. As an ordinary citizen, it is a bit difficult to let others serve me suddenly. He felt it was particularly fake and formalistic, which made people very uncomfortable. Qin Feng thought about it, then reached out and took Wang Gang's umbrella and held it for Xiaoting himself. It's not as awkward for a boyfriend to hold an umbrella for his girlfriend as it is for a bodyguard to hold an umbrella for both of them. "Thank you, brother," Xiaoting said sweetly when she saw Qin Feng holding an umbrella. She thought Qin Feng was jealous, so her voice became even more hoarse. It's my duty, Qin Feng said with a smile. Brother is not angry, right? Xiaoting secretly looked at Qin Feng's expression. She knew that some rich people were very narrow-minded and would think wrongly of anything she said to other boys. I smiled so happily at Wang Gang just now. He must have cared a lot about it, which is why he snatched Brother Wang's umbrella away. "What are you angry about?" Qin Feng was stunned. Xiaoting explained weakly. "I just thanked Brother Wang out of politeness." Qin Feng asked curiously, "Well, then what?" After confirming that Qin Feng was not pretending, Xiaoting relaxed and said, "People saw you taking Brother Wang's umbrella without saying anything, so they thought you were jealous." Qin Feng was speechless. "Well, I think he's holding an umbrella too ostentatious, and it makes me feel a little uncomfortable." Xiaoting joked, "As long as you don't feel sorry for Brother Wang, haha." Qin Feng smiled faintly and said nothing. Seeing his low-key and reserved expression, Xiaoting suddenly remembered that when she first met him, all the clothes he was wearing were old. Standing in the crowd like an ordinary person, no one could have guessed that a boy like this could be a super rich man. It turns out that rich people are very good at pretending. Xiaoting was very glad that she didn't block him directly the night before. She really didn't know how to forgive herself for missing out on such a man. Thinking of the 20 yuan red envelope she sent that night, Xiaoting was too embarrassed to look at Qin Feng. Wang Gang, who was following the two men, felt relieved after realizing that his boss didn't like superficial work. He was a former soldier, a man as straight as steel. "It's because I don't know how to flatter that I've ended up in this situation." In fact, he felt very uncomfortable like what happened just now, as if his face was being stepped on by someone. But for the sake of money, he had no choice but to humiliate himself like he saw on TV. This is called maturity. He thought he would have to keep looking like this in the future, but what he didn't expect was that this boss actually cared about his dignity. This touched him deeply. How many bosses are there who are both considerate of their subordinates and willing to increase their salaries? Wang Gang decided that this time he would hold on to Qin Feng's thighs no matter what and would never let go. The boss just mentioned the word sincerity twice, which means that he values loyalty more than face. But Wang Gang felt that loyalty alone was not enough. You also need to work diligently and steadily and work harder to be able to stay with your boss with peace of mind. Qin Feng had no idea that these two were PUAing him. He just had never been a rich man, and he felt embarrassed for the moment. He believed that he would become a bad person once he had money. The three of them came into Yintai Plaza. Qin Feng returned the umbrella to Wang Gang for safekeeping. Then he looked at the time and said to Xiaoting, "Let's eat first." "Yeah," Xiaoting nodded. Most of the restaurants and shopping malls are not very expensive, with an average of about 100 to 200 yuan per person at most. But restaurants like Heideleo may be a little expensive. Qin Feng had the honor of visiting there several times. Not only are the prices high, but the serval and kneeling service also discouraged me. That smile was so fake that it made my scalp tingle, as if the braid on my head had not been cut off. Qin Feng couldn't enjoy it. The two of them walked around for a while and randomly chose a nicely decorated restaurant called Feng Manting. Qin Feng and Xia Ting found a table for four in the hall. After sitting down, they found that Wang Gang was still standing next to them. Now is the time to serve the guests. Wang Gang is a little taller than Qin Feng, about 1.9 meters tall, with broad shoulders and waist. With such a tall and big guy standing there, it is no exaggeration to say that he is the brightest guy in the whole audience. Brother Wang, please sit down and eat with us. Don't be polite. I'm sure you'll be full. Qin Feng advised. No need, boss. I just came out after lunch. Wang Gang declined. You are so big. You can definitely eat another meal. Sit down. It's not good to stand there. Qin Feng stood up and asked him to sit down. He had to work with him, but couldn't even have a meal. What did that mean? Wang Gang had never seen a bodyguard sitting at a table for dinner, and if he had to squeeze in and act as a light bulb in front of a couple, he would be living a dog's life. He realized that standing here was too much of an eyesore, so he quickly said, "Then I'll go sit outside." After saying that, he walked outside without looking back, sat on a small bench while waiting in line, and observed the situation around Qin Feng's seat through the glass. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. I ordered a bowl of beef fried rice and asked the waiter to send it to the big guy, without caring whether he wanted to eat it or not. Xia Ting ignored these little things and was concentrating on looking at the menu. Scan the QR code and click on the phone. Scrambled eggs with leeks, stir-fried black fungus with yam, stir-fried kidney, seafood casserole with vermicelli and garlic, including oysters, stir-fried loach with soy sauce, chicken soup stewed with chestnuts, stir-fried lamb with green onions. As the dishes came up one by one, Qin Feng's eyes widened. What does this mean? Didn't I perform well last night? Woman, you are playing with fire. Qin Feng stared at Xia Ting, who had a cunning look on her face and a fox-like smile. I wish I could kill her on the spot. Brother, you should eat more to replenish your body. Xia Ting picked up an oyster, put it in Qin Feng's bowl, and said with a smile. Qin Feng snorted and said firmly, Don't regret it tonight. The hardest part of his body right now is his mouth. Yesterday was so crazy, and it happened twice this morning. I'm really overdrawn now. Qin Feng rubbed his waist and thought fiercely, When I get the super physique, I will make you pay. I've noticed that you haven't exercised yourself these past 2 days, and I'm worried about your health. Let's have a vegetarian dinner tonight, so you can recover. Xia Ting said this without any embarrassment. Instead, she found Qin Feng's forced expression particularly funny and giggled to herself. That's not necessary, Qin Feng said loudly after swallowing the oyster. Xia Ting laughed so hard that she couldn't close her legs. Chapter 27. No one can resist my ultimate move. After dinner, the two of them strolled around the mall. I don't know if it was the oysters that did the trick, but after just half an hour, Qin Feng felt like he was back to normal. The look he gave Xia Ting was full of provocation. Xia Ting smiled and looked at him, her eyes showing no sign of weakness. Qin Feng almost wanted to pull her into the car to compete. But thinking that she still had to buy herself a Far Cry, she immediately stopped the impulse. Business is important. His phone was so slow that he could only watch 5 videos on TikTok, and he had to wait more than 10 seconds to swipe up. Not to mention the live broadcast, it was stuck like a PPT. Can't do anything. He now has the ability to give rewards. The thought of there being so many live streaming ladies waiting for me to discover. Qin Feng was extremely anxious. I don't know how many 90-point anchor girls there are on Douyin. And what are their strategy rewards? Will there be any movement if 10 million is invested? What special expressions will those anchors show after receiving the money? Qin Feng was looking forward to it. But he also knew that there was no time to rush, as Xia Ting was about to return the cash, and it was the best option to deal with her first. Qin Feng patiently accompanied Xia Ting to go shopping in the mall. First he went to Starbucks. He asked Wang Gang, who had been following them, if he wanted milk tea, but was ruthlessly rejected by Wang Gang, who shook his head. I only ordered a strawberry and white chocolate flavor frappuccino for Xia Ting. Didn't order any for myself. He felt embarrassed for a boy to drink that stuff in a sissy way. Men should drink ice cola. But looking at the tempting creamy ice cream on the frappuccino, he wanted to taste it again. Fortunately, when I go shopping with Xia Ting, I have many opportunities to get milk tea. In a small jewelry store, while Xia Ting was wearing a hairpin, Qin Feng took the initiative to serve her milk tea, then pretended to naturally put it to his mouth and took a big sip. For a moment, his eyes narrowed. Very sweet and addictive. No wonder milk tea is a must-have when shopping. Just take a sip and you'll feel happy and enjoy doing anything. Unfortunately, I couldn't finish the medium cup in 2 gulps. Next time I'll get a bigger cup. Qin Feng thought secretly. At this time, Xia Ting reached out and took back her milk tea from him, took a sip, and found it was empty. She slapped his arm angrily and scolded him in a delicate voice. "You are so annoying. You stole someone else's milk tea." Qin Feng said shamelessly. It's so delicious, I couldn't help it." "Oomph." Xia Ting wrinkled her small nose and glared at him fiercely. It looked so cute. Later, as compensation, Qin Feng bought her a pair of sunglasses and a beige sun hat. The texture of this hat looks very high-end. The pleated and bow design on the back makes Xia Ting look girlish and also makes her face look smaller when she wears it. The brim of the hat is added with metal wire, so you can shape the brim into a shape that suits you. Xia Ting made a few shell-like wrinkles on it, put on her head, and matched it with a black dress that made her look particularly white. She looks like a pure beauty who is going on vacation to the beach. It was so white and tender that Qin Feng was fascinated by it. "Does it look good?" Xia Ting asked. The hat didn't cost much, but Qin Feng's fixed gaze on it made her very happy. Yeah. Qin Feng nodded desperately. Since you were so honest, I will forgive you," Xia Ting said with a smile. "Let's go and buy a mobile phone." She packed up the things and threw them all to Wang Gang to carry. He walked towards the Huawei Experience store with Qin Feng's arm in hand. At this time, the importance of bodyguards is reflected. It is much more convenient to have someone help you pick up things instead of carrying so much luggage yourself. If she had a bodyguard yesterday, she wouldn't have to ask someone to run errands to deliver the things Qin Feng bought for her, which was so troublesome. The two came to the Experience store. Xia Ting asked the clerk if they had the most expensive Huawei Porsche. After receiving a positive answer, without further ado, she asked someone to bring a black one over and then scan the code to pay. Qin Feng really appreciated the quick and decisive attitude. This phone is said to be endorsed by Brother Hua and is a financial product in the mobile phone industry that is highly value-preserving. Qin Feng drooled as he unpacked the package and took out the Mate 60 RS. The rear camera is in the shape of a star diamond octagon, and the material of the back cover is made of metal and ceramic, which is very high-end and highly recognizable. After turning it on, Qin Feng fell in love with this phone at first sight. In terms of smoothness and color, it is much better than the garbage I bought before that cost more than $1,000. It is true that you get what you pay for. It's really awesome. Do you like it, brother? Seeing that he couldn't let it go, Xia Ting immediately stepped forward to take credit, with an expression that looked like she was seeking praise. This mobile phone cost more than 10,000 yuan, and she might have felt a little sad when she bought it before. But now she felt nothing. Not to mention the real Porsche that morning, the 100,000 yuan that Qin Feng gave her the day before yesterday has not been spent yet. She is now basically getting it for free without spending a penny. As long as Qin Feng can remember that he bought the phone every time he plays with it, he will make a lot of money. I like it very much. Thank you for the gift, baby. Qin Feng pinched Xia Ting's little face and said happily, "If you like it, then you can't use your old phone anymore." Xia Ting gently held his hand to stop him from doing anything stupid. "With this phone now, why would I still use the broken one?" Qin Feng said nonchalantly. "Oh, who knows what you men are thinking?" Xia Ting smiled contemptuously with a hint of meaning. "I'll sell the old phone after I go back and copy the data," Qin Feng promised. Xia Ting opened her mouth, wanting him to throw away the old phone in front of her, but she was afraid that being too forceful would cause him to be disgusted. So he snorted and said jokingly, "Your phone is worth 200 at most. Why don't you sell it to me?" Qin Feng asked curiously, "Why do you want my broken phone?" Xia Ting stared into his eyes quietly without saying anything. Qin Feng felt a little embarrassed when she looked at him, and he grinned with a guilty look on his face. In fact, a bad thought flashed through his mind just now. I was thinking that if I sold the new phone and then bought another phone for 2,000 or 3,000, wouldn't I have an extra 7,000 or 8,000 yuan in cash? Anyway, a $3,000 phone is pretty useful. By recharging the extra money into the system, you can directly start the rich reward mode and send warm care to those female anchors. But later on, I think that Xia Ting's favorability is more important. What if someone gets angry when they see you change your phone? A bird in the hand is worth 100 in the bush. Thinking of this, Qin Feng calmed his mind. Now that you have achieved a far-reaching lead, You can use your unparalleled ultimate move on Xiaoting to break through the final level of favorability. This was how he had planned to spend his money when he bought the car in the morning. He was very confident that if he could use this thing, most women would be very impressed with him. Even men would obediently lie down with their buttocks raised to be spanked. He asked affectionately, "Ting Ting, are you living with your parents now?" Chapter 28, even if you have money, you can't do whatever you want. Xia Ting didn't understand. Seeing that he once again avoided answering the question about the old phone and changed the subject, a trace of worry flashed in her eyes, and she answered nonchalantly, "Yes, my mother doesn't agree with me renting a house outside, saying that girls should be careful about their behavior." After saying that, she glanced at Qin Feng and complained, "I'm not living with another man. I just want to live with my bestie, but they won't let me. If I don't go home at night, I have to report it. It's so annoying. And it's good." Nowadays, many girls live alone outside, have a regular day, and night eating and drinking, and act like ghosts. Qin Feng comforted her. "When I was delivering food at night, it was scary to meet women who lived alone. Not only did he look pale, as if he was about to die at any moment, but the inside of the house also looked like a crime scene. It was dirty and messy and full of instant noodle boxes. It was even worse than a grown man like me." He felt that a well-behaved girl like Xia Ting was better. At least there was someone to take care of her and to discipline her. "How could I be that kind of girl?" Xia Ting said unhappily. "You said my mother was right. Then she asked me to be home at 10 o'clock tonight. Do you agree?" Qin Feng was stuck. Don't advise others to do good if you don't know they're suffering. Her mother doesn't care about her, so of course she doesn't have to worry about what she says. He wanted to experience the 5-star presidential suite today and didn't want to let Xia Ting go back at all. Seeing that the rhythm was not right, he quickly corrected it. "That's not what I meant. I meant, do you want to have a house that's completely your own?" When Xia Ting heard the word house, her expression changed instantly. He wants to buy himself a house. This is too fast. I was not mentally prepared at all. The two of them have only been together for 2 days and don't seem to be very familiar with each other, but they have already reached the point of discussing the wedding house. Xia Ting was shocked by her own thoughts. She became shy and her heart was pounding. Are you serious?" "Well, do you have a house you like?" Qin Feng asked casually. Xia Ting opened her mouth and looked at Qin Feng with lifeless eyes. The man asked so naturally that she heard it as, "Do you have any clothes you like? I can get you 2 sets. At this moment, Xia Ting couldn't help but develop a liking for him. It's the feeling of being on the verge of finding love. There's only one last layer left. After it is broken, I will fall in love with this man without any bottom line. Xia Ting's favorability +2. Qin Feng clenched his fists and rejoiced secretly. Very good, very good. He was just worried that saying this would directly lower Xia Ting's favorability to 80. This leaves just the last bit. After you buy a house and increase your favorability, you can get a large sum of money back. Let's go buy it while we have some free time this afternoon." Seeing Xia Ting's dazed look, Qin Feng couldn't wait to speak. Xia Ting's favorability of 79 is very dangerous now. If I say something right again, I will just add a little more favorability to myself, and it will be over. Lost a house. He wanted to do it in one go and pay the money directly. Xia Ting was confused by this sudden action and said tremblingly, "Are you going today?" She had no doubts about Qin Feng's strength, but she found the speed of progress a little unacceptable. Which girl can stand buying a car in the morning and a house in the afternoon? There are only a few important things in life, and they're all squeezed into one day to make you happy. The days that followed. That's so cool. And the car is a Porsche, and the house will at least be a villa? Bar? There was a gleam of anticipation in Xia Ting's eyes. "Well, tell me quickly if there's a house you like." Qin Feng said with a smile. Yes. I saw a villa before. It's super beautiful." Xia Ting took out her cell phone without hesitation and looked for the detached villa she had seen on Zaihongsha before. It was a detached garden villa in the same city, priced at 8 million, and for urgent sale. It is said that the owner spent 10 million yuan to buy the house and spent more than 2 million yuan on decoration. The villa has 3 floors, an area of 420 square meters, a Chinese-style building, and a 180 square meter garden. What she can't forget the most is the 60 square meter master bedroom on the 3rd floor, which has a huge floor-to-ceiling window of 8 by 2.4 meters. When she opens her eyes, she can overlook the beautiful scenery of flowers, plants, and trees. The terrace is also very large, with many green plants and flowers, and 2 lounge chairs, giving you a leisurely and relaxing atmosphere. That's it. What do you think? Xiaoting took out her cell phone, played the video inside, and showed it to Qin Feng as if she was presenting a treasure. It's okay. There are villas all around. It looks deserted. Living there might make you feel less worldly. Qin Feng commented objectively. This kind of villa is not like his small bungalow. When he goes out to buy vegetables, he has to answer a group of old men and women who ask him questions that are knowing enough. When he had no money, Qin Feng especially didn't like people asking him questions. Now that I have money, excuse me, I want to tell the world that today I not only bought broccoli and potatoes, but also a Porsche. I like it. This is my dream room, Xia Ting said coquettishly. When she saw the villa, she fantasized about living here with the person she loved. She would be willing to live 5 years less. If only I could not have to work and worry about anything, and just do yoga, plant flowers, and raise a dog every day. Keep a happy mood and wait for your man to come home. If I'm bored, I'll chat about daily gossip with my sisters in the villa. The children are taken care of by a nanny, and your life is easy and free. Then she would be satisfied if she could just live to 70. But now a man actually said he wanted to give this villa to her. Oh my God, doesn't God intend to let her live to 70 years old? Xia Ting began to be dazed again. Seeing that she liked the villa so much, Qin Feng was so attracted by it that he wanted to book it quickly. 8 million plus the previous 3 million. If he can successfully cash it back, it will be enough for him to squander for a while. He contacted the agent using Xia Ting's cell phone, asked about the house, and hoped to go see it now. Coincidentally, the agent is free now and has the key, so we could just go there. Confirmed the address with the agent. Qin Feng said to Xia Ting with a smile, "Let's go and see your future home." Xia Ting jumped up excitedly and hung on Qin Feng. She wanted to wrap her legs around Qin Feng's waist, but it was a bit indecent to do so in public, so she had to stand on the ground. She expressed her excitement by hugging his face and pecking him wildly. "Brother, I love you so much. Don't worry, wait until I buy the house before you love me." Qin Feng quickly refused. "Brother, how much money do you have? Which company did you invest in?" Xia Ting asked curiously. Although he knew he shouldn't ask these questions so anxiously, he looked at Qin Feng, who looked calm. She felt like she was being scratched by 50 cats, and she really wanted to know how strong he really was. No need to ask these questions. Anyway, as long as it's something you like, I can buy it for you. Just don't buy it too outrageous. Qin Feng was very confident. 1,000 W times 10,000 equals how many billion? I'm not as rich as a country, but I can still barely buy something a woman likes. Those sparkling little diamonds and pearls, no matter how expensive they are, how valuable can they be? Qin Feng waved his hand and called Wang Gang, who was standing in the distance, to go back to the parking lot. The confidence exuded at this moment made Xia Ting's heart flutter again. She admitted that she was impressed by Qin Feng's generosity. Xia Ting looked at the man obsessively. She bit her bright red lower lip, her eyes full of naked love. I suppressed my excitement, got into the car with him, and sat obediently in the back seat. At this moment, even if Qin Feng did something excessive to her, she would not be angry. I even want to be more proactive. She refused the seat belt Qin Feng handed over, leaned on him, put her arms around his neck, and looked at him with watery eyes. There is boundless spring in her eyes. It seemed that as long as Qin Feng gave her a slight hint, she would lower her noble head and do something she had not done before. Chapter 29. The love of an honest man is out of reach. But Xia Ting was disappointed. Qin Feng did not respond to her, but rolled down the window and shouted to Wang Gang, who was standing outside, to avoid her. "Brother Wang, what are you doing? Come up and drive." Wang Gang hesitated for a while. Seeing Miss Xia's enthusiastic attitude just now, he thought they were going to work in the car. He was afraid of disturbing their interest and didn't want his ears to be polluted, so he didn't get on the bus. Hearing Qin Feng's voice at this time, he gritted his teeth and opened the front seat and sat down. I kept preparing myself mentally. There will probably be more scenes like this in the future, so I need to stay calm and get used to it. I will use your car for the next 2 days, and I will give you a new car in a few days. Qin Feng ignored Xia Tian's affectionate eyes and pretended to chat with Wang Gang. "Do you think it's better to drive a Bentley or a Mercedes-Benz?" Qin Feng calmed down this time and felt that his body still needed to be relaxed. No matter how young you are, you can't do it so often. He was so weak before, as if he had been hit by Na Su's W skill, and he thought he was going to break down. But he didn't dare to show off in front of Xia Ting again. Calling Wang Gang here was also to have an excuse to resist Xia Ting. Wang Gang didn't understand. So he answered honestly. When I was in the army, I thought driving a Hongqi was the most prestigious. After I got out, I like those wide and big RVs that can go anywhere. Qin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this. I think the RV is pretty good. Every young person has a dream of traveling. You can stay overnight in an RV anywhere. You can also take your girlfriend to see the stars. How much is a nice RV? The better ones are around 700,000 or 800,000 yuan. It's hard to say for even better ones, ranging from several hundred to tens of millions. The main reason is that the modifications inside are more expensive. Xiaoting already has a car and doesn't want Qin Feng to talk about cars with others. Seeing that Qin Feng ignored her, she twisted and turned in his arms, trying to attract his attention like a beautiful snake. At the same time, he interrupted and brought the topic back to the house. Brother, is this house in both our names? Qin Feng was silent for a while. After getting the system's answer, he sighed and said helplessly, "Just write your name." Xiaoting noticed that Qin Feng's expression was a little strange, but she didn't think too much about it. When she heard that it was a house bought just for her heart almost flew away. At this moment, Qin Feng was a shining treasure in her eyes, emitting dazzling golden light that made people unable to take their eyes away. Xiaoting was not worried at all that he could not afford the 8 million house. Based on what he had just said in the mall, she felt that Qin Feng's savings might exceed 9 figures. Let's write both of our names. After all, the house belongs to both of us, Xiaoting said politely. This house is different from the car, and it has great significance. This is their home. Writing a person's name makes it seem like you are after his house. Just write yours. I want to give you enough sense of security so that you can take care of me at home. Qin Feng made up insincere reasons and lied to Xiaoting. The house cost 8 million, and he wanted to add his own name to the title, but the system wouldn't allow it, so there was nothing he could do. It is said that goddesses should have absolute autonomy. Go north. The dog-licking system is really good at licking. Xiaoting did not insist any further. Since he had already said so, it would be a bit disrespectful for her to continue to care about it. But thinking about living with this man in the future, she was worried that she would not do well enough and be disliked. So, she said weakly, Ding, I'm lazy. I don't want to clean such a big house by myself. Can we hire a nanny to help? This man pays his bodyguard 50,000 or 60,000 yuan a month, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to hire a nanny for 10,000 yuan. It's just a bit embarrassing to hear this from a woman. All the work is done by the nanny, making her seem like she only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun at home, like a salted fish without dreams, lying down every day and enjoying being served by others. She was worried that Qin Feng would look down on her. So when I made this request, my cheeks felt hot and my ears were red. Well, of course I will. I will hire a cook, a gardener, a personal doctor, a personal trainer, etc. I will arrange everything for you. As long as you are happy in the future, that's all. Qin Feng painted a beautiful future for her. He also longed for these things. But the prerequisite is that the cashback is successful. Xiaoting was in a trance after being hit by Qin Feng's big cake. After so many years of graduation, she has met many people. The ruthless reality made her gradually give up her dream of marrying a super rich man and becoming a wealthy wife. As she gets older, the 26-year-old has lowered her requirements for a partner to a 7-figure balance. The additional conditions are that the age difference should not exceed 3 years and that the man must care about her enough. Xiaoting felt that her conditions were not bad and her requirements were not very high, so it was impossible for her to not find a husband. But reality slapped her hard in the face. The few young rich second generations I dated are good at gambling, fun-loving, and glutinous rice noodles. The older uncles are also extremely stingy. They say that money is for women to see, not to spend on them. Such damned remarks would put people in a pig cage in their circle. There's another potential stock. He is young, looks okay. Although he doesn't make much money, his job is stable, and he is a public official. I had been dating him for half a year, but he was worried that I was too pretty and would cheat on him, so he dumped me. Damn it, I only fish one fish at a time. Her best friend is not as pretty or as good-looking as her. She is extremely narrow-minded and suspicious of everything. Yet, she was able to find a husband with a 9-digit net worth. Apart from being 2 years older than her, there is nothing wrong with him. But she herself has not been able to meet a good man. Some time ago, I listened to my mother and started going on blind dates. Almost every man who sees her for the first time will ask, with your conditions, why do you come out for a blind date? Yes or no? The look of hesitation and suspicion in his eyes made her want to lose her temper. The key is that all these blind date candidates are top-notch, including mama's boys, low-class men, otakus, and wretched men. Her bizarre blind date experience could be told into a million-word novel. I thought that after a year or two, my standards would have to be lowered again. Unexpectedly, there's a new hope after all the difficulties. The classmate who once had a crush on her turned out to be so rich and was so nice to her. Xiating was so moved that she wanted to cry. Her nose felt sore, and a layer of mist appeared in her eyes. She looked at Qin Feng with tearful eyes and said, "Hubby, will you love me forever?" Women are very emotional creatures and cannot control their emotions. She wanted to hear Qin Feng's affectionate confession, but I didn't expect him to respond with a perfunctory attitude. Xiating's tears were instantly collected, and she said bitterly, "You don't take it seriously at all." Qin Feng knew the correct answer, but was afraid of getting extra points if he got it right. "You know, I haven't bought a house yet." Fortunately, this state of emotion comes and goes quickly. Qin Feng did not receive any system notifications, so he felt relieved and smiled and comforted him. I love you. Look, I'm about to buy you a house. Isn't this a way of showing my love for you?" I don't know since when, modern people's views on love have become somewhat distorted. A house can prove love. In the past, he really wouldn't dare to say so calmly that he loved a girl. But it's different now. With this dog-licking system, he can prove his love without limit. Chapter 30, Even if I die outside, jump down from here, I will never be your mistress. Seeing that he had bought her a house, Xiating really couldn't bear to be in a bad mood anymore. Although she didn't get the answer she wanted, she could see from Qin Feng's eyes that he liked her. The thought of owning a home of my own soon, and having a partner who is handsome and gentle and has so much money that I can do whatever I want. She was so excited that she couldn't contain herself. I even felt a little annoyed that the two of them were progressing too slowly and wanted to speed up the process. She leaned her entire weight on Qin Feng, poking her fingers at his chest intentionally or unintentionally, and said pointedly, "So, does my brother buying me a house have any special meaning?" Qin Feng only wanted to gain favor and didn't think about anything else. Was not prepared for this question. At this moment, his eyes wandered and his words were a little casual. "We just want you to not be controlled by your family, so that we can live more freely." Xiating felt a little disappointed when she saw that it was not the answer she wanted. "Really? You just want to buy a house and live together?" The most important thing is to have a place to live first. Then we can talk about other things, hee. Qin Feng scratched his head and laughed. "But I must tell my parents about buying a house and living together." Xiating stared at Qin Feng and asked seriously, "If they want to see you, will you go?" Qin Feng had a big headache. How could he not understand what Xiating meant? After meeting her parents, the next step would be to urge them to get married. I finally made some money, but before I could start living a carefree life, I had to enter the grave of love. How can this be possible? He tactfully declined. "Yes, of course I will, but we have to wait for some time to get used to each other before going. After all, we have only been together for 2 days, and we don't know many of their habits very well." After Qin Feng finished speaking, he noticed that Xia Ting paused. The whole person seemed to be stuck in a bug, neither making a sound nor speaking. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" Xia Ting seemed to suddenly think of something. She raised her head and gave him a complicated look. Still said nothing. She let go of his neck, moved her seat, and sat alone. I deliberately left some distance between the two of them. It was like going back to college, and everyone treated him coldly. Xia Ting's favorability -1. Xia Ting's favorability -1. Xia Ting's favorability -1. Qin Feng was stunned. He never thought that his favorability would drop. The system prompts that the favorability drops rapidly from 79 all the way down to 69. Looking at Xia Ting's expression again, it was as cold as a snowy mountain. He was sweating profusely and his scalp was tingling. He quickly went over to save the situation and said, "Baby, don't be like this. I was just a little nervous, so I said I'd meet your parents later. Don't be angry." Seeing that she was unmoved, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and agreed. "You arrange it now. I promise you will meet Uncle and Aunt tomorrow." Xia Ting still didn't speak. She looked at him coldly, as if she was looking at a scumbag. Qin Feng was sweating all over because of her stare. I don't know why this woman is angry. He bought her a car and a house, but her favorability dropped as a result. He was a little angry. I couldn't help but raise my voice a little. "What else do you want from me? Just tell me, as long as I can do it." Unexpectedly, Xia Ting sneered and said angrily, I want the house to be in both our names. Can you do it? Qin Feng didn't expect that her request was an impossible task. How can we play this? Qin Feng also wanted to write his own name, but the dog-licking system wouldn't let him. Besides, wouldn't it be better to just write her name alone? Qin Feng was a little anxious, frowning and saying nothing. The atmosphere in the car became depressing. System prompt. Xiating's favorability -1. Oh my god, what happened? If you continue like this, your favorability will drop completely. Qin Feng scratched his ears and cheeks, anxious to death. I wasn't this anxious last night when I didn't find the right place. He controlled his emotions and asked seriously, is it so important to add a name? Xiating was so emotional that she kept asking, then do you dare to add a name? Qin Feng was speechless. If someone wanted to give me a villa in the past, I would definitely treat him like an ancestor every day. But when it came to Xiating, not only did her favorability decrease, but she also put forward impossible conditions. Seeing the cashback is just around the corner. Qin Feng really didn't want to end up with nothing. No matter how angry he was, he still chose to be patient. Want to try and see if I can salvage it. I really can't add to this house, but I can add to the next one, so that should be okay, right? Xiating felt a dull pain in her heart. I really want to shout out loud. Wait until you get divorced before adding your name, right? But she didn't dare to do that. This man never made a promise from beginning to end, so I have no right to blame him for anything. She felt extremely aggrieved. Little crystal drops of water overflowed from her eye sockets, leaving 2 wet marks on her pink cheeks, and finally dripped on her chest. I am so stupid. She thought there really was a man in this world who loved her like an angel. The result is still the same. They are all devils from hell. She should have woken up from her dream long ago. Brother Wang, stop the car. Xiating's sobbing sound was heard. Qin Feng, who was thinking of a countermeasure, was startled, but after seeing her tearful eyes, he softened his heart. He hugged Xiating and coaxed her, baby, don't cry. Didn't I promise you to add your name? Xiating struggled to push away Qin Feng's arms, her trembling voice filled with grievance. Get lost, you scumbag. She really wanted to tell Qin Feng loudly that even if no one wanted her, she would never be his mistress. Wang Gang listened to the movement in the back seat and slowly moved the car to the far right. But he did not stop the car, just to prevent Xiating from opening the door suddenly in anger and causing a car accident. Qin Feng was irritated. First cry, then make a scene, then hang yourself. This woman is really unreasonable. After spending so much money, he actually called himself a scumbag. He said angrily, can you please be reasonable? What did I do to you? The words fell. Xiating stopped talking, lowered her head, with a painful expression, and tears as big as beans rolled down her cheeks and fell onto her clothes. The car was completely silent, and the atmosphere became silent. The air seemed to freeze, and an invisible pressure made it hard to breathe. A long time. Xiating slowly calmed down and looked at Qin Feng coldly without a trace of emotion in her eyes. She felt like her dream was shattered. Should have thought of earlier. When I mentioned going to his house before, he was hesitant. When asked what company he invested in, he kept it secret. He was extremely reluctant to see his parents. Even in bed, I never heard him make any promises. Now people don't even dare to add their names to a property, afraid of being found out. What does this mean? If he had nothing to hide, why didn't he even dare to add a name? What's the point of adding a second house? Why do you need so many houses? Xiating was very sure that Qin Feng was definitely a married man. Now I want to buy a house to support myself. Just like on TV, raise her like a canary. When she thought of this, her tears couldn't stop falling. Chapter 31 System. You're a rubbish host. It's been 30 chapters, and you can't even handle a naive person. Xiating was deeply impressed by the mistresses in the TV series, so she never considered being someone else's mistress. I feel that being a mistress is worse than just working honestly. Those who have no name or status cannot get any legal protection. The child born is illegitimate and cannot be seen in public. I can't control my own man at all. The most important thing is that if the man is caught in bed by the wife, the punishment will be stripped and thrown out at the very least, or poured with sulfuric acid at the worst. Throw sulfuric acid. When Xiating thought of that scene, she immediately became anxious and said loudly, Qin Feng, I'm telling you, just give up on this idea. Even if I die of poverty, I, Xiating, will never be your mistress. She wiped away her tears and shouted to Wang Gang again. Brother Wang, stop the car. Wang Gang was in a dilemma. He had never encountered a scene like this where his boss and his lover quarreled, and he didn't know whether he should stop the car. Seeing Xia Ting so passionate, the boss did not stop her. He slowed down tentatively, driving a speed of about 10 yards for a while. Seeing that no one objected, he simply stopped by the roadside. Then he sat in the driver's seat and ate melon in silence. Qin Feng finally knew what she was thinking. Suddenly, he was puzzled and said, "Who wants you to be a mistress?" Seeing that he was still trying to argue, Xia Ting immediately asked, "Then why didn't you tell me where you live? Why do you care so much about your broken phone? Why didn't you write both of your names?" Seeing that he was speechless after being asked by her, Xia Ting's eyes turned red and she accused him in a sad and painful tone. "You obviously have a wife. Why are you messing with me?" Qin Feng couldn't explain these questions. After thinking for a while, he took out his ID card to prove it. "You can use my ID card to check whether I am married or not." Xia Ting was a little stunned by his frank attitude. Her despair suddenly gave way to hope. She asked hesitantly, "You really don't have a wife?" Qin Feng spread his hands and said, "Really not." Xia Ting thought she had wronged him, and her face turned red. But in order to feel at ease, she continued to pursue weakly. "You promise that I'll be your only girlfriend? No other fiancés or anything like that?" In order to gain favorability, Qin Feng immediately promised. "Well, I swear, I definitely don't have any other girlfriends." Seeing his frank attitude, Xia Ting was delighted and could not help but press forward. "Then you promise that you won't have it in the future?" Qin Feng was stuck. Looking at Xia Ting's pitiful eyes like a little deer, her little nose was sobbing from crying, and 2 tear marks were still on her pretty face. It's really like a pear blossom in the rain, which makes me feel pity for it. The destructive power is huge. Qin Feng had the urge to go up and hug her and coax her into submission. But he's an honest man. "I won't make promises if I can't do it. Money you can give. Love can also be given. But I can't promise to love only you for my whole life." He didn't want to give up the entire forest for Xia Ting. "I don't want to be a scumbag and cheat people. If Xia Ting can't accept that he has other women, then we have to stop here. Although I didn't get the cash back, I still slept well." A sports car can be considered as overnight accommodation fee. There are so many beautiful women in the world, and there must be many women who like money. If this one doesn't work, try the next one. There are always women who can tolerate themselves. And I heard that the girls who do live broadcasts are more pragmatic. I don't know if it's true or not. He hugged Xia Ting, rubbed her head, and did not answer a question. Let her figure it out on her own, using silence. He planned to give the choice to Xia Ting and let her make her own choice. Continuing to follow me will not produce any results at the moment, and there will definitely be other women involved. Xia Ting waited happily, but did not hear his affirmative answer. As each minute and second passed, her heart slowly began to sink. She understands. This was the man's way of telling her that she would be more than one woman by his side in the future. After all this time, I still have to be a mistress. It's unbelievable that she, the recognized campus beauty of Jian University, had fallen to this state. She felt a little sorry for herself. Tears welled up in my eyes. She hugged the man in front of her tightly, buried her face in his arms, and cried dully. She wet his clothes with her tears, as if venting her anger. Then wiped the snot on him. Qin Feng felt full of guilt and let her do whatever she wanted to him. "How many girlfriends will you have?" Xia Ting choked. "I don't know." Qin Feng answered honestly. "Scumbag." Even though Xia Ting cursed, she also knew that this kind of boy was indeed very attractive to the opposite sex. Come to think of it, why would such a young, rich, and handsome boy only like me? It's not a youth idol drama. But Xia Ting just couldn't control her sadness. This was the first time in her life that she met such a good man, and she didn't want to give up just like that. I cried for a long time before I recovered. She raised her head, and her makeup looked like a crying kitten, with her eyes a little red and swollen. She asked with a twitch, "What if your girlfriend comes and throws sulfuric acid on me in the future?" Xia Ting prepared for the worst. "No, I will arrange an absolutely reliable bodyguard for you," Qin Feng said seriously. "It's useless. They're spraying at us secretly, and no one can stop them." Xia Ting was worried. On one side is the temptation of a villa, and on the other side is the threat of sulfuric acid. She didn't know how to choose. "I really want to bite this scumbag on the shoulder and let him know how conflicted I am. Please let me calm down and think about it." After saying that, she pushed him away forcefully, wiped her face roughly, opened the car door, and was about to get out. Qin Feng held her back and asked, "Where are you going?" Xia Ting broke free from his hand and asked coldly, "Go home. Where else can you go?" Qin Feng smiled and said, "I'll take you there." "I don't want to see you now, scumbag." Xia Ting got out of the car, and slammed the door. The loud bang made Wang Gang in front of him feel heartbroken. Seeing her determination, Qin Feng sighed helplessly and said to Wang Gang, "You go take her home. I'll go get a taxi." "Okay, boss," Wang Gang replied. Qin Feng got out of the car. I watched Wang Gang decisively turn around and drive in the opposite direction to catch up with Xia Ting. Then he honked the horn and said a few words to her. Xia Ting turned around and glared at him, then got into the car obediently. When they passed by him, Xia Ting did not roll down the window. Qin Feng smiled and waved at her. Then he stood by the road and watched the car go away, until it disappears. Qin Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Men who can't lie really lose points. I should be thick-skinned and have the heart to trick her into getting 80 points, and then reveal my true colors after getting the cash back. He swore secretly. I must be a heartless scumbag in the future. Qin Feng walked silently on the road, constantly reflecting on himself in his heart. You don't have to worry about getting burned, even in the hot sun, at 2 or 3 in the afternoon. It took me a while to recover. I looked up blankly, not knowing where to go. I turned my head and looked around, and I had some impression of the street scenery. He remembered that he had been to this street when he was delivering takeout. It was quite lively, and there were many shops. Not far away, there are coffee shops, hair salons, internet cafes, and boutique foot massage shops. His attention was drawn to the foot bath shop, and he stared at the sexy sign. Without stopping, he walked into the internet cafe resolutely. It's not that I can't afford to go to a foot massage parlor, but that internet cafes are more cost-effective. It's the same happiness, $3 an hour and $298 an hour. Isn't it obvious which one to choose? Qin Feng, who only had 5,000 or 6,000 in cash left, kept comforting himself. Chapter 32. ADC Dogs Don't Play. After entering the internet cafe, Qin Feng took a bottle of Coke and recharged 10 yuan for the internet fee. After receiving a sweet smile from the cashier girl who paid 69 points, I sat in the lobby area for 3 yuan. While waiting for the computer to boot up, I took out my newly bought cell phone and took a look at it. There are 3 new contacts on WeChat. They are all women. Qin Feng clicked on the first girl's circle of friends. There are selfies in her circle of friends, which look somewhat familiar, and the system gives a high score of 81. When you click on them, you will see that in addition to people, the photos often feature Porsche logos on steering wheels, accompanied by some inspirational texts. When Qin Feng saw the Porsche, he remembered that this was his sexy salesgirl this morning, Peng Jinyan. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Soon, the other party sent a hello greeting. Qin Feng was not interested in this sales job for the time being, so he just left her there. The second girl's WeChat name is Betsy. There are not many posts in the moments, just a few landscape photos and some reflections on life. The note states that it is a Porsche buyer. Qin Feng remembered that it was the female owner who had ordered the turbos he had bought before. He became a little interested in this girl. After clicking through, he sent a message straight to the point. Beautiful lady, take a selfie. After being baptized by Xia Ting, he is now more and more courageous and dares to say anything. Taking a selfie is actually to save everyone's time. Scan it. If the girl scores below 90 points, there is nothing to talk about. Just say goodbye and leave. He doesn't have extra energy to spare for other girls. The third one is Jiang Manchua. The application notes read, "What are you doing at the Porsche 4S store?" Qin Feng took 2 photos of the Porsche in the morning and posted them on WeChat Moments. In half a day, he received more than 20 likes. The comments also joked about buying. I guess this woman knew about his visit to the 4S store from one of his classmates. Qin Feng smiled slightly, and his mood improved. I wanted to add her back and say sarcastically, "It's none of your business." But I feel a bit low. After all, you are a man with an ID card. There's no need to show your superiority in front of such a bitch. It seems like he still cares about her. He directly clicked reject and blocked the message. Indifference is the most hurtful word. Just like she ignored me at the beginning. Only those who have suffered this kind of violence can understand how terrible it is. It's like having boiling magma in your chest, but covered by layers of ice and snow. Qin Feng wanted her to experience it as well. After dealing with these, he casually placed his phone on the table, revealing the camera with an octagonal diamond. With the envious eyes of his brothers next to him, he started playing the game. Of course, when you come to the internet cafe, you have to play a few games to have fun. I'll go live and find girls later. He's been playing this game on and off for 7 or 8 years. The technology is not very good. He only knows how to use some tricks. The new version is full of new features and is very suitable for players like Qin Feng. The game begins. He chose a twisted fate. The first item he picked was Hydra, and the second item was Heart of Steel. The opponent's Warwick was beaten so hard that he began to doubt his life. In the current version, the damage is explosive. Even the support can chase the ADC. AD has absolutely no need for C. Just show some meat to attract firepower and hold on to the thighs of Nakagawa Ueno's father. This is the correct way to play this horror game. After Qin Feng, an ADC, bought a lot of top lane equipment, he stood alone in the enemy's middle lane to push the line. He successfully used his seemingly thin body to seduce the enemy mid-laner Yasuo. He took the opponent's ultimate skill and was chased and hacked by him for half of the map, but he was not killed yet. When Qin Feng's teammates arrived and successfully surrounded Yasuo, Yasuo was still thinking about using E to chop Qin Feng before he died. This hatred is very stable. The 5 people took advantage of the numbers to kill the big dragon. Critical moment. It was Qin Feng, the ADC again, who used a magic flying claw to hook the Warwick in the bush. Then he stood there without any fear and confronted him head-on. After using all of the skills of the Warwick, he was horrified to find that the ADC only had half of his health left. After being killed instantly by his teammates' concentrated fire, the Warwick kept asking questions to express his incomprehension. Qin Feng cooperated with his teammates to take the dragon, kill people, and push the tower, ending the game directly. Cool. This meta is simply heaven for ADCs. In the past, you had to move carefully, output damage, and dodge skills. Now, just be a tank and be a tool. The outcome of the game has nothing to do with you. In the later stages, even pushing towers doesn't require AD damage. This made Qin Feng feel very comfortable. Mom no longer has to worry about me being taken away by someone. Just when she was about to play another round, Wang Gang called and said that he had sent Xia Ting back safely. He asked her where she was, and he would come to pick her up. Qin Feng didn't call him over. I was playing games, and it felt weird to have such a big guy standing behind me. Qin Feng told Wang Gang on the phone that he would come and pick him up to go to the bar in the evening. He had nothing to do now, so he could go anywhere to rest. Wang Gang thought that this job required 24-hour companionship, so he was prepared to eat dry food and stay up late. I didn't expect that after less than 2 hours of work, I would be asked to take a rest. I was a little bit unbelievable for a moment. This job is a bit too easy. Can I really get a raise like this? He sat in the car, staring blankly at his phone. Qin Feng hung up the phone. I planned to go to the bar to find Fuya in the evening and tell her about the pain of losing love. By the way, see if he can find a qualified girl in the bar and get a room to spend a night together. He can promise not to touch that girl. He just didn't want to go back to his own shabby 40-square-meter room after sleeping in a big bed in a 4-star hotel. At this moment, the phone vibrated. The female car owner who just passed sent a message. Betsy, Mr. Qin, nice to meet you. Qin Feng saw that she refused to send photos and didn't want to pay attention to her, but it was quite boring to wait for the selection, so he asked casually, Qin Feng, what's wrong? Betsy, I think we have similar visions and I would like to get to know you. Qin Feng, no pictures, no talk. Betsy, Su Beishi sat in her office, staring blankly at the messages on her phone. She thought that the man who liked the car she chose must have a taste similar to hers. I didn't expect the first sentence to ask to see photos. That attitude is frivolous, like a confident loser. Su Beishi considered himself to be a very generous person. He felt that it was too arbitrary to judge others based on just one sentence, so he planned to get to know them better before making any decision. But after saying these 3 sentences, she came to a conclusion. If this man is not a loser, he must be the stupid son of a landlord. She didn't want to deal with such an uncultured man. But it just so happens that I look pretty good. From childhood to adulthood, everyone praised her as a princess. If I don't take a photo at this time, it will make me look as if I am too embarrassed to see anyone. Su Beishi thought about it, took a selfie with her mobile phone, and sent it. Betsy, picture, Qin Feng /sexy. As soon as she sent it, she immediately received a response from a man. Su Beishi curled the corners of her mouth and smiled complacently. She still has some confidence in her beauty. Now the initiative of the chat is in your hands. Can we chat now? Chapter 33. It's great to be rich. Qin Feng stared at her photo with great interest. This oval face, these beautiful red lips, these double eyelids with peach blossom eyes. Her eyes are as clear as water. Her eyebrows are as beautiful as a painting. Her teeth are white and her lips are red. Such a beautiful face, with fair skin that is as smooth as a baby's. Plus the shiny and smooth golden long hair draped over her shoulders. Like a golden lotus emerging from the water. At first glance, it is indeed beautiful. Qin Feng was worried that the photo of her was photoshopped or that the face was artificially created. Start scanning function immediately to test. Name, Subexi. Age, 25. Charisma, 92. Number of romances, 2. Damn, she's a real goddess. What are you waiting for? Just rush in and it's over. You initiate a transfer of 100,000. After Qin Feng transferred the money, he said domineeringly, "Look at the legs." He has learned a profound lesson from Xia Ting. Rich people don't have much use for relationships. Just throw the money at it. Don't do anything fancy. Find a few more girls and smash them together. With 100 million in his hand, he just didn't believe that no girl would fall in love with him. I also want to use this 100,000 to test whether this woman has a desire for money. A girl who can afford a Porsche is most likely a rich woman. If you don't like spending your own money, then say goodbye as soon as possible. Su Beishi on the other side saw that he was still so unreasonable and dared to say, "Look at your legs." His face darkened slightly, but the glittering 100,000 yuan on it made her give up the idea of blocking him. If someone had given her $100,000 in the past and asked her to post photos of her legs, she would have ignored it. But now it's different. After her father's accident, her own restaurant business suddenly became extremely bad. In addition, there was some negative news about the store from time to time, and old customers were clamoring to return their cards. Banks are unwilling to lend money, and I have lost contact with my old friends. She is now unable to make ends meet and is on the verge of bankruptcy. This is the restaurant where she has worked hard for several years. She didn't want to let it fall like this. 100,000 yuan is not a lot of money, but it can relieve the urgent need. Just patting my legs. Su Beishi's eyes flashed with cruelty, and she took Qin Feng's money. She raised her phone, pointed it at her smooth legs, and took a picture with a click. "Betsy, picture." When I sent it, I felt so ashamed. My face feels a little hot. Qin Feng smiled lasciviously when he saw the pair of plump and long white legs. At this point, the system determines that the consumption is successful. Goddess database update. Name, Subexi. Age, 25. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Charisma, 92. Occupation, restaurant owner. Features, devil figure. Favorability, -5 indifferent. Number of romances, 2. Strategy reward, understand women's heart. Amount consumed, 100,000 yuan. This strategy reward seems to be very good. If you can hear women's inner voices, then in the future, to conquer other girls, all you need is your hands, right? And this devil figure. I am moved, but my career comes first, and I can put my thoughts on my children on hold for a while. Wait until he has recovered his strength, and then we can study how devilish this devilish body is. But the problem now is that Su Beishi's favorability is actually negative. This made him feel a little strange. Could it be that my gift of 100,000 yuan has reduced my favorability? This is a bit tricky. Thinking that he had just given her money to ask her to pat her thighs might have made her unhappy. Qin Feng quickly tried to restore his image. "Sorry for being so rude just now." "It's okay. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for the red envelope." "You're welcome. Miss Su's photo is really beautiful." "Thank you for the compliment." Su Beishi was very disdainful of this person who pretended to be a decent person just by seeing her photo. System prompt. Su Beishi's favorability -5. Qin Feng was stunned when he saw the system prompt. "It's fine that my favorability rating was reduced because of my arrogance, but why did you reduce my favorability rating even though I have such a nice attitude?" Okay, this is how you play it, right? Since it all reduces favorability, I won't pretend anymore. He clicked transfer again, entered 200,000 yuan, and sent it. "Miss Su, I stole your love and bought your car, which was really presumptuous. To express my apology, can I treat you to a meal?" This time Qin Feng planned to communicate face to face. Use money to seduce her. Let her see what money power is. Su Beishi stared blankly at the 200,000, not daring to accept it. She was a little panicked by Qin Feng. Isn't it a bit too arrogant for a man to casually take out 300,000 yuan from a stranger? Is he the stupid son of a landlord or a nouveau riche? No matter what, he is a rich man after all. This kind of person is easy to talk to when he is nice, but once things don't go his way, he can be very troublesome. She didn't really want to mess with this kind of person. The reason why she took the initiative to look for Qin Feng in the beginning was not only because she felt that he had the same taste as her and wanted to make friends. I also thought that it would be great if I could borrow some money from him to get through this difficult time, but she was afraid of the heat of the money from this nouveau riche. By then, you'll be eaten up completely and there will be no place to seek justice. Looking at the glittering 200,000, Su Beishi resisted the temptation and refused. Sorry, I have a date tonight. It's okay if we have an appointment. You can keep the money. You own a restaurant, so just treat it as a meal I had at your place. How does he know what he does? Su Beishi was shocked again. It's not surprising to know your name. It may be revealed by the 4S store. But she never told anyone about her work. Could it be that this man had found out his name and job from just a photo in just a few minutes? This man is quite important. She was very discouraged and responded. Boss Qin is joking. How can a meal cost 200,000 yuan? I think it's worth the price to have a meal with a beauty like you. Mr. Qin is really good at making people happy. I'm a pragmatic person. If you think it is not enough, I can continue to pay more. Enough, Mr. Qin. Don't be angry. I really have something to do tonight. Su Beishi gave a bitter smile, but was still entangled. If we ask him to pay more, it's hard to say whether he will give the money to others and arrange for them to do bad things. With 300,000, there are already many people willing to break the law. At this point, she had no other choice but to continue typing. Is tomorrow night okay? I'll be waiting for you at Zuixinlu. King. Qin Feng thought about it and added, Excuse me, do you have rooms upstairs in your hotel? He remembered that Zuixinlu seemed to be a high-end restaurant. As the boss of the place, this woman should be able to arrange accommodation for herself, right? System prompts. Osubi's favorability sponica 10. Current favorability -20, contempt. Qin Feng. He carefully considered his statement. It seems a bit ambiguous. Good, she misunderstood. I just wanted to have sex with her and had no idea about her peach, but even if there is only a little bit, not much. Qin Feng wanted to explain a few words, but then he thought better of it. Despise her all you want. This woman even reduces your favorability when you give her money. It's quite difficult. Others are numb and don't want to worry about it so much. If it wasn't that the way she spent money was wrong, then there was something wrong with her as a person. Su Beishi held the phone and looked at the hint sent by Qin Feng. His chest heaved rapidly, his whole body trembled with anger, and his eyes turned red. I unconsciously tightened my grip on the phone. I was so angry that I wanted to return the money and block the person on WeChat. At worst, I could just hide at home for 2 days and pretend that I have never provoked this man. But then I thought of the crisis in the store. She frowned secretly. Chapter 34. I didn't expect you to be such a female anchor. Su Beishi sat quietly in the chair, thinking. About 10 minutes passed. She sighed softly. Finally chose to tolerate. Just pretend you didn't understand his hint. If he comes to dinner tomorrow, I'll try to get him drunk a little more and see if I can get 2 girls in front of him to fool him. If you can't refund this money, then don't do it. Su Beishi thought to himself. The store has been open for several years. She had learned a little bit about how to deal with men. After making up my mind, I turned off my phone, adjusted my mood, and tidied my clothes and makeup, getting ready to go out for an appointment. The person who made an appointment with her in the evening was her boyfriend of 2 years. He just returned to China recently and said he wanted to talk to her about something. His tone on the phone was a little heavy. Let Su Beishi vaguely guess what they were going to talk about tonight. When people are unlucky, bad things always come to them in piles. She's used to it. Qin Feng was in the internet cafe, wearing the free Bluetooth headphones, turning on the Douyin live broadcast, looking for the 90-point girl. He wanted to see how much favorability he could gain from a woman by spending 300,000 yuan on her in the live broadcast room. It can't be a negative number, right? He flipped through the live broadcast rooms one by one. I found that all the female anchors are very beautiful. There is not one ugly one. Every face is breathtakingly beautiful. The clothes she wears are also extremely sexy. Either the Chong Sam is split to the waist, or very tight yoga pants, or wearing mini skirts and stockings of various colors, or use a red leg buckle to tie it around your bare legs. She poses coquettishly and shows off her feminine beauty, especially the multi-person dance live broadcast room. 5 girls, some thin and some plump, took turns dancing, each of them looking gorgeous, charming, and graceful. If you give them gifts, they will dance to the same song over and over again. The background of the stage is a huge moon. The young ladies were like fairies descending to earth, bringing ordinary people a delightful singing and dancing experience. Qin Feng's heart was pounding, and he stared blankly. No wonder you can't find any pretty girls on the streets. It turns out they all hide in the live broadcast rooms. He thought that with so many beauties here, he should be able to find a few goddesses who scored 90 points. But after using the scanning function, it was like having a magic mirror, and their true identities began to be revealed one by one. A multi-person dance live broadcast room that is in the top 10 of the popularity list. The first dancing girl on the left has a charm score of 68. I don't know if it's because of her good makeup or the high beauty filter. Anyway, she is a young lady who is not as good as the receptionist at an internet cafe, but she looks like a stunning beauty who can topple a country in a live broadcast room. She was wearing a turquoise cheongsam and had a graceful and elegant posture. Her slender waist twisted back and forth, and it seemed as if it could not support the weight of her chest. It makes people want to go up and help her. But Shin Fong felt daunted when he saw the score of less than 70 and couldn't stop. The second one got 79 points. Although it was the same cheongsam, it looked even more sexy when she wore it. From time to time, she turned sideways to reveal her thighs and stroked the hem of her cheongsam on her hips with her hands, intentionally or unintentionally highlighting her graceful curves. The third girl stands in the C position, and her system score is very high, close to 100 points. It's about the number of times you've fallen in love. The actual charm value is only 82. She looks pretty good and is photogenic. But after looking at it for a long time, I feel that the face is a bit fake. If I have to describe it, it is that the facial features look like they were carved by a magician, and they are as delicate as a wax star. Very beautiful, but it is not suitable for staring at for a long time. It's easy to have the illusion that you're looking at a robot. Among the 5 girls, none of them reached 90 points. There are quite a lot of viewers, more than 10,000 online. Shin Fong was secretly amazed. Swipe through this live broadcast room and continue looking for the real goddess that could be consumed. I scrolled through the feed for several minutes and saw all of them were anchors who had their skin smoothed and faces thinned, and whose faces were excessively white. Nowadays, more and more people are doing live broadcasts. As long as the beauty technology is turned on, even if a man wears a wig and sits in a live broadcast room, he can be so beautiful that people can imagine a lot. Not to mention those girls who are slightly pretty. Their faces were covered with thick makeup. Powders of various colors can create highlights, shadows, and three-dimensional effects. Wear bright lip gloss, double eyelid glue, and heavy false eyelashes. Dressed like a fairy in front of the camera. She acts in all kinds of coquettish ways to cheat people of their money and sex. However, those girls who are really good-looking, after going on live broadcasts, they become awkward because of their incorrect speech skills or their usual cold and aloof nature. Her popularity is not as good as those ordinary girls who are passionate and can tell dirty jokes. I only earn 100 or 200 yuan a day and have to endure the dirty words from the audience. This has led to a loss of confidence in live streaming, which has become increasingly rare. Shin Fong was scanning and looking for it very tiredly. I clicked on dozens of live broadcast rooms, but none of them looked decent. They're all around 60 to 80 points. His heart gradually sank to the bottom, until I was about to give up. Suddenly, a youthful and cute little round face appeared before my eyes. It has a small mouth and a small nose, but the eyes are too big. There's also a pitiful beauty tear mole at the corner of the eye. Her black and shiny hair fell casually on her shoulders, and her long bangs covered her eyebrows. Looks cute and well-behaved, but also a little silly. She was wearing an ordinary white round-neck t-shirt, which showed nothing special and was not revealing at all. She was also wearing a blue skirt that covered her knees, leaving only a section of her white and tender calves exposed. This conservative dress is completely different from other glamorous anchors. Name, Zhong Wanwan. Age, 21. Charisma, 95. Number of romances, 0. It's 0. It's a miracle. WTF, WTF, WTF. Shin Fong was extremely excited. Not only did I find the goddess, but the number of times was 0. It was worth his hard work in finding it. Hard work really pays off. Zhong Wanwan was in a daze at this time. When she saw a new person entering the live broadcast room, she casually said, "Welcome to the live broadcast room. Please follow and support us." Shin Fong didn't expect that a level 1 account like himself could be mentioned by the anchor, so he immediately followed the host. He rarely did live streaming before. I have never been named by the anchor. I have never paid any money. The main purpose is to provide companionship, and I am determined to stick to the free service to the end. So he named it the Great Saint of White Smuggling. Brother, do you want to join the fan club? It only costs 10 cents. When Zhong Wanwan saw someone paying attention to her, a hint of joy flashed across her eyes. He followed the live broadcasting skills he learned yesterday and forced a subtle smile. Qin Feng didn't have time to reply to her. At this moment, he was busy charging money. It's a bit troublesome to recharge Douyin 50,000 yuan at a time. A dime is not enough for such a rare beauty. He was going to give her a hard time. When Zhong Wanwan saw that the new audience member didn't say anything or give any gifts, and his name even started with by Zhao, her smile faded a little. Many viewers are relatively rational and will not spend money recklessly even if they have money. It's great if you can just follow me. She didn't say anything else, but her eyes dimmed. Chapter 35. The female anchor was frightened. Zhong Wanwan stared at the screen in a daze. At this time, a high-level audience in the live broadcast room spoke. 55. I love eating coriander. The anchor dances sexy. I am so happy that I will give you a sports car. Although this person is level 55, he speaks very rudely. Zhong Wanwan's face froze, and she said in embarrassment, "Sorry, I'm not a dance host." She really can't dance. Also, her breasts are a bit big, so they bounce around when she dances, which is ugly. 42. Wandering slippers. Isn't dancing a basic exercise? If you can't even do this, how can you be a host? This sentence instantly caused a response from a viewer in the original live broadcast room. 10. Fenghua. Our Tutu is a pure and beautiful anchor. She won't do that kind of edge dance. Wandering slippers. It's so funny. It's still so innocent in this era. Fenghua. You guys should go somewhere else to watch the edge dance. We focus on a quiet atmosphere here. Wandering slippers. You let me go, and I'll leave? Fenghua. Broadcaster Tutu, they're in the same group. Let's ignore him. Zhong Wanwan frowned slightly, lowered her head, and said nothing. Some rich people on the internet don't speak very politely. This made her feel a little uncomfortable. Loves to eat coriander. Why is the anchor making such a grumpy face? You don't want a sports car anymore, right? Zhong Wanwan live-streamed for more than a week, but had no viewers and didn't make much money. But she also didn't want to lower herself for money and dance to please those annoying audiences. So I pretended not to have seen the message. I thought that after a while this person would feel bored and would naturally leave the live broadcast room. She had dealt with many unruly people in this way before. But what she didn't expect was that the two of them became more and more outrageous. Loves to eat coriander. Is there something wrong with this woman's eyes? She didn't even come over to lick us when she saw someone of such high rank. Wandering slippers. Yeah, wearing so many clothes like a bumpkin. Loves to eat cilantro. Look at her silly look. I don't know what she is waiting for. Wandering slippers. This anchor might be waiting for the freeloader Monkey King to send her a fan sign. Ha ha ha. Love to eat coriander. You can't even make money. What a crappy anchor. Wandering slippers. Maybe they like being taken advantage of by a level 1 trumpet for free. 1. Free Monkey King. Qin Feng worked so hard to recharge 2 million and accidentally saw someone talking about getting something for free. He cut it over and turned it upside down. I found myself being ridiculed for no apparent reason. He said he didn't quite understand. I didn't say a word. How could I be ridiculed? Is it not okay to have the online name of Freeloader Great Sage? He slowly typed a question mark. I love eating coriander. Level 1 trumpet. Don't come out and top up Audashon. Wandering slippers. Are you qualified to ask questions? Bai Pao Da Sheng. Qin Feng's face looked a little ugly, and he suspected that these two guys had problems with their brains. I couldn't help but type. Watching a live broadcast and not allowed to talk. Wandering slippers. Just be a freeloader and don't come out to seek a sense of existence. I love eating coriander. If you don't make money, you'll just talk a lot of bullshit. Seeing that the situation was getting serious, Zhong Wanwan finally spoke timidly. Can you guys please stop quarreling? Her voice was soft and weak and not very convincing. Loves Coriander's real name is Zhou Chirue, and he considers himself a person of status. He doesn't like talking to level 1 losers. He feels annoyed when he sees them too much. In order to avoid seeing Qin Feng's speech again, he directly gave him a Porsche worth 120 yuan. Loves coriander. Give away a golden sports car ×1. This is the 6th sports car he has given away today, so it has a golden special effect. Ordinary sports cars are red. Love to eat coriander. Anchor, give me a manager to help you clean up the garbage viewers. Zhong Wanwan thanked him quietly. Although I don't like this person's attitude, he actually gave me $60, so I should thank him. However, she did not give the other party control, but only weakly advised Qin Feng. Brother Bai Pao, stop arguing with them. Let's talk about something else. Wandering slippers. Wow, this anchor is quite generous. He calls me brother even without giving me any gifts. He should call me brother too. A hint of disdain flashed across Zhong Wanwan's eyes. The displeasure was almost written on his face. I wanted to ask this person to get out, but it seemed that this Slippers and Coriander knew each other. This made her a little conflicted. At this moment, a super gorgeous special effect flashed out. Pink cartoon squares were laid at the bottom, and piano keys rotated in a circle, supporting a giant subwoofer-like stage. Several small round figures in Peking opera costumes were beating gongs and drums underneath. At the top flashed the 3 neon characters Carnival, which kept spinning, showing its dazzling value to the surroundings. This is the most precious gift from Douyin. Worth 3,000 yuan. Free Monkey King Sind Carnival ×1. Zhong Wanwan was surprised by the gift special effects that suddenly appeared. She stared at the screen in disbelief with her big, Caroline eyes. For a moment, I even forgot to say thank you. This was her first time receiving a carnival. When this special effect appeared in the live broadcast room, she thought she was hallucinating. It wasn't until the chat box popped up with many lurking viewers that she realized it was real. Brother, don't be like this. Fenghua. Fuck, brother, you are so easily carried away. Pretty? So tough. I love monster girls. Chapter 36. Woof, 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 woof. Zhong Wanwan came back to her senses and whispered, "Thank you for the carnival, brother. Bunny bows to you." Zhong Wanwan's live broadcast room is called Lucky Rabbit, so she calls herself Rabbit. She imitated other female anchors, stood up, put her hands together in front of her legs, and bent deeply 90 degrees towards the camera. Although she also bowed, her bow was different from those enthusiastic anchors. She stood with her legs straight, her head lowered, and her eyes drooping. She was like a shy little girl who received a red envelope, but was too embarrassed to express it, and she didn't scream or cheer. I couldn't give my boss the feedback he wanted, and it made the atmosphere a little serious. But Qin Feng likes this silly little cute girl very much. The reward was successful, and the system expanded the information. Qin Feng took a quick look. Goddess database update. Name, Zhong Wanwan. Age, 21. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Charisma, 95. Occupation, college student. Features, light voice and soft body. Favorability, 10 acquaintance. Number of romances, 0. Strategy reward, resurrection armor. Amount consumed, 3,000 renminbi. Qin Feng. Without talking about the features, let's just talk about this strategy. It's hard to put into words. It's awesome, but it has no impact on my current life. Say what you will about life, but no one can have too many of them. If this could be sold, it would be very valuable. Those billionaires would definitely be willing to pay big bucks for it. Strictly speaking, those wealthy people are not qualified to come to the table and grab it, because the bigwigs of various countries must be very interested in this thing. This is enough to show how precious it is. But when it comes to Qin Feng, it seems insignificant. It's like wearing a resurrection armor. At most, it makes you braver. I just have fewer concerns when doing things. It might be easier to pick up girls. A tall, rich, and handsome man who is willing to die for you. I just want to ask you if you are afraid. The live broadcast room was bustling with activity. Many viewers were attracted by the carnival and were bubbling like crazy. It's not because I haven't seen others playing the carnival. Instead, it was a bit exciting to see someone quarreling with their boss during the carnival. We ordinary people are very keen on eating spectators and joining in the fun. The audience spoke out. Brother, face it head on, awesome. It's normal for young people to be full of energy. If they don't agree, they can just keep fighting. At most, they can just eat steam buns for a month. The anchor, why don't you quickly give the management to your freeloader brother? Boss Coriander, everyone has already started the carnival. What are you waiting for? Chalai, Shri Shangcai. When Zhou Chirue saw the freeloader giving away Huazi, he snorted in disdain. Then I saw someone him and asked him to send a gift. He typed a line of words directly on the public screen. Loves to eat coriander. I don't like this kind of anchor. As a host, he can't dance, his speech is not pleasant, and his expression is silly. Apart from being a little pretty, she doesn't have any advantages. And I don't know if that face was beautified. There are many female anchors in other live broadcast rooms who are much prettier than her. Zhou Chirue really looked down on this timid anchor. He gave a sports card to him just now purely because he wanted to kick out the level 1 trumpet. Qin Feng originally wanted to rush to 10 carnivals first, but it took some time to look at the goddess's information. This time, seeing that this guy was still mocking his goddess, he immediately typed to protect her. 30 free Monkey King. If you don't like it, Can you please leave? After spending 3,000, his level reached level 30, and the logo turned into a noble golden color, no longer a small blue frame. Love to eat cilantro. This is hilarious. You spend your salary to show off, you? Wandering slippers. Haha, this sand dollar is getting angry because of what we said. Wandering slippers. You dare to give me 3,000 yuan? I admire you, ha ha ha. Fenghua, don't get carried away, bro. A huazi is quite expensive. When Zhong Wanwan saw them saying that the freeloader had used his salary card to pay as a reward, she immediately became anxious when she thought that this was really a possibility. Brother Dasheng, thank you very much for your gift, but please don't squander your salary. Qin Feng was a little annoyed by those two clowns. But after hearing Zhong Wanwan's advice, he immediately laughed. This girl is really a bit stupid. Freeloader Monkey King. Don't worry, Bunny. It's just a few bucks. Wandering slippers. You start showing off after just one carnival. I love eating cilantro. What's your status to act so arrogant in front of me? Free Monkey King send Carnival ×1. Free Monkey King send out Carnival x2. Free Monkey King send out Carnival x3. Qin Feng smiled faintly and started to get angry. Carnivals kept bombarding one after another. He wanted to see what those two funny guys would say after swiping 100 huazi. It's just money. In front of the high-scoring beauties, the thing he has the most is money. Qin Feng slid his thumb and gave the gift quickly. When the gorgeous carnival special effects flashed one after another in the live broadcast room, everyone looked at the scene in amazement. The audience in the live broadcast room took a breath of cold air. I watched the gifts flashing before my eyes like a screen full of flashes. Each one is worth 3,000 yuan in real money. Everyone kept sending question marks or exclamation marks. There are also people with fast hands who are bragging about the boss. However, the public screen chat box is completely blocked by the carnival special effects, and it is impossible to see what everyone is saying without blocking it. The scene was extremely shocking. The stray slippers were also a bit startled. The real name of Wandering Slippers is Pang Pin, and he is Zhou Chirui's little follower. I usually try to figure out the boss's thoughts and make him happy. As long as he senses that his boss is angry, he will speak up and teach him a lesson on his behalf. And as a pianist from Zon, he types very fast. He just edited a comment. Just because you're participating in a carnival, you are so pretentious. This time, seeing that freeloader Monkey King was sending gifts again, he slowed down the sending action. He didn't expect that this level 1 account could actually win so many carnivals. He deleted the number 1 in the text box, wanting to see how powerful this person was. But when he saw the carnival increase from times 10 to 20, and then to 30, and still refused to stop, a trace of solemnity appeared on his face. When the number becomes 40, 50, 60, his eyes began to become fearful. He decisively deleted all the text he had just typed. He is not stupid. Someone who can afford to give so many gifts is definitely not someone a small follower like him can afford to offend. He didn't dare bark anymore. If you anger someone, even if they can't touch your boss, it will be easy for them to touch you. It's better to keep a low profile. Chapter 37. Zhong Wanwan was completely confused. The female anchor Zhong Wanwan in the live broadcast room opened her eyes wide at this time. The dark and bright pupils are like a frightened deer. Her pink little mouth was slightly open. Like other viewers, he stared at the computer screen in disbelief. I held my breath nervously, and my pores stood up. I sat there stupidly, not daring to move, and it took me a long time to recover. When she received her first carnival, while I am happy, I'm also a little worried that the freeloader is struggling to make ends meet with his salary. But I didn't expect that he would start delivering carnivals right after that, one by one at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, Free Monkey King gave away carnival times 71, times 72, times 73. It seems like the money is too much to handle. This immediately made her not know what to do. Influenced by her roommate, who told her that live streaming was very profitable, she wanted to give it a try. But after broadcasting for more than a week, the total revenue was less than 100 yuan. After today's broadcast, she doesn't want to broadcast it anymore. But what was unexpected was that a big boss suddenly appeared and spent so much money on her. Today she saw what a truly rich person was like. Her eyes gradually became dull, and her mind was working frantically, thinking about how to thank her boss. Qin Feng reached 100 and finally stopped. It took about a minute or so, faster than double-clicking to like. He felt somewhat satisfied with his hand speed. He scrolled through the bustling public screen, trying to find the two idiots who hadn't spoken yet. With a gift value of 300,000, the live broadcast room has become popular, with hundreds of viewers pouring in and quite a lot of comments. Black, the boss is confused. Weathering with you. Rich dad, are you in need of a leg accessory? If you don't buy Maybach, you won't change your name. The great saint is bullshitting. You can't refuse to accept it. Invincible pineapple. What's going on? Is it the new year? Delicious you. I didn't know people were crowding around and stuffing me in, and then I got stuffed in. Is it pretty? The low-key boss has been screwed. He is showing off his financial strength. Don't be nervous. Sheen. Brother, please read my private message. There's a special surprise for you. I want 2/3 of a bowl of rice. This anchor looks so cute. Sheen Feng didn't find what the two guys said and thought they were scared by him. He slowly uttered a question mark. White-haired great sage. This question mark is the same as last time, but it made Zhou Chirui's expression become gloomy, and a terrifying cruelty flashed in his eyes. He was in a very bad mood this time, feeling like he had become a stepping stone for others. This loser called freeloader Monkey King actually dared to step on him to show off. This was unbearable for him. It's just 100 huazi, he can afford it. Even 200 or 300 are not a problem for him. Love cilantro. Haha, you like to pretend, don't you? Love to eat coriander. Just wait for me. After Zhou Chirue sent the message, he left the live broadcast room directly. When Pang Pin saw his boss leaving, he immediately ran out as well. Qin Feng couldn't help laughing when he saw them, saying something cruel like Big Bad Wolf. I don't care what these two guys want to do. It's more important to do the right thing. At this moment, the anchor in the picture opened her cherry lips and looked very cute with a stunned look. It makes people want to tease her. White Monkey King. Host, don't you even say thank you for the carnival? Because he joined a fan club before sending the rocket, so the intimacy level is very high now. The color of his comments was different from others and was particularly noticeable. Zhou Wanwan saw the comments and hadn't figured out how to express her gratitude. She covered her mouth with her hands nervously and stuttered when she spoke. Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you for the carnival, brother. White Monkey King. That's it. Zhou Wanwan also felt that this was somewhat insincere, but she didn't know what to say, and her face turned red. Suddenly, she remembered the words her roommates used to thank the boss, and in a moment of urgency, she blurted out without thinking too much. I want to give birth to a baby for my boss. The scene fell silent. No one was typing, and the comment section of the live broadcast room seemed to be frozen. No one expected the anchor to say this. Such vicious words uttered by such an innocent little girl can clearly cause harm. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He jumped up from the sofa in excitement. Quickly typed, "Are you serious?" Zhou Wanwan's face turned red instantly, and even her beauty filter couldn't hide her gorgeous complexion. She regretted it a little after she said it. She had recently heard this sentence from her roommate during the live broadcast. After hearing it for so long, she accidentally said it without thinking. Seeing that Qin Feng was serious about it, she hesitated and didn't dare to speak. My eyes darted around nervously, thinking he was joking, yet at the same time afraid he was serious. The audience couldn't help but smile when they saw the conflicted little look. Immediately following, the live broadcast room once again lit up with the carnival's exaggerated special effects animation. Free Monkey King, giveaway carnival ×1, ×2, ×3. Qin Feng was so excited that he could only express his excitement by giving out gifts crazily. This made Zhou Wanwan, who originally wanted to explain, confused again. She never expected that just one word from her could make the boss powerful again. For a moment, I didn't know what to say again, and my eyes were blank. Qin Feng's hands were even faster this time, and in the blink of an eye, the carnival had been delivered to ×97, ×99, ×99. He turned a deaf ear to what was happening outside, and was only focused on his beloved. Zhou Wanwan was also in a daze for more than a minute. There was no music in the live broadcast room, nor were there any screams from the female anchor. There was only a slightly cute rabbit. Seeing that the gift was still floating upwards, the audience could no longer control their hands and typed, "Rich Dad, do you want a son or not? This is fucking awesome. I've been doing live streaming for so long, but this is the first time I've seen someone do a carnival like this. Godfather, please accept my son's greetings." Is this female anchor stunned by the money? She's motionless. Nonsense. Are you dizzy if I hit you like this? Zhou Wanwan came back to her senses a little. I rubbed my eyes, which felt a little sore after being open for a minute. I timidly shouted, "Thank you for the gift, brother Dashung." He looked nervous and confused. There was an uncontrollable tremor in his voice, like a frightened little rabbit. So cute. Chin Feng was so excited after hearing this that he brushed even harder. Free Monkey King. Giveaway Carnival times 100 times 101 times 102. Chapter 38. Brother, stop now. At this time, Pan Fugue, who was sitting next to Chin Feng, came back from the toilet. She was shaking her hands and was about to sit down to continue surfing the internet when she saw Chin Feng playing with his cell phone with a lewd smile on his face. He quietly leaned over to take a look, then glanced at his phone. It seems like he is giving rewards to the female anchor in the live broadcast room. Pan Fugue disagreed. How can someone sitting in an internet cafe have the money to give gifts to the female anchor? At most, sending some flowers is enough to show your love. However, when he looked carefully at the gift Chin Feng gave him, he was immediately shocked. I actually saw someone posting Carnival in succession, and it has been delivered to 178, 179, 180, still sending. This is impossible. Pan Fugue didn't react for a moment and couldn't help but look up at Chin Feng. I saw that his expression was as smiling as a flower, and he was accepting gifts without any pressure. Pan Fugue understood something instantly. It must be a fake TikTok. It must be one of those shady live streaming platforms that imitated TikTok and created something similar. That Carnival must only cost a few cents. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't be so enthusiastic. Pan Fugue was proud of his wit for a while, stretched out his arm to touch Chin Feng, and asked, "Brother, where can I download this live streaming app you're using? Can you recommend one to me?" Chin Feng took off his headphones and turned to look at him. The man was about the same age as himself, looked a bit ugly, and his front teeth were a bit protruding. He laughed like a weasel. "Brother, don't you know Douyin?" Chin Feng asked back. "I know, but the normal Carnival is 3,000 yuan. You're making it seem like it's free." Pan Fugue pointed at Chin Feng's phone and asked in confusion, "You've almost given away 200 of them. If it's really a Carnival, how much would it cost? Even if you're using a Porsche phone, it is impossible for you to really give away so many gifts." Pan Fugue thought secretly. He had never seen any rich person sitting in an internet cafe to do live streaming and give hundreds of thousands of dollars in rewards to others. This must be fake. "Not much, just a little money, just a little money," Chin Feng replied with a smile. Seeing that Chin Feng was unwilling to share and pretending to be stupid, Pan Fugue didn't say anything. Then he smiled and sat back in his seat. I secretly guessed that the app might not be promoted to the outside world. It is probably a membership system, and you can only join if you're introduced by an acquaintance. And those female anchors should be the kind who work in foot massage parlors. They are more relaxed and can do whatever they want. I heard that those awesome girls can even perform the trick of opening beer with their mouths. However, to get in touch with this kind of circle, you have to go for massage regularly. Pan Fugue shook his head and threw away the envious thoughts. I'm a serious person, and I will never go to that kind of place. It is more important to move bricks. So he opened the game and prepared to continue his mission of killing monsters. However, the scene on Chin Feng's phone kept flashing through his mind. The live broadcast room looked extremely real. Even the name of the female anchor was clearly visible. I think it's called Lucky Rabbit. She has a pure and beautiful face. The Carnival keeps beating in Lucky Rabbit's live broadcast room. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at 201, 202, 203. Still, it seems like there is no intention to stop. The audience turned on their screen recording functions, intending to record this famous scene, give it a cool name, and post it online. Tell this to all the girls who are still chasing their dreams on live streaming. This is how other people's older brothers give out gifts. Brother Dashung, stop brushing, there are already too many. Seeing that Chin Feng had broken 200 and was still continuously brushing, Zhong Wanwan hurriedly called out. She is very nervous at the moment. If converted into money, this person has spent 300 carnivals in these few minutes. That works out to be 900,000. Who wouldn't be scared when seeing this? In her village, this money is enough to marry 5 wives. If this continues, am I really going to give birth to a baby for him? When I think of 2 people who have no feelings for each other, being honest and mixing with each other for money, Zhong Wanwan was a little at a loss. Chin Feng is a person who listens to advice very much. If she says no, then she doesn't want it. She said stop, so she stopped. She said don't stop, so just slow down first. We'll talk about this later. His waist is a little sore now, and although he wants to kill the thief, he is powerless to do anything. At this time, he wanted Xia Ting's strategy reward very much. When the number reached 210, Qin Feng stopped counting. At this time, he was already a high-level warrior of level 50. The oval icon behind the name turned purple, and the logo on it was extremely exaggerated, like a polygonal gem. After brushing for so long, there are dozens more red dots on his private messages. Qin Feng clicked it and took a look. I found that most of the avatars are of beautiful women, and their names are also very sexy. They sent their WeChat ID and mobile phone numbers. Several female anchors even sent Qin Feng the numbers of their live broadcast rooms, hoping that he would go over and take a look. There are also bold girls who directly say, 1,000 can fly all over the country. Rich man seek support. Just one carnival. Send abalone to the boss to replenish his body. Boss, do you want to take a bubble bath? Qin Feng's heart was moved for a moment, but he calmed down immediately. There are risks in dating girls online. What if a middle-aged woman shows up? He didn't want to hear, then I'll leave. Moreover, the most beautiful woman in the world is right in front of you. Are you crazy to run to find an unknown old lady? He set up his profile to prohibit private chats with people he doesn't follow. Then he sent a private message to Zhong Wanwan. Then he said on the public screen, the anchor is reading the private message. Zhong Wanwan opened the private message and saw that he wanted her contact information. I guess this freeloader might want to meet me offline. She hesitated for a moment, but finally sent the number. Zhong Wanwan had heard about things like online tipping and meeting up in hotels offline. She always thought it was far away from her. I didn't expect it to happen so suddenly. I don't know whether the person opposite me is fat or thin, tall or short, old or young. What if it's a bald, greasy old man? Zhong Wanwan shuddered and didn't dare to think about it any further. She said tentatively in a cautious tone, Brother, I was just joking. You don't really want me to give birth, do you? Chapter 39, The Female Anchor Who Can't Dance. I heard the female anchor was cheating and regretting. The audience in the live broadcast room were amused and joked. I feel sorry for the boss. He spent a lot of money on a house, but the female anchor refused to pay the debt. Boss, these 300 carnivals in 5 minutes are amazing. They will go down in history. I didn't expect you to be this kind of anchor. Others gave you rewards out of kindness, but you actually wanted to give birth to a child to avenge them. If the boss spends more than 900,000 yuan on me, I can even lock me up and act like a monkey, let alone give birth to a baby. Boss, if you want a child, tell me. Although I am a boy, I can be your child. Get lost. You are not worthy to talk to my father. After reading the audience's comments, Zhong Wanwan's eyes suddenly filled with tears, and she didn't know what to do. Qin Feng was not surprised by Zhong Wanwan's cheating. After all, she is an inexperienced girl, so it is understandable that she feels shy about things like having a baby. You have to let her relax her guard appropriately to have a chance. Freeloader Monkey King, I was just joking and just giving out gifts. Don't be nervous. Zhong Wanwan was dumbfounded. Is this what you call casual swiping? But from the looks of it, it doesn't seem like I need to give birth to my own child. She breathed a sigh of relief, feeling secretly delighted, yet also feeling a subtle emotion that was hard to describe. Could it be that Brother Monkey King has no interest in her? I'm not ugly either. Zhong Wanwan shook her head, not wanting to think about these questions. No matter what, he really gave me a gift worth nearly 1 million, and I should thank him sincerely. Zhong Wanwan sincerely wished. Brother Dashing is such a good person. I wish him a son soon and all the best. System prompt. Zhong Wanwan's favorability +10. This girl is really naive, and she had a lot every time. Qin Feng felt a little embarrassed to tease her. Freeloader Monkey King. I spent 900,000, and you're telling me this? Then what do you want me to say? When Zhong Wanwan heard Qin Feng say this, she instantly became timid again. At this point, she still found it hard to believe that she had actually received more than 300 carnivals. Zhong Wanwan really didn't know how to thank the super rich man who gave her reward. But no matter what it is, as long as you can do it, you should try your best to do it. The audience was very enthusiastic and took the initiative to give her advice. Say I love you, idiot. Shouldn't the anchor wish himself and his boss a baby soon? You guys are so dirty. The anchor looks so well-behaved. The comrade above is mentally unhealthy. I suggest that he be arrested and investigated strictly. Zhong Wanwan felt a little embarrassed by the teasing of netizens. She lowered her head and stared at her own fair and tender legs, not daring to look at the public screen. Qin Feng looked at her shy appearance and couldn't help teasing her. "Call me master, please?" Zhong Wanwan raised her head and saw what Qin Feng said. His pupils instantly dilated, and he repeated incredulously, "Master, master." She didn't think too much when she said this. It was completely unconscious. But it was this soft sound of the master that made Qin Feng very satisfied. He became more and more daring and made a new request. "Be good, dance again." Zhong Wanwan's face turned red. He didn't expect Qin Feng to be so excessive that he would ask her to call him master and even dance. Thinking of her roommate's wildly twisting dance moves, Zhong Wanwan said aggrievedly, "Bunny can only sing, but has never danced." At this moment, the screen was filled with people mocking the host for being ignorant. "Brother, you have invested so much. As a host, how can you not dance?" All the audience felt sorry for the boss, and at the same time were bullying Zhong Wanwan. Zhong Wanwan also felt a little guilty about what the audience said. Put yourself in their shoes. They paid 900,000 yuan, and you just said master lightly, as if you really have no sincerity. She hesitated for a while and said awkwardly, "If you want to see Tutu dance, Tutu can learn and dance at the same time, but you're not allowed to laugh at me if I don't dance well." Qin Feng looked at her figure. Although the girl was wearing a loose t-shirt that covered everything, you could still see her proud curves if you looked closely. Without sufficient capital, it is impossible to support that kind of arc. She also occasionally reveals her slender waist and playful belly button. Qin Feng imagined the host jumping around. He swallowed and tapped the phone keyboard impatiently. "White Monkey King, just do a simple pendulum dance. Twisting it is good for your health. The boss is generous. Brothers are in for a treat. I like watching girls who can't dance the most. This little girl has a pretty good figure. Hurry up, the boss spent so much money, and the anchor is still shy when dancing." Zhong Wanwan bit her lower lip lightly and resigned herself to finding a teaching video on the pendulum online. As the video played, her face became more and more red. The dancing girl in the video slowly opens her arms and raises them above her head, then gently supports the back of her head. Open your elbows and twist back and forth to the rhythm of the ethereal music. She was wearing a graceful short skirt, the hem of which fluttered up as she danced, matching her seductive look. Those blurry eyes made even Zhong Wanwan, a girl, dumbfounded. Too enchanting. When Zhong Wanwan thought about having to dance this, her face got hot with embarrassment, and she felt like smoke was coming out of her ears. She stammered and regretted. "Brother, I'm live streaming in the dormitory, and my roommate can come back anytime. Can I sing instead?" The audience was not happy. There's a P in singing, and dancing on the edge is the correct way to start live streaming. And wouldn't it be more interesting if her classmates came back? Anyway, the rich guy is here, so just spend money to let them dance together. Sharing happiness is worse than enjoying it alone. At once, there was a flood of comments, all urging her to dance quickly. Zhong Wanwan ignored the audience's noise and only had eyes for her brother Monkey King. She blushed, threw away her shame, and mustered up the courage to beg. "Please, Brother Dasheng. Chapter 40, don't look at me stupidly. I have good grades." When Qin Feng heard this name again, he felt as if his soul had been baptized, and he felt like he was floating in the air. Besides, he spent the money to gain favor, not to see this girl embarrass herself. Besides, it felt a bit weird that the girl I liked was shaking her rabbit in front of everyone in the live broadcast room. When I'm in the room with her, wouldn't it be nice to let her dance the pendulum alone for me to see? At that time, I will ask her to wear fewer clothes when dancing. See how a real rabbit hops. White Monkey King. Okay, I'll let you go this time. System prompt. Zhong Wanwan's favorability +10. Thank you, brother. I will sing you my favorite song, Flowing Flowers, all the way. Zhong Wanwan was delighted that she had escaped death, and she smiled with her cute little fangs showing. She quickly opened the music software, found the song, and clicked on the accompaniment. As the accompaniment sounded, a clean and sweet singing voice came from the live broadcast room. "The sunset glow over the sea is like a painting from my youth. Spread it in the sky and wait for the seagulls to take it away." Her singing voice has a unique magic, very pure and beautiful. It's like walking home from school with my childhood sweetheart next door, listening to the girl's natural and cheerful humming next to me. There is a simple and carefree feeling that makes people feel relaxed and happy. This made Qin Feng, who was immersed in it, lose a lot of evil thoughts. Zhong Wanwan has a small face with a childish beauty, a somewhat silly personality, and an unattractive figure. Qin Feng had already given her 100 slaps in his heart. Lowly is the treasure of the world. The only shortcoming of Zhong Wanwan's singing was that she had no tuning sound card equipment and no professional microphone. The sound is very nice and pleasant, but compared with those singing hosts who specialize in this job, it is slightly inferior. When she sang with these $1,000 headphones, the sound quality was not even close to that produced by sound cards that cost tens of thousands of dollars. This caused the audience in the live broadcast room to lose interest in her. Most people who do live streaming have no patience. Seeing that her singing was not as good as he had imagined, and she didn't even dance, he immediately turned around and left. Host, stop singing and start dancing. Damn, the boss is really rich and willful. He paid a female anchor to sing a song for 900,000 yuan. It's gone. I thought there was some amazing show to watch. The host's singing was so bland, not passionate at all. The internet is a place for people to vent. The rest of the audience felt that Qin Feng's money was not worth it, and that he was being taken advantage of. The speech gradually became more impolite. They were even jealous of Qin Feng showing off his wealth and arrogance, so they directly criticized him from the moral high ground. 18 Octopus has no meatballs. This female anchor is too shameless. She doesn't give birth to a baby and doesn't dance. Yet the boss is still foolishly throwing money at her. How stupid. One hell is empty. That's right. Why don't you donate this 900,000 yuan to poor children in the mountains? They can't afford to go to school, you know? Zero Dong Dong is a handsome man. Don't you feel guilty about spending your parents' money like this? Buy Pao Da Sheng. 42 Wolfberry Tea. Showing off just because you have a little money is disgusting. Qin Feng already has administrator privileges this time. When he saw someone making personal attacks on him, he turned into a power dog without saying a word and asked them to leave the live broadcast room one by one. Just kidding, if you pay attention to them, you'll be dragged into their logical trap. Why do I need to report to you when I spend my money? Jesus doesn't care about me. Why would you? Of course, most of the audience have quite positive views. When they saw someone scolding their boss, they all stood up to refute. Boss, just give it to me if you want. Why are you jealous? Why is there a Buddha light coming out of my phone? Which bodhisattva is chanting? These people are so sour and funny. Don't pay attention to them, anchor. Everyone was making a lot of noise, and the comments in the live broadcast room were posted very quickly. Zhong Wanwan was singing, and when she heard these disgusting remarks, her voice unconsciously weakened. I feel like I took so much money, but my singing isn't that good and I can't even dance, so I feel a bit sorry for the reward from Monkey King. However, when I saw the news that Qin Feng kicked someone, I couldn't help but feel a little warmed. Brother Dasheng, consider this money as a loan from you. I will pay you back slowly when I get a job. Zhong Wanwan said this seriously. This was the only way she could think of to repay him without having to sell her body. Qin Feng looked at her clear and silly eyes and laughed uncontrollably. There was even a host who spit out what he had swallowed. This is so cute. He bought 3 more carnivals, fearing that she would pay him back. The host sings very beautifully. I like your song very much. Really, Zhong Wanwan was originally feeling a little guilty, but was instantly healed by Qin Feng's words. Being recognized by the person she cared about made her eyes light up again. Then I will sing another song, 7 Miles of Fragrance, for my brother. White Monkey King. Well, every time you sing a song to me in the future, I will give you a gift. Brother, you don't need to spend so many gifts. This money is enough. Zhong Wanwan quickly shook her head and refused. Free Monkey King. Gifts represent love. You can't deprive me of my right to love you. System prompt. Zhong Wanwan's favorability +10. Zhong Wanwan was attacked by the dirty words. Her eyes widened again, and her slightly trembling eyelashes showed her inner panic. The 2 white and tender little hands were entangled together, not knowing where to put them. She is just 21 years old and is still a sophomore in college. Although she is very beautiful, she always goes out without makeup, covers her face with long hair, and wears black-framed glasses to prevent myopia. So few boys pursued me. Moreover, she doesn't talk much and often ignores others suddenly, which makes boys think she is very cold and difficult to get along with. Even fewer boys dare to tease her with dirty talk. But in fact, Zhong Wanwan is not aloof. It's just because the CPU in her brain is not very good at dealing with the ways of the world. Once it is overloaded with calculations, it will automatically trigger protection and go into daze mode. In addition, she is quite short, and if she lowers her head slightly, others cannot see the empty space in her eyes. Her daydreaming look was interpreted as being aloof. So I still don't have a boyfriend. This time, someone swiped more than 300 carnival videos, saying that he liked her and wanted to listen to her singing all the time. Zhong Wanwan admitted that she was a little moved. But I was also afraid that this monkey king was a 60-year-old man. When they met, she found that she was not that attracted to him. That would be very embarrassing. Thank you for your love, brother. I will try my best, Zhong Wanwan said shyly, and quickly turned on the accompaniment, using singing to hide her panic. The little girl's sweet singing voice soon rang out again in the live broadcast room. The sparrows outside the window are chattering on the telephone poles. You said this sentence has a very summery feeling. Qin Feng listened to the innocent voice of the little girl with a smile, and from time to time, he sent 14 little hearts to support and encourage her. He really likes this innocent girl more and more now. After spending 930,000, the favorability level actually reached 40, familiar. Just a few words, and the good impression is there. I thought this girl was very likely to be the first goddess to get cash back. Qin Feng smiled happily, thinking about how to win her over. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly appeared on the public screen of a live broadcast room. Love to eat coriander. Don't dare to accept the anchor PK? Zhou Chirue found a female anchor he was familiar with and asked her to compete with Lucky Rabbit. However, after applying several times, Zhong Wanwan rejected him every time. In the end, the PK function was even turned off. Zhou Chirue immediately ran to the live broadcast room and taunted Zhong Wanwan. Your big brother has given you 100 carnivals, and you don't even dare to accept the PK? What the hell are you trying to do? When Zhong Wanwan saw this, she frowned. I thought to myself, no wonder someone asked for PK several times while we were singing just now. It turned out that this annoying person was causing trouble. She doesn't like PK, no matter who it is. Although she also knew that PK might bring her more benefits, she could not accept the punishments. What about the 8th company of acting cute, running and squatting, riding on the face? She felt very ashamed. In order not to affect my singing, Zhong Wanwan clicked on the management permissions, ready to kick this coriander out. But he was surprised to find that he couldn't kick it. The background shows, this user is a distinguished super VIP member and has the privileges of anti-kick and anti-ban. She didn't know how to deal with it now, so she could only lower her head and pretend to sing seriously, ignoring the comment. But unexpectedly, the great sage brother came out to stand up for him. By Zhao Dashing. Brother, you're already a grown-up. Don't always mention your mother when you talk Hai Shru Shangcite. Loves cilantro. Malagobi. Are you teaching me how to do things? White Monkey King. Yeah. Loves cilantro. FK. Qin Feng laughed. This guy couldn't even curse. He wanted to be a teacher, so he demonstrated it himself. White Monkey King. Silly. White Monkey King. Force. Chapter 41. Young people don't know what is expensive. In Zhong Wanwan's live broadcast room, the new audience members instantly became interested when they saw a big shot coming to stir up trouble. He keeps fanning the flames and enjoying the fun. Boss Coriander is of a high level. I think what he said is right. So exciting. This is the first time I see 2 level 50 bosses quarreling. 2 rich guys. Hurry up and spend your money to compete. The loser will call me daddy. Remind Mr. Xiangsai that Monkey King just cleared 210 carnivals. The above person is wrong. Monkey King got 100 at the beginning, 314 in total. My old swan, did the freeloader boss just reach level 52? Zhou Chirue's originally irritable expression turned serious after his pupils shrank when he saw the words on the public screen. More than 200 carnivals still have some strength. It's worth taking seriously. Love eating coriander. Do you dare to PK and try it? Bai Pao Da Sheng. Seeing his provocation, Qin Feng laughed and slapped his thigh. He was worried about how to give his own gift. That girl was so thin-skinned that she refused to accept the money, so he didn't dare to force her to give it. Unexpectedly, this fool gave him the opportunity to perform. White Monkey King, don't cry if you lose, kid. Loves to eat coriander. Fuck, let your girlfriend start PK. Freeloader Monkey King. Bunny baby, let's play a game with him. Don't worry, we'll win for sure. Although Zhong Wanwan didn't like PK, she also knew that when men were ready to fight, it was best not to disobey them. At this time, men need face. To refuse on his behalf would be like admitting defeat on his behalf. I've opened the PK. Brother Dasheng, don't fall into the other party's trap. I think winning or losing doesn't matter. At worst, I won't broadcast live anymore, Zhong Wanwan advised in a low voice. She was already very satisfied with the 300,000 today and didn't want Qin Feng to waste money because of a momentary impulse. White Monkey King. Bunny, don't you believe me? No. Tutu just doesn't want you to be impulsive. Even if you have money, you can't spend it like this. You can keep the money and do a lot of meaningful things, Zhong Wanwan said worriedly. Freeloader Monkey King. Spending money on you is the most meaningful thing I have ever done. After this sentence was uttered, Qin Feng saw Zhong Wanwan was stunned and suddenly stopped talking. She rested her chin on the table with both hands, staring blankly at the screen, her eyes gradually becoming empty. It looks like he could travel into space at any time. No way, are you confused by just one dirty word? Qin Feng laughed to himself. This little girl is so cute. She has no tolerance at all. I'm afraid she will faint in bed in the future. System prompt. Zhong Wanwan's favorability +10. Qin Feng completely lost his resistance to this cute girl who increased his favorability by 10 points every time. Even if she didn't give him the resurrection armor, he decided to fight to the end. Zhou Chirue got angry instantly when he saw someone dare to talk about love in front of him. Love to eat coriander. Damn, you licked the female anchor so hard. You are really brave. His speech set a new rhythm in the live broadcast room. Someone gloated and mocked. This freeloader may be new to live streaming and doesn't know how deep the waters of live streaming are. I suggest that the two bosses ask the anchors to turn off the beauty filter as a PK punishment so that we can all open our eyes. Eat the chicken you ordered yourself, even if it makes you cry. Don't waste it. Nowadays, everyone is rushing to the live broadcast. Qin Feng was in a good mood at the moment and was too lazy to pay attention to these people. White Monkey King, do you still want to play? Super love to eat coriander. Love to eat coriander. Take the PK, Rui Mimi. Zhong Wanwan vaguely found the PK invitation from Rui Mimi and clicked to agree. The live broadcast room screen was divided into two. A standard internet celebrity face appeared on the right. Big eyes, pointed chin, and pink blush all over the face. She was wearing a red tube top dress with a waist-hugging design, revealing her long white legs, and looked very feminine. But at this moment, her expression was extremely fierce, and she pointed her finger at the camera. The scolding was very rude. I was wondering who is so bold as to not give face to my boss, Coriander. It turns out that you're a little goblin who has not even fully grown hair and does not know how high the heaven is and how deep the earth is. Why are you hiding? You dare to act wild, but not to take on the PK, right? You shameless thing, pretending to be pure and innocent. Hurry up and apologize to my eldest brother, or I will make sure you don't make it in the live broadcast industry anymore. Zhong Wanwan was frightened by her aggressive look. Qin Feng couldn't stand such a fierce woman. He quickly reminded Zhong Wanwan, Tutu, turn off the sound from the other end. Zhong Wanwan had no PK experience and was scolded for a minute before she found the mute button. Most of the audience in the live broadcast room were scolded away. Qin Feng didn't know where she got the confidence to speak so arrogantly. He turned on the scan to see the other party's score, but was stunned by the information presented. Name, Shi Hongyan. Age, 42. Charisma, 50. Number of romances, 6. I'm Chow. Annie, you're 42 years old and still doing live broadcasts. Isn't it a bit too hard? And this number of romances is too pitiful. This live broadcast is really open to everyone, whether human or ghost. After turning on the beauty filter, she looks about 23 to 24 years old, very attractive. If it weren't for the scanning function, he would have almost been kept in the dark. Bai Pao dashing. This lady is your woman? How dare you eat this? Chao ar Shui Shangsai. I love eating coriander. It's none of your business. Let's get started. White Monkey King. How do you want to play? Loves to eat cilantro. One round decides the winner. The loser changes his name to I am Shabi. Qin Feng thought about it, and a bold idea emerged in his mind. White Monkey King. If I lose, I can change my name, but if you lose, you don't have to change your name. By Zao Dashing. As long as you ask your anchor to turn off the beauty filter, appear without makeup, and say I love you to you in the live broadcast room, that will be enough. Freeloader. You spent so much money on her. It's impossible that you can't do this, right? When this guy realized that he had given so many gifts to an old lady, his expression was absolutely amazing. I'm afraid I won't dare to come to the live broadcast room to play again. This is equivalent to helping a young man who has gone astray and making an outstanding contribution to society. Qin Feng was proud of his sentiments and felt that the red scarf on his chest was brighter. Zhou Chirue didn't realize there was anything wrong. Although I have never met this anchor in person, I have video chatted with her on WeChat, and she looks almost the same as she does during the live broadcast. Still very white, with a pointed face. As we all know, WeChat videos are impossible to deceive people. Loves to eat cilantro. Okay, if you lose and don't change your name, just wait for me to find you in real life. After Zhou Chirue finished speaking, he entered the live broadcast room opposite and asked his beautiful anchor to start the PK. Aunt Mimi also knew that her boss had a grudge against the big brother on the other side, and that a serious money-spending PK was about to begin, so she was immediately extremely excited. She had thoughtfully chosen a 10-minute race. The live PK has a duration of 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and 15 minutes. She originally wanted to choose the longest time, but was afraid of exposing her intentions, so she compromised and chose 10 minutes. 10 minutes is enough for the bosses to fill up their money and spend it as much as they want. As the PK bar appears, the countdown starts for 10 minutes. PK begins. Chapter 42. Boss, you want your son but not him. A red and blue blood bar appear between the two people's screen. The score is 0-0. The red health bar on the left side of Zhong Wanwan's live broadcast room, and the blue health bar on the opposite side. The gifts given by fans of both sides will be converted into sound wave points, which will increase the health bar of each anchor. The opponent took the initiative, and Zhou Chirue threw out a Dragon Ranger worth 3,000. A big green dragon appeared in Mimi's live broadcast room, bringing her points to more than 30,000 in an instant, and the health bar directly pressed down on Zhong Wanwan's face. Zhong Wanwan came back to her senses and saw that the PK bar was crushed by someone, and a hint of worry appeared in her eyes. She wasn't worried about losing. She just thought that someone on the internet bought a car and a house, and gave gifts to the female anchor. He was afraid that his brother Monkey King might get too excited and do something stupid like selling his house to give rewards. She didn't know what to do. I thought that if he really gave me all the money, and then he would have no money to eat, should I return the money to him? No, can't return it to him. With his impulsive personality, he will definitely waste money again. All I have to do is provide him with food and accommodation and make sure he has some security. But in this case, does this mean I am supporting him? As Zhong Wanwan thought about it, her eyes became blurry again and she stared at one place in a daze. There was a barely perceptible hint of shyness in his eyes. Qin Feng didn't notice Zhong Wanwan's expression. He had now finished flexing his fingers and was ready to start his rage. Free Monkey King, give away Carnival ×1, ×2, ×3. The points increased by 30,000 very quickly. The health bar quickly caught up with the opponent and successfully overtook. A few minutes later, Lu Fugue, who was sitting next to him, exploded with a weapon worth 200 yuan and generously asked the network administrator to make him a pack of instant noodles. When I stood up and turned around to stretch my muscles, I saw Qin Feng still watching the carnival on Douyin. He leaned over again and glanced at his phone. I suddenly found it funny that after such a long time, I was still in this Lucky Rabbit's live broadcast room. It can be seen that there are very few female anchors in their app. He suddenly no longer envied Qin Feng. The 200 yuan he had just earned put him in a very good mood. He hummed a song and walked over to look at the female anchor. Are you tired, brother? You keep sending gifts. Are you doing a mission? Oh, I'm playing PK, Qin Feng replied casually. You hit really hard. It looks like the opponent's hand speed is about the same as yours. Pan Fugue saw the PK score. Our side has 360W sound waves, and the opponent has 340W sound waves. Very close. If calculated based on a real Douyin, 360W sound waves are equal to 360,000 yuan. Yeah, the opponent insisted on piking me, and my thumb is sore, Qin Feng complained. Pan Fugue saw that Qin Feng's thumb was indeed a little stiff, and he was delivering gifts slower and slower, as if he was about to be overtaken by the other party. So he said with a smile, how about I help you brush it? When my right hand is doing circular movements, my hand speed can break the speed of light. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He was indeed a little tired from swiping, and dragging the gifts up was very tiring. Plus, he was busy flirting and chatting with Zhong Wanwan, so he had been holding his urine until now. Seeing an enthusiastic guy helping out, he handed the phone to the guy and said, Excuse me, I need to go to the toilet. Qin Feng was not worried at all that this guy would run away with his phone. Internet cafes are becoming more and more formal. Not only do you need an ID card, but you also need to scan your face to access the internet. Besides, there's so many cameras here. If someone dares to steal a mobile phone worth tens of thousands of yuan, we can call the police today and catch him tomorrow. Chinese institutions can still be trusted. Pan Fugui took the metal-textured yuan with both hands and touched it from front to back. Then slide the screen and tap Gift Carnival. I was instantly conquered by the silky feel. This phone is awesome. When I have more money, I will buy one. He thought enviously. Free Monkey King. Giveaway Carnival times 169, times 170, times 171. His right-hand speed was really fast, and the score gap widened again in a short period of time. That's it. There's still time to appreciate the two girls in the live broadcast room. The anchor here is a bit uncomfortable staying in the winter. The girl on the other side was extremely passionate. Even though I couldn't hear any sound, I could tell from her hysterical screams that she was about to reach orgasm. The interface looks exactly the same as the real TikTok. Pan Fugui smiled, and it really seemed like that. However, after he saw the audience's speeches, he felt that something was wrong. Boss is awesome, broken voice. Why didn't the anchors say a word? Do you know that you're almost on the Douyin popularity list? Damn, the boss is angry and PKs, and he gave away more than 200 wazi, and he still doesn't stop. It will definitely be on the headlines tomorrow. Everyone, hurry over to the other side and listen to the host calling me daddy. It's so exciting. That daddy call is more intimate than a real daddy. Great sage father, when will you acknowledge me as your son? There are more than 5,000 viewers online in the live broadcast room. New messages kept appearing on the public screen. Some were licking the boss's ass. Some were asking the boss to support them. And some were even offering to bear the boss's child. One after another of flattering comments kept reminding him that this live broadcast room was most likely real. The brother next to me might also be a real big boss. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Pan Fugui's forehead. If the carnival he ordered was worth real money, then that means, in such a short while, the 2 million sound waves he ordered are actually 200,000 yuan? When have my fingers ever been so precious? Pan Fugui was secretly shocked. If you want to know whether this is a Douyin live broadcast room, it is also easy to verify. Just search for this live broadcast room on your mobile phone. He took out his mobile phone, typed in the name of the live broadcast room at the same time, clicked search, and found the Lucky Rabbit's live broadcast room. The popularity of this live broadcast room has already ranked first in the region and is among the top 20 on Douyin. Pan Fugui clicked on it tremblingly and took a look. Suddenly, a gorgeous carnival special effect popped up, almost blinding his eyes. The anchor above is the girl who looks a little dazed. Take another look at the names of the big guys that keep appearing. Free Monkey King. Giveaway Carnival times 302, times 303, times 304. And what he was holding in his right hand was the Free Monkey King cell phone, which was constantly clicking on the gift-giving carnival. Holy crap, this is fucking true. Pan Fugui was so scared that he stood up immediately, fearing that he would dirty Qin Feng's seat. When he thought that there really was a rich man sitting here, he was completely stunned. 3 philosophical questions come to mind. Who is he? What is he going to do? Does he need a son? Qin Feng finished using the toilet and leisurely returned to his seat. He saw that his brother next to him had helped him reach 6 million sound waves, while the brother on the opposite side had stopped at 5 million sound waves. He smiled and thanked him. Thanks, brother. Pan Fugui stammered. No. You're welcome. Thank you, big brother. Qin Feng was puzzled. Who should he thank? He didn't think much about it, said a few polite words, took his phone, and continued to browse for gifts. Brother, the opponent has stopped farming. There is no need for us to waste money anymore, right? Pan Fugui saw Qin Feng's smooth movements and quickly advised. Although he was confused just now, his fingers never stopped. And after seeing the other party stop, he also stopped. If he continued to brush with his hand speed, it would have reached 9 million sound waves by now. Oh, I'll guard a tower, Qin Feng said lightly. Chapter 43, don't be scared, just throw money at me. As the boss finished speaking, Pan Fugui almost suffocated. What kind of godlike big brother is this? He has to defend the tower, even when he is 1 million ahead. Is there any way to survive? He looked down at his phone and saw that the freeloader Monkey King had started from scratch to refresh his gifts. My jaw dropped to the ground in shock. His eyes occasionally glanced at Qin Feng. Even the instant noodles brought by the network administrator didn't taste good anymore. His mind was full of thoughts about what posture he should use to hug Qin Feng's thighs. Or what should I say to impress this big guy? Qin Feng felt very uncomfortable being stared at in such a strange way. Her eyes were full of desire and eagerness, just like a girl dressed provocatively under a streetlight. From the eager look on his face, he thought the guy was asking him to give him a tip. Qin Feng glanced at the instant noodles on his table, thought for a moment, then stood up and went to the counter to buy a sausage, handed it to him, and said, "Thanks, bro. I'll treat you to a sausage." Pan Fugue was stunned. What does he mean? What does he want to do? Could it be that? In an instant, Pan Fugue felt enlightened and felt that he understood the boss's hint. Shouted loudly, "Woof." Then he picked up the sausage with his mouth, squatted down, and looked at him obediently. Qin Feng. Qin Feng was shocked. This guy must be a psychopath. Qin Feng's scalp tingled, and he felt a chill under his scorching gaze. I quickly got up and moved to a seat farther away. Pan Fugue watched him leave in dismay, feeling even more heartbroken than when his girlfriend dumped him. At this time, there are more than 4 minutes left in the PK. Unexpectedly, the other side stopped attacking so quickly, which made Qin Feng feel weird while giving gifts alone. Zhong Wanwan has been in a daze for almost 5 or 6 minutes since the beginning. The scene seemed to be frozen, and the live broadcast room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Only the public screen below was bustling with people making comments. "No, great sage, please put away your magical powers. Live streaming and making millions a day. Brother Dashung, I just turned 18. Please send me a private message. The other side has already invested, and you're still brushing? Are you here to launder money?" The other side was too crazy. The female anchor really worked hard for the gift. She even shouted that she wanted to feed the boss mouth to mouth. Really? Come on, let's go over there and take a look. Qin Feng was also interested after seeing the comments. I wonder if Xiangcai will still be able to eat it after seeing the real face of the female anchor. He stopped sending gifts and clicked into the live broadcast room opposite, only to hear the host Mimi's cheering voice. "Brother Xiangcai, hurry up and drink the milk. We can't let them look down on us. People live to fight for this breath. If I were you, I would sell everything I have to earn it back. If you get scared this time, you'll never be able to save face again. Other big brothers in the live broadcast room, please help give gifts and show our big brother what a man should be like. Welcome to Freeloader Monkey King of level 58. Big brother, come and help us. This PK is very important. We can't lose." The background music in this live broadcast room is loud and passionate. The female anchor had a fierce expression and was full of aura. The voice is a little hoarse, giving people a hysterical feeling. By Zao Dashing. "I am Tutu's elder brother. I came to see what's going on with your elder brother." When the anchor Mimi saw that it was the big brother coming from the opposite side, she immediately put on a flattering smile and shouted in a shrill voice, "Oh, big brother, you hit me so hard that my face is bruised and swollen. Do you have the nerve to not give me some medical expenses?" Qin Feng gave a dime worth of beer. "This money is the PK red envelope that the weasel just snatched from me, so I don't have to spend it myself." He estimated that the anchor would be in a miserable state soon, so he gave him a gift to show his appreciation. "White Monkey King, is your elder brother still around? Please ask him if he can still do it." The anchor Mimi immediately shouted, "Yes, I can definitely do it. My elder brother is very rich. This little money is nothing. Boss Xiangcai, the big guys have come to your doorstep. What are you hesitating about? Hurry up and teach them a lesson." At this time, Zhou Chirui was racing against time to call his friends to help and had no time to deal with the female anchor. When the anchor Mimi saw that her boss didn't say anything, she thought he had given up, so she cried and complained. "Boss Xiangcai, you've really made me suffer this time. None of our female anchors can turn off the beauty filter. I'm broadcasting without makeup. You might as well tell me to die." She knows her own business. Once she appears without makeup, her live streaming career will be over. So she planned to evade the punishment no matter what. Or just download it directly. It is better to lose one boss than to lose all bosses. I love eating coriander. Stop yelling, "Host," just keep going. Bai Pao Da Sheng. Zhou Chirui not only called his friends over, but also put in the 1 million yuan his father gave him. He said he wanted to start his own business, and he had swindled this money from his father. The original plan was to start a gaming company. But now that Qin Feng had aroused his desire to win, he no longer cared about so much. At worst, I can go to his father to ask for money. Loves coriander, gives out 1 or 2 Dragon Rangers. Mimi saw that the coriander boss was up again and instantly felt that there was still hope. If possible, she didn't want to abandon this sucker who gave her nearly 1 million in tips. Where can I find such a rich man who dares to spend money without even meeting him? She opened the war song again, waved the flag, and shouted. With an excited heart and trembling hands, I follow the feeling of Big Brother. Thank heaven and earth. Thank Big Brother for his kindness and righteousness. Our eldest brother is affectionate and thoughtful. I wish you will never be short of money for the dead. If you never leave me, I will stick with you through thick and thin. My eldest brother is the most awesome. The atmosphere in the entire live broadcast room was extremely lively, and the female host screams seemed to be about to lift the roof off. The atmosphere group of her guild also started posting comments, fully supporting the boss, licking the boss nonstop, and praising the boss for being generous and awesome. Let's help the boss too. The scores are pretty close. We're going to make a comeback. Mimi is worthy of our protection. Let's follow the boss. Kill that stupid bitch over there. Some people were actually inspired and joining the fun. This live broadcast room is still exciting. The host is pretty and open-minded. I'll give the host a marry you home to liven up the atmosphere. Mimi, I love you, but I've already bought 10 sports cars and I'm running out of money for this month's living expenses. Chin Feng smiled and shook his head, feeling that it was not worth it for them. Back in the live studio, the atmosphere was much cleaner. Although the audience was close to 100,000, everyone spoke sensibly and calmly. There was no passionate anchor, only a rabbit that hadn't come to its senses. Zhong Wanwan looked dazed and seemed like she hadn't woken up yet. Chin Feng typed a teasing sentence first. Wife, it's time to wake up. Zhong Wanwan paid great attention to Chin Feng's remarks and was successfully awakened by his comments. Not realizing that there was anything wrong with Chin Feng's words, he just said dumbly, yeah. Chin Feng was secretly happy to see that she was not opposed to calling him that. Then, seeing that the opponent was starting to make an effort, he hurriedly opened the gift list and clicked on Carnival. Continue the final sprint. Chapter 44, the Xia Ting you all wanted is here. Please give me a small gift. Xia Ting returned to her home and stood at the door for a while. He wiped the tears from his face, took 2 deep breaths, and then opened the door and went in. As soon as she entered the door, she heard the beautiful woman sitting on the sofa, watching TV, yelling at her. You little bitch, you still know how to go home. This charming lady is Xia Ting's mother, Ming Meihui. Although she's nearly 50 years old, her skin is still well-maintained, fair, smooth, and shiny. Time has not left any obvious marks on her face. Only a few faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes showed that she was no longer young. Her facial features were perfect, somewhat similar to Xia Ting's, with the same oval face, dark eyebrows, white teeth, and red lips. Especially those beautiful and lively eyes. She doesn't look like a middle-aged aunt at all. She saw her daughter come back and glanced at her, then continued to mutter. Where did you go last night? You're almost 30, and you're still so out of touch, fooling around outside every day, and you refuse to go on a serious blind date. Mom, stop talking. Xia Ting didn't want to hear this. She took off her shoes, put on slippers, and walked towards her room with an impatient look on her face. What's wrong with me saying a few words to you? Look at the partners you've found. None of them are good enough. Last time, that young man was caught by the police for slurping noodles, and then you came to your senses, you brainless thing. Ming Meihui frowned with a look of disappointment and kept complaining. This kid's temper is really a headache. Those honest and decent families don't want her, and she insists on finding a rich man. Is it so easy to find rich people? I was also a beauty in the village back then, but after searching for so many years, I still haven't found a truly rich man. In the end, she still married a teacher. Let me tell you, I have an appointment for you tomorrow night with a guy that Annie Wong introduced to you. He's a pretty decent young man. No, Xia Ting said coldly, and walked into the room without looking back. When she was about to close the door, seeing her mother suddenly stood up and said to her sternly, Stop. Xia Ting snorted, did not dare to close the door, and lowered her head to prepare for the criticism. Unexpectedly, her mother did not curse, but instead softened her tone. What's wrong with your eyes? Why are they red? No one knows his son better than his father, and no one knows his daughter better than his mother. Ming Meihui only glanced at her and could tell that something was wrong with her daughter. She walked quickly to Xia Ting, lifted her face, and looked at it carefully. The big eyes inherited from her looked as if she had just cried. Ming Meihui was immediately angry and said, Which bastard bullied you again? I'm going to settle the score with him. Xia Ting shrank her neck and said weakly, No one bullies me. How dare you quibble? I know what you want to do as soon as you get up all these years. Don't I know whether you've been bullied or not? No, really not. Don't think I won't hit you just because you just cried. Tell me now, if you dare to lie, I will punish you according to the family rules. Xia Ting pursed her lips and glanced at her mother. Although her mother had her hands on her hips and looked fierce, she knew that her mother really cared about her and would not let her get hurt. Xia Ting's grievance was suddenly aroused, and tears once again floated in her eyes. She lowered her head, not wanting her mother to see her eyes, and tried to suppress her tears as she spoke. No one bullied me. I took the initiative. Ming Mei understood. This girl must have fallen in love with some young master again. She rushed up to him happily, then found out that he was no good, and ran back crying. She poked Xia Ting's head with her index finger and cursed. You idiot! Why did I give birth to such a brainless thing like you? Your face is wasted. You're always like this, without any sense at all. Ming Mei cursed a few words, but when she saw her daughter's shoulders shaking, she couldn't bear it. Then he quickly held her in his arms, touched her head, and comforted her. Okay, it's over. None of those rich people are good. Open your eyes in the future and find an honest man who loves you like mom. Life goes by very quickly and you are still young. Xia Ting could no longer control herself and burst into tears. But I won't accept it. Why? What's wrong with me? Silly child. Luck is something you can't predict. Sometimes it's yours, sometimes it's not. That's normal. But I really like him a little bit. I don't want to give up just like that. If you don't want to give up, it will only hurt more. You are 26 now. How many years do you have left to waste? Ming Mei patiently advised. When your youth is over and you look back and find that you have nothing, you won't be able to cry even if you want to. Xia Ting cried for a while, and when she calmed down a little, she said with a sob, I won't be left with nothing. He said he'd buy me a villa. If he leaves me when I'm old, I can just sell the villa and travel around the country. Hee. Ming Mei laughed contemptuously, grabbed Xia Ting's shoulders with both hands, pulled her out of her arms, and said sarcastically, Men's words are deceiving. Do you think your mother didn't hear this? He is putting a carrot in front of a silly girl like you and sleeping with you for nothing. Ming Mei looked her daughter up and down and said worriedly, Didn't he sleep with you last night? Did you take any safety measures? Xia Ting's eyes wandered for a moment. I haven't had time to buy medicine yet. You are really going to piss off your mother to death. Ming Mei was so angry that she stretched out her hand to pinch Xia Ting's arm, cursing. You lose self-respect. You become obsessed. You... Stop. Xia Ting couldn't stand being pinched. She yelled and threw away her shoes, escaped to the bed, and said stubbornly, He said he would buy me a villa, and he will definitely buy it for me. Okay. Ming Mei put one hand on her waist and pointed at her silly daughter with the other hand, and said 3 good words in a row. Then he turned around and walked out of the room, ready to take out the homemade baguette that had been put away for 2 years. Mom, listen to me. Seeing that the situation was not good, Xia Ting quickly jumped down and hugged her mother's slender waist, explaining, He is an honest man who keeps his word. Yesterday he promised to buy me a Porsche, and he bought it for me this morning. Seriously, the order and the contract are in my bag. Ming Mei paused, turned around, and looked doubtful. Are you sure you bought it from a real Porsche store? Is this a show that someone hired to act out? Oh, your daughter seems like that kind of idiot. Xia Ting crawled into her mother's arms again, twisted her body hard, and acted coquettishly. Please take out the contract so I can see it. If he really dares to forge a car purchase contract, I will go to the police station and sue him for fraud, Ming Mei said loudly. She still didn't believe it was true. This Porsche is not cheap. She has only seen people who spend so much money to pick up girls on TV. Chapter 45, She Knows Magic, right? Xia Ting quickly took out the car purchase contract, transfer receipts, and other various insurance documents from her bag. I stuffed them all into my mother's hand. Ming Mei took the contract, first glanced at the Porsche official seal, and asked, How much is the car? 3.2 million, Xia Ting raised 3 slender fingers. How much? Ming Mei was shocked. 3.2 million. Xia Ting pointed to the total amount of 3.2 million written in capital letters on the contract and said seriously. Ming Mei flipped through the contract, looked up, and asked in disbelief, Are you the owner of the car? When will you pick up the car? The day after tomorrow. Ming Mei fell into deep thought. It took her a long time to come back to her senses, and she looked at her daughter with complicated eyes. So, how old is he? What does he look like? He can't be older than your father, right? Mom, how can you doubt your daughter's judgment like this? Xia Ting stamped her feet, let go of her mother's arms, and said angrily, He is my college classmate, about 1.8 meters tall, very handsome, and used to be a very honest person. He has been secretly in love with me until now. He has become rich recently and wants to date me. Ming Mei approached Xia Ting, touched her forehead, and said curiously, You don't even have a fever. What nonsense are you talking about in broad daylight? It's true, Mom. Xia Ting shook her hands back and forth and stomped her feet. So, You came back crying just to show off to me that your boyfriend gave you a Porsche? Ming Meiwei became angry again. She threw the contract on the sofa and turned around to look around for any weapons that suited her. This girl has to be beaten. When I saw her red eyes just now, I thought something big had happened and I was really scared. I didn't expect that I would cry tears of joy. Damn it. If you were my daughter, I would have turned against you a long time ago. Ming Meiwei thought secretly. No, Xia Ting's voice dropped again when she thought of Qin Feng as a scumbag. Seeing her like this, Ming Meiwei frowned and a bad thought flashed through her mind. After hesitating for a moment, he asked cautiously. He's impotent. Xia Ting was shocked. What kind of vicious words were these? No, don't curse him. Xia Ting blushed and whispered, he is better than my previous boyfriend. Ming Meiwei glanced at the clothes rack on the balcony. It's made of plastic, so it shouldn't hurt the bones when hit. Oh, he has another woman following him. I'm afraid I won't be able to win in the end. Xia Ting sensed murderous intent and quickly used her body to block her mother's gaze, explaining with an embarrassed look on her face. He's not married, right? Ming Meiwei asked. No, Xia Ting replied. Xia Ting was stunned. If he still doesn't marry you by then, I'll tear him apart. Ming Meiwei said domineeringly. But what if another woman gets pregnant with a child first? Ming Meiwei advised. How do you know you can't do it if you don't try? Don't worry about anything else. Just let him buy the villa for you first. Ming Meiwei patiently said, remember, it's best to put your name on the house alone. Do you understand? Xia Ting hesitated and said, but wouldn't this be a bad idea? Ming Meiwei said angrily. Why is it bad? Otherwise, you can be like me and find someone to live an ordinary life with. It's up to you. Ming Meiwei saw her daughter lowering her head and not speaking. So she sighed and said helplessly, you said you like someone, and they like you too. Instead of worrying about other people intervening, you might as well work hard for it. Xia Ting's expression was somewhat moved. Seeing that she listened to his advice, Ming Meiwei smiled with satisfaction and said, when you buy a villa, I will move in and experience the life of a rich person. Xia Ting rolled her eyes and said boldly, then you have to pay the rent. After saying that, he ran back to the room and closed the door. Ming Meiwei was stunned for a moment, rolled up her sleeves, and shouted, I think you are itching for trouble. Open the door for me. At this time, in the girls' dormitory of Madu Normal University, Zhong Wanwan was disturbed by Qin Feng's words and gradually came to her senses. She glanced at the PK score. 11.25 million sound waves. 7.95 million sound waves. She thought she was dazzled and had miscounted zeros. I quickly rubbed my eyes and looked carefully again, and my brain suddenly crashed again. What the hell is this 8-digit PK sound wave? Is this an illusion? Zhong Wanwan suspected that she was dreaming, so she patted her face and counted again. She was completely confused. I had planned to help him out when he ran out of money. But for a man who can casually give away more than 1 million, why does it require me to take care of his food and drink? Zhong Wanwan was amused by her own childish thoughts. At this time, a large number of female anchors who came to learn had gathered in Zhong Wanwan's live broadcast room. They had been studying Zhong Wanwan since the PK began. Study her clothes, the background light angle, etc. He also actively took out paper and pen, trying to write down the rhetoric that the host Zhong Wanwan used to trick the big brother into spending money, until her eldest brother spent more than 300 cigarettes on her. This anchor named Lucky Rabbit only said one sentence from beginning to end. Then I was in a daze, not knowing what I was thinking about, and I made myself laugh. The whole person is silly and cute. The female anchors were all stunned. This Lucky Rabbit didn't do anything special. Although she is indeed good-looking, everyone is equally beautiful. They couldn't understand why others could make money by just daydreaming, but their boss didn't give them a penny even though they had sprained their waist. There must be some special live broadcasting skills that I haven't discovered yet. They don't give up. They persistently sent private messages to Lucky Rabbit, hoping that she could teach a class, and they were willing to pay the tuition. Zhong Wanwan was in a daze this time and did not open the private message. She saw on the other side of the live broadcast screen that the anchor Rui Mimi, who looked like a snake spirit, was jumping and dancing excitedly. I was a little curious for a moment. She wanted to hear how others thank their bosses and try to learn from them. So I clicked on the other party's voice. Thank you for the 200th big blue dragon from Xiansai Baba. Boss Xiansai, I love you. I will marry you even if I die. The rhythmic background music and the high-pitched screams scared Zhong Wanwan, and she quickly turned off the sound. However, The other party's words were deeply engraved in my heart. Do men like being called like this? Then should I shout? Or you might as well call me master. It feels too weird to call me dad. Zhong Wanwan made up her mind and opened her mouth to call great sage brother master. But because I was too thin-skinned, the words got stuck in my throat, and I was too embarrassed to say them out loud. She looked so cute with her face red and her mouth open, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. After seeing this, Qin Feng brushed even harder. Chapter 46. The system is still very tolerant. Time passes by every second. There's only 1 minute left in the PK between the two. Zhou Chirue, despite the loud music in the live broadcast room, continued to swipe more than 500 big blue dragons. It was not until I clicked on the gift again that a white prompt box asking me to recharge appeared on the platform. Zhou Chirue finally stopped. His eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at the score above the live broadcast room with a grim look. The other party's 25 million sound waves stopped moving and converted into cash. It seemed as if humiliating him. Even with the help from my friends, there were only 19 million sound waves. We are not stupid. Who would spend real money to make friends? Just throw out 30 or 50,000 and pretend to show your support. There's no need to get serious about it. At the last minute, he ran out of money. The gap is huge. From the beginning to the end, he was suppressed by the opponent and didn't have a chance to breathe. Zhou Chirue had no choice but to admit defeat. The guy opposite spent more than 3 million just for a silly girl. It just broke his wallet. Zhou Chirue spent all the New Year's money he had saved over the years, but still failed to win. This time he was convinced. Be willing to accept defeat. He came to the live broadcast room of Lucky Rabbit opposite and typed on the public screen. 63. I love eating coriander. I have asked someone to tell her to turn off the beauty filter. Just wait. At this time, the live broadcast room of Lucky Rabbit was crowded. In just 2 hours, this live broadcast room received more than 1,000 carnivals and has already rushed to the first place among the top 100 on the entire Douyin site. The number of people online exceeded 1 million. New viewers continue to pour into the live broadcast room. After seeing some wealthy people spending a lot of money at the carnival, most of the audience said all kinds of dirty words and flattered the boss in the hope of attracting his attention. A small number of viewers were attracted by the good-looking Zhong Wanwan. After being accustomed to seeing fairy-like anchors, this pure and natural girl made their eyes light up. The audience licked the screen, sent sweet love words, and fantasized about Zhong Wanwan's sexy figure. The lively scene instantly overshadowed Zhou Chirue's speech. No one cares about what he says. Zhou Chirue was worried that others wouldn't see it, so he sent it several more times. Qin Feng had been chatting with the audience, and he saw Zhou Chirue's first speech. After all, the gorgeous level 63 logo is still very eye-catching. 64. Free Monkey King. Looking forward to your performance. Qin Feng's level is higher. He asked Zhong Wanwan to turn on the other party's sound and start watching the show. He really wanted to know what Xiang Sai's expression would be when she found out that the female anchor who had gained nearly 2 million followers was actually an old lady. Although it is a bit immoral to take away the job of the host without any grudge against him. But is it ethical for that Annie to use beauty filters to scam people for gifts in the live broadcast room? And they also gave her 2 million as consolation money, which is enough for her to do some other business, right? Live streaming should be left to young girls who are short of money. Old ladies should not come out and steal the jobs of young ladies. Qin Feng found all kinds of reasons to comfort his conscience. After a while, I saw Aunt Mimi on the opposite side answering a phone call. When he came back, his face looked extremely ugly. Xiang Sai, Dad, please don't do this, please. I can use any other punishment. I really can't show you my bare face. Mimi started crying as soon as she came back. She just received a call from her guild, saying that she must accept the PK punishment. Because the boss contacted them through very strong connections. If they didn't do as he said, their guild might be in trouble. Boss, how about this? I risk getting my account blocked and give you a striptease. Please don't make things difficult for me, a small anchor. Please, it's really not easy for us anchors. Our natural face is our second face. If you tear my face off, I won't be able to face anyone in the future. Mimi revealed the truth in a hoarse voice, crying for her parents. That acting skill made Zhong Wanwan pale. She couldn't bear to see the other party begging for mercy like that. Zhong Wanwan wanted to speak up and plead for the other party. But she also knew that this gambling game had nothing to do with her, and she had no right to speak. They spent so much money and finally won. If you stand by and make sarcastic remarks, you will definitely be disliked. She is soft-hearted, but also very sensible. Qin Feng is now good at observing people's words and expressions. He saw that Zhong Wanwan seemed to feel a bit sorry for the other person. I thought that if I was a little more generous, maybe I could gain some favor. White Monkey King, for my wife's sake, just change your name. Don't make things difficult for your wife. Zhong Wanwan had unknowingly gotten used to Qin Feng calling her his wife. Seeing him so generous, she was delighted and quickly reminded the host on the other side. Sister Mimi, you don't have to wear your makeup anymore. Stop crying. Unfortunately, the other party blocked her voice and didn't hear it, still wiping away tears. When Zhou Chirue heard about the name change, he immediately disagreed. Mr. Zhou didn't want to do such a shameful thing as changing his name. I love eating cilantro. We agreed that if I lose, I will watch the anchor without makeup, so don't cheat. He didn't think it was a big deal that this beautiful anchor confessed her love to him without makeup. They had also had video chats, but they had not met because the other party said that she would not be able to acclimate to the climate in another city and had to wait until he went to her place. When he first saw the Monkey King mention this bet, he was very puzzled. Now it's even more strange to see Mimi constantly making excuses. So I insisted on seeing her without makeup. Zhou Chirue immediately took out his cell phone and urged her union again. At this time, the two live broadcast rooms were packed with nearly 1 million people watching. I can't even keep up with the comments. Keep bubbling up. If you can't afford to lose, don't agree to a PK. You want the money but don't want to be punished. Looking at her like this, I know she must be another Princess Biluo. I think I've seen the ending. I feel sorry for the boss's 400 rounds of Qinglong. You people are so vicious. Don't be afraid. Beautiful anchor. I support you. No makeup is fine. I've closed my eyes. 23,333. Now is the time to witness a miracle. Two men in black suddenly appeared in Mimi's live broadcast room. Without saying a word, the two of them walked straight to the camera. One of them reached out to turn off the beauty filter, and the other stopped Mimi from escaping. The division of labor is clear, and it is obvious that this kind of thing has been done many times. When the filters for face slimming, skin smoothing, breast enlargement, and long legs are turned off, the monster in the live broadcast room appeared. I saw that her head had become bigger and her face was covered with so much powder that it looked like she had been painted. Even this cannot cover up the large pores and wrinkles on the face. Those fleshy eyes were small and swollen. The nose was flat like a pancake, and there was obvious fat on both sides of the cheeks. For ugly people, looking closely is cruel. This kind of woman can be given 50 points. Qin Feng really wants to ask what the system's scoring criteria are. Zhou Chirue even looked at his phone and vomited. Chapter 47 Lao Mo, I want to eat rabbit. Mimi in a live broadcast room opened her bloody mouth and rolled over to beg Zhou Chirue for mercy. Shansai's father, you can't treat me like this. I've agreed to whatever you asked for. When you wanted to see my body in the video that day, didn't you say you wouldn't force me in the future? Oh my God, just let me die. If you turn off my beauty filter, how can I face people in the future? The sound of ghosts howling and wolves howling was like a car accident scene. Zhou Chirue stayed in Bengbu, feeling nauseous, dizzy, and in a trance. Thinking of this woman who once shouted to me that she wanted to marry me, he was so scared that he threw his phone out of the window. But what he didn't expect was that the silly dog he kept in the yard of his villa ran out with an excited look on his face and brought the phone back to him. And the phone wasn't broken. There was a deafening cry coming from inside. You are such a heartless person. You can't beat others, so why do you take it out on me? I am a decent girl. Who have I offended? Zhou Chirue was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. Kicked the silly dog that was wagging its tail. Then I took the phone and pressed the power button, and the screen went dark. The world is quiet, but he was not at peace. He knew that there were a lot of people in that live broadcast room laughing at him. The most important thing is that his friend was also present. At this moment, Zhou Chirue wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into and disappear from this noisy world. I can't stop laughing. Someone spent 2 million to date a middle-aged woman. I'm going to post this material online. From now on, there is one more sad person in the world. I'm guessing that this tutu is also a bad anchor in the spotlight. Do you dare to turn off the beauty filter and let our great sage boss experience the heartache? Boss, please ask the anchor to turn off the beauty filter and see if your money is worth it. Qin Feng smiled. He didn't want to prove anything to anyone. But men always like to show off. It makes me feel proud if my woman is beautiful. He asked Zhong Wanwan to turn off the beauty filter so that everyone could see what a real beauty looked like. Zhong Wanwan was still immersed in the accident that had just happened. The aunt cried so horribly that her tears made her makeup black. When she struggled, the wig on her head fell off, revealing her center-parted, explosive, wavy curls. Fortunately, she was still strong enough to break free from the man who was holding her down and turned off the computer, interrupting the live broadcast. Otherwise, if you look at this picture for too long, you will be traumatized. Zhong Wanwan came back to her senses and saw that Monkey King asked her to turn off the beauty filter, so she immediately clicked to turn it off. She turned on the beauty filter because the lighting in her dormitory was poor and the picture looked very dark. Therefore, the beauty and whitening effect was used to increase the brightness of the live broadcast screen, and other special effects functions were not turned on. Since everyone said they wanted to see it, she didn't mind. Besides, she was also worried that the freeloader would mistakenly think that she was also an ant. This is what rabbit looks like. I'm not lying to you, brother, Zhong Wanwan said weakly. The screen in the live broadcast room suddenly became darker. The girl in front of the camera doesn't look much changed. On the contrary, the absence of that cold white lighting effect made her face look more real. Under the long eyelashes are black and bright eyes. The eye sockets are a little deep, which makes the small nose look particularly straight, giving people a sense of the exquisiteness of an exotic girl. Her pink cherry lips were not painted with any lipstick, but they still looked bright and attractive. Her facial features are as beautiful as a doll. The most recognizable teardrop mole is still at the end of the eye, which clearly shows that this is not a special effect of beauty. The lighting in her dormitory is indeed bad. After turning off the beauty filter, I felt like I was back in 20 years, chatting on QQ video with a beautiful girl I met on the internet. The surrounding background is dim and dark, and the beautiful and pure face is particularly bright. She's so beautiful. Is she the beauty that only appears once in 5,000 years? Anchor, you successfully reminded me of my first love. My heart aches when I think about how a beauty like this will eventually have to kneel before a freeloader. Oh no, it's a heart-pounding feeling. This anchor looks so small. Is he really an adult? Sweet words from millions of people made Zhong Wanwan so overwhelmed that she was at a loss and just kept laughing foolishly. However, modern beauty technology is advanced, and beauty effects can still be achieved even when the lights are turned off. Many experienced viewers did not believe that such a Barbie doll really existed in the world and questioned her appearance in the comment section. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The anchor must have only turned off the bright white and left the other special effects on. I think this woman is definitely using beauty filter. Can the anchor cover the left side of his face with his hand and let us see the details of his face from a close distance? Take a piece of A4 paper and cover the upper half of her face, including both eyes. You can see if her nose and mouth will be deformed. You are all too old-fashioned. Why don't you just provide your ID card? Why do you need to verify it? The last brother's speech was agreed by all the audience. The comments in the live broadcast room were all filled with the 4 words, "Show your ID card," forming formations of varying lengths. At this moment, there were at least thousands of comments like this. Everyone was like a parrot, demanding that the female anchor show her ID to prove herself. Zhong Wanwan didn't think it was a big deal, so she obediently got up and left to look for her ID. Qin Feng was worried that Zhong was stupid enough not to cover her ID number, so he sent her a WeChat message to remind her. Zhong Wanwan got the item and replied, "Got it on WeChat." He hurried back to his seat. Hold your ID card in front of the camera and cover the information below the ID card with your hand, leaving only the portrait part exposed. Now, do you believe it now? Zhong Wanwan lost her ID card once and applied for a new one not long ago, so the photo is a recent one. The facial features are not much different. But when taking the photo, I listened to the police officer and combed all my hair back. Because of her short stature and the top-down angle of the photo, her forehead appears unusually broad, thick, and shiny in the photo. There's an idiom that describes it very aptly: a full forehead. Wife, judging from your appearance, you are destined to lack me. This little brain looks smart. This girl is really a beauty, damn. The boss picked up a treasure for free. Such a beautiful girl. I follow her. The rabbit is so cute. I really want to snatch the rabbit away. Think twice. Her elder brother spent $3 million in one afternoon. You can't afford it. The live broadcast room was bustling with people talking about everything. Qin Feng was happy, but he was worried that Zhong Wan would be led astray by the audience. so he used WeChat to ask her to end the live broadcast immediately. I'm going to start my offline offensive. Zhong Wanwan behaved very well. Say goodbye to the audience in the live broadcast room. The audience tried to persuade her to stay and asked her when she would broadcast again. Zhong Wanwan thought for a moment and said, I don't know. She is rich now, and there's no need for live broadcasting anymore. I just thought that maybe Monkey King would want to hear me sing, so I answered that I didn't know. The audience in the live broadcast room saw that she wanted to run away after getting the big brother and sighed. Another beauty is about to leave the live broadcast room. More than 3 million in one afternoon. Come twice, and you will reach the peak of your life. It feels great to have a big brother to support me. I'm so angry. Why can't I be a girl and just lie down? Brother, did you know that boys can lie down as well? Zhong Wanwan ignored all this and decisively clicked to end the broadcast. The live broadcast room with hundreds of thousands of online viewers was closed at any time. Then wait quietly for news from Qin Feng. Chapter 48, Our Jiangqing Spicy Hot Pot is delicious. Qin Feng saw that it was getting dark and his stomach was growling with hunger. First sent a message to Wang Gang and asked him to pick me up to have dinner at the bar. Then he said to Zhong Wanwan, I'm going to eat. Do you want to join me? Zhong Wanwan was staring blankly at her phone. Can't you finally bear to meet? Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and her eyes were full of panic. After a moment, she replied as if she had made up her mind. I'm in a magic city. Qin Feng saw that the distance was not too far. If he drove fast, it would only take more than 2 hours. I'm in Jiangqing. Do you want to come? I'll treat you to spicy hot pot. Zhong Wanwan immediately typed, I'm not hungry. What a shame. The spicy hot pot here is sweet and delicious. But I have classes tomorrow and can only come out on weekends. Okay then, it's Saturday then. Will you come? Qin Feng chased after it relentlessly, fearing that the rabbit he had caught would fly away. Today is Tuesday, and there are still 4 days left, which is just the right time to give the body a break. Zhong Wanwan, Qin Feng, why don't you want to see me? No. Zhong Wanwan replied with a tangled look on her face. I'm wondering what my brother will look like. I heard that rich people live a life of luxury, eating and sleeping every day. She was very worried that the person opposite her was a 300-pound fat pig. Qin Feng took a selfie without saying anything, sent it over, and said, My parents gave me the appearance, so I can't help it if I'm not handsome. Zhong Wanwan zoomed in and saw that the person in the photo had handsome features, a high-nose bridge, and an imposing bearing. He is very handsome, but his lips are a little thin. People say that men with thin lips are usually unfeeling. I wonder if that's true. But this is 1,000 times better than the fat and big-eared uncle she imagined. Zhong Wanwan was relieved now and replied, Brother is very handsome. I like him very much. Qin Feng was happy and said directly, Well, I like you too. Zhong Wanwan just smiled stupidly and didn't reply. System prompt, Zhong Wanwan's favorability plus 10. Wow, it's worth spending more than 3 million. Qin Feng took advantage of the situation and asked, Do you want me to book a plane ticket for you? Let me think about it. Zhong Wanwan was a little afraid that Qin Feng would eat her. Although I didn't mind it, it was a little hard to accept that I was being put into his mouth after just knowing him for a few hours online. Why don't I go find you? Qin Feng typed with a strange smile. With a favorability rating of 60 points and so many gifts as a base, Qin Feng couldn't think of any reason for her to refuse. You can't say you have your period. Before Zhong Wanwan had time to make up her mind, her roommate came back. Wanwan, who are you chatting with? You're laughing so lasciviously. Shally came back and saw the cute goddess in their dormitory, smiling foolishly at her phone. She's very experienced, and this is definitely the kind of giggle she gets when she's chatting with a guy. Shally ran overexcitedly, wanting to see who was so capable of teasing this little fool. No. Zhong Wanwan didn't want her roommates to know that she was chatting with a rich man she met on the internet, so she hurriedly tried to hide her phone. Hey, let me help you take a look and give you some advice. Shally took advantage of her height advantage and snatched her phone away. He opened her chat history, ran to the side, and flipped through it quickly with Yun, who came in later. Get it back to me. Zhong Wanwan blushed with embarrassment and stood on tiptoe to get her phone back. But Shally held the phone very high and she couldn't reach it. When Shally saw Qin Feng's words, she cried out, What the hell? What kind of man is this? He actually said he would treat you to spicy hot pot. Yun touched her chin and commented, I think he's quite sincere. At least he can provide the plane ticket. Wanwan, don't be fooled. You can't stand a man who has sexed 13 times with a bowl of spicy hot pot. Hey, are there any photos? She looks okay. Wearing Armani. Looks like a wealthy person. What a rich guy. Didn't you see that his background is an internet cafe? Why would a rich guy go to an internet cafe? Do you think there's a possibility that he's the owner of the internet cafe? Boss, 1-1. Do you want me to reply for you and ask him to come over? That way we can help you check it together. Although Xiaoli was asking for Zhong Wanwan's opinion, she had already typed and sent a message. Okay, see you on Saturday. I'll wait for you. There were 3 people in their dormitory, and one of them ran away to live with her boyfriend. Xiaoli couldn't bear to see the cute and well-behaved girl around her being deceived. I planned to follow them wherever they went. Even if I'm just a light bulb, I must protect her safety at all times. We can't let her be taken advantage of by bad guys. After Zhong Wanwan got the phone, she hurriedly wanted to withdraw it, but saw that the other party had already sent an okay gesture. She gave up silently, lowered her head, and looked a little embarrassed. Yin thought Xiaoli agreed on her own initiative, which made her unhappy, so she comforted her. Don't be angry, Xiao Wanwan. If you don't want to see him, it's not too late to regret it now. Just say that you suddenly remembered that you had your period this weekend. I promise that this boy will not continue to date you. Xiaoli shouted in dissatisfaction. We are helping you. Some things can only be known in person. No matter how good things are said on the internet, they are all false. Zhong Wanwan whispered, I don't blame you, it's just... Zhong Wanwan is very conflicted now. What should she do if the Monkey King makes some excessive demands when they meet? She really wasn't mentally prepared yet, and it was going to be that quick, so she felt a little nervous. Seeing that she was hesitant to speak, Yin walked up to her with a smile, bent down, looked up from below, and after seeing her evasive eyes, she said excitedly, Wow, you remind me of a girl waiting to be married in ancient times, shy and awkward, and a little confused about the future. Xiaoli frowned and said, Our Wanwan is in love with you? Tell me the truth. How did you meet? Is she from our school? Zhong Wanwan answered truthfully. I met him online. Wow, no way. You also believe people on the internet? Yin shouted in disbelief. Yes, I met him in a live broadcast room, and he gave me a lot of gifts. Zhong Wanwan thought that she could get half of the more than 3 million by withdrawing it herself. Suddenly his eyes became dazed again. Give a gift? He gave you a carnival? Look at you, such a loser. You were so bewitched by a carnival, Yin teased. Speaking of live streaming, Wanwan, I think it would be better for you to be an online tutor. You are not as open as Yin, who dares to say all kinds of nonsense, Xiaoli advised. Xiaoli comes from a well-off family and has tried live streaming for a few days, but she has a very bad impression of it. There are all kinds of weird people playing in there, and they don't know how to talk in moderation. It will definitely teach the little girl bad habits. Wanwan is a very serious and well-behaved girl, and she will definitely become a good teacher in the future. Xiaoli doesn't want her to be polluted by live streaming. Well, he seemed to have given away 1,146, Zhong Wanwan recalled carefully and said affirmatively. Although she was in a daze the whole time during the live broadcast, her brain would automatically remember everything she saw. This ability has been with her since she was a child, so her grades have always been good, and it is not surprising that she was admitted to a 985 university in Shanghai. After hearing this, Yin asked in disbelief, Are you talking about little hearts or roses? Zhong Wanwan emphasized her tone and said seriously, It's the carnival. Chapter 48, Teaching by Example. Xiaoli suddenly lost her composure. This silly girl never lies. If she does, she won't tell a lie. If she does, it's the truth. Where is it? Where is it? Let me see. Xiaoli knew that Zhong Wanwan was live streaming on a computer, so she immediately ran over and brought her laptop. Open the screen and see the live broadcast settlement screen above. I was instantly shocked by the number above. Sound waves harvested, 35.9 million. New fans, 67,000. Number of viewers, 1.05 million. Surpassed 99.9 of the anchors. Xiaoli knew that one sound wave was equal to 0.1 yuan. In other words, this girl received gifts worth more than 3 million. Her eyes widened, and she pointed at the 10,000 words on the screen with trembling eyes, saying in disbelief, Wanwan, did the platform make a mistake and write an extra 10,000? Zhong Wanwan lowered her head in embarrassment and summarized it simply. I didn't have classes in the afternoon, so I live streamed for a while. Then a big brother got mad at someone else and asked me to play PK, so I gave him so much. To Yin, these words sounded like thunder in a clear sky. She couldn't help but screamed, What? Just played a PK in the afternoon and gave away more than 3 million. Union was really angry. She worked hard on live streaming for more than half a year. She first taught herself some sales talk, then applied to join the guild, and after paying a great price, she finally got the management to agree to allocate resources to her. After more than half a year, I only earned about 100,000 yuan. Zhong Wanwan only spent less than a week live streaming and earned an amount equivalent to her income for the next 20 years. Who the hell can I talk to about this? That's the brother you were talking about just now. Zhong Wanwan took out her cell phone and pointed to Qin Feng's photo. Yu. Yun felt so sad that she wanted to cry and wanted to express something incoherently. When I think about how lucky this little girl is, she met a rich man who gave her rewards on Douyin and instantly became a millionaire. Yun's eyes turned red. There is nothing more disheartening than when someone around you suddenly becomes wealthy. However, Yun also knew, this girl is much better than me in both appearance and figure. It's just that she keeps her head down every day, covers her face with her long hair, and is timid, so she hasn't been discovered by the tall, rich, and handsome man. If one day you suddenly come to your senses, you could dress up a little better, wear white stockings or something. If you transform yourself into a rare and top-notch lowly, you'll sooner or later be cheated away by a rich person. Yun had expected this. I just didn't expect it to be so early. She was sad, but there was nothing she could do. Just like what the big brother on WeChat said, her beautiful face was given by her parents, and she can't recreate it, so there's no point in envying her. Xiaoli was excited for a moment, but gradually calmed down. She is not the kind of girl who is troubled by money. There's not much shock about 1 or 2 million. She took Zhong Wanwan's phone, looked at Qin Feng's photo carefully, and flipped through the chat history, then said with certainty, "This guy is obviously an old hand in the love field. He wants to trick you into bed. What does he think of us women? Commodities? This is 3 million. If it were me, I would be willing to do it." Yun's saliva was flowing when she saw it. Zhong Wanwan stared at the two of them blankly, not knowing what she was thinking. "Wanwan, I have to accompany you now. Rich people are not good people," Xiaoli said seriously. "My dear lady, you don't know how hard it is for us poor people to feel. Of course, we don't have to feel any pain in our backs when we talk while standing." Yun turned to Zhong Wanwan and said, "Wanwan, we should share the happiness. When the time comes, take me with you." There was a hint of flattery in her tone. Unconsciously, Yun's attitude towards Zhong Wanwan became more polite. "Oh." Zhong Wanwan nodded obediently. On the other side, Qin Feng happily closed the chat box with Zhong Wanwan. After getting in Wang Gang's car, I called Fuya to ask what food was available at the bar. Even instant noodles would be fine. Fuya was at home, making dinner for her daughter Yi. When she heard her cell phone ringing, she wiped her hands on her apron and walked out of the living room to get her phone. Seeing Yi throwing toys all over the floor again, he stretched out his voice and shouted, "Yi, huh?" The 5-year-old girl looked at her mother with a puzzled look. "You have to put your things away, okay?" Fuya taught carefully in a gentle tone. "But I haven't played enough yet," Yi replied in a baby voice. "Put away the ones you don't want to play with. Look at the Ultraman in the corner. You twisted his head off," Fuya said as she picked up her phone. I felt a little strange when I saw that it was Qin Feng calling. She thought that she had scared away the second-generation Red by moving her daughter out yesterday, but she didn't expect him to call her again today. Its head was eaten by the monster. Yi rushed over to pick it up, ran to her mother's legs, and showed it to her like a treasure. "Mom, look, it has no energy." Fuya raised a finger to her lips and made a hushing sound, signaling for silence. Then he answered Qin Feng's call. "Hello. Sister Xiaoya, are you in the bar?" "Mr. Qin, why are you coming to the bar to drink so early?" Fuya said with a smile. "Yeah, there's nowhere to go, so I can only sit at your place." Qin Feng said helplessly. We don't open until 8, so there's still 2 hours. Oh, then I can only eat instant noodles? That's so miserable. Didn't the girl you brought yesterday cook for you? She called me a scumbag and dumped me," Qin Feng complained. "How pitiful. How about I introduce a nice and obedient little beauty to comfort our injured boss Qin?" Fuya teased. "There are so many girls here." Qin Feng was overjoyed when he heard this. Just as he was about to agree, he heard a childish voice on the phone. "Mom, I'm also a good and obedient little beauty." The voice sounded like that of a little child. Thinking of the fact that Fuya was already married and had children, Qin Feng quickly apologized. "Sorry to disturb your rest during non-working hours. Mr. Qin, you are being too polite. We are in marketing and we invite customers to play at this time." After Fuya dealt with Qin Feng, She covered her phone and said to her daughter, "Be good. Don't interrupt your mother when she's working." "Oh, then can I go and comfort the uncle across the street?" Opened her big, innocent eyes and looked at her mother with curiosity. The little girl is 5 or 6 years old, an age when she is full of curiosity about the world. In the cartoon she saw, beautiful sheep always went to comfort pleasant goat. So when she heard her mother say comfort, she volunteered to help her mother. Fuya was frightened by her daughter's words. His expression suddenly became extremely ugly. He let go of his hand that was covering the phone, grabbed Yi's arm, and raised his voice a few notches. "Who taught you these words?" Chapter 49. Is mental infidelity considered infidelity? Mom said so. Wants to help Mom with the work. Said pitifully. Fuya reacted and realized that she had indeed said such words just now, and she stood there in a daze for a moment. After a while, I heard Yi's cry of pain. "Mom, it hurts." It turned out that I had grabbed it too hard without realizing it. Fuya quickly let go of her hand and apologized. I'm sorry, Mom, didn't mean it." Although Yi's arm was pinched and hurt, she still nodded sensibly and forgave her mother. But his expression was aggrieved, which made people feel sorry for him. Fuya felt extremely sad when she thought about how her current job would have such a great impact on her children. But on the surface, he still warned in a good tone. Be good. Don't say that again." "Got it." "Why?" Is also very well behaved. "No, you're not allowed to say anything to comfort your uncle. Do you hear me?" Fuya was in a bad mood and spoke in a harsher tone. Felt even more aggrieved. Her eyes misted over, and she looked at her mother with tears in her eyes. "I am clearly imitating what my mother said, so why can my mother say it, but I can't?" He felt a little unconvinced, but she didn't want to upset her mother, so she didn't say it. He just turned his face away stubbornly. Fuya was a little anxious when she saw this. Her brows furrowed, and she shouted, "Did you hear that?" Was frightened by her mother's out-of-control behavior. She opened her little mouth and burst into tears. "Woo, woo, woo. Mom is a bad person." The crying and shouting made Fuya sober up a little. Thinking that I was clearly in the wrong but was blaming my daughter, I felt filled with guilt. She picked up her daughter with a distressed look on her face and kept apologizing. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I will never say these things in front of you again." He cried even louder. I want daddy. Fuya coaxed her for a while, but seeing that she was still making a fuss, she felt really distressed. I thought of letting her play with my phone for a while to comfort her. When I picked up the phone, I found that the call was still going on. I suddenly felt even more tired. "Boss Chin, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. My child is quite naughty. I'll send her to her grandmother's house first. I'll hang up now." After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Chin Feng's consent. Chin Feng was slightly distracted as he listened to the busy tone coming from his phone. Every family has its own problems. It sounds like Fuya is busy with work and neglect her children's education and communication. Chin Feng felt a little distressed when he heard the little girl crying just now. "I want to transfer $1 million or so to Fuya so that she can spend more time with her children. It's only $100 anyway, and maybe it can even increase your favorability. Even if there is no physical contact, but only spiritual admiration, it is not completely impossible to conquer the other person. But as an outsider, if I wanted to give her money for no reason, regardless of whether she was willing or not, her husband would definitely be angry if he knew about it. I don't know what the little girl's father does. He doesn't come home to help take care of the child so late." Chin Feng sighed. One of the couple must focus on the children. Always letting the elderly take care of children will make them lack confidence. Ask Fuya when you see her in the evening. Chin Feng has the world in his heart and is deeply worried. He sent a message, "Let me know when you get to work." He laid the chair flat, closed his eyes, and began to rest. Before I knew it, I fell into a dream. Time slowly came to 8 o'clock. As night falls, the dim streets are once again filled with lights and feasting. Yulongwan Bar is located in the city center, surrounded by a bustling area. Jewelry stores, luxury stores, beauty shops, and hotels all flash with gorgeous lights to attract customers. There are many people and cars here. The road is crowded with cars and can easily get stuck if you're not careful. In this place where every inch of land is valuable, there's actually a spacious parking lot in front of the Yulongwan Bar. It can accommodate about 40 to 50 cars. But the parking fee is very expensive. The sign reads, 30 yuan per hour. Wang Gang had parked his domestic SUV here for nearly 2 hours. He had never parked in a parking lot of this level before. and he was very nervous. I would look at the time every once in a while, thinking that 1 minute was 50 cents, and now 10 minutes had passed and $5 was gone. What if the boss wants to go in and drink for 2 hours later? The parking fee will be hundreds of dollars when he comes out. Who can bear this? Although the boss must pay for this money, it is completely unnecessary. You can stop anywhere. Why do you have to waste money here? There are already many cars parked in the parking lot. Almost all of them are luxury cars. As far as I can see, the worst one is the BMW 5 Series. My little shabby car stands out here like a chicken among a flock of cranes. Wang Gang felt a little embarrassed. Seeing that it was exactly 8 o'clock, Qin Feng was woken up on time according to the boss's instructions. Qin Feng was dreaming, and his dream was full of roasted chicken. He was starving, and when he saw someone disturbing him while eating chicken, he woke up angrily and wanted to see who the fearless Shabi was. When he opened his eyes, he found a muscular man who was taller than him and whose arms were thicker than his. In a fit of rage, he just got angry. His anger disappeared only after he recognized Wang Gang's face. Seeing that Wang Gang had been guarding him in the car for 2 hours, Qin Feng said politely, "Brother Wang, thank you for your hard work." It's okay. Wang Gang smiled with a simple and honest look on his face. Qin Feng glanced at his phone and saw that Shi Fuya had sent him a message at around 7 o'clock saying that she had arrived at the bar. He also planned to go into the bar to chat with Shi Fuya and have a meal. Qin Feng just put his hand on the door handle. I saw a graceful figure appear in the distance. Qin Feng squinted his eyes and took a closer look, confirming that it was Shi Fuya. It's still that hip skirt with a white shirt. It's still that long, curly chestnut hair. And it's still that pair of charming fox eyes. The only difference is that this time she is not wearing black stockings, leaving her bare white legs exposed to the air. Wearing high heels, her long and slender legs look particularly straight and round. There were 2 girls behind him who were dressed similarly. What was she doing in the parking lot? Is he here to pick me up? Qin Feng thought narcissistically. He hurriedly opened the car door and prepared to go forward. I saw a Maybach slowly driving over and stopped in front of Shi Fuya, blocking Qin Feng and Shi Fuya. 2 people got out of the car first. They were all dressed similarly, black short-sleeve shirts and camouflage military pants. He has a stocky, strong body, a cold expression, lightning-like eyes, and an intimidating aura. As soon as I got off the car, I walked to the side and looked around. After seeing Qin Feng, he looked him up and down without any hesitation. After confirming that Qin Feng posed no threat, he fixed his gaze on Wang Gang that did not move away. Probably a bodyguard or something like that. Qin Feng guessed secretly. Wang Gang calmly followed Qin Feng out of the car without exchanging any eye contact with him. The last person to get off the bus was a middle-aged fat man wearing a floral shirt and beach pants. She wore a thick gold necklace around her neck, and there was not a single hair on her hairless head. He was smoking a cigar and wearing slippers, looking like the villain on TV who does whatever he wants. As soon as the fat man got off the car, his greasy laughter spread out. "Ha ha, sister-in-law, I told you not to come out to pick me up, but look at you, you're still so reserved." Chapter 50 Luo Yanhua said in a delicate voice, "Mr. Qin, come and play." Brother Luo is going back to his home. There is no reason for those of us who work under you not to come and pick him up. Shi Fuya smiled warmly, but there was a hint of helplessness in her eyes. She wanted to take a leave today to stay at home with Yi. But the boss said he was coming to the bar, so she had no choice but to send Yi to her mother to take care of her. Then he ran to the bar to greet the boss for inspection. Her boss is Luo Yanhua, who is her husband's sworn brother. I seldom come here normally, but I come once in a while to check the accounts and see how the place is going. Take advantage of yourself, by the way. You just like to make yourself so tired, even though you can just rest in bed, Luo Yanhua said with a meaningful smile. He walked forward, opened his arms, and hugged Shi Fuya's slender waist. "There's nothing I can do. The fortune teller said that I'm destined to a life of hard work," Shi Fuya said with a smile. She did not avoid Luo Yanhua's hand, but just spread her hands out to keep a distance. At the same time, there was a flash of disgust in his eyes, but it was hidden so well that no one noticed. "Sister-in-law, I'm serious. I'm planning to divorce my wife this month. Don't worry about what others say. As long as you agree to be my woman, I'll give you this bar." Luo Yanhua's hands were not honest and started to slide down from Shi Fuya's waist. Seeing that he was so bold this time, Shi Fuya pushed him away quickly, took 2 steps back, and broke free from his dirty hands. "Brother Luo, if you are interested, I will ask the girls to come out and serve you first." Fuya smiled awkwardly and said, "You also know that I am rather boring and only like to do serious work. I really can't satisfy you in that aspect. Sister-in-law, listen to me. You should let it go after all these years. You can't let E be without a father." Luo Yinhua continued to move forward regardless, hugged her again, and said seriously, "As long as you follow me, even though I can't give you a name, I promise that E will have everything that other children have." Fuya was in a particularly bad mood today and had little patience. At this moment, an urge to quit is lingering in my mind. She endured it again and again, until the man in front of her put his hand on her, but again. His face turned cold, and the chill in his eyes was frightening. Fuya prepared herself in her mind, intending to say some polite words so as to part ways amicably with this man. After all, he has taken care of me for these years, and I can't let him lose face. The two of them were not far away from Qin Feng, and they did not deliberately lower their voices when speaking. Qin Feng was stunned as he listened beside the car. It turns out that Fuya's husband is gone. No wonder Yi is crying for a daddy. If it weren't for what happened today, I wouldn't have known that she was earning money and raising the child on her own. Qin Feng was deeply impressed by Fuya. This woman has a decisive character. She looks gentle, but in fact she is very decisive. Treat people with a gentle and polite attitude, but when it is necessary to take action, do it immediately and never drag your feet. And his brain is very flexible, being able to manage such a bar in an orderly manner. Qin Feng admired her very much. And this man named Luo Ge is so shameless that he dares to tease a widow with a child? How could he have the heart to do that? At this moment, Qin Feng's sense of justice was overflowing. I felt that I needed to do something within my ability for this beautiful widow. Qin Feng walked towards them quickly. But before he could take 2 steps, the 2 bodyguards on the opposite side hurried up to Qin Feng, stretched out their hands to stop him, and signaled him not to go any further. They looked at Qin Feng with contempt and had an arrogant attitude, not allowing Qin Feng to get close to their boss. Wang Gang followed behind Qin Feng with a serious expression and cold eyes. Taking advantage of his height, he lowered his head and looked into the eyes of the 2 bodyguards. He is not afraid of a fight. In the army, he was a man who won 3rd place in mixed martial arts. Those 2 bodyguards look very tough. But judging from their unsteady steps and the way their constant inhalation pushes their beer bellies up to their chests, it's clear that they definitely haven't been exercising well in recent years. Now, he only has the physique to intimidate people, but if he really starts fighting, his hands and feet will definitely not be so nimble. It only takes a minute at most to take them down yourself. But the consequences of fighting are very troublesome, whether it's the public security or the big guy who looks like he's not easy to mess with. I can protect Qin Feng from getting hurt, but if I have to hit someone myself... Wang Gang felt a little embarrassed. "You have to pay extra. Brother, please make way. I'm going to discuss business with your boss," Qin Feng said to the bodyguard with a calm smile. "No," the bodyguard said sternly. "Can you make the decision for your boss?" Qin Feng asked coldly in a louder voice. He looked calm, as if he really had something to discuss with his boss. The bodyguard was taken aback by his confident attitude. The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of Fuya and Luo Yinhua. When Fuya saw Qin Feng, a hint of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. "Boss Qin, why are you here?" Luo Yinhua frowned, feeling unhappy about being disturbed. He whispered, "Who is he?" Fuya introduced in a low voice. "The guest who came to our place yesterday ordered 2 big dragons and gave me 2 bottles as a gift." After Fuya finished speaking, she thought for a moment and added, "His family seems to serve the people." Luo Yinhua frowned even more tightly. "Surname Qin?" "The Qin of Qin, Huang." Fuya replied, "Yes. There is no big shot in Jiangsheng with the surname Qin. Could he be from outside?" Luo Yinhua said to himself. He just saw this man coming out of a domestic car. I thought he was just passing by and didn't pay much attention to it. But now when he heard Fuya say that this person ordered 2 sets of dragons, he was a little surprised. Would a rich man who can easily order a dragon to send a girl ride in this kind of car? Could he be the son of a big boss who likes to keep a low profile? Look at the tall and mighty bodyguard behind him. He had a disdainful look on his face, as if he didn't care about his 2 bodyguards at all. Only when you are confident enough will you have such an expression. Luo Yinhua suddenly thought of something and immediately put on a flattering smile, nodded and bowed as he walked quickly towards Qin Feng. The laughter comes before the person arrives. "Ha ha ha ha!" Luo Yinhua smiled and pushed away the bodyguard who was blocking his way, and shook Qin Feng's hand vigorously. "Hello, Mr. Qin. I'm the boss here, Luo Yanhua. Thank you for coming. I don't mind the guy just now who didn't have eyes. Hello, Boss Luo. I am Qin Feng." Qin Feng looked at the greasy fat man, who was much shorter than him, and smiled faintly. Just now the fat guy said that he would give Fuya a bar, which woke Qin Feng up. Since Fuya has lost her husband, shouldn't I just give her whatever I want? I have no money and power now, and I urgently need a real industry to make money continuously. Then why not find a smart and sensible goddess and give her a bar? A smart girl definitely doesn't need to say anything or give any hints. Maybe he will take the initiative to transfer the profits to himself every month. Anyway, it's enough that she is the boss in name. I could transfer tens of millions to her and let her take over the store. If I don't say a word, the system can't do anything to me, right? Thinking of this, Qin Feng smiled warmly and greeted. "Come on, let's go to the bar." It looked as if the bar was already in his pocket. "Please, please, please." Luo Yanhua humbly extended his hand to greet him. Chapter 51. Bring up the 12 golden hairpins to me, Mr. Qin. Luo Yanhua is a gangster and is naturally afraid of the government. He has understood one thing since he was a child. That is, whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. In this land, he dared to challenge anyone except this young man from aristocratic family who served the people. Even though he is doing well, he is now under increasingly strict control from above, and many of his industries have either had to transform or move outside. Gradually, I felt a sense of being restrained. The only way out now is to get to know more noble people. Otherwise, sooner or later someone will catch you in one net. Although he has not yet confirmed Qin Feng's identity, but he knew that the leader of the 4 famous families in Beijing was the Qin family. Looking at Qin Feng's peaceful smile again, Luo Yanhua felt that his smile carried an aura as if he was going to buy the entire Shanghai. Very cool and awesome. So he was unusually polite to Qin Feng at this moment. "Boss Qin, what do you want to do tonight? I promised to arrange everything for you." Luo Yanhua turned to the young man behind him and ordered, "Go make a phone call for me and ask our Jiangchang 12 golden hairpins to come over and have a drink with our President Qin." Qin Feng declined. No. I'm from a decent family. I can't handle those girls. Just like yesterday, it's good to have Sister Xiaoya accompany me." A decent family? That's right. Luo Yanhua believed it a little bit. But then he became suspicious again. Could it be that this person is coming for his own Fuya? Luo Yanhua actually likes Fuya quite a lot. This girl is smart and decisive. Not only is she pretty, she also does things well. It immediately doubled his bar's turnover. Who doesn't want to have a capable and competent woman by his side? But this girl has a strong temper, and he is afraid that if he uses force, she will retaliate recklessly. So he kept himself restrained, waiting patiently for her to finish holding on any longer and sit on him. I didn't expect that after waiting for so long, I would be noticed by the big boss. Luo Yanhua was reluctant to give away such a top-notch woman. But if the boss really likes it, there is nothing he can do. After all, the arm cannot twist the thigh. And in Luo Yanhua's mind, women are like clothes, there are plenty of them. Even if the men are rich and powerful, those women will climb up to them on their own without even having to pay. Only some women with mental problems would be as stupid as Fuya and cling to some useless things. "Xiaoya, you have to take good care of me, Mr. Qin, tonight," Luo Yanhua said to Fuya with a smile. "Good boss." After Fuya finished speaking, she forced a smile at Qin Feng with a hint of apology in her eyes. She planned to find her boss privately to resign later, then leave Qin Feng to her boss and go home alone. The parking lot was dimly lit. Qin Feng did not see Fuya's eyes and walked towards the bar with the 2 of them calmly. The 3 men entered the bar, followed by 5 or 6 followers. A lively group of people came to the booth upstairs. It's still the S03 location. At this moment, the music in the bar is soothing and there are not many people around, making it a great place to talk. 3 of them sat on the sofa, and the others found a place to stand outside the booth. Luo Yanhua said, "What would you like to drink tonight, Mr. Qin? We have a limited edition bottle of Louis XIII in our store, which we don't usually sell. Would you like to try it?" The wine he was talking about is Louis XIII Divine Comedy, which is limited to 786 bottles worldwide. Each bottle will be numbered, and a bottle will cost 800,000 at the auction house. Very awesome. Luo Yanhua brought out such expensive wine to entertain Qin Feng. On the one hand, he wanted to establish a good relationship with Qin Feng, and on the other hand, he wanted to hint to Qin Feng that he could give him money. As long as Qin Feng nodded, he would have established this relationship. Qin Feng didn't care. He didn't know much about wine and didn't like drinking. There was nothing special about the expensive wine. He shook his head and asked Shifuya, "Sister Xiaoya, what do you like to drink? I'll treat you." Shifuya was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that there would be something about her. She thought for a while and said, "I think the ace of spades is pretty good. How about I serve you the ace of spades your last time?" Qin Feng didn't dare touch Xia Ting's wine, not to mention whether the system would allow it. If she found out that he had secretly come to the bar in the future, she would definitely be angry. "Don't use the last one. If you like ace of spades, I'll buy a new one. I'm fine with it, it doesn't matter." "I don't care, just go ahead." Qin Feng chatted with Shifuya as if no one was around. Luo Yinhua's smile froze. He didn't expect the other party to be so disrespectful to him. But this also made him believe more that the other party was a noble person. After all, in Jiangsheng, there are not many people who dare to ignore Brother Luo's words and try to please his girlfriend in front of him. Luo Yinhua interrupted. "Boss Qin told you to do whatever you want. Just do whatever you want. Don't be embarrassed." Shifuya understood Boss Luo's hint and stood up to carry out his bottle of Louis XIII. "Sister Xiaoya, please ask them to serve some beef, pickled pepper chicken feet, pork head, and other side dishes," Qin Feng instructed. Shifuya was stunned for a moment before she replied, "Okay, Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin is indeed a man of temperament, just like me." Luo Yinhua stood up, clapped his hands, and said with a smile, "Whether I drink red or white, I prefer these special braised dishes, such as duck intestines, ox tongue, pigtail, etc. They are 100 times more delicious than those foie gras and snails." Qin Feng ordered these because he was hungry, but actually what he wanted to order most was fried rice. But eating fried rice in a bar doesn't look very nice, especially when we have to talk about things. Looking at Boss Luo's figure, he must have eaten a lot of these things, Qin Feng said with a faint smile. "Life is all about eating and drinking." Luo Yinhua smiled and tried. "Boss Qin is so young and promising. I wonder where he is doing." "Unemployed vagrant," Qin Feng grinned, and from his tone, there was a hint of pride. "Nonsense. You can still have money to spend without working. If this happened to you, wouldn't you be grinning from ear to ear?" Luo Yinhua couldn't figure out Qin Feng's depth, so he subtly turned the topic toward the capital. But Qin Feng didn't know much about the capital, so he chose to keep silent. This gesture made Luo Yinhua more convinced that Qin Feng was definitely connected with the Qin family in Beijing. If he, a landlord and tycoon from a small place, could catch the Qin family's attention, he wouldn't have to fear anyone in Jiangsheng in the future. Luo Yinhua was secretly excited and wanted to get closer to Qin Feng. So they ordered 7 or 8 girls to dance on the dance floor next to the booth to liven up the atmosphere. These girls all wore heavy makeup and dressed beautifully. She has a good figure and a pretty face. Under the dim and ambiguous lights of the bar, she twists her body in a sexy and hot manner, trying to attract the attention of the 2 men on the sofa. After Qin Feng used the magic mirror to look at himself once, he chose to lower his head to eat the cooked food brought by Shifuya and chatted with her about her daughter in a casual manner. Luo Yinhua saw that he didn't seem to be interested in these vulgar women. "I thought to myself that he was indeed the son of a wealthy family and had very picky tastes." He had originally planned to invite the 12 golden hairpins, but seeing Shifuya chatting and laughing with him, there was no need to spend the money. After all, the performance fees of these 12 girls are not low. It's taller than this bottle of Louis XIII. Luo Yinhua opened the bottle of limited edition wine, filled Qin Feng's glass, and then raised the glass to toast Qin Feng. When they clinked glasses, the rim of the cup was deliberately 1 inch shorter than Qin Feng. The whole person keeps a very low profile. No one could have imagined that this tycoon who had hundreds of people following him and owned 3 casinos, a bath center, a bar, and some candy businesses overseas would be so polite to a young man. Chapter 52. If you can't pretend to be cool, where will Brother Luo save his face? Qin Feng didn't know Luo Yinhua. He thought the bar owner was just an ordinary rich man. In terms of financial resources, if all the money Qin Feng had was converted into bootlicker money, he would have more than 100 million. With the advantage of height, he is not that intimidated by Luo Yinhua, the short and fat boss. So he behaved carefree and confidently. Looks cultured, but not much. Qin Feng clinked glasses with Luo Yinhua openly. Then he took a sip of the wine, smacked his lips, and felt that the wine was mellow and full of aroma. Very delicious. But he doesn't like it. Qin Feng gently placed the wine glass on the table, then calmly picked up another glass and poured the ace of spades into it. When Luo Yinhua saw this, his heart skipped a beat, and he was secretly frightened. Could it be that my wine was fake? Is this young master from a noble family really so good at speaking? This limited edition bottle of Louis XIII was indeed bought by him from an auction house for 800,000 real money. It's just that I drank a little too much. Whenever Luo Yanhua meets someone who is important and needs to be treated politely, he will take out this bottle of wine to show off. I have probably drunk it 7 or 8 times now. The wine bottle is real, but the wine inside was remixed with the help of a professional wine connoisseur. Luo Yanhua didn't feel any difference in the taste. The flavor was pretty much the same. Today it seems like I was picked out by someone. Luo Yanhua was embarrassed to death. His already rosy face became even redder, and he looked like a roasted suckling pig in honey due to his fat body. He has seldom been embarrassed in recent years, but this time he feels ashamed. Just then, one of the girls dancing on the dance floor sprained her ankle and fell to the ground. "Alpaca, if you can't jump, get out of here." Luo Yanhua took the opportunity to lose his temper. He picked up the Louis XIII and smashed it on the floor in front of the girl. Bang! The glass bottle smashed to pieces on the ground, and the wine splashed everywhere. The girls were frightened by the sudden movement and screamed. At this moment, Wang Gang was standing outside the booth. Hearing the noise, he rushed in and put his hands inside his suit. In his arms was the pepper spray he had just bought that afternoon. This was something he suddenly thought of that would be useful as a bodyguard, and it would be very useful when there are many people around. He also planned to buy a stun gun, but no one in the small commodity market dared to sell it, so he had to place an order online. Wang Gang looks very cool at this time. He was tall and strong, with a stern face. He put one hand into his arms, as if he was going to take out some incredible treasure. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. The girls stopped screaming, Luo Yanhua stopped shouting, and his men also stopped expelling the girls. They thought that the other side's cup throwing was a signal for a big attack. The scene was eerily quiet for a moment. Qin Feng was the first to react and said with a smile, "Brother Wang, I'm fine, don't be nervous." Wang Gang glanced at the wine bottle, which was very far away from Qin Feng, then nodded, turned around silently, and returned to where he had just stood. Luo Yanhua no longer had any suspicion towards Qin Feng. No wonder he dared to go out with only one bodyguard. It turns out he had weapons with him. Of course, he also had that kind of tubular object, but he hid it at home. He wouldn't dare carry it with him. In the past, when the supervision was not so strict, he equipped each of his loyal subordinates with a sword. But one time when he was causing trouble, something unexpected happened, and the police caught him with his gun, and they almost caught him as well. I spent a lot of money and hired a big shot to mediate to avoid this problem. Now the big shots in their city are keeping a tight grip on this. He doesn't want to be the chicken that gets killed. "Boss Qin, look at me, I can't control my emotions, it really spoils the fun, so I'll drink a glass as a punishment." Luo Yanhua picked up the full glass of 40-degree brandy and drank it in one gulp. After drinking, he puffed his lips and emptied the cup for Qin Feng to look at. "Boss Luo is a big drinker," Qin Feng praised with a smile. It was quite interesting to see his mouth full of wine, with a large bulge under his jaw, like a frog. So she stared at him with a smile. Luo Yanhua faced Qin Feng's unblinking gaze. He waved his hand helplessly and asked the subordinate who was holding the towel next to him to go away. He can drink quite well. This glass of wine has about 3 liang of volume. You won't get drunk if you drink it all, but you will definitely feel a little tipsy. Ah! Luo Yanhua drank it all and let out a long sigh. I took a piece of beef and put it in my mouth to suppress the effect of the alcohol. This foreign wine is really hard to drink. I can't take it anymore. I need to slow down for a while. As Luo Yanhua spoke, he collapsed on the sofa, covering his forehead. With his other hand, he quietly pointed at Shi Fuya, indicating that she should quickly persuade Qin Feng to drink. A younger brother came over and whispered in his ear, "Brother Luo, should we go back and get our weapons?" Luo Yanhua waved his hand. "No need." The younger brother looked at Qin Feng deeply and stepped back. Shi Fuya was also quite frightened by Wang Gang just now. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to stand guard for the last time. She picked up 2 glasses of champagne and smiled at Qin Feng. "I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. Our boss gets easily excited when drinking. Please don't be offended." Shi Fuya first clinked the 2 glasses in her hands together, then handed them to Qin Feng and said, "Xiaoya, let me drink it. You can do whatever you want." How could Qin Feng let a girl do it? He immediately stood up and said, "I'm not a casual person. Come on, do it." After saying that, he drank it all in one gulp. Shi Fuya drank with him and continued to persuade him to drink with a smile in her eyes. Then good things come in pairs. Have another drink. Good. Qin Feng handed over the wine glass and asked her to pour the wine. The alcohol content of this sparkling wine is not high, only about 10 degrees, so it is not a problem to drink a few glasses. After the second cup, Shifuya picked up the bottle and poured wine again. How about this third cup to wish Mr. Qin good luck and prosperity? Sister Xiaoya, do you want to mess with me? Qin Feng said bluntly. A blush appeared on Shifuya's face, and it was unclear whether it was because of the alcohol or because she was shy after hearing Qin Feng's straightforward words. He didn't dare to look at Qin Feng. He held the bottle in one hand and the glass in the other, and poured the wine on his own. Sister Xiaoya, please pour less. Seeing that Shifuya ignored him, Qin Feng stood up to grab her glass, held her hand holding the glass, and tried his best to lift it up. I need to talk to you about something later. Don't worry. We can drink after we finish talking. We can only talk about things after 3 rounds of drinking. Mr. Qin has such a good alcohol tolerance, so I'm sure it won't be a problem. Shifuya had a little crush on the boy who gave her the wine. But I've already decided to quit, so no matter what he wants to say, it should have nothing to do with me. Moreover, Shifuya was also worried that she would leave some impression on this man, and that he would say something weird and embarrass her. So I struggled to pour the wine, trying to get him drunk. Even though this wine had a low alcohol content, I still feel dizzy after drinking 3 glasses. Qin Feng had something on his mind and didn't feel like drinking. The two of them pushed each other a little, and the wine in the glass accidentally spilled out, wetting a small area of Qin Feng's clothes. Olhat, saw the. Shifuya saw it, and quickly put down the wine and took out a tissue to help him wipe it. The two people were very close. Qin Feng smelled the fragrance of this woman's hair and felt her gentle and careful movements on his body. Then I glanced down at her fragrant skin under her neckline. Qin Feng's body reacted slightly. Chapter 53. I smashed down such a big bar, and you're not moved? Qin Feng was just about to say something flirty to tease Shifuya. But after seeing the apology and sadness in her eyes, he slowly calmed down. This woman obviously has the capital to have no worries about food and clothing. But he stubbornly chose the most bitter and difficult path, enduring the teasing of customers and the harassment of the boss, working hard to make money and take care of the children. Qin Feng sighed, feeling sorry for her beautiful body. Sister Xiaoya, how many years have you been here? Qin Feng asked softly. This is the 3rd year, what's wrong? Shifuya raised her eyes and happened to meet the man's pitying eyes. She almost recalled the grievances she had suffered over the years, and there was a flash in her eyes. Fortunately, I had developed a hard heart over the years and immediately threw away this little grievance. Shifuya smiled generously and said jokingly, Boss Qin asked me this. Isn't he trying to persuade me to be a good person? Yeah. Qin Feng nodded seriously. Shifuya smiled lightly, turned around, and threw the used napkin into the trash can. Why do you guys always like to dictate other people's lives? Although he couldn't see her expression, Qin Feng could still feel the indifference in her words. Qin Feng opened his mouth and was about to speak. Shifuya took a deep breath and turned around with a bright smile on her face. She picked up the glass again and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. I have some complaints to make up for it. Please forgive me for this glass of wine. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised the glass and was about to put it to her mouth. Qin Feng quickly reached out to stop her and pressed on her arm. The wine in the glass spilled out again, this time on Shifuya. There was a wet spot on the collar. The white shirt was wet with wine and stuck tightly to the smooth skin. The crystal clear watermarks give the clothes an attractive luster. Qin Feng was stunned. Shifuya looked down at herself and found that she was slightly exposed, so she quickly turned her back to adjust it. Qin Feng reacted and apologized, then handed over a napkin. Thinking that she had just helped him wipe it, Qin Feng couldn't help but say politely, Do you want me to clean it for you? Shifuya said calmly, No, thank you. Qin Feng was helpless. Luo Yanhua, who was standing by, recovered and saw the two people playing the wine-throwing game. He wanted to open a bottle of champagne and spray some, so he could join the fun. But he was afraid of driving Shifuya away and making Qin Feng unhappy, so he had to give up in disappointment. Boss Qin, I'm sorry. Our Xiaoya has a cold personality, unlike the other girls in the store. Please don't be offended. Yeah, I know. Okay, Xiaoya, go call all the pretty girls in the store over, and ask Mr. Qin to pick 2 to accompany you for drinks, Luo Yanhua instructed Shifuya. Shifuya nodded and was about to leave when Qin Feng stopped her and said, "Wait, I want to discuss business with you first." You say, Luo Yanhua said with a chuckle. Qin Feng didn't keep the audience in suspense and went straight to the point. "I want to buy this bar and give it to Sister Xiaoya." His tone was calm, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry, but the words he said shocked everyone. Luo Yanhua narrowed his eyes and observed Qin Feng carefully. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, my heart was suddenly filled with anger. What does this mean? I invested 20 million in this bar, and if I want to sell it, it will cost at least 50 million. Regardless of whether this person can come up with so much cash. Even if he took it out, what was the meaning of giving it to a woman? Luo Yanhua was shocked by Qin Feng's nonchalant attitude. Spend tens of millions to pick up girls? Is this true or false? Shifuya also stood there in a daze, not daring to believe what she heard for a moment. But she quickly realized that this man might want to buy a bar and build his own power and connections. But because of his special status, he cannot just put his name here, so he wants to be the boss lady in public. He hid behind the scenes and controlled himself. For me, it's just a change of boss. Shifuya did not show any excitement. She smiled faintly and said, "Boss Qin is so courageous. This bar is not cheap. Xiaoya is very grateful. I will toast you another glass." Qin Feng saw that her expression was different from what he imagined and guessed that she might not be serious. So he said, "Sister Xiaoya, you don't believe me, do you?" "I believe it, but I think there is no free lunch in the world. You have to pay for what you want." Shifuya sat down, crossed her legs, took a sip from her wine glass, and said with a smile, "Boss Qin is a big shot. Logically, I have no right to bargain with you. But I'm sorry. I actually plan to come here today to resign from my job. I appreciate your kindness." "Is that so?" Qin Feng thought for a moment and asked, "You don't want to work at the bar anymore?" "Yeah." Shifuya nodded, but she didn't say it was because of the child. "So what kind of business do you want to start? I can give you some startup capital," Qin Feng said enthusiastically. "Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your appreciation. I haven't made up my mind yet. I plan to go back and rest for a while." Shifuya declined tactfully. Seeing that things were about to go wrong, Qin Feng was not in a hurry, but another person was. "Xiaoya, don't be willful. It's rare that our President Qin appreciates you so much." Luo Yanhua ran over to persuade her, shaking his head. "He doesn't intend to sell the bar. He bought this bar 3 years ago when he was bored and set it up for his own fun. Not many people know about it. Because he recently had a fight with his tigress and was about to get a divorce, that woman asked someone to check his background. That's why I said it was a gift to Shifuya at the beginning in the parking lot. If this woman follows me, then her money will still be my money, right? It's just that all the names that can be found on the surface are replaced with her name. It is equivalent to gaining both money and life without spending a penny. The bar is doing so well thanks to this woman. But now that this woman has been targeted by a young playboy, it is estimated that she will be abducted soon. Rather than leaving this bar unattended and gathering dust, it might as well just be sold. This saves you the trouble of being caught." Luo Yanhua persuaded Shifuya for a few words and made her silent. He recommended it to Qin Feng. "Boss Qin, my bar has a good reputation in Jiangxing. On average, we have a daily turnover of more than 100,000 or 200,000 yuan, and even more during festivals and events. In addition, we have established connections in all aspects, so it is very convenient for you to do anything you want to do here. Would you really like to consider it?" Qin Feng asked casually, "How much does your bar cost?" "Just this number." Luo Yanhua stretched out 6 fingers and waved them in front of Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Feng guessed it was 60 million. If it is really as he said, with a daily turnover of 200,000, such a highly profitable entertainment venue can make back its investment in about a year. Qin Feng was also tempted, but since Shifuya didn't want it, there was nothing he could do. He sighed with regret. If Mr. Qin thinks it's too expensive, the price can still be negotiated, Luo Yanhua said cautiously. "The price doesn't matter. If Sister Xiaoya doesn't want it, then there's no point in buying this bar," Qin Feng said calmly. Chapter 54. Promise us a lifetime of peace. Luo Yanhua understood what she meant and ran to persuade Shifuya. "Xiaoya, tell me yourself, how have I treated you over the years? I gave you money and people, whatever you asked for, and I never treated you unfairly. Why are you resigning? Think about it. You spent so much effort to build this place. Wouldn't it be painful to just leave it here for nothing and let others get the benefit? What else can you do if not this? Is the salary higher than here? I give you 5 of the profit every year, plus the salary, It's close to 1 million. He will soon be a school age. Don't you want to send her to an aristocratic school? And your father is not in good health. The future is very... Enough. Luo Yinhua's earnest persuasion was interrupted by Shifuya's cold shout. He was startled. This stupid woman has become bolder now that she has someone's support? A fierce light flashed in Luo Yinhua's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. There's really nothing she can do about this situation. But he was secretly mad in his heart, thinking that when this woman fell out of favor one day, he would have a good time with her. Shifuya keenly caught Luo Yinhua's fleeting brutality. She knew very well the temper of the short and fat man in front of her. He is narrow-minded, but also very tolerant. It was so quiet as if nothing had happened. But once he finds the opportunity, he will turn into a mad beast. The cruel ways he treats his enemies are always horrifying. Now he's obviously dissatisfied with my performance. If I insist on resigning, I will most likely be targeted by him. Shifuya herself didn't care. At worst, she would hide a knife in her hair and exchange her life with his in bed. But she couldn't bear to see her daughter alone in the world. She thought a lot and finally chose to compromise. Okay, I'll take the bar, Shifuya said resolutely. Oh, that's right, Luo Yinhua smiled. The bar that Mr. Qin gave you is really a drop of wealth from heaven. You shouldn't drink with him, right? Thank you, Mr. Qin. Shifuya showed a sad smile, filled Qin Feng's glass with wine, and brought it to him. System prompt. Shifuya's favorability -1. Qin Feng was stunned. What's your attitude? Damn it. I'm sending you a bar, not poison. You have suffered so much injustice. I don't mean to do anything to you. Qin Feng couldn't help but ask Shifuya. Sister Xiaoya, you don't like the gift I gave you? No. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your appreciation. Shifuya forced a smile. Qin Feng fell in a deep thought. These 60 million is not a small amount for him. He doesn't have much cash now. The reason why he planned to vote for Shifuya, whom he had met twice, was not only because she was smart and capable, but also because she maintained her bottom line as a woman. A woman with faith and persistence is worthy of trust. Plus, she's a single mother, which makes people want to help her. But now she seemed reluctant to take over the bar, which made Qin Feng feel scared. Something must be wrong. Qin Feng decided to be honest with her and say something from the bottom of his heart to dispel her concerns. Don't drink yet. Qin Feng stood up and took the 2 glasses of wine from her, put them on the table, then held her hand and said, Sister Xiaoya, can we go and talk alone? Shifuya tried to pull her hand back gently, but the man in front of her held her hand tightly. She looked at Qin Feng helplessly, her eyes full of resentment. Boss Qin, I'm not the kind of woman you think I am. I'm afraid your efforts are in vain. Luo Yinhua immediately shouted. How can you talk like that? It's your blessing that Mr. Qin likes you. Don't be ungrateful. Qin Feng frowned and looked at Luo Yinhua, wondering why he was so servile. It makes me seem like I'm bullying men and women and having improper relationships between men and women. Luo Yinhua was silenced immediately by Qin Feng's gaze and smiled awkwardly. Hee. Shifuya sighed. Okay, let's go sit in the box. It's quiet there. After saying that, he was afraid that Qin Feng would do something wrong, so he wanted to remind him that he had learned judo, but he shook his head and gave up the idea. The new boss is also a boss. If he takes advantage of you, I'll tolerate it. If I can't tolerate it, I'll give him a warning. No need, just go find a place downstairs. Qin Feng felt that the environment down there was pretty good. He pulled Shifuya downstairs and glanced at the entire bar. It was just around 10 o'clock now. The music in the bar was soft, and the lights were ambiguous and soft. The atmosphere was not intense. This is the warm-up time in the early and middle stages of the bar. Guests are entering the door one after another. On the first floor, many men and women were playing drinking games on small tables and cheering. There were many beautiful girls in groups of 3 or 5. These girls were deceived by marketing people in the name of free drinks to support the bar. There are more girls in the bar, so it is popular and can also attract boys to consume. And those girls who come and play with free cards also like the feeling of being surrounded by boys. They're all very open-minded girls. When they see handsome boys, their eyes light up and they are passionate, and they are willing to pay to sleep with them. Qin Feng was just a little bit handsome, but he received attention from several girls. If it weren't for the intimate behavior between him and the woman behind him, the girl would have been ready to take action. Qin Feng remained calm and composed in the face of the naked gazes of many girls. If there is no woman in your mind, you'll be a god when you draw your sword. He was just scanning, and he didn't think much of these girls who scored 60 or 70 points. Shifuya and I found a random table and sat down. Qin Feng still didn't let go of the other person's little hand. Sister Xiaoya, don't be afraid. I'm not a good person. Qin Feng spoke very bluntly. Fuya was a little slow to react and looked at him with confusion. The man smiled gently and continued to talk. You are very beautiful, and when you smile, your eyes bend like a crescent moon. I like to see you smile. I admit that I had some improper thoughts about you at the beginning. A girl as beautiful as you, any man would have some thoughts about you. But do you know why I suddenly said I want to give you this bar? We've only met twice. What do you think I like about you? Fuya's attention was gradually attracted by Qin Feng's words. She thought about what he meant and let him play with her hands. Because I have the ability to manage this place well. Qin Feng smiled and shook his head. Fuya's face darkened, and she said self-deprecatingly, because I'm a widow with no support, so I'm easier to control? No, Qin Feng said seriously. I never thought of controlling you from the beginning to the end, and with your looks, I think there will be many people willing to be your backers if you are willing. Fuya felt a little embarrassed by Qin Feng's straightforward praise. She raised her shining eyes and looked at the man in front of her, smiling. It can't be that Mr. Qin fell in love with me at first sight and wanted to give me wealth and prosperity and a peaceful life, right? Chapter 55. The overbearing CEO falls in love with me. A divorced woman with a baby. Qin Feng was stunned when he heard this. I want to give her a peaceful life, but I don't want to do it in such a rough way. These days, falling in love over time is more popular. Love at first sight is no longer so popular. He laughed and said, How is that possible? You girls just love to dream about a domineering CEO falling in love with me. Fuya smiled faintly, her eyes full of loneliness. She used to fantasize about a domineering president falling in love with me. But I no longer have such dreams. Her current dream is a domineering president falls in love with me, a divorced woman with a child. Maybe I will dream again in the future. A domineering president falls in love with me, who is 58 years old but still has charm. Fuya secretly laughed at her own naivety. Hearing Qin Feng's open joke, she felt relieved. At least he was speaking from the heart. She has been working in the bar for so long and has seen many one-night stands, but has never seen love at first sight. Then what does Mr. Qin see in me? Fuya couldn't help but ask curiously. Qin Feng stopped laughing and said slowly, You are very caring, and you look like the woman in my dreams. Who? My sister. When Fuya heard him say that she looked like his sister, her tone softened and she asked, You have a sister? No, but I've always wished I had a sister since I was a kid. Qin Feng raised his head at a 45-degree angle and looked up at the spotlight on the ceiling, speaking in a low voice. From the first time I met you, when you stood up for me and taught that waiter a lesson, I felt like I was being cared for. Later, when you drank with me, your demeanor and tone were exactly the same as the sister I imagined. At that time, I was thinking how nice it would be if you were my sister. But at night you sent me a message saying that you have a happy family. I couldn't bear to disturb your life, so I wanted to bury this feeling deep in my heart. But when I saw your boss tonight and told him about your situation, I was very, very angry. It's not because you lied to me, but because someone actually dared to take advantage of you. I'm a stingy man, and I couldn't stand my sister being taken advantage of. In the parking lot, I wanted to rush up and give that short, fat guy a big slap in the face. As Qin Feng spoke, he began to believe it and couldn't help but hold Fuya's hand a little tighter. He slowly turned Fuya's body to face his affectionate eyes and said in a tone of, I want to give you happiness. Sister, I want to protect you from being bullied by other men. I want to be Yi's uncle. I think you won't have to work so hard in the future. I paid this money willingly. This bar will belong to you completely from now on. I will just come here to eat and drink for free, and I won't take care of anything else. Fuya was a little confused by this affectionate confession. I stared at him with lifeless eyes, trying to confirm whether he was joking. But the man said seriously, If you don't believe me, I can give you the money first and let you buy the bar yourself. She was stunned. I just felt my heartbeat slow down for a beat, and I was at a loss, as if the world had gone blank. His eyes were filled with astonishment and confusion, and he dared not believe what he heard. Time passes slowly. It took Fuya a while to recover from her shock. She had no doubt whether Qin Feng could afford to buy a bar. He just found it incredible that he had grown up to look like the sister he imagined she would be. No wonder I thought his eyes were a little strange when I first saw him. So you think of yourself as your sister? Mr. Qin, don't be like this. I'm not your sister. Fuya declined in a panic. This bar is worth tens of millions. No matter how much they look alike, she can't accept such an expensive gift. Whether you acknowledge me as your brother or not, I will always treat you as my sister, Qin Feng said righteously. But Shifuya was extremely nervous and stammered, not knowing what to say. Qin Feng stopped her from speaking with a sincere look and advised softly. I just want you and to have something to rely on. You can use the 60 million to open a bar or a hotel. In short, you need a real source of income so that you can save up some dowry for in the future. Shifuya couldn't hold back her excitement when she thought of She decided to resign for Yi's future. If I could become the boss's wife, I wouldn't have to be constrained by others or be taken advantage of by the boss. I would also have more free time and be able to spend more time with my daughter. But with so much money, she didn't know how to pay it back. Shifuya's eyes flashed with tears, and she said at a loss, Boss Qin Feng interrupted her again. Sister, I want to help you support this family and take care of you and your mother. This moment, Shifuya's calm heart was caressed by the scorching warm sun, and all the hardness and coldness melted at that moment. She didn't know how to respond to this kindness. The trembling lips wanted to say something, but in the face of such sincere feelings, they all seemed pale and powerless, looking at him without a trace of desire in his eyes. For a moment, Shifuya wanted to accept Qin Feng just like that and hug him tightly as if he were her own family member. Cry as much as you can and let out all the grievances you have suffered over the past few years. But the ice 3 feet thick does not form overnight. The fickleness of human nature over the years has covered her heart with a thick shell, making her dare not accept anyone easily. Shifuya stared at Qin Feng for a long time, and finally wiped the moisture from the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand, and said with a forced smile, Boss Qin, stop it. It's not okay to joke with a widow like me. Qin Feng was angry. I've been working on this look for so long, and you're telling me you are kidding me? I never joke. Sister, if you don't believe me, I'll go up and take out the 60 million and give it to that short fat guy right now. After saying that, he stood up and pretended to leave. No, wait, Mr. Qin. Shifuya hurriedly stood up and held him back, advising, Don't get excited. I believe you. I'm not excited. I just feel a little sad to hear you still call me President Qin in such a distant way. Qin Feng grabbed her wrist with his backhand, his eyes full of enthusiasm. Be good, be my sister. I can't. Shifuya's heart was beating fast, and her eyes were evasive. Qin Feng's original plan was that if the system left him, at least there is a place to eat and drink, and I can ask for pocket money with a clear conscience, being a man who lives off others. But the atmosphere is here now. Qin Feng was somewhat moved by himself. His voice was full of alluring tenderness. Sister, let me give you freedom, okay? Shifuya lowered her head so that no one could see the tears in her eyes. These sincere calls of sister completely relaxed her heart. Qin Feng also saw that she was showing off. Now I am just one step away from success, and I think I could be a happy parasite. Qin Feng was extremely excited. Who says that affection must be between men and women? Isn't it faster and more stable to have affection between siblings? At least he won't be like my girlfriend, who will ignore me all day long if I say something wrong, causing my favorability to drop dramatically. Besides, she and I are not biological siblings. We will be together day and night in the future. What does it matter even if something happens? Qin Feng couldn't wait to say, Hurry up and accept your brother's gift. A long time. Shifuya finally raised her head and gave a faint smile. It was a smile with tears in it, as beautiful, gorgeous, and touching as the plum blossoms in winter. How can a brother give a gift to his sister? Qin Feng was overjoyed to see that she agreed. I couldn't help but step forward and hugged her, saying excitedly, Then consider it as the New Year's money given to by me, your uncle. Shifuya let the big boy hug her. She just buried her head in his chest. She wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, afraid that he would disappear like mist. The smile on her face remained, but her clothes were wet with tears. System prompt. Shifuya's favorability plus 60. Chapter 56. The unknown is the most terrifying. Qin Feng was stunned. I was originally hugging Shifuya, but her soft body made me a little distracted. But after seeing such a terrifying level of favorability, he immediately shrank back in fear. Adding the previous 11 points, Shifuya now has 71 points of favorability. Oh my god. Xiating is only 68 points now, and Zhong Wanwan is 60 points. The favorability of 71 points is the highest ranking among the 90-point beauties Qin Feng knows so far. This family love is indeed overbearing. Once accepted, the favorability level was almost maxed out. Qin Feng secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, I didn't lose my composure just now. Otherwise, the favorability you just gained will probably be lost in an instant. Don't rush things between men and women. Just build good feelings first. Moreover, this woman also has the strategy of 10 super soldiers as a reward, which makes people drool. There's still 9 points left before the cashback. Damn, you have to hold back. I'm determined to spend the remaining 60 million. Qin Feng hugged Shifuya and swore secretly. After a while, I saw that the girl in my arms stopped trembling. Qin Feng let go of Shifuya and couldn't wait to take her upstairs to sign the contract. But she opposed it. According to the current market conditions, this bar is not worth 60 million at all. That Luo guy is trying to rip you off, do you know that? Shifuya wiped away her tears, dissatisfied with his impatience. My God, isn't the daily turnover 200,000? Qin Feng said, in surprise. That's because I occasionally meet a silly kid like you, showing off a little bit of dragon or something. Shifuya poked Qin Feng's arm with her finger, rolled her eyes at him, and continued. This bar usually only has a turnover of more than 100,000 yuan. It can be higher when there are occasional events. When we invite internet celebrities to advertise, it can be as high as millions. But the total annual turnover is only about 50 million, and it costs a lot of money every year to build relationships. Giving money to build relationships costs about 7 to 8 million, and there are also costs for rent, equipment, labor, alcohol, advertising, and hiring internet celebrities. The annual net profit is less than half. If you have 60 million, we can open a store in a first-tier city. Qin Feng heard the last part in a daze and grasped the key point. He punched the palm of his hand. You want to reopen a store? Shifuya held her forehead with her hand and said, If I have a choice, I don't want to start all over again. After all, I'm familiar with this place. Qin Feng said indifferently, Then buy it. Shifuya sighed and said, But 60 million is not worth it. Let's go up and talk to Lao Luo. 50 million. If he doesn't agree, we can do it ourselves. When they first said they wanted to invest 60 million, Qin Feng was a little panicked. After all, he didn't have much cash. But now that his favorability has increased so much, he is not panicked at all. If I can successfully get the cash back, I will buy hundreds of these bars and give them away everywhere. Silly brother, you have too much money to spend, right? You spent 50 million to buy something worth more than 30 million. Qin Feng smiled foolishly and said, I don't know much about doing business, so how about this? I'll give you 60 million. You can do whatever you want, whether it's rebuilding or buying, I'll support you. Shifuya was stunned and stared at Qin Feng blankly for a long time. Seeing that he seemed to really have such a plan, I couldn't help but laugh. With a pair of crescent fox eyes, he teased. Do you trust me, a strange sister, so much? Anyway, I have chosen you. Who else can I trust if not you? Qin Feng said with a determined look on his face. Aren't you afraid that I will run away with the money? Shifuya looked at him with a smile. I'm afraid, Qin Feng said seriously. Compared to losing money, I'm more afraid that you'll lose me and be bullied by others outside. Shifuya's heart was trembling when Qin Feng licked her. It had been a long, long time since a man had said such sweet words to her. She was extremely excited, but she pretended to be calm and smiled softly. Oh, you should save your words for tricking little girls. Your sister won't fall for it. Those little girls are not as pretty as my sister. I am too lazy to waste my time on them. You have such a sweet mouth. Tell me the truth. How many girls have you deceived with this mouth? Qin Feng rolled his eyes and said affirmatively, Just one yesterday. Shifuya's face was full of belief that you were up to something, but she didn't expose it and asked casually. I thought the guy last night was pretty good. His eyes were pretty clear. What happened? Why do you say you're a scumbag? Qin Feng's mind was spinning wildly. He absolutely could not tell her frankly that he wanted to start a harem, in case she disagreed, and then walked away with a sullen look. Shifuya stretched out her voice. She herself didn't realize that the tone she used at this time was a bit like the tone she used to speak to her own daughter. It's an intimate question. Qin Feng was forced into a corner, and he vaguely summarized. I bought her a villa, but she insisted on adding my name to it. I refused, and then she left. Why not add a name? Shifuya was smart and clever, and she understood everything after just a little thought. She glanced at the mysterious boy and wisely chose not to ask about his family background. Then let's go up and talk to Brother Luo and see what the lowest price is. Just now, since Qin Feng and Shifuya left, Luo Yanhua has ordered people to investigate Qin Feng. Boss, our friends in Beijing said that they didn't find anyone named Qin Feng in the Qin family. That's impossible. Could it be a bastard? But we did find a local named Qin Feng who looks very similar to Mr. Qin. He has a very clean background and has no business. He has been delivering takeout food since he graduated from college. Some people even saw him wearing security uniforms. Luo Yanhua's face darkened and he said nothing. And the tall guy at the door, his name is Wang Gang. He's a Didi driver. Are you saying that I was fooled by a delivery man? Luo Yanhua said angrily. The subordinate was worried that he would make a mistake and get into big trouble that he wouldn't be able to resolve. As the younger brothers, if something goes wrong, they will be dragged out to take the blame, so they have to be careful. Moreover, Qin Feng and Wang Gang's aura don't look like those of delivery men or Didi drivers. The subordinates defended them. Perhaps these two identities are fake. It's easy for people like us to get an ID card. Identity can be faked, but money cannot. Check the consumption records of that kid yesterday and see where the money in his account came from. Luo Yanhua sneered. If he finds out that he's a worthless brat, we'll have some fun tonight. You want to let this idiot know how easy it was to kill him. We checked it right away, and that's the problem. The subordinate was sweating profusely. Luo Yanhua said lazily. The balance on his dragon card is 43.2 million, but the source of the incoming funds cannot be traced, the subordinate said in a trembling voice. Can't find it, Luo Yanhua said in a lost voice. Yes, it's as if someone deleted the transaction records. There's only outflow, but no inflow. The subordinates had never seen such a situation and were equally confused. What bank? Dragon Walk. Luo Yanhua couldn't help but exclaimed, Fuck, this is a world-class bank, and someone dared to do something in it. The subordinate said bluntly. Moreover, Mr. Qin spent 6.8 million in one day today and bought a sports car, which was not registered in his name. Luo Yanhua fell in a deep thought. Chapter 57. I really treat you as my brother, but all you think about is... Luo Yanhua was frightened by what he had imagined. No matter who Qin Feng is, I must not touch him now. Stop investigating immediately and don't get discovered, Luo Yanhua ordered hurriedly. Big guys usually don't like being investigated. It's an offense. At this time, Qin Feng and Shifuya came up hand in hand. Luo Yanhua quickly rubbed his face, put on a fawning smile again, and walked over to him. Congratulations, Mr. Qin. As soon as I saw your expression, I knew you had succeeded immediately. Haha. Seeing his enthusiasm, Qin Feng also said with a smile, My sister is very generous and willing to accept my gift. As he said this, he took Shifuya's hand and showed it to him. When Luo Yanhua heard Qin Feng calling her my sister, she was obviously stunned, but she quickly recovered and laughed. Boss Qin's sister is my sister, Sister Xiaoya. I'm counting on you to take care of me in the future, haha. After saying this, he clasped his fists and bowed, showing an extremely good attitude. Shifuya was not surprised by this man's shameless behavior and said politely, Brother Luo, please stop laughing at me. Master Qin and I are just siblings in name only. We can't take it seriously. You'll have to take care of me in the future. Qin Feng didn't bother to be polite and went straight to the point. We just discussed it. What's the minimum price for your bar? Give me a number. If it's suitable, we can sign the contract. Luo Yanhua suddenly felt embarrassed. If the other party is really powerful, he can conceal the bank information. Then he can't mess around with the price. Luo Yanhua gritted his teeth and gave a reserve price of 40 million. He doesn't want to sell it at a price lower than this. Although bars are a fast-moving consumer goods industry, after a while they lose their novelty and fewer people come. At that time, they have to be renovated again, and it is very expensive to change the name. But judging from the current situation, his bar can last at least 2 to 3 years. In addition, he has gained some reputation and fame in Jiangxin. 40 million is already very sincere. Qin Feng remained silent. He couldn't make the conversation and wanted Shifuya to talk to Boss Luo. But unexpectedly, Shifuya didn't say anything, but just poured him a glass of wine and drank it slowly with him. Luo Yanhua thought that the price was too high, and Qin Feng was deliberately ignoring him. He was so angry that his teeth itched and finally reluctantly reduced the amount by 2 million. I cried and shouted that it couldn't be any less. If it was any less, I would rather not have a penny at all and give it directly to Mr. Qin, just as making friends. Fuya whispered a few words to Qin Feng, and finally Qin Feng nodded and agreed to the price. After all, this place still needs Luo Yanhua to take care of it. Luo Yanhua and Fuya discussed some details of the transfer. They called a lawyer on the spot and asked him to go to the office to draft the contract. Qin Feng was unable to help. After learning that Fuya's bank account had no limit, he first recharged 5,000 yuan into the system. Then he transferred 60 million yuan to her and let her deal with it on her own. I ran outside to see if there were any 90-point girls coming to the bar. Longxing's transfer speed is very fast, and the fund will arrive in your account within a few minutes. Fuya stared blankly at the huge amount of deposit in her mobile phone, not knowing what she was thinking. It took me a long time to come back to my senses. Looking at Qin Feng, who was lying on the handrail on the second floor, admiring the beauty below. There was a gleam in his eyes. It was only then that she completely let down her guard and trusted this man. System prompt. Fuya's favorability +8. Qin Feng received the prompt and stopped shaking his legs. I took a look at Fuya's information. Favorability 79. Consumption 60.03 million yuan. Damn it, why do I always fall short? Does it mean that 80 points is the key point, and I have to do something to move the girl in order to break the spell? Qin Feng recalled the wonderful night with Xia Ting. At one point in time, how about finding a way to get Fuya drunk tonight, then taking her to the hotel and putting in some effort to see if you can get 1 point? Qin Feng turned around, leaned against the railing, supported his elbows on the wooden handrail, and his eyes kept wandering over Fuya, secretly thinking about the success rate of this plan. At the same time, I'm also curious about what kind of judo Fuya learned. The bar lights flickered and the spotlight swayed. The flickering light shone on Qin Feng's face, making his focused and slightly smirking expression become evil and wild. Fuya accidentally met Qin Feng's gaze. I was startled by his aggressive look. He avoided the sight in panic. Then I remembered that he always called me sister, but he dared to look at me like that. She immediately became annoyed, stood up, and walked quickly towards Qin Feng. Every step he took was filled with the momentum to beat someone up. You are so brave, little brother. How dare you look at your sister like this? Qin Feng was startled, and all distracting thoughts disappeared. He quickly stood up straight and put on an attitude of begging for mercy. Hey, the light is too dim. I just want to see it more carefully. Fuya stretched out her hands, pinched Qin Feng's cheeks, and pulled them back and forth. Don't think you can bully your sister just because you give me money. Qin Feng's mouth was torn open, and he spoke unclearly. Ooh, it hurts, sister. Fuya thought pinching the face was fun, so she squeezed Qin Feng's face with her palms and pursed his lips into upper and lower petals, like fish lips. Tell me, what were you thinking about just now? I was thinking how beautiful my sister is, Qin Feng said in a muffled voice. Complimenting a girl on her beauty is a panacea, and this template can be used at any time and in any situation. When Fuya heard this, she felt much less angry. She was now truly prepared to treat him as her younger brother. But Qin Feng's look just now made Fuya think that what this man said before was a lie to her. The purpose was just to sleep with her. Now that I saw that he was sincere, I calmed down and thought about it. You don't need to spend 60 million to have sex. What kind of prodigal son would spend so much money just to trick a woman into bed? You're so smooth-talking. Don't think you can get away with it by saying something nice. If you disrespect your sister again next time, I won't allow you to call me sister, Fuya warned. What are you calling? Wife. Qin Feng didn't dare to speak out his inner thoughts, and he smiled foolishly. I don't dare anymore. From now on, you are my biological sister. Fuya's eyes widened. Is this how you use the word dear child? Dear sister's okay, right? Qin Feng held her hands to prevent her from continuing to ravage his face. Remember what you said. Your sister, have a bad temper. When I get mad, I might get angry at you. As your younger brother, you have to be patient with me and give me a way out, okay? Fuya said seriously. Although she looked serious, her fox eyes showed that she was in a good mood at the moment. She was afraid of losing her younger brother, so she was making preparations in advance. Qin Feng asked in confusion, are you acting as a sister or a younger sister? Why would you be angry at me? It's not my younger brother who is being unreasonable. Are you worried about him like an old mother? Fuya felt a little embarrassed by what Qin Feng said, and in order to cover it up, she reached out and rubbed Qin Feng's face. I'm the elder sister. I have the final say. Okay, you have big breasts, you're right. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, Shifuya lifted his ear and begged for mercy. It hurts. I'm wrong. I have the final say. Let's see if you dare to mess around again in the future. Shifuya didn't use much effort and just snorted when she saw him pretending. I rubbed his red ears and blew on them considerately. Luo Yanhua, who was sitting over there, saw the two of them being so affectionate and his eyes turned red with envy. He has known Shifuya for 2 or 3 years. She has always been cold and aloof, and always does things in a very proper and strict manner. She's the kind of girl who's warm on the outside but cold on the inside. No matter how much money is spent, I will laugh, but I will definitely not have much reaction in my heart. I have never seen her be so gentle, considerate, and caring toward a man. I don't know what means this man used. I was delivering the same wine. Why is there such a big difference? Chapter 58. There are surveillance cameras in the bar. You can't blackmail me. Luo Yanhua was confused, but he didn't care much about women. What can a woman with money get? He had 5 little lovers, 2 of whom were blonde twins. I am in a state of overdraft every day, and nothing I eat can make up for it. He envied the relationship between Qin Feng and Shifuya, but he didn't want to work hard for something that would only take 3 or 5 minutes. It's so troublesome to guess what women are thinking. Just give the money, kneel down, and do the work, that's all. There's no need to worry about so much other things. Luo Yanhua waved his hand, asked someone to bring a bottle of the most expensive black pearl in the store, and ran to find Qin Feng to drink. Boss Qin is truly a young hero. He is young and promising. He bought a bar worth tens of millions without blinking an eye. Luo Yanhua flattered him and poured him wine. Come on, I'll toast you with this glass of wine. You must drink it. I, Luo Yanhua, have never been convinced by anyone in my life. You're the first one. Your courage really opens my eyes. Qin Feng had never experienced being flattered by others, especially by a big boss who drove a Maybach and came to flatter him. He felt a little flattered after just a few words of praise. Although he couldn't drink this kind of foreign liquor, he saw Boss Luo drink it in one gulp. He drank it in one gulp without saying anything. This foreign liquor is not as strong as white liquor and has a softer and more delicate taste with a hint of fruity sweetness. After drinking it, a feeling of warmth will surge into your chest and your limbs will be filled with strength. The overall feeling is okay. Boss Qin is so fucking generous. Here, let's have the second glass of wine. Congratulations on finding a sister who loves you wholeheartedly. And congratulations to our sister Xiaoya for finding a good brother. I toast to you too. After saying that, Luo Yanhua gulped down the full cup, then raised the empty cup to show his respect with a smile. Although Qin Feng now has the freedom to drink, he can choose not to drink if he wants to, and no one can persuade him otherwise. But what Boss Luo said was very much to his liking, and the wine was not very bad to drink, so he raised the glass and poured it into his mouth. It was too late for Shifuya to stop him. She watched him drink it in big gulps with worry. Then she sighed and took a small sip herself. Luo Yanhua didn't care whether Shifuya drank it or not. The main thing was that Qin Feng drank it. He picked up the bottle again and prepared to have a third drink. These are his 3 magic weapons. After drinking them, either you die or I die. Boss Qin, I won't say more. It's all in the wine. Let's drink this glass and we'll be brothers. Qin Feng didn't know much about foreign liquor, nor did he know how it was usually drunk. Seeing that he always filled the bottle like beer, I thought the alcohol content was about the same as beer. He is a man who enjoys eating skewers and drinking beer, and he drinks beer as if it is a game. Qin Feng picked up the wine glass and wanted to drink it in one gulp, but a slender hand stopped him from drinking. Brother Luo, let me drink this glass of wine for him, Shifuya said with a smile. This foreign liquor is over 40 alcohol and tastes fine, but it has a strong after effect. Shifuya was worried that Qin Feng would drink too much and his body wouldn't be able to handle it. Take the initiative to stop the wine. Luo Yanhua suddenly became angry and felt betrayed. He had supported this woman for 3 years, but in the end, she didn't come to help him drink, but stood opposite him to block him from drinking. Luo Yanhua wanted to lose his temper and tell her to get out of the way. But since Qin Feng was here, he didn't dare. But his face darkened and he said coldly, "Okay, I don't need to tell you the rule of drinking 3 cups instead of 1, right?" "Yeah, I know," Shifuya said lightly. After saying that, he took the wine glass from Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng, who drank 2 kinds of wine, was obviously a little drunk. He raised the cup to avoid Shifuya's hand and prevent her from snatching it. At the same time, He put his mouth close to Shifuya's face and whispered into her small, crystal-clear ear. Sister, stop it. 1 for 3 is a loss. Wait until I finish drinking, then you go up and toast him 3 more times. We are brothers and sisters working together, and we are not afraid that we can't drink this old bald donkey to death. Shifuya's earlobes were already burning from the hot breath Qin Feng exhaled at such a close distance. But when he heard the adjective old bald donkey, he burst out laughing. After taking a look at Qin Feng's condition, he saw that he was in good condition, so he stopped trying to stop him and just reminded him with concern. Well, but you have to drink this glass slowly. It's strong liquor. Qin Feng chuckled and didn't care at all. He tilted his head back and drank the wine, then raised his eyebrows at Luo Yanhua, signaling him to hurry up. Luo Yanhua drinks all year round and has a good alcohol tolerance. He can still hold 3 cups. He drank the 3rd cup happily, then smiled and invited Qin Feng to sit down. Shifuya did not offer wine to Luo Yanhua. She knew she was not qualified and that the other party might not drink her toast. Luo Yanhua led the topic, chatting about some interesting things in the bar and bragging about his past glory. As Qin Feng listened, he started to get drunk. He felt a little dizzy, and everyone he looked at was a little dazzled. Shifuya caringly handed him warm water, fed him fruit, and wiped his sweat with a wet towel. Qin Feng felt extremely comfortable, squinting his eyes and smiling foolishly. At this time, Luo Yanhua suddenly asked inconspicuously, Boss Qin, do you know Qin I mean? After he finished speaking, the scene suddenly became quiet. No one spoke, and even the music in the bar seemed to have become a little quieter. Luo Yanhua stared at Qin Feng with a pair of sparkling eyes. I wanted to see some clues from his face. This is the name of Qin Feng's father. No matter if Qin Feng pretends to know him or pretends not to know him, as long as his expression fluctuates a little, it means that there is something wrong with this kid. When Shifuya saw that Luo Yanhua's eyes were not right and his questions were strange, her heart began to tighten. The look he gave Qin Feng was full of tension. Keys, sounds familiar. Wait a minute. Let me think about it. Qin Feng was seen frowning, tapping his forehead with his fingers, trying hard to recall something. Then, as if he remembered the answer to a test, he clapped his hands excitedly and answered. Oh, by the way, that's my dad. Luo Yanhua was stunned, then burst into laughter. So you're Mr. Qin's nominal father. Ha ha ha. Sorry for being so presumptuous. Sorry for being so presumptuous. Luo Yanhua no longer had any doubts at this moment. Qin Feng's performance dispelled his last bit of doubt. Looking at him like this, you can tell that he must have forgotten the material he had memorized, and it took him a long time to remember it. How could he know that Qin Feng's father died when he was a child, and over the years, he would not have remembered it at all unless he needed it to apply for documents? Luo Yanhua really treated Qin Feng as a big shot this time. I was afraid that asking this probing question would upset the boss. So he sincerely invited Qin Feng to go to his bath center, have a massage to relax, play cards in the evening, or go to the cruise ship to watch an exciting reality show. He will pay for all expenses. Qin Feng was yearning to go and broaden his horizons. But the favorability here is not so good, so I really can't leave. He didn't want to make the same mistake again. So I rejected them cruelly. He looked dazed and dazed, indicating that he was drunk. Then he slowly leaned on Shifuya's shoulder, closed his eyes, and rested. Luo Yanhua didn't dare to disturb the boss, so he stuffed a business card into Qin Feng's pocket and told him to call him anytime if he had anything. In Jiangcheng, Luo Yanhua is quite famous in the underworld. If you need people, you have people. If you need money, you have money. Qin Feng didn't say anything, as if he was about to fall asleep. Luo Yanhua smiled shyly and respectfully left quietly. After the annoying fat pig left, Qin Feng and Shifuya were the only 2 people left in the booth. A man and a woman alone, in the dark, close at hand. Unable to sleep due to the loud music, the man slowly opened his eyes dim with drunkenness. The scent on the woman's body was fascinating, a bit like milk with a hint of alcohol in it. Qin Feng couldn't help but move closer to Shifuya's neck and took 2 deep breaths. Curiously asked, Sister, do you still have milk now? Then he was hit on the head. It was the back of 2 bent fingers of the woman opposite me that hit me. The force is just right, and you can tell whether the watermelon is ripe or not. If you continue to be disrespectful, I will have someone throw you out. Shifuya threatened with a red face. Hee, sister smells so good. I like being with sister. Qin Feng leaned close to Shifuya's hot ears and said infatuatedly. Encouraged by the alcohol, Qin Feng uncontrollably hugged Shifuya with both hands, greedily inhaling her fragrance. Shifuya was held in the arms of the masculine man, full of hormones. Her body stiffened and her heart beat rapidly. But this man is her younger brother, and she doesn't want the intimate actions between siblings to become ambiguous. She suppressed her lust and warned with a frown, "I'm your sister. You can't touch me." After saying that, he pushed Qin Feng hard. But I didn't expect that this man would fall down as if he was trying to scam someone. Chapter 59, I'm not a scumbag. I just want to give all the beautiful girls a home. Pretending to be drunk is a natural skill for men. Just like a girl acting coquettishly. Bad men will go crazy and start acting like scoundrels after drinking. However, there are very few people who have sex after being drunk. If a man really drinks too much, he will be like a pig. Those who are able to have sex without restraint are usually not drunk and are just pretending. They get drunk and act crazy just to take advantage of girls. But sometimes, some young novices pretend to be drunk, and while pretending, they actually fall asleep. Qin Feng is undoubtedly a rookie. He fell onto the sofa. He planned that Shifuya would not get up unless she kissed him, hugged him, and lifted him up high. Before I knew it, I woke up and it was the next morning. Strange ceiling. The bed is soft and the quilt is fragrant. The furnishings in the room are full of exquisite elegance, like a girl's boudoir. A glass of water was carefully placed on the bedside table. Qin Feng stood up slightly and took a quick look. There was no computer in the room, only a dressing table with many bottles and jars on it. On the left side of the bed is a whole wall of wardrobes, and there is also a mobile clothes rack in the aisle, which is filled with spring and autumn coats. There was a little girl on the other side. She looked quite cute. There was a gleam of curiosity in those big, sparkling eyes as they stared at him intently. Behind her was a bay window with its curtains drawn. The sunlight just happened to shine on the little girl, creating a faint halo of light. Like a living angel, etc. Alive? Qin Feng woke up and looked over carefully. The outline of that small nose and mouth is somewhat similar to Shifuya's. She was wearing a small pink and white hanfu costume. Her hair was braided in several braids and tied on her head like a bow, and several red ribbons tied around her hair, which fell on her shoulders. The bangs in front are cut neatly, black and shiny, making the chubby face look white and tender. She looks like a chubby little princess from ancient times, so adorable that people would like to pinch her. Qin Feng thought to himself that this little girl was probably Shifuya's daughter, and she took him home last night. Qin Feng asked uncertainly. Uncle is awake. Called sweetly when she saw Qin Feng woke up. Qin Feng was instantly touched by the cuteness. His eyes softened, and he spoke softly, fearing that he would scare the little girl away. Well, good morning, Unexpectedly, this little girl was so brave. She was not afraid of Qin Feng, a stranger at all. She walked up to him and grabbed his hand. Uncle, get up quickly, Uncle, get up quickly. She grabbed Qin Feng's fingers with her small hands, leaned back and pulled, trying to pull him up. Qin Feng showed a friendly smile and slowly sat up to accommodate her. Shifuya's voice came from the living room to stop him. You are not allowed to disturb your uncle's sleep, understand? Qin Feng replied loudly. Sister, I'm awake. Echoed. Yes, Uncle woke up. He said he wanted to play with me. What did I say I would play with her? Qin Feng wondered, are beautiful little girls born to lie? He felt that this was not good, and could not help but stretch out his sinful hand, gently pinched the little cutie's face, and taught her a lesson with a smile. Uncle can play with you, but kids can't lie. Defended herself confidently. Didn't lie. Just asked her uncle, and he agreed. Forehead. Did you ask this while you were asleep? Qin Feng couldn't be fooled by the kid's tricks. Who can talk and sleep? Where did you learn this? He didn't know what to say for a moment. I thought I should lock the door when I go to bed next time to prevent her from coming in. Xiaofeng, come out and have breakfast. Don't pay attention to She is very noisy, Shifuya shouted. Puffed up her face in dissatisfaction, looking unhappy. Qin Feng responded and said to with a smile. Wait until I finish my meal before playing with Okay. Real. Certainly. Uncle is so nice. He said happily. Can we go out and play? Yes, sure. Qin Feng nodded. Then can we go to the mall to play? Blinked her big, twinkling eyes with a look of anticipation on her face. When she returned home in the morning, she heard her mother say that her uncle had come to the house, so she waited here for him to wake up. She wanted her uncle to accompany her to play on a climbing wall in the mall. She likes climbing very much, but her mother is too busy to play with her and her grandmother won't let her. so I have never been able to achieve my wish. This time, an adult finally came to the house, and she had to seize the opportunity. No problem, Qin Feng said with a smile. It seems that girls, young and old, have such a strong obsession with shopping malls. Qin Feng liked this cute little girl very much. He rubbed her little head and planned to buy something for her. Amid the little girl's cheers, he walked out of the room. I came to the living room and looked around the home of the mother and daughter. This is a high-rise building, and judging by the view outside the window, I'm roughly in the middle. The layout of 2 bedrooms and 1 living room is estimated to be only 100 square meters. After deducting the public area, the area is about 80 square meters. The other room was a little smaller, but it had a balcony where the girls' clothes were hung to dry. A spliced foam mat is specially laid on the middle floor of the living room. There's a box of neatly organized toys on it. Near the kitchen door, there's a small round dining table, 2 white high stools, and a children's chair with a ladder. The house looks small, but it is compact and full of life. Under Yi's guidance, Qin Feng washed up in the bathroom and sat at the dining table. A bowl of pumpkin porridge and pickles were already on the table. Fuya came out from the kitchen. Her hair was casually tied up and held in place with a hairpin. She was wearing a loose white vest, an apron, and house shorts. She was wearing a pair of open-toed slippers, and her toes were painted with orange-red nail polish, which made her feet look even whiter. She was holding a freshly baked omelet in her hand, with a pair of smiling fox eyes, looking like an elegant and charming young woman. Qin Feng wanted to eat both the person and the omelet in that scene. Try my cooking skills. I wonder how it compares to the egg pancakes sold outside. Fuya put down the plate, wiped her hands on her apron, sat on a high stool, and sat on the left and right of Yi, staring at Qin Feng eating breakfast, as if everything was taken for granted. Qin Feng did not feel embarrassed when being watched by a mother and daughter while eating. Instead, he felt a sense of warmth he had never felt before. Regardless of the fact that it was hot, he picked up the omelet and took a big bite. The pancake skin is not greasy but crispy and tender, and the food in your mouth churns between your tongue buds. The aroma of egg and soy sauce swirls between the mouth and nose just right. I don't know why, but Qin Feng feels that this simple omelet with sesame seeds, green onions, and ham tastes better than any other delicacy in the world. He ate voraciously, giving the thumbs-up sign constantly. Fuya smiled secretly and reminded him to eat slowly, saying that she and Yi had already eaten and no one would snatch the food from him. But he didn't expect that Yi would see how deliciously he was eating and clamor for some too. Qin Feng gave her some with chopsticks out of concern, and then finished his own portion in 2 or 3 bites. Sure enough, good things taste better the more you rush to eat them. By the way, your little girl named Xia Ting called me several times last night, Fuya said casually. Huh? And then what? Qin Feng felt a little happy when he saw Xia Ting contacting him, but he did not show it. I think this girl is pretty good. I answered the phone for you and comforted her. Fuya wanted to laugh when she thought about how her younger sister was so scared that she didn't dare to make a sound after hearing her voice. How did you comfort her? Qin Feng asked in surprise. Just tell me you're drunk and sleep here with me tonight, Fuya said with a foxy grin. It's over. After hearing this, Xia Ting must have thought that she was a scumbag. Chapter 60 I, Xia Ting, am jealous of everything. What's wrong with that? Qin Feng was a little sad. He still likes Xia Ting very much. Not only because her 100-point strategy reward is a super strong physique, also because she was his mentor, she guided him to become a real man. Now that she heard that she was sleeping with another girl, she must hate herself to death. Qin Feng wanted to cry, but had no tears. I didn't blame Fuya for answering my call. I just feel a little sad that my golden gun and golden waist are moving away from me. I don't know if I can still spend money to save her. He sighed and glanced at Xia Ting's information resignedly. Favorability, 73. Qin Feng was shocked. It was 68 before. How come it increased by 5 points? What happened? What did they talk about last night? Qin Feng asked Fuya a few more questions, but she was vague and unwilling to talk about the topic. So I sent a message to Xia Ting to ask about what happened last night, but there was no reply. He thought about it and looked at the call records. WDF. The call lasted 1 hour and 30 minutes and lasted until 2 in the morning. Good job. I don't know what these 2 women are talking about me behind my back. Qin Feng was very curious, and his heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. But Fuya refused to say anything, and there was nothing he could do. Finish your breakfast quietly. I lowered my head and saw he gently pulling at the corner of his clothes. Although she said nothing, her bright eyes flashed with the meaning of take me out to play quickly. Even those who have never raised a child can see it. So well-behaved and cute. Chin Feng put aside his doubts, picked up Yi, and rubbed her little face with his nose, making her giggle. Come on, Uncle will take you to clear out the shopping mall, Chin Feng said with high spirits. Yeah, let's go out and play. Yi kicked her legs and hugged Chin Feng's head in a familiar manner. Sure, Fuya was mean to Yi yesterday, so to make up for it, she asked her teacher for 2 days off and planned to take a few days off herself to take her out for some fun. Unexpectedly, Chin Feng suddenly appeared from behind and said he would take care of the mother and daughter. Looking at the two of them having so much fun together, sure Fuya felt a little emotional. She seldom hugs Yi anymore. The main problem is that I can't hold it still. This little girl, although small in appearance, is actually quite heavy. The last time we weighed her, she weighed 34 kilograms. Now I see this girl being easily picked up by the man with one hand. Sure Fuya suddenly thought it would be a good idea to find an uncle for Yi. How old is Yi? Chin Feng asked softly. 5 years old, Yi said proudly. What's your favorite thing? Big monster. Oh, why? Chin Feng was a little surprised by the answer. Because it can crush the kindergarten, he said confidently. He doesn't want to go to kindergarten? No, those idiots would cry if they touched me, and they even said he didn't have a father. Yi's babyish answer made Chin Feng realize the harm that single-parent families can cause to children. Chin Feng felt a little distressed when he saw Sure Fuya quietly cleaning up the dishes. Yi, ignore them. If they dare to say bad things about you again, your uncle will help you teach them a lesson. Chin Feng said angrily. If it were elementary school, he wouldn't be sure to say that. Nowadays, children are well-nourished, and there are many children over 1.8 meters tall in primary schools. But when it comes to kindergarten, he is still very confident. Kill every kid with one punch, and you'll be invincible. Yeah, Yi smiled. After playing around for a while, Sure Fuya changed her clothes. The three of them took the elevator downstairs and drove to the supermarket. The car that Sure Fuya drives is a second-hand Mazda. Yi sat obediently in the back seat, fastened her seatbelt, and looked out the window with an excited look on her face. Chin Feng sat in the passenger seat. Sure Fuya was wearing a black silk suspender-tight dress with a light brown coat on the outside. Wearing sunglasses, with one hand on the car window, steering with one hand, occasionally glancing at the passenger side, rearview mirror. The breeze lifted her long hair, and the bright sun caressed her skin. That aura is both beautiful and cool, showing her royal sister style. Chin Feng originally had no distracting thoughts, but Sure Fuya kept turning her head to glance at him, which made him feel hot all over. This kind of proud and cold woman will make people want to conquer her no matter what she does, not to mention her mysterious eyes hidden by sunglasses. But no matter what this look meant, Chin Feng planned to wait until he got the 80 cash back before finding a way to trick her into bed. Keep calm now. There will be more opportunities in the future. Don't alert the enemy. As long as he shamelessly stays at her house and finds an excuse of back pain in the middle of the night to ask her, his sister, to rub it for him, is there any need to tell the rest of the story? If her favorability drops, the worst that can happen is that she will just give up her cyborg bodyguard. Chin Feng was fantasizing in his mind. His cell phone vibrated, waking him up. It's news from Xia Ting. Scumbag, didn't you say you would only take me to bars from now on? Where were you last night? Xia Ting took the initiative and blamed him for breaking the agreement. Chin Feng thought for a moment and found a reason to reply. I was also forced to do it. A boss insisted on calling me there to discuss something. I don't believe you. You just met the bar owner's wife yesterday, and you're staying at her house today. Is it because I didn't squeeze you dry? Faced with such vicious words, Chin Feng didn't know how to respond. All I can say is that school beauties are fierce. In his impression, Xia Ting has always been a pure, well-behaved, and coquettish beauty. I don't know how I suddenly became so open. Is it because of the screen? Or maybe some strange properties were unlocked after having physical contact. Chin Feng was puzzled. Don't get me wrong. That's the sister I just recognized. Hee. Xia Ting laughed angrily. She spent the entire afternoon yesterday waiting at home for Chin Feng to come over and apologize. But until the early morning, this stinky man didn't say a word. Your girlfriend is angry and she won't even try to comfort her. Just say something nice and promise not to mess around in the future. Even if you're deceiving yourself, you're willing to continue to be deceived. But what does it mean to just ignore it? Xia Ting became more and more annoyed as she waited, and finally, she couldn't help but call him to ask what he wanted. I didn't expect that he didn't answer the first call. I didn't answer the second one either. The third one picked up the phone and said a lot, but there was no sound from the other end for a long time. After much difficulty, there was a sound, and it turned out to be a woman's voice. Xiating was so scared that she hung up the phone on the spot. She thought the other person was the queen, and she had disturbed their sleep. She became a little emotional instantly. Tears were brewing, and she was about to start crying. Then the cell phone rang. Still the same number. Xiating gritted her teeth and answered the phone, thinking that since it was already like this, she might as well curse the person on the other end before crying. Unexpectedly, the other party politely said that he was Xiaoya, whom I met in the bar yesterday. She also said that Qin Feng drank too much in the bar and she didn't know Qin Feng's address. So she took Qin Feng back to her home and asked Xiating if she wanted to come and pick Qin Feng up. Xiating wanted to go and rescue the person, but it was too late and her father didn't allow her to go out. The second thing is that we don't know where the person lives after we pick him up. He or she has already gone to bed, so it would be a bit unnecessary to wake him or her up. The third is that Xiaoya has high emotional intelligence and is good at speaking. She also calls herself a widow with a baby, which makes Xiating feel very safe. Xiating chatted with her until very late without realizing it, and talked about many things about Qin Feng at school. Xiating didn't mind much when she heard Shifuya say that Qin Feng recognized her as his sister. But now Qin Feng deliberately emphasized it, making her feel that she was being unreasonable. I'm very angry. Student Qin Feng, how many good sisters do you have? This is the one. What about my sister? No. Okay, I've taken a screenshot. If there are other sisters around you, I'll make this chat history into a poster and hang it at your doorstep. Qin Feng felt Xiating's rising resentment and immediately started to talk nonsense. Baby, no matter what other women are like, you will always be number one in my heart. Snort. Don't be angry. I'll go with you to pick up the car tomorrow, okay? When Xiating thought that she would be able to drive a Porsche tomorrow, her anger largely subsided. So what are you doing today? She wanted to run over and stick to Qin Feng, but she was more tactful in her expression. I'm accompanying my niece to the mall, Qin Feng said honestly. Xiating's teeth were broken from biting. Okay. Even though I lost my sisters, I still have my niece, right? Chapter 61 Shifuya is about to give birth. Xiating knew that Qin Feng was with Shifuya and her daughter. She wanted to find Qin Feng, but her mother advised her not to be too proactive and not to send herself to others easily. This will make you seem like you care a lot about this man and are very passive. Besides, it's not appropriate for her to be a third wheel when the whole family is out. Xiating was depressed and confused for a long time. Finally decided not to listen to my mother. Xiating thought that her mother was just an ordinary woman and didn't have any foresight. Qin Feng was not her husband, so she was certainly not in a hurry. If I don't take the initiative, where will I go to cry if Qin Feng gets kidnapped? I'm in Yintai shopping mall. Which mall are you in? Xiating sent a message. She asked this question very skillfully. Asking for someone's address seems stupid. A much smarter way of asking is to say, I happen to be out there, so why don't we make an appointment to meet somewhere? Even though Xiating was still at home at the moment, she hadn't washed her hair yet. She just guessed that there were more amusement facilities for children in the Yintai shopping mall, and Qin Feng might go there. When Qin Feng saw Xiating's message, he secretly said, Oh no. The three of them are preparing to go to Yintai shopping mall. Shifuya was about to give birth at this time, and it was the most critical moment. He didn't want to cause any trouble. What if Xiating came over and disturbed my cashback, and my favorability dropped from 79 like before? I really couldn't stand it. This is 60 million, and it's all real cash. Qin Feng thought for a moment, but did not reply. He said to Shifuya first, Sister, let's go to Wanda. Shifuya tilted her head and thought for a moment, then smiled and said, Is there something wrong with Yintai? Qin Feng said awkwardly, No, nothing happened. Shifuya raised her eyebrows and said, Oh, why can't we go if there is no situation? Yi wants to go rock climbing, and only Yintai has it. Yi shouted from behind. He is going to climb to the highest place today. Qin Feng saw that he couldn't hide it, so he stammered. Xiating is also there. I'm afraid you might mind. Shifuya curled her lips and smiled softly. My brother's girlfriend. Why should I mind? That girl is very simple. I like her very much. Qin Feng asked doubtfully. Then should I ask her to come over? Shifuya said indifferently. Okay, we girls are going shopping. I'll leave Yi to you to take care of, and I'll help you investigate the girl. Qin Feng saw that she smiled naturally. For a moment, I couldn't tell whether she really didn't mind or was pretending. I guess she really treats me as her younger brother and wants to help me choose a good girl. Qin Feng suddenly felt a little ashamed. He had just planned to trick this cheap sister into bed. Now seeing her being so generous, Qin Feng felt very guilty. But it also made me more determined in my inner thoughts. Isn't this more exciting? Qin Feng had an evil smile on his face and sent a message to Xia Ting. We're going to the children's climbing area soon. Are you coming? I'm getting a manicure in the shop next door. It will probably take half an hour. You guys play first, Xia Ting's mother replied while holding Xia Ting's cell phone. At this time, Xia Ting was hurriedly washing her hair, putting on makeup and getting dressed, and asked her mother to help reply to the message. Well, call me when you're ready. Qin Feng put down his phone, got out of the car with Shifuya and her daughter, and headed for the mall. Following behind him was Wang Gang, who had received the message long ago and was waiting in the parking lot. Wang Gang was extremely conflicted at the moment. He had a parking ticket from last night and an accommodation invoice from last night in his arms. The total amount is 240 yuan, and I don't know how to ask Qin Feng to reimburse me. After he helped Shifuya carry the boss to her house last night, he was worried that the boss might have other instructions in the evening, so he found a hotel nearby to stay in. I thought that if something happened to the boss and he suddenly had to go home or go to the hospital, it would be convenient to respond in time. But a night passed, and everything was safe and sound. This kind of self-willed, wasteful behavior made him hesitate to ask for reimbursement. Sigh, I should have bought a sleeping bag or something to sleep in the car. But there is no place to take a shower, and being sloppy will embarrass the boss. Wang Gang had a lot of inner drama, but on the surface he remained cool and followed Qin Feng and the other two silently. Yi held Qin Feng's little finger with one hand and her mother with the other, and walked quietly in the middle, looking well-behaved. Yi is so sensible. A daughter like her won't require much worry, right? Qin Feng praised. This girl is very smart. She knows she can't play around here. Once you enter the mall, you'll know how powerful she is, Shifuya said with a smile. You can't run where there are cars. You have to hold an adult's hand to cross the road, Yi said crisply and showed off. Awesome. Are these things taught in kindergartens now? Qin Feng exclaimed. He doesn't remember much about his childhood. He only remembers that his teacher gave him a big red flower and stuck it on his forehead. Most of them were taught by me. I was a bit ruthless, so I remember them so clearly, Shifuya said lightly. Qin Feng could sense the astonishing, murderous intent in Shifuya's tone. It was true that a mother is strong. Seeing that he remained silent, Shifuya was afraid that he would think that she was abusing Yi, so she smiled and explained. I only beat her once or twice. Most of the time, I reason with her. It's just that sometimes children just don't communicate through nonviolence. You'll understand when you have children yourself. The two of them held Yi's hands and chatted casually. They looked like a sweet family of three from a wealthy family. Men and women along the way shed tears when they saw such a scene. The man is elegant and graceful. The woman is beautiful and charming. The child is pretty and cute, and there's a big man like a bodyguard following behind them. A perfect example of a winner in life. Passers-by were so envious that they couldn't walk and wondered when they would be able to find love like theirs. Qin Feng and his group came into the mall, and Yi took them and ran to the rock climbing area in the central hall with ease. This is a 9-meter-high rectangular building with 4 sides, each with a climbing wall. The bright wooden boards are embedded with climbing rocks of various colors, which looks particularly eye-catching. Even though it was working hours, there were still several children playing on the climbing wall. Qin Feng paid the money, supervised the coach to fasten the safety rope firmly, and then sat on the stool with Shifuya to watch Yi's performance. Does he know how to play? Do you want to hire a coach for her? Qin Feng asked. Rock climbing here costs 60 yuan per step, and if you hire a coach, a 40-minute lesson costs 120 yuan. It's not expensive, but it's not cheap either. No need. Although Yi doesn't play much, she is very talented in sports, Shifuya said confidently. Sure enough, Qin Feng watched Yi use her hands and feet to soar high up like a monkey. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. She is naturally playful and is interested in anything that involves the outdoors. Shifuya's eyes followed Yi's movements, her expression gratified and proud. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the baby in my arms could already fly over eaves and walk on walls? Qin Feng enviously said, I like this energetic little girl. I wish she was my daughter. Shifuya glanced at him, smiled, and didn't respond. Qin Feng thought of something. Oh, by the way, I'll charge some more money here so that she can come and play more often in the future. Shifuya looked at who was about to reach the top, and said casually, no matter how much money you charge, it's a waste if no one comes to play with her. Chapter 62. Once a person has evil thoughts, he will become much bolder. Only then did Qin Feng understand why Shifuya always emphasized that he was very noisy. He really didn't expect this little girl to be so noisy. As energetic as a husky. It only took a dozen minutes to climb the wall, and after conquering that wall, I began to conquer the entire mall. Run one lap on the first floor, one lap on the second floor, and now start running on the third floor. Qin Feng chased madly from behind, running more than 10,000 steps in a short period of time, and was extremely tired. Come back soon, I'll buy you some candied haws, Qin Feng shouted breathlessly. No, he said with a laugh in front. Then what do you want? A plush toy? A little monster? Qin Feng asked. He stopped, thought about it seriously, and said in a baby voice, he wants roller skates. Roller skates won't work. Qin Feng refused without thinking. It's almost impossible to catch up without wheels now. What will happen if we install wheels? I'm afraid it's about to take off. Pouted, said nothing, turned around, and was about to run. Qin Feng couldn't let her escape again, so he immediately used his trump card. How about your uncle take you to the beach to catch crabs? Paused, a little hesitant. Qin Feng quickly quickened his pace and continued to seduce. How about uncle taking you rafting and surfing? Stopped moving. She turned her head to look at her uncle, who was getting closer and closer, a thoughtful look on her little face. Does he want to go to the amusement park? At this moment, Qin Feng was like the big bad wolf who tricked the little rabbit into opening the door, approaching the fascinated little white rabbit step by step. Then he grabbed her and laughed. Let's see where you can run this time. Let him hold her up and asked with her bright eyes, did uncle really take to the amusement park? Qin Feng kissed the little cutie and replied, of course. How about uncle take you and mom with him? Hesitated and said, mom has to sleep during the day and go to work at night, so she doesn't have time to go out and play with Qin Feng scratched the little cutie's nose and said, I won't do that again. Uncle can let mom stay at home and play with every day. Really? Eyes lit up. Really, but you have to stand on your uncle's side and tell him more about mom's interests and hobbies. Qin Feng patiently said, do you know what mom likes most? Mom loves money the most. Said affirmatively. What else do you like? Qin Feng continued to ask without giving up. I still like What does mom hate the most? Grandma's neighbor's goose. I asked what my mother hates the most, not what he hates the most. Mom doesn't like going back to grandma's house. Guessed it was because the neighbor's goose scared her. Don't you like going back to grandma's house? Well, mom thinks grandma's house is too noisy. Qin Feng seemed to be thinking about something. Holding he rushed to Shifuya. Shifuya was walking slowly along the street behind, occasionally going into a store to look at things. There was a locator on her daughter's wristband, and there were two grown men following her, so she felt relieved. When children are 5 or 6 years old, they are hated by everyone. She disappeared in a flash. Normally, when she took out to play alone, she had to tie her up with a leash. Shifuya walked into a Givenchy women's clothing store. She likes this brand of clothes very much. But the prices here are very expensive. A piece of clothing costs tens of thousands. Shifuya has a high salary and can afford to buy it, but because of the various expenses for her children and the money she would need in the future, she could only look outside. But now it's different. She has a man who is willing to support her, and she no longer has any worries. Shifuya walked around the store and saw a deep black lace evening dress. She hesitated whether to ask Qin Feng to try it on for him to see and give his opinion. At this time, a pot-bellied Mediterranean uncle next to him said, is the beauty alone? Shifuya glanced at him. Wearing a gray stand-up collar shirt, a belt buckled to his greasy belly, and a nouveau riche gold watch on his wrist. He squinted his eyes, and the fat on his face trembled when he smiled. Shifuya was disgusted by his obscene appearance. He put down his clothes without saying a word. Hey, beautiful lady, don't you like this one? I think it suits your figure very well. Would you like to try it on? If it suits you, I can give it to you. Bao Hongbiao deliberately showed off his Vacheron Constantine gold watch worth more than 300,000 yuan, picked up the clothes that Shifuya had just put down, and handed them over with a smile. He was pestered by his girlfriend to go shopping in the mall today, and he sat on the sofa waiting for his girlfriend to change clothes inside. Suddenly, a sexy woman with long, curly chestnut hair came in. The woman had a cool and beautiful oval face. She was wearing an elegant and sexy black suspender dress. The exposed skin on her shoulders was as white crystal clear, tender, and smooth as fresh milk. Bao Hongbiao, who was already getting a little impatient, was stunned. This kind of stunning beauty is much better than his girlfriend who only cares about money and is not very pretty. His heart was instantly moved. No, my husband is rich. Shifuya refused expressionlessly. Bao Hongbiao saw her shopping alone in the mall, and he knew that even if she had a husband, their relationship must be bad. Then she began to criticize her husband for her. Your husband is such a fool. How could he bear to let a beautiful woman like you go out shopping alone? He is so ignorant. This ugly guy who felt good about himself made Shifuya feel a little disgusted. Go away. Bao Hongbiao didn't care about her attitude, but became more excited. Beautiful lady, don't be so fierce. It's fate that we meet. Add WeChat and let's chat. Shifuya frowned and looked coldly at the greasy middle-aged man who spoke rudely, wondering whether she should slap him in the face. But she didn't want to give Qin Feng the impression that she was a troublesome widow, so she chose to be tolerant and turn away without saying a word. Bao Hongbiao was stunned by Shifuya's cold eyes, and then he was aroused by an inexplicable desire to conquer. He made a large sum of money recently, and his courage gradually grew. Bao Hongbiao chased after him and tried to persuade him to stay. Hey, beautiful lady, how much do you want to spend time with me? Just tell me the price. Shifuya stopped and turned around, her eyes flashing coldly. She already had the urge to call for help. After running the bar business for so many years, it is still easy for me to just make a phone call and call a van of people. People like this will only behave themselves if they are beaten. If that doesn't work, just throw him in water and soak him to scare him. There are many ways to do it. Bao Hongbiao was frightened by this woman. She looked so ruthless, and it seemed as if she was going to chop someone down. He took a timid step back, then felt humiliated. When I was about to say something, I saw a man holding a little girl coming in from outside the door, and a strong man following behind them. What's going on? Qin Feng came in and saw that something was wrong and asked in confusion. Shifuya took a deep breath, her expression relaxed, and she smiled and greeted Qin Feng. Husband, you're here. Chapter 63. Qin Feng was very fierce when he was a child. Qin Feng was stunned when Shifuya called him husband. Then I felt the woman take the initiative to hold me up. The soft and delicate body like jade made Qin Feng's heart tremble slightly. Although he didn't know what happened, he saw the fear on the face of the man in front of him, and Shifuya's attitude towards him changed drastically. I guess something must have happened between them. Qin Feng followed Shifuya's call, put his arm around her waist, and asked, Wife, what happened to him? This bold action made Shifuya's eyelashes tremble slightly, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. She knew that Qin Feng was not taking advantage of her on purpose. He just wanted to protect her and support her. It had been a long time since she had felt the feeling of being held in a man's arms. I couldn't help but look up and happened to meet the man's caring and gentle eyes. Shifuya hurriedly lowered her head and answered as calmly as possible. Nothing, just trying to chat me up. When Qin Feng heard this, he frowned and looked at the bald man. It is normal for a woman who is too beautiful to be approached by other men. But it is always unpleasant when your woman is approached by other men. He asked coldly, Who are you? When Bao Hongbiao saw the beautiful woman's husband coming over with bodyguards, he was immediately shocked. Not just anyone can afford a bodyguard. If you don't have some financial resources, it would be a waste to hire a bodyguard. Only truly wealthy people would be willing to spend this money. Judging from the man's expression, he is probably not a good person. Plus, his wife is so beautiful. It would be hard to keep her without some financial resources. Bao Hongbiao only regretted that he had been possessed by the devil and had provoked a girl of that level. He said timidly, Brother, I'm sorry, I saw my sister-in-law was alone there. I thought she was single, so I chatted with her for a while. I really didn't say anything nonsense. His humble apology did not improve Qin Feng's attitude. You know, Shifuya now has 60 million in her pocket. Just a little bit to get the cash back. With the 60 million that truly belonged to him, he can become a distinguished VIP player of Earth OL. Whoever stands in the way at this time will die. Even Jesus couldn't stop him. The man in front of him dared to tease his woman, but this alone would be a capital crime in those novels. Qin Feng had a gloomy face, wondering whether he should ask Wang Gang to go up and beat him up. But Bao Hongbiao panicked first, took 2 steps back, and said tremblingly, Brother, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please spare me. When the people around saw what was happening here, they all looked over here. Shifuya didn't want Qin Feng to get into trouble for her, so she whispered, Brother, forget it. He didn't say anything. Qin Feng felt that it was not very elegant to fight in public, so he asked, "May I have your name?" When Bao Hongbiao heard that he asked for his name, he thought that he wanted to cause trouble for him later. Bao Hongbiao runs a shop and does business. He knows very well that if someone deliberately messes with him, he will not be able to do business at all. He realized that he might have provoked a ruthless person whom he could not afford to offend today. Looking at Qin Feng's cold and confident eyes, he was afraid. In order to avoid retaliation, Bao Hongbiao gritted his teeth and slapped himself hard, begging, "Brother, I shouldn't talk nonsense. You are a magnanimous person. Don't take it personally." This surprised Qin Feng. He just felt that the other person looked familiar. It seemed like I had seen it somewhere before, so I asked. I didn't expect the other party to be so cowardly that he actually slapped himself. Shifuya was also very surprised. This middle-aged man was so honest in front of her younger brother. Did they know each other? At this time, the shopping guide, not far away, saw the conflict and hurried over to apologize. And I hope that they won't hurt each other's feelings. Shifuya didn't want to make things worse, so she pulled Qin Feng's arm and said softly, "Let him go. I still want to continue picking clothes." Seeing that Shifuya didn't seem angry, Qin Feng didn't want to force himself to stand up for her, so he said coldly to the man, "Go away. Don't let me see you again." Hearing this, Bao Hongbiao was overjoyed as if he had been pardoned, and kept thanking him. "Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother." He didn't even have time to pay attention to his girlfriend who was changing clothes inside, and he just ran out on his own. Qin Feng felt weird when he heard a man in his 40s calling him big brother. He didn't think much about it, and seeing that the problem was solved, he accompanied Shifuya to the front to look at clothes. The crowd that had gathered here to watch the dispute just now also dispersed. The prettier a girl is, the more likely she is to attract other men. If a man isn't paying attention, someone will pounce on her. If a man doesn't have some ability, it's easy for his beautiful girlfriend to be seduced away. They walked inside. Just when everyone thought the show was over, a pretty girl suddenly appeared from nowhere and yelled at the couple, "Qin Feng, you dumped me because you hooked up with this rich woman?" Chapter 64, She's Coming, She's Coming. What? Hooking up with a rich woman? Cruelly dumped your girlfriend? The onlookers were really excited this time. The guy who just flirted with someone else's wife was nothing special. But the plot of the rich woman on this list dumping her wife is very interesting. The crowd couldn't help but gather around again. The shop assistants didn't try to persuade him, as he insisted on finishing the melon. Qin Feng froze when he heard the familiar voice coming from behind him. He turned straight around and stared at the menacing woman. She was wearing a red dress with the Givenchy logo and had heavy makeup on her face, narrow eyes, and a sarcastic face. "Jiang Manxue." Qin Feng reacted instantly. Just now he thought the bald middle-aged man looked a little familiar and wondered where he had seen him before. The woman's appearance reminded him of. That person was the one who was having an affair with Jiang Manxue. He saw it clearly in the car that night. Qin Feng sneered and asked, "Who I am with is none of your business. You're not my girlfriend." Jiang Manxue's eyes widened, her face full of anger, her voice sharp and piercing. "I have followed you for so many years, and now you run away to be the father of this woman's child for her money. Are you still a human being?" Jiang Manxue did come with Bao Hongbiao. She had just heard a quarrel outside in the locker room. Qin Feng's voice and Bao Hongbiao's begging for mercy were heard. She mistakenly thought that Qin Feng saw her shopping with another man and came to catch them in an affair. "So I stayed in the locker room and didn't dare to come out." But then she remembered that she had already broken up with Qin Feng, and it was none of his business if she was with someone else. She walked out quietly to take a look, but she found that her boyfriend was beaten away in disgrace. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was holding a little girl and looked very happy. Plus, there was a beautiful woman next to him who was looking at him lovingly. The harmonious atmosphere among the three people immediately stimulated Jiang Manxue. "Why do you think that your happiness makes my man run away?" She thought of how Qin Feng suddenly deleted her the day before yesterday and scolded her on WeChat, saying that she was rich. She felt that Qin Feng must be hooking up with a rich woman to be so confident. Jiang Manxue couldn't stand it anymore. She wanted to expose this man's true face. "Qin Feng, you make me feel sick. You are willing to be a scapegoat for money. I will look down on you for the rest of my life. Before you worked as a security guard and delivery boy, I was gossiped about and looked down upon by others, but I never gave up on you. I'm still stupid enough to keep my body for you, but what about you? You insist on licking a second-hand product." Seeing her making trouble, Qin Feng felt a little disgusted by her and said impatiently, "Can you please have some shame?" Stop being disgusting, okay? After saying that, he pointed to his head and explained to Shifuya, don't pay attention to this psychopath. She has some mental problems. Jiang Manhua acted sad and cried. Look at yourself now. Have you forgotten what you said to me? You said I was your salvation, that you would only love me in this life, that you would try your best to give me the best life, and that you would treat me, well, even if it meant eating dirt. I never thought you would delete me for a woman like this. Is money that important to you? Are you worthy of our relationship for so many years? Qin Feng's eyes gradually turned cold. This woman had ruined 3 years of his life and was going to destroy his life in the end. This made him a little angry. Brother Wang, help me hold her down. I'm going to beat her mouth to pieces today. Wang Gang's eyes became serious, and he strode towards Jiang Manhua. Jiang Manhua thought Wang Gang was Qin Feng's friend. Seeing that he was coming with such force, he did not dare to take the risk and quickly went behind the crowd of onlookers and shouted, Murder! This couple is going to kill someone. Help! She hid and shouted, Everyone, please help me. This man is cheating on her and is a mistress. The woman must not be a good person either. Maybe she is having an affair outside behind her husband's back. This sound caused the audience to talk a lot. This woman is too beautiful. I can tell at a glance that she is not a good person. I saw in the news that a wife had an affair with a mistress and poisoned her husband to death. Wow, so exciting, a modern version of Wu Dalong. People nowadays will do anything for money. Look at that man. Isn't he with that woman with a baby just for money? Rich people play very perverted games. That man must be very good at talking. He is really good at coaxing people. What's the point of being nice? Now he's been caught by his ex-girlfriend and exposed. Look, that rich woman's face is red with anger. Maybe they'll break up when they get home. Shifuya looked very unhappy. No matter what Qin Feng had done before, if this woman dared to speak like this about her man, she would not let this woman go. There are too many people around now. If she calls the bar thugs over, it will cause a scene that won't look good. We can only leave here first and wait until our people catch that woman and strip her hair off. She held Qin Feng's hand and said softly, Let's go, brother. Don't be angry with this kind of woman. It's not worth it. Chapter 65. Still Shifuya. People always do some particularly shameful things in their lives, and every time they think about them in the middle of the night, they become so embarrassed that they can't sleep. Qin Feng was very angry because he had indeed done a lot of stupid things in the past. Now that she has been exposed in public by this bitch, I even want to strangle her to death. But when Shifuya held his hand, he slowly calmed down. He knew that Shifuya's feelings were the most important at this time. Seeing victory in sight, he didn't want Shifuya to be sad. Qin Feng put Yi down from his arms and handed her over to Wang Gang for care. Then he held Shifuya's hand tightly and comforted her softly. Wife, don't listen to that bitch's nonsense. I was just joking with her before. Yeah, I know. Shifuya nodded. She didn't care much about the woman's slander against Qin Feng. Qin Feng is so rich. How could he possibly deliver food? Which delivery man has 60 million and is willing to deliver food? This should be the way a rich young man experiences life. Shifuya did not doubt Qin Feng, but she was worried that he and a widow like her would become a laughingstock. The word brother just now was not only said to Qin Feng, but also to herself. Indeed, for a widow, being a sister is much better than being a wife. At least it won't embarrass my brother. She had no intention of seeking anything, but she felt a little moved when Qin Feng hugged her and called her his wife. Shifuya felt guilty and said faintly, From now on, you should call me sister. Qin Feng looked at Shifuya's pitiful eyes. I immediately realized that this woman might be afraid of dragging me down, afraid of being laughed at. That's why I called her sister. Qin Feng suddenly smiled. If he didn't care about other people's eyes, would he have a chance to increase their favorability? This happened to be an opportunity, and he wanted to give it a try. Sister, don't be afraid. Qin Feng boldly stepped forward and hugged Shifuya's delicate body, gazing into her eyes affectionately, and said softly, No matter what others say, I like you. Shifuya was shocked by this sudden confession. Her pupils suddenly dilated and her heartbeat accelerated. Qin Feng noticed that the woman in his arms was trembling slightly, and he raised the corners of his mouth slightly and continued. Since they say I'm on a list of rich women, then let's put on a list for them to see. I'll give you money in the future, and you can support me. How about that? I will also treat Yi as my own daughter, okay? Shifuya's eyes were a little dazed. She wanted to say something, but didn't know how to say it. She could only stand there stupidly without moving. Qin Feng saw Shi Fuya staring blankly with her mouth slightly open. Those juicy red lips are particularly sexy. Make him want to kiss her. Qin Feng decided to follow the urge of desire. Under Shi Fuya's incredulous gaze, he kissed her fiercely in front of everyone. When their lips touched, Qin Feng instantly lost himself in her kiss, smelling the unique fragrance of this woman. Shi Fuya felt the man's tenderness. At this moment, the wall in her heart was broken down, and she couldn't help but hug him. He opened her big, curious eyes and watched her mother and Qin Feng kissing, and no one knew what was going on in her little head. The audience nearby was stunned. My eyes are so envious that they're about to spit fire. Shouldn't the plot be that the rich woman dumped the scumbag and then fell in love with me? Why did these two people do it in public? Looking at their happy expressions, it seems like their relationship has gotten even better. How could such a beautiful rich woman fall for this guy who is only good at talking? Is there still justice? Is there still law? Is there still a chance? They cursed in their hearts, but didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, he was kissing his girlfriend, so it was not someone else's business to gossip. It's just a kiss in public. It's not against the law. Seeing that they were no longer making trouble, some people left. Jiang Manhua, who was hiding behind, did not dare to say a word. She had said everything she needed to say. The rich woman didn't care about Qin Feng's past, and if she went up to her and made trouble, she would only get beaten. The scene was quiet, and no one interrupted them. After a while, their lips parted. Qin Feng hugged the blushing Shi Fuya and whispered in her ear, "Sis, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent." Shi Fuya, who hadn't tasted this kind of feeling for a long time, closed her eyes, snuggled in Qin Feng's arms, and whispered softly, "Don't you dislike us, mother and daughter? I feel sorry for you guys. How can I despise you? Why do you like me? Because of your beauty and strength. I feel like home. Did you also coax your ex-girlfriend in this way?" "No, I swear I didn't touch her at all." Shi Fuya said nothing. She looked up and found Qin Feng's eyes and saw full of honesty. This made her feel the urge to follow this man. Qin Feng saw that the time was right and said gently, "Sister, be my woman." Shi Fuya smiled sweetly. "I'm glad you don't dislike me." System prompt, Shi Fuya's favorability +10. Current favorability 89. Consumption amount 60.05 million. Congratulations to the host for successfully cashing back and receiving 60.05 million yuan in cash. When the cumulative cashback amount reaches 50 million, there will be a prize draw. Qin Feng laughed so hard when he heard the system prompt. After all the hard work, he finally won the game, and he also had a chance to win a prize. This was something he had not expected. As expected, Shi Fuya is awesome. Even a kiss can add 10 points. If something unexpected happens in the future, I'm afraid I won't get 100 points directly. Qin Feng fantasized about his wonderful life in the future and happily clicked on the lottery in his mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Hypnosis 3 times. Hypnosis gives strong psychological hints to non-goddess units and make them firmly implement the instilled ideas. Damn it, this is an amazing skill. Asking Jack Ma to transfer tens of billions of yuan or some shares to himself. Isn't that just a bunch of nonsense? From then on, the world went sideways. Qin Feng was so excited that he wanted to run and block other people's cars immediately. But then I thought that no matter which ma papa, a lot of people are watching their money, and if you let them transfer money at will, they will probably be discovered. Besides, I already have money now. After recharging it into the system, I am basically rich enough to rival a country. There's no need to cause trouble for that little bit of money. Qin Feng calmed down and put the thoughts in his mind to rest. It seems that hypnosis can only be used for self-defense or to show off. That's fine. At least he has a skill to use. If Jiang Manhua provokes him again, he will let her know what cruelty is. Qin Feng took advantage of the situation and couldn't help but kiss the charming Shi Fuya. The onlookers were so angry when they saw this shameless couple continuing to show off their love that they cursed at them. I wondered why the man's ex-girlfriend didn't say anything at this time. What are you waiting for if you don't rush up and tear these two apart? Jiang Manhua also wanted to go up and ruin Qin Feng's good deeds, but she was afraid that the rich woman would find someone to take revenge on her. When Jiang Manhua thought of the revenge methods of the rich, she immediately stopped. She planned to sneak away quietly. Just at this moment, suddenly, a beautiful woman ran out from the crowd and shouted angrily to Qin Feng and the others. "What are you doing?" Chapter 66, Xia Ting chose the most comfortable path. Bao Hong Biao had just covered his face and had not walked far. He was very ashamed and angry, and his mind was full of thoughts of finding a woman to vent his anger on, hoping to regain his lost dignity in bed. He remembered that his girlfriend was still changing clothes in the store, so he stood there and sent her a message, telling her that he was waiting for her in the car. Suddenly, I noticed a beauty walking towards me from a distance. She was even prettier than the woman in the store just now. Coincidentally, there was no one else around her, and the way she looked around seemed like she was shopping alone. Her oval face is bright and charming, and her delicate features are beautiful beyond words. A pure and sexy JK outfit. She was wearing a small, tight, bright-colored shirt with a red bow tie on her chest and a slightly open collar. She wore a pink plaid skirt with 2 white stockings wrapped around her slender and round thighs, and paired them with round-toed leather shoes, making her look particularly pure and attractive. Bao Hong Biao's mouth was watering as he watched her pass by him with a gust of fragrant wind. He followed her without thinking about how to ask for her contact information. This beauty is Xia Ting. Despite her conservative mother's objection, she dressed herself to look pure and sweet, and even insisted on wearing rough white stockings, just to highlight that she is younger and more beautiful than Qin Feng's sister. When she arrived at the rock climbing area, she did not find Qin Feng there. I guess they might have had enough of rock climbing and went shopping at the mall. Xia Ting did not call Qin Feng, thinking that it would be more natural to pretend that they met by chance. It's like the classic scene on TV where love turns a corner, full of memories. As she walked, she looked around for Qin Feng. Seeing a crowd gathering in the women's clothing store over there and hearing someone calling Qin Feng's name from afar, he immediately walked over quickly. This guy is so awesome, kissing a rich woman with a baby in front of his ex-girlfriend. This rich woman is so beautiful. I also want to be supported by her. I thought it was a scene of adultery, but I didn't expect the man to be so eloquent and coax the rich woman into submission in no time. The key is that her daughter is really cute, standing there very well behaved. You want to trick me into giving birth to a daughter again. People around were talking about it. When Xia Ting heard the woman with a child, she hurriedly squeezed in to take a look and was immediately shocked by what she saw. I saw Qin Feng kissing the sister he just met yesterday. It looked like both of them were enjoying it, not at all ashamed in public. Xia Ting is very angry. She knew that this man was a big pig's hoof. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Her shouts startled the audience around her who were about to leave and instantly perked up. I didn't expect there would be a drama. 1, 2, 3 women. This man really deserves to be struck by lightning. Bao Hong Biao, who was following behind Xia Ting, didn't dare to enter the store. But when he heard that such a beautiful girl actually came to question the man, he immediately became excited and ran in to watch the fun with a gloating look on his face. Qin Feng was startled when he heard Xia Ting's voice. He was a little panicked after being caught cheating by his legal girlfriend and was about to let go of Shifuya. But the confidence of 60 million made him steady his movements. He ignored Xia Ting's noise, lingered on Shifuya's lips for a few seconds, and then reluctantly let her go. His calm aura made it seem as if he was not the one caught cheating. System prompt. Xia Ting's favorability -1. Qin Feng slowly turned his head and looked at Xia Ting. She looked really good in her JK outfit, which was very much to Qin Feng's taste. The white stockings looked particularly attractive on her slender legs. But at this moment, she stared with eyes as big as copper bells, full of anger, and her proud chest kept rising and falling. Looks like a kitten with its fur standing on end. Ting Ting, you're here. Qin Feng greeted her with a smile, as if nothing had happened. Seeing that he was still hugging Shifuya, Xia Ting was so angry that she almost cried. He asked again, what are you doing? Shifuya glanced at Qin Feng and said with a sly smile, why don't you let go? She knew that if she followed Qin Feng, she would inevitably encounter such things. There are really few women who can resist a guy who is rich, handsome, and knows how to coax people. She didn't mind, as long as the man was there when she needed him. Qin Feng did not let go. Although he liked Xia Ting very much, he had already made it clear in the car that he had other women. The patience at the beginning was only for the calmness at this moment. It's just a kiss. Why are you making such a fuss? You. Xia Ting pointed at Qin Feng, wishing she could bite him. What's wrong with me? Qin Feng looked innocent. You are shameless. You said you wanted to be with me. Xia Ting said hatefully. Yes, if you come over, the 3 of us will be together, right? Qin Feng asked curiously. Xia Ting was shocked by his shameless words and asked in disbelief. You want me to stay with you? Well, is it okay? Qin Feng asked seriously. Xia Ting was stunned. It took her a long time to come back to her senses. You have no shame. I hate you. Misty eyes appeared in Xia Ting's eyes, and there were 1,000 grievances in her voice. Qin Feng is very confident now and is not afraid of her crying. Because Qin Feng found out that Xia Ting saw him and Fuya together, but only lost 1 point of favorability. He felt there was something wrong here. I have a bold idea in my mind. Be good, don't cry. Come here and give me a hug. Qin Feng let go of Fuya's hand and coaxed her with a smile. Fuck your sister, you scumbag, Xia Ting said, gritting her teeth. Then will you be my sister? Qin Feng took the initiative to walk up to her and asked softly. Xia Ting never expected Qin Feng to say such a thing. She swore that she would never be a mistress in her life. When a man says this, doesn't it mean that he wants to be a mistress? As a decent girl, how could she endure such humiliation? Now she has 3 choices. One is to turn around and leave. The second is to scold Qin Feng before leaving. Third is, you scumbag, I'm going to fight you. Xia Ting held back tears and bit Qin Feng's shoulder angrily. Qin Feng gasped. It hurts a lot, but it seems I can still bear it. Qin Feng endured the great pain and hugged Xia Ting firmly. Fuya was laughing secretly and was discovered by Xia Ting. She glared at Fuya angrily and bit her even harder. Everyone was completely shocked. They look like they're okay. What kind of magic does this guy have? How can you kiss a rich woman and then hug your sister? This damn guy, why didn't he die in the woman's belly? Everyone looked at Qin Feng and saw how he enjoyed being bitten, and they wanted to pull out their guns and shoot him. Jiang Manhua recognized Xia Ting in the crowd. Although they were not in the same class at school, she was very famous as the school belle and attracted attention wherever she went. When Xia Ting just appeared, Jiang Manhua guessed that Qin Feng must have taken the rich woman's money to support this school beauty. I thought that the confrontation between the school beauty and Qin Feng would make Qin Feng lose face. Unexpectedly, she and Qin Feng were hugging each other in a few minutes. The speed was so fast that Jiang Manhua had no time to go forward and make connections. She originally planned to join forces with the school beauty to denounce the scumbag. Chapter 67 Ming Mei Hui. Blame me? Jiang Manhua was angry. The man who was once made a fool of by himself is now surrounded by women and looks like a winner in life. She couldn't stand this kind of gap, and there was an unknown evil fire burning in her heart. She couldn't help but jump out of the crowd, crying and shouting for her parents, trying to gain everyone's sympathy. Everyone, please help me judge. This scumbag is cheating on me for 3 or 4 years, and he is irresponsible. He has dumped me for a new love. The words fell. The already jealous crowd began to point fingers at Qin Feng and talk among themselves. However, everyone behaved very rationally, and no one stepped forward to speak up for Jiang Manhua. After all, this is nothing unusual. There are so many scumbags in the world, not to mention Qin Feng. Who told that woman to be so stupid as to fall in love with such a scumbag? But what Jiang Manhua said next aroused everyone's interest. He is not only a scumbag, but also a pervert. He refused to let me go even when I had my period. If I refused, he would send my nude photos to my family. The scene gradually became quiet. All the audience listened attentively to the woman's revelations. This kind of gossip is what they want. They want to see if there was anything more exciting. Last time he got me pregnant, he only gave me 300 yuan for an abortion, saying the baby wasn't his. This melon made everyone eat a lot. The wave after wave of plots caught them off guard. They stared with wide eyes, watching Jiang Manhua sit on the ground without caring about her image, heartbroken and heartbroken, crying and listing all the crimes her man had committed. The way he shouted with all his might and expressed his true feelings didn't look fake. Plus, the man across the street deserves to die for hooking up with 3 women. For a moment, everyone looked at Qin Feng with disgust. They never expected that the man who looked somewhat handsome could be such a scumbag, making people want to scold him. The noise at the scene gradually became louder. The crowd was bustling and everyone was talking. The various voices mixed together, and it was impossible to hear what was being said. Very noisy. When Xia Ting heard Jiang Manhua's crying, she forgot about biting the scumbag for a moment. She looked back at Jiang Manhua blankly, then at Qin Feng, her eyes full of disbelief. She was not surprised that Qin Feng was a scumbag. But are you surprised that this man actually likes to fight bloody battles? How can I do this? I will get sick. Xia Ting felt it necessary to give Qin Feng a lesson on women's health. Qin Feng felt like a thorn in his back, sitting on pins and needles. He didn't expect that this woman would even say such words in order to slander him. He wanted to explain, but the other party seemed unreasonable and started to curse, leaving him with no options at all. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Since this is how you play it, I have no choice but to play along to the end. Jiang Manxue, do you know why I broke up with you? Qin Feng's voice was not loud, but his confident aura made everyone unconsciously listen to him attentively. People who are rich and confident can automatically gain this kind of aura. It's because you've fallen for another woman, you ungrateful bastard, Jiang Manxue accused. She clearly had no tears, but she pretended to be crying and gasping for breath to attract everyone's sympathy. Not entirely, Qin Feng admitted openly, and said with a look of regret. And because you're getting uglier and uglier. You were quite pretty when I met you, but now even with makeup on I can't bear to look at you. You're horrible. TSK, 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 TSK. Jiang Manxue's breath was choked when she heard this. She could hardly believe what she heard, and said tremblingly, "What did you say?" Qin Feng laughed and talked nonstop. "I said you're old. Your skin is dull and wrinkled, there is no collagen on your face, and your hair is sparse. The most hateful way to scold a woman is to say what she cares about the most. Such targeted words would definitely remind her of it every time she looked in a mirror. Once they notice that their skin is a little loose or they have lost a few hairs, they will become suspicious and unable to sleep, especially when boys say these words to them. The lethality is no less than when women say that a man has no car or house." Jiang Manxue was furious. She didn't expect Qin Feng to humiliate her like this, especially in front of so many people. Thinking about how Qin Feng used to treat her like a treasure, but now he mercilessly calls her old and ugly. "Ah!" She screamed and rushed towards Qin Feng. It was as if a string in my head was broken. He raised his hands angrily, wanting to tear Qin Feng's mouth apart and scratch the face of the woman next to him. Let these bastards never dare to show up in public again. She moved quickly and ran in front of Qin Feng in the blink of an eye, just when everyone thought that the man and woman were going to fight each other. Wang Gang, who had been behind Qin Feng, slowly stepped forward, stood in front of Jiang Manxue, and looked down at her coldly. The 1.9-meter-tall burly man was too oppressive, and he was wearing a short-sleeved shirt. The explosive muscles on his arms were hideous, and as they were tensed up with force, the pectoralis major muscles were outlined against his clothes. Jiang Manxue calmed down instantly, stopped less than half a meter away, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. The height difference of more than 20 centimeters forced her to look up at Wang Gang. That cold face seemed emotionless, and she felt that if she took another step forward, this man would throw her out. "Brother Wang, I'll pay you next month's salary in advance," Qin Feng said with a smile. Wang Gang did not thank him. He wanted to act cool so that Jiang Manxue would give up. He would avoid violence if he could, because he was afraid of hurting the woman with thin arms and legs, which would be difficult to explain to the police. "Qin Feng, you will not die well. Your whole family will be in a car accident tomorrow, and the women in your family will be raped." Jiang Manxue's eyes were full of resentment, but she didn't dare to step forward and take action. She could only put one hand on her waist and point her finger at him and curse him madly. Anyway, it's not against the law to curse people, and no one could do anything to her. "You really think I dare not touch you, right?" Qin Feng's face gradually darkened. To be honest, his family was his Achilles heel. Anyone who touched them would die. He had fought with others many times because of his mother. "Come on, beat me like you did before, you bastard. If you have the guts, beat me to death in front of everyone. I want everyone to see your true face." Jiang Manxue became more and more excited as she cursed, and gradually regarded Qin Feng as her ex-boyfriend, the man who not only made her have an abortion, but also beat her. "You are such a heartless person. You beat me with a stick wrapped in a towel at home, and pressed my head into the toilet." Her heart-wrenching cry made the audience believe that it was true. Some kind-hearted people have already called the Women's Protection Association, asking them to send someone to arrest Qin Feng. Xiaoting didn't know Jiang Manxue. Seeing her confident words, she began to panic and asked Qin Feng hesitantly, "You guys?" Qin Feng looked at Xiaoting with a gloomy expression. "Do you believe what she said?" Xiaoting felt a little embarrassed when Qin Feng stared at her. In the past 2 days of contact, Qin Feng gave her the feeling of a pure boy, gentle, considerate, and doting. He never forced her to do anything, whether in bed or outside of it, but instead obeyed her in everything she said. This was one of the reasons why she stayed. Xiaoting shifted her gaze away from his face. Although she believed Qin Feng, she still muttered softly, "Who knows if you men have such perverted thoughts in your mind?" Qin Feng frowned and said, "I never hit a woman." After saying this, he added in his heart, "If you want to fight, let others fight you." Xiaoting snorted, "Anyway, if you dare to hit me in the future, I will hit your son." Chapter 68. First Use of Hypnosis. Bao Hongbiao, who was standing by, was overjoyed when he heard that his girlfriend was beaten. That man actually did such an unforgivable thing to his girlfriend. He took out his phone and called the police on the spot. Reason will take you everywhere. His girlfriend was bullied, so, as a boyfriend, he should stand up. As long as he had evidence, he could sue the man. If the man happened to be beaten when the woman was pregnant, it is possible that he would be sent to jail if he hired a good lawyer. When I think about him going to jail, the two beautiful women around him will be single. While Bao Hongbiao was fantasizing in his mind, he loudly said to the police officer, Yes, in the Givenchy store in Yintai building, a man beat a woman, we all saw it. Qin Feng has nothing to fear as he is upright. Even if the police come, they can't do anything to him. At most, they will take him back for questioning. But what does it mean that I was just shopping with a girl, but was framed by my ex-girlfriend and was sent to the police station for no apparent reason? He said to Jiang Manhua coldly, You know I never hit you. You really want to cause trouble, don't you? Jiang Manhua knew that Qin Feng was not her ex-boyfriend. But her hatred for Qin Feng did not diminish at all, because Qin Feng was obviously rich now. The two women around him were both very beautiful, and the fact that he went to the bar and the Porsche store proved that Qin Feng really won the 90 million prize. Jiang Manhua thought of her former bootlicker, who suddenly became rich and went off to have fun with other women. I felt sick as if my heart was filled with lard. She said viciously, Are you scared now? Weren't you very happy when you deleted me the day before yesterday? Now that you have money, you're going to kick me aside, right? Don't you have to compensate me for the loss of my youth over the years? Qin Feng laughed angrily. I have given him so many gifts over the years, and it's not enough. Now he's relying on me. Does she really think she is easy to bully? Qin Feng said in a low voice. How much do you want? Jiang Manhua was delighted, thinking there was a chance, and quickly told him the price she had already thought of. 2 million. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, What if I don't get it to you? Jiang Manhua was stunned, and after thinking for a while, she felt like she really couldn't do anything to him. So she started shouting again. Then don't even think about leaving here today. Qin Feng was amused by her and said, You have the final say here? Can you stop the police if they come? Jiang Manhua pondered for a moment and suddenly thought that the dark history of rich people was quite valuable. It just so happened that she had a lot of Qin Feng's dark history, so she shouted excitedly, If you don't give me the money, I will publish all the chat records between you and me for everyone to see. Are you threatening me? Qin Feng's eyes turned cold. His records of being a dog licker are very socially embarrassing, and anyone who reads them will feel embarrassed. When Jiang Manhua saw Qin Feng's expression, she thought she had found his weakness and asked proudly, You swore to me that you would make me happy. Have you forgotten? Now that you are rich, I just asked you for 2 million and you won't even agree. Where did this wild woman come from? You come here to blackmail my brother for money. Do you want to show some shame? Xiaoting finally couldn't bear it anymore and lost her temper on the spot. How dare someone touch my man's money? They simply don't take me, Xiaoting, seriously. If Qin Feng had really attacked that woman before, then she would have no choice but to pay him 2 million. But now from what she said, it seemed that Qin Feng didn't do anything to her. He just pursued this woman. This woman actually used such a despicable method as chat records to blackmail people. Xiaoting couldn't stand it anymore and started to criticize. How dare you ask for 2 million? 2 million is enough to make people throw sulfuric acid at you. You know that? You don't want a penny of this money. At worst, you can send the chat records. I want to see if there is anything shameful. Whose previous QQ signature was clean? What does it matter if there are some dirty words? Xiaoting would never admit that she wanted to see it. Brother, let's go. We'll deal with this woman later. Shifu stepped forward and advised. She felt it was a bit noisy having so many people around her, and the noisy environment was not good for children. Bao Hongbiao immediately stepped forward and said, No one can leave until the police arrive. Jiang Manhua followed suit and said loudly, Yes, unless you compensate me for the loss of my youth. I have been with you through hardship and poverty for the past few years, helping you with laundry and cooking and enduring beatings and scoldings. Now that you have a new lover, You kick me out. You're not a human being. The women watching expressed their support upon hearing this, and righteously criticized Qin Feng morally. A girl's youth is so precious, and she gave it all to a scumbag like you. 2 million is not too much at all. Oh my God, you were beaten for having an abortion. If it were me, I would sue you and bankrupt you. Don't be afraid, sister. We support you. If he doesn't give us the money today, we won't let him go. Yes, yes, yes. Let's take pictures quickly and cyberbully this man. A scumbag who cheats on his wife and then abandons her should be punished by anyone. The law can't handle you, so I will. Seeing that so many people supported her, Jiang Manhwa became more and more confident. She put her hands in front of Qin Feng and prevented them from passing. The male crowd was so vulnerable under the bombardment of women's fists that they dared not make a sound, afraid of upsetting his girlfriend. Only a few men stood up and said a few polite words. Brother, since you seem to have plenty of money, just think of it as paying for a lesson. A man should have a good crotch. If he does something wrong, he must admit it. In the future, he must take good care of his friends. 2 million is not a loss. After all, she washed your clothes for a few years and performed an abortion for you. This was the first time that Qin Feng was morally restrained by so many people. For a moment, he thought it was another spoof show. He stared blankly at Jiang Manhwa, who was looking lustful in front of him, and was slightly distracted. How could I have been so stupid to fall for this kind of stuff? At this time, the entrance was blocked tightly by people, and only a few mall security guards came to maintain order. The mall manager didn't come, and the security guards didn't know how to deal with it. Now there are two options. Either pay the money or get out. If you get out, you'll probably be on the news tomorrow. But paying money makes you look like a fool. Or you can choose to wait for the police to arrive. But Qin Feng didn't want to waste time going to the police station. In desperation, Qin Feng issued a final warning, asking Jiang Manhwa and Bao Hongbiao to move aside, otherwise they would bear the consequences. After receiving their contemptuous ridicule, Qin Feng lost all his patience. He aimed at Bao Hongbiao and started hypnotizing him. Bao Hongbiao suddenly felt something piercing into his brain, and then his consciousness became blurred. He looked at Qin Feng with empty eyes, as if waiting for something. Although it was the first time Qin Feng used the skill, it seemed that he knew how to use it right away. To put it simply, you can hint your thoughts to Bao Hongbiao through your mind, and then he will firmly believe in whatever you say. Qin Feng originally wanted to ask Bao Hongbiao to beat up Jiang Manhwa, but it's fun to see this skill. After thinking about it, I decided to do something big. He made up a story in Bao Hongbiao's mind. You are a reborn person, returning from the future to the present. Chapter 69 I, Bao Hongbiao, and the protagonist. My name is Bao Hongbiao. I was born again. In the near future, I will marry the woman next to me, named Jiang Manhwa. I love her very much. For her, I work hard to make money, go out early and come back late, to give her a high-quality life and meet all her requirements. She loves me too. Gave me a big fat boy. I thought I was the luckiest person in the world. But I never expected that one day, when I came home early, I found that this woman was sleeping with another man while I was not at home. I questioned her, but she said, "It was just a misunderstanding. It's not what you think, he's just my best male friend. We just slept together and didn't do anything. It wasn't my initiative. What can a weak woman like me do? I just made a mistake that any normal girl would make. Don't worry, the child is definitely yours." I didn't believe it, and despite her objections, I took my 2-year-old son to do a paternity test. When the test results told me that I was not the child's biological father, I was furious. She was still explaining. It may be because I ate too much soy sauce during pregnancy. Maybe the hospital took the wrong baby. It's okay if the children look a bit alike. Is blood relationship really that important? Don't be petty in life. Why do you men only care about the results? Isn't it enough for us to truly love each other? I was so angry that I fainted. He was sent to the ICU for emergency treatment. I was in a daze and heard my wife asking the hospital to give up treatment and running to pull out my oxygen tube. I couldn't breathe and tried hard to open my eyes and call for help. But I saw my wife holding another man's hand and discussing with him how to divide my inheritance. When I got excited, my blood vessels burst, my vision went black, and my heart stopped completely. Just when I thought I was dead, I heard a voice. "Do you want to be reborn?" "I want to be reborn. I want to take revenge on that woman." The next moment, I found myself back in a shopping mall 3 years ago. I burst into tears. God actually gave me a chance to live again. I swear, I will spend my whole life taking revenge on that woman. Jiang Manhwa, A violent roar resounded throughout the hall, and everyone was terrified. No one realized what had happened yet. The man who was originally in the same group with the woman suddenly swung his hand and slapped the woman next to him in the face. Snap! An extremely loud slap. You can tell from the sound that this is a fight with all his might. The woman's head was knocked crooked. Jiang Manchue felt a burning pain on her face. Her cheeks swelled up instantly. There was a sharp noise in her ears, irritating her eardrums, and a bloody taste filled her mouth. Her mind was blank, and she had no idea what was going on. She covered her face and looked at her boyfriend in horror. The world became quiet, as if the air had frozen. You bitch, I'm going to kill you. Bao Hongbiao felt unsatisfied and ran over to grab Jiang Manchue's hair. He raised his hand and slapped the woman's face repeatedly. Snap! 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 The man waved his hand and slapped the woman in the face again and again. He used all his strength in each slap, and the continuous slaps exploded on the spot like firecrackers. Everyone was stunned. I didn't dare to breathe. Ah! Ah! Help! Jiang Manchue screamed and shouted crazily. Her face was swollen like a pig's head, covered with red marks. She collapsed to the ground in pain, twisting and rolling her body to avoid the man's beating. But the man's big hands grabbed her hair, and she couldn't run away. She could only hold the man's wrists with both hands and raise her arms to protect the side of her face. Immediately followed by a muffled bang sound, a fist as big as a sandbag hit her in the front. Jiang Manchue felt that her face was sunken, and a sour and spicy pain came from the bridge of her nose. Her nasal cavity felt hot, and a stream of red liquid flowed down uncontrollably. It hurts. It hurts so much. The most sensitive nerve endings in the nose amplified the pain 10,000 times and connected directly to her brain. She felt it was excruciatingly painful even to breathe. She was stunned by the beating and began to beg for mercy out of habit. Hubby, please stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. Bao Hongbiao was very emotional. He pulled her hair and kicked and beat her extremely cruelly. If you dare to pull out my oxygen tube, I will kill you today. Jiang Manchue was beaten like a bug, lying on the ground, twitching and twisting. Her teeth were loose, blood was flowing from the corners of her mouth. A large clump of hair was pulled out, and she was in excruciating pain, screaming. Ah! Ah! Murder! Help! I really didn't. Qin Feng didn't expect hypnosis to be so powerful. He was stunned for a while before coming to his senses. He quickly pulled Shi Fuya and Xia Ting, who were also stunned, and slowly stepped back, leaving the stage to the couple who were crazy about love. Qin Feng and a few others quietly mixed into the crowd to watch the show. The audience was so focused on the domestic violence scene that they didn't even notice the original male protagonist had mixed in. The female audience who had previously jumped to support Jiang Manchue, this time, when they saw the vicious man committing violence, they simply shrank their heads and hid behind their boyfriends, not daring to make a sound. The male audience couldn't bear to see the girl being beaten and wanted to step forward to stop the fight, but they were worried that the madman would get so angry that he would implicate himself. After all, this is a matter between a man and a woman, and it is not appropriate for them, as outsiders, to interfere. 4 or 5 security guards were very conscientious and ran over to stop Bao Hongbiao from beating people. After all, fighting is different from quarreling. If something really happens, they cannot take responsibility. Calm down, brother. If you keep fighting, something bad will happen. Let's talk, don't use force. Stop hitting me. Is it okay to hit a woman? Several strong security guards in their 40s and 50s quickly controlled Bao Hongbiao. But Bao Hongbiao grabbed Jiang Manchue's hair tightly with one hand and refused to let go, struggling and stretching out his foot to kick her death. Get out of here. This is none of your business. I'm going to kill this woman today. A few security guards gave Jiang Manchue a chance to catch her breath, and she cried out. Bao Hongbiao, are you crazy? Why did you hit me? What did I do wrong? Bao Hongbiao was very emotional. You know what you have done. Last time when you went to the bar alone, I knew you were a piece of shit. How dare you ask me? Jiang Manchue thought that her secret had been exposed and said in panic. I didn't, I just drank a little. It's not what you think. How was that? They're all my best friends. They are heartbroken after their breakup. I can't help but comfort them. They took the initiative. I don't want that. Wow. The audience was in an uproar. Okay. Bao Hongbiao was pinned down by the security guards and could not continue. So he let go of her hair and pointed at her and said angrily, I'm going to kill you. Just wait for me. Chapter 70. Qin Feng's dream shattered. Jiang Manchue finally got rid of the man's hand that was pulling her hair. At this moment, she was covered with bruises and in great pain. She lay on the ground and cried loudly. "Why do you hit me?" Bao Hongbiao roared. "Not only will I beat you, I will also make your life worse than death for the rest of your life." The man's threat made Jiang Manchue explode completely. She is not someone who is easy to mess with. She has dealt with different men and knows many rich people. Bao Hongbiao couldn't even rank in the top 5 in her fish pond. She struggled to stand up with disheveled hair and a ferocious face, like a female ghost from hell. "You fat pig, don't you see how disgusting you are? If it wasn't for the money, do you think I would be willing to lick you? You stinky bitch, you like it so much, right? I'll pay for some black people to come over later." "Bao Hongbiao, this matter is not over yet. I will sue you until you lose everything. Damn it, I want your life." As he said this, Bao Hongbiao broke free from the security guard's restraints with a ferocious look on his face, rushed forward again, and grabbed Jiang Manchue's throat tightly with both hands. Jiang Manchue was not to be outdone and reached out to poke his eyes. The two of them raised their heads and raised their hands to each other's heads at the same time, like a groundhog fight. The audience was so annoyed. "Oh my God, please let them get married where they are and don't let them come out and harm others anymore." Many people turned on the video, recorded the wonderful conversation between the two, and posted it online for people to enjoy. Gold digger green tea bitch vs angry man. No, I can't eat this melon today. I just got here. Can a class representative tell me what happened? For what the guy said, this woman is really good at playing around with one woman and many men. Tiske. Wow, what right did this woman have to go and blame her ex-boyfriend? The woman was wrong, but is it right for the man to do it? This man is not a good guy either. He hit the woman so hard that one of her teeth flew out. That's right, she's not his wife. Why is he so excited? He hugged Shifuya's thighs, looked up and asked, "Mom, why did that uncle beat that aunt?" Shifuya didn't know why they suddenly started fighting, but she had seen many guests getting drunk and going crazy, so she didn't take it seriously. Some men will occasionally go crazy even if they don't drink. She squatted down and took the opportunity to teach E seriously, because she was naughty and disobedient. E glanced around in fear and said weakly, "E is very well behaved." "Well, our E is the best behaved. Let's go out," Shifuya said with a smile. She didn't want E to see this, so she said to Qin Feng, "Let's go out for a walk first." And then she took E and left. E was pulled by her mother and looked back every few steps. She also wanted to see what would happen to her uncle and aunt in the end. At this time, the person in charge of the mall finally arrived. He brought several security guards with him. 7 or 8 people separated the two people. They pinned Bao Hongbiao to the ground to prevent him from hurting anyone else and called the police. It seems that the two can no longer fight. Qin Feng was afraid that the police would come and he might be implicated in the matter. So he followed Shifuya out. Halfway there, I found that Xiating didn't follow me. Turn around and hold Xiating's hand. "Brother, is that woman your ex-girlfriend?" Xiating couldn't help but ask. Jiang Manchue's performance refreshed her 3 views. There was disbelief in her eyes as she looked at Qin Feng. She could never have imagined that Qin Feng would like this kind of woman. Qin Feng immediately distanced himself from the matter. "I have nothing to do with her. We haven't even touched each other's hands." Xiating frowned, feeling that the matter was not simple, but she did not ask Qin Feng anything. Not actively asking boys about their secrets is a basic move for a smart woman. She naturally took Qin Feng's arm. It was as if we were back to yesterday, and we were so close as if we had never quarreled. "Brother, where are we going?" Xiating asked with her head tilted. Qin Feng didn't know where to go, so he casually asked Shifuya, who was waiting for them at the door. "Sis, where are we going?" But he didn't expect that as soon as he said this, he felt a twisting pain in his arm. "This." Qin Feng took a breath, turned his head, and looked at Xiating puzzledly. "What are you doing?" Xiating snorted coldly and said, "I asked you where you were going. Why did you ask her?" Are we together?" Qin Feng thought that Xiating's staying meant that she agreed to coexist peacefully with Shifuya. "I also want to try if I can hug her on both sides." Unexpectedly, when he went out, he found that Xiating didn't seem to have this intention, and he widened his eyes. "You wish. Don't think that her matter is over just like that." As Xiating spoke, she secretly looked at Shifuya. This woman had small breasts and a small butt. The only thing that is good-looking is her oval face, and her temperament is dignified and elegant. The pair of fox eyes looked cold and unkind, but Xiaoting knew very well how lethal these eyes could be to men. Xiaoting looked at her and inadvertently met her gaze. There was a faint smile in her eyes, and she looked gentle and virtuous, as if she didn't mind that she was hugging Qin Feng. Suddenly his eyes became serious. He thought to himself that this bitchy woman deliberately lowered her attitude yesterday to make him let down his guard, deceive him into giving her information, and then secretly hug Qin Feng. Even though he was caught cheating today, he still had a smile on his face, without a trace of embarrassment. He's a master. Ting Ting, what do you want to go shopping for? Let's go shopping, not with the boys. Shi Fuya looked at Xia Ting, who had a serious expression, and invited her with a smile. You want to snatch my position as the queen? Dream on. Xia Ting muttered something in a voice that only she could hear, then smiled brightly and said, Sister, please take care of Yi. I will just go shopping with my brother. Ting Ting is so beautiful. Are you still afraid that your boyfriend will run away? Shi Fuya said with a wicked smile. Who knows if he will suddenly become so hungry that he will eat anything? Xiao Ting glanced at Qin Feng meaningfully. Shi Fuya keenly sensed the girl's hostility, but she was not angry. She just said lightly, Men may cheat because women are incompetent. Oh, I'm not as capable as you, sister. You call me brother in front of others, but I don't know what you're calling me behind my back. I'm a little sad when you say that. I thought we had a good chat last night. Xia Ting got angry when she thought about what happened last night. She should have gone to pick Qin Feng up earlier. I wanted to recognize you as my sister last night, but I didn't expect you to catch my boyfriend's attention. Shi Fuya smiled faintly. I don't have such an idea. You saw it too. It was your boyfriend who took the initiative. What can a weak girl like me do? The two of them exchanged sharp words, and the atmosphere was full of tension. Brother, let's go and ignore that vixen. Xia Ting grabbed Qin Feng's arm and wanted to leave. Shi Fuya looked at Qin Feng with a smile, wanting to know what choice he would make at this time. Qin Feng glanced around and swallowed. Chapter 121. If they truly love each other, I am willing to withdraw. Zhuang Xiaoli was even more shocked. He quickly ran towards Qin Feng and hid in his arms. Qin Feng stood up, frowning slightly. I didn't mean it. The scarred man felt that things were getting serious and said tremblingly. At this time, a large group of people walked into the box. Hua Jianjun, the owner of the KTV, received a call saying that a big customer driving a Rolls-Royce had come to the store. He drove to the store quickly, intending to make friends with this wealthy man. As soon as I entered the door, I saw the sales guy who called me leading a group of security guards to settle the matter. He went up to ask and found out. It turned out that the big client said that his woman was pulled in by people from other boxes. Hua Jianjun became anxious on the spot. Those who can afford a Rolls-Royce are either rich or noble, with a net worth of at least hundreds of millions. If something happens to such a person in my territory, the reputation of my store will be ruined. He hurriedly brought a group of people to the door of the box where the trouble was happening. Who the hell dares to rob people on my territory? When the scar man saw the person coming, he was like seeing a savior, and he quickly went up to him and smiled and tried to get close to him. Brother Jun, I'm Hu Zi. Do you still remember me? Hua Jianjun recognized that the man was a subordinate of one of his friends and his expression restrained. But looking at the man and woman hugging each other on the other side, the girl's clothes were torn off and the man's face was cold. Hua Jianjun understood what was going on instantly. Without saying a word, he kicked the scar man to the ground, pointed at him, and coldly ordered the people around him. Beat him to death. The security guards who came in were all tough guys. Without saying a word, they started attacking the scarred man crazily. Puff, puff, puff. Screams and the sound of flesh being hit rang out in the box. The rest of the people made no sound. Qin Feng glanced at him calmly without saying anything. Zhuang Xiaoli buried her face in his arms and ignored everything else. Stop hitting me, I was wrong. The scar man on the ground held his head and begged for mercy. His brothers looked at each other and then tacitly hid in the corner, fearing that they would attract attention. At this time, in the VIP private box, Yun waited for a while, unable to bear the loneliness, and said to Zhong Wanwan, What's going on? It's okay that Xiaoli hasn't come back for a while, but why doesn't your man come back? There was a hint of provocation in her words. However, Zhong Wanwan didn't hear it and answered stupidly, I don't know. I say you are really careless. They were flirting with each other just now, and you didn't react at all. If it were me, I would have lost my temper a long time ago, Yun said indignantly. It's good for them this way. Zhong Wanwan's eyes flashed with envy. Is this okay? I tell you, Men still need to be managed, otherwise who knows what he might be doing next door. Yun became more and more excited as she spoke and suggested, "Why don't we go out and look for it? You go ahead. I'll wait here for him to come back." Zhong Wanwan stared at the photo on her phone screensaver and said without raising her head, "Before he left, he told me not to run around. What if he didn't see me when he came back? Aren't you worried about them being together?" Yun glanced at her phone and said sourly, "No, I believe him." Zhong Wanwan turned off her phone, looked up at the song MV on the screen in a daze, and after a while she said quietly, "If they truly love each other, then I will bless them." "Okay, I bless you too." Yun was completely speechless about this kind of love-brained thinking and rolled her eyes quietly. I ordered a song I liked and started singing by myself. This box is equivalent to a suite. There is no shortage of food and drinks, and there is also a lounge, chess and card room, and separate toilet. It was nice to just play here, and she was too lazy to go out to find Chin Feng. On one side is a delicate and adorable little girl, and on the other side is a proud and willful rich girl. She couldn't figure out what qualifications she had to compete with these two for a man. What's more, the man is young, rich, suave, and sweet-spoken. He must have seen and eaten a lot of beautiful women. Even if you tie yourself up and send yourself to him, you may not be able to arouse him. When she thought of this, Yun still felt that it was safer to hold on to the thighs of her two roommates. Please both sides. No matter who Chin Feng ends up with among them, he can serve as a bridge and help them pass on a message. If that man wants to collect both at the same time, he will have to bribe himself anyway. Yun grinned and sang a few songs happily. The door of the box was pushed open. Their VIP box is locked, and no outsiders can enter except the card holder. Xiaoli and Chin Feng walked in. Yun's eyes focused, and she found something unusual. Xiaoli was actually wearing Chin Feng's white shirt, while Chin Feng himself was wearing a t-shirt that he didn't know where he got from. These two people are moving too fast. They've been out for half an hour, and all their clothes are gone. Yun's eyes were filled with shock. Xiaoli accidentally tore her clothes just now, so I lent her mine. After Chin Feng came in, he saw the strange looks of the two girls and explained with a smile. Then he walked over to Zhong Wanwan and sat down, hugged her, and kissed her, then said, "Wanwan is really well behaved. Unlike some people, they would tear their clothes just by going out." Zhong Wanwan felt a little embarrassed after being kissed. She didn't know what happened between them, but from Chin Feng's tone it seemed like something unpleasant had happened. She glanced at the angry Zhuang Xiaoli and said with concern, "Sisterly, are you okay?" Before stepping into this box, Zhuang Xiaoli thought Chin Feng was a good man. I don't know why after I came in, I couldn't help but feel angry. Fine. She sat on the sofa, turned her face away, and snorted coldly. Zhong Wanwan was still a little worried. "Don't pay attention to her. This is what princess syndrome is like. Just let her air herself out and she'll be fine." Chin Feng took the microphone, put it in Zhong Wanwan's hand, and said with a smile, "Sing 7 Miles of Incense for your brother. I didn't enjoy it the last time." Zhong Wanwan's attention was attracted by the microphone, and her face turned slightly red. He uttered a soft hum. Chin Feng asked Yun to help him order songs. Then he sipped the wine and listened to Zhong Wanwan's clean and ethereal singing. "I feel very relaxed." Zhuang Xiaoli stared at Chin Feng with gritted teeth. I cursed madly in my heart. What a bastard. He was hugging me and comforting me just now, but now he turns around and ignores me. Scumbag, Sea King, scum, big stud. Sooner or later, he'll be put in the pig cage. Chin Feng felt Zhuang Xiaoli's burning gaze again and said strangely, "Why are you looking at me? I'm telling you, I'm a man you're destined not to have, so don't be a toad wishing for me." Zhuang Xiaoli couldn't bear it any longer and ran over to strangle Chin Feng. "You are the toad." Chin Feng was strangled so that he couldn't speak, and he didn't dare to move his hands again, for fear that Zhong Wanwan would have an opinion. After Zhuang Xiaoli finished her meal, she wanted to have a drinking contest with him. We spent the whole afternoon noisy, singing and drinking, and before we knew it, it was already evening. During this time, the KTV owner came over and made himself familiar to me and gave me a bottle of Hennessy Richard. Chin Feng secretly checked the price. It was more than 50,000. Afterwards, the boss gave Zhuang Xiaoli a shopping card, saying it was money to calm her down. Zhuang Xiaoli refused to accept it. She is very sensitive to such things because her parents were very strict. The boss did not force them. He bowed his head as he left and looked at Chin Feng and Zhuang Xiaoli with awe in his eyes. He said that he would wait until Chin Feng was free some other day and asked the Scarface boss to apologize to Chin Feng and Zhuang Xiaoli together. Qin Feng just said a few perfunctory words, but Zhuang Xiaoli simply and clearly refused. It goes without saying that these people want to get in touch with her father. This is why Zhuang Xiaoli doesn't dare to tell everyone that my father is so and so. Once you get involved with these people or are targeted by them, it is extremely dangerous. Chapter 122, I want to buy the Oriental Pearl Tower. After singing, pay the bill. The receptionist said the boss had waived the bill. Qin Feng insisted on asking about the price. The guy said the box fee was 12,000 yuan and the drinks were more than 6,000 yuan. Qin Feng transferred 20,000 yuan to him and said, "Just consider it as your tip. No need to tell your boss." The receptionist's eyes turned red when he saw the money, and he somehow clicked accept. He originally wanted to keep the money for himself, but his honest character made him think that this money should be regarded as the box fee. I thought that if the boss and the customer had some unclear points, it would be troublesome if I got involved. So he foolishly ran to tell the boss that he had taken the other person's money. Hu Jianjun was so angry that he scolded the idiot. In the end, because of his honesty, he was not fired, nor was he asked to hand over the money Qin Feng gave him. Just let him find a way to protect Qin Feng. The receptionist was ecstatic, and in accordance with industry rules, he posted on his moments every day, hoping that Qin Feng would come over to play. The circle of friends of the rich second generation is now basically occupied by the service industry, and most of them are advertisements for food, drink, and entertainment. Car modification, outdoor camping, online games, villa parties, nightclubs, and bars. Some of the second generation rich people wake up at noon every day and check their moments. When they see something interesting, they will contact the other party to ask for services. I play until 3 or 4 in the morning every day, and sometimes all night long. It is extremely hard work. Qin Feng's circle of friends also gradually moved towards that direction. SBA club advertisements, KTV advertisements, luxury car sales advertisements, hotel advertisements. Just now when I was singing in KTV, Peng Jinyan sent me a message saying that her cat can do backflips. Qin Feng curiously asked her to take a video. What I saw was a floor-to-ceiling mirror in which the reflection of a woman was performing the splits. That cool outfit was even less than what her cat wore. Qin Feng, an upright man, watched the video she sent carefully and clicked the report button firmly. Strictly put an end to bad practices. It was almost evening when Qin Feng and his friends came out of the KTV. Seeing that Qin Feng was from another place, Zhuang Xiaoli suggested taking him to see the iconic Oriental Pearl Tower in Shanghai. Qin Feng was also very curious about what was inside the Oriental Pearl Tower, and it just so happened that Zhong Wanwan had never been there. So I bought the most expensive VIP ticket with no queue on WeChat, which cost 368 yuan each and came with a buffet in the revolving restaurant. Even the former Qin Feng could afford this price. After entering the Oriental Pearl Tower, I waited in line for more than 10 minutes in the fast-track area where there was no need to queue before I got on the super-fast elevator. I have to say the elevator is really fast. It only took 40 seconds to send them to a height of more than 200 meters, which was faster than a bungee jumping machine. The second sphere of the Oriental Pearl Tower is about 260 meters above the ground. The group walked into the main sightseeing level. Standing on the completely transparent glass plank road, the feeling of being in the air made his bladder contract slightly. But as a man, he still pretended to be calm and fearless. But with every step I took, my calves felt a little weak. Zhong Wanwan was even more unbearable. She hugged Qin Feng's arm tightly, closed her eyes, and dared not take a step forward. Through the girl's dress, Qin Feng could clearly feel her body trembling. Fortunately, I had a full meal in the morning, so I didn't feel hungry. Seeing that the girl was so nervous that she looked like she was about to cry, Qin Feng hugged her and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid. Tempered laminated glass can withstand 1 or 2 tons of gravity. With your light weight, even 100 of you can handle it. Zhong Wanwan said tremblingly, I'm a little afraid of heights. Hey, you didn't seem to be afraid of heights in the room last night. Qin Feng asked curiously. Thinking of what happened last night, Zhong Wanwan's cheeks flushed, and her voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. I was too nervous last night and didn't look outside. What about this morning? Qin Feng said with a wicked smile. After taking a shower, didn't you stick to the glass? Zhong Wanwan's shy face turned even redder, and she hid in Qin Feng's arms without saying a word. Hey, are you guys all showing off your affection here? Zhuang Xiaoli, who was walking in front as a tour guide, turned around and shouted in dissatisfaction. After an afternoon of contact, her attitude towards Qin Feng had changed significantly. From strong resistance at the beginning to being barely friends now. She also gradually accepted the fact that Qin Feng and Zhong Wanwan were together. It hasn't started yet. Do you want to eat it? Qin Feng said with a smile. I advise you not to affect the city appearance, Zhuang Xiaoli said coldly. Children, go play somewhere else, and don't disturb the adults from having a relationship. Qin Feng was not polite at all to Zhuang Xiaoli. 89 points, flat chest, has an older dad, and has a willful and capricious personality. Qin Feng didn't want to bother with any one of these four, let alone all four of them together. He is now a multi-billionaire and has the right to choose. Qin Feng's straightforward, natural, and unpretentious attitude is very much to Zhuang Xiaoli's liking. She felt that the only bad thing about Qin Feng was his bad mouth, and it would be better if he could cure his bad mouth. What qualifications does a scumbag have to date? After she cursed, she didn't want to argue anymore, so she shouted at Qin Feng, Are you going to leave or not? If you don't leave, I won't take you on a tour. Wait a minute. Qin Feng gently patted the person curled up in his arms and advised, Now that we are here, why don't we walk along the plank road? Zhong Wanwan felt that he was right. He took a deep breath and took a small step towards a glass. I nervously stretched my head to take a look below me. The cars below me looked to be the size of a fingernail, shuttling back and forth on the circular road. She only took one look and felt a sense of weightlessness and could not take the second step. Brother, I'm still afraid. Zhong Wanwan looked at Qin Feng pitifully and didn't dare to step forward. Qin Feng's eyes turned. He walked to her, bent down and squatted, and said with a smile, You can't come here for nothing. Close your eyes, and I'll carry you. The man's gentle and considerate behavior made Zhong Wanwan feel very happy. Her face turned red, and after a slight hesitation, she boldly lay down on him. She leaned her face against the broad back of the man beneath her, looking at his deep profile, and gradually she no longer felt afraid. Brother, if you feel tired, put me down. Qin Feng was gasping for breath under the pressure of the girl's breasts, and his hands were supporting the girl's smooth legs. He was so tired that he wanted to sweat. Zhuang Xiaoli saw Qin Feng's lewd smile and cursed him softly, You scumbag. Although I felt a little unhappy, I still patiently told them about the more famous buildings in Shanghai. What about the Huangpu River, the Central Building, the International Building Complex? There's also a Peace Hotel with a century-old history. It is said that in the past, as long as one could get in alive, no matter what crime one had committed, it could be turned into a small one. Qin Feng was very excited after hearing this and wanted to try what delicious food was inside. But I have already bought tickets for the revolving restaurant tonight, so I'll have to wait until next time. After walking around for a while, the four of them came to the revolving restaurant upstairs. This is a buffet style. There are all kinds of seafood, such as small green dragon, grilled lamb chops, French snails, and various staple foods and desserts. Qin Feng enjoyed the meal very much. He felt that the food worth 368 yuan was better than the state banquet he had had at Zuixinlu before. It is worth mentioning that the revolving restaurant really rotates. Wang Gang went to get 2 large plates of barbecue and fried noodles, but when he came back and didn't find his organization, he was completely stunned. Fortunately, the waiter reminded them, and they found Qin Feng and others after searching around. Finally, the group experienced VR, bought some souvenirs, and visited the memorial hall. I wandered around the bottom of the tower. It was already past 9 o'clock when we walked out of the Oriental Pearl Tower. Zhuang Xiaoli drove a Rolls-Royce back to school. She had only drunk 2 glasses of wine in the KTV, but she was already drunk by this time. Qin Feng was powerless to stop it. I watched her drive all the way into the school. When going through security, she got off the bus and registered with her student card, and the security guard let her through. It didn't embarrass her at all. Chapter 123 Qin Feng wants to learn how to drive. The car stopped in front of the girls' dormitory. The 3 girls returned to the dormitory, carrying the bags that Qin Feng bought for Zhong Wanwan. Qin Feng, who couldn't drive, was left sitting in the car in a daze. He was waiting for Wang Gang to come, but he didn't expect that Wang Gang, who came by taxi, said that the security guard would not let him enter the school. Qin Feng fell into deep thought. Now there are 3 options. 1. Abandon the car. 2. Ask Xiaoli to come down and take me out. 3. Sleeping in the car. 1 and 3 are not good, and calling her Xiaoli is a bit awkward. So Qin Feng decided to get out of the car and ask a student who could drive to take him out. He is currently on the road a little in front of the girls' dormitory. There were not many people living on campus on Saturday. Qin Feng waited for a long time and asked several girls, but they were all very cautious and were unwilling to drive for him, even if he was paid. Moreover, many of them did not know how to drive. I finally met someone who was brave enough, but when he heard that it was a Rolls-Royce, he was so scared that he turned around and left. Qin Feng leaned against the car door melancholy, looking at the sky at a 45-degree angle, thinking that I would not be able to go out due to the school curfew. In desperation, I called Xiaoli on WeChat. Zhuang Xiaoli was playing with her phone and heard Yunyan exclaiming, "Wow, is this $20,000 perfume really a gift for me? And this set of cosmetics as well? Wanwan, you are so nice to me." "He bought them all," Zhong Wanwan said embarrassedly. "That's because of you he bought it. Wanwan is so charming. Come and let me smell it." "No, don't be shy. How did you feel last night?" Yunyan raised her eyebrows with rippling eyes. Nothing happened," Zhong Wanwan said in a panic. "What does it mean if it's nothing? Is it your first time?" Yunyan looked gossipy. "What? Wanwan, you spent the night with him last night." Zhuang Xiaoli put down her phone, turned to look at Wanwan, and said in surprise. Zhong Wanwan, who felt a little shy when being stared at by the two men, didn't want to answer. She took the newly bought towel and shower gel and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Yunyan nodded towards Zhuang Xiaoli and smiled gossipily. She didn't come back last night, so she must have spent the night with him. I can tell from the way she walked. This scumbag. Zhuang Xiaoli was very angry. She felt like the little white rabbit she had taken care of for a year was suddenly taken away by someone else. I feel very sad, helpless and anxious, because she is the only one in the dormitory who has not tasted the bitterness of love. How can one not be anxious? At this moment, her cell phone rang. Yunyan stretched her neck and took a quick look, and the note read, "He's a scumbag." She knew what was going on, but she didn't say a word and gave an intriguing smile. Zhuang Xiaoli, who was originally very angry, was slightly stunned when she saw that it was Qin Feng's call. My heartbeat inexplicably quickened. After thinking for a while, I didn't know why he called me, so I answered the phone and asked coldly, "Hey, what's up? Xiaoli, are you free now? Come down and help me drive." Qin Feng said naturally. Zhuang Xiaoli guessed that this might be the routine of the scumbag. Want to ask myself out. When she thought about how he had just eaten the little white rabbit last night, and now set his sights on her, she suddenly felt ashamed and angry. While she thought that all scumbags deserved to die, she also felt a little secretly happy that he recognized her charm. "Roll." She said so, but didn't hang up the phone. Qin Feng said angrily, "Hey, little chested brother, are you being reasonable? You brought me in and left me here, and I can't drive." "Little brother?" This name was a little unfamiliar to her, and Zhuang Xiaoli didn't react. Qin Feng did not explain and used money to clear the way. "Come down and help drive to the school gate, and I'll give you 100,000. Zhuang Xiaoli didn't quite believe what he said. A 26-year-old, rich second generation can't drive? Don't rich second generations all like to play with sports cars? Are you serious? Absolutely true. I'll transfer the money to you first. Okay, I want to see what tricks you have." Xiaoli hung up the phone, got up, and went downstairs. Yunyun sighed as she watched her leave. She was not surprised that Zhuang Xiaoli was asked out by Qin Feng. I was just thinking about what to do when Zhong Wanwan asked me where Xiaoli was going. Should I tell the truth or help cover it up? Yunyun was in a dilemma. Zhuang Xiaoli came to where she had parked her car and saw Qin Feng leaning against the car door, smoking. The shape is quite unique. Under the swaying moonlight, he seemed like a forgotten sculpture, filled with endless sorrow. His eyes were deep and blurred, sometimes empty, sometimes flashing with concentration. Zhuang Xiaoli raised one corner of her mouth and gave him 10 points for this pose. Qin Feng saw a girl in a white shirt walking towards him from distance. On a face as crystal clear as warm jade, there are two handsome eyebrows slanted, and the bright almond eyes are filled with coldness. It was beautiful, but he had no time to appreciate it at the moment. "Hurry up. I won't be able to get out anytime soon, and I have no place to sleep in here." Zhuang Xiaoli walked over, waved her hand to dispel the smell of smoke, and frowned. "Do you know that there are surveillance cameras here? If you smoke here, you have to write a self-criticism. Fire me if you dare," Qin Feng said firmly. Zhuang Xiaoli had nothing to say. She glared at him, opened the door, and got into the car. After Qin Feng put out his cigarette and got in the car, he said coldly, "What do you want to say to me when you call me down?" Qin Feng was puzzled and asked, "What?" Zhuang Xiaoli sneered, looked directly into Qin Feng's eyes, and said, "I've seen a lot of scumbags like you. I'm not as easy to fool as Zhong Wanwan. Just give up on this idea." Qin Feng looked at the girl in front of him with her arms crossed, with a puzzled look on his face. Without thinking, he put his hand on her forehead to test the temperature. What's wrong with you? Zhuang Xiaoli was a little overwhelmed by the sudden attack. He stared at Qin Feng with wide eyes and exclaimed, "What are you doing? You don't have a fever. What the hell are you talking about? Drive quickly. Do you think you can afford to delay my business worth hundreds of millions?" Qin Feng urged impatiently, but he saw that Zhuang Xiaoli did not start the car, but instead showed her little fangs and glared at him fiercely. Qin Feng felt a headache. "My dear lady, please don't be like this. Once we are outside the school gate, you can look at me as long as you want. Can you drive now?" Zhuang Xiaoli silently started the car and drove towards the school gate. She wanted to see what Qin Feng had to say next. After a minute or two, the Rolls-Royce drove out of the school gate. Qin Feng saw Wang Gang on the side of the road and breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, here we go. Stop the car." Zhuang Xiaoli stopped the car, put the car in P gear, and sat in the driver's seat without moving. Qin Feng was silent for a while, then said politely, "Here's the money. Be careful when you go back." Zhuang Xiaoli still said nothing. Qin Feng asked tentatively, "You don't want to go back to live? Do you want to sleep in the hotel with me?" "Humph, scumbag. Your true colors are finally revealed." Zhuang Xiaoli finally heard what she wanted to hear, and she smiled triumphantly, saying sarcastically, "You are dreaming. I warn you not to have any ideas about me, or you will lose your head. Then why are you still staying in my car? You're not planning to wait until the school closes and then trick me, are you?" Qin Feng said in shock. Zhuang Xiaoli looked at the time, and it was exactly 10:30. Chapter 124. To love someone is to give him the right to hurt you. Seeing Qin Feng's frightened face, Zhuang Xiaoli punched Qin Feng in anger and said angrily, "Who wants to trick you? If the school is closed, I can just go home and sleep." Qin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. "I was so scared. I thought you were going to force me to marry you." Zhuang Xiaoli frowned and raised her eyes, her voice filled with chill as she spoke word by word. "What did you say? Aren't you planning to make a done deal because I saved the girl today?" Qin Feng continued to challenge in a fearless tone. Zhuang Xiaoli broke through the defense again, turned around and sat on the chair, and used the Foshan shadowless kick on Qin Feng. The little girl's legs looked slender, white, tender, soft, and beautiful. But it still hurts to kick someone. Qin Feng's fists were no match for his legs, so he was kicked out of the car and hid in the back seat in shame. Zhuang Xiaoli was determined not to give up and chased after him. He beat and bit Qin Feng and gave him a severe beating. Qin Feng didn't suffer too much. He hugged her body with his backhand and left a few slap marks on her, but the two of them were having a lot of fun in the car. Wang Gang waited for a while on the roadside, and when he saw the car, finally stopped shaking. Then he quietly opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. He glanced at the boss slumped in the seat in the back seat and the blushing Zhuang Xiaoli. Wang Gang was filled with worries. 5 days, 4. And each of them is a juicer who is so beautiful that she can make fishes sink to the bottom of their chests, geese fall to the ground, and the moon hide in shame on flowers. As a man in his 30s, he is well aware of the limits of a man's body. If he didn't know how to save when he was young, he would have to pay the public rain only once a week when he reached his age. He was worried that if things continued like this, his boss would collapse in health within 2 years and no one would pay him. But he was just a bodyguard, not the boss's father, so he couldn't say much. I had no choice but to drive my boss's 4th girlfriend home silently. Along the way, Qin Feng and Zhuang Xiaoli played and made fun of each other. Qin Feng has no desires and is calm. Zhuang Xiaoli is willful and unrestrained. The two of them got along very well, as if they were good friends who had known each other for many years. Sometimes they quarreled to the point of being unrecognizable, and sometimes they were polite to each other. The next day, noon, for the first time, Qin Feng was not disturbed by a woman and slept until he woke up naturally. He was indeed tired. These days, every time I open my eyes, I see a different girl. Every girl has her own uniqueness. Some are enchanting, and some are beautiful and fragrant. Most of them are hiding naked in their beds, making people excited. As the saying goes, a day's plan begins in the morning. Qin Feng's legs feel a little weak every morning. Today is the only morning I feel energetic. He took the phone and looked at it. Oh my God. Red numbers are displayed below 7 or 8 contacts on WeChat. In the past, even if he threw his phone away for a week, no one might look for it. It's only half a day now. So many popped up. After turning on the gold coin modifier, life has become more colorful. Qin Feng rubbed his eyes and opened the message from Chiu Lily, who had the most messages. She reported that there were still ups and downs in Jiang Manchua's case. I guess the verdict won't be announced so soon. She couldn't help with the follow-up and could only assist the police in providing some evidence. The total cost was more than 600,000 yuan. Then came the arrangements for Qin Feng's villa. According to the plan selected by Qin Feng, the scene has been arranged. It will take about 3 days and is expected to cost nearly 2 million. And yesterday Qin Feng said he wanted to start a media company. Asked her to help find a suitable office space. She looked through the information she found online, went around in person, and finally recommended 3 places for Qin Feng to choose from. One was a rough draft, so Qin Feng just passed it without even looking at it. He doesn't have time to wait for others to finish the renovation. There are 2 more that have been renovated. One is larger, over 4,000 square meters, and costs 60 yuan per square meter. It is only rented and not sold. There is also a 1,200 square meter standalone office building with 3 floors and a large terrace. The decoration is very nice. It used to be an advertising creative. The layout inside looks very technological. The location is also very good, right next to Jiangshan Cultural Square. The surrounding commercial facilities are mature, with everything you need for food, accommodation and transportation, and convenient transportation and living. If it is sold, it is 15,000 yuan per square meter, and if it is rented, it is 100 yuan per square meter per month. Qin Feng read Xiu Lily's report carefully. I have experienced the convenience of rich people. There is someone to do everything. All you have to do is give instructions and then answer some simple multiple-choice questions. He was satisfied with Xiu Lily's performance. Corresponding to these 3 things, he responded with 3 sentences, respectively. Just focus on the progress of the case and don't waste time on that woman. We will try to speed up the layout of the villa while ensuring both quality and quantity. Go talk to the owner of the office building about the price and see if it can be cheaper. I want to buy the 1,200 square meter one. Qin Feng plans to buy this real estate under his own name. I always feel empty inside when I buy things in the name of a woman. Anyway, the money in my hand is useless. With the bank interest rate being so low, you might as well buy a house. Even if you don't use it yourself, you can rent it out for hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. If he had a building as a guarantee, he could realize the boasts he made to Zhong Wanwan. Even if suddenly I have nothing, I can afford to support Zhong Wanwan for the rest of her life with this house. That girl looked poorer than he had been when he was in school. It's pitiful, it shouldn't cost much. There happened to be 3 messages from Zhong Wanwan on my phone. Qin Feng clicked it and took a look. Last night at 12 o'clock. Brother, I can't sleep. Are you asleep? Half an hour later. Good night, brother. 8 Uhr morgens. I'm going to the library to read. Brother, remember to get up and have breakfast. Qin Feng felt inexplicably guilty when he heard Zhong Wanwan's caring words. I ignored her the whole night, but she wasn't angry at all. Compared to Xia Ting, who gets angry after just a few words, the obedient Zhong Wanwan is indeed better. Qin Feng quickly sent a message back. I'm sorry, I was so sleepy last night that I fell asleep as soon as I touched the bed. Zhong Wanwan didn't sleep well last night. I was thinking about random things all night. She heard Xiaoli answering the phone in the bathroom, and her tone sounded a bit like she was talking to Qin Feng. She didn't take it seriously at first. However, Xiaoli did not come back all night after she went out, and there was no news from Qin Feng either. Yin said Xiaoli was called back by her mother. Zhong Wanwan, who had read a lot about the psychology of microexpressions, could tell at a glance that she was lying. When Yin spoke, her eyes kept rolling around, which was a very obvious sign of lying. In addition, Qin Feng and Zhuang Xiaoli interacted a lot today. Even a person with a thick nerve could tell something was wrong. Zhong Wanwan was lying in bed last night. Every word and every smile Qin Feng said to her automatically played in her mind. I shed tears without realizing it. I stayed up until 3 or 4 o'clock, slept for 2 hours in a daze, and when I opened my eyes, I saw that there was no reply from Qin Feng, and I felt even more scared. She was worried that Qin Feng would not want her. I was in a daze the whole morning and couldn't concentrate on reading. Until now, she finally received a message from Qin Feng. My mood is like a roller coaster. My originally depressed mood suddenly improved, and all the sadness and grievances disappeared. She believed what Qin Feng said. As long as she didn't see Qin Feng sleeping with another woman with her own eyes, she was willing to believe whatever Qin Feng said. Has my brother eaten yet? Eat now. What are you going to do this afternoon, brother? I miss you. Qin Feng smiled and flirted. I really want to see you. Zhong Wanwan's heartbeat quickened, and a silly smile appeared on her face. Should I go find you then? Let me come to see you. Let's have lunch together. Have you eaten yet? Then wait for me at the school gate. Chapter 125. The Rich Woman Wants a Hunk. Qin Feng casually put on a floral shirt with a floral pattern, called Wang Gang, and rushed to school. I saw the message from Shi Fuya in the car. Xiating came to chat with me last night and asked me about you bullying her. What's going on? Qin Feng felt very aggrieved when talking about Xiating and complained. She gets angry all the time, and I don't know why. I didn't coax her, and she's been in a cold war with me until now. Shi Fuya patiently advised. Girls are meant to be coaxed. As a boy, you shouldn't get angry with a little girl. I don't. How long do you plan to keep the cold war with her? Let's see what happens. Let's wait 2 days. I really like this girl. She is lively, enthusiastic, innocent, and romantic. Please don't let her down, okay? Instead of asking him to find a girl he doesn't know, it is better to let a silly girl like Xiating who has a bottom line accompany him. At least this girl wouldn't do stupid things for money. Shi Fuya was extremely unsure about Qin Feng's ability to judge people. Well, no. Qin Feng thought of Xiating's kindness, listened to her advice, opened her WeChat, and edited a few lines. After seeing the last sentence she sent, I deleted them one by one in anger. Have you ever considered how I feel? Among the 3 women, she is the only one who has the lowest favorability and is angry and ignores people every day. The other 2 women, one gentle and generous, the other cute and naive, had never been disrespectful to her. This girl is the one who needs to be coaxed the most, but has the worst temper. Qin Feng loves and hates Xiating. I plan to leave her alone for 2 more days and then give her a surprise after the villa is ready. At this moment, Xiating was sitting listlessly in the rich man's villa. Ting, let me tell you, life is the same whether you have money or not. Look, I'm so rich, but I can only drink sugar-free milk tea, right? So what if I live in a villa? I feel empty, lonely, and sleepless all day. To others, it may seem like happiness, but only I know that such a life is like chewing wax, tasteless and boring. Don't be fooled by that scumbag. Sincerity is the most precious thing to a woman. No one will starve to death in modern society. As long as a man is willing to work, treats you well, considers your feelings, and coaxes you every day, it doesn't matter if such a man is poor. Yang Wanjin took a sip of milk tea and lay on a lounge chair beside the swimming pool, giving Xiating earnest instructions. As Xiating's best friend, she felt it necessary to help Xiating have a clear understanding of happiness. Your husband is worth 9 figures. He has everything he wants, so of course money doesn't matter to you. You are tired of the life of a rich wife, but I haven't had that yet. Xiating rolled her eyes. She could accept a husband with a 7-figure salary as long as he had a guaranteed living. A man like her father is not bad either. But after meeting Qin Feng, she changed her mind. Why would you still want to look for true love when you already have a rich, handsome, and doting boyfriend? Love can't be eaten. You don't understand. When your husband focuses his energy on his career or other women, you will know how hard it is to be a rich wife. He doesn't care whether you live or die. He just needs a superficial marriage to deal with the doubts from his family and society. Besides, rich people have many rules. He demands others to obey him unconditionally. He even wants to control your mood. Yang Wanjin looked at the child splashing in the swimming pool and murmured, "From now on, this little guy is everything to you. You will no longer have your own life and freedom. Please don't talk so horribly. It makes me afraid to get married." Xiating got goosebumps from what this woman in the mansion said. But I have to admit that her best friend has become much quieter after marrying a rich man. There was no life in those eyes, as quiet as a pool of stagnant water. Anyway, I suggest you choose someone who loves you. Life is only a few decades long. Don't be a slave to money like me. Xiating took the phone and wanted to find Qin Feng to admit her mistake, and then the 2 of them would reconcile. Now, after listening to my bestie, she was a little panicked. She was afraid that Qin Feng would become like her best friend's husband and ignore her. Just like now. It's obvious that the matter could be resolved if he just said a word. Why did he have to make the girl bow her head and apologize? If you bow your head this time, you will definitely bow your head again next time. Xiating turned off her phone hesitantly and stared blankly. Qin Feng arrived at the school gate and saw a short girl waiting with her head down. Her small, light pink fingers were clasped together, revealing her nervousness. She was wearing a tight vest inside and a light-colored coat outside. She was wearing a brown plaid skirt that was shorter than the skirt she wore yesterday. Qin Feng grinned. He bought this dress for her yesterday. He didn't expect that this girl would dare to wear it. Seeing her pulling her skirt down from time to time, it seemed like she had never worn such a short skirt before, so she was a little shy. Her smooth and round white legs, coupled with her 1.6-meter height, make her look inexplicably cute. The car slowly approached. At this time, a very handsome young man appeared next to Zhong Wanwan. He said something to Zhong Wanwan with a smile, then took out his cell phone and placed it in front of her. Qin Feng clearly saw Zhong Wanwan shaking her head slightly, but the boy still refused to give up and tried desperately to explain something. Indeed, a cute girl with a great figure like Zhong Wanwan will still attract the attention of many boys, even if she lowers her head and her appearance cannot be seen clearly. Qin Feng got out of the car and walked over quickly. He heard the boy still talking. "Classmate, please, I'm only missing one person. Please do me a small favor. My psychology teacher really assigned us a social practice assignment, which is to add 10 strangers on WeChat in one day. This pickup technique is a bit old-fashioned. The technique of picking up girls is very tricky. A real tough guy doesn't need these crooked ways." Qin Feng whistled at Zhong Wanwan and interrupted the boy frivolously. "Hello, beautiful lady. Nice to meet you." The boy looked up when he heard this. "I saw a man wearing a floral shirt and white trousers. He looked righteous, but his smile was very arrogant. He was angry that his conversation was interrupted. Classmate, this is a bit unkind of you, isn't it? I'm chatting with this beautiful lady. What do you mean by interrupting me?" When Zhong Wanwan saw that the person coming was Qin Feng, she immediately smiled sweetly. She walked quickly to Qin Feng, raised her head, and said obediently, "Elder brother." The boy who asked for their WeChat was stunned and instantly realized that these two people must be a couple. The thought of myself chatting up someone's girlfriend in front of him and accusing him of being unkind. The boy blushed with shame and stammered, unable to speak. But then, when he saw the girl's face clearly when she raised her head, his shame disappeared. It was a delicate and lovely face like a doll. Her big eyes sparkled with a sparkling light, and there was a small teardrop mole under the corner of her eye. When she smiled, her eyes were full of affection and she was gentle and charming. She has the face of an angel and the body of a devil. It's a pity to think that such a cute and charming little girl is already taken. The boy looked upset and his heart was broken into powder. Qin Feng ignored the injured boy and said to Zhong Wanwan with a smile, "Come on, baby. I'll take you to eat spicy hot pot across from school." He suddenly missed the spicy hot pot at the entrance of his school and wondered if the taste would be the same as before. Zhong Wanwan had no opinion. For her, as long as she can be with this man, it doesn't matter what she eats. The boy behind him was dumbfounded. "You actually took such a beautiful girlfriend to eat spicy hot pot? Is her boyfriend a poor bastard?" The boy got anxious on the spot, not afraid of being beaten for poaching, and summoned up the courage to shout, "Beauty, I'll take you to a Michelin restaurant for dinner. I have a car." Chapter 126. After you put on this watch, you will be my exclusive maid. Qin Feng finally understood why rich people are usually calm and smiling. Because when the strength is unequal, the other party's clamor and provocation seemed childish and ridiculous. It even seemed a bit silly and cute to him. He turned around, glanced at the boy, and asked on a whim, "Hey boy, what car do you drive?" "Audi A6. The boys were not afraid at all. A car worth more than 400,000 yuan is enough to scare away a group of losers. He felt that he was more qualified to be the little lowly's boyfriend. "Audi A6. Qin Feng looked him up and down and said with a smile, "Go for a spin." Zhong Wanwan was worried that Qin Feng would be angry, so she quickly pulled his hand and said softly, "Brother, don't be impulsive." "I wasn't impulsive. I was just joking with him. Even if I don't have a driver's license, he wouldn't dare to race with me," Qin Feng said confidently. The boy was stunned and felt that things were not simple. "I thought he was a poor guy just now, but I didn't expect he actually owns a car." Looking at the other person's arrogant attitude, is he a professional racing driver? Is he a good driver? This is an Audi A6, not an AE 86. The boy felt guilty. "Sorry, I don't know how to drive fast." "Look," Qin Feng smiled at Zhong Wanwan with a proud look on his face. He was too lazy to talk to the boy anymore, so he stretched out his index and middle fingers and hooked them at Wang Gang, who was not far away. Then, a majestic Rolls-Royce slowly drove over and stopped in front of him. "The opposite side of the school is too far. Let's take a bus there." Qin Feng said this with a smile and very gentlemanly opened the door for Zhong Wanwan and helped her into the car. He closed the car door amid the envious gazes of the surrounding college students, leaving the boy standing there with a shocked look on his face. The boy saw the silver elephant of the flying goddess passing by. The mouth opened huge. He never expected that the car the man was talking about would be this one. The person who can afford a car like this must have a very rich family. When I thought about myself pretending to be cool in front of such a rich man and even asking his girlfriend out for dinner, the boy was so scared that he broke out in sweat and his eyelids were trembling. It's not easy to deal with this kind of big guy. At this moment, he really wanted to chase after him, bow his head, and apologize to the boss, begging for his forgiveness. Qin Feng didn't take this little episode to heart at all. As Zhong Wanwan dresses better and better, there will surely be more and more boys chasing after her. Qin Feng felt that he needed to come here every day to scare people with his Rolls-Royce, so that others would know that this girl's boyfriend was extremely rich. The two came to the Malatang restaurant, selected their dishes, and sat down waiting for their food to be served, chatting about some daily things. It was basically Qin Feng who talked, and Zhong Wanwan listened quietly, occasionally looking up to steal a glance at Qin Feng's expression with her big watery eyes. It's dinner time now. There are many college students in the store. Zhong Wanwan's beauty is very lethal when she raises her head, and she is irresistible in her beautiful clothes. When the boys turned their heads, they would pretend to glance at her casually. Big-breasted Lolita can be said to be a treasure in the world. Everyone's eyes were filled with amazement. Look behind you, there's a gorgeous lady. Fuck, this is too beautiful, who can stand this? The guy sitting opposite her is in such a bad situation. Damn, the good cabbage is eaten by the pig. So cute, so big, so well-behaved. If a girl like this were my girlfriend, I would break my ribs and make soup for her. The boys were talking about it and calling their friends to see the 100-point beauty. Most boys are very well-behaved and will only take a sneak peek at a pretty girl who is already in a relationship. However, there was a boy at the table next to Qin Feng who kept staring at Zhong Wanwan. Very rude. Qin Feng noticed his gaze and frowned slightly. Anyone would be disgusted if someone stared at their girlfriend so directly. But this person just kept watching without saying anything provocative, and there was nothing you could do about him. Qin Feng thought about it. He ordered Wang Gang to sit opposite him and glare back. Wang Gang nodded, sat down in front of the man silently, staring with his lantern-sized eyes without blinking. What does it feel like to be stared at by a 1.9-meter-tall person? The boys said they felt like they were sitting on pins and needles, with thorns on their backs. Under Wang Gang's angry glare, he didn't even eat the spicy hot pot that was served to him and left in shame. In fact, that boy is Zhong Wanwan's classmate. He was just confirming whether Zhong Wanwan was the short country girl in their class who always kept her head down. In the end, he finally confirmed that it was Zhong Wanwan because that kind of poor temperament could not be concealed even by wearing beautiful clothes. He didn't expect that girl to be so beautiful and have such a good figure. I regret not discovering it earlier, and now someone else has gotten there first. I felt like crying, but had no tears on the way back. Wanwan is so beautiful that others even skip their meals to stare at you, Qin Feng joked. Huh? Then I'll let my hair down to cover it up. Zhong Wanwan was worried that Qin Feng would get jealous, so she was about to untie her bun. Why are you covering it up when you're so beautiful? I mean, you're so beautiful. Don't think too much about it. Qin Feng stopped him quickly. Oh. Zhong Wanwan stopped hesitantly, observed Qin Feng's expression, and silently withdrew her hand. Be bolder. With me in your life, you can do whatever you want like that crazy girl in your dorm. Zhong Wanwan nodded sweetly. When she heard the man say that she could rely on him in the future, she felt a palpitation in her heart. But she didn't dare to do the same as Zhuang Xiaoli. It's normal that you're not used to it now. You'll get used to it later. New. Qin Feng felt that it was not good for her to attract too much attention. When he was not around, there would always be flies coming to bother her. He thought for a moment and said, Ask your shopping companion to come out later. I want to buy you a small gift. Zhong Wanwan's face showed a trace of embarrassment. She felt that it was not good to always accept gifts, so she shook her head gently and said, No need, brother. You have already given me a lot. You are not allowed to refuse the master's gift. Qin Feng pretended to be serious. Oh. Under Qin Feng's tyranny, Zhong Wanwan obediently sent a message to Su Wenjie. Qin Feng discovered that Zhong Wanwan was the kind of person who could be manipulated at will. As long as he acted a little more assertive, she would soften. If this kind of person with a bully personality gets married in the future, it will definitely feel great to fight with him. After dinner, we took a bus to Plaza 66. After meeting Su Wenjie, Qin Feng picked up a watch in a Cartier boutique and put it on Zhong Wanwan's wrist. This lady's watch is from the Cartier Pasha series. Rose gold case, set with 48 brilliant cut diamonds, total weight 1.15 carats. Screw-down crown cover, crown set with sapphire. Silver galoche dial set with 12 brilliant cut diamonds. The rose gold dial worn on Zhong Wanwan's snow-white wrist shines brightly and elegantly under the gorgeous lights of the counter. Listening to the flattery of the female clerk and Su Wenjie, Zhong Wanwan's eyes gradually became blurred. This expensive watch is really dazzling. What woman doesn't want something sparkly? She was just a girl from the mountains and had never thought that she would wear a diamond-encrusted jeweler watch on her hand. Brother is too expensive. Let's pick something cheaper. Zhong Wanwan looked at the price of 220,000 and shook her head repeatedly. She carefully took off the watch and wanted to return it. Actually, I have a selfish motive for giving you the watch, Qin Feng explained with a smile. When you wear this watch, those boys who have ambitions toward you will feel ashamed and will not dare to pursue you anymore. But it's really too expensive. What if it gets stolen? The simple Zhong Wanwan looked embarrassed. Like all girls who have never seen money, she was deeply afraid that her treasure would be coveted by others. Isn't it good to steal it? Then you can have a new watch. Qin Feng's tone was full of doting, which made Zhong Wanwan feel dizzy. But it's okay, just listen to the master. While Qin Feng was coaxing the girl, the waiter had already swiped the card skillfully. Chapter 127, the PUA trainee was counter PUA. 200,000 is not a small amount, enough to scare away some self-aware boys. Qin Feng gave this to her in the hope that she would not be disturbed by other people as much as possible. As for why not buy a 2 million watch? It would be too ostentatious and dangerous for a little girl to wear such an expensive watch. Qin Feng didn't want to hear that she was robbed. I bought a very recognizable Cartier watch. Qin Feng took the two girls for a stroll in Plaza 66. It's all luxury brands here. Most of the items sold are clothes, bags, and the like. Zhong Wanwan didn't seem to be too interested in these things. She never understood why an ordinary t-shirt could be sold for so much. But she has a special liking for jewelry. Several people came to Van Cleef Arpels. Qin Feng picked out an 18K gold mother-of-pearl necklace from the Alhambra series for her. The four-leaf clover shape worn on her fair neck makes her look noble and a little playful and cute. The price is also over 200,000. After buying it, Qin Feng could feel that Zhong Wanwan liked him more and more. That affectionate look said it all. On the way to send her back to school, Qin Feng turned on the fogging function on the glass, separating the back and front rows. The electric sunshades are drawn all around. The 6mm double-coated sound insulation material ensures that the front seat driver cannot hear any sound from behind. Seeing that there were no outsiders around, Qin Feng said a lot of sweet words. Zhong Wanwan's face was as red as a ripe apple. About 10 minutes later, looking at the well-behaved and obedient little girl, Qin Feng's heart was filled with guilt. I couldn't help but hold her in my arms and said with pity, "You have the right to refuse me these hard jobs in the future." No, it's not hard. Zhong Wanwan was extremely shy when she said this. She buried her head in Qin Feng's arms, and her voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. Qin Feng hugged her waist and whispered softly, "I want you to be happier." "I'm already very happy to be with my brother," Zhong Wanwan said in a low voice. Qin Feng was a little drunk. I originally planned to say some sweet words to gain favor. Unexpectedly, I was deceived by this woman and lost my favorability. Zhong Wanwan has now come from behind and has surpassed Xia Ting in Qin Feng's mind and is showing signs of catching up with Shifuya. Sincerity is indeed a killer move. Same for men and women. Smelling the fragrance of the girl's hair, Qin Feng said emotionally, "Baby, why are you so cute? I can't leave you if this continues." Zhong Wanwan didn't say anything and looked at Qin Feng shyly. "The galaxy in my eyes is more beautiful than the starry sky." Faced with this kind of eye attack, Qin Feng cried out that he couldn't stop it. "I wish I could marry this girl right then and there." Fortunately, I have a natural fear of marriage. Coupled with the remaining little bit of insecurity, he held back the words of marriage and instead asked a soul-searching question. "Wanwan, if one day I suddenly run out of money, will you still follow me?" Even though he knew the answer to this question, he asked it anyway. Maybe this is a common problem for people who suddenly become rich. Qin Feng looked up at the starry sky and waited quietly for a few seconds, but did not hear the thought-provoking yes. Instead, I heard her answer in a firm tone. "Brother, you will not be without money. I gave some of your money to your family. Now there's 1.28 million left. I will keep this money for you." Qin Feng raised his head and sighed. The innocence of this little girl once again refreshed his cognition. He had to intensify the torture. What if I'm in debt? Then, do we have to take all these back to pay off our debts? Zhong Wanwan said weakly. That little expression looks pitiful. Qin Feng originally planned to lie to her and say he wanted it. But it was so hard to say this. I feel like I'm going to be struck by lightning if I say it out loud. The words came to his lips, but he turned around and smiled to comfort. Of course, no need if I give it to you, it's yours. Zhong Wanwan patted the abundant grain bag, took a long breath, relaxed and smiled. Then Wanwan will take care of brother from now on, but you can't be so extravagant and wasteful anymore. She thought of the hotel that cost 40,000 yuan a night and felt so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. Qin Feng felt inexplicably touched as he listened to the little girl's words of comfort. He was defeated by Zhong Wanwan's innocence and kindness. This girl is still thinking of using the money I gave her to support him? How much you look down on yourself? Qin Feng had the urge to transfer a few $100 million to this girl. Several $100 million in real money. Let her know what her brother is capable of. But if you transfer too much at once, you might get investigated. Qin Feng was a little worried that the girl couldn't bear it, and was a little conflicted for a moment. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Zhong Wanwan thought that he really owed money outside, so she comforted him softly. Don't worry, brother. I can also work and help you pay back the money in the future. What a naive person. She's considering paying off her husband's debts before they even get married? Looking at the little girl's worried eyes, Qin Feng couldn't help laughing. How much salary do you want? Zhong Wanwan was confused. What salary do you want? Qin Feng asked again. Zhong Wanwan said hesitantly. It should be 200,000 or 300,000 yuan a year. She has investigated the average salary of her senior classmates, and it is easy to earn over 10,000 yuan a month in larger companies. If she works hard, she should be able to reach this level. How about I give you 10 million to buy your 20 years of work time so that you can eat, drink, play, and enjoy life with me? Qin Feng's seductive smile was like using candy to trick children. Zhong Wanwan was dumbfounded. Work has always been part of her life plan. Now, suddenly someone told her not to work and just enjoy life. This undoubtedly had a certain impact on her outlook on life. When you are free tomorrow, go and increase the limit of your bank card or apply for a Dragon Bank card. Dragon Bank requires a savings of 1 million to open an account, which you just happen to have, Qin Feng instructed her. Brother doesn't owe you money anymore? Zhong Wanwan asked blankly. I owe you 10 million yuan. Qin Feng scratched her nose and said with a smile, I just owed you 10 million yuan. Zhong Wanwan was a little at a loss. She felt like she didn't do anything, just pinched her legs, and a man gave her 10 million. This felt unreal to her. Brother, are you serious? Her voice was full of disbelief, and her eyes began to blur as she looked at Qin Feng. It felt like I would faint at any moment. Well, tomorrow you get your card and take a photo for me, okay? Qin Feng likes her silly look, which makes her look cute and adorable. I don't need so much money, Zhong Wanwan said in a panic. Whether you use it or not, go and apply for the card tomorrow. Do you hear me? Qin Feng had to act like a master. Zhong Wanwan finally believed that Qin Feng was serious about it. This is 10 million. Now it is placed lightly in front of me. Zhong Wanwan was completely confused. It would take at least 30 years of work to earn this much money. Excluding childhood and old age, people can only work for 30 to 40 years in their lifetime. This is equivalent to giving away all the money she will earn in her lifetime. Then she wouldn't have to worry about money anymore in her life, and she could even continue her postgraduate studies, get a doctorate, and fulfill her dream of becoming a professor. Zhong Wanwan couldn't help but be fascinated by the thought of being able to teach and educate people. Suddenly, she thought of something. His expression became awkward, hesitant to speak. After a while, he said shyly, Brother, can I buy something with this 10 million? Qin Feng was stunned and asked, What is it? I want to buy you a sweet. Zhong Wanwan lowered her head and said embarrassedly, This way we will have a home. Chapter 128, The True Nature of a Scumbag. Qin Feng was mesmerized by Zhong Wanwan's deep affection. Fortunately, the car stopped in time, otherwise I would have almost died. After sending Zhong Wanwan, who was full of happiness, back to school, he also returned to his hotel room. I told Wang Gang that I would return to Jiangcheng tomorrow. Zhong Wanwan has to go to school tomorrow, Monday, so there is no chance for me to be affectionate with her if I stay here. Anyway, I've already eaten the spicy rabbit head, so there is no rush to gain the last bit of favorability. After all, It's unrealistic to make a woman fall completely in love with you in just 2 days. Qin Feng planned to develop feelings for her over time and influence her with his sincerity. Spend 10 days or half a month to slowly polish it. If that still doesn't work, consider using some despicable tricks. For example, bring a clean white handkerchief and pretend to cough up some blood. Or you can find a few gangsters to play the hero and save the beauty. It is said that it is popular now for naive people to take care of rich boys who have lost their memory. Qin Feng could also arrange a small car accident and pretend to have amnesia to deceive the little girl. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with a glass of red wine, quietly admiring the charming night view of the Magic City while chatting with Zhong Wanwan on his mobile phone. For a girl who has just started dating, even 1 minute of separation feels like an extremely long time. Zhong Wanwan is shy when speaking, but not when typing. The emoticons filled with care and love made him, a man who is almost 30, feel aroused. When Qin Feng saw his roommate chatting with his girlfriend, he thought that he had a sly smile and was very lewd. Unexpectedly, when it was his turn, the smile reflected in the glass was not much better than his. This kind of sweet love is really intoxicating. The two chatted for more than 2 hours and didn't say goodnight to each other until 12 o'clock. Zhong Wanwan fell asleep obediently with a relieved smile. Qin Feng did not sleep, but continued chatting with Shifuya. On the other side, Wang Gang took a bunch of cleaning tools and prepared to clean the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. Although he couldn't hear any movement in the back seat on the way, based on his experience last time, he felt it necessary to clean it up. Wang Gang checked carefully and found that the back row was clean, without even a napkin. He couldn't help scratching his head in confusion. It doesn't seem to need cleaning. The next day, returning to the familiar Jiangcheng, Qin Feng was embarrassed to find that he seemed to have no place to stay. These days, he has been busy moving between various women, trying every possible way to deceive their sincerity. I haven't had time to buy myself a decent house. He looked at the 50 million in cash in his hand. Operate and charge 10 million into the system. The balance of dog money, more than 1,036 million. This 100 billion is enough for women to spend. I have 40 million left, and I should use it to buy something for myself. Minus the office building that is about to be purchased. There are more than 20 million left. You can consider buying a decent house. I searched the internet for wealthy areas in Jiangcheng and found a pretty good community. It's called Lianhu New City. This is a newly built high-end property located in the new city near the lake, with an opening price of over 30,000. For a second or third-tier city, housing prices close to those in first-tier cities are truly for the wealthy. This community has an elegant environment, strict management, and convenient living. It is known as a benchmark for noble living in Jiangcheng. Qin Feng was mainly interested in the private clubs around him. Things like private chefs, private trainers, swimming pools, gyms, and leisure and entertainment clubs. A little further away, there are golf courses, skating rinks, horse farms. Qin Feng asked Wang Gang to drive to the sales office of Lianhu New City. After getting off the bus, walk into the sales center. When several sales ladies saw Qin Feng's car, they rushed over and bowed, saying in unison, "Welcome to Lianhu New Town." One of the better-looking girls came forward to greet us. "Gentlemen, are you here to see the house?" Qin Feng nodded. "What's your name, sir?" "Surname Qin." The receptionist's name was Guan Yuxian. She realized that the tall man behind Qin Feng should be a bodyguard assistant or something like that. So he didn't ask his name, but walked to Qin Feng with his hands raised and said with a smile, "This is the information about our Lianhu New City. Do you want me to introduce our community to you? If you can afford a Rolls-Royce, you are very likely to be able to buy a house. Maybe I'll buy several sets at once." There was a hint of uncontrollable excitement in Guan Yuxian's voice. "No, I saw it online." Qin Feng didn't want to say any more. If nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely be richer in the future, and buying a house here was just a transition. Once my own company is established, I will definitely have to buy land and build a private estate of hundreds of acres. Otherwise, there would be no place to park private jets. So what type of apartment do you need? Is there a larger flat with better decoration, better floor, and better location? Qin Feng asked pickily. Yes. You must be talking about the best building here. All the buildings in Building 8 are over 200 square meters. It is the best building in the whole community. The lighting, layout, feng shui, and orientation are all carefully designed. Guan Yuxian took Qin Feng to see the sand table model and introduced the advantages of building number 8 in great detail. For example, the elevator configuration of 3 elevators for 2 households has a special elevator for nanny service. Among its residents are many well-known wealthy people, CEOs of listed companies, etc. Which sets are left now? Qin Feng thought it was okay and was slightly interested. There's a 480 square meter apartment on the 18th floor, an apartment on the top floor of the 31st floor, and another on the 25th and 26th floors. There are also many vacant apartments on the ground floors below 20th. Guan Yuxian listed them all. Qin Feng thought for a moment and asked Guan Yuxian, "Which one do you think is better?" Guan Yuxian was stunned for a moment before she immediately realized that if a big shot wanted to buy a house, he would most likely place an order just by asking casually. She hastily picked the highest-priced house among the remaining ones. "Mr. Qin, if you don't mind the homophony, I recommend you buy the house on the 18th floor." Guan Yuxian asked Qin Feng to sit on the sofa and introduced the layout of the 18th floor to Qin Feng. First of all, the 18th floor is a prime floor with great views and lighting, fresh air, strong privacy, and no mosquitoes or noise. And the space on our floor is huge, and the price is very favorable, so you'll make a profit if you buy it. Qin Feng felt something was wrong. If it's so good, why doesn't anyone buy it? Because many big bosses are superstitious and sensitive to numbers, Guan Yuxian explained. Oh, Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully. He was quite satisfied with the 18th floor, but he didn't have a strong desire to buy it. I looked at the houses on other floors, and they were either small or large. For example, there's only one unit on the top floor, which is 1,000 square meters, and the price is only over 20 million yuan, but no one wants to buy it. There must be a reason why people don't buy houses. Guan Yuxian was secretly anxious when she saw Qin Feng shaking his head repeatedly. Seeing that he looked relatively young, Guan Yuxian rolled her eyes and whispered in his ear, "Boss Qin, there's a female celebrity living in another house on the 18th floor." When Qin Feng heard the word female star, he was no longer sleepy and asked in a sneaky manner, "Which female star?" Seeing that he had taken the bait, Guan Yuxian raised a smile and whispered, "I shouldn't reveal the name of the household owner, but I think Mr. Qin is very impressive, and he probably won't tell anyone about it. So, I told you. Her name is Han Yanfei." Chapter 129. Looking for someone to share the rent with, beautiful ladies only. Han Yanfei was once a child star. She was cute and well-behaved and had appeared on the CCTV Spring Festival Gala. When she grew up, she starred in many movies and TV series with the image of a pure and innocent girl. When she was most popular, she had more than 10 million fans on the entire internet. Unfortunately, she later participated in a talk show and complained about the chaotic private lives of female celebrities all over the internet. Then she was ostracized and targeted by other female stars. Some big directors even said that she had tarnished the image of the entertainment industry. In the end, it was banned. There have been almost no outstanding works in recent years. Some third-rate web dramas are looking for her to play the role of White Lotus. Qin Feng took out his cell phone, found her photo, and glanced at it. Name: Han Yanfei. Age: 22. Charm value: 93. Number of romances: 0. Since they are celebrities, there are few ugly ones among them. But this girl has been in the entertainment industry for so many years and is still so clean, which is really something. No wonder he has the confidence to criticize other female stars. Qin Feng had a deep impression of Han Yanfei's childhood. At that time, she was so cute on the screen, and her pair of innocent eyes seemed to be able to speak. Every movement and expression is filled with youthful and lively attitude. Later, Qin Feng was busy with work and didn't pay much attention to this girl. Looking at the photo, the girl still has a radiant smile. I don't know what kind of girl she is in real life. Then please take me to see this house. If it's suitable, I'll take it. Qin Feng nodded and said to the sales lady, "Having a beautiful woman as a neighbor, what's the big deal if you're on the 18th floor?" He only believes in the system, not in God. He also felt that a girl like this, who had been acting since childhood and had extensive experience in the entertainment industry, would be helpful to his future media company. As a newbie who is about to enter the entertainment industry, it is necessary to communicate more with this kind of female stars. When the sales lady saw Qin Feng nod, she quickly took the access card and took him to building number 8 to view the house. Take the elevator to the 18th floor. As soon as he opened the door and walked in, Qin Feng fell in love with this house at first sight. The 3.4-meter ceiling looks very comfortable. The 26-meter living and dining room appears spacious and bright, and the huge floor-to-ceiling windows make people feel relaxed and happy. Being in a wide space can make people feel peaceful. There's a long furry blanket in the middle, with a gorgeous sofa and coffee table on it, and some potted green plants dotted around the windows. The design of 5 bedrooms and 6 bathrooms includes children's room, nanny room, master bedroom, guest bedroom, and study. The master bedroom and guest bedroom have balconies from which you can enjoy the unobstructed view of the green water, green mountains, and lake. The decoration of the house is that of a finished house, with a 100-inch color TV, a double-door refrigerator, and a 2.8-meter Simmons bed. For Chin Feng, who is too lazy to decorate his house, this kind of house that can be moved into right away is perfect. How much? He asked immediately. The total price is 14 million yuan, which is about 3,000 yuan lower per square meter than other floors. Guan Yuxian's smile grew wider and wider. She could see that Chin Feng was quite satisfied with the house, and the possibility of the deal being successful was very high. For this kind of rich people, buying a house should be like buying vegetables. If they like one, they will probably pay for it and be very happy. They're not like ordinary people who would drag their feet for a long time and even bargain. But then, a voice that was full of sincerity was heard. Can it be cheaper? Guan Yuxian's smile froze. She didn't expect that the big boss who came with bodyguards and drove a Rolls-Royce would actually bargain. Her heart ached. If she was given more concessions, her bonus would be less. However, in order to close the deal, she finally gave the lowest price for the house. Chin Feng finally bought this large flat at a 5 discount. Who says big guys have to pay money readily? This is his own money. Why wouldn't he want it at a cheaper price? And don't underestimate this 5. Based on his previous annual salary of less than 100,000 yuan, it would take him 10 years to earn that much money. Chin Feng paid the money and completed the formalities on the same day. Prepare to move right in. Guan Yuxian kept following him around, saying that she wanted to tidy up the house and help with the cleaning. Chin Feng saw that her eyes were not innocent and refused her service. The only thing missing from his current appearance is a white flag hanging around his neck. It really can't withstand the slightest storm. Moreover, this girl's age and the number of her relationships are similar, which makes people a little nervous. Returning to the house that truly belonged to me, I carefully admired my home from beginning to end, rolling around on the bed, leaving my own scent on it. Chin Feng was in a very good mood. He took a few photos of the house and posted them on his moments with some text. Recruiting people to share a room with. Only single beauties who can cook. Rent is free. Those interested can send photos. This circle of friends blocked 3 girls with whom he had communicated. He mainly wanted to show off his new house and go fishing at the same time. This post on Moments quickly received over 100 likes. The last post with over 100 likes was when he took a photo of a Porsche. As expected, houses and cars are what people care about most. Chin Feng lay happily on the bed, looking at the comments that popped up from time to time. Takeaway colleague. Fuck, this is a big flat. Fengzi, are you robbing a bank? College roommate. Brother Feng, do you mind male beauties? I remember you said before that I look good in women's clothes. Female classmate. Excuse me. Is it too late to learn how to cook now? Zhuang Xiaoli, scumbag. Peng Jinyan. Boss Qin, you also live in Lianhu, which is very close to my home. Do you want me to go to your house and cook for you in the evening? Wei Fan. Brother Feng is awesome. Which girl is this set for? Zheng Daji. Godfather. Do you want to rent out your house? Do you want to list it with me? Chin Feng had an idea and thought it would be a good idea to hire a young and beautiful nanny. So I opened Zheng Daji's chat box and chatted with him. I agreed to give him the photos of the house and let him put it up for rent online. But the requirement is that she must be a beautiful woman and she must be prettier than Lu Ziki in their store, and asked him to take a picture for her before coming to see the house. Zheng Daji was shocked by Chin Feng's vision. What a beautiful girl she must be if even his sister Lu doesn't like her. Zheng Daji couldn't understand the state of mind of rich people, so he posted photos of Chin Feng's large flat on various platforms and wrote down the landlord's requirements. Soon the number of views increased. Here Chin Feng is chatting with his roommate in college. I want to treat them to a meal. It's a pity that they are all away from home and can only get together once a year. It feels very uncomfortable to have money, but have no one to show off to. He lay in bed, bored. I thought of the little star who lived across the street. So he asked Wang Gang to buy some fruit and visit the neighbor across the street. Chin Feng came to the other side's door and waved to let Wang Gang go down. Ring the doorbell. After waiting for a while, no one opened the door. He pressed the button twice again, but still no one answered. Chin Feng guessed that Han Yinfei might be filming outside. He returned in dismay, but at this moment, the elevator door opened. A girl wearing large sunglasses walked out. She was wearing an ordinary printed t-shirt, loose jeans, and a pair of slippers. Although the sunglasses covered the girl's eyes, they made her face look exceptionally white and delicate, like milk. A small nose, bright red lips, and even more terrible is that the childishness has not completely faded from the face. There's still a little bit of baby fat on the face, and there are two shallow dimples on the cheeks. The exposed toes are small and delicate, as crystal clear as jade, and they jump up and down when they walk. This was the first time Qin Feng saw a star up close, and he felt a little excited. He watched this little girl grow up. At this moment, she walked out of the screen with less of that dreamy sense of distance and more of a real and vivid taste. Qin Feng couldn't help but reveal a friendly smile and greeted. "Hello, Fei Fei, I am your fan." The girl was not at all panicked when she saw a strange man blocking the door. She chewed the gum in her mouth, raised the corner of her mouth and smiled. "Uncle, how did you get in here?" Chapter 130, God-Level Acting. "Uncle, am I that old?" Qin Feng wondered. He just looked a little more haggard than other people of the same kind. So how can he become an uncle? Or is it popular among young girls nowadays to call boys older than them uncle? Han Yinfei glanced at Qin Feng's fruit basket and said unhappily, "Only the older generation would bring up fruit when meeting a girl, right?" Han Yinfei became an outdated star after being dissed by the entire network. But her 10 million fans did not disappear. There are about 1 million left. Among them, there are inevitably a few caring fans who, after finding her address, come to her house and send her flowers, fan tags, and jewelry gifts to support and encourage her. But she had never seen anyone send fruit. This made her feel that the quality of her fans had seriously declined, so she felt a little unhappy. At this moment, Qin Feng was a little embarrassed. Being accused of being old-fashioned by a girl was an insult to him as a wolf warrior. He laughed awkwardly and explained, "To be honest, I'm not your fan. I just heard the sales lady say that there's a big star living next door to me, so I came to visit. You're not my fan?" Han Yinfei carefully pondered the other party's words and asked in surprise, "You bought the house across the street?" "Yes, I just bought it today," Qin Feng said frankly, scratching his head. "Open the door and let me see," Han Yinfei said with a suspicious look on her face. Qin Feng chuckled, scanned his face on the facial recognition smart lock, and opened the door of his house. "Would you like to come in and take a look?" No, thanks." Han Yinfei waved her hands in surprise. She didn't expect that this mature-looking boy was so rich. You know, the house opposite is more than twice as expensive as hers. You can't afford it without any financial resources. "Don't worry, I'm a serious person," Qin Feng said with a smile. "We will be neighbors in the future. Let's add WeChat." When Qin Feng asked for her WeChat, Han Yinfei hesitated for 2 seconds, but still took out her cell phone without hesitation. After asking Qin Feng's name, the note read, "Rich Uncle. Uncle is so rich, this house is said to cost more than 10 million, right?" After knowing that Qin Feng was rich, she put on a sweet smile and spoke enthusiastically. "Well, 1400 W, it's very expensive. After buying it, I can only eat dirt now," Qin Feng said half-jokingly. Compared with showing off wealth, crying poor can bring people closer. "Sure enough," Han Yinfei smiled and joked. "Then you bought me some fruit? I thought you girls would like to eat fruit." Qin Feng looked at the extended information as a gift and naturally handed over the fruit. Han Yinfei relaxed her guard, took the fruit, and glanced at it. "I saw summer fruits like grapes, lychees, and cantaloupes. Smile and say thank you." Since he is the wealthy owner of the house next door, he would not do anything to the fruit. "If you need any help in the future, you can come to me. I am a warm-hearted person. You will understand after spending more time with me." Seeing that his goal was achieved, Qin Feng pretended to be the brother next door and said to the girl, "Okay, uncle," the little girl said with a smile while standing in front of the door. Qin Feng didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and went into his house. "It would be nice to get contact information when you first meet someone. Then we can slowly deepen the communication and let her know that I am really a warm-hearted man." After Qin Feng returned, he sat on the sofa, looked at her information, and slowly frowned. Goddess database update. Name, Han Yinfei. Age, 22. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Charisma, 93. Occupation, idol artist. Characteristics, sultry plus venomous. Favorability, 10. Number of romances, 0. Strategy reward, God-level acting skills. Amount consumed, 0.008 million renminbi. Qin Feng was a little confused about this skill. He cursed the system in his heart for being unfair. Appearance is more important than acting skills. Give yourself the image of a perfect male god, and then give yourself a superb singing voice. Just stand on the stage and sing a few songs. Those 90-point love brain girls began to attack themselves. The favorability level soared to 100. Gain a bunch of superpowers every day. Then he will be invincible, live as long as the sky, rule over all mankind, and sow seeds all over the world. Acting skills are useless. I will not be a star in movies in the future. At most, I will play a cameo role like Ian Jeeping. I got into the show very quickly, and I was so excited after 2 episodes that I was killed immediately. This is a good actor. Qin Feng couldn't help but question the system's capabilities in his heart. Those cyborg bodyguards who understand women's hearts are so overbearing. How come this god-level acting looks so mediocre? God-level acting skills. After the host has spent a certain amount of time studying, figuring out, and interpreting a character, there's a very high chance that he or she will acquire the character's abilities. For example, driving, swimming, cooking, photography, housework, healthcare, art, sports, etc. The level of skill obtained is related to the host's level of investment. Oh my God! According to this explanation, as long as you play a role with your heart, you can become that character. It's like playing a professional racing driver. After learning how to drive, you can go racing. Playing the role of top chef, after 2 days of cooking, you can pick up the wok and cook directly. Playing the role of a piano master and learning do re mi fa sol directly adds decades of playing experience. Playing a killer? Qin Feng was shocked. With this, you can learn all the skills by yourself in the future and become proficient in them all. Invincible, invincible. His eyes became fanatical as he looked at Han Yanfei's WeChat avatar. Open the chat interface. After hesitating for a long time, I finally did not send a transfer of 100,000. Too superficial. I've tried this before, but so far I haven't succeeded with a single girl. Qin Feng decided not to use the image of a nouveau riche. He planned to use his identity as a caring older brother next door to give her some care and love, and to support her when appropriate. I was watching a movie you acted in and found that your acting is pretty good, Qin Feng typed and praised. I didn't expect the other party to reply so quickly. Han Yanfei. Ha, it's all thanks to my peers, but I can't compare with some professional veteran actors. Qin Feng. They have been acting professionally for many years. It's amazing that you can achieve this level at such a young age. Han Yanfei. Uncle, you are praising me like this. Are you interested in me? Qin Feng. A little but not much. Han Yanfei. Hey, do you want to see my private photos? For only 888, you can join the group and see the temptations of beautiful girls. Qin Feng. Qin Feng watched Han Yanfei on TV, standing on a cold pond of clear water, dancing with a long sword in her hand in beautiful arcs. She is as ethereal as a fairy, standing proudly, as if a fairy has descended to the earth, with her white clothes fluttering in the wind. But in the cell phone, she looked as vulgar as a bag-carrying customer selling CDs. Qin Feng, you have completely destroyed the image of a beautiful girl in my mind. Han Yanfei, a jade girl is not worth much. Uncle, do you want to see me cosplaying as a girl with animal ears? I have black stockings. What's so good about the photo? Qin Feng sneered. Of course, it would be more interesting to take pictures of this kind of animal-eared girl in person. As a good student with extensive knowledge and talents, I feel ashamed that the knowledge taught by Teacher Chun has never been put to good use. Who wouldn't want to be a photographer who records beautiful things if given the chance? Chapter 131, The Big House was deserted. Qin Feng didn't dare ask how much it would cost to take photos on the spot. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and the other party would have the evidence against him. And since the other party has zero dating experience, she shouldn't be the type of girl who would sell herself out for money. Let's take a steady hand first. Wait until we get to know each other better before playing role-playing games with her. Qin Feng pretended to be a gentleman. Compared to these, I prefer the cute look of you when you were a child. As a result, after sending this message, I received no response for a long time. He waited anxiously. Would it hurt a girl's feelings if you told her that she is not as cute as before? Qin Feng felt that it was indeed inappropriate. When I was about to apologize, I didn't expect the other party to respond. Han Yanfei. Uncle is a Lolita lover? Qin Feng. Han Yanfei. Uncle, do you like twin ponytails? Han Yanfei. There are also white silks. Do you want to join a group? Qin Feng. Forget it. Han Yanfei. Uncle, why are you so shy? Are you a virgin? Depend on. This girl looked pure and cute when we met, but I didn't expect her to become so wild after going online. Qin Feng felt that if he continued chatting with her, his true nature would definitely be exposed. He didn't want to ruin the image of the big brother next door that he had worked so hard to create. So I resisted the urge to transfer money and join the group. Ignore her no more. At this time, Han Yinfei, who was standing opposite Qin Feng, saw that Qin Feng ignored her, so she snorted and threw her phone onto the sofa. She originally wanted to cheat some money and have a flirtation with the rich man. But I didn't expect that the other party was a straight man. I showed off my charm, but he actually despised me. They say they were cuter when they were little. Am I not cute now? He also said that it destroyed the image of him. Funny. I had to let him know that the former Han Yinfei was dead and was now an emotionless money-making machine. She finished complaining in her heart. Pick up the washed grapes and stuff them into your mouth one by one. Grapes have a high sugar content, so she has to eat them all before her assistant comes back. Otherwise, I will have to fight with the assistant again. Qin Feng felt a little hungry because of the teasing of this little girl. I rubbed my stomach and went downstairs to find something to eat. We came to a private kitchen restaurant called Xiaoqiao Rinjia and tasted the food under the warm hospitality of the proprietress. Unexpectedly good. This reminded him of the Zuixinlu where he paid 8 million for a meal. The lady boss with the devilish figure hasn't said a word these past 2 days. Could she have taken the money and ran away? Qin Feng quickly found her WeChat and sent a message. Madam Boss, are you busy? Su Beishi has been very busy these past 2 days. First, I paid off the bank's debt. He also hired a group of internet trolls to write soft articles and advertise for Zuixinlu on the internet every day. What is better than the Michelin-rated Chinese state banquet? Enjoy the night view of the river and experience luxurious life. One thing you must do when you come to Jiangqing. These soft advertisements with strong gimmicks fermented on the internet, making the name of Zuixinlu enter the vision of ordinary people. Ordinary people love to discuss what they can't afford. The sound gradually reached the ears of the rich. Some internet celebrities like to eat things that ordinary people can't afford. So her shop gradually started to pick up in the past 2 days. People who have eaten there have praised the food and also praised the beautiful proprietress. The internet celebrities who visited the store took photos and included Su Beishi in the photos, which were posted in articles on various platforms. The title was called The Most Beautiful Woman on Earth in Zuixinlu. It instantly attracted widespread attention. Some out-of-town customers even came here to visit, causing her store to be overcrowded and requiring them to make reservations and queue up. It's time for dinner now. Su Beishi was so busy that she was exhausted. When she saw Qin Feng asking if he was busy, after a bitter smile, he replied, "No hurry. What do you want, Mr. Qin?" She knew clearly that without Qin Feng's support, her best outcome would be to close Zuixinlu and then marry a rich man. So she must put Qin Feng's affairs first. She guessed that Qin Feng wanted her to accompany him. She was already prepared. I just didn't expect Qin Feng to be so powerful. It took a few days to coax the two sisters into submission. Now it was her turn to coax her, and Su Beishi was a little nervous. "Qin Feng, do you like taking photos?" Su Beishi. She remembered that when Qin Feng first approached her chat, he asked her to take a selfie. It can be seen that Qin Feng likes photography very much. Su Beishi lowered her head and glanced at her own figure, her face slightly red, and replied, "I've never taken a photo before. Mr. Qin, do you want to take a photo of me?" Qin Feng. I suddenly felt like playing it. "Please name a price." Su Beishi. "No need. I told you before when I borrowed money. Anything is fine." Su Beishi. "Mr. Qin, send me the address. I'll go there now." Qin Feng felt a little embarrassed when he saw the other person being so frank. But when he thought of her sexy body, he quickly threw away the guilt in his heart. It's still fun to spend money. What's the point of asking for favorability? It's so troublesome, and you have to lick his face to coax him. After Qin Feng decided to get Xia Ting's reward, he stopped coaxing Xia Ting. If she's unhappy, just throw money at her until she feels better. If she continues to make trouble, just forget it. Anyway, I have a lot of women. Qin Feng, do you have cat ear hairpins, succubus leather jackets, or maid uniforms at home? Su Beishi, no. Qin Feng, voice 60. Su Beishi listened to the voice and clicked to convert the text. "I'll give you money, and you can go online to buy stewardess uniforms, female security uniforms, JK, Tsukino Usagi uniforms, and props like small whips." The more Su Beishi listened, the redder her face became. She had lived a life of luxury since she was a child, but there were some clothes that she had never even heard of. I searched it online out of curiosity and was immediately amazed. Some styles have very little fabric, barely covering even her bust, and they still want to take pictures of them? Su Beishi was so embarrassed that she didn't even have the face to see anyone. Fortunately, Qin Feng gave her a few days to buy clothes, giving her some buffer time. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would run away on the spot. Qin Feng is looking forward to showing off his amazing photography skills in 2 days. Came home and rested for a while. I turned on the TV and saw there were no good programs, so I ran to the study to play on the computer. This computer is said to have a configuration of 10,000 yuan. It can handle high-end games. He played 2 rounds of League of Legends by himself, and after losing 2 games, he felt a little empty. Mainly because the house is a bit big and he is not quite used to it. The empty room, the cold floor, everything was quiet. Every fuck I uttered was like thunder coming out of the blue. Compared with Fuya's small nest full of life, this 480 square meter flat seems particularly lonely. Qin Feng glanced at the time. It's past 9 o'clock now. Fuya should go to the bar. If I go there, I might disturb other people's work. He suddenly realized that everyone seemed to have something to do. Zhong Wanwan is studying, Fuya is working, and Su Beishi is busy. He has nothing to do, just eating and waiting to die all day long. And the most important thing is that he feels uneasy while waiting. When you have money, you really lose a lot of meaning in life. Qin Feng didn't want to continue to be so decadent. He wanted to find the meaning of life. So he opened WeChat, found Wei Fan, the rich second generation, and said, "Brother Wei, do you know where there's a fun nightclub?" Chapter 132 arrived at the villa 100 chapters late. Qin Feng followed the rich second generation out and broadened his horizons. Only then did he realize that there are 2 types of KTV. One is the pure K-style mass market type, and the other is the business KTV with a variety of ways to play, which is referred to as business K for short. Different from the previous nightclubs, Shan K looks more formal, high-end, and more expensive. The business KTV box that Wei Fan took him to was super big, with a dance floor and DJ. The marketing person who knew him called a busload of actors over for the 2 to choose from. Qin Feng took a quick glance, and although there was no goddess, each one was cool, beautiful, and graceful. Come to think of it, the goddess has been beautiful since she was young, and there is no shortage of boys pursuing her. No matter how mixed she is, she would never end up in a nightclub. But his idea was not entirely correct. Girls with good looks are usually not very open, have no sense of atmosphere, and can't create a mood. She just sits there stupidly and has to wait for customers to take her out to play, and then she stops doing this job while playing. So marketing is not very willing to bring those girls out. Wei Fan ordered 3 for Qin Feng and 2 for himself. The girls were all very enthusiastic and their group dancing was great, and some of the performances were also wonderful. The stakes of the games they played were high, and they all involved physical contact as punishment. A little girl lost a poker game and ran to tear off her friend's socks. It looks interesting. Qin Feng was persuaded to drink a lot of wine. The young lady was beautiful and had a sweet voice, which made people feel very comfortable. After it was over, he barely returned to his home with the help of Wang Gang. The only thing left in his mind was Wei Fan's last words. "There will be a rooftop outdoor pool party this weekend. Remember to come and have fun." Qin Feng was a little excited. But to be honest, he was never quite used to this kind of place. "I feel like I can't fit in. There is nothing else to do but drink." The girls seemed to be having a lot of fun. He had no desires and just drank there, remaining calm and smiling at everyone. He smoked cigars and drank all kinds of foreign liquor all night. My stomach was churning and all my organs were protesting. If you continue to drink like this for half a month, you will definitely be ruined. More than 20,000 yuan was spent that night, and Wei Fan rushed to pay the bill. Qin Feng didn't be polite with him. The amount was not that much, so he would find a way to pay him back later. After returning home, Qin Feng lay on the bed drunk, feeling uncomfortable all over. "I feel dizzy and want to vomit." He now looks forward to having a super strong physique. I also miss Xia Ting a little bit. When people are drunk and alone, they are very emotional and easily think of regretful things. Xia Ting is his only regret at the moment. He took out his phone, found Xia Ting, hesitated for a while, and sent a message. "I miss you so much." After sending the message, he stared blankly at the phone screen, waiting for the girl's reply. 1 minute passed. 5 minutes later, Qin Feng looked at the time. It was 12:30 in the middle of the night. Sighing helplessly, probably asleep. Good girls usually go to bed early. Qin Feng closed his eyes and forced himself to sleep. At this moment, the cell phone rang. His heartbeat quickened, and he unlocked the screen and saw that it was indeed a message from her. Xiaoting, unpo. Just by looking at the text, one can imagine that Xiaoting's lips were pouted very high at this moment. It's still that familiar feeling. Qin Feng smiled and typed, "Don't be angry, baby." Xiaoting. I was angry. Xiaoting went to bed at 11 o'clock. But because of the recent Cold War with Qin Feng, he couldn't fall asleep no matter how much he thought about it. She was very worried that this Cold War would be permanent, and was afraid that Qin Feng would have another woman and no longer want her. In the past 2 days, she looked very haggard and didn't sleep well. I was almost falling asleep when I heard the sound of WeChat. She needed to catch up on some sleep, so she didn't check her phone. But there was always a voice in my heart saying, "Go and check it out, what if it was him?" This thought kept circling in Xia Ting's mind. She finally turned on her phone helplessly, turned the brightness to the minimum, and squinted her eyes to take a look. I didn't expect it was really Qin Feng. She was very excited and wanted to reply, "I miss you too." But then I remembered that I didn't know where the guy had been these past 2 days, and I got angry again. You don't care about my life or death. Why don't you make me angry? Although Qin Feng felt a little dizzy, as his rank gradually improved, he didn't foolishly say things like, "I was wrong." He avoided the topic and said sincerely, "I drank a little today, and you're all I can think about." Xiaoting was touched by the love words. She knew that when a boy was drunk, he would only call the girl he cared about the most. She believed what he said, and her anger was much less, but there was still a hint of sarcasm in her words. Xiaoting, "Oh, you're drunk, so what? You left me alone for 3 days and said you missed me." Qin Feng, "I know I was wrong, but I've been busy with a very important matter these 3 days." Xiaoting, "Is it about work?" Qin Feng, "This is related to my whole life. If I succeed, I can live a happy life in the future." Xiaoting's anger completely subsided. "This is obviously a very important business. It is really inappropriate for you to be throwing a tantrum while your man is out there discussing such a big project and getting drunk." She sent a voice message full of guilt. "I'm sorry, brother. I was too willful." Qin Feng didn't know why she apologized, but he was too drunk to realize what was wrong. "Just don't be angry. I'll take you somewhere tomorrow." Xiaoting, "Well, brother, you should rest early if you have drunk too much. Do you want me to take care of you?" Qin Feng, "No, you should go to bed early too. Good night." Xiaoting, "Good night, brother. I miss you too." Qin Feng stared at the text sent by Xiaoting and smiled foolishly. He didn't care that it was midnight and dialed Chiu Lily's number. "Hey, Sister Chiu, how's your villa going?" Chiu Lily was woken up and saw that it was her boss call. She slapped her face and replied seriously, "The site will be ready tomorrow. I plan to have a rehearsal first and have someone bring everything to go through the process. If possible, I hope you can come to the site to see if any adjustments are needed. If everything goes well, we'll be ready the day after tomorrow." "I can't wait until the day after tomorrow." Qin Feng interrupted. "I'll go take a look at it tomorrow at noon. If possible, I'll take Xia Ting there in the evening. You lead the others to prepare for the reception." "Okay, boss. Do you need to prepare the diamond ring?" Qin Feng pondered for a while, gritted his teeth, and said, "Buy one worth $1 million and prepare it first." The next day at noon, the weather was clear. The sun is shining and the breeze is not dry. Building number 9 in the Four Seasons Garden Villa area in Jiangsheng is extremely bustling at the moment. The surface of the villa has been painted and looks brand new, completely different from the surrounding villas. There was a huge hot air balloon hanging above the head with a line of words written on it. The iron gate at the entrance was removed and replaced with a balloon arch. There are many extras and atmosphere groups in the yard. They gathered together, either standing or squatting, eating their boxed lunches. The local tycoons in Jiangsheng are so rich. They make such a big fuss just to propose marriage. The wedding must have cost tens of millions. I envy today's heroines so much. If my boyfriend proposed to me like this, I would marry him even if we don't have a house. How could you be so rich without a house? I heard that the man is going to give you this villa today. Zundu, is it fake? As we were chatting, someone from the wedding planning team came over with a loudspeaker and shouted, "Stop chatting. The boss will be here soon to check out the venue. Put away your lunchboxes quickly and stand in the same position as you did in this morning's rehearsal. The music will start, the screen will turn on, and there's no need to scatter the flowers and colored paper yet, or we'll have to clean up again." A few minutes later, everyone quickly cleaned up and stood by the dining table, secretly glancing at the door, wanting to catch a glimpse of the rich man. Several male actors thought to themselves, "If you're a handsome guy, There's no need to do all these fancy things to pursue girls. I guess this boss should be a fat, ugly, greasy, bald uncle. Chapter 133 Rehearse. Those male actors are destined to be disappointed. Not long after, a Rolls-Royce stopped at the door of the villa. A driver came down from the driver's seat, wearing white gloves, and slowly opened the back door. A pair of shiny leather shoes stepped out, followed by black trousers and a straight British suit. In the sunlight, the man has sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, a straight nose, and thin lips. His facial features are handsome, and with a specially made hairstyle, he looks well-dressed, handsome, graceful, and energetic. When the several responsible persons who were waiting at the door saw him, they came forward together and greeted him with constant greetings and politeness. The people in the garden exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, the boss is so handsome. Holy shit, is this really the boss? He looks about the same age as me. You are not as big as my family. I can tolerate people who are richer than me and more handsome than me, but I can't tolerate people who are more pretentious than me. No matter how handsome he is, he still can't get me. Sister, please wipe your saliva before you say this." Under the gaze of everyone, Chin Feng walked into the villa calmly and confidently. Looking up, I saw that the layout was indeed very good. There were balloon flowers everywhere, and there was actually a rainbow in the sky that had just been sprayed with water mist, and the air was filled with a sweet smell. The background wall on the circular stage in front is a huge photo frame, which contains a huge outdoor display screen, which is currently scrolling and playing photos of Xiating. There are photos from childhood to adulthood, and the most are some beautiful campus photos. It took a lot of effort to collect these photos, and Chin Feng hired many people to get them. I believe that the person concerned will be moved when seeing this. Mr. Chin, do you think there is anything else that needs to be adjusted? Xiao Lily followed Chin Feng and asked with a smile. Not bad. Chin Feng nodded with satisfaction. We didn't hire a professional band, we just rented some instruments and had the actors sit there to pretend, but the music was actually played on the speakers. Xiao Lily explained, "We do this to prevent accidents during performance, and it is also more cost-effective. Besides this, there are some additional preparations. Would you like to pick an actor on the spot to rehearse with you?" Chin Feng thought it was okay, so I picked a pretty girl among the extras. "Beautiful lady, can you please help me play the leading role for a while?" The lucky girl who was chosen was stunned. She is the girl who just said she couldn't have me. She nodded without hesitation. Then he followed Chin Feng into the Rolls-Royce, sitting in a luxury car worth tens of millions. Her mind was blank, and she just did whatever others told her to do. It was like a dream that he accompanied Chin Feng to rehearse the lesson. When he stepped off the stage, his eyes were only on Chin Feng, with no room for anyone else. How she wished this was all true. Chin Feng just smiled and nodded to her, transferred some hard work fee to her, and then ignored her. The girl was heartbroken. Chin Feng looked at the time and said loudly to everyone, "Thank you all for your help. If my proposal is successful today, everyone's salary will be doubled today." The 40 or so people below were extremely surprised and cheered enthusiastically upon hearing this. They all praised the boss for being awesome and wished him a happy marriage and a son soon. With everyone's blessings, Chin Feng got in the car and went out to pick people up. At this time, in an ordinary suite, Xiating was picking out clothes. Her mother Ming, Mei Hui, sat on the sofa and helped her decide which one to wear. "Just wear that denim skirt and one-shoulder pink top. It's already bright enough. I think a short separation is better than a new marriage, so it's better to wear a white dress." Xiating twisted left and right in front of the mirror, but was still not satisfied. Her mother Ming, Mei Hui, glared at her and said, "You're married? Just a newlywed? Aren't you ashamed? You are jealous of me." Xiating raised her head. "You are my child. Why should I be jealous?" Ming Mei Hui glanced at her with disdain and then said slowly, "I advise you to hurry up and get the house back. Otherwise, next time they ignore you, maybe it won't be any use sticking to them." Xiating's face showed a trace of entanglement, and she hesitated and said, "He's doing something important. It would be wrong for me to disturb him now. People buy Rolls-Royces without any hesitation, so buying a house is nothing but a nuisance. Maybe it's just like buying vegetables." Xiating thought about it for a while and decided to give up. "Forget it. Let's talk about it later. He might be short of money for business, so we can't put pressure on him." She changed her clothes, saw the message from the man on her phone, and said to her mother hastily, "He's here. I have to go down. Help me see if there's anything wrong." Ming Mei took a quick look and said casually, "It's fine, go ahead." Seeing her perfunctory attitude, Xia Ting was so angry that she secretly said in her heart, "If you ignore me now, I will let you live in the nanny's room downstairs when I have a villa." Ming Meihui saw the curled expression on her face and knew that she was not saying anything good. But considering that she had a date soon, he was too lazy to teach her a lesson, so he just asked casually, "You're not coming back for dinner tonight?" "Have no idea. I won't cook your meal anyway." Snored. "Let's make an appointment next time and bring him up so I can see what he looks like in person." "I understand." Xia Ting waved and walked out. Ming Meihui looked at her daughter's back, wanting to say something but stopping herself from speaking. In the end, she didn't say anything. She had previously advised her daughter to get pregnant with a rich man's child, but now she suddenly doesn't want her daughter to have a baby anymore, because it means she is about to become a grandmother. What is the concept of grandmother? She's only 50 years old this year. She doesn't want to be a grandmother at such a young age. In the blink of an eye, I'm going to be a grandmother. It's scary to think about it. Xia Ting arrived at the gate of the community and saw an eye-catching Rolls-Royce parked on the side of the road. She walked over quickly. A man wearing a neat suit and formal bow tie got out of the car. He was tall and straight, with a sunny smile on his face. He has become much more handsome, and his whole aura is different. It gives people a feeling of being majestic, free, and easy. Xia Ting walked up to him and looked at him straight, a little unable to believe her eyes. It turns out that men can be so handsome when they do something. "Baby, I miss you so much." Qin Feng ignored her surprised look, opened his arms and hugged her, and said softly, "I will never be angry with you again." Xia Ting leaned on his shoulder, slightly moved. "It's my fault for losing my temper when you're in trouble." Qin Feng rubbed her head, turned around, and opened the car door for her, and said with a smile, "It's all over. Get in the car. I'll take you to a party." "Banquet?" Xia Ting became nervous. "Are your family members there?" "No, they're just ordinary friends. Nothing special," Qin Feng said. When Xia Ting heard that his family was not there, she couldn't help feeling a little worried. I got into the car, held his hand, and said nothing. "I'll take you to get your hair done and change your skirt first." Xia Ting glanced at her own appearance and said worriedly, "Is it a formal occasion? I've rarely been to rich people's banquets like yours." She had only been there twice in her life, and she didn't know anyone in that place. The strangers stood there with wine glasses in their hands and grinned foolishly the whole time. It was super awkward. "Don't be nervous. You're the most beautiful girl in the audience." "They're the ones who should be nervous," Qin Feng consoled with a smile. "Please tell me what I should pay attention to first, so that I won't embarrass you later," Xia Ting said anxiously. "It's nothing to worry about. Just hold my arm and walk with me," Qin Feng said with confidence. Xia Ting was still uneasy, thinking that she would have to attend such occasions more often in the future. She hurriedly took out her cell phone and started to search on Baidu to learn about aristocratic social etiquette and banquet rules. Chapter 134, Let's Fall in Love. In the dressing room of the wedding company, Xia Ting watched the makeup artist put a princess crown on her head, and several assistants brought a white evening gown with a slightly long skirt. A photographer is shooting himself with a camera. The hangers behind her were filled with wedding gowns and red bridal gowns. In addition, Qin Feng was dressed so formally. Xia Ting vaguely felt that something seemed to be wrong. "Brother, am I dressing too exaggerated?" Qin Feng, who was sitting next to him and playing with his phone, looked up and nodded. "It doesn't matter. Everyone else is just like you." Xia Ting felt a little relieved. With little experience, she thought Qin Feng was attending a more high-end banquet, and she hesitated for a while. "I'm worried about stealing the spotlight from others." Qin Feng smiled and praised. "Haha, silly. Even if you don't dress up, you can still steal their limelight." Xia Ting's tail was almost lifted up by the praise. "I put on my makeup happily." It was past 4 o'clock. The afternoon sun became kind, like a mother-in-law who had just received a betrothal gift, with a hint of enthusiasm in her gentleness. Qin Feng picked up Xia Ting's skirt and helped her into the car as she changed into silver high heels. Under the starry sky of Rolls-Royce, the girl caressed by the sun is so beautiful. Crystal red lips, butterfly fairy eye makeup, and captivating curved eyebrows. Even a white dress cannot hide the radiance of that snow-white skin. The one-shoulder style not only reveals her shoulders, but also reveals the edges of her proud breasts. Qin Feng became a little excited as he watched. I can't help wanting to turn on the fogging function of the car window, but I still held back. There are plenty of opportunities after this success. A lack of patience will ruin great plans. The car drove slowly. In the car, Qin Feng kept praising Xia Ting's beauty, stirring up her emotions and laying the groundwork for the courtship ceremony that would follow. The joy of reunion and the man's sweet words made Xia Ting feel very happy, and she felt like she was floating in the air. The look he gave Qin Feng was full of fascination. For a moment, she hoped to be with the man in front of her forever. Her sparkling eyes made Qin Feng feel a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, the journey is not far. Before Qin Feng could break free of his wits, the two arrived at their destination. The car stopped. The show begins. Qin Feng got out of the car and, as they had rehearsed, opened the door for Xia Ting and helped her out of the car, holding her hand. "Baby, we're here." Xia Ting had her eyes on Qin Feng just now. When she got out of the car, she realized that this was actually a villa area. The shape of the villa in front of me looks particularly familiar. However, because he was dressed too fancy, I didn't recognize him first. Under her feet was a long red carpet that stretched all the way to the yard. There are pots of white flowers on both sides, each of which is a real flower and blooms very beautifully. There are many balloons floating in the sky, mostly white with some pink mixed in. Looking up, there is a huge hot air balloon with a line of words written in cute strokes on the surface. "Baby, let's fall in love." Just standing outside the door, you can feel the rich romantic atmosphere inside. Xia Ting was very envious. Who could understand the sadness of attending someone else's romantic wedding? She glanced at Qin Feng and wanted to tell him that she would also have a wedding like this in the future. But they have just become boyfriend and girlfriend, so saying this sounds like forcing a marriage. So he changed the topic and asked, "Brother, is this your friend's wedding?" "Yeah, about that." Seeing that she hadn't reacted yet, Qin Feng didn't expose her and led her inside with a smile. Bang, bang, bang. The moment I walked into the balloon arch, 5 or 6 fireworks exploded and colorful ribbons fell from the sky. Clatter. A large group of people in the yard turned towards the two, smiling and applauding. Xia Ting was startled. Then, melodious music was heard. I saw a worker holding a high-pressure water gun, spraying a beautiful rainbow on the moving scaffolding. Below the rainbow is a grand stage with chevron boards of various shapes, decorated with flowers and decorations. In the largest background frame, she saw her own photo. She covered her mouth lightly, widened her eyes, and stared at the screen in disbelief. Just at this moment, rose petals fell and sprinkled in front of her eyes. Everything seemed to become a dream. "I've been setting up here these days. I want to give you a surprise. How is it? Are you satisfied?" Listen to the man's gentle voice and smell the intoxicating fragrance of flowers. Xia Ting finally realized that she was the protagonist of this banquet. Her heart was beating very fast. Looking at all this in disbelief, the people around them gave them a gentle smile. "Brother, you're talking about a lifetime of happiness. Is this what you're talking about?" "Yes, you are my greatest happiness." Xia Ting thought of what Qin Feng said last night. A thin mist appeared in my eyes, and my vision gradually became blurred. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but her guilt made her not know how to start. When I thought about how this man had been making careful preparations for me these past 2 days, while I was still being petty and sulking with him, blaming him for not coming to comfort me, Xia Ting felt guilty and wanted to cry. But with so many people watching, she was afraid of crying her face off, so she tried hard to hold back her tears. At this time, Qin Feng stretched out his arm in front of her and said with a smile, "Come, take my arm, and accompany me to the stage. I have prepared a special gift for you. Go up and listen to me, and then I will give it to you." Xia Ting took the tissue handed to her by Chiu Lily and tapped the corner of her eyes. Then he said to him softly. He took Qin Feng's hand and walked over silently. She is very confused now. Touched and guilty intertwined. Vanity and expectation are entangled. Before she even guessed what the gift was, the answer was revealed. Suddenly, 2 masters working at high altitude appeared on the roof of the villa. They pulled open a giant red bough and slowly hung it on the surface of the villa. 2 ribbons as tall as a person hung from the bough, and someone on the side window of the villa tightened the ends of the ribbons and fixed them to the edge. When a white villa is tied with a bough, it becomes a large gift. Xia Ting was shocked. She looked at all this stupidly, her pupils trembling slightly and tears about to well up again. "I'm sorry, I bought this villa in your name without your consent. Thousands of girls want to hear Qin Feng's apology. Before you said you wanted to add my name because my father disagreed, but now it doesn't matter. I'm willing to add my own name for you." Qin Feng took out the red property certificate and stuffed it into her hand, saying with a smile, "When we're free tomorrow, we'll go to the housing authority and add my name, okay?" Xiaoting took the property certificate at a loss and looked at the badge on it. The golden light made her eyes hurt. She looked up at the man's doting smile. She really wanted to pounce on him and bite him to vent her excitement. But Qin Feng did not let her do as she wished. He fetched a microphone from somewhere and began to express his feelings. I'm in love with you. It's not because of how good-looking you are, but you're in a special time. It gave me a feeling that no one else could give me. It's not like you have all the looks I like, but I like you just the way you are. I like you. At all times. I also like some people. When they're like you. Chapter 135 Rewards Received. Qin Feng finished speaking. Some girls in the audience have already started crying. There was beautiful and soothing light, music playing in the yard. Petals are floating in the sky. The setting sun was tinged with a touch of bright red, and the sunlight turned golden. The light fell on Qin Feng's suit. It made him look like a peerless hero covered in colorful clouds. A boy who gave me a car, a house, and was gentle and romantic. The key is that he is handsome. What kind of godly boyfriend is this? The girls in the audience cried more and more sadly, and some even made sounds. Especially the girl who accompanied Qin Feng to rehearse at noon. Her eyes were red. She bit the corner of her handkerchief in her mouth and pulled down with both hands desperately. I wanted to kick the crying heroine away so that I could stand in front of the boss and enjoy the confession. On stage, Xiaoting was so moved that she couldn't stop her tears, and the napkin in her hand was wet. She looked at Qin Feng with tears in her eyes, her heart in turmoil. Qin Feng took a tissue and went over to wipe her tears. Baby, don't cry, Xiaoting asked with a twitch. Are you telling the truth? Yes, really, believe me, Qin Feng affirmed gently. Xiaoting couldn't help but hugged him tightly, crying and confessing. Brother, I like you too. System prompt. Xiaoting's favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 99. Cashback amount, 35.41 million yuan. Qin Feng frowned, not satisfied with this result. After all the effort, he was unwilling to settle for only 99. He gritted his teeth. He stretched out a hand behind his back and gestured to Qiu Lily. Then not long after, something was stuffed into my hand. He gently pushed Xiaoting away and said with a smile, I'm glad you like me too, but I want more than just like. After that, the music on the scene changed. The wedding march actually sounded. Dang, 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 dang. When the audience saw it, they knew things were finally going to get serious. Everyone opened their eyes wide, ready to watch Qin Feng's performance. Qin Feng slowly took out a jewelry box. Xiaoting was shocked, her face full of disbelief. She seemed to have guessed what the man was going to do. At this moment, time seemed to slow down a lot. All sounds faded away from her. Only the man in front of him was left. He smiled and slowly knelt on one knee. Opened a small square red box. A diamond ring lay quietly on it. Don't be nervous. I don't mean anything else. I just want to take this ordinary day to tell you that I love you. Will you marry me? The man's words were like Cupid's arrow, gently piercing Xiaoting's heart. Xiaoting is drunk. The surprise came so hard and so fast that she was powerless to resist. He could only fall to the ground, kicking his legs, and watch himself being captured. The man's gaze was so gentle that she was lost in it and felt no pain. However, her animal instinct made her sense the danger, and she struggled to wake up. But the man's hands were too strong, and she couldn't pull it out no matter how hard she tried. Until she was put in restraints, she accepted her fate. I don't know where I heard this sentence. If you love, please love deeply. She had never truly fallen in love with any man in all these years. There were boys pursuing her in college, but she listened to her mother and chose boys from wealthy families. In fact, she didn't know what she wanted. Later, many boys proposed to her. The reason why they haven't gotten married is not only due to the boys' own reasons, but also because of their own hesitation. She wasn't sure if she could be a good wife and mother. Until I met Qin Feng. As I get to know him better, I am moved by his sincerity and charm. Xiaoting felt that she should be braver. Try to truly love for once. Even if in the end you are covered in wounds, skinned, and thrown back into the forest. She has no regrets either. Idol. System prompt. Xiaoting's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 109. Congratulations to the host for receiving the goddess's exclusive reward, Super Strong Physique. Super Strong Physique. Based on a body's own quality, it is increased by 5 times. The increase includes regeneration speed, muscle strength, bone density, strengthening of various organs in the body, etc. In an instant, Qin Feng's body seemed to be baptized, and he felt an incomparable sense of refreshment. He clearly felt the infinite power pumping in his body. His brain even gave him the illusion that he could beat 10 people. Qin Feng knelt on one knee on the ground, unable to contain his excitement, and clenched his fists and punched the floor of the stage. Bang! The not-so-thin floor was smashed through on the spot, and he himself didn't feel any pain at all. Qin Feng shed tears of emotion. That's not all. His eyes could see more clearly than before, and his ears were much sharper. The discussions in the audience could also be heard clearly. So handsome. I want to marry you too. What the hell is this crappy floor? It's too bad. The boss hit it and it made a hole. This boss seems to be serious. Look, he is so excited that he is crying. Alas, these two are really a perfect match. I can't find any fault with them. It's really infuriating. I really want to have such a sincere relationship. I can accept it even if it means being a little poor. Girl, can you add me on WeChat and let's try to get along? I'm sorry, you're not my type. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that no one was suspicious. When he heard that Xiao Lily went to the wedding company to ask for an explanation, he gave Xiao Lily a look to indicate that it was okay. Only then did Xiao Lily let the wedding company go, but she had already planned to use this excuse to deduct their money. There's a hole when you knock it. This is obviously a shoddy construction. What if there's a personal safety problem? When Xia Ting saw Qin Feng pounding the floor excitedly, she quickly squatted down to stop him from hurting himself. Hubby, don't be like this. I've already promised you. I'm just excited, huh? Qin Feng helped her stand up. I know. I'm excited too. Husband, when will you marry me? Now that she has a house and a car, Xia Ting only has this one wish left. A man as outstanding as Qin Feng must be surrounded by a group of fierce and ferocious women. Not to mention his gentle and intelligent sister. The proprietress of the restaurant that day was just as beautiful as himself. If she doesn't have the status of the main wife, she won't be able to compete with other women. Maybe after a while. I'm actually busy outside recently. Let's talk about it after I'm done with this. Qin Feng made up a story. He has acquired a super strong physique, and this strength makes him extremely confident. By the way, his attitude towards Xia Ting also became a little arrogant. Xia Ting believed what he said. She didn't notice anything wrong and continued to hold his arm with a smile on her face, allowing the feast to continue. She touched up her makeup, and the two of them took a few photos in the middle of the stage following the photographer's instructions. Then Xiao Lily arranged for the chefs to come in and grill the meat and prepare the banquet. Several actresses pushed over a cake as tall as a person. Everyone sat at the western table, toasting and drinking. Qin Feng and Xia Ting held their wine glasses and accepted waves of blessings from the extras. Chapter 136. Xia Ting is angry again. When the music ended and everyone left, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. It took 2 or 3 hours. Xia Ting's feet hurt from standing. She helped her beloved man into the villa and went up to the 3rd floor. He fumbled around and turned on the room light. Honey, take a shower first. Qin Feng drank a lot. He wanted to try whether his super strong physique could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Actually, it is possible. He drank every toast. And it's not red wine, it's whiskey. Normally, he was so drunk that no one knew where he was lying. Now I just feel a little blushing and a little dizzy. He thought he should be able to have another round of drinks after washing his face. Sit on the bed and support your body with your hands, looking at the beautiful Xia Ting under the light. Qin Feng wanted to try out his super strong physique. He unbuttoned his shirt and ordered, "Come here and kiss me." Xia Ting gave him a dissatisfied look and said, "You can kiss me, but please don't be so fierce." She walked over and accidentally saw that Qin Feng actually had abdominal muscles and was surprised. "Wow, brother, why didn't I see you had 8-pack abs before?" Qin Feng admired his abdominal muscles and said proudly, "I hit before, hurry up." Xia Ting's eyes were full of love. She stroked Qin Feng's abs with both hands and lowered her head to kiss Qin Feng's lips. "I'll kiss you forever." More than half an hour later, Qin Feng walked to the balcony contentedly and lit a cigarette. The area around the villa was very quiet. Under the moonlight, only the swaying shadows of the trees were heard. Each villa is far apart and shaded by trees. Qin Feng was smoking outside with his bare chest, not worried at all about being seen. In other words, he really wants to be seen by a strange, beautiful woman. It's a pity that I can only admire myself. Thinking that he had obtained Xia Ting's final rewards so easily, he wanted to let out a long roar to the sky. This skill was of great help to him. The most frightening thing about playing around is that your body will not be in good condition. Qin Feng's physical fitness is now 5 times better than that of a normal person. It can completely smash the rice cake. And the amazing thing about this skill is that it can be improved. He is an ordinary person now. 5 times stronger is very strong, but not abnormal enough. If he works out and becomes a macho man, that would be a 5-fold bonus, making him the equivalent of a little Superman. Thinking of this, he decided to go back and buy a full set of weightlifting equipment tomorrow. Then hire a beautiful coach to teach him fitness. After lifting weights, I can still lift a person. He finished his cigarette outside. Thinking about today's program schedule, wedding staff will come over to set off fireworks later. Right in front of my villa, Qin Feng hesitated whether to ask Chiu Lily to cancel the event. Anyway, the reward has been obtained. But then I thought about how the fireworks had already been bought, costing tens of thousands of dollars, and I couldn't return them even if I didn't set them off. Just watch the fun. It is allowed to set off fireworks in the villa complex here, but the time cannot be too late. After brushing her teeth, Xiating covered her aching cheek and stood beside Qin Feng with a resentful look on her face. You've changed. Qin Feng thought she was praising him, and he was very happy, just when he wanted to show off. But I heard Xiating continue. I can feel that you seem to have suddenly gained something, and you're now looking down on me. Qin Feng was shocked. This girl is so perceptive. However, most people would never think of such things as the system. So he didn't panic and said casually, Don't think too much. I just drank a little, and I'm a little excited. Xiating came up to him and said pitifully, Husband, I'm a little scared of you doing this. What are you afraid of? I said, As long as you don't leave me, I won't leave you either. Qin Feng felt a little bit sorry when he thought that he would have to find more girls in the future and might not have time to accompany her. He has always been kind, so I gave her a promise. If one day you don't want to waste your time on me anymore, as long as you ask, I will let you go. Xiating said in panic, I won't leave. You're the first man I've fallen in love with. I don't want anyone else except you. Qin Feng said, Don't worry. You are also the first woman I love. I will try my best to spend time with you. Xiating was stunned. Didn't he say that they would always be together when he proposed to her and confessed his love for her in the afternoon? Why did he suddenly say that he would take time to be with him? Honey, are you busy at work? Yes, I'm very busy. I may not come home at night in the future. You should be mentally prepared. Qin Feng said truthfully. His journey is to the sea of stars, to see more and more beautiful scenery. How will I be able to take care of so many people in the future? For girls who have already received rewards, meeting them once a month is enough. Although I still have feelings for Xiating, but in Qin Feng's heart, his easily angry personality can only rank third. Zhong Wanwan can see him 3 or 4 times a month. After hearing what Qin Feng said, Xiating was silent for a moment and said disappointedly, Does my brother dislike me? Even the name has changed. Qin Feng was very familiar with this. This was a sign that Xiating was going to get angry. How could I dislike you, baby? I'm really busy lately. Qin Feng smiled and hugged her slender waist, and considering her hard work, he said a few words to comfort her. Xiating did not choose to let him go and asked directly, You said before that you have been setting up the scene for me for the past 3 days. You are so busy. How come you have time to set up the scene for me? Were you lying just now, or are you lying now? Forehead. Qin Feng was speechless. After pondering for a while, he decided not to explain anymore. Anyway, the reward was already in hand, so he had no intention of pretending any longer. I have just finished the college entrance examination. Who would practice questions after the exam? Qin Feng wanted to fool him, but Xiating was serious and said angrily, After the test? Am I just your test paper? Then what do you want? Qin Feng said without any hesitation. Xiating was silent for a moment, took off the ring on her ring finger, and said seriously, I agreed to your proposal. So when will you marry me? Well, Qin Feng smiled awkwardly, just for 2 or 3 years, until I have stabilized my career. Xiating stopped talking and stared at the man in front of her. Seeing a flash of panic in his eyes, Xiating knew that this man was lying. He never thought of marrying her. If that's the case, that was all this today, just a game of his? Have you been played a trick on someone? In an instant, Xiating's eyes flashed with tremendous anger. Hee. She laughed softly, then put the ring into the man's mouth. Then let's just pretend we never did it. I'll return your car and house to you. I don't want to see your stuff. After she said that, she turned and left. System prompt. Xiating's impression -1. System prompt. Xiating's favorability -1. System prompt. Xiating's favorability -1. When people are extremely angry or sad, They have no expression. Xia Ting turned around and didn't cry. There was no fuss, but the light in his eyes was gradually disappearing. Chapter 137. We are back, all back. Qin Feng actually likes Xia Ting very much too. What he said in the afternoon was basically what he really thought. Xia Ting is very beautiful and enthusiastic, like a blooming rose. Although it may be a bit moody occasionally, it is precisely this thorny rose that makes people love it even more. Most of the girls Qin Feng met after he became rich were obedient to him and spoke softly to him. Few people would be jealous of him like Xia Ting was. Sometimes Qin Feng felt that it was quite happy to coax such a straightforward and lovely girl. What's more, she also gave herself an extremely precious coming-of-age gift. He was referring to a super strong physique. Compared to material possessions like cars and houses, a strong body is what many people dream of. Now that I have just got it, I've already made people angry and run away. It makes him look like a scumbag. Qin Feng, standing on the third floor, looked at Xia Ting, who was walking out from the first floor. I couldn't help but want to keep him. He shouted at Xia Ting's back. Hey, can you please not leave? The woman didn't look back or stop, and she looked very determined. Qin Feng clicked his tongue. I felt a little unhappy that my attempts to retain the company were ineffective. It's like giving $1 to a beggar, but the beggar doesn't even thank him. You should know that I'm the boss now. Why is she so arrogant? Qin Feng also stood up and said, You have to walk out of this door. I won't look for you anymore. Xia Ting paused and froze in place when she heard that. The scene suddenly became quiet, with only the sound of leaves rustling in the evening breeze. At this moment, Xia Ting was suddenly no longer angry. Just breaking up. It's no big deal. Maybe it was because they proposed in the afternoon and broke up in the evening, which was a bit too fast, and I couldn't adapt to it for a while. It was just played for a few days. He also wanted to give money. I am stupid for still believing in love. I actually believe something that even dogs wouldn't believe. You really deserve to be made fun of. Well, that's it. What else can I do? Xia Ting smiled self-deprecatingly. Take a deep breath and turn around slowly. Those once lively eyes were now dull and lifeless. Don't look for it. I won't let you find it. The girl's voice was a little hoarse, as if she was holding back some grievance. Those empty eyes seemed to have lost all enthusiasm for the future, leaving only a deep and lingering sadness. Qin Feng didn't see her tears. He only saw the sad smile on the girl's face. His heart was gripped hard and it hurt terribly. Take care, brother. I'm leaving now. The girl in white dress said this, lowered her head silently, and turned around. There seemed to be a flash of fluorescence in the corner of the eye, but it was blocked by the black hair and could not be seen clearly. Only the lonely, beautiful shadow is left, shining in the moonlight, like a princess who is about to leave the stage. The dark curtain fell and could no longer be seen. Qin Feng was a little panicked and shouted quickly, etc. The girl didn't stop and walked quickly on her silver high heels. She is not a girl who is unloved and cared for by no one. Although the family didn't have much money, her father had saved a dowry of 1 million for her. Her enlightened mother did not force her to get married. As long as Xia Ting is willing, she can stick to her parents without worries until old age. She has the choice to leave. She didn't care about the man who played with her feelings. She likes money, but if it was given by that man, she would rather not. The girl walked to the door and was about to disappear from sight. Qin Feng was extremely anxious, and he really wanted to rush down to keep her. But a voice in his head kept telling him, if she wants to leave, let her go. What's the big deal? Anyway, I got the things. There's no need to lick her anymore. Besides, you will have so many women in the future, she won't be a problem. Breaking up is a test that every wolf warrior must go through. You have to sacrifice to gain. If she doesn't leave, how are you going to find the next one? If you feel guilty, just find a way to secretly give her money so that she can have enough food and clothing. For a moment, Qin Feng was persuaded. However, the system kept reminding him that Xia Ting's favorability had dropped by -1 to 1, which made him feel inexplicably scared. Then I thought about how Xia Ting seemed to have not eaten anything today and had been drinking with me the whole time. Qin Feng felt bad and tried to persuade him to stay. Can you finish your meal before leaving? We still have to eat even if we break up. These heartless words failed to stop the girl. Watching the girl disappear into the darkness, Qin Feng felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. The suffocating feeling of guilt made him extremely uncomfortable. I had the urge to jump down and chase her. He now has a super strong physique. His subconscious made him feel that there was no problem jumping from a height of 7 or 8 meters. In order not to make himself sad, Qin Feng went up. His expression became serious. With one hand on the guardrail, jumped down confidently and gracefully. And just at this moment, system prompt, Xiating's favorability -1. Current favorability 99. Reward expires. Please improve the goddess favorability as soon as possible. System prompt, Xiating's favorability -1. Me? Ineffective? What failed? Qin Feng, who was in midair, had no time to react before he felt his body being drained away in an instant. He widened his eyes and looked at the system in shock. The body falls rapidly. There was no time for the grass to speak. There was a loud bang. He fell hard onto the lawn. Loba. He clearly felt that the foot that landed first was twisted. Grass. Qin Feng cried out in pain. Back. They're all fucking back. The weak body I once had is back. Qin Feng never expected that this damn dog-licking system is really a dog-licking system. If you don't lick the girl, the reward will be taken back. Who can stand this? I had just enjoyed myself for a few hours, and now it's over. Can it make people enjoy playing games? Qin Feng cursed wildly in his heart. If this is the way to play, he felt enormous pressure when he thought about maintaining the favor of a group of women. I feel like crying, but I have no tears. Xiating walked out of the villa and heard the noise coming from behind her, but still did not look back. She is very sad now. I just want to go home quickly and hug my mom and cry. Even getting beaten up would make you feel better. She quickened her pace and left. But the next shout made her stop. Ting Ting, come and help me. I broke my leg. She hesitated for a second. Then came another cry. Wife, I just drank too much and I'm a little confused. Please listen to my excuses. This strange name made Xiating daze for a moment. Then he came to his senses, walked back to the door of the villa angrily, looked at the man on the ground, and said angrily, You haven't had enough fun yet. I'm not kidding. I really like you. So, what do you want me to do? Come help me up. Qin Feng smiled shyly, trying to coax back his super strong physique. The good news at the moment is that Xiating's favorability has stopped at 95 and has not continued to drop. Maybe there is still a chance. Xiating saw Qin Feng slumped on the ground, with bloody scratches on his hands and a painful expression on his face. It looks like he really fell. I don't know why, but my anger has mostly subsided, and I even feel a little bit heartbroken. After all, he is the man she loves. Even if she hates him, she can't bear to see him like this. Xiating walked over. Looking down at the man from high position, he said coldly, I just want to kick you to death now. You don't want to leave? Be good. Come here and hug me. Qin Feng endured the pain, stretched out a hand, and pretended to hug. What are you doing? Xiating frowned. Nothing. I just didn't stand firmly after jumping down. This sentence made Xiating stunned. She looked up at the balcony on the third floor. Only then did I realize that the man had jumped from a building 7 or 8 meters high. She was slightly moved and looked at the man in disbelief. Why did you jump down? I want to keep you. The man's matter-of-fact words left Xiating stunned. She didn't expect that this man would jump off the building for her. At this moment, the remaining energy disappeared. For some reason, a little hope arose in my heart. Could it be that I misunderstood him and he really likes me? Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to jump down and chase me. Xiating saw Qin Feng's foot, which was really swollen, and blamed him distressedly. You could take the stairs. Why did you jump down so stupidly? Do you really think you were a Superman? Aren't I just anxious? You said you wanted to hide and not let me find you. I was afraid that I would never see you again, so I didn't think too much about it when I was excited, Qin Feng said with a silly smile. These words are spoken with true feelings, and the appearance is pitiful. This caused ripples in Xiating's heart. She squatted down, stretched out her little hand, gently stroked his ankle, and cursed in a low voice. Fool! Chapter 138. Back again. Qin Feng smiled. This woman seemed easy to please. Xiating put Qin Feng's hand on her shoulder and tried to help him up. Can you still walk? Or should I call an ambulance? Qin Feng sat on the ground and did not get up as she did. Instead, he hugged her in his arms. No need to call a taxi. Just sit with me for a while. You're already so swollen. Why are you still trying to be tough? Xiating said angrily. Qin Feng chuckled and said mysteriously, Have you ever heard that a girl's true love's kiss can heal all a boy's pains? Xiating spat at him and said with a red face, It's already this time, and you're still thinking about this. I was talking about kissing. What else did you think of? Qin Feng's face was full of surprise. Xiating pinched his arm angrily. Don't think I will forgive you if you jump off the 3rd floor for me. Then what do you want me to do? Qin Feng endured the pain and said calmly, When I am healed, I will show you how to jump from the 5th floor, okay? No humping. Xiaoting frowned and glared at him angrily. Just kidding, I'm not stupid, Qin Feng said with a smile. Xiaoting struggled to get up and wanted to use her cell phone to call Wang Gang to take him to the hospital. Unexpectedly, the man did not let her get up. He also held her legs and held her horizontally in his arms like a princess. In order not to press on his feet, Xiaoting had to stretch out her arms and hug the man's neck, trying to get as close to his arms as possible. The man's naked upper body made Xiaoting feel a little hot. In order to divert attention, she complained softly. Didn't you tell me to leave and not come back? Qin Feng remained calm, put his arm around the girl's shoulders, and said with a smile, How can I bear to let you go? Snort. Baby, I wasn't just being perfunctory with you. I also want to marry you, but my family is in trouble. Qin Feng began to patch and talk nonsense seriously. In our family, marriages are arranged by our parents. I have the right to say no only if I have achieved a certain level of success in my career. I am now in the rising stage of my career. I plan to confess to my parents after I have made some achievements. But I'm worried that my career might not be smooth and my parents might strongly disagree. So I said it would take 2 years. Xiaoting sat in the man's arms, listening to him pour out his heart, his tone full of helplessness. She believed it. After all, rich people have a strong sense of family, and that's how it's portrayed on TV. In order to marry the heroine from an ordinary family, the rich hero and the heroine went through untold hardships and acted in a 40-episode TV series before finally getting the consent of the hero's parents. Xiaoting thought about how she had made the boy she liked so embarrassed. A little guilt welled up in her heart, and she whispered, I am willing to wait, no matter how long it takes. I know you're such a good girl, and I'm willing to fight for you. Qin Feng meant it when he said this. He liked this beautiful woman in his arms. The key is that it is too easy to deceive. Which man can resist a beautiful, enthusiastic girl with 0 IQ? Looking at her slightly self-blaming eyes, Qin Feng kissed her appropriately. The sweet entanglement soon opened her heart once again. She responded emotionally. The beautiful face gradually turned red. The body twists restlessly. A long time, the two parted their lips. Xiaoting couldn't help but touch the man's belly. Then I realized something was wrong. Hey, where are your abs? Qin Feng smiled awkwardly and evaded the question by saying, It shrank back. Can the abdominal muscles be retracted? Xiaoting was full of questions, but she didn't know much about men's things. So I didn't ask any more questions. On the lawn, the two did not take the next step, but just snuggled together and looked at the starry sky. After all, the villa door has not been repaired yet. But no one noticed that a van stopped on the road not far away, and several people took out a lot of boxes from the car. The person in charge took out his cell phone, checked the time, and nodded to the others. Then several people took out windproof lighters at the same time. Bang! A firework suddenly rose up, bursting into brilliant sparks in the dark night. Following closely, many rays of light shot straight into the sky, presenting the most perfect posture at their maximum height. Dazzling fireworks lit up the starry sky. It also illuminates the girl's face. Is this also your plan for today? The girl asked foolishly. Well, just these few moves cost me 30,000 yuan, Qin Feng said proudly. The thing he was most reluctant to buy before was fireworks. A Gatling gun costs 98. It was over in less than a minute. It's better to go wash your hair. But it doesn't matter now. 30 cents is enough for half an hour. Do you like it? Yeah, I like it. Xiaoting stared at the brilliant fireworks. Colorful patterns are reflected in the black pupils. The summer evening breeze is particularly gentle. I lie on my own lawn, resting my head on the man's arm. She was a little tipsy. Women are emotional animals. The throbbing emotions came quickly. She couldn't help but said emotionally, Brother, can you repeat what you said this afternoon? Qin Feng became excited, but he suppressed his excitement and said softly, Don't worry. If you want to hear me, I can tell you forever that I love you. Xiaoting was fascinated by the man's sweet words. Amid the popping fireworks, she turned towards Qin Feng and closed her eyes. You can kiss me now. System prompt. Xiaoting's favorability +5. Qin Feng regained his heroic spirit and was so moved that he burst into tears. People who have not experienced this feeling of strength will not understand. He turned his left foot and found that even the pain had been greatly reduced. Looking at the shy and pretty Xiaoting, Qin Feng did not kiss her. Instead, he picked her up steadily and walked upstairs. He needed to vent the joy of regaining what he had lost. Ah, Xiaoting exclaimed and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. Isn't your foot swollen? Didn't I say before that a kiss from a beloved woman can make me forget the pain? Qin Feng said with a smile. Put me down quickly. Your foot won't heal like this, Xiaoting said anxiously. She loosened her arms around the man's neck and tried to get down. Normally speaking, it is difficult for a boy to pick up a woman like a princess if the girl does not cooperate. But when Xiaoting let go of her hand, she was surprised to find that the boy's arm didn't move at all. The steady and strong embrace made her feel like a kitten weighing several kilograms. Xiaoting was surrounded by an overwhelming sense of security. Her eyes were blurred and flickering. Brother, why do I feel like you've changed again? You haven't experienced the real change yet, Qin Feng said with a wicked smile. He entered the villa and closed the door with his heel. Change the posture of holding the girl. Let her face him like a sloth hugging a tree. He walked up the stairs slowly. Every step was difficult, but the girl was cheering him on at every step. Chapter 139, How Could I Be Wrong? Early in the morning, Qin Feng woke up after only 5 hours of sleep. The girl next to me is still sleeping. After making love for a long time last night, her cheeks are still a little rosy. She was sleeping soundly, and I don't know what she was dreaming about, but the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. That satisfied smile contains endless spring beauty. Every time he woke up next to her, Qin Feng always had the urge to do push-ups. But today he held back. He found that not only could he control his desires, but he was also more focused and no longer felt confused as before. I don't know if it's because of his super strong physique. He got up, found his phone, and ordered an expensive takeout. Then I went to the balcony and wanted to test my physical fitness. First, push-ups. 1, 2. His stable core allows him to perform each push-up very accurately. As easy as running. I did it for 100 times in a row before I started to sweat slightly. The heart rate is not high, and the strong pulse sends blood throughout the body at once. Since I can't feel anything even with push-ups, I probably won't be able to measure anything with non-equipment exercises like squats. Qin Feng stood up and looked at the ground where he jumped last night. Then he remembered that his foot seemed to have not been treated yet. He put his leg on the railing to check it out, and miraculously the swelling had gone down, and it didn't hurt at all. It turns out that the 5-fold self-healing speed is so terrifying. I was almost cured in just one night. If I go to the hospital, I'll have to rest for at least a week before I can recover. Qin Feng was greatly amazed and looked at the grass downstairs, eager to give it a try. After the scar heals, the skin will itch. But this time he didn't use his hands to support himself and jump down. But use your feet. Qin Feng felt that the sky was not high enough, so he stepped on the railing and jumped up. A leap of confidence. Draw a perfect arc in the air. Snap! A soft sound. I saw him land steadily on the grass without shaking. The guy who was out for a morning run across the street saw this and was stunned. I saw a ghost so early in the morning. Someone jumped down for the 3rd floor and landed like a zombie, without his legs even bending. The elder brother rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. I wanted to go up and see what was going on, but I was afraid of being eaten by zombies. While hesitating, he calmed down a little when he saw Qin Feng coming down and starting to run. If it can run, it means it is not a zombie. But then Qin Feng's running speed made him start to doubt his life again. Are there really immortal cultivators in this world? Looking at the afterimage left by Qin Feng's sprint, the elder brother's eyes widened wider and wider, and the desire for immortality in his eyes could not be dispelled. He decided to buy a cultivation book tomorrow and try to meditate and exhale. No, buy it now. The brother opposite rushed home in a hurry and gave up his plan to run on the 3rd day. Qin Feng didn't know that his unintentional action made people think he was a god. However, he also noticed that there were several people looking at him outside the arch. My speed is indeed a bit scary. Roughly speaking, 100 meters should only take about 4 or 5 seconds. With practice, it should be even faster. In order not to attract attention, he stopped and returned to the villa. Called Xiao Lily and asked her to ask someone to come and fix the door. Then I went to the 3rd floor, entered the bathroom, and started taking a shower. Touching his hard muscles, Qin Feng couldn't close his legs with laughter. This body smells so good. Although it still can't block guns, it should be able to resist ordinary swords. Just be careful not to get stabbed in the vitals. With this, and if I can get Shifuya or Zhong Wanwan's reward next, then there will be nothing to be afraid of in this world. Compared to the resurrection armor, the cyborg bodyguard may be more important. The resurrection armor can only save your own life. The safety of one's own woman cannot necessarily be guaranteed. If something goes wrong with Xia Ting, according to the nature of the system, it is likely that the reward will be taken back. Qin Feng couldn't bear to lose his super strong physique. Qin Feng appealed to the system regarding the confiscation of his reward last night. If you accept rewards when your favorability decreases, you will end up with a sure situation when you have too many women around you, and several girls will think that you're not loyal to her after meeting her. Then brush away the favorability. Didn't he suddenly become a normal person again? It would be better not to bother trying to gain favor. Just spend money on girls every day, and then just give up after you're done. It's all in vain. What the hell? System prompt. A favorability of over 100 points indicates a love that lasts till death. Unless something major happens, the favorability will not drop easily. Qin Feng looked at the system prompt and touched his chin with his index finger and thumb. Meditate under the shower head. In other words, going up or down these 100 points is a hurdle. Your favorability will only drop if you do something that angers God and people. Just like what I said yesterday about dumping Xia Ting. When Xia Ting was angry and left, her score had not dropped below 100 points. But when I said, I won't look for you again after you leave. After hearing this, she completely gave up. Moreover, when Xia Ting saw him kissing Shi Fuya, her favorability did not decrease at all. This means that, is it my fault? Damn, how could I be wrong? It's all the system's fault. Friendly reminder, the system will not make mistakes. The host's behavior last night was too beastly. Qin Feng. System complaints are the most deadly. Qin Feng had to admit. In fact, he just became arrogant. After getting the reward, he felt invincible and couldn't help but do something wrong. Others just pull up their pants and ignore you. He didn't even mention his pants, just. Sure enough, arrogance leads to destruction. Qin Feng said that he would still be a good person in the future. Scumbag. Treat every woman around you well. Since the system is guaranteed, then the next goal is to find a way to make sure Fuya fall in love with me. Qin Feng already had some ideas about this. It just takes some time. Qin Feng took a shower happily, and when he came out, Xia Ting woke up. He was looking at himself in a daze with his arms open. Hubby, hug me. Qin Feng walked up to her with a smile, bent down, and let her put her arms around his neck. Good morning, princess. The girl rubbed his face and murmured meaninglessly. Qin Feng stood up straight and saw that she still didn't let go and was hanging on him crookedly. So he patted her and said with a wicked smile, Didn't you eat enough last night? Xia Ting slowly came to consciousness, her body weak, and she wanted to say him again. But I was badly damaged last night and couldn't stand the wind and waves anymore. I had to reluctantly let go of his hand and got into the quilt. She showed a pair of almond-shaped eyes and looked at Qin Feng shyly. I'm full. Haha, do you still want to eat? I'm talking about breakfast. How can I eat when you've torn my clothes? Xia Ting said coquettishly. Don't worry, I've asked Sister Chiao to send it over, Qin Feng said with a gentle smile. Being carefully taken care of by the boy, Xia Ting's beautiful eyes were filled with satisfaction. She quietly reached out her hand from under the quilt, held Qin Feng's hand, a happy smile on her face. If you want to buy anything for your home later, ask her to do it. I'll give you 5 million, and you can spend it as you like. Qin Feng pinched Xia Ting's little nose and said lovingly. The way the man gave the money just glowed. Xia Ting, who was already a little eager, couldn't help herself. She pulled Qin Feng down on the bed. Ignoring the pain in his body, he pounced on it. Husband, I love you. As he said that, he kissed Qin Feng on the face. Qin Feng was only wearing a bathrobe, and he cut open the belt of his clothes, revealing his muscular upper body. The two of them touched each other's skin and soon fell in love. Chapter 140 Coach, I want to learn yoga. The delivery guy was very angry because the customers hung up on him 3 times when he called. If it weren't for the fact that this was a villa and there might be a tip, he would have wanted to directly contact the platform and handle it. He waited at the door for a full hour before a customer finally came to pick up his meal. Looking at the rich man who was not much more handsome than him, he felt jealous and angry. Fortunately, Qin Feng gave him 200 yuan for service fee, which made him smile again. Qin Feng put breakfast on the table and finished his meal with Xia Ting, who had changed into a new dress. He said he had to go to the company to be busy. Xia Ting was reluctant to leave and asked tactfully if she could go to the company with him. Qin Feng said that he had to meet a client and could not take her with him. Xia Ting let go tactfully and asked pitifully, If I miss you, can I send you a message? Of course you can. Why can't you send it? Qin Feng asked as a matter of course. I'm just afraid of disturbing your work, Xia Ting said coquettishly. Haha, there's still time to check WeChat. Don't think too much. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he asked Xiao Lily to take good care of Xia Ting. Xiao Lily smiled and said, Don't worry, Mr. Qin. I will satisfy Mrs. Qin. When Xia Ting heard Madame Qin's words, she felt secretly happy, but said coquettishly, Sister Qiao, we haven't gotten married yet. It's only a matter of time. Our President Qin loves you deeply. Some of the flowers used to decorate the villa yesterday were picked by him personally. Xia Ting was very pleased with Qiao Lily's words. The look she gave Qin Feng became even sweeter. Qin Feng was also very satisfied with Sister Qiao because she had met Fuya. Knowing that he had other women, he still told lies to help coax Xia Ting. This woman who used to have an annual salary of 1 million really has something special. After Qin Feng handed Xia Ting to her with confidence. Get in Wang Gang's car. Go to Fuya's house. On the way, I received a WeChat message from Xia Ting. The enthusiasm of the school bell is really hard to resist. It seemed as if he couldn't bear to leave for even a minute. Xia Ting said she wanted to build a swing in the yard. Qin Feng replied, Agree. Xia Ting said she wanted to buy a dog and asked him to go with her to choose one. Qin Feng replied, Okay. Afterwards, Xia Ting said she wanted to plant trees, build a pond, buy lounge chairs, and start a vegetable garden. Qin Feng responded one by one. Honey, do you find me annoying? Won't. Then why do you always reply to me in 2 words at a time? Because I am imagining our happy life in the future. You only know how to make me happy. I'm telling the truth. In fact, Qin Feng was also quite tempted by the villa life described by Xia Ting. But now is not the time. Now that he has the system, he will at least spend a few years with it to experience the colorful world outside. If Xia Ting is willing to wait, he will find a way to fulfill his promise. After all, she is his first woman. In Qin Feng's heart, this girl has a special place. Qin Feng arrived at the gate of Fuya's community, opened the door, and got out of the car. He saw a very beautiful girl standing on the side of the road, staring at him. Qin Feng recalled, and his strengthened brain instantly found the girl's memory. By seeing charm value 91. I remember the running girl I met at Fuya's house was a yoga anchor. Qin Feng smiled at her politely and prepared to go in to find Fuya. He wanted to finalize Fuya's matter as soon as possible. But he didn't expect that the girl would walk directly towards him and say, Handsome guy, you look familiar. Have we met before? Yes, you directed me to buy crab roe buns, Qin Feng reminded. We are so destined to be together. Let's add each other on WeChat. Bai Xiying took the initiative to open the QR code and walked over with a smile. My name is Bai Xiying. I study dance and occasionally do live broadcasts. The girl is also very pretty, with a palm-sized face, small and delicate. She has beautiful facial features, cherry red lips, bright eyes, and white teeth. Especially the dimples at the corners of the mouth, which look particularly sweet. I remember that the last time this female anchor saw me, she wasn't so enthusiastic. Qin Feng smiled and took out his cell phone to scan it. He is now a man with iron kidneys, and of course he will not refuse anything that comes to his door. When Bai Xiying saw that she had successfully added the Rolls-Royce owner's WeChat, a smug smile appeared on her face. He is so rich, yet so young and handsome, a real bachelor. Higher quality than all the fish in her pond. She was thinking about how to take down Qin Feng. Handsome guy, can you tell me your name so I can take a note? My name is Qin Feng. You can call me Mr. Qin, Qin Feng said politely. The reason why she acts so distant is because this girl is too open. The last time I saw her, she was in 8 relationships. But now it's actually 9. In just a few days, a new member joined. She doesn't look like a good girl at all. Mr. Qin sounds too old. Handsome guy is so young. I'd better call you Brother Feng. You can also call me Cici. Why not Ying Ying? As soon as Qin Feng asked, he knew why she was not called Ying Ying, because the pronunciation was very similar to Ying Ying. Because the name of my live broadcast room is Missing C, said Bai Xiying. Okay, tell me when you start broadcasting, and I'll go and support you. Qin Feng wanted to see her reward, but he felt it was not a good idea to give her a red envelope in person. It's like a money transaction. Okay, thank you, Brother Feng. Bai Xiying operated her phone, her eyes constantly stealing glances at Qin Feng, and asked, You still don't know what Brother Feng does? I used to be an investor, and now I plan to develop into the entertainment industry and set up a celebrity agency or something, Qin Feng said casually. Is it the kind of agency that trains new talents to debut? Bai Xiying asked in surprise. Well, we will find some new talents with good looks, spend a lot of money to train them, let them become idol trainees, and then select the most hardworking and talented girls from them to tailor-make several movies with an investment of over 100 million yuan for them. Qin Feng briefly explained the plan in his mind. To put it bluntly, the entertainment industry is a game of capital. Nowadays, traffic can be bought, fans can be bought, and online influencers can be bought. With overwhelming advertising, even a naive person with zombie-like acting skills can still become famous. What Qin Feng lacks least now is money. Wow, Brother Feng is so awesome. Bai Xiying's eyes showed a light of surprise and asked, "Do you think I could be an artist?" Bai Xiying turned around twice in front of Qin Feng. "Spread your hands to show your upright posture." Qin Feng glanced at it. The young and beautiful girl has a great figure. She wears tight clothes and a super short pleated skirt. It is full of youthful vitality when spinning and looks particularly fresh. "Not bad," Qin Feng commented with a smile. Bai Xiying's eyes sparkled. "Then can I go to your company?" "We'll talk about it later. If you want, I'll arrange someone to interview you. As long as they are beautiful and score 90 points, they can join a company. The cost of supporting them is very low anyway. Even if you can't make money for yourself, it would be nice to have someone come to your office occasionally and help with typing. But the company hasn't opened yet, so Qin Feng didn't say too much. "Really?" Bai Sisi said happily. "That's great. I'm a graduate of an art school. Although I'm not majoring in acting, I will study hard. Most girls have the dream of becoming a big star." The look she gave Qin Feng at this moment was full of hope. Although an investment of several hundred million may sound like bragging, a man who can afford a Rolls-Royce will be believed even if he brags. Just when the two were chatting happily, a Maserati stopped beside them. Chapter 141, Everyone Dreams of Becoming a Star. A well-dressed man got out of the car. White shirt and black trousers, well-proportioned figure, shiny hair, and gold-rimmed glasses. He is less than 30 years old, but he dresses like a successful person. As soon as the man got out of the car, he stared at Qin Feng with a rather impolite look. "Cece, who is this guy?" The man didn't see Qin Feng's car and didn't know Qin Feng's class. He only saw his girlfriend talking and laughing with other boys. This made him very angry. Qin Feng's Rolls-Royce was looking for a parking space at this time. Wang Gang is very picky about parking spaces, and he won't park if there is no charge. Qin Feng smiled at him politely and asked Bai Xiying, "Is this your boyfriend?" Bai Xiying was a little panicked. "I accidentally talked too much and forgot that I was waiting for my boyfriend." She nodded to Qin Feng, stepped forward, took her boyfriend's hand, and explained, "Wen Hao, this is my brother Feng. He may be my boss in the future. I'm discussing work with him." Chu Wen Hao was her new number one on the list and gave her a reward of 50 to 60,000 yuan. "We happen to be from the same city, so we made an appointment to hang out. I met him yesterday and found that except for his short stature, everything else about him was okay. I bought her a bag worth more than 30,000 yuan and gave her various gifts. He is a very high-quality local tyrant. So Bai Xiying wants to maintain it well." "What do you mean, future boss? You don't want to be a host anymore?" Chu Wenhao asked inexplicably. "Brother Feng said I have the potential to be a star, and I want to try a different career path," Bai Xiying explained quietly. Chu Wenhao frowned, thinking that his girlfriend had been tricked, and said angrily, "Do you believe everything he says?" Qin Feng was a little disappointed to see that this girl already had a boyfriend. No more nonsense with them. Turn around and walk away. "Stop! Who told you to leave?" Zhu Wenhao shouted. The attitude of launching an expedition to accuse Qin Feng was as if he had done something unforgivable. Bai Xiying heard that her boyfriend seemed to be making trouble, so she pulled his hand anxiously and said, "Wenhao, don't be like this." Qin Feng stood still, turned around and looked at him, and said coldly, "You talking to me? If not you, who else could it be?" Chu Wenhao shook off the female anchor's hand and cursed. "You pretended to be a talent scout to trick my girlfriend, and you wanted to run away. Do you really think I'm a vegetarian?" Qin Feng chuckled and was too lazy to argue. Looking at this man who was demanding an explanation angrily, he probably didn't know that his girlfriend took the initiative. Qin Feng felt sad for this idiot. He put his hands in his pockets, tilted his head, and said arrogantly, "So what do you want?" Chu Wenhao didn't expect Qin Feng to admit it so readily and was stunned for a moment. Bai Xiying next to him immediately stepped forward and said to Qin Feng, "I'm sorry, Brother Feng. Please go back first. I will explain to him." "It's okay. I want to see what he wants to do with me. If a man finds out that he flirted with his girlfriend, he should apologize. But I haven't done anything wrong, so why should I be ordered around?" You really think I'm a vegetarian too? Qin Feng, who has a super strong physique, is particularly tough at this moment. Chu Wenhao saw him teasing his girlfriend and acting so confident, and said angrily, "Do you know who I am? Whoever you are, you have the guts to hook up with someone else's girlfriend. Do you believe I will send someone to kill you?" Hee hee. Qin Feng laughed out loud and said to Bai Xiying, "Beautiful lady, please explain to me whether I flirted with you or not." Bai Xiying was caught in the middle and was extremely anxious. She didn't want to offend either side, so she said vaguely, "Please don't fight over me, okay?" Full of tea flavor. But the tea was of poor quality, and neither of the two men wanted to drink it. Qin Feng smiled slightly, not surprised to see that she was unwilling to explain herself clearly. Of course, a boyfriend is more important. However, he didn't want to be annoyed, so he said faintly, "Girl, I think your qualifications meet the requirements of my company. I can make an exception and recruit you to give you a chance to be exposed." When Bai Xiying heard this, her eyes lit up, and she looked at Qin Feng in surprise and asked, "Real? Well, it's just that you know that celebrities can't have scandals. Don't you understand?" Qin Feng said this and glanced at Chu Wenhao. Bai Xiying followed his gaze and saw Chu Wenhao, whose face was full of anger, veins bulging, and teeth gnashing. She understood Qin Feng's meaning in an instant. On one side is the president who drives a Rolls-Royce, who may give himself a bigger stage. On one side was the top brother on the list who gave him tens of thousands of dollars. Even a child can't make mistakes on this kind of multiple-choice question. And most of the things the big bosses say will be kept. Bai Xiying made up her mind and was about to speak to Chu Wenhao, but she heard the other party say first, "Cici, do you even believe what this kind of person says? Wenhao, if you continue to be so unreasonable, I will be really angry. I am unreasonable. He's obviously lying to you. Are you stupid?" Chu Wenhao was so angry that his liver hurt. The profession of talent scout was something that had existed for hundreds of years, and yet this silly girl actually fell for it. He now really had the urge to call someone to come and beat up that man. "You're mean to me." Bai Xiying caught his flaw and took the opportunity to go crazy. "You actually called me stupid. If you dare to scold me today, you will dare to hit me tomorrow. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Fuck, what's wrong with you?" Chu Wenhao looked at her in disbelief. "From now on, I don't want to see you again. Please go away," Bai Xiying said resolutely. Chu Wenhao came to his senses, glanced at Qin Feng, who was standing next to him and eating melons silently, and said viciously, "You got guts. Hey, you were dumped by her, not me. Can you get the point clear, brother?" Qin Feng said with a smile. Seeing Qin Feng's playful smile, Chu Wenhao was so angry that he wanted to jump up and slap him. As long as a fight breaks out and the other party fights back. Relying on his own connections and relationships, he found ways to make him unable to take care of himself, whether by black or white means. Chu Wenhao is already ready to make a move. And just at this moment, a tall and mighty man was running towards this side. His square face was full of seriousness, and his cold eyes were extremely sharp. The person who came was Wang Gang. He saw his boss getting into a conflict with someone and rushed over without stopping. Ran to Qin Feng. He had a gloomy face and stared at Chu Wenhao with murderous eyes. Looking at the posture of the boy opposite him, he could see obvious intentions of attacking. The boss almost got beaten up because he didn't keep an eye on him. Wang Gang was very worried. How can he go to the toilet with peace of mind in the future? Chu Wenhao, who is less than 1.7 meters tall, is dominated by fear at this moment. The ferocious look, the condescending gaze, and the silent indifference. Chu Wenhao looked up, afraid that the other party would kill him. "Is the car parked?" Qin Feng asked. "Yeah." Wang Gang nodded without moving his eyes away. "Then let's go up." After Qin Feng finished speaking, he instructed Bai Xiying, "Handle your own boyfriend yourself, and don't bring personal matters into the company." "Okay, Brother Feng," Bai Xiying responded. Qin Feng turned around and walked slowly. There was a constant quarrel behind me. "You bitch, you just run to lick rich people when you see them. Aren't you disgusting? Everyone has the right to pursue happiness. Please don't hinder me. Fuck you. If you want to break up, return the hundreds of thousands I gave you." "Okay, I'll return it to you right away. After that, you could just wait to be caught by the police. Why are you arresting me?" Chapter 142, Sure Fuya was bullied. Qin Feng guessed that Bai Xiying had something on that man. I guess it's just something between men and women. That girl has to keep things like this in mind. It can be seen that he is by no means an ordinary person. Be more careful with her in the future. Qin Feng was thinking about something as he got into the elevator and arrived at Fuya's floor. Open the door and go in. I don't know if Fuya has gotten up yet. He closed the door and put the breakfast he brought on the dining table. I could vaguely hear hurried footsteps coming from Fuya's room. Click! The door of the room was locked. Qin Feng frowned, feeling something was not right. He walked quickly to the door, turned the handle, but found that it would not open. Fuya's slightly hoarse voice came from inside. Is my brother back? Qin Feng was very familiar with this voice. Xiaoting almost broke her throat last night. Sister, what are you doing in there? Qin Feng said calmly. No, I didn't do anything. Wait a moment. I'm not convenient right now, Fuya said in a panic. Qin Feng didn't ask why it was inconvenient. It's already obvious. Fuya is doing something bad in there. Qin Feng was wondering whether to kick the door open. He has confidence in his feet. But after kicking it open, what if it really is what I think? What to do with that man? Beat him up? Or kill him? None of this changes what has already happened. Qin Feng knew that getting angry at this time was useless. He took a long time to calm down his irritability and said coldly, When is convenient for you? Why don't you come over later? I'm not feeling well today and may not be able to accompany you. Her tone calmed down, as if she was not ashamed of being blocked by her man. Qin Feng also calmed down because of his super strong physique. His brain was not overwhelmed by anger and began to think normally. Without seeing the man inside, it is impossible to conclude that Fuya betrayed herself. So first we have to make sure there is anyone inside. And confirming this kind of thing is also very simple. Just take a look at the photo. Qin Feng found a photo of Fuya that he had secretly taken and scanned it. Number of romances, 3. Qin Feng was furious. Damn, she really is cheating on me with another man. He remembered clearly that when he first met Fuya, her number was 2. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with evil fire. He clenched his fists, and his bones made a crackling sound. Well, I could no longer bear it. The image of Fuya being extremely gentle to him emerged in his mind. He finally relented. Put down the half-raised leg. I'm out. There's breakfast on the table. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the door. But he was not willing to leave like this. Qin Feng planned to wait for the man to come out outside the door and then beat his balls. Let this man know the consequences of touching his woman. He walked to the door silently. When I was about to put on my shoes, suddenly his eyes fixed. I found that there were no other men's shoes on the ground except my own. What's going on? Could it be that the man came in barefoot? When I think about this, Qin Feng slapped his forehead fiercely. He then remembered that Fuya's third lover. It was him. Grass. What a lousy chicken with a super strong physique. Isn't the brain strengthened? You haven't figured out such a simple thing? Qin Feng cursed secretly and tried to pass on all the blame. He felt relieved and cheerful. He was so excited that he wanted to rush back and ravage Fuya and blame her for making him think wrongly. Then he wondered what Fuya was doing in there, so mysterious. Qin Feng thought about it for a moment, opened the door, took 2 steps on the spot, making a little footsteps, and then closed the door. Bang! He just stood there motionless. Wait quietly. Time passes by every second. About 10 minutes later, faint sobbing sounds were heard from inside. Qin Feng felt something was wrong. Fuya seems to be crying? How is this possible? In his mind, Fuya was like a cold-blooded queen who could only be fierce and could not cry. What happened today? Qin Feng was puzzled and wanted to kick the door again. He waited for a while and saw that there was still no peace inside. I took out my cell phone, edited the text, and sent it. Sister, have you had breakfast? After a long time, I received a reply. Have eaten. Don't lie to me. Yeah, I didn't lie to you. Then tell me, did I buy a steamed bun or an egg pancake? I'll give you 20 seconds to answer. If you can't, I'll beat you up. After Qin Feng sent the message, he heard hurried footsteps in the room. Then the door opened. Qin Feng saw Fuya's appearance. She was wearing a proper black, slim-fitting long skirt at home, the hem of which covered her knees and her shoulders were padded on both sides. Her black hair falls down her back, as if she has been dressed up. Her face was still as beautiful as ever, but her fox eyes were very red and swollen, with a few tears in them. Moreover, there were 4 red stripes clearly printed on the fair face. When Qin Feng saw this, his face turned cold and the anger in his eyes was even stronger than before. The slap mark on the woman's face looked like a slap on his face. Qin Feng's nostrils widened, emitting raging anger, and he spoke word by word. Who did it? Fuya was startled when she saw Qin Feng standing at the door. She hurriedly retreated back to the room and prepared to close the door. Qin Feng moved quickly, catching up in 3 steps, and stood firmly against the door, saying in a deep voice, "Sis, if you don't explain clearly, I can only check it myself." The door slowly opened under the man's brute force. Shifuya reluctantly stopped resisting, turned away, and said, "I hurt myself accidentally." Qin Feng stepped forward and hugged Shifuya's waist, while his other hand was raised high behind her and then dropped heavily. Snap! Although the slap was done with less force, it still made Shifuya scream. "I told you, you'll get beaten if you lie," Qin Feng said seriously. "I asked for it." Shifuya pushed the man's chest, trying to break free, but she was held firmly by the man and could not move. She coaxed helplessly, "Brother, don't ask. It's none of your business. My sister was beaten up, and you said it's none of my business?" Qin Feng said angrily, "Tell me who it is. I will wipe out his entire family." Shifuya quickly covered Qin Feng's mouth and warned him carefully, "Don't talk nonsense. You can't afford to offend him." Qin Feng was so angry that he laughed. As long as he is willing to be recruited, there is no one in this world that he cannot afford to offend. Whether it is participating in sport competitions to win glory for the country, or going to enemy countries to spend money to sabotage the finances, all of China needs him and will support him. No one in this world has a stronger background than him. Just tell me who the other party is and leave the rest to me. If I don't beat the shit out of him today, I'll consider it a clean slate." Qin Feng said shamelessly. Shifuya rolled her eyes at him unhappily and said the name of the person who slapped her. "Shiweigua, my father, go and fight." Qin Feng was stunned on the spot. Chapter 143. You have changed. You are no longer the Qin Feng of the past. When Qin Feng heard that the person who beat the man was her father, she immediately backed down. He thought that just as he got his super strong physique, a stupid villain came to give him experience. Unexpectedly, the one who came was a big boss. "I can't take action, nor can I talk back, so what should I do?" "Why did your father beat you?" Qin Feng asked tentatively. "My dad is impatient and didn't want me to work in a bar, so I argued back." Shifuya covered up lightly. In fact, the real situation was that after she sent Yi to school today, her parents wanted her to go home and see someone. When she returned, the other party had already arrived and was sitting in his hometown drinking tea in a restrained manner. He was a man in his 30s. He is well-dressed and gentle. He is wearing black frame glasses and looks quite gentle. I learned about it through introduction. The other party has a car, a house, and a legitimate job. He's just a bit dull and has been divorced once. It is said that his wife ran away with a rich man. Shifuya has told her parents many times to calm down and not do this. She doesn't want to go on blind dates anymore. But her parents refused and insisted on finding a stepfather for Yi, saying that they didn't want to be laughed at. Shifuya was helpless. She showed the man the tattoo on her wrist and told him where she worked. The gentleman was extremely embarrassed. There are no good girls in a bar, as chaotic a place as this. Seeing that Shifuya is so beautiful, there must be a lot of men dealing with her. There will be a lot of troubles when you get married. His ex-wife was kidnapped because she was too beautiful. He didn't want to make the same mistake again, so he left on the spot. Shifuya's father, Shiweigua, was very angry with his daughter's performance. He didn't listen to advice before and insisted on hanging out with that gangster. Now the gangster has been stabbed to death for several years, but he still refuses to find a good family to marry and live a stable life. I asked her to quit her job as a bar girl a long time ago, but it has been put off until now, which has brought shame to the whole family. Shiweigua slapped her in anger and cursed. "I don't have a daughter like you." Shifuya covered her face, said nothing, and drove back home. She hid in the room and cried for the whole morning until Qin Feng came over. When Qin Feng asked why he hit her, Shifuya did not tell the truth. She was afraid that Qin Feng would misunderstand her after she said it. She is already very satisfied with the current relationship and doesn't dare to ask for too much. She said it lightly and then asked casually, "Would you like to eat here at noon? I'll cook for you." "Don't cook anymore. I'll ask the hotel to deliver the food later," Qin Feng said. He keenly sensed that Shifuya was hiding something. Qin Feng did not ask any further questions. After all, this was someone else's private matter. If he dug into the details, he would seem like a gossiper. If you want to know, you can only check it secretly by yourself. He hugged Shifuya and sat on the bed, touching the marks on her face, and said indignantly, "Does it hurt? Your father is too much. How can he hit a girl in the face?" "It's okay, it's not too strong. It will be fine after a while," Shifuya comforted. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Even if you're your father, you can't hit my woman. Next time when you see something's not right, just hide away, okay? Qin Feng said distressedly. I'll let him hit me on purpose. Shifuya drew circles on Qin Feng's chest with her fingers and spoke softly. She was wearing a V-neck, and her sexy collarbone was covered in white, which was quite eye-catching when viewed from above. Qin Feng was dazzled. It took me a while to react, and I cursed myself for being a piece of shit. His woman was beaten, but he just wanted to take advantage of her. He asked quickly, You are stupid. Why did you let him hit you? I want him to vent his anger. It's not easy to raise a disobedient daughter. Shifuya said calmly, with no expression on her face and no emotion visible. Qin Feng had nothing to say. This woman is both gentle and stubborn, and her sensibleness is heartbreaking. As long as it's someone she cares about, she will try her best to give the greatest concessions. Qin Feng calmed down and said, Once you've got the bar in order, don't say you work at a bar. Yeah, I know. Shifuya nodded obediently, snuggled in Qin Feng's arms, and closed her eyes. She felt much better with the comfort of the person she loved. No matter how old a woman is, she wants to be cared for and cherished. Don't talk about me, brother. You have changed a lot in the past 2 days. You seem to have become stronger. Shifuya pinched Qin Feng's muscles and touched him here and there. It feels like even the smell of my body has become full of hormones. She felt her face getting hot for some reason when she smelled it. Qin Feng's anger caused by the woman gradually subsided, but his rage gradually rose. Don't touch me, or I'll kill you on the spot, Qin Feng said. Shifuya chuckled and stopped moving. Looking at the forbearing Qin Feng, he curled the corners of his mouth. She knew what the man came to her for. Does my face put you off? Qin Feng didn't expect that she was still thinking about that kind of thing for him after being beaten. He couldn't help but feel like a scumbag. He said righteously, Sister, is that the only reason I came to you? In fact, he came here with that purpose. He had planned to work hard in the next 2 days to plant a strong seed. If Shifuya gets the child he promised her, maybe her favorability will be full. But this slap ruined his sowing plan. Now that Shifuya was in such a bad mood, Qin Feng didn't dare to force the seeds to grow. Seeing his exaggerated expression, Shifuya blinked playfully and chuckled. What are you touching with your hands? What can I do if it's out of control? Qin Feng said confidently. Shifuya rolled her eyes at him and said, Why don't I turn around so I can't see you? After saying that, she pushed her hair back with both hands and prepared to zip up her back. This kind of indulgence, which was similar to connivance, made Qin Feng feel a little guilty. He quickly stopped her and said, Sister, don't do this. I'm a serious person. As he spoke, he was so excited that he reached out and accidentally tore open Shifuya's skirt, revealing her smooth, fragrant, and tender skin. A sudden burst of spring. A long time later, I'll hire a nanny for you and let you live here so you don't have to go back to see your parents so often. Qin Feng exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke slowly. He really liked smoking in front of Shifuya at this time, as he felt a sense of accomplishment after conquering her. No need. I'm not used to having someone else around. I could take care of Yi by myself in the future. Shifuya shook her head slightly. Qin Feng felt a little itchy because of her hair, so he reached out to help her tuck her hair behind her ears, revealing her beautiful profile. The 4 marks gradually disappeared after the baptism of time. If you don't look carefully, you can hardly see it. Qin Feng sighed. Sister, you are so beautiful. Why do you have a life of hard work? You don't even know how to enjoy your blessings. Shifuya explained, I am a picky person and a bit of a germaphobe. I am afraid that I will scold the nannies and drive them away. Just scold me if you want, Qin Feng said reluctantly. It's so hard to do everything by yourself. You are not as hardworking as your brother. You smell sweet in the morning, as if you were afraid that others don't know that you had a girl with you yesterday. Shifuya raised her head, tapped Qin Feng's head with her slender fingers, and reminded him with a smile. Next time you go out to meet other girls, remember to spread your scent and be careful not to get discovered. Qin Feng lowered his head and sniffed the smell on his body and said curiously, Is there? I can't smell it. Of course you can't smell it. You're not a woman. Shifuya glanced at him unhappily and said, Besides, I can tell that the smell on you belongs to Tingting. She didn't mind that Qin Feng had been to Xiating's place. I just don't want Qin Feng to overwork himself. Qin Feng was shocked and said incredulously, Fuck, you can smell this. Shifuya rested her chin on Qin Feng's shoulder and said with a smile, Don't you know that when it comes to men cheating, every woman is Sherlock Holmes? Sharp. Qin Feng felt a little itchy and prepared to teach Holmes a lesson. He put out the cigarette in the extra ashtray next to the bed. Bully him again. Fuya exclaimed. Did you take medicine? Fuck you, I was hiding my strength before. Qin Feng said stubbornly. Chapter 144 Caught in Bed. The room was pitch black with the curtains closed. It was not until noon that light came in. Qin Feng was lying on the bed, feeling a little tired. No matter how strong his body was, it couldn't withstand his extravagance. It has been less than 12 hours since he got it, and he has spent half of the time fighting. If it were my old body, I would have died long ago. Qin Feng touched Fuya's face, feeling that the female fairy was so charming that he couldn't control himself at all. Every time I touch her, I have thoughts. Her long legs were bent, and her head rested on her arms, making her relaxed posture look a little lazy, and the thin blanket covered most of her body. The soft light in the room shone on her skin, making it glow white. Qin Feng swallowed. Stop unhealthy thoughts. The two of them lay quietly, enjoying the afterglow of the passion. At this moment, time goes very slowly, and the world becomes unusually quiet. It seems that all the troubles have gone with the wind. All that is left is the heart-to-heart communication between each other. For a while, Qin Feng felt that he should say something. So he racked his brains and came up with some cheesy love words to tell Fuya. Most of it was said yesterday. Fuya obviously enjoyed it. But at this moment, there was a slight sound outside the house. Ding, ding, ding. Qin Feng's ears moved after his hearing was enhanced. He heard someone unlock the door with a combination lock. Who else in your family knows the password? Fuya was touched and wondered why Qin Feng asked this question before she could answer. I only heard the sound of a door opening outside. Then someone came in and closed the door. Bang! This sound struck the hearts of the two people in the room. Neither of them had any clothes on. The two people looked at each other. They looked just like an adulterer and an adulteress about to be caught. Fuya was a little panicked and spoke hurriedly. Hurry, hide. She lowered her voice, pulled Qin Feng, and looked around. Qin Feng was stunned by her behavior when her husband came back, and he couldn't help but become nervous. She was afraid that if she teased a married woman, she would be hacked to death by her husband. He lifted the bed sheet and looked under the bed, and found that there was only a crack under her bed. It was difficult to reach his hand, and he couldn't get in at all. Qin Feng was so anxious that he wanted to jump over the wall. Just then, he suddenly reacted. Huh? Didn't her husband die? Then why are you panicking? Sister, who is it? Why should I hide? Qin Feng felt ashamed of his expression just now and spoke louder. Fuya became even more anxious and explained quietly. They're my parents. Only they and you can enter my house. What? Your parents? So now I have to meet the parents? Qin Feng suddenly panicked again. This is more terrifying than Fuya's husband coming back. He had never seen such a scene in his life and was terrified. Hurry up and look for a place to hide. But Fuya's room was empty and could be seen at a glance, so there was no place to hide. At this time, Fuya ran barefoot to lock the door of the room. This was her second time locking the door today, and her movements were very skillful. I heard the footsteps outside, getting closer. She was also a little panicked. She didn't want her parents to see Qin Feng at this time. It would be very embarrassing. It will also leave a bad impression on them. Xiaoya, are you in there? A softer female voice came from outside. Just by listening to her voice, one can imagine that she is a very cultured woman. But this gentle voice made Qin Feng's heart beat faster. He was terribly nervous. Use your mouth to ask Fuya what to do. Fuya didn't know what to do. I plan to wait and see what my parents want to do. Qin Feng had never experienced the situation of being blocked by the girl's parents, and he would definitely be embarrassed when he went out. If things go wrong, you might even get beaten. It doesn't matter to him because he has a strong character. The key is what to do if Fuya's parents don't let Fuya see him in the future. He had no intention of marrying Fuya. If things got out of hand, her parents would disown her. Then you would be a sinner. Qin Feng was so nervous that he broke out in a cold sweat. At this time, there was another knock on the door. Xia, don't be silent. I know you are in there. Fuya's mother is Su Jinhua. When she entered the room, she heard some noises and saw a crab roast soup dumplings on the table, so she knew her daughter was inside. She sighed softly and said comfortingly, Xiaoya, don't be angry with your father. He is doing this for your own good. It is inconvenient for you as a woman to live. When Fuya's mother saw her husband fighting in the morning, she was heartbroken and worried that Fuya would be upset. After she had comforted her husband, she hurried over to comfort her daughter. By the way, give some advice. After so many years, she didn't want her daughter to continue to be stubborn. Listen to mom, open the door, and find an honest man to live with. Even though the man you met today is divorced, you still have a child. Don't be too picky. In the room, facing Qin Feng's inquiring gaze, Shifuya interrupted her mother's nagging helplessly. Mom, stop talking. I know what to do. It's good that you know it. Don't take your father's words to heart. He is just that kind of person. Seeing that her daughter finally spoke and her tone seemed to indicate that nothing serious had happened, Su Jinhua breathed a sigh of relief and muttered a few more words. Seeing that it was almost noon, she said, Have you bought groceries? I'll go cook for you. I'll come back after lunch. Shifuya was a little confused. She didn't expect her mother was planning to have lunch. Qin Feng then realized what happened in the morning. It turned out that Shifuya refused to go on a blind date and was beaten by her father. Qin Feng was a little touched. He stepped forward and hugged Shifuya, saying softly, Sister, I'm sorry for making you suffer. Shifuya was not in the mood for hugging or cuddling right now, as her mother was outside. She pushed Qin Feng away, found his clothes and pants, handed them to him, and said, Put on your clothes first. I'm going to take my mom out for dinner later. You should leave as well. After saying that, she started to put on her clothes and checked her neck and collar in the mirror to see if there were any strawberry marks. Qin Feng felt guilty when he saw her panicking. While putting on his pants, he said, How about I go meet your parents? Shifuya glared at him and said, Brother, do you want to kill me? I just had a fight with my family today, and you showed up in my room. They will think you were a wild man. Qin Feng shrank his neck. Indeed, even if he wanted to meet her parents, he couldn't do so by being caught in bed. And just at this moment, a doubtful voice came from outside. Hey, Xiaoya, why is there a pair of large-sized shoes at your door? Qin Feng became nervous when he saw that his shoes were discovered by his mother. Shifuya also felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. She looked left and right, then pulled Qin Feng and stuffed him into the closet. Pretending to be nonchalant, he said, The seller sent the wrong product. I'm going to return it and leave it at the door. Yeah. Su Jinhua had a hint of doubt, ran to the door of the room, knocked on the door and said, You open the door. Why are you locking it in broad daylight? Chapter 145, Old Tricks Again. Qin Feng is now very panicked, worried that her mother will come in to check on her. He thought hiding in the closet was unsafe and wanted to find a hiding place. For example, jumping out of the window and hanging on the windowsill, or jump onto the ceiling in the corner of the door. But the risks are very high. Either passers-by will be scared to death, or Shifuya's mother will be scared to death, which is very inappropriate. Just as he was thinking hard, suddenly I remembered that I still had 2 more times of hypnosis to use. Shifuya's mother is so old. How could she possibly score 90 points? If she gets caught, the worst that can happen is that her mother's memory of this will be erased. Qin Feng, who was hiding in the closet, calmed down instantly. Shifuya's psychological quality is also good. He opened the door calmly and walked out naturally. Mom, don't cook. There's no food in the refrigerator. Let's go out to eat, Shifuya said casually. Her mother Su Jinhua took advantage of the moment the door opened to stretch her neck and take a hard look at the situation inside. I didn't see anything male. Seeing his daughter walked out openly. For a moment she thought she was really overthinking. Until I saw my daughter with a happy face and a face full of peach blossoms. There was no sign of having been wrong that morning in his eyes. Su Jinhua became suspicious again. Are you hiding something from me? What can I do? Shifuya said with a smile. When Su Jinhua saw her daughter come out and close the door, she had a rough guess in her mind. She took her daughter's hand, went to the kitchen, closed the kitchen door, and asked in a low voice, You got a man inside? Mom, don't think too much. If I had a man, I would show him to you. Shifuya's eyes flickered. Su Jinhua has been confirmed. Something must be wrong with her daughter. Thinking that she didn't dare to bring it out to see me openly, I guess it was something that was not presentable. She's very angry. He stared at his daughter with dismay and asked in a suppressed anger, Why don't you learn your lesson, girl? Where's this guy from this time? I don't understand what you are saying, Shifuya said helplessly. Su Jin cursed softly. You want to repeat the same mistake, don't you? Your father's reputation is ruined. Have you ever thought about your father? You actually found some questionable people. Shifuya felt that Qin Feng inside should not be able to hear these because of the 2 doors between them. She didn't want to argue and just let her mother scold her. Why did I raise such a troublesome thing like you? Instead of looking for a good partner, you always look for social scums. Dump him as soon as possible. You hear me? Find a good man who treats you well, and stop being so willful. When you're 30 in the blink of an eye, you should think about your future instead of focusing on those bad men all day long. Shurfuya couldn't help but retort. How do you know it's bad? When her mother saw that he finally admitted it, she became even angrier and accused him. He hid inside and didn't dare to come out. It's obvious that he doesn't want to be responsible for you. Is this kind of person considered a good man? Mom, stop talking. I can handle my own affairs. You can go back, Shurfuya said coldly. Her mother was so angry that she really wanted to abandon her. But she's my daughter after all. She couldn't bear it, so she sighed and was about to try to persuade him in a gentle manner. Unexpectedly, I heard the sound of the door opening outside. Then with a bang, the door was closed. This is the entrance to the house, right next to the kitchen. Su Jinhua closed the kitchen door and couldn't see what was happening outside. I thought it was the man in Shurfuya's room who sneaked out. I felt extremely disappointed with my daughter's vision. She would never let her daughter continue to live with such an irresponsible man. But at this moment, a man's voice came from the living room. Are you home, honey? Su Jinhua was shocked. What's going on? Instead of the people inside running out, a man came in? Why are there men coming in? Is the name still so intimate? Could it be that this girl has more than one man? Her mother looked at the equally surprised woman and asked anxiously in a low voice, Who is this again? Shurfuya recognized Qin Feng's voice and reacted immediately. Just now she thought that Qin Feng had left. Unexpectedly, he didn't leave. He was still standing at the door, opening it and then closing it again. Shurfuya felt a little amused when she thought about his actions. Now, he could pretend to come in from outside and perfectly avoid the situation of being caught cheating. She replied, My boyfriend, I just got a boyfriend. I haven't had time to tell you yet. Su Jinhua was surprised and asked, Who is that in your room? Shurfuya was no longer panicked and turned the tables and said, What room? What are you imagining? Now that everyone was out, Shurfuya simply opened the kitchen door and formally introduced them to her mother. Mom, this is Qin Feng, 1 year younger than me. Qin Feng met Shurfuya's mother, a woman in her 50s with glowing skin and a rosy complexion. Curling hair into waves is the favorite style of middle-aged women. There are faint wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and forehead, and her figure is a little out of shape, but one can vaguely see the similarities with Shurfuya from her face shape and eyes. Once anyone gains weight, their appearance will be greatly reduced. Shurfuya's mother looks like an ordinary aunt. Meeting his mother-in-law for the first time, Qin Feng pretended to be surprised and nervous, and quickly said politely, Hello, Auntie. Hello. I am Shurfuya's boyfriend. Su Jinhua looked Qin Feng up and down, and finally her eyes fell on Qin Feng's shoes. Qin Feng was wearing a pair of black leather shoes and had indeed just come in from outside. She kind of believed what her daughter said. She smiled and nodded, feeling very satisfied with this boy of medium height, wearing a proper shirt and looking very decent. She felt better, smiled warmly, and said, Hello, Xiao Qin, right? Come in and sit down. You're welcome. Qin Feng responded with a silly smile, took off his shoes, and walked into the house. Shurfuya followed and said to Qin Feng in a voice that her mother could just hear, Honey, my mom just happened to be here today. I'm sorry I didn't tell you in advance. It's okay. I should have visited earlier, Qin Feng said with a smile as he sat on the sofa. Qin Feng was in the closet and heard Shurfuya's mother scolding Shurfuya. He expressed his anger at being slandered and abused like this. If I don't stand up to support Shurfuya, how will Shurfuya be able to hold her head up in front of her family in the future? What do you think? Am I smart, your brother? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and spoke softly to Shurfuya before her mother came over. Haha, so smart. Where did you get the shoes? Shurfuya asked curiously with her beautiful eyes shining. The secret cannot be revealed, Qin Feng said proudly. At this moment, a tall man was sitting on the stairs outside the door. He was wearing only socks on his feet, the color of his birth year. He was struggling over whether to wait for Qin Feng to return the shoes to him or go out and buy a pair. It's not about money. The main problem is that it is difficult to buy leather shoes in size 46. And if you wear other shoes home, you are likely to quarrel with your wife. He was not known to be much of a quarreler. Chapter 146, I am a vagrant. Inside the house, there were some greetings and pleasantries. Shurfuya's mother began to get to the point. What does Xiao Qin do? Oh, I used to be the person in charge of the regional security system and the one who ensured the operation of basic energy needs for humanity, but I don't do that anymore. Qin Feng relied on his backup plan and talked nonsense. At worst, it's just a waste of hypnosis. There's nothing to be afraid of. Su Jinhua was confused and had no idea what Qin Feng said. Just understand the key parts, which means don't do these. So what job do you do now? Su Jinhua asked. National Human Resources Reserve Cadre. Has considerable experience in organic manufacturing. Qin Feng smiled modestly, as if it was not a big deal. Although Su Jinhua didn't understand, she felt it was very cool for some reason. I didn't expect Xiao Qin to be so successful at such a young age. Excuse me, can you tell me about his salary? Ha ha, there is no salary, I pay myself, Qin Feng said with a smile. After hearing what Qin Feng said, Su Jinhua had a higher opinion of Qin Feng. This is obviously a big boss. She was busy cutting fruits, buying vegetables, and cooking to entertain Qin Feng. Qin Feng did not refuse and watched her busy with a smile. With the enthusiasm of his mother-in-law, Qin Feng had a sumptuous lunch at Shifuya's home. The craftsmanship is unexpectedly good. It tastes like home-cooked food. Qin Feng praised the food repeatedly. Su Jinhua's face was full of wrinkles when she smiled. While having lunch, Qin Feng thought about the bad reputation of the Shi family in the village. He was considering whether to invest in building a few buildings and rent them out for free in the name of Shifuya. Those villagers are living under someone else's roof, so they shouldn't dare to gossip about them anymore. Fame is something that will come naturally as long as you have money and are willing to spend it. The question of fast and slow. Qin Feng had lunch, and seeing that Shifuya's mother was still unwilling to leave, he prepared to leave. There is no rush to build a building. Let's wait until we find someone to do real estate development. He said goodbye politely and left Shifuya's house despite her mother's enthusiastic attempts to keep him. He wore his own white sneakers. Wang Gang's leather shoes were left behind. Shifuya's mother didn't have any doubts when she saw it. Just think of them as Qin Feng's spare shoes here. After Qin Feng left, Su Jinhua held Shifuya's hand and complained. Look at you. Why didn't you tell your family about finding a partner? Shifuya said calmly. I originally asked him to come here today just to ask him if he wanted to meet you guys. Su Jinhua thought about it and felt that she really didn't give her time. Her face turned red and she changed the subject. So how did your conversation go? How many people are there in his family? What does he do? The relationship is going well. We are planning to have a child first. Shifuya's calm voice startled her mother. Su Jinhua was so shocked that she didn't even bother to wash the dishes. She ran out and asked, What? You want to have a child without getting married first? That doesn't make sense. Have you been deceived? Mom, don't worry. He won't lie to me. Shifuya comforted her. I think you have been deceived by him. What he said was so confusing that I couldn't understand a word he said. How much money does he make a year? Su Jinhua asked. I don't know. Shifuya shook her head. Look, I told you, silly girl, you can't even see a dime and you listen to his nonsense. You really piss me off. Su Jinhua sat down next to her daughter and was ready to scold her. But he gave me 60 million. Shifuya's words were like a heavy hammer, interrupting her spell. Su Jinhua widened her eyes in disbelief and said in shock, What? 60 million? Real? Shifuya nodded calmly and said, It was transferred from me with real money. You? Su Jinhua was stunned and didn't react for a long time. What is the concept of 60 million? The residential buildings built by the villagers in their village cost less than 60 million yuan. How rich does one have to be to give so much money to a boyfriend or girlfriend? She said tremblingly. You dare to take so much money? Shifuya did not answer, but took out 2 cards from her bag, put them on the table, and said to her mother, Each ticket is worth 5 million, one for you and one for Dad. I give them to you too as a gift of filial piety. Take them back and buy what you need. Don't be reluctant to spend money. Su Jinhua looked at the card on the table and asked worriedly, What if he asks you to go back? No, he's not that kind of person. Shifuya smiled and said, He is a big shot. His driver and nanny both earn 2 million per year. He doesn't need this little money. Su Jinhua said worriedly, How can we marry into such a wealthy family? Does he have any requirements? Shifuya held her hand and comforted her gently. Mom, don't worry about it. We are still dating now. Don't think too far ahead. Su Jinhua thought about what her daughter had said at the beginning about having a baby, and suddenly she didn't know what to say. The solid 60 million left her no reason to blame her daughter. 60 million for giving birth to a child. There is no such good thing in the world. If she could give birth, she would want to have one. But the cost is too high, and I will probably get divorced if I give birth to the child. She needs to think twice. But my daughter doesn't need to get divorced. She already has 1 child, so there's nothing to worry about. Su Jinhua waved her hand, took the 10 million on the table, and said, I can't control you. Just do it yourself. Qin Feng returned to his home. Open WeChat. Another group of people came looking for him. Not only classmates and friends, even people I hadn't contacted before came over. They all asked the same question. Is it you who proposed in the TikTok video? The class group was in an uproar, with people constantly Qin Feng Shathig, talking and asking if they were together. Qin Feng didn't understand. I asked two familiar people. I just found out that the video of me proposing yesterday was posted on TikTok and received nearly 1 million likes in one night. Qin Feng searched Douyin and soon found himself. The title is this how a rich person proposes? A villa, a diamond ring, and a handsome guy as gifts. The scene first gave a close-up of the bow on the villa and then moved to the stage. Amidst the petals flying all over the sky, the man expressed his love passionately, then knelt on one knee to put on the ring. The stunningly beautiful woman opposite was deeply moved and hugged the man with tears in her eyes. It's an ideal romantic love. Hundreds of thousands of comments below. I have hung my dad up and beaten him for 3 hours, but he still refuses to admit that he is a billionaire. Family members, who understands? I showed it to my boyfriend, and he actually said it was a staged photo. This guy is so charming. If my boyfriend looked like this, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Whose young master is this? Such a grand scene, with a hot air balloon. Those who buy diamond rings are all IQ tax. This comment only has a few thousand likes, while the comment below, it has tens of thousands of likes. Only those who cannot afford it would say diamond rings are a waste of money. Oops, this is clearly going to be a hit. Chapter 147, The Truth Comes Out. At noon, in the girls' dormitory of Shanghai University, Yunyun was sitting sideways on the bed, recording a video of herself with her cell phone. She pouted, clenched one fist beside her face, and tilted her head to make a cute expression. After beauty enhancement, this girl who scored less than 80 points looks even cuter than Zhong Wanwan in front of the camera. The shot was taken from top to bottom. Not only her whole body was captured in the picture, but also Zhuang Xiaoli, who was sitting awkwardly below. This kind of video with the background of girls' dormitory has attracted an astonishing number of fans online. Old perverts like to look at beautiful women, and they like to look at beautiful women's roommates even more. Especially a beautiful roommate like Zhuang Xiaoli, who puts her white and tender legs on the desk and sits on a chair playing with her mobile phone, can arouse their desire to voyeur. Zhuang Xiaoli was unaware of this. The chair under her had only its 2 legs on the ground. She leaned back against the chair, her body swaying slightly. Although this arrogant and comfortable sitting posture is exclusive to boys, girls look better in it than boys. Yunyun was secretly excited when she got the shot she wanted. She's about to go live. I need to post a rubbing video first. In this way, after others watch the video, if they want to watch it again, they will click on her live broadcast room. She used Jianying to add some pop music background, edited a few paragraphs of text, and cut it into a short video of more than 10 seconds. Just when she was about to finish, suddenly, Zhuang Xiaoli screamed, "Oh my God!" Yunyun was so frightened that her phone almost fell to the ground. She thought Xiaoli found out she was secretly photographing her, so she quickly apologized. "Sister Lily, I'm sorry. Your legs are so beautiful. Please let me use them for a while." "What?" Zhuang Xiaoli looked back at her, and after realizing that she was secretly photographed, she immediately said angrily, "You took pictures of me again?" "Hee, I didn't show my face this time. I just took a pic of my legs," Yunyun said with a smile, licking her face. Last time she discovered that beauties who didn't show their faces seem to have higher traffic. Everyone is asking for photos in the comments. Fans and viewers will also show off the photos they took in the past. Active interaction can bring more exposure. Don't you have one yourself? Zhuang Xiaoli glared at her unhappily. "No one is prettier than you. Your legs can attract a bunch of old perverts, hee." Yunyun flattered with a smile. Zhuang Xiaoli was secretly happy, but pretended to be unhappy. "Next time you take a photo, tell me, don't be sneaky." "Well, Sister Xiaoli is so nice. I want to marry you," Yunyun said happily. Zhuang Xiaoli waved her hand generously. Then he stood up, took his phone, and walked to Yunyun's bed, handed the phone over and said, "Let's talk business. Look, does this guy look like Wanwan's boyfriend?" Yunyun only looked for 1 second and knew she was talking about the popular proposal scene. She had seen this video last night and watched it several times. Judging from the voice and temperament alone, there is a 90% chance that it is the rich man who drives a Rolls-Royce. Combined with the presence of a big bodyguard at the scene, it can almost be concluded that it was him. But Yunyun didn't say anything last night and kept the secret to herself. Both of my roommates were having affairs with that man, and I stupidly want to tell them that your man was cheating on me. It's just stupid. At this moment, Zhuang Xiaoli came over to ask, but Yun Yun still wanted to fool her with vague answers. A bit similar, but it's too far to see clearly, so they shouldn't be the same person. How could it not be? It's obviously that scumbag, Zhuang Xiaoli said angrily. Sister Xiaoli, don't be angry first. This is obviously a stage photo, just to cheat traffic. Yun Yun carefully explained for Qin Feng. I'm not angry. I just feel sorry for Wan Wan. How could she fall in love with such a scumbag? Zhuang Xiaoli cursed. Logically speaking, this is someone else's business, and it's not her turn to worry about it. But she didn't know why she was angry. When she saw the scumbag pounding the floor excitedly, she couldn't control her urge to beat him up. You just got the girl by scamming her, and now you're going to propose to another girl. How shameless of you. Zhuang Xiaoli found a reason for her anger and condemned Qin Feng harshly. Oh, what if they are not the same person? They just look a little bit similar, said Yun Yun. How is that possible? Look at the way he smiled at that girl. It was exactly the same as when he smiled at Wan Wan. Zhuang Xiaoli poked at the screen and showed it to Yun Yun, who was bending over. At this moment, the dormitory door was opened. Zhong Wan Wan came back with food. Zhuang Xiaoli's expression tensed. Before she could decide whether to tell Zhong Wan Wan the cruel fact, she heard Qin Feng's confession on the phone. I like you at any time, and I also like... Zhuang Xiaoli quickly clicked the return button and exited Douyin. Wan Wan, you're back, Yun Yun said awkwardly. Zhong Wan Wan could tell that it was Qin Feng's voice. She didn't expect this sentence to come from Zhuang Xiaoli's phone. The whole person was stunned. I saw Zhuang Xiaoli smiling at me again with a panicked look on her face. No matter how stupid Zhong Wan Wan was, she realized that something was wrong with Qin Feng. She was at a loss as to what to do. She stood at the door with the food in her hand, not moving, not knowing what to do. Zhuang Xiaoli and Yun Yun looked at each other, communicating with their eye contact whether they should tell her about this. Since Zhong Wan Wan doesn't watch Douyin very often, she probably doesn't know that Qin Feng has a woman outside. Yun Yun shook her head gently. What I mean is that it is better to have less trouble than more, and wait until she finds out about it later. Zhuang Xiaoli really wanted Zhong Wan Wan to recognize Qin Feng's true face. But this is a bit too cruel for such an innocent and lovely girl. She hesitated for a moment. I feel that it is not appropriate to unilaterally conclude that the person in the video is Qin Feng when there is uncertainty. So she chose to hide it. Zhuang Xiaoli walked over and greeted as if nothing had happened. Wan Wan, what are you doing standing there? Guomein. As he spoke, he took the food from Zhong Wan Wan, opened it, and said in surprise, Wow, are we having big plate chicken in the cafeteria today? I think this is the only thing they have to offer. Zhong Wan Wan just stood there stupidly, allowing the other party to pull her in. Wan Wan, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Yun Yun asked while sitting on the bed. She is losing weight without eating. Zhong Wan Wan gradually came back to her senses, looked at her blankly, shook her head, and said nothing. Yun Yun was not sure whether she could tell that it was Qin Feng who was speaking, and said guiltily, Don't think too much. Sister Xiaoli was showing me a funny video just now. Yes, it's really funny. Zhuang Xiaoli pulled the corners of her mouth with an unnatural expression. Zhong Wan Wan did not respond. She sat quietly in her seat and picked up a thick book of postgraduate entrance examination materials to read. But from her empty eyes, it could be seen that she was not paying attention at all. She was extremely uneasy. From the sound of it, it sounded like Qin Feng confessed his feelings to her roommate. If this is true, then she doesn't know how to face Qin Feng or her roommates. She didn't have the courage to ask them if this was true, nor did she dare to find out whether Zhuang Xiaoli accepted Qin Feng's confession. The timid Zhong Wan Wan just wanted to forget what she had just heard. Pretend you know nothing. But the more you fear something, the more likely it will come. Zhuang Xiaoli was eating and asked casually, Wan Wan, what would you do if you found out that your boyfriend was cheating on you? Facing Zhuang Xiaoli's meaningful questions, Zhong Wan Wan's fingers turned slightly white as she held the book. I was so nervous that I didn't know how to reply. So I just said softly, Have no idea. It's obvious that the scumbag is not honest. You'd better be mentally prepared and don't get upset when the time comes. Okay? Zhuang Xiaoli reminded tactfully. Zhong Wan Wan lowered her head and hummed. Yun Yun couldn't bear it, so she spoke up for Qin Feng. It could also be a misunderstanding. Your boyfriend is pretty good to you. What a misunderstanding. He is definitely a scumbag. Zhuang Xiaoli was angry again and said to Zhong Wan Wan, Your boyfriend is in Jiangcheng, right? I happen to have something to do in Jiangcheng this afternoon. If you don't have classes, should we go check on him together? Chapter 148. Death Song is about to start. Qin Feng didn't know that the enemy was about to arrive at the battlefield. He just saw that his video became popular and felt a little troubled. Becoming famous in this way means that the entire internet will know that he has a girlfriend. This will undoubtedly increase the difficulty of picking up girls for him. When he chats up other girls, they will think he is a scumbag who has a girlfriend. This is not a good thing. Fortunately, the clarity of the shot was not very high, and only my side face appeared in the shot. And this kind of popularity usually doesn't last more than a week. As long as you don't hype it up, people probably won't care too much once this wave of traffic passes. He plans to take it easy. I hope the heat passes soon. At the same time, I sent a WeChat message asking Xiaoting to stop shouting everywhere. Xiaoting replied sensibly, I know. Xiaoting guessed that maybe Qin Feng's family didn't allow him to show off, so she didn't think much about it. I didn't show up in the class group. Just like Qin Feng, he played dead and neither admitted nor denied it. The students were itching to get the answers, so they suggested in the group that they hold a class reunion to get together. Qin Feng didn't want to go. There's nothing fun about the class reunion. He has now gotten rid of vulgar tastes and has no interest in showing off his wealth. I have already taken care of the most beautiful girl, and I guess none of the remaining ones are even 90-point beauties. In the past, I was just pretending to be cool and showing off that I had succeeded in pursuing the school beauty. In addition, it would be very embarrassing if a familiar classmate came to ask for money or something. He is willing to lend, but after borrowing it, you might end up being hated by others. Sometimes people are just like this, borrowing money but getting nothing good in return. Qin Feng didn't want to be blocked. However, Xiaoting wanted to show off her Porsche and begged Qin Feng to go with her. Qin Feng couldn't resist Xiaoting's coquettishness and the temptation of cosplaying my Shiranui. Imagine Xiaoting, who has such a passionate personality, jumping around in such revealing clothes. Qin Feng is so shameful. After all, some cosplays need to match the personality to be suitable. He finally agreed to Xiaoting's request. The class reunion is scheduled for October 1st. That is 2 weeks later. Qin Feng didn't take it seriously. Back to my own big flat. After taking a shower and changing into casual clothes, I prepare to check out the large fitness club nearby. See if I can find a beautiful personal trainer to teach me fitness. 80 points or above is enough. 90 points is not necessary. If a woman is too beautiful, it will affect the speed at which one draws the sword. Qin Feng is still quite restrained towards girls who score below 90 points. Even if something beyond friendship happens, he can be cold-blooded and change things at will. These days, he saw many 80-point girls, and each of them wanted to get close to him. If he were to treat his girlfriends equally, he would probably have more than double digits of girlfriends now. You can imagine how terrifying the power of money is. Just showing them his strength would make them rush into the fire without hesitation. It's a pity that I didn't have the energy before, but now I have enough self-control. Qin Feng shook his head, feeling sorry for the majority of the 80-point beauties. I put aside my messy thoughts, went out, and called Wang Gang, who had changed into new shoes and prepared to go to the gym. On the way, Qin Feng asked Wang Gang curiously, Brother Wang, what do you usually do when you have nothing to do? Wang Gang smiled and said, I usually read novels in the car. If it's hot, I'll go to the grocery store or lottery shop to watch them play. Qin Feng paid him 1 year's salary in advance 2 days ago. The amount is equivalent to winning the first prize in a lottery. This made him feel particularly superior when watching the fun in the lottery shop. Is that so? Do you go home every night? Sometimes I don't go back. I sleep in the car. How can I sleep in the car? Why don't you move in? My house is too big, and I'm not used to living alone. Wang Gang was slightly moved by his boss's concern. You have to know that in this world, except for his father, no other man has ever cared about where he sleeps. However, although he was touched, he also knew that he could not live in his boss's house. If it is a villa, it is easy to deal with. There's a floor separating it, so it doesn't matter if you live downstairs. But it's not very convenient to live together in a large flat. If the boss's wife also moves in the future and something misunderstanding happens, my innocence will be lost. Wang Gang shook his head and refused. It's okay, don't bother me. If the boss wants to settle here, I'll rent a house nearby if possible. Qin Feng thought that it was not easy for them to work with him, and they didn't even have a place to live, which was quite pitiful, so he said, Then let's do this. Tomorrow I'll bring my sister here to buy a house for you to live in. You can go to the sales office and find the beautiful lady named Guan from last time and pick a house that you like. Wang Gang was a little excited. A boss who provides accommodation is a good boss. He quickly thanked him. Thank you, boss. I'll just pick a smaller house. No, you don't have to save money for me. If you want to live on the top floor, I'll buy it for you. Qin Feng expressed his selfish thoughts. I don't think you'll need that much space in this 1,000 square meter house. Let me put some fitness equipment there and give the property management some money to see if we can build an outdoor swimming pool on the rooftop. Wang Gang was stunned after hearing this. He had no objection to his staff dormitory being turned into a gym, as he loved lifting weights anyway. But he never thought that one day he would be able to live on the top floor of a wealthy area and pee and shit on the heads of all the rich people. Thinking of this, Wang Gang felt a little excited. He expressed his willingness on the spot. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction, then pinched Wang Gang's muscles. Very solid. I feel like I practice well. Unfortunately, he is not like those beautiful personal trainers who would shout "come on" in a sweet voice, and he can't motivate himself. Otherwise, it would be nice to let him teach me how to exercise. He brought the smirking Wang Gang to a large fitness club. As soon as I entered the door, a beautiful receptionist came to greet me, introduced their facilities and projects to Qin Feng. Different from ordinary gyms, the fitness club here includes more facilities and is more entertaining. The first floor is the reception room, medical room, and lounge for personal trainers. It is said that there are more than 100 personal trainers signed up. Before training, in the exclusive lounge, let the personal trainer provide professional muscle relaxation and massage. The second floor is the gym, which has equipment area, aerobic area, strength area, and vending area. The services provided are also more diverse, such as boxing, octagonal cage, exercise room, yoga room, cycling room, etc. The third floor is the swimming pool and steam room. The beautiful receptionist finally said, "Most of our members here are elites in the community. If you work out here, you will have a chance to meet upper-class people." Qin Feng asked, "How much per month?" The front desk replied, "A quarterly pass costs 16,000 yuan, and an annual pass costs 60,000 yuan. As long as you come to work out, there will be professional fitness coaches to guide you, and you don't need to buy private lessons." Qin Feng nodded. "Then can I choose a private trainer here?" Front desk instructor Qin Feng added the official account, checked the basic information of all private trainers, and said, "You can choose from available private trainers. If you want one-on-one personal supervision and sparring, you'll need to pay extra." All Qin Feng wanted was one-on-one sparring. He didn't ask how much it cost. Turn on the scan and look at them one by one. I unexpectedly discovered a blonde foreign girl named Sasha. Chapter 149 Strong Body. Sasha has a very curvy figure. In the photo, she is wearing a tight white vest, revealing her sexy and charming abs. Her long golden hair flows down to one side. She has a straight nose, deep eye sockets, three-dimensional facial features, a fair complexion, and a bold and passionate smile. You can tell at first glance that she is a very capable girl. Charm Index 92, has only been in love once. Very clean and sanitary. Qin Feng pointed to the girl and asked the receptionist, "Can she speak Chinese?" The receptionist took a look and smiled. "Yes, but it's not a particularly standard one. Just her. I want one-on-one." Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. He has always heard that foreigners are stronger, so he wants to use his super strong physique to compete with them and see if he can hold his own. I hope she's not a greedy girl. Of course, this greed does not refer to money. "Mr. Qin, this is our star coach, and his fee is a little higher than others." "It's okay. Just name your price, and I'll cover it for a year first." When the receptionist heard that this handsome guy didn't even ask the price and directly offered a yearly package, she immediately realized that he was a big shot. Some big guys are so arrogant that they don't treat service staff as human beings. She was afraid of causing some unpleasant trouble, so she carefully reminded, "It's like this. Before you choose her, I need to inform you in advance that she is an international friend of the Russian country and is protected in all aspects. If she is treated illegally, it is easy to get into trouble. At the same time, she has a rather direct personality and speaks hurtfully. In addition, she has outstanding abilities and has been complained by several customers. Are you sure you want her?" Qin Feng didn't care at all. It would be better to be direct. He likes women who can be straightforward. "Well, it's her. Swipe the card." Qin Feng immediately took out the card and flew over. I was a little sad to spend my own money, but now that I see a beautiful woman who can get it reimbursed, I don't feel any pressure at all. The price for a one-on-one private training session is 20,000 yuan a month, plus the venue fee. The total is 300,000 yuan a year. You can negotiate the training time, and the food supply during the period is calculated separately. Their personal trainers may have multiple students. Private trainers will stagger students' fitness times to try to accommodate everyone. Although Qin Feng didn't ask, the beautiful receptionist still explained everything to Qin Feng conscientiously. Qin Feng nodded lightly. After swiping the card and signing, the system prompt sounded. Goddess database update. Name, Natalisa. Age, 24. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Charisma, 92. Occupation, fitness trainer. Features, hot and wild. Favorability, 5. Acquaintance. Number of romances, 1. Strategy reward, big eater. Amount consumed, 300,000 yuan. Big eater. The swallowed animal has a chance to gain the animal's own abilities, such as motion capture, odor identification, ultrasound, danger warning, etc. It can also store the basic energy needed by the body, up to 30 days of consumption. To explain it in layman's terms, you are what you eat to replenish what you lack, and a full meal will keep you from feeling hungry for 30 days. This skill is a bit overbearing. Qin Feng wanted a little. I heard that tigers can mate 50 times a day, and the mating activity can last for 5 to 6 days, but I don't know if it's true or not. With this skill, you can give it a try. Although tigers are national protected animals. But if I'm walking alone in the deep forest and a tiger attacks me, is it okay to take emergency shelter? In the end, I was almost dying of hunger. Eating the tiger could be considered an emergency measure, right? The only problem is that there are very few tigers in the mountains now. If you want to eat, bah. If you want to avoid danger, you can only go to an uninhabited forest in a foreign country. Qin Feng sat in the lounge area of the hall. While having a sweet fantasy, he quietly waited for his big eater Sasha to appear. She didn't have classes today, so she didn't come to work. The two receptionists looked at Qin Feng's back, kept discussing his worth, and guessed from his last name which family he belonged to. Finally, through the circle of friends, I found out that Qin Feng had just bought a house in the community yesterday, a large flat worth more than 10 million yuan. Their eyes turned into heart shapes, and they had no resistance to this rich, handsome guy. His mind was full of thoughts about how to strike up a conversation, and he even ignored new customers who came in. Half an hour later, the personal trainer Shasha arrived and came to Qin Feng's side under the guidance of the front desk. She extended her hand generously and said with a smile, "Yu Hao, nice to see you." The girls from the Fighting Nation are indeed extraordinary, with big smiles, curved eyebrows, and upturned noses. Delicate sapphire blue eyes will give you an electric shock when looking at you. She is very tall, and when she stands in sneakers, she is almost as tall as Qin Feng. He was dressed very conservatively in a long-sleeve sport jacket with the zipper pulled up very high, so you couldn't tell the depth of the jacket. The lower body is also wearing sports trousers, which does not show the body shape or the appearance. Qin Feng gently shook her hand and said with a smile, "You howl too. Washi Shasha, Ni's personal trainer." Sasha took her hand back and introduced herself in a serious manner. "I will help you complete your fitness plan in the future. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation." Sasha's accent is a little peculiar, but her voice is very pleasant, like the clear sound of a bird. Qin Feng nodded and said softly. "What should I call you?" Sasha asked with her charming blue eyes shining. "Whatever you want to call me." Qin Feng had some feelings for her and wanted her to call him husband. "Then I'll call you boss. I'll take you for a full body checkup first, and then I'll tell you a fitness plan that's right for you." Sasha had served several wealthy people and didn't mind Qin Feng's cold attitude. She took Qin Feng to the medical room and started to do various physical examinations. First of all, it's the weight. Now that Qin Feng's bone density has increased, his weight has reached 120 kilograms. He is less than 1.8 meters tall and weighs 240 kilograms, yet he is so thin. The girl who did the test and Sasha, who saw the report, both looked incredulous. When the body fat report came out, Qin Feng actually had only 8 body fat, which made Sasha open her mouth in surprise. Whether it's heart rate, blood pressure, or urine test, they're all at the level of a perfect man. Looking at the muscular man who took off his shirt, Sasha's eyes were filled with surprise and admiration. The man was physically stronger than she had imagined. System prompt. Sasha's favorability +5. Admiring the strong is human nature. Qin Feng has a very stylish figure, and even if a man sees her, he would probably want to touch her. Boss, you're in good health. You're the best boss I have ever met, Sasha said sincerely. It's okay. Qin Feng laughed and said modestly. You don't need to lose weight at all. I recommend you to do some muscle building training. Don't make your muscles too big. It will easily expose your IQ. Just help me with strength training. Okay, I'll take you to the second floor for a strength test now. Sasha took Qin Feng to the locker room at the stairs. She went to change her clothes and asked Qin Feng to put on a loose vest. After coming out, Sasha's look immediately caught people's attention. A short white vest that barely covers her upper body and tight hot pants that cover nothing at all. The boxer-like fabric clung tightly to her waist, revealing a small portion of her round curve. Her snow-white skin made her look both beautiful and cool. Qin Feng was a little excited, but fortunately he suppressed it with his strong control. Coming to the squat barbell on the second floor, after watching Sasha demonstrate a few standard squats, Qin Feng almost failed. That full arc makes your blood boil every time you squat. The shape is like a large peach. No wonder there are customer complaints. Who can tolerate such a foul action from her? If we take pictures and post them online, those old perverts will probably bleed. Qin Feng closed his eyes, took a deep breath, patted his face, and tried to wake himself up. Now is the time to exercise. Don't let beauty delay you. It's time to show some real skill. Chapter 1, 50 Zhuang, Xiaoli wants to enforce justice. At the same time, Zhuang Xiaoli was sitting in the train to Jiangqing. There was only a reluctant Yun by her side. Zhong Wanwan did not come. Just like the previous times, she still chose to believe Qin Feng. Unless you see it with your own eyes, then it didn't happen. If you're unlucky enough to see, then she didn't know what to do. Miss, you don't even know where he lives. How can you find him if you just run over there rashly? Yun said helplessly. I've asked someone to check. There's a video of the villa. You can go there and take a look first. Zhuang Xiaoli looked at the fleeting scenery outside the window and replied calmly. Oh, I really don't understand. Is it you who is in love, or Wanwan who is in love? Yun's live broadcast was interrupted, and she was in a bad mood. She spoke directly. She is not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry? Zhuang Xiaoli was slightly stunned when she heard this. If it was to protect Wanwan at the beginning and prevent her from being deceived. Now that she has been deceived, there is absolutely no point in trying to find out the so-called truth, except that it might break them up. According to my understanding of Wanwan, I guess even if you put a photo of a man cheating on you on her desk, she will still listen carefully to his explanation. Since it's meaningless, why do I have to make Wanwan recognize this man? Zhuang Xiaoli had no answer in her mind, but she just wanted to know whether this scumbag was really a scumbag. She can do whatever she wants in this world. I will enforce justice. If the law cannot punish someone, I will do it myself, Zhuang Xiaoli said in a loud voice. The people around looked over curiously. Girls nowadays are becoming more and more willful, and their tone of voice even louder than that of their leaders. Yun covered her face with her hands, not daring to look at the other passengers' gazes, and said shamefully, Have you sanctioned it? If I find out he's cheating on me, I'll castrate that scumbag on behalf of all women. Zhuang Xiaoli waved her pink fist and said viciously, Then, what if he didn't have two relationships? Yun deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of two. Then he's lucky, but I'll keep an eye on him. Zhuang Xiaoli saw the message on her phone with determination in her eyes. Four Seasons Garden Villa District, Building 9. If we really find him in the villa, I will beat him up no matter what and make him unable to take care of himself. Yun sighed softly. The eldest daughter's illness has been going on for a long time. No one in school can cure her, and she doesn't know if anyone will be able to cure her after she is released. The second floor of the fitness club, the strength area. Qin Feng's squat barbell is almost full. One piece for 20 kilograms, and 10 pieces are added on one side. A full 400 kilograms. This terrifying weight caused the barbell to deform slightly. Qin Feng, who was carrying the weight on his shoulders, just felt it was a little heavy, and his center of gravity was a little unstable when he squatted. Once you have mastered the balance and are familiar with the weight, it won't be a big problem. He squatted up 5 or 6 times with a grunt, and Sasha was so scared that she quickly called other strong male coaches to come and help. With such a heavy weight, if there's no one to help, it is easy to get into trouble if you're not careful. At this moment, several guests who were working out in the strength area were so excited that their eyes almost popped out after seeing Qin Feng's performance. What the hell is this? What does it mean to squat 400 kilograms? The world record is only over 500 kilograms. For ordinary people with normal fitness experience, Being able to squat 140 is already very impressive. Fitness coaches can usually do 200 to 300, and only a few strongmen dare to challenge 300 plus. There are people here who can actually lift 400 kilograms. It looked easy, as if this was the limit of the pole, not his limit. They put down their small weapons and looked at Qin Feng as if he were a god. Even Wang Gang behind Qin Feng widened his eyes. He never thought that his boss could be better than him. His highest record in the gym was only 210 kilograms. He knew very well how powerful 400 kilograms of force was, and if he put in enough strength, he could easily knock himself, who weighed less than 200 kilograms, away. If you were so strong, why do you want to hire yourself as a bodyguard? Wang Gang fell into deep thought. At this time, two strong men rushed over hurriedly, stood on both sides of Qin Feng, and pretended to help him. Qin Feng felt a little tired after squatting for more than 10 times. When I first started working out, my body wasn't used to it yet. I wanted to imitate the weightlifters on TV and lift the barbell up with both hands and then throw it down. He was afraid of damaging the floor, so he slowly cooperated with the two strong men to put the barbell down. After standing up, he felt his legs pumping and his blood vessels expanded and contracted under the impact of blood, which was very comfortable. Fitness can indeed secrete dopamine. Qin Feng is a little addicted. I really want to squat there again. Boss, are you Superman? Sasha looked at Qin Feng in disbelief and couldn't help but touch his chest muscles and exclaimed. Qin Feng was stunned when he heard this and said with a smile, "Probably not. I can't fly yet. I don't know if the big eater can gain the ability of birds. I don't think it's possible because I don't have wings and flying hard may violate physics. You have such a great body. I think the only way you can improve is if you join the national team," Sasha praised. "It doesn't matter. Just practice casually, as long as you can make progress," Qin Feng said. "Okay, I can only make a plan for you based on the highest intensity. First, it's 100 kilograms weighted running, which can be done outdoors. Second, more professional fitness equipment is needed." Sasha looked at the bent dumbbell bar and felt a little embarrassed. The equipment here was completely fine for ordinary people. But for Superman, it's a little lacking in weight. Judging from his posture that he didn't seem to be trying very hard just now, if he wants to reach exhaustion, he's probably going to need a big guy. "Don't worry about that. I have both the money and the venue. Just buy it if you think it will be useful to me." Qin Feng took out his mobile phone, asked for the other party's bank card number, and thought for a while. 1 million was transferred. Most professional fitness equipment is quite expensive, and he was unsure about it. Sasha was shocked when she received a text message reminder about a bank transfer. How could this person just give himself 1 million so casually? The purchase agreement hasn't even been signed. Isn't he afraid that he might run away? Boss, do you want me to buy it myself?" Sasha said stutteringly. "Of course, you are more professional, so you should know more about these things." Qin Feng said casually. "Buy first, and tell me if it's not enough." Sasha said nervously, "It's totally enough. This money can open a small fitness studio." After the two muscular coaches unloaded the barbell plates, they looked at each other after hearing Qin Feng's words. There was curiosity in their eyes. How much did they give to make their star coach so excited? A few large dumbbells and barbells, plus a rack, would cost at most tens of thousands of yuan. "You're right. I want to build a small gym. Why don't you come with me to take a look at the venue and see how to arrange it better?" Qin Feng invited enthusiastically, seeing the man's strong body, exaggerated wealth, and gentle smile. Sasha, who never accompanies guests to other places, responded somehow, followed Qin Feng out. System prompt, Sasha's favorability +10. Current favorability 20. Chapter 151, Giving a House. When Qin Feng saw Sasha for the first time, a bold idea came to his mind. That is to give her the 1,000 square meter house on the top floor. Don't foreign girls prefer to be more direct? Then just go all in at once. It's the system's money anyway, so it doesn't matter who you give it to. By the way, you can also exercise in it. Qin Feng called the sales lady Guan Yuxian, and under her guidance, he and Sasha visited the top floor of building number 8. To be honest, the area of this house is really large. 1,000 square meters is equivalent to the size of 2 basketball courts. There is no problem riding a bicycle in it. You can keep a dog and take it for a walk at home. If you stand on either side of the living room, you have to shout to talk. There are 6 rooms in total. The master bedroom alone is over 100 square meters, equivalent to someone else's apartment. Even the nanny's room has 3 bedrooms and a living room. Qin Feng thinks that the nanny working here should also be equipped with a nanny. The overall decoration is very fancy, magnificent, with carved railings and jade bricks. A 200 square meter rooftop garden swimming pool was given to Qin Feng, saving him the trouble of building a swimming pool. Sasha followed the group to visit the rich people's houses with sparkling eyes. It was the first time in her life that she had seen such a luxurious mansion, and it seemed so unreal. The stone on the wall feels like it has layers of texture to the touch. The floor height is 3.4 meters, with a design without main lights, and the black and white tones are embellished with some dark gold elements. There's a tone that is exuberant but not oppressive, calm but not dull. There is no shortage of real fireplaces, scented candles, and more. Sitting on the soft sofa and overlooking the amazing scenery of the river through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, the atmosphere is simply perfect. Moreover, the view here is extremely broad, and exercising here, whether aerobic or anaerobic, is exciting. Qin Feng looked at it and nodded repeatedly and asked Guan Yuxian about the price of the house. Boss Qin, the base price for this set is 28 million, which is already the discounted price. There is no room for further discounts. Guan Yuxian was afraid that Qin Feng would bargain, so she quickly revealed her bottom line. If you really want to bargain, you can only negotiate with your leader. She has no way to do anything about it. Okay, got it. Qin Feng responded and thought about how to send the house away. I saw Wang Gang touching things left and right in the kitchen with an obsessed look on his face. He remembered that he had promised to buy this house for Wang Gang and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. But as a grown man, he doesn't need such a big house. Qin Feng walked over and whispered to Wang Gang, "Brother Wang, I want to give this apartment away. You could choose a new dormitory for yourself." Wang Gang's smile froze. He nodded and said nothing. He glanced at the kitchen with nostalgia, then followed Qin Feng and continued to pretend to be a statue. The kitchens here are all decorated similarly. If you like it, I'll arrange a downstairs kitchen for you tomorrow. Qin Feng comforted Wang Gang, but still couldn't figure out how to give him a house appropriately. I simply stopped thinking about it and went straight to Sha and said casually, Sha, how about this house making room for some fitness equipment? Of course, but it doesn't look very solid here. I'm worried about damaging the ground. Sasha was thinking about work. It's okay, we'll fix it if it breaks, Qin Feng said with a smile. It's our own house anyway. Boss, do you really want to buy this place? Sasha was slightly surprised. It was too expensive here. She couldn't even think about it. What? You don't want us to work out here? Qin Feng said with a smile. Sasha believed that the man who had just transferred 1 million yuan to her could afford it. It would be wonderful to be able to exercise here. Sasha looked very excited and happy. Hey. Qin Feng also thought of some wonderful things, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. By the way, China is a country of etiquette, and we attach great importance to etiquette. This is our first meeting, and I haven't prepared any gifts. How about I give you this house? Qin Feng's tone was very casual, and it sounded like he was delivering tea. He had just finished speaking. The room immediately fell silent, and no one spoke. Among the 3 guests present, only Wang Gang remained calm. Guan Yuxian and Sha stared at Qin Feng in amazement. Especially Sasha. She couldn't believe her ears. What? Give a house? Sasha was completely shocked. It took me a long time to come back to my senses. Boss, what isn't I talking about? What doesn't understand? She was so shocked that her accent became strange. I'm saying, this house is for you. Do you want it? Qin Feng repeated with a smile. Why? Sasha finally heard it clearly and asked in disbelief. No reason. I'm in a good mood and want to give it to you. Do you want it? Qin Feng put his hands in his pockets, spoke in a relaxed and casual tone, and smiled with ill intentions. Sasha's eyes widened in shock, seeing that he didn't sound like a joke and said such shocking words. For a moment, she doubted that she had not learned Chinese well enough to understand what the man really meant. I have been in China for so long, but I have never heard of anyone giving a house worth 28 million yuan as a meeting gift from a friend. This is a house worth 28 million. I can't even afford it in my entire life, and he wants to give it to me? She did not agree hastily, but asked again cautiously. Why? I've said there's no reason. If you must give a reason, it's that I want you to work out with me and be my exclusive coach. Qin Feng said lightly. Does this man want to possess her? A blush appeared on Sasha's face. There is no reason for a man who can easily give out 1 million to deceive himself. Looking at the boy's smile, a hint of panic flashed in her eyes, and her breathing gradually became rapid. But, thinking of her boyfriend, Sasha reluctantly refused the gift from the stranger. Sorry, boss, I don't think I can promise you that. When she said this, she felt extremely painful. Only she knows how much courage it takes to reject a house worth 28 million yuan. What's more, the other party is a super strong, handsome guy. And compared to money, his body is also very fascinating. Why? Qin Feng was very puzzled. This was the first time someone refused to accept his things. Because I have a boyfriend, I can't accept your gift. After Sasha made her choice, she relaxed a little and continued. Although I'm not Chinese, I also know the significance of giving you a house. I may disappoint you, but I cannot betray my lover. In their hometown, love is more important than material things. People are willing to make sacrifices and even endure pain for love. They believe that most things should give way to love. A girl can get married without even asking for anything. Qin Feng fell into deep thought. At this time, Guan Yuxian next to him became excited. Boss Qin, why don't you consider me? I can also accompany you to exercise, learn relevant knowledge, and provide you with any service. After she finished speaking, seeing that Qin Feng had no expression on his face and did not respond, she gritted her teeth and compromised. If you think I don't deserve this house, you could buy me a smaller one, the one downstairs that costs 8 million. Shut up, Qin Feng said coldly. Guan Yuxian's eyes were filled with tears all of a sudden. If the house had not been sold yet, she would have run out crying on the spot. Sha, is your boyfriend from your hometown? Qin Feng asked. No, he's the first friend I met here, Sasha replied. When Qin Feng heard that he was from China, he became a little more confident and said leisurely, your boyfriend probably doesn't have much money, otherwise you wouldn't have to work here. Love cannot be measured by money. Then is there a possibility that your so-called love can be measured by money in the eyes of the other person? When Sasha saw that someone doubted their love, she immediately became angry. No way, he's not that kind of person. Qin Feng smiled and said, do you want to make a bet? If I lose, this house will be my blessing to you. Sasha frowned, not believing that such a good thing could happen, and asked back, what if I lose? If you lose. Qin Feng paused for a moment, whetting her appetite, and said calmly, then just accept this house from me. Chapter 152. Make a bet. If I lose, you're going to give me a house too? Sasha pointed at her own handsome little nose with a look of surprise. Whether I win or lose, this house will be given to me. Aren't rich people a little too willful? Well, I need a place to exercise. I quite like this place, Qin Feng said truthfully. Sasha complained in her heart. The property fees here are more than 100,000 yuan a year. What's the use if you like it? I may not be able to afford to live there. She swallowed and wanted to refuse, but he just couldn't open his mouth. No one can resist this kind of house. She hesitated for a long time. Finally, he asked, how do you want to bet? Qin Feng didn't want to make it too complicated, so he said calmly, it's very simple. You call him over and I'll ask him face to face which one he would choose, 2 million or you. You have to know that you turned down 20 million for him. Hearing this, Sasha said firmly, don't worry, he said that he will only spend my money in this life. Although her boyfriend likes money and often uses her own money to drink and go to bars, Sasha knows that he is sincere to her. Her boyfriend can't cook, but he cooked noodles for her, gave her a silver ring, and sang for her on her birthday. He also said that no matter what the future holds, he will be with her. These were all tender and romantic things she had never experienced before. She believed that he would definitely refuse the 2 million for her sake. You know, if she worked hard for 10 years or so, she could have saved that much. If he chooses me, I hope you will apologize to him. This kind of question is considered an insult in our country. Of course, if your boyfriend can really resist the temptation of money, then I will definitely apologize. Qin Feng smiled. If they truly loved each other, he would definitely apologize and maybe even help them get together. After all, there are really not many people who can refuse 2 million. But he heard Sasha say that her boyfriend only knew how to spend her money. This made him feel that there seemed to be something wrong with this boy. No normal boy would say such shameless words. I believe in my boyfriend, Sasha said confidently. Let's wait and see. How long have you been together? Qin Feng asked. It's been almost a year. He took care of me when I first came to China. Has the relationship always been good? Not bad. He often posts my photos on social media to show off. Sasha thought of something and smiled involuntarily, saying, you Chinese boys are very serious and gentle, unlike the men in my hometown who are alcoholics, irresponsible, and chauvinistic. The girls over there like you Chinese boys very much. Being recognized by his international friends, Qin Feng, as a Chinese man, felt inexplicably proud. This is the image created by the vast number of bootlickers shining brightly in the world. Because she was so direct, Qin Feng immediately said, "Come on, this house will be given to you sooner or later. Let's go and handle the formalities now." Guan Yuxian was startled and hurried forward, bending down and bowing to open the door for Qin Feng. As for the boss who spent more than 13 million to buy a house yesterday, she had no doubt about his ability to buy a house. She was just shocked that her boss wanted to buy such an expensive house as a gift. This house is more than twice as expensive as his own. She had to remind Mr. Qin, it's more troublesome for foreigners to buy houses. If it involves loans, it may not be easy to do. Of course I have to pay in full. It's just a few dollars. Is it necessary to take out a loan? Qin Feng said arrogantly. Hearing this, Qin Feng's image in Guan Yuxian's heart became even taller. You have to know that 28 million in cash is not something that even people on the city's rich list can easily come up with. You can imagine how awesome this young man is. Then how should the property rights be divided? How much do you want to take? Qin Feng said calmly. Just write her name. No need to assign it. Guan Yuxian took a breath of cold air. I didn't expect that this man was really planning to give away the house. It's not fake at all. Now she was really frightened. From their conversation, it is not difficult to tell that they have just known each other for a short time. This boy was actually willing to give 28 million to the girl he just met. Is this how rich people live? She couldn't understand a thing. Sasha finally realized that she would soon own an expensive house. Her expression was no longer as calm as before, and her voice was trembling a little. Boss, are you really going to give this house to me? Well, if your boyfriend can stand the test, then this house will be your wedding house. If he fails, then this will be our gym. How about that? Sasha thought for a while and said seriously, if he fails, I am willing to be your exclusive sparring partner from now on. Haha, do it for a lifetime. Qin Feng blinked at her and said meaningfully. Sasha said frankly, okay, if he doesn't want me, I am willing to be your personal trainer until I die. The people of this fighting nation are indeed tough, much more direct than the tactful Chinese women. Qin Feng anxiously asked her to call her boyfriend over. You want to lift the lid to see whether it was big or small. Sasha obediently dialed her boyfriend's cell phone. Following Qin Feng's instructions, she told her boyfriend that she was being harassed by a wealthy client and asked him to come over and help. After hearing this, his boyfriend said he would be there within half an hour. Guan Yuxian went downstairs to prepare the house purchase contract, and Qin Feng was waiting in the suite. He opened a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet. Holding the wine glass and handing it to Sasha, who was sitting on the sofa, he asked boredly, "Excuse me, did you give your first time to your current boyfriend?" "No." Sasha shook her head unexpectedly and said, "The first time I confessed my love to the boy I liked was during my coming-of-age ceremony, but he didn't want to take responsibility, so I chose to leave him. The male-to-female ratio of the fighting nation is 1-6. Because there are so many choices, most boys are not very loyal and have no sense of responsibility. Boys love themselves more than their girlfriends. Once they feel uncomfortable, they will choose to break up and move on to find the next better one." Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully. He was very curious about the young man who had been talking for so long, but had not yet reached base. "You haven't had sex all year?" He said he was a traditional guy. Every time I had a need, he would refuse and say we could only have sex after we got married. Talking about this topic, Sasha was also puzzled, but he always brags about himself in WeChat moments and asks me to admit it. I don't understand. After hearing this, Qin Feng felt sick all over. This guy doesn't have any unspeakable secrets. No comment without knowing the full picture. Soon, Qin Feng received a call from the security guard, saying that a young man was about to come in and ask the owner to verify. Qin Feng asked the security guard at the door to let him in. After waiting for a few minutes, the elevator to the 31st floor arrived, and then the doorbell rang. Wang Gang was right next to the door and opened it. A well-mannered boy walked in. The blue-striped shirt was tucked into black trousers, wearing silver glasses and a middle-parted hairstyle. He looked a bit thin, about 1.7 meters tall. When he walked in, there was no anger on his face that showed his girlfriend being bullied. Instead, it was very peaceful. No way. Few people can get angry in front of Wang Gang. He looked up at Wang Gang, his eyes full of disdain. It seems to be saying, I bet you dare not hit me. Chapter 153, Have you ever imagined something bad? Please. Wang Gang ignored his gaze, bent down slightly, and stretched out his hand to greet it. Zhao Chengbin, who was standing at the door, realized that the man in front of him was not the boss, but a servant. He immediately became arrogant and snorted. She straightened her clothes and walked into the rich man's house. The decoration here is extremely extravagant, and it is obvious at first glance that it is very valuable. The space is also ridiculously large. Walking in a house like this, one can't help but feel a little ashamed. He felt guilty, but he disguised it well. Come to the sofa in the living room. I found my girlfriend sitting with a good-looking guy. I felt a little unhappy, but I said with a smile on my face, "Brother, I'm sorry. My girlfriend is a foreigner, and she's quite direct. If I've offended you in any way, I apologize." After all, he was a rich man, so he didn't dare to show any disrespect to him. Qin Feng carefully looked at the man in front of him. He is more handsome than me and has fair skin. He speaks in a shrill voice, a bit like a sissy. From his frivolous steps, it can be seen that this man is a little weak. Qin Feng smiled and said slowly, "Your girlfriend didn't offend me. I just wanted to invite you over." "Huh? I don't think we know each other." Zhao Qingbin was a little surprised. "I have no ill intentions. I just want to chat with you and ask you a few questions," Qin Feng said with a smile. Zhao Qingbin saw his nonchalant attitude and looked at his girlfriend who was sitting silently beside him. Several bad thoughts flashed through my mind. This made him look a little ugly, and he said hesitantly, "I don't think we have anything to talk about." Qin Feng saw his reluctance, snapped his fingers, and said, "How about this? I'll give you 10,000 yuan for every question you answer for me." Wang Gang received the signal, took out a suitcase from the room, and placed it on the coffee table. Opened the box in front of the two of them. Inside were neatly stacked bundles of banknotes. The shocking red light seemed to illuminate the entire hall. This kind of scene that only appears on TV is undoubtedly a shocking thing to see in reality. Qin Feng dragged the suitcase in front of him, took out a stack of banknotes, slapped them on his hand, and said lightly, "Here's 500,000. Let's just chat. If you agree, we'll start. If you don't agree, you can take your woman away now. Don't worry, I just want to make friends with you, nothing else." Zhao Qingbin didn't have much money and had always been supported by his girlfriend. "When I need money, I go to my girlfriend's house to cook a meal and coax her for a long time, but I can only get about 80,000 yuan. Seeing so much money all of a sudden, he was a little dazed. I finally moved my eyes away, but I glanced over there unconsciously. Qin Feng did not urge him, but quietly observed the boy's expression. His face was full of greed, but under the gaze of his girlfriend, he seemed a little hesitant. This looks particularly interesting. About 10 seconds later, Zhao Qingbin's voice sounded. "What do you want to know?" He seemed to have made up his mind, and his tone was a little flattering. Sasha looked at him with a slightly dimmed look in her eyes. She didn't know why, but even though she hadn't said anything yet, she had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. Qin Feng smiled lightly and asked, "May I have your name?" "Zhao Qingbin." After Zhao Qingbin finished speaking, he saw a stack of money flying towards him. He quickly stretched out his hands to catch it. Feeling the thickness of the 10,000 yuan bill, his breathing became heavy. "How old are you?" 25. "Where are you from?" "River City people." Zhao Qingbin received 10,000 yuan for every question he answered, and his eyes gradually became fanatical. Such a simple question is equivalent to free money. Who wouldn't want this? The next question is a bit difficult. You have to be mentally prepared. Qin Feng spent tens of thousands of dollars and started to get down to business. "Do you like your girlfriend?" Zhao Qingbin thought for a moment, glanced at the money in the box, and said righteously, "Of course, she is my favorite girl." "Very good, this 10,000 is yours again." Qin Feng smiled and put the money on the coffee table and pushed it over. It was a bit impolite to throw it like that just now. "I wonder if you're planning to get married? How are the wedding preparations going? Did you not prepare a house or a car for her because she's a foreign girl?" Qin Feng asked Zhao Qingbin a series of questions, leaving him unable to react for a while. He didn't expect Qin Feng to ask such a hurtful question. At his age, if his family doesn't have support, which boy can have a house, a car, and savings? Even Mr. Lei was still working for an antivirus software company that was on the verge of bankruptcy when he was 25 years old. But these have nothing to do with him. He is here to take advantage of the situation. He was eager to answer these questions. But his girlfriend got there first. "We are working towards a better future. Although we have nothing now, as long as he truly loves me, I don't care." Zhao Qingbin was afraid that Qin Feng would not give him the money, so he replied, "Yes, I'm planning to get married, and I am working hard to prepare. Although I don't have a job now, I believe I will have money in the future." "If you don't work now, you will have money in the future? What kind of logic is this?" Qin Feng was so upset by this inexplicable remark. He pretended to take a sip of wine and sighed. I really envy you too for having such a good relationship. But the next question is a bit pointed. Do you want me to continue? Sasha secretly shook her head at her boyfriend, indicating that he should not continue. As long as her boyfriend takes her away today, they can get the house. She risked violating the rules of the game and wanted to hint to her boyfriend to stop. Unexpectedly, her boyfriend glared at her fiercely. Zhao Changbin was very angry. I answered 3 questions and didn't get a penny. It's all because of this woman's talkativeness. He warned his girlfriend with his eyes not to speak anymore, and then said firmly, "Bring it on." In just a few minutes, he had earned more than 100,000 yuan. How could it stop at this time? Zhao Changbin just hopes that Qin Feng will ask as many questions as possible. You need to answer the following questions honestly. If you give a perfunctory answer or lie, I won't give you any money. Qin Feng gave him a shot of prevention, then leaned back on the sofa and asked leisurely. Girls in Russia tend to gain weight after marriage. They may become middle-aged women by the age of 30. We used to like them then. Have you ever doubted your girlfriend? What would you do if your girlfriend did something to offend you? These questions are rather nasty. Once you think deeply about it, you will fall into the dark side of human nature. As a result, they lose their calmness and rationality. Most people have a sense of crisis and will make some worst-case plans. But this is just human instinct and doesn't mean anything at all. Zhao Qingbin was silent. He realized that if his girlfriend really cheated on him or was with other men, he was powerless to stop it. Even if they break up, he won't get any advantage at all. This made him a little panicked. Chapter 154. Human Greed. The reason why Zhao Changbin looked for girls from Russia was because the girls there were naive and easy to deceive. She doesn't want a car or a house, and she can even make money to support a man. As long as you sweet-talk and coax him a little, you can get a lot of money. Because of his weak body, he didn't dare to reveal his strength in front of his girlfriend, for fear that she would mind him and he would lose this long-term meal ticket. Now he was forced to answer these questions, and he felt a little embarrassed. Looking at the dozen or so stacks of money in his arms, he gritted his teeth and replied against his will. Even if she's out of shape, I still love her. I never doubted her, and I believe she would never do anything to let me down. His words touched Sasha a little. She looked at her boyfriend with deep affection. If there weren't someone else present, she would probably be so excited that she would hug her boyfriend in her arms. Okay. Qin Feng clapped his hands and praised loudly. Brother Zhao is indeed a man of my kind. I really admire you. I have finished asking questions. Now you can take your girlfriend and leave. Oh, by the way, Sasha will be my personal trainer for the next year. She came back late. I hope Brother Zhao doesn't misunderstand. Zhao Qingbin was a little confused by the other party's sudden stop. He thought the other party would throw money at him and force him to give up his girlfriend. He already had a rough idea of the price he wanted for his girlfriend. As long as it takes 1 million, he will send his girlfriend away respectfully. Anyway, now that he has the money, he can cheat another one back. I didn't expect that the rich man opposite me would only give me 170,000 and let me go. This made him feel a little unwilling. From the question just now, he has already realized the fact that if his girlfriend wants to leave, there is no way to keep her. This boss is rich and generous, and most importantly, he is more handsome than me. If someone really wanted to steal his girlfriend, he would have no way to stop him. I'm just good at talking. If Sasha follows such a rich man and lives with him day and night, it is only a matter of time before she is abducted. Instead of this, I might as well use her to get some benefits. When Zhao Changbin thought of this, he laughed like a sycophant and shook his hands repeatedly to hint. No, how could I misunderstand a big shot like you? It's an honor for Sasha to be your personal trainer. It doesn't matter how late you train. If you want to stay up all night, just tell me in advance. Sasha felt something was wrong and said with a frown, Night is the time for the human body to rest and relax. We cannot do strenuous exercise. We cannot exercise all night long. Qin Feng looked at Zhao Changbin thoughtfully and said with a smile, Yes, we didn't do anything bad. Brother Zhao is overthinking. Sasha understood, looked up at her boyfriend, and said seriously, You should give me more trust. I won't betray our love. Zhao Changbin realized that it was inconvenient to discuss the matter in front of his girlfriend, so he decided to talk to Qin Feng alone. He bowed his head and showed the QR code on his phone, saying, Brother, please add me as a friend. We can contact each other on WeChat if we have any questions. We can discuss anything. Qin Feng glanced at him, smiled, and shook his head. I didn't add him as a friend. I just said lightly. No need for that. I prefer to be direct. If you have something to say, you can say it to my face. If I'm in a good mood, I might agree to it. Promise what? Zhao Chungbin secretly pondered Qin Feng's words. Did he want to name the price in front of his girlfriend? But if he does this, his girlfriend will definitely turn against him. His girlfriend was his only capital, and he didn't dare to take any risks without prior agreement. But there's still more than 300,000 yuan in front of me. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know if I will have another chance to chat with this boss. Thinking that his girlfriend might break up with him in the future, Zhao Chungbin gritted his teeth and continued to hint. Brother, you are really generous. I also like to talk openly. So, if you think I have anything valuable, just name the price. I will sell it if it is suitable. Qin Feng was shocked. Fuck, I'm a decent person. Why would I need your body parts? Zhao Chungbin was so angry that his teeth were itching. Was this guy pretending to be ignorant even though he knew the truth? Or did he really not know what he was talking about? Seeing his serious expression, Zhao Chungbin gritted his teeth and said, We can talk about material things. I might be able to help you. Even if I get you drunk or passed out, that's fine. Qin Feng was shocked again. Oh my god, this is fucking illegal. I'm afraid this person is trying to frame me. Sasha finally reacted and looked at Zhao Chungbin in disbelief, as if she met him for the first time. Are you talking about me? Zhao Chungbin quickly coaxed. I mean the girls I met in the bar, they're all very open-minded. Sasha is not stupid and does not believe her boyfriend. She returned to the sofa and sat down, feeling empty inside, as if this person suddenly became so strange. He was completely different from the man who used to care about her. Qin Feng also saw the man's temper. He hadn't originally intended to do this. But in order to help Sasha identify this person, he snapped his fingers. Wang Gang walked into the room again and came out with 3 suitcases in his hands. 3 suitcases of the same size, same amount, same color. When they were opened one by one and placed neatly on the table. The bright red color is enough to make people happy. No ordinary person can withstand such temptation. Qin Feng leaned back on the sofa and asked the fatal question. Here is 1.8 million, and over there is your girlfriend. If you were to choose, who would you choose? Zhao Qingbin's heart was beating violently. My palms were covered with sweat without me noticing. His eyes were fixed on the boxes of money, and he couldn't move them away at all. I choose money. There was desire in that voice, and as soon as the words were spoken, he was about to pounce on the money. Qin Feng gently held him down with one hand, and at the same time took out 10,000 yuan from the box and stuffed it into his pocket, saying with a smile. We agreed in advance that it would be 10,000 yuan per question. Zhao Chungbin, who was poured with a basin of cold water, wanted to get angry, but after seeing Wang Gang beside him, he suppressed his anger instantly. At this time, he didn't care whether his girlfriend was present or not, and said directly, Brother, isn't this woman of mine worth 2 million? Qin Feng said calmly. Even if she is worth 20 million, so what? Why should I give you money? Zhao Chungbin said anxiously. No, brother. With my help, you will be more comfortable. I understand her temper. You can play however you want. Isn't it fun? His words made Sasha's face more and more ugly. She couldn't help but stood up and slapped him. Snap! A loud slap exploded on Zhao Chungbin's face. Zhao Chungbin was beaten so hard that he spun half a circle. The burning pain on his face made him both frightened and angry. He covered his face and raised his head, pointing at Sasha in disbelief, and angrily said, How dare you hit me? Sasha had a cold face, took a step forward and slapped him again. Snap! As a fitness coach, she was much stronger than the average man, and the slap directly made his face swollen. Zhao Chungbin screamed and stepped back in fear. Seeing that Sasha was still insisting on pestering him, he threatened, Don't come over here. If you come over here again, I'll call the police. Sasha now had the urge to kill someone, and she didn't care whether to call the police or not. She rushed forward and slapped him again, but this time it was blocked by the man's face. Chow, you bitch, do you believe me? I will report you to the media, saying that you are having an affair with someone else, and you beat him up if I catch you. Faced with the man's attempt to turn the tables, Sasha clenched her fists in anger and wanted to give him a combination of punches. At this time, Qin Feng spoke. Put down the 180,000 yuan in your arms. It's up to you whether you want to call the police or contact the media. I can play with you slowly. Zhao Chungbin thought about it and decided that if he lost the money, all the blows he had suffered today would have been in vain, and he would also lose his girlfriend. After all, 180,000 is not a small amount. He made a decision and glared at the woman. He turned around and ran out the door. Wang Gang followed him and closed the door. Only Sasha and Qin Feng were left in the room. Sasha sat on the sofa, covering her face with her hands, crying loudly. Qin Feng held Sasha in his arms and wiped her tears with a tissue. It's a blessing to recognize a man early. I never treat my woman as a commodity. Sasha raised her eyes and looked at Qin Feng with tears in her eyes. She suddenly leaned on his shoulder and burst into tears. Don't cry. It's not worth it for a man like this. Qin Feng hugged Sasha, patted her back, and comforted her softly. This foreign girl doesn't cry like the Chinese girls, which makes me feel sorry for her. It's more like expressing and venting emotions. She cried loudly and shed so many tears that her clothes were soaked. Qin Feng originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity. It can be seen that she was so sad, but too embarrassed to do it. After all, the feeling of a broken heart is not pleasant, and I can't be a beast at this time. There is ample time. After a while, the crying gradually stopped. Sasha raised her head and said with tears in her eyes, "He doesn't love me." Chapter 155, Fire in the Backyard. Qin Feng said, "Nonsense, just look at his face. I can tell he is a nobody as soon as he walks in." From the time he came in to the time he left, the man hardly even looked at his girlfriend. Keep your eyes on the banknotes. He never asked his girlfriend whether she felt wronged when she was harassed. Instead, he kept secretly observing his own expression. Qin Feng didn't know what a greedy look looked like before, but he knew after seeing him. Sasha sat up straight and looked at Qin Feng with tears in her eyes. Under the long eyelashes are a pair of blue eyes full of desire. It is easiest to take advantage of a woman when she is sad. Before Qin Feng could decide whether to be a beast or not, he saw the other party kissing him actively. She took the initiative to unzip her clothes, revealing her snow-white skin. It seems like he wants to vent his sad emotions in this way. It's right in front of my mouth, and it would seem unromantic not to eat it. So Qin Feng unbuttoned his shirt without giving in. But at this moment, the phone rang. Qin Feng frowned and took out his cell phone. It's Sister Chiu calling. For normal work matters, Sister Chiu usually sends him WeChat messages. There are almost no calls. This should be something important. Qin Feng stopped what he was doing, stood up, smiled apologetically at Sasha, and answered the phone. Sister Chiu's anxious voice came. "Boss Qin, something bad has happened." Two girls rushed into the villa and started arguing with Miss Xia. "What the hell? What's going on?" Qin Feng shuddered with fear, and all his desire disappeared. "If something happens to Xia Ting, I'm afraid my body will be ruined." The time came at 10 minutes ago. Zhuang Xiaoli finally waited for the woman to open the door in front of the villa. In front of me was a strange woman, probably in her 30s, with a gentle smile on her lips. Looks very cultured. Zhuang Xiaoli was worried that she had found the wrong door, so she asked politely, "Hello, is this Qin Feng's home?" The woman was obviously stunned and then did not answer yes or no, but smiled and asked, "May I ask who you are?" After following the police and solving so many cases, Zhuang Xiaoli concluded that this woman must know Qin Feng. She stopped Yun Yun, who was about to introduce herself. He said coldly, "Help me call Qin Feng out." It was Sister Chiu who opened the door. She saw that Zhuang Xiaoli looked unhappy. "I think this is most likely a romantic debt caused by my boss." She did not dare to neglect it and hurriedly declined. "Boss Qin is not here today. Why don't you give him a call?" When Zhuang Xiaoli heard that Qin Feng was indeed the owner of this villa, he was so angry that his eyebrows raised and his eyes were filled with rage. This dog-like scumbag told Wanwan in front of her 2 days ago that he wanted to be with her forever. He had only attended classes for 2 days, and he was already proposing to someone else. Zhuang Xiaoli was so angry that her teeth itched. She asked, "Is he hiding inside and not daring to come out?" Sister Chiu patiently explained, "No, Mr. Qin went out to work in the morning." Zhuang Xiaoli asked, "When will he come back?" "I don't know about that. How about I give you a call and ask?" As she spoke, Sister Chiu took out her cell phone and prepared to dial Qin Feng's number. Seeing that this woman was very smooth and seemed to have been through a lot of battles, Zhuang Xiaoli was reluctant to believe what she said. "No, I'll go in and wait for him." She thought Qin Feng was probably hiding inside. She took advantage of the woman in front of her looking at her phone, walked around her, and headed towards the villa door. Sister Chiu was a little panicked. She didn't expect this girl to be so domineering and dare to rush in directly. She hurriedly caught up with him and said, "Beauty, you can't go in there." Yun Yun, who was following behind, was also a little panicked and loudly advised the willful Zhuang Xiaoli, "My dear lady, you are breaking into a private house. If something happens, you will be fine, but I might be in trouble. I'll just take a look to see what's going on. If you don't want to follow me, just wait at the door, Zhuang Xiaoli said, nonchalantly. No, I have to watch you. The reason why Yunyan said this was that she wanted to show outsiders that she was just a follower, not the mastermind. If anything happens, don't involve her. She just wanted to eat some melon. When Sister Chiu heard the conversation between the two, she knew that this prettier girl was a rich lady with an extraordinary background. Now she didn't dare to stop him. I can only follow and advise. Miss, this house doesn't belong to Mr. Qin. If you break into someone else's house like this, the owner will be angry. When the owner knows what that scumbag did, he will definitely thank me. Zhuang Xiaoli pushed the door open and walked in. There were lots of flowers and balloons in the room that hadn't been dealt with yet. The purple background wall is covered with various beautiful patterns, and the stair railings are wrapped with a snow-white gauze curtain. The neon lights hanging in the air seemed to be telling the story of the previous romance. The more she looked at it, the angrier she became, and she cursed. This scumbag is really good at deceiving girls. Xia Ting, who was tidying up her room on the second floor, heard a noisy noise outside. Something doesn't feel right. She came to the stairs and listened quietly to the noise below. Sister Chiu downstairs spoke. Miss, what's your name? Can I call Mr. Qin and ask him to come back? He's really not home. Boss Qin is really not here. Then call the owner out. I want to talk to her about something. A young girl's voice, with a hint of command in her tone. It sounded a bit arrogant. Many possibilities came to Xia Ting's mind. According to the plot of the TV series, the girl downstairs should be the male protagonist's fiancé who is a good match for him. This fiancé has a bad temper, but she also likes the male protagonist. She relied on her wealth to cause trouble for the heroine again and again. And now, she must have seen Qin phone with me and came to find me to question me. Xia Ting was so frightened by the scene in her mind that she dared not say a word. I was feeling very nervous. I hesitated whether to be brave enough to go and confront her head-on like they did on TV. This usually results in a slap in the face. But the good thing is that after my brother knows about it, he will feel more sorry for me and hate me even more. Xia Ting was a little afraid of the pain and stood at the stairs feeling conflicted. Girl, it's the same if you tell me anything. Sister Chiu was still trying her best to comfort her. But Zhuang Xiaoli didn't listen to her at all. You didn't ask me to go find it myself. Zhuang Xiaoli glanced around the first floor and found the stairs. Walked decisively towards the stairs. Sister Chiu was very anxious. Judging from the girl's aggressive attitude, it was probably nothing good. She hurried to the front and blocked the stairs. Miss, please calm down. This is a private place. If you continue like this, I will call the police. Yunyun shrank to the side, trying not to attract the attention of the two men. She knew that her eldest daughter was least afraid of the police. Sure enough, the eldest lady said indifferently, Go ahead and report it. Call the police to come and shoot me. Forehead. If a little girl breaks into your house, calling the police won't do much, right? At most, you can give her a verbal warning. No police officer would arrest a wild girl for trespassing if she didn't cause any damage. What's more, she is a woman who has a relationship with the boss. Sister Chiu now feels that it is really difficult to get the 2 million salary. The boss's women are really everywhere, and they are always colliding with each other. Without knowing the other party's identity, he didn't dare call the police, nor could he let her go up and confront Xia Ting. She was caught in a dilemma between the two of them. Just then, Xia Ting's calm voice came from upstairs. Sister Chiu, let her come up. I want to hear what she has to say. Chapter 156. In the palace fighting drama, the maids are the main output. Xia Ting met Zhuang Xiaoli at the stairs. I secretly glanced at her hands and saw that her fingernails were not long. I breathed a sigh of relief. To prevent her from taking out strange things from her bag, Xia Ting had prepared the plastic baffle, and it was right at hand. So it's not very empty. What do you want to tell me? Xia Ting crossed her arms across her chest to hide her nervousness. But to outsiders, it seems provocative. Especially when wearing a tight little home vest, it highlights her tall and straight figure. Zhuang Xiaoli, with nothing in front of her, saw the other person's roundness that was about to burst out. I felt unhappy instantly. She asked coldly, Did Qin Feng propose to you? Xia Ting insisted, So what? Do you know who he is? Zhuang Xiaoli walked towards her and spoke in a very impolite tone, as if she was lecturing someone. Sister Chiu next to her was afraid that she would go up and tear Xia Ting apart. So she quickly stood in front of Xia Ting and said softly, Girl, please talk nicely, don't be angry. Seeing that someone was protecting her, Xia Ting became more courageous and said calmly, No matter who he is, I only know that he is my man now. Although he had some guesses about Qin Feng's family, he knew that he definitely couldn't afford it. But Xia Ting didn't want to show weakness and made her attitude clear in a calm tone. Your man, Zhuang Xiaoli, felt inexplicably angry and tried to suppress her anger and said, Do you know that he has another woman outside? I know, but so what? He will definitely marry me in the end anyway, Xia Ting said stubbornly. Damn, do you have any shame? Zhuang Xiaoli pointed at her and cursed with her hands on her hips. Her man was fooling around outside, but she didn't care at all. It was as if she had been brainwashed by that scumbag, and she looked completely devoted to him. This made Zhuang Xiaoli very angry. I can be shameless, as long as he is my only need. In order to anger the other party, Xia Ting didn't care about her face at all. Zhuang Xiaoli couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, then asked him to come back. I want to see who he will be responsible to. After hearing this, Sister Chiu also wanted to call Qin Feng back. This situation can only be resolved by the parties involved. As a servant, she really had no say. Moreover, she was a serious executive and did not have much experience in this kind of shura field. She looked at Xia Ting for her opinion. Xia Ting shook her head. The other party didn't even slap him. Asking the man to come back at this time will do no good except to make him upset. To win the man's sympathy, Xia Ting is ready to start making trouble. She walked out from behind Sister Chiu, stood in front of Zhuang Xiaoli, and said with her chest puffed out, No need to shout. Anyone with a discerning eye will know who to choose. When she spoke, her eyes were fixed on the opponent's weak points, and it was obvious that she had some hidden meaning. Zhuang Xiaoli understood what she meant, and her nose became crooked with anger. She cursed. You are so shameless. Your man is fooling around outside and harming decent girls, and you are showing off here. Xia Ting got angry after being scolded and retorted. I have something to show off, but someone else doesn't. How dare you come and steal my man? It's funny. Who stole your man? Only a shameless and stupid woman like you would treat that scumbag as a treasure. Little sister, haven't you seen his good side? Oh, that's right. He probably has no interest in you, haha. Xia Ting imitated her mother's sarcastic tone and made Zhuang Xiaoli speechless. Zhuang Xiaoli thought about how the scumbag ignored her, and she was very caring towards these plump girls. Her eyes turned red instantly, and her heart was filled with grief and anger. Yunyun saw that the eldest lady had not finished arguing, and worried that she would be bullied. She immediately stepped in to help. You are so shameless to show off your weight. Do you know that Mr. Qin has many more women outside than you? Who are you? Xia Ting was not at all weak in fighting two people alone, but was full of vigor and momentum. Do you want to put it on what's going on between me and her? I'm just a little maid, speaking for my lady. Yunyun laughed and said, Do you think you can marry Mr. Qin just because he proposes to you? Don't be so naive, okay? Why would you marry him? Yunyun's words were like a sharp sword, piercing Xia Ting's weakness. What Xia Ting feared most was revealed, and she was almost broken down. With a hint of anger on her face, she shouted, What does it have to do with you? Why should you worry about it? It's none of my business. I'm just reminding you not to mess with my young lady. Otherwise, not only will Mr. Qin be in trouble, but you will be in trouble too, Yunyun threatened. Xia Ting calmed down from the pleasure of arguing with people. She realized that the other party was a young lady whom she could not afford to offend. I saw that the other person was still gritting his teeth and looked very angry. She was a little scared. He quickly swallowed back all the more hurtful words. The heroines on TV have the aura of the protagonist and will never die no matter what they do. But I'm not the heroine. If it implicates his family or Qin Feng, he might lose both his car and his house. Xia Ting shuddered. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. She thought about how to save the situation and didn't speak for a while. No one spoke, and the situation became awkward. The air seemed to freeze, with only the intermittent groaning of cicadas in the trees outside. When Sister Chiu saw the situation, she had no choice but to call Qin Feng and ask him to come over and clean up the mess. When Qin Feng got here in a Rolls-Royce, changed his clothes, and hurried here, feel the calm before the storm. I saw Zhuang Xiaoli sitting on the sofa in the living room with a cold face. Xia Ting also had a cold face and sat next to him with a dignified attitude. Only Yunyun was holding her cell phone, secretly taking videos of the villa. When he got closer, several girls all looked at him. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Qin Feng sorted out his mentality and distinguished the pros and cons. Facing Zhuang Xiaoli, he asked with a puzzled look, Why are you here? I can't come. Zhuang Xiaoli got angry when she saw this scumbag. He was so calm when his two-timing affair was exposed. He is simply a scum among scumbags. Xiaoting waited until Qin Feng came back, pretended to be miserable, and said aggrievedly, "Brother, you are finally here?" Qin Feng strode to the sofa and sat down between them. He hugged Xiaoting's waist and coaxed her softly. "What's going on? Who bullied my big baby?" When Xiaoting saw Qin Feng coming over to comfort her first, the little grievance she had just felt instantly disappeared. She looked up without saying anything, but just glanced at Zhuang Xiaoli. It seems to be saying, she is the one who bullies others. Qin Feng understood what she meant. He turned around and taught Zhuang Xiaoli a lesson. "Hey, are you sick? Why don't you just attend class and come to my house to bully my woman?" "What do you mean?" Xiaoting was secretly delighted when she heard that and looked at Zhuang Xiaoli with a proud look on her face. When Zhuang Xiaoli heard him defending another woman, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She stared and questioned, "Are you doing this to the people who truly love you?" Qin Feng smacked his lips and said impatiently, "Who are you to me? Why do you care so much?" Zhuang Xiaoli has not been in a good mood since she came here. At this moment, he was stunned by Qin Feng's fierceness. Then my nasal cavity started to feel sore, and a layer of mist slowly appeared under my eyes. Chapter 157, I accepted this slap. "Fuck, miss, you're not going to cry, are you?" Qin Feng stood there in shock, pale as a pale cloud. He always treated Zhuang Xiaoli as a brother and never had any improper thoughts about her, because they're all tablets. If he were to force it, it might even be bigger than hers. We are all men. How can we cry over just one sentence? What should I do? Her dad is so awesome. What if he handcuffs himself? Qin Feng quickly let go of Xiaoting, stood up, put his arm around Zhuang Xiaoli's shoulders, and cried out, "Miss, can we talk it out nicely? You're being too shameless. It makes me feel like I did something to you. Get away, don't touch me." Zhuang Xiaoli twisted her shoulders, trying to shake Qin Feng's hand off. But I accidentally shook off my tears. Once the first tear is shed, the rest will flow forth in an endless stream. Zhuang Xiaoli is a beautiful woman who is full of heroic spirit. He has handsome features, a delicate oval face, and sharp eyebrows and eyes. She wore a loose black t-shirt with a long style that covered her denim shorts, making her look cool and hot. Every gesture and movement gives people the image of a free and unrestrained boy. Her crying was much more shocking than that of other girls. Qin Feng was at a loss. I didn't think too much about it and reached out to wipe her tears. "Don't cry yet. I'm wrong. Isn't that okay? Just tell me what you want to do." Xiaoting was not jealous when she saw Qin Feng's intimate behavior. Judging from Qin Feng's humble performance, it was confirmed that the little girl was indeed a lady who could not be provoked. She also became nervous. He looked at Zhuang Xiaoli with a worried look. He was afraid that the eldest lady would be unhappy and deliberately retaliate against himself and Qin Feng. "Get your dirty hands off me, scumbag." Because someone comforted her, Zhuang Xiaoli felt more wronged. Seeing the hypocritical man in front of her dare to touch her face, Zhuang Xiaoli raised her hand in frustration and slapped it towards his face. The slap came suddenly and quickly. Most people definitely can't avoid it. However, after Qin Feng evolved, his reaction became many times faster than before. Not only could he dodge, he could also calmly grab the girl's hand. In an instant, Zhuang Xiaoli's waving little hand was less than 1 centimeter away from Qin Feng's face and was firmly held by Qin Feng. Qin Feng put his face on her hand and teased, "You deserve this slap. Stop crying, okay?" Zhuang Xiaoli was stunned for a moment. She didn't think too much in a rush and was just venting. At this moment, the wrist was controlled by the man's big hand, touching the man's face. Feeling the warmth coming from my palms, her little face gradually became hot, and she even forgot to shed tears. She didn't know what was going on, but she just felt less sad. At this moment, the boy used one hand to wipe the girl's tears, and the girl also put her hand on the boy's face. The two of them looked somewhat ambiguous. When Yunyun, who was standing by, saw what they were doing, her eyes almost popped out of her head in shock. In her mind, Zhuang Xiaoli has always been an image of a powerful and overbearing daughter of a wealthy family. She had never seen the young lady cry. Even anger is rare. Unexpectedly, she was made to cry. What's even more bizarre is that now it seems as if he was coaxed into submission with just a few words. What kind of magic power does that man have that even such a proud young lady could be played around by him? Yunyun covered her mouth in disbelief and quietly raised her phone with her other hand. But after thinking it over again, he put it down reluctantly. "This melon can only be eaten by yourself and cannot be shared. Yunyan said she felt very uncomfortable. Brother, what's wrong with you? Xiaoting obviously noticed that something was not right between them, and immediately spoke up to interrupt their eye contact. She has a certain understanding of her man, and she will feel soft-hearted when she sees a girl crying. She had used this trick often before. Zhuang Xiaoli came to her senses, feeling extremely shy, and pulled her hand out with force. After taking a look at Xiaoting, who looked innocent, she remembered that he had a girlfriend and became angry again. This scumbag actually dared to tease me in front of his girlfriend. He is so shameless and deserves to be put to death. She opened Qin Feng's hand that was on her face and angrily cursed. I hate you, scumbag. Fuck you. Do you have any sense at all? You hit me for no reason, and you still say you hate me? Qin Feng was confused for a long time, and suddenly thought of an amazing possibility, and asked incredulously, You're not in love with me, are you? Zhuang Xiaoli became furious when she heard this and kicked him. Even if all the men in the world died, I would not like a scum like you. Qin Feng didn't dare to have any physical contact with her again. He gave up the idea of grabbing her feet with his hands and dodged backwards to avoid her attack. Seeing that she was still trying to get up and do something, Qin Feng raised his hand to stop her. Stop! Qin Feng's expression became serious, and he said, Miss, you came here today to quarrel with my girlfriend first, and now you are punching and kicking me. May I ask how I have offended you? You know what you did. Zhuang Xiaoli stopped and said indignantly with her hands on her hips. What do I know? Is it because I saved you that you hold a grudge against me and want to repay me with evil? Qin Feng tilted his head and asked in confusion. You're the one who repays kindness with enmity. So what are you doing now? Zhuang Xiaoli was so angry that she brought out the reason she had thought of at the beginning and said, Are you worthy of Zhong Wanwan by being with this woman? When Qin Feng saw her pull out Zhong Wanwan, he immediately felt overwhelmed and said angrily, Miss, isn't this called repaying kindness with enmity? This is a matter between me and her. Why are you interfering in the middle? After saying that, he glanced at Xiaoting and saw that her face was indeed suspicious, and he secretly groaned in his heart. I was thinking quickly about what to say in my mind, and I was so anxious that cold sweat broke out. Here, Xiaoting couldn't help but frown when she heard the name of another strange girl. Listening to their conversation, it seems that this girl has a relationship with Qin Feng. She was very angry that her husband was always having affairs. There were 2 people who came to my door, and I don't know how many are outside. No wonder after the proposal video went viral, he reminded himself not to spread the news. It turned out that he had flirted with too many girls and was afraid that the other party would come to him. Xiaoting's heart felt like a seasoning bottle had been overturned, with soy sauce and vinegar mixed together, and she couldn't tell the taste. She looked at Qin Feng with eyes full of resentment. She knew she shouldn't ask at this time, but she still asked softly. It was Zhong Wanwan. Qin Feng thought for a long time, and he couldn't lie in front of Zhuang Xiaoli, so he finally confessed helplessly. She was a little girl from the countryside. She looked quite pitiful, so I gave her some money. After saying that, he was afraid that Xiaoting would be unhappy, so he quickly took Xiaoting's hand and coaxed her softly. Don't worry, I just want to help her. I don't want to do anything to her. You are the most important person in my heart. After hearing Qin Feng's explanation, Xiaoting felt a little relieved. She's just a poor girl with no money or power. It's no big deal. Chapter 158, You can leave if you want. Sometimes, people always fall in love with people they shouldn't like. Even though I know it's wrong, I still can't help but be moved. As long as you have been moved, you will continue to fantasize. Zhuang Xiaoli didn't know when it started, but all she could think about was her roommate's boyfriend. She knew she shouldn't do this, but she just couldn't control herself. During these nights, the man would appear in her mind and flirt with her. The smile was extremely gentle, just like how it is now. It's just that the object of his tenderness is not me. Zhuang Xiaoli suppressed her emotions, turned around, and said, Yunyan, let's go. Huh? Oh, here it comes. Yunyan, who was watching the show on the side, was stunned for a moment, then quickly trotted over. Yunyan had a really eye-opening day today. Compared to the melodramatic dramas on TV, the love of rich people in real life is indeed much more materialistic. When the girl opposite heard that her boyfriend had another woman, she didn't dare to say anything. Just give her a way out with just 2 words, and she gave up without crying or making a fuss, looking very well behaved and lovely. Bah, a vain woman. Yunyun spat in disdain in her heart, took her eldest daughter's arm, and walked towards the door. Stop! A man's deep voice sounded. Yunyun stopped first and pulled Zhuang Xiaoli to stop as well. You come as you please, and leave as you please. Do you think this is your home? Qin Feng couldn't help feeling complacent when he saw that he had solved his biggest problem so easily. What do you want? Zhuang Xiaoli said coldly without turning back. You came to my house and made a scene, but you didn't even say an apology. Isn't that rude? Xiaoting didn't want to cause any more trouble, so she grabbed Qin Feng's hand and said softly, Brother, forget it, let them go. No, Qin Feng said firmly. If we let her go this time, she will definitely come back to cause trouble next time. Zhuang Xiaoli said with a cold face. Don't worry, I won't come even if you beg me to come. Haha, you never know, you might be back soon. If I come back, I will be shabby. After Zhuang Xiaoli finished speaking, she pulled Yunyan out the door. Qin Feng sat on the sofa with a smile on his face. He picked up the phone that Zhuang Xiaoli had left on the sofa, turned on the screen, and shouted at her. What's your phone password? Zhuang Xiaoli touched her trouser pocket and realized that she hadn't taken her cell phone. She turned around and saw Qin Feng shaking his phone at her, his eyebrows raised in anger. She rushed to Qin Feng, spread her hands, and said, Give me back my phone. Didn't you say you wouldn't come back? Qin Feng said with a smile while playing with her cell phone. I asked you to give it back to me. Zhuang Xiaoli's face was cold, and her voice was filled with anger. Qin Feng shook his head gently and sighed. You have such a bad temper. No wonder you don't have a boyfriend. He threw the phone back to her. His attitude turned cold, and he said indifferently, Go away, and don't mess with me anymore. Zhuang Xiaoli tightly gripped her cell phone, stared at the man in front of her with hatred, and gritted her teeth to prevent herself from crying. Yunyan beside her apologized for her. I'm sorry, Boss Qin. Xiaoli is sometimes too impulsive. Please don't be angry with her. I dare not be angry with her. If I make her unhappy and she runs to her father crying and complains, I will be in big trouble, Qin Feng said slowly. Am I just a bully in your eyes? There was a slight tremor in Zhuang Xiaoli's voice, as if she was suppressing some emotion. Qin Feng asked back, What else? Zhuang Xiaoli looked at him for 10 seconds, turned around, wiped her tears, and ran out. Yunyan glanced around, gave Qin Feng an awkward smile, and said, Boss Qin, see you in Shanghai. Then he rushed after him. Miss, wait for me. Qin Feng watched them run away, unable to figure out what was going on. She ran over and made a fuss to speak up for Zhong Wanwan, but somehow she started crying as she spoke. If anyone should cry now, it should be Zhong Wanwan. Why is she crying? She doesn't really like herself, does she? That doesn't make sense. I haven't done anything to harm her. There was no flirting at all, so why did she look so hurt? Qin Feng was puzzled. Turning around, he saw Xia Ting looking at him with resentment, as if silently condemning the scumbag. He hurriedly clarified, She and I are innocent. Don't look at me like that. Brother, who is she? A noble. It is said that her father is the manager of the Magic City area, and her background is very strong. After Xia Ting knew her identity, her face turned a little worried. The little girl looked so heartbroken just now, and she was worried that something might happen. If something goes wrong, Qin Feng might be implicated. She thought for a while, then said hesitantly, Why don't you go and comfort her? Little girls tend to go to extremes easily. Just her? Qin Feng would never believe that Princess Taiping would be so depressed. However, thinking that she might go back and say bad things about him, Qin Feng wanted to comfort her. The little white rabbit is not yet 90 points, so is not very safe. If that woman keeps whispering about her own affairs, Xiao Baitu's simple personality will easily be led astray. Aren't you angry if I go to coax her? We are angry, but she came here from Shanghai. If something happens here, we won't be able to explain to her parents, Xia Ting said worriedly. That's right. If he talks nonsense when he gets back, the project I worked so hard on might be ruined. Qin Feng finished his pretentious speech, kissed Xia Ting again, rubbed her head, and said with emotion, My wife is so sensible. I will do my best to be a good host and send them back safely. Well, you know you have to come back at night, Xia Ting said worriedly. Don't worry. I have no interest in tablets. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he ran away, leaving Xia Ting alone, staring at the door in a daze. Sister Chiu came out from an inconspicuous corner and comforted her. Ma'am, it's okay. That girl doesn't look like someone who would do anything stupid. I know. She is such a proud person. How could she do such a shameful thing? Then why did you let President Qin go after him? He looked eager to go. Xia Ting chuckled and said, I don't want to make him unhappy. Sister Chiu looked at Xia Ting, who was forcing a smile, and sighed softly. She didn't expect that there would be a girl who truly liked a scumbag like her boss. She counted on her fingers and found there were exactly 5 women. I don't know where the boss gets the energy from. Zhuang Xiaoli cried very sadly. She has been living a life of luxury since she was a child, and she always smiles wherever she goes. This was the first time someone disliked her so much. The key is the boy she cares about. If I had known this, I wouldn't have come to Jiangqing. She was very regretful, and her 2 long, well-proportioned, white legs ran very fast. Ignoring Yunyun's calls behind him, he tried hard to escape from this place. Tears wet her eyes. The road ahead looked blurry, but she still ran forward regardless. In the blink of an eye, he ran to the middle of the road. But at this moment, a sharp brake sound rang in my ears. Squeak. The sound seemed to be very close, accompanied by the tense horn sound, and people were panicked when they heard it. She paused, turned around, and dimly saw a car rushing towards her. In an instant, her mind went blank. Standing there blankly. Chapter 159 Rescue twice in 3 days. The driver stepped hard on the brakes and swerved the steering wheel. But it was obviously too late. The girl suddenly came out from the corner, and I stepped on the accelerator a little bit because I wanted to run a yellow light. The car's speed was approaching 100 yards at this moment. It was impossible to avoid it at the moment. It was about to crash into it. Suddenly, a lightning-like figure rushed out from behind the girl. The speed was unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, he was next to the girl. But it seems it's still too late. The driver saw that the hood of the car had covered half of the girl's body, which meant that the distance was very, very close. No matter how fast you go, it won't change anything. Maybe the two will collide with each other. He closed his eyes in despair. Sure enough, 1/10 of a second later. Bang! The car hit something heavy. Just by listening to the sound, you can feel the power of this impact. The driver was sweating profusely and didn't even dare to open his eyes. Zhuang Xiaoli only felt a great force coming, and her whole body became lighter and flew into the air. Before he could figure out what was going on, he sat down on the ground. She thought she was hit. I stared blankly at the cars passing by, my mind blank. She stayed on the ground for several seconds, only coming to her senses when she heard the noise coming from the car accident scene ahead. He nervously touched his body and found no signs of injury, except for a bit of pain in the butt. But she clearly heard a loud crash right next to her ear. If it's not me, then who could it be? Zhuang Xiaoli recalled that when her mind went blank just now, it seemed as if someone pushed her. She hurriedly got up and walked around the car. I saw a very familiar-looking man lying on the ground not far ahead. It seems to be that scumbag. She felt panicky and stumbled towards a man. The accident scene was chaotic and many people rushed over. The first person to rush to the man was not Zhuang Xiaoli, but Yunyun, who was following behind. She witnessed with her own eyes Qin Feng pushing his eldest daughter away and being hit by a car and flying several meters away. She was shocked and immediately ran to Qin Feng. Seeing him lying motionless on the ground, she panicked instantly. He knelt on the ground and cried, "Ah, Boss Qin, you can't die." Everyone was shocked. This horse hit someone to death. Something big happened. When Zhuang Xiaoli heard Yunyun's voice, her heart skipped a beat. She quickened her pace and came to Yunyun's side. Seeing Qin Feng lying motionless on the ground, she suddenly felt her scalp tingling. She couldn't believe that a person who was fine just now was dead, just like that. Zhuang Xiaoli knelt on the ground tremblingly and stretched out her hand to feel Qin Feng's breath. 3 seconds, and there was no warmth at all. Her eyes gradually became blurred, and her unfocused gaze fell on the man's face. The man's eyes were closed, as if they would never open again. The thin lips were quiet, without the former arrogance and smirk. In an instant, Zhuang Xiaoli seemed to have been acupunctured and looked at the man on the ground stupidly. The look in a man's eyes when he pushed her away kept replaying in her mind. There was only tension and concern in his eyes for her. It was as if he hadn't considered his own safety at all. Tears streamed down my cheeks again. This time her nose didn't feel sore at all, but the feeling of regret was tearing her heart apart. If it weren't for his own willfulness, this man wouldn't have had to die. It's because of myself. Zhuang Xiaoli cried. "You scumbag, you can't die. Please, I'll do anything for you when you wake up." Zhuang Xiaoli wanted to pull Qin Feng up, but was stopped by Yunyun. "Miss, we can't move him now. We have to wait for the ambulance to come." Yunyun knows a little about car accidents and knows that moving around may cause secondary injuries. "Boss Qin, hold on a little while. The ambulance will be here soon." Zhuang Xiaoli was anxious and guilty. She knelt by the side, but could do nothing. She cried and called out, "Please come back. I will never call you a scumbag again. If you want to pick up girls, go ahead. I won't make a fuss or scold you anymore." Passers-by who were watching nearby saw two girls crying for the man. It sounded like the man was having a lot of fun when he was alive. Their original mentality of regret and reluctance gradually changed. Who is this? He doesn't look very handsome. Why are two girls crying? It's what he deserves. This must be retribution for playing with women. Alas, the dead are the greatest. Don't say that. Be careful that they will come back to find you. Fuck, I didn't hit him. Why are you picking on me? Strange. How come he flew so far without any blood? I just seem to see that man quietly open one eye. Damn it, don't scare me. The driver in the car opened his eyes and saw a man lying not far away. Two little girls knelt beside him, crying heartfeltly. There were several passers-by gathered around. He was so frightened that his face turned pale. He opened the door tremblingly and walked toward the man step by step. He walked unsteadily, each step slower than the last. He knows better than anyone that running a yellow light is the primary cause of an accident. If you kill someone, not only will you go to jail, but the insurance may not even pay for it. Thinking of the bleak future, he almost cried out loud. He came to the injured and said tremblingly, "Ow, how is he?" Zhuang Xiaoli recognized him as the driver, stood up angrily, and kicked him. "You murderer! I want you to pay with your life." Ouch! The driver was kicked to the ground, screaming and shouting. "I didn't mean to do that. I didn't expect you to suddenly show up." Zhuang Xiaoli went up and kicked him hard, crying and saying, "If anything happens to him, I want you to go to jail for life." Faced with the beating from the family members, the driver obediently huddled on the ground with his head in his hands, constantly making excuses. You two ran faster than each other, rushing into the middle of the road without even looking at the cars. I was also desperate. Then why are you driving so fast? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate so that I can help you? Zhuang Xiaoli kicked the driver very hard, causing him to wail in pain. She was a spoiled person, and now that she had encountered such a sudden misfortune, it was inevitable that she could not control her temper. The driver's head made a banging sound when kicked by the hard-soled shoes. Qin Feng wanted to pretend again to make her feel guilty and sad. Unexpectedly, she took her anger out on others. Hearing the driver's screams, Qin Feng was afraid that she would do something bad. He opened his eyes helplessly, sat up under Yunyun's incredible gaze, and shouted to Zhuang Xiaoli with full energy. "Let go of that man." The people around were in an uproar. Everyone started talking about it. "Fuck, they're not dead yet. I just heard a duong sound, and they flew out. This is too damn hard, and he looks like nothing happened. If anyone has the video, I'll post it online." It really is a disaster that has lasted for thousands of years. When Zhuang Xiaoli heard Qin Feng's voice, she paused and slowly turned her head. I saw the man looking at me helplessly. Zhuang Xiaoli's eyes were filled with tears again. She rushed over excitedly and hugged him, her voice choking with sobs. "You're still alive?" Chapter 160, This is a development game. "You hit me. My body was aching slightly from being hit by the car just now, and now the girl was hugging me tightly." Qin Feng complained bitterly. Zhuang Xiaoli quickly let go of Qin Feng and asked worriedly, "Are you okay? What do you think?" Qin Feng pointed at the dent on the SUV and said unhappily, "Do you want to try it?" Zhuang Xiaoli's eyes were red. When she saw the shape of the car, she knew how much pain the person who was hit must be in. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have run around. I'm sorry, but it's no use. I saved you twice in 3 days. What kind of disaster-prone person is this?" Qin Feng complained. I've never been like this before. It's a good thing it happened to me this time. If it were anyone else, they would probably have been buried with you by now." Qin Feng sighed. If her father knew that his daughter went out to find a man and then got hit by a car, he would definitely be furious. Qin Feng was glad that he followed out. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. "I'm so sorry. I know I was wrong." Zhuang Xiaoli spoke with tears in her eyes as she sobbed. His expression was full of self-blame, which was heartbreaking to watch. Qin Feng looked up to the sky and sighed. Why didn't little Bunny or Sure Fuya get this chance to be a hero and save the beauty? It's a good time to talk nonsense and say some cheesy love words. Maybe the favorability can reach 100. It's a pity that this girl has nothing on her, and her dad is still someone she can't afford to offend. If she were to fall in love with me, it would be a big trouble. Who knows? The family might be in chaos in the future. You know it's your fault, but you still hit others? Who told him to drive so fast in the city? If he drove slower, the collision wouldn't be so serious. Seeing Qin Feng's unstable expression and energetic appearance, Zhuang Xiaoli gradually felt relieved and defended herself in a low voice. Qin Feng shook his head, his expression relaxed, and said coldly, "You violated traffic rules yourself, and when something went wrong you blamed others first. You even dared to do it because you had your father's support. To be honest, I really can't accept your temper as a willful princess. I really hope you won't bother me in the future. We should keep to ourselves." After he finished speaking, Zhuang Xiaoli knelt on the ground, motionless, staring blankly at the indifferent man in front of her. She couldn't believe her ears. This was the first time she had been treated with such disdain, having been pampered since childhood. It was as if she were some kind of dirty thing, and the man avoided her. "You?" She pointed at the man who almost died, saving her, tears in her eyes, unable to utter a word. "You are nothing, you are nothing, you're just a little bit better at reincarnation. What a boast." Qin Feng simply let go of his criticism. Not to mention, it feels good to scold a little girl, and what feels even better is that the girl can't even talk back. Zhuang Xiaoli was scolded and started crying, tears dripping down her face. Influenced by the Red family, although she is willful, she also knows that she was wrong from the moment she broke into someone else's home. She just didn't want to admit her mistake, and kept finding all kinds of excuses. At this moment, being scolded so harshly by the man, she didn't know what to do except crying. Qin Feng felt that his words had touched the other person's soul, so he didn't say anything else. I tried to stand up, but to my surprise I couldn't move below the waist, and it was difficult to even lift my legs. It is probably caused by the bumper hitting my thigh. Although this body is very powerful, it is still no match for the oil-eating steel behemoth. If it was the same person as before, he might have really died. Of course, he didn't dare to go up and save people before. The reason why he dared to get on now was that he subconsciously felt that his car would not do anything to him. And the fact is indeed so. He is just temporarily unable to move. Judging from the feedback from my brain, I guess I just need a rest for a few days. Qin Feng sat on the ground and sent Wang Gang his location. Wang was just asked by me to drive. I was originally planning to send Zhuang Xiaoli and the others back to the station. I didn't expect such an accident to happen. "Brother, are you okay?" "That's great. Thank God. And may our ancestors bless you." At this time, the driver on the ground struggled to get up, crawled in front of Qin Feng, and said excitedly. Yin Yin got angry when she saw him and shouted, "Don't think that just because he's fine, you're fine. Don't even think about escaping the situation without $1,000,000. It's all right, it's all right. I'm willing to pay you whatever amount you want. Compared to killing someone, paying some money is really no big deal." The driver said humbly, and then asked Qin Feng with concern, "Brother, how are you? How about I take you to the hospital first?" Qin Feng took a look at the driver, a man who looked to be around 30 years old. He looks a bit silly, has short hair and a small belly. He has a smooth smile and speaks sincerely, like a small business owner. Qin Feng didn't plan to do anything to him, but it was indeed dangerous for him to drive like this. So he said, "How much is your car?" When the driver heard what Qin Feng said, he guessed that the other party wanted to take his car. He hesitated for a while, but finally gritted his teeth and said, "It's not worth much. I bought this Wrangler 2 years ago for over 600,000 yuan. If you like it, I'll transfer it to you." He thinks it is quite cost-effective to solve this problem with one car. After all, the force of the collision just now was enough to kill anyone else. I don't know what this young man ate to grow up so strong. Since you plan to give it to me, then listen to my advice and go to the car scrapping factory tomorrow and scrap the car, Qin Feng said lightly. "Huh? Brother, this car can be sold for 300,000 or 400,000. Why scrap it?" the man asked in surprise. "Take it as a lesson for yourself. This car didn't do anything wrong." Qin Feng glanced at him and saw that he was unwilling. So he said coldly, "If you don't feel sorry for yourself, you won't learn your lesson." When a male driver heard this, his expression changed unpredictably. He has never met anyone who doesn't want money after a car accident. The request is so outrageous that I actually have to scrap the car myself. He was hesitating whether to obey. A Rolls-Royce honked its horn to disperse the crowd and drove slowly towards this side. As soon as the car stopped, a burly man jumped out from inside and ran over in a panic. "Boss, are you okay?" "It's okay." Qin Feng didn't want to stay at the scene any longer, so he waved his hand gently. "Help me. Let's get in the car first." The driver was stunned. "Damn, who the hell did I run into?" "Sorry, boss." Wang Gang's face was full of remorse as he carried Qin Feng, who couldn't move one leg, towards the car. "It's none of your business." That girl is asking for death. After saying that, Qin Feng passed by the driver who caused the accident and taught him a lesson. You have a problem too. You're not a good driver. I advise you not to drive anymore. Ride a donkey in the future. The male driver was sweating more than ever before. He could ignore the words of ordinary people, but he dared not disobey the words of such a big shot. Okay, big brother, I will smash the car tomorrow. Qin Feng took 2 more steps and realized that Zhuang Xiaoli had not caught up with him. He turned around and saw. I saw Yunyan was pulling Zhuang Xiaoli up, but Zhuang Xiaoli was sitting there stupidly, not moving. He said to her unhappily, "How long are you going to sit here?" Zhuang Xiaoli had a reaction when she heard Qin Feng's words and said in a crying voice, "Do you hate me that much? Don't embarrass yourself outside. Get in the car first." Seeing that there were too many people watching the fun around, Qin Feng turned around and got into the car, then waved at her. Zhuang Xiaoli stood up aggrievedly and got into the car. Wang Gang started the car and drove away quietly. All that was left were a crowd of onlookers and a driver with a pale face. Rich people are so arrogant that they just left without even asking for compensation. I feel like something is wrong. How come this rich guy was fine after being hit by a car? Who knows? Maybe he drank genetic potion or wore exoskeleton armor, or maybe he's an alien. Alas, we don't understand the world of rich people. At this time, Qin Feng, who was mistaken for an alien, was lying flat on the seat. It seems that he is resting his eyes, but in fact he is chatting with the system in his mind. System, is there any item that increases your charm value? None. This is so lame. Other systems have malls with everything and even give out new member gift packs. No such function yet. It is recommended that the host unbind and wait for other systems. Qin Feng swallowed quietly, wondering if it was because he had played with women too much. He actually sensed a hint of jealousy from the system's cold prompt. Then how can I improve my charm value? Qin Feng became polite. Female charm will only fluctuate over time. What is the criterion for judging charm? Appearance, figure, personality, ability, genes. Damn, it turns out this is a development game. Qin Feng turned his gaze to Zhuang Xiaoli, who was looking at him affectionately. I looked it over carefully from top to bottom. The appearance is definitely okay, but the figure and personality are not good. I don't know about her ability, but judging from her temper, I don't think she is that good. If you want to improve, you can try your figure and personality. But she hasn't developed yet, so there's definitely no hope. What about personality? How about some training? Chapter 161, I know martial arts. Brother Wang, send them to the station first. Qin Feng saw Wang Gang automatically driving the car towards the hospital and gave him instructions. He didn't want to go to the hospital, fearing that the doctor would become interested in his body and cause unnecessary trouble. Boss, are you okay? Wang Gang asked worriedly. It's okay, it might be a fracture. It will be fine in 2 days, Qin Feng said confidently. Wang Gang didn't know how to respond to this. After a moment's silence, he obediently pulled over and turned around. The car was a little quiet for a moment. When Zhuang Xiaoli heard that he was so anxious to send her away, she felt even more upset and kept wiping away her tears. Yunyun was sitting in the front, and seeing the weird atmosphere, she didn't dare to speak rashly. After a long while, Qin Feng said calmly, "Stop crying." His words did not stop Zhuang Xiaoli from crying, but instead made her cry out accidentally. Really? You were so arrogant before, but you can't stand it when I say a few words to you. Qin Feng handed over the tissue in the car and said, all right, I'm not dead. Why are you crying? Zhuang Xiaoli looked up at him without saying anything, tears flashing in her eyes. Be good, be obedient, maybe we can have fun together. Qin Feng smiled at her, his tone as frivolous as before. Zhuang Xiaoli choked up and said, don't you want to see me again? She looked so beautiful and pitiful, like an innocent girl who got comforted after being rejected, which made people feel sorry for her. It's hard to imagine that this young lady has such a side. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. Yeah, if you keep doing this, I really don't want to play with you. You don't follow any rules and rush into other people's houses to show off. Otherwise, if I couldn't afford to offend your father, I would have hung you up and beaten you long ago. Seeing that she was speechless, Qin Feng continued to PUA. I'm different from those people who flatter you. I care about how you treat me and how I treat you. If you can be gentler to me and not act so recklessly, maybe we can become good friends. Her character is not so bad, so the system may give her extra points. With the favorability I have gained from saving her twice, it should be easy to get the reward. Even if there are no extra points, it's still a good thing to have such a big boss's daughter as a friend. At least I have some background connections, which will make things a lot easier in the future. Qin Feng's mind was full of calculations. He looked at Zhuang Xiaoli with expectation. But I'm not gentle. A trace of panic flashed across Zhuang Xiaoli's eyes, and she lowered her head, looking very uneasy. Qin Feng smiled and said, "It's okay. I'll teach you. Just put an interjection after each sentence." For example, he naturally took Zhuang Xiaoli's hand and said coquettishly, "Okay, I know, I heard. You were so awesome." Puff. Yin Yin in the front row couldn't help but burst out. She covered her mouth to hold back her laughter and coughed. Noticing Qin Feng's glance at him, he quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Boss Qin. I didn't mean to." Seeing her quick reaction, Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction and said to Zhuang Xiaoli, "Right. You see, Yin Yin learns very quickly. Come on. Why don't you try it too?" Zhuang Xiaoli was already a little embarrassed when a man held her hand, and now that she was asked to say these things, her whole face turned a little red. She looked at Qin Feng embarrassedly and saw encouragement in his eyes. She mustered up her courage and put aside her pride and said something awkward. "Yes, I am sorry." Yin Yin in the front row was stunned. She didn't expect Zhuang Xiaoli to actually say it out loud. Is this still the mighty and domineering young lady she knows? Could this man really tame her? My old swan. She looked at the proud Qin Feng and found it incredible. The young lady's shy voice made people feel inexplicably satisfied. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile evilly. "That's right, keep it up, and use this accent when you talk to me from now on." Seeing that he accepted her apology, Zhuang Xiaoli relaxed slightly. She was so filled with guilt and sadness that she didn't have time to think too much. This time she calmed down and felt that something was not right. If it continued like this, where'd she put her face? Absolutely not. "Just this once, don't go too far," Zhuang Xiaoli said dissatisfiedly. "Don't you want to be friends with me?" Qin Feng said with a smile. Zhuang Xiaoli rolled her eyes at him and complained in her heart. How would friends talk to each other like that? You should let Wan talk to you like this. I can't learn it. After saying that, he took the napkin to wipe his tears and nose. The whole person slowly returns to his previous state. Qin Feng was not in a hurry. It was unrealistic to make the fierce bitch gentle in a short time, so he decided to take it slowly. It was quiet for a while. Zhuang Xiaoli was a little worried about Qin Feng's health and asked with concern, "Really? Don't you want to go to the hospital first? You're injured like this. It's nothing serious, just a broken bone. You know you have a broken bone, and you still say it's okay?" Zhuang Xiaoli widened her eyes and reached out to touch Qin Feng's forehead. "Did you get hit in the head? Can you feel out a broken brain?" Qin Feng slapped her hand away, expressing his dissatisfaction with her habit of touching him without his consent. "There are no rules at all. How can I discipline them in the future? What's so fierce about it?" Zhuang Xiaoli rubbed her hands and used the interjection unconsciously without realizing it. "You don't have to send us back. Let's go to the hospital first." Yin Yin was also concerned and asked, "Yes, Boss Qin, are you really okay? I just saw you flying out from behind. It looks very serious." "I practice Qigong. It may look exaggerated, but I'm actually quite skilled in flying." Qin Feng made up a random excuse to try to get away with it. But I didn't expect Zhuang Xiaoli's eyes to widen. "You can do Qigong? What? No way. Does this Qigong really exist? I wanted to be a female knight with unparalleled martial arts since I was a child. I went to the Shaolin Temple to ask the elders, and they all said that there is no such thing as internal strength and Qigong in the world. You are really free." Qin Feng had similar fantasies when he was a child, but because his family was poor and even eating was a problem, he had no time to learn martial arts. Now seeing this rich little girl going to Shaolin Temple to ask all kinds of questions, he said something sour out of envy. "Hey, what did you practice?" Zhuang Xiaoli supported herself on the seat with her two little hands and leaned her body forward slightly. She brought her fair and tender face closer. Her starry eyes sparkled with curiosity. Even though her face was a little swollen from crying, she still looked overly cute. Qin Feng calmed himself down and used one finger to push her head over. "Want to learn?" "Uh-huh." Zhuang Xiaoli nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Qin Feng said jokingly, "My martial arts are passed down to men, but not women, and are passed down to the inside, but not to outsiders." "Ah, would you consider becoming my wife?" Zhuang Xiaoli's face flushed red, and she glared at him fiercely. "Boss scumbag." Qin Feng laughed. "Didn't you say that as long as I woke up, you would never call me a scumbag again? And you said you would listen to me. But now I ask you to call me husband, and you won't even bother. Zhuang Xiaoli was embarrassed and annoyed and said angrily, "Dare to take advantage of me? Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you are injured." Qin Feng challenged. "Come on, I'll give you a hand." Zhuang Xiaoli puffed up her cheeks and turned her head away, not wanting to bother with this bad man. When I am with him, I will get angry without realizing it, and my emotions are always controlled by him, making people love and hate him. But I can't get angry. This man had just been injured trying to save himself, and now he was going to beat him up. Not to mention whether he can win the fight or not. Even if he does, his injuries might get worse, and he'll end up lying in bed. Then I'll have to take care of his poop and pee in the future. He wishes. Snort. As Zhuang Xiaoli thought about it, she remembered his pitiful appearance lying on the hospital bed and cried, and she laughed for no apparent reason. Qin Feng looked at her in confusion. Is this woman out of her mind? The two of them didn't speak and remained silent for a while. Not long after, Zhuang Xiaoli couldn't help but speak out again. My husband can't do it. What? This sudden sentence of husband is not good enough made Qin Feng feel helpless. Who can't do it? Why can't it do it? Why can't it do it? I said, besides calling you that, what else do you want me to call you? When the girl said this, her face turned a little red and something seemed a little off. Qin Feng pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure out what she wanted to express. Call me Grandpa. Rol. Owner. Emperor. Zhuang Xiaoli gave him a pink fist out of shame. The fist, which had no power to begin with, even used 60 of its strength, and it hit Qin Feng's arm like a spoiled child. Is there no decent one? Even the tone of voice has that flavor. Yun in the front row was secretly shocked when she heard this. If I wasn't there at this time, who knows what they would do in the car? Master, this is very serious. Wan always calls you like this in private. Zhuang Xiaoli snorted angrily and sat on the chair with her arms crossed. I remember that when Wan talked to this bastard on the phone every night, she would occasionally call him Master. In addition, Yun also called Master when she was live streaming. After being influenced by it, it was not difficult for her to accept it, but she was overwhelmed with shame. As a young lady, she really couldn't bring herself to use such a humble title. Change 1. No change. You are a scoundrel and shameless. Qin Feng was choked, but he didn't force her to shout. This is not possible. That is not possible. Then what do you want to shout? Zhuang Xiaoli rolled her eyes, suddenly thought of something, and lowered her head in shame. She glanced at Qin Feng secretly and said shyly in a low voice, Should I call you brother too? It's quite touching to hear this proud little princess calling me brother in a cute way. Much more exciting than other soft and sticky girls. Qin Feng's heart was moved, and he said jokingly, Okay, if there are outsiders, you can call me brother, but if there are no outsiders, you have to call me master. Bah, wishful thinking, you damn scumbag. He spent most of the journey flirting with Zhuang Xiaoli. Qin Feng really likes the way he gets along with Zhuang Xiaoli. Do whatever you want, say whatever you want without any scruples. Although this girl showed that she liked him, Qin Feng had no plans to touch this young lady for the time being. He wanted to wait until he had enough capital before he could properly train this girl. Arriving at the parking lot of the station, Qin Feng ruthlessly drove people away. Go back quickly, and don't run down the road with your eyes closed anymore. Scumbag, you really don't want us to accompany you to the hospital? No, I won't go down to see you off. Have a safe trip. Zhuang Xiaoli opened the car door and glanced at Qin Feng reluctantly. I saw him waving his hands happily and smiling brightly. Zhuang Xiaoli snorted and jumped out of the car. Qin Feng said, Don't tell Wan that I have other women when you go back. Zhuang Xiaoli turned around and glared at him and couldn't help but speak out what was in her heart. Hey, could you please stop being so fickle? After saying this, he realized that his request was a bit strange and added, Isn't it enough to have our Wan? She hangs out all day long. This is not fooling around. I just want to give a home to the girl who likes me. Go to hell, scumbag. Zhuang Xiaoli slammed the car door shut and walked away without looking back. This dog-like man will die in a woman's belly sooner or later. Qin Feng watched them enter the station. When their figures completely disappeared, he smiled and shook his head. Sitting in the car, I tried to move my feet, but found that it was still very difficult to lift my legs. Although you can feel the bones slowly healing, the cells are constantly repairing the damage. However, if you want to walk normally, you probably need a rest for a few days. This injury seems to be quite serious. Qin Feng's thick nerves reduced his pain level by several degrees. What seemed like life-threatening pain to others was like being beaten with a stick in his eyes. It hurts, but it's bearable. What he is struggling with now is whether to go to Shifuya's house to recuperate or to Xiating's villa to recuperate. Chapter 162, another woman broke into Xiating's villa. Qinfeng finally chose Xiating. Because I promised her that I would come back, and if I didn't go back, I was afraid she would have some bad thoughts. After returning to the villa, Wang Gang helped him into the house. When Xiating saw Qinfeng like this, she panicked and immediately rushed over to support him, saying nervously, "Brother, what's wrong with you? Why is this happening? Don't mention it. I don't know what happened to that little girl. She ran to the middle of the road. I went to pull her out and was accidentally hit by a car." Qinfeng told the truth. There was no need to make excuses for this kind of thing. If the lie was discovered, Xiating would inevitably become suspicious. The passerby just now said that he wanted to post the highlights of the car accident on the internet, and he didn't want to cause any trouble. Is the injury serious? Where did you get hit? Seeing that Qinfeng couldn't even walk, Xiating became very worried and reached out to check Qinfeng's injuries. Qinfeng put one hand on her shoulder to stop her from moving and said with a smile, "It's nothing serious. I just can't use my leg well. Just take it easy." Xiating refused and insisted, "No, you have to go to the hospital for a checkup. This kind of thing may seem fine to you, but it may actually be very serious." Qinfeng comforted her, "Don't worry. It should be fine tomorrow." Xiating said anxiously, "You can't even stand steadily. Please stop trying to be brave." Seeing this, Sister Chiu stepped forward and said, "Boss Qin, if you don't want to go to the hospital, I'll call a private doctor over." Qinfeng couldn't persuade them and had no choice but to agree. Private doctors charge money for their services and will keep the client's information confidential. Moreover, they serve the wealthy, and their medical standards and expertise are not much different. Not long after, the doctor came with 3 assistants and some unknown medical testing equipment to give Qinfeng a full examination. It was determined to be a minor fracture, and he needed a rest in bed. So, Qinfeng naturally became the local emperor in the villa. He gets everything he wants just by moving his mouth. A group of people work hard for him. Xiating stayed by his side all the time. Take care of his eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and sleeping. At night, Qinfeng was not very convenient because of his injury. Most of the time, I can only lie down. Xiating is very humble, does what she says, and is well-behaved. Qinfeng was very moved, cried many times, and said many sweet words. Xiating's favorability was accidentally raised to 110. It can be seen that affectionate companionship and a strong body are the secret recipe for warming up relationships. Early the next morning, Shifuya is here. Because Xiating had previously posted on WeChat Moments bragging about owning a villa, Shifuya decided to come and take a look when she saw it. She brought the gift and rang the doorbell of the villa. When Xiu Lily came out and saw that it was the boss's other woman, she was so scared that she froze in her tracks and hesitated to open the door. I was afraid that she would come in and cause trouble. "Sister Chiu, you are here too?" Shifuya remembered this woman who knew the current situation very well and greeted her with a smile. "Monsieur, what a coincidence, haha." When Xiu Lily saw that she was recognized, she opened the door helplessly with an embarrassed smile. "Does Xiating live here?" Shifuya walked in naturally and asked casually. Forehead. Xiu Lily was extremely anxious and her brain was working frantically. This time, her boss and Xiating were resting in the room. If her good deeds were discovered and her boss got angry, her job would be in jeopardy. "Miss Xia is sick. Why don't you come back in 2 days?" "What? Xiating is sick. What's wrong? Take me to see her." Shifuya walked faster. Xiu Lily wanted to slap herself in the face. She quickly ran to the front, stretched out her hand to stop Shifuya, and said nervously, "It's just a cold. It might be contagious, Miss Shi. Please come back next time." Shifuya did not force her way in. Seeing that Qinfeng's secretary looked so guilty, she had some guesses in her mind. She smiled and said, "Is Qinfeng also in there?" Xiu Lily was stunned when she heard this, and she couldn't figure out whether Shifuya was angry or not. She dared neither lie nor tell the truth. I replied, "Let me call and ask first." "No, I'll go find them." Shifuya laughed with evil humor. Thinking about how they were caught in bed together, their expressions must have been very interesting. "No, you can't go up there. What if I must go in?" Xiu Lily was getting anxious. All her years of management experience had never taught her how to stop the original wife from catching the mistress. The key point was that she didn't even have the information about her boss's woman and didn't have any targeted arrangements, yet she suddenly had to face such an exciting scene. She is so tired. Seeing that Fuya was about to rush in like the girl yesterday, Chiu Lily almost wanted to kneel down and hug her legs. Just then, a voice came from the balcony on the third floor. "Sister, why are you here?" Chiu Lily looked up and saw her boss coming out in his bathrobe. She seemed to have seen her backbone and looked at Qin Feng with excitement. Fuya also stopped and looked at the man she had been thinking about day and night with a wicked smile. "You stinky little brother, you said you liked me yesterday, but today you came and slept with another woman." "Hey, I'm sorry." Qin Feng touched his head and said with a silly smile, "Then I will accompany you tonight." Fuya rolled her eyes at him in a very feminine way. "TSK, who cares?" Chiu Lily opened her mouth wide and looked at the scene in disbelief. It turned out that these two knew of each other's existence. The boss is too awesome. With their figures and looks, these two beauties don't seem like the kind of women who would be inferior to others, so it should be easy for them to find a rich man. I didn't expect that she would be willing to follow the boss. Chiu Lily was stunned and was full of admiration for her boss. Fuya went upstairs and saw Qin Feng limping towards her to hug her. She asked curiously, "Brother, what's wrong with you?" "It's nothing, I was accidentally hit by a car. It's just a minor injury," Qin Feng said. Xiating woke up, put on her clothes, and walked out of the room. She did not expose Qin Feng, but just blamed him for running around without recovering from his injury. Fuya asked with concern, "How can you be so careless? Have you seen a doctor?" "I've seen it, just take a few days off." "Really? He's so old and still makes me worry." Xiating chimed in, "That's right, he just knows how to show off all day long. Last time he foolishly jumped from the third floor." Fuya was surprised and asked, "What happened? Did you fall and get hurt?" Xiating said, "My feet are swollen, and this happened just 2 days ago." "Brother, you can't do this. What will we do if something happens to you?" Fuya was very afraid that Qin Feng would have an accident, and she was so anxious that she was about to cry. "I'm sorry, I just got bumped accidentally, don't worry. It's still okay, even after all this. Go back and lie down." Fuya supported his other hand, and together with Xiating, she pushed him back onto the bed. "Brother, please don't do stupid things in the future. I don't want to be a widow again." Xiating was infected by the atmosphere, and her eyes became red. Seeing how frightened they were, Qin Feng felt very sorry. After coaxing them for a long time and promising that such things would never happen again, I finally managed to appease them. At noon, Fuya made a pot of vegetable and lean meat porridge and fed it to Qin Feng spoonful by spoonful. Qin Feng kept praising the food for being delicious and showed off a whole pot, saying it was not enough. His appetite is now 5 times that of an average person, and he still feels a little hungry. Seeing this, Xiating also ran to make a pot of porridge and brought it over to feed him. The taste is simply outrageous, with all kinds of flavors, sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy. A simple bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge almost sent Qin Feng away. Qin Feng praised the dish against his will, and then he heard the system prompt that his favorability was +1. So he drank all the porridge with tears in his eyes under Xia Ting's happy gaze. After that, he persuaded Xia Ting not to become a housewife. Let her make a travel plan, go out together to enjoy the mountains and rivers, appreciate the wind and the moon, and be a happy little fool. Xia Ting didn't realize what was wrong. I was so envious of what he said that I gave up learning how to cook. Chapter 163, Jealousy. Fuya's gentleness and generosity made Xia Ting gradually accept her existence. The two became close. When we are together, we are like sisters. However, even though they are sisters, it doesn't affect Xia Ting's jealousy. "Sister Xiaoya, look, this is the video of my brother proposing to me." Xia Ting placed the cell phone in front of Fuya like she was presenting a treasure, with a proud look on her face. At this time, Fuya was helping to tidy up the house in the living room. She stopped what she was doing and took Xia Ting's phone out of curiosity, watching the man inside kneel on one knee and give a passionate speech. "I like you at all times, and I also like some people." This sounded so familiar, as if I had heard it yesterday. Fuya glanced at Qin Feng, who was playing games in the study room, and said with a smile, as if nothing had happened, "How romantic. I'm really envious." I was so moved that I cried. I didn't expect my brother to say that. Hee. Then he must like you very much. They were not far from the study, and they did not lower their voices while chatting. Even a normal person can hear it. Cold sweat broke out on Qin Feng's forehead. He regretted saying the same sweet words to two girls just to save trouble. Now that he was exposed in front of everyone, he felt very uneasy and upset. Yeah, that bad guy is really good at pleasing girls. Xia Ting continued to show off. She stretched out her hand with the diamond ring and admired it again and again, smiling brightly and saying, I told him not to buy a diamond ring, but he refused to listen. How could such a broken stone be worth more than 1 million? Wow, Ting Ting is so happy. Shifuya's tone became somewhat resentful. I'm so envious. I've never received a ring from a boy in my life. No way, Sister Xiaoya is so beautiful. How could no one give you a ring? Xia Ting said in surprise, making sure Qin Feng could hear her. Didn't that person give you a wedding gift? Shifuya didn't care whether Xia Ting mentioned her past in front of Qin Feng intentionally or unintentionally. She was calm and had no intention of competing with Xia Ting for any status. As long as Qin Feng loves me equally, it doesn't matter who he marries. I'm not as lucky as you. I ran away from home and eloped with a man. Huh? Can you elaborate on that? There was a gossipy gleam in Xia Ting's eyes. There's nothing much to say. My parents didn't agree at first, but I chose him anyway. We didn't get married. He said he would marry me when he returned home with wealth and success, but I didn't get to wait that long. Shifuya's simple words made Xia Ting feel a little uncomfortable. She didn't expect that Shifuya's husband died before they got married. This is somewhat regrettable. Think of a woman who will never be able to wear a wedding dress in her entire life. Xia Ting instantly lost her jealous thoughts and took Shifuya's arm and comforted her. Sister, it's all over. It's okay. Just ask your brother to buy you a ring. Uh-huh. Aren't you afraid that your sister will abduct your man away? Shifuya said with a smile. What's there to be afraid of? I have a car and a house anyway. If I run away, I can just find another one. Xia Ting said disdainfully. I live in his house, spend his money, and support another gigolo. As long as he is willing, I will be happy. Cough, cough. Qin Feng coughed twice and glared at her with ill intent. Xia Ting received Qin Feng's gaze and felt timid in her heart, but she said toughly on the surface. What are you looking at? If you dare to dump me again, I will find you. Qin Feng knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't argue with her. He looked away and continued playing games. Just said leisurely, Don't worry, I will never leave you in this life. Xia Ting raised her head and snorted. This is the most shameless promise I have ever heard. After saying this, she looked at Shifuya with her eyes rolling. Thinking about the car and house Qin Feng gave me, I wonder what he will give to his sister. Sister, what did he give you to trick you into his hands? Shifuya glanced at the curious Xia Ting and chuckled. He had nothing, so he bought a shabby bar and asked me to help him clean it up. Bar? Is it the bar we visited last time? How much did you pay for it? Tens of millions. He gave it to you? Xia Ting stopped talking. Compared with tens of millions of assets, this broken ring was not worth anything at all. She thought Qin Feng gave her the most, but she didn't expect that she was actually a clown. She sat on the sofa, feeling very unwilling. Not only is this woman beautiful, she is also better and more generous than me. But his personality is hard to dislike. If I were a man, I would definitely like such a woman. Xia Ting didn't know who to blame. She just rushed over to grab the broom angrily. Sister Xiaoya, don't sweep my house anymore. Just do it yourself. It's okay. I can't sit still. No, you can't scan. When Qin Feng saw the two of them inexplicably fighting over the broom in the living room, he felt a little guilty for some reason. He left behind his 14-1-5 record, stood up and walked out of the study, trying to change the subject with an awkward smile. Ting Ting, sister, you two stop cleaning. I've asked Sister Chio to find a nanny. When Shifuya saw Qin Feng getting up and moving, she quickly put down her broom and ran to help Qin Feng. Don't move around. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. You'll only make the condition worse. It's okay. I feel almost better. Qin Feng enjoyed the tenderness in Shifuya's arms and comforted her with a smile. I'll help you lie down. Tell me what you want. Shifuya supported Qin Feng and walked towards the room. Xia Ting gritted her teeth as she gripped the broom she had snatched away, her fingers turning white from the force. She found that her tea art had regressed since meeting that man. In the past, she could have pretended like this. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Shifuya went back to pick up Yi. She recommended the confinement nanny who had helped her take care of her baby, Wuma. It is said that she is very good at cooking and taking care of people, and she knows everything about them. I had to accompany my daughter to prepare for the college entrance examination, so I stayed at home for a while. Now that her daughter has graduated from high school, she can relax and plans to continue working as a nanny. Qin Feng agreed to let her come and take a look. A lady in her 40s with a dignified appearance, a simple smile, and a clean and bright look. She is very skillful in cooking and doing housework. She is a very honest person and doesn't care whether the boss will hire her or not. She just starts cleaning the villa and works on all 3 floors all day long. Qin Feng really admired this kind of nanny who had a keen eye. He immediately hired her with a high salary of 30,000 yuan per month to take care of Xiating and himself around the clock. Mother Wu was a little flattered. A salary of 30,000 is at the top level in the nanny industry. She said she would work hard and live up to her boss's expectations. As for rest time, she hopes that her daughter will take 2 days off when she comes back for vacation, and she doesn't need to rest at other times. Qin Feng likes this kind of elder sister who loves her work and promises that if she does a good job, her salary will double next year. Wu Ma's eyes lit up. She never dreamed of a salary of 700,000 yuan a year. After 2 years of work, you will have enough money to buy a house. She immediately said that she didn't need to rest and would rather die in Qin Feng's house. Qin Feng arranged a nanny room for her on the first floor and gave her a credit card, which she could use to pay for groceries and household items. Chapter 164 Big Star Playing With Me. Night. The female star Han Yinfei, who lives next door to him, sent a WeChat message asking, "Uncle, is it you in the marriage proposal video that's been going viral recently?" Qin Feng replied, "Guess. Han Yinfei. You look a bit like her, and your voice is similar, plus you're so rich, I guess it must be you. I guessed it right, but unfortunately there is no reward. I didn't expect you to be such an uncle. At first I thought you were a straight man. What about now? A straight man who is a bit romantic." Qin Feng smiled faintly. He thought that since he had a girlfriend, those girls would no longer take the initiative to chat with him. I didn't expect that this girl not only took the initiative to find me, but also praised me. As expected, boys with girlfriends are more popular, right? No wonder my former roommate suddenly became more popular with women after he got a girlfriend and became close to several of them. It turns out that girls like to chat with boys like this. Han Yinfei. The uncle is really good at acting. I was moved to tears by the lines he said in the video. Qin Feng. I don't believe it. Send me the video. Qin Feng was just joking. I didn't expect the other party to actually send me a video. I clicked on it and saw. At the beginning, Han Yinfei gazed at the camera affectionately, with stars shining in her eyes. Combined with her pure and lovely face, people couldn't help but stare at her. She thought about it for 3 or 4 seconds, with a slight wrinkle of the small and delicate nose. Then tears welled up in her eyes, wetting her black and shiny eyelashes. 2 crystal-clear tears slid across her pitiful face, lingered on her pouting lips for a moment, and finally fell on the table. The little girl's superb acting skills really made Qin Feng, a straight man, a little overwhelmed. He had the urge to take the girl home and ravage her. Qin Feng, bullshit. Han Yanfei, hey, I'm Alvisum, right. There are better ones. Do you want to see them? Don't watch if you want money. A big boss who lives in a house worth tens of millions and gives away villas at will is actually so stingy. Han Yinfei didn't understand. Is he the kind of guy who is particularly loyal? He doesn't like to look at other girls? Han Yinfei could only think of this explanation. If that's the case, then this uncle feels like a good person. Au système prompt, Han Yanfei's favorabilité plus femme. Qin Feng didn't expect that his rejection of her would actually increase his favorability towards her. He realized that the other party might have mistaken him for a gentleman. I quickly deleted the messages typed on my phone. What's the point of just reading? I typed again. You don't need to take pictures of those things. If you're short of money, I can lend it to you. After reading these words, Han Yinfei had a better impression of this uncle who was willing to lend her money after just meeting her once. I don't like owing people money. Why don't you buy something? What do you have there? I can play games with you online, take cosplay photos, and endorse your company. Ex-celebrity is still a celebrity after all. What's your rank in 101? Top 1 million in China. So he is a golden god of war. I am so sorry for my disrespect. Han Yinfei blushed and typed. You're playing with a big star, but you still care about your rank. You're such a straight man. Qin Feng, who had never reached the gold level, felt very wronged. These words were a sign of his heartfelt respect. How much does it cost to play with me? Wait a minute. I'll go check out the market. Han Yinfei had never been a playmate before. After looking around online, she found that the price of online playmates was pitifully low. Some people are willing to take it for 10 yuan an hour. The maximum is no more than 100. Only offline playing can make money, and it is said that you can earn 2,000 per time. She hesitated whether to go to Qin Feng's house to play games. Anyway, it's close to home, and that uncle doesn't look like that kind of person. Han Yinfei, friendly price, 500 per hour online, negotiable offline. Qin Feng was very excited. He didn't expect that there would be an offline gaming service. However, he is at Xia Ting's house now and cannot do offline work for the time being, so he can only try online first. Yes, inspection of the top-grade goods. He sent his ID. After a while, a girl named Washed Away added me. The team was formed and the other party started to speak. Hello, hello, can you hear me? The sound is clear and pleasant, just like the chirping of an oriole. Qin Feng didn't dare to speak. Because Xia Ting was doing weight loss exercises in the living room, he didn't want to be discovered playing games with other girls. Qin Feng put on headphones and typed that the microphone was broken and the express delivery had not arrived yet. Han Yinfei didn't suspect anything and started chattering and asking Qin Feng what he wanted to play. You can make money while playing games. She said she was very happy. Qin Feng prefers ADC, but he checked the opponent's record with the box. I found out that the other person was also an ADC, so he said he liked to play support. Han Yinfei was very satisfied when she saw that he did not take her seat. I chose my own famous hero, Caitlyn. Qin Feng shows a sneaky trick. He has a reaction ability 5 times that of an ordinary person and super fast hand speed. His current gaming level is extremely terrifying. At critical moments, he can concentrate and slow down a game speed, thereby increasing his reaction time. 1 second for others is equivalent to 1 minute for him. It can be said that every frame has his own thoughts. He even knows the attack trajectories of the soldiers. With his body, he has no problem playing professionally now. Quite perverted. On the line, he helped to replenish all the soldiers that Han Yinfei missed. If you have the chance, go and whip the opponent's hero. When you reach the estimated killing line, go up and use a set of ignition keys. Then throw the lantern to the policewoman to collect the kill. Just like feeding her, the policewoman was raised to be plump and white. With the 4-piece set in 20 minutes, she could directly fight 1v3 on the spot. It can be said that the experience is maximized. In the voice, Han Yinfei was shouting, "Ha ha ha, I didn't realize I was so amazing. Come on, hook me and I can kill him." It's really fun to play against Silver. They're such a pushover. I'm in great shape today. I'll take you to gold and let you know that the money is not wasted. Han Yinfei, who was in the gold rank, did not realize that it was the support who was carrying the game. I thought I was the MVP because I had the most kills. Qin Feng from January 3rd, 21 was very low-key and did not argue. Things like strength will definitely be discovered over time. Let her enjoy herself for a while. When she finds that she can't enjoy herself without me, she will naturally think of me. Qin Feng was not in a hurry at all. The two of them played until 11 o'clock, and Xia Ting felt sleepy. She had just been in the study room, watching a movie with Qin Feng. At this moment, he came over and hugged Qin Feng's neck. "Brother, when do you sleep? This game is over soon." It was very quiet at night. Qin Feng was afraid that Xia Ting would hear the female voice in his headphones, so he turned off the microphone early. Who is this person who has washed away all the makeup? Xia Ting doesn't like playing games and knows nothing about 101. However, with a woman's keen intuition, she felt that the ID that kept appearing on Qin Feng's screen was very suspicious. "A playmate who helps me gain points," Qin Feng said calmly. "Male or female?" Xia Ting asked softly. "You have to check evenness?" "Baby." Qin Feng turned around and kissed her, then said with a smile, "She's just a tool to help me play with you and help me gain points." Xia Ting's doubts were all gone. It was just a game for her to play with. It was not worth her taking it seriously. "Hey, I'm just asking." She leaned her soft body on Qin Feng's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Brother, please finish quickly. I bought a super sexy lace pajamas pink." Chapteret 165 visitning Han Yanfei. Qin Feng rested in the villa for 2 days. There is a gentle sister to take care of you during the day and a beautiful school beauty to accompany you at night. When bored, the female star would invite him to play games. When you feel empty, you can tease the little white rabbit and tease her roommates at the same time. There is no shortage of food and drink. He spends all day doing nothing, wasting time and playing with a group of girls. Life is extravagant, corrupt, and boring. This morning, he got up from the bed, looking at Xia Ting's fair, tender, and smooth skin. He almost couldn't control his impulse again. Baby, stay at home. I'm going on a business trip for a few days. Xia Ting was very reluctant to let him go, so she stretched out her arms and hugged the man's neck. How long will it take for my brother to come back? Not necessarily, maybe 1 or 2 days, maybe a week. It takes so long. I'll try to come back early. If you're bored, you can go out and play with Sister Xiaoya. Where are you going? Can you take me with you? Can't I wait for you at the hotel? Xia Ting hugged him tighter, wishing she could stick to him. For the first man she fell in love with, she didn't want to be separated from him for even a minute. Be good. I can't take you there now, Qin Feng said while rubbing her head. Xia Ting thought that Qin Feng was going to deal with family matters. There was no more trouble. Dress him, kiss him goodbye. I watched him leave the villa reluctantly, standing on the balcony, gently rubbing my belly, secretly praying that Qin Feng's seed would be more powerful. Qin Feng tilled the land for 3 days and made Xia Ting obedient. The favorability has reached 120. Now he can go out and have fun with confidence. Get a Rolls Royce. Sister Chio in the front row reported to him. He bought that office building these 2 days. The company has also been registered. Various recruitment platforms have released recruitment information. Now we are waiting for the arrival of office equipment, decoration layout, and personnel. Qin Feng nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Sister Chio's workability is still good. In the past 2 days, she has dealt with various institutions, such as the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, the Tax Bureau, bank account opening, Social Security payment, seal engraving, etc. We also need to coordinate various aspects. If you're a newcomer, you will probably be busy to the point of collapse. But thanks to Sister Chio's connections and experience, everything went according to plan. Even the urban management, fire department, property parking lot, etc. have written permission. It can be said that it is easier for an old hand to get things done. Compared to helping with her own housework, Sister Chio seems to prefer doing this kind of thing, even if it means working overtime every day. Qin Feng was also happy about this. His company is named Fengqi Media. He wanted to see if he could stir up the storm with his hundreds of billions of funds. The entertainment industry has been quiet for so long. It's time for a big storm to blow. With his super strong physique, Qin Feng was unexpectedly full of courage. Now, of course, the first step is to invite Han Yunfei over. Qin Feng returned to his large flat on the 18th floor of Lianhu New City. I took a shower and changed into some casual clothes. I went out and rang the doorbell opposite. After waiting for a while, no one opened the door. Qin Feng took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message. Got platinum. Are you not at home? There was no response from the other party. Qin Feng scratched his head and dialed the other party's cell phone. It took a long time for the call to be connected, and a soft and tender female voice came from the other end. Hello, who is this? Qin Feng recognized that this was Han Yunfei's assistant, He Xiaojing. When she was playing duo with Han Yunfei, this little girl would often come to persuade her to get up and move around. Jingjing, I'm Fei Fei's boss. Doesn't Fei Fei have time to play games now? He Xiaojing didn't know Qin Feng. She only knew that her celebrity had secretly taken on a business as a playmate. Sorry, boss. Fei Fei is filming right now. I will be able to get back to you later. Oh, where's she filming? Can I go see? Qin Feng was quite curious about how the crew played and wondered if there were groups of pretty girls there. I'm afraid not. Outsiders are not allowed to come in here, He Xiaojing said hesitantly. Send me the address and I'll go over and talk to you, Qin Feng said. This? He Xiaojing was very embarrassed. I'll give you 2,000 yuan. Find a way to help me get in. Qin Feng is rich and generous, and he always asks for money. He Xiaojing hesitated for a few seconds, then was defeated by the money and said, Okay, boss, I'll ask someone to get the admission ticket right away. Qin Feng added the other party on WeChat. Received the location. The address is a small film and television base in the next city. It takes an hour to drive there. During this period, Qin Feng learned from He Xiaojing that Han Yunfei had not received any notice for almost 2 months. Because I offended a lot of people and had a bad influence. As soon as she appears, she is easily targeted and slandered. This has resulted in an increasingly tight financial situation. In order to pay the penalty for breach of contract, she had no choice but to take on a web drama, and she wasn't even the lead. Qin Feng asked, How much money does she owe? She still owes more than 2 million yuan. Her previous agency was under pressure from all sides and planned to put her on ice. Sister Fei Fei disagreed and terminated the contract. 2 million is not a lot for a star. As long as she is willing to lower her posture and cater to some producers or big directors who are interested in her. 2 million should still be easy. Maybe you can even become a big shot on the list and live a life of luxury from then on. But this girl would rather shoot low-end productions than go along with others. This is enough to show that she is stubborn. Chin Feng likes girls like this. No conversation along the way. Wang Gang drove at a steady speed and arrived at the entrance of the film and television base, according to the navigation time. He Xiaojing was also waiting at the door. The little girl was holding a sign with the words Chin Feng written on it, which was particularly eye-catching. Chin Feng asked Wang Gang to stop in front of her, got out of the car, and said with a smile, "Jing Jing, right?" He Xiaojing didn't expect that Chin Feng was driving a Rolls-Royce. She seemed a little embarrassed facing such an important person. Yes. Chin Feng took a quick look and saw that she was 22 years old, scored over 70 points, was a little fat, and had only been in love once. Wearing a striped polo shirt, baggy jeans, and carrying a duffel bag on his back. Looks rather shy. "Hello, I'm Chin Feng. Thank you for your help." "Okay, boss Chin." He Xiaojing nodded, handed the crew ID to Chin Feng, and said, "They're filming now. Please follow me." "Thanks." Chin Feng followed her through the guarded fence. Wang Gang was allowed in even though he didn't have a permit, just because they got off a Rolls-Royce. No one dared to stop such a rich man. The group walked for a few minutes and took a brief look around. This film and television base has a total of 10 public space scenes. These include ancient houses, Shiqiao ancient town, fighting arena, inns and taverns, and other filming locations. They are all done in a proper manner. Finally, we arrived at a film studio that looked like a factory. The floor height is very high, at least 6 meters. A group of people gathered in front of a green screen. Lighting boards, cameras, radios, and various props filled the scene. Chin Feng met Han Yanfei here, who was wearing ancient costume. She didn't dress up much, just a little makeup, plain clothes, and black hair. The emerald green mist shirt looks like a thin mist of green water. Her skin is as white as cream. Her breath is as fragrant as orchids. Her eyebrows are as dark as distant mountains. Her eyes are as affectionate as autumn waves. She is so beautiful that she looks like a fairy descending to earth. And this fairy was winking at a young hunk on the stage. Chapter 166, Director's Face. "Kachino, try again." The director looked fierce and said angrily into the microphone, "Fei Fei, can you do this? I want the feeling of seduction. Do you know what seduction is? Look at your eyes. There's no interest at all. It's like you were teasing a dog." Han Yanfei looked a little sad. Although she has rich acting experience, she is not very good at playing the image of a loose woman. "I'm sorry, director. I'm sorry. You wasted so much of my time this morning. Your salary and the venue are free, right?" A man below, who was not sure whether he was the photographer or the production manager, made an indignant accusation. With him taking the lead, others immediately began to denounce. After 10 NGs, do you know how to act? No wonder he has become a has-been star. His acting skills are really hopeless. She is so beautiful, but she is just a vase. It was okay to play a little girl before, but now that I'm grown up, there's no advantage anymore. The scene suddenly became noisy. Han Yanfei, who was standing in the middle, was extremely ashamed. She is now an oiran in a brothel, and this role requires her to exude femininity. She couldn't imagine how she should act, and her face turned red with anxiety. Go down and adjust your mindset first, and try again later. If it doesn't work, change someone else. The director's cold words came out from the microphone. Han Yanfei lowered her head and walked off the stage silently. This drama is a small production, and she doesn't care about the pay. I want to improve my acting skills. If this kind of role is played well, it might subvert everyone's preconceived impression of it. When the audience and other directors see me as I have grown up, they might look at me differently. But I didn't expect to be rejected all the time. She was a little discouraged. At this time, Assistant He Xiaojing came over to comfort him. "Sister Fei Fei, are you okay?" "Fine. Don't take it to heart. The director is just too strict. I think it's fine." Sister Fei Fei, Boss Chin is here to see you." Han Yanfei looked up in astonishment and saw Chin Feng. She was slightly surprised and said, "Why are you here?" Chin Feng smiled and said, "Can I be here?" "No, what are you doing here?" "I want to play games with you. I have a microphone." "Uncle, please, I'm very busy. Can't you find someone else?" Han Yanfei was a little upset at the moment, frowning and looking resentful. Didn't this guy see that he was just scolded? No sympathy at all. Just focus on playing games and gaining points. I always lose when I assist others because they are too bad and not as good as you. The flattery of the silly straight man made Han Yinfei feel a little better. Of course you will lose in the gold tier if you are a silver player. Right? I still need the platinum goddess to lead me. Only with you can I win. Don't you see who is playing ADC? When you are down, you are praised and recognized. Han Yinfei couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. Qin Feng smiled and said, "It looks like you're not very welcome here. How about we go back and discuss the price of offline companionship?" "No." Han Yinfei pushed him towards the door rudely and said, "I'm busy now. Go back first and we'll talk to you in the evening." "Why are you getting so angry? I could just compensate you for your loss today," Qin Feng said indifferently. He stood still and Han Yinfei could no longer push him. "It's not about the money. I have to prove my ability," Han Yinfei said seriously. Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully. "Okay, then I'll watch you show your strength here." "Don't look at it. It's so embarrassing." Han Yinfei tried her best to push it, but couldn't move it. She was so angry that she wanted to curse. What's so shameful about this? I've seen people curse much harsher than this. It's not working. Jingjing, come and help. Han Yinfei started calling for help anxiously. If I embarrass myself in front of this guy, it will be difficult to cheat people out of money in the future. He Xiaojing looked at the man who had just transferred $2,000 to her and walked over reluctantly. "Boss Qin, why don't you go out first? If you call for help, I will call for help too. Wang Gang, stop her for me." Qin Feng's order made Wang Gang stunned. He took a step forward, not knowing how to stop him. So he simply opened his arms and blocked Qin Feng like an eagle catching a chick. "You bully girls, what kind of hero are you?" Two men and two women were pushing and shoving in the back. It was quite lively. Attracted most of the crew's attention. They didn't have a good face towards this woman who had no shame after being scolded. Especially the director. I wanted to tell her about the play during the break, but I didn't expect her to bring her boyfriend over to flirt with her. How can an unknown person have such a big face? He was furious and hurried over, opening his mouth to lecture. "Han Yinfei, we are filming now. Can you please be serious? You brought your family here to play. Do you think this is your home? If you don't want to act, get out. No one is asking you to act." Han Yinfei fell silent the moment she was scolded and just lowered her head and accepted the scolding submissively. But Qin Feng was not happy about it. "What was wrong with playing during the break? I say, you are teaching me a lesson in front of me. Don't you think I am not worthy of your respect?" Qin Feng's words made Han Yinfei nervously pull at his clothes. "Signal him to stop making noise." "Who are you?" The director looked at Qin Feng puzzledly. "Don't worry about who I am. Apologize to Fei Fei now, or I will cause trouble for you." When Qin Feng said this, he exuded an unparalleled arrogance. The director has met some awesome rich second generations, and they must be really capable to dare to say such things. He held his breath and said calmly, "I admit that my words were a bit harsh just now, but my meaning is still the same. If you don't want to shoot, you can leave now and don't delay our scene." He thought Qin Feng was some rich second-generation guy who had hooked up with Han Yinfei and wanted to show off in front of her. He is not very afraid of this kind of person. After all, they're not in the same circle, so no one can touch him. But of course it is best not to provoke them. "Uncle, please go out first and don't disturb our filming, okay?" Han Yinfei also advised Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled and said to the director, "I quite like your straightforward personality. Do you want to hang out with me?" The director looked a little confused. "Are you a director too?" "No, I'm an investor." The director frowned and said, "I don't want to waste everyone's time. We are a small production and don't have that much money to waste." 100,000, Qin Feng said calmly. "Can I delay you for an hour?" The moment Qin Feng quoted the price, it only took a second for the director's face to change from cold to warm. "We are all actors. Why do we need to save face?" He smiled and said, "Master, what's your name? If you have any requests, just tell me." Chapter 167. The director is just a younger brother. Han Yinfei stared blankly at the director who was changing his face like a Sichuan opera and asked foolishly, "Director, are you still going to shoot my scene?" "Shoot. Shoot later. Take a rest first." The director received the 100,000 yuan transfer, and his smile became more enthusiastic and his waist bent lower. He sincerely invited Qin Feng to his office. "Boss Qin, please come this way. What kind of tea do you like? My place is very simple. Please don't mind." Han Yinfei felt a little uncomfortable when she saw him smiling and taking Qin Feng away. He was very rude when he scolded me just now, but now when he sees that others are rich, he bows his head and acts like a slave. She couldn't stand it and said, "Director, I don't want to act anymore." The director turned around and saw Han Yinfei was in a bad mood and said helplessly, "My dear aunt, you've been making trouble for the whole morning, and I've been putting up with you. Now you come and tell me that you don't want to act anymore. Are you being worthy of me?" Han Yinfei's role is not very important, with only a few scenes and a dozen lines. The shoot took about 2 or 3 days, and the pay was less than 10,000 yuan. If I didn't perform, it would only be a waste of half a day's effort. He doesn't care. But now it's different. The big boss next to her was attracted by her and spent 100,000 yuan of his own money as soon as they met. How can I talk to my boss after she leaves? So the director had to keep him with a smile. "I was just angry for a moment. Don't take it personally. This scene is very important. If you can act like an Oiran, it will be very helpful for your future acting career. You made some progress just now. Think about it again and don't give up easily." The director persuaded Han Yinfei gently and finally managed to calm her down. Then he looked at his watch and saw that he didn't have much time, so he clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. He announced loudly to the crowd, "Everyone, go and have a rest first. It's almost 11 o'clock. That's it for the morning. After lunch, we'll start shooting half an hour earlier." Upon hearing this, the on-site staff listlessly began to pack up their things. They heard the conversation between the director and the man and knew that the director was going to raise investment. But this has nothing to do with them. They just think it affects their rest time. Everyone quietly complained about the director and investors. "Damn, being rich is not a big deal, but our time is not time, right? That's right. We worked so hard for so long, but it was all in vain. It makes me angry just thinking about it. You work for a day and you get paid for a day. Don't think too much. You're paid by the day anyway." Ivy Li envy Han Yanfei. She has found a sponsor to support her. She will probably be very popular in the future. That's right. Nowadays, female stars don't need acting skills at all. All they need to do is find a good father. The voices were very soft, and only Qin Feng could hear them. He thought that he had indeed disturbed their normal filming, so he didn't say anything. But at this moment, a handsome boy stood up, walked angrily to the director, and asked, "Director Su, my sister Hua invested so much money. Is this just to invite you to play house?" Qin Feng looked him up and down. Wearing a gorgeous robe, about 20 years old, the little boy with red lips and white teeth is handsome and cute. It's just that her pair of peach blossom eyes were filled with a defiant look. It's unpleasant to watch. "I'm sorry, Mr. Fong. Please forgive me for this special situation," the director said with an awkward smile. The boy called Fong Xiao is the male lead of this drama, Fong Jiejun. This drama was created because he wanted to experience what it was like to be the protagonist. His half-sister spent 8 million yuan on this drama for him. This means that everyone at the scene depends on him for a living. You can't make a movie and you still have the mood to drink tea with others? What kind of shitty director are you? Fong Jiejun pointed at the director's nose and started scolding him. He was already very impatient this morning because Han Yinfei didn't know how to seduce him. This time, when he heard that the director refused to shoot the film after seeing the rich second generation, he got angry on the spot. "Mr. Fong, what are you talking about? I am more anxious than anyone else because the filming cannot be completed. How can I not see that you are in a hurry and still have time to lick the rich? Is this how you do things when you are paid?" The director's face turned red. After all, he was a director, and being scolded by a little kid made him feel a little angry. He said expressionlessly, "I promise to finish the play on time. Don't worry, Mr. Fong." Seeing that his expression had relaxed, Fong Jiejun calmed down a little. After all, they still had to continue the cooperation. If the director is changed, the whole drama will have to be reshot, and his sister probably won't agree. But there won't be so many problems if the actors are changed. He turned to Han Yinfei and said, "You don't have to act anymore. Take your man out of here." Han Yinfei felt a little aggrieved. "When I was acting opposite this pretty boy, I was scolded by him several times. Hearing him chasing people away, I was so angry that tears almost came out. This guy acted like a piece of shit. I just didn't have the thought of seducing him. If it were someone else, I would have done it long ago." She couldn't help but say, "Why did you kick me out?" The director didn't say anything. Fong Jiejun said arrogantly, "I am an investor. I have the final say here. Get out of here. You." Han Yinfei was so angry that she couldn't vent it, and her face turned red. Only then did Qin Feng understand why the other party was so arrogant. Qin Feng glanced at him calmly and said leisurely, "Little friend, be careful with your words." Fong Jiejun saw that Qin Feng had an extraordinary temperament and was followed by bodyguards, so he asked cautiously, "Who are you?" "No matter who I am, I just want to remind you that it's better to keep a low profile. None of your business. After hearing what Qin Feng said about investment, Fang Jiejun didn't dare to offend this rich man. After saying this, he wanted to put pressure on the director. Director Su, are you still going to shoot this film? If not, I'll find someone else to shoot it. The director looked very embarrassed, hesitating and stammering. Qin Feng joked, Director Su, you don't seem to have much status in the play. The director curled his lips and said nothing. After being disturbed by this young master, he lost all face in front of Qin Feng. How about this, Director Su? Being scolded here is no different. You might as well go to my place and get scolded. I can give you a little more pay to compensate for your mental loss. How about that? After he finished speaking, Fang Jiejun immediately refused, stared at Qin Feng, and shouted, What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you want? Qin Feng laughed. I don't need to explain to you what I do, right? Fang Jiejun was angry and annoyed when he saw his confident attitude, but he didn't dare to get angry with him, because the tall man opposite walked towards him, stood in front of him, and looked down at him. The cold eyes put him under tremendous pressure, as if he would be slapped in the face if he said another word. He felt extremely aggrieved, but he didn't mind the bodyguard beating him. You might end up with a bruised face. As he made a living by his looks, he didn't dare to take any risks and could only stare at Qin Feng with hatred. Qin Feng didn't continue to pay attention to him, but turned around and patted the director's shoulder. Call your people. Let's go have lunch together and discuss a big project worth hundreds of millions of dollars. After saying that, he walked up to the day's Han Yinfei and wanted to pull her away. When Fang Jiejun heard the number of hundreds of millions, he just thought he was bragging. He sarcastically said, A big shot who can invest hundreds of millions of dollars comes to play with a washed-up star? I am dying of laughter. Qin Feng stopped, glanced at him lightly, and said calmly, Maybe after a while, she will become the hottest star. Fang Jiejun laughed disdainfully. If you can make this woman famous, I will eat shit live on air. Qin Feng smiled faintly. I hope you can do what you say and don't wait for others to feed you. Fang Jiejun patted the director on the shoulder and urged, Hurry up, follow him, and make a big production. If you miss the opportunity, it will never come back. He. Qin Feng ignored the idiot. There's no point saying anything now. Before there are any results, these clowns will make him laugh for 2 days. Wait until I use my money to make a hit drama, and then see what he says. Qin Feng calmly took Han Yinfei's hand and smiled gently. Would you like to come to my company? I can praise you to the sky. Han Yinfei was a little dazed. The man's hands were broad and strong, and he didn't seem to be joking. This made her feel a little bit fantasized. What if it's true? Chapter 168. Affari tale, romance drama. Lunch was at a very upscale hotel. Qin Feng set up 3 banquet tables and entertained more than 20 people. We ordered abalone, lobster, and other delicacies from land and sea, which were full of expensive dishes. The photography assistant who rushed over from home was dumbfounded. What's going on? It was finished after just 2 days of filming, and this time the killing was quite ruthless. In the past, at most, ordinary restaurants would have a few tables. The scene today is so grand that even the liquor is Maotai. Damn, I haven't even tried Matai. The photography assistant looked at Matai eagerly, his heart filled with desire. Just when he was thinking about when he could start eating, I heard the voice of my director coming from the next table. Now that everyone is here, I will tell you 2 things. Everyone knew the seriousness of the matter, so no one dared to speak and waited quietly for him to speak. First, the web series we just filmed had some problems, and we have now terminated the contract with the producer. When this sentence came out, everyone just applauded happily and were not very surprised. They had just seen the director and the leading actor arguing and cursing at each other for a long time, so they had expected this situation. That sissy little puppy is really hard to serve. When his sister comes, he acts coquettishly and cutely, but his true nature comes out as soon as his sister leaves. Lawless wanton. In the theater, he gives people the attitude that, God is the boss, I am the second. Everyone endured it silently. This drama will only take a month or 2 to shoot, so just bear with it and it will be over. Unexpectedly, the director couldn't stand it anymore and broke up today. Everyone is happy, but without the drama, there will be no salary. After being happy, I couldn't help but start to worry. But then, the director's excited voice sounded again. The second thing is that Mr. Qin, who is close to me, is willing to invest in us. We are still discussing the details, but it will definitely be a big production. Now, let our President Qin say a few words to everyone. Under everyone's enthusiastic gaze, Qin Feng stood up, nodded gently to everyone, and said loudly, "There's nothing much to say. I dare not say anything else, but as long as you are willing to work hard and do your job seriously, I can guarantee that your salary will double or triple from the current level." His voice was steady, powerful, and full of confidence. One can't help but want to believe what he said. Thunderous applause broke out at the scene, and everyone's facial expressions were extremely excited, regardless of whether they believed it or not. There were a few brave ones who shouted that Mr. Qin was awesome. "Okay, I won't delay your meal. Let's eat." Qin Feng greeted them casually and sat down. Workers only care about two things: what to eat today and when to get paid. I don't care about anything else. Telling them to study hard and take the exam with all their might is of no use. You get what you pay for. With a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, I have to fish for half a day. With a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan, I can work while writing proposals. Rest? I don't need rest. Only people who don't contribute to society will rest. Qin Feng knew it very well and didn't say any of the nonsense. The director, who was standing there and wanted to say something, felt a little embarrassed. He held back the rest of his words and sat down to eat and drink with Qin Feng. When he walked out of the film and television base before, he saw Qin Feng's Rolls-Royce. So I have full confidence in Qin Feng's promise. Anyone who can afford a Rolls-Royce must be a big shot. Mr. Qin, do you have any ideas about the new drama? Is it a TV series or a movie? The director asked as he filled Qin Feng's glass with wine. Which one is faster? Qin Feng replied casually. If they're all big productions, they're all about the same. Some movies take a year to make because movies are more about details. But once the scenes for a TV series are set up, they can be reused. A series of 20 to 30 episodes can be completed in half a year with overtime. The director's surname is Su, and his name is Su Yukai. After graduating from a prestigious university for several years, I have been playing around in online dramas. He has made several web dramas that receive good responses and is considered a relatively well-known director. But these days, everyone is learning how to make short plays and create their own media. The competition in the director circle is becoming increasingly fierce. The new director is really overdoing it. The salary is only 20,000 to 30,000 per episode, and some are even only 10,000. So Su Yukai is now in such a dilemma that he has nothing to shoot and can only do small productions like this worth a few $1,000,000. I have a lot of scripts on hand, including movies and TV series. Would you like to take some time to read them? I don't understand. Just let Fei Fei watch it. She can shoot whatever she likes. After you decide, I'll have my secretary sign an agreement with you. Let's get 300 million for the first drama to test the waters. When the director heard the investment amount in billions, he quickly picked up his small cup and drank a sip of Maodai to calm himself. He looked at Qin Feng and Han Yinfei beside him calmly. Boss Qin wants to support Ms. Han, right? Then I have a fantasy love drama here. It tells the story of two men who have lived for tens of millions of years. One is a fairy and the other is a god of war, and they fall in love and kill each other for an 18-year-old girl. What about reincarnation, gouging out eyes, jumping off the Zuxiantai, people in love stabbing each other, and even resurrecting after death to transform into a dark person and continue stabbing? The two joined hands to fight against the gods and Buddhas in the sky, and fought against the heavens, the earth, and the air. In the end, they wanted to save mankind and sacrifice their lives. It was so great that it was worthy of praise. This kind of plot is ridiculous just by listening to it. Qin Feng asked uncertainly, "Does anyone really watch this kind of thing?" Su Yukai vowed, "Some things, once you accept the setting, you will become addicted after watching 2 episodes. It's very enjoyable." Qin Feng didn't understand TV dramas and didn't really want to get involved. Leave professional matters to professionals. Anyway, he is not afraid of losing. After investing 300 million, it is impossible that you can't even get back the cost of 30,000, right? Even if I can't come back, it's nice to hear some noise. Fei Fei, what do you think of this play? I don't know. Han Yinfei looked like she had just come back from a trance. She has been silent since she got into Qin Feng's car, and even ate absent-mindedly. I don't know what I'm thinking. Qin Feng asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing," Han Yinfei said nervously. Qin Feng guessed that maybe it was because it happened so suddenly today that the little girl was a little scared. He smiled and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. Just act well and leave the rest to me." "I'm not afraid." Han Yinfei looked at Qin Feng deeply and said quietly, "I just wonder why you praise me." She has understood one thing since she was a child. When someone is nice to you, they must have some ulterior motive. She subconsciously felt that Qin Feng was up to something and wanted to take advantage of her. But through their interactions while playing games over the past 2 days, she felt that Qin Feng was not that kind of lecherous man. She was very puzzled and didn't know why Qin Feng did this. Actually, there's no reason. I just think you're cute and want to help you. Qin Feng told the truth. Han Yunfei looked straight at Qin Feng and saw that his eyes were full of sincerity and he looked very honest. She felt an inexplicable palpitation in her heart. If what he said was true, wouldn't I have to play the leading female role? A drama worth hundreds of millions of dollars just fell into my hands so easily. But is there really such a free lunch in the world? Looking at the table full of exquisite dishes, Han Yunfei gritted her teeth and said hesitantly, "Uncle, even if you praise me, I won't sleep with you." Qin Feng ate the roasted lamb leg and said nonchalantly, "I have a girlfriend. I don't need you to sleep with me." Han Yunfei suddenly became unhappy when she saw that he really had no interest in her. She was deeply hurt by being rejected openly by such a rich, handsome, and devoted man. Why are all the good men from other families? He's obviously not bad at all, so why doesn't he have any ideas? Han Yunfei's desire to win suddenly rose, and she said without thinking, "If I don't want you to be responsible, will you sleep?" Chapter 169, The Emperor is not in a hurry. If I don't want you to be responsible, will you sleep? Her delicate and beautiful eyes were slightly narrowed, and her plump little mouth was slightly pouted. It seemed a bit like a temper. The little girl has bright eyes and white teeth, and looks sweet and lovely. Especially the ancient costume she just wore was so fairy-like and charming. Qin Feng likes it, but he has too many girls around him now, and he has been tilling the land for so many days. There is not much demand at the moment, and after this period of training, he no longer desires girls as much as he did at the beginning. Anyway, as long as you want, there are always women to serve you. Just like people don't feel hungry when they are full. The food was placed in front of him, and he could eat it if he wanted to or not. He spoke calmly and naturally. "Don't worry, I have no interest in your body." After saying that, the little girl's face fell, and she looked quite shocked. Qin Feng smiled and added, "But I really like seeing you smile. I always liked it." The little girl suddenly showed a surprised expression again. "When you played the little princess, I thought that when I became rich one day, I would definitely protect and pamper you." Qin Feng's words made Han Yunfei very happy. It is something worth bragging about if people like your performance. However, thinking that this man only likes his former self, I'm not interested in myself now. Han Yunfei looked at Qin Feng suspiciously and said, "Uncle, you're not a pedophile, are you?" Puff! Qin Feng almost spit out a mouthful of wine and coughed several times. After recovering from the shock, he said unhappily, "Get lost. I'm not a pervert." Han Yunfei said seriously, "Perverts generally won't admit they are perverts." Qin Feng looked at her sideways. "Don't you want to be the heroine anymore?" Han Yunfei immediately shrank her neck, put on a flattering smile, and apologized obediently. I'm sorry. Uncle is such a nice person. How could he be a pervert, right?" Qin Feng snorted coldly and looked at her with ill intent, as if he was thinking about how to deal with her. Han Yunfei's smile froze, and she looked around guiltily. Seeing the juice in front of him, an idea suddenly occurred to him. He picked it up and said, "I said something wrong, so I will drink 3 cups as punishment." After saying that, he picked up the goblet filled with juice and drank it down in one gulp. Then he excitedly reached out to take the large drink bottle on the table. Her assistant, He Xiaojing, clenched her fists. "After drinking these 3 cups of sugar, my calorie intake for today has exceeded the limit." The assistant wanted to stop Fei Fei from drinking, but since this was a drink meant for social occasions, she didn't know how to persuade her. "I can only sit aside and worry." Han Yunfei didn't care when she drank the 2nd cup, but after the 3rd cup she felt a little full and had no appetite for anything. Sometimes drinking 3 full glasses of drinks is no better than drinking a small glass of white wine. Qin Feng kept picking food for her and watched her eat with a smile on his face. Han Yunfei showed bitterness on her face, and under the temptation of the heroine, she swallowed it with tears. Then he picked up half a cup of juice and toasted Qin Feng unconvincingly. Su Yukai watched them chatting and joking so intimately. I dare not run over to persuade him to drink. So he chatted about work with Qiu Lily, who came over. Qiu Lily heard her boss say that he would spend 300 million to shoot the drama. She was dumbfounded. I hurriedly took the train to the hotel and didn't even have the mood to eat. Just worrying. You have to know that their company has just been established, and now there is not even a kitten, and the hygiene is not even cleaned. Are we going to start a 300 million yuan project right away? And it is also the most complicated and troublesome to shoot. Their company doesn't even have finances now. Suddenly, she was told to start working as a producer. Who could stand this? At this time, the director faced various highly professional questions. She could only express it vaguely. Let's eat first, and then talk slowly when we get back. She was under a lot of pressure because she had no experience in this kind of project. Although I've been working hard to catch up on this knowledge these past 2 nights. But after all, the time was too short. I only learned for 2 days. She forced herself to finish her meal and said goodbye to the director. Sitting in Qin Feng's car, regardless of Han Yinfei's presence, he directly said to the boss in the back seat, "Boss, our company is in urgent need of hiring. We can't wait online any longer. We need to find a specialized headhunting company to recruit experienced professionals in the industry." Qin Feng didn't understand much about this, but he didn't like the faces of those senior people very much. Those people relied on their connections and networks and acted very arrogantly, as if they were demanding him to work. He didn't expect to make money when he started this company. Anyway, now is the time to spend money, and you can spend it however you want. Give new graduates a chance. Don't hire experienced people. It doesn't matter if they make mistakes and lose money, as long as they are serious. Qiu Lily asked anxiously, "Boss, are you going to recruit young people for the positions of chief planner, producer, production director, coordinator, finance, and operations?" "Why not?" Qin Feng said indifferently. "This project is just for you to practice. I will give you half a year to grow. After half a year, those who do not meet the standards will be eliminated directly, leaving only those who are willing to learn and endure hardships to continue to be responsible for bigger and more projects." This. Qiu Lily opened her mouth, shocked. How much money does the boss have? He is training on a project worth 300 million. Don't be so this and that. Qin Feng interrupted Qiu Lily impatiently. You don't have to worry too much. I'll give you the money. Just spend it on Fei Fei. Our top priority at this stage is to make her famous. 300 million is just the production cost of the TV series. You can boldly ask someone to quote you for the other PR costs. Qiu Lily in the front row opened her mouth and turned her head stupidly. There was a huge wave in my heart, and I couldn't calm down for a long time. We have already invested 300 million, and we still need to add more funds? And tell yourself not to worry? Damn, with so much money, how can I not worry? You feel comfortable being a hands-off boss, but when the time comes and you ask me where the money went, how can I report to you? You have money. You can be willful, and projects worth hundreds of millions can be completed with just a word. I'm responsible for everything. In the early stages, the project must be approved, the core creative staff must be assembled, and the filming costs must be calculated. Control and coordinate the effective progress of filming and production in the midterm, and connect with all units and personnel. In a later stage, we will also need to negotiate and find a cooperative distribution platform to promote our film. There are so many things to do. If you and I don't care, who will? Should we just throw 300 million to that young director and let him go on a wild goose chase? There is no one supervising, so who would know if he does anything with the money? Qiu Lily always thought that Qin Feng would be irresponsible towards the little girl. Now it seems that he is equally irresponsible towards an old girl like himself. There are only 2 people in the company now, and the boss doesn't even bother to recruit people. There is no boss like this in the world. Qiu Lily was about to collapse. She saw Wang Gang driving next to her with an expressionless face. His calm look was in stark contrast to her own. They both make 2 million, but why does this person only have to drive while I have to face so many things? She was so angry that she wanted to strangle Wang Gang's neck and shake him violently. Chapter 170. Taking advantage of the system. Qin Feng looked at Han Yinfei beside him, as if he had thought of something, and said to Qiu Lily, "By the way, go prepare an entertainment agency contract and sign Fei Fei. Remember, she still has a penalty for breach of contract, so go and deal with it." Faced with the boss's additional request, Qiu Lily replied in despair. "Okay, boss. There is also a girl named by Seeing. You should also contact her and help her find a professional to see if she has the potential to be a star. If so, sign her up and then see if you can find a drama for her, or have her play a supporting role with Fei Fei to train herself." Qiu Lily listened to the boss's rambling. He uttered a soft "hm." I closed my eyes in pain and leaned my head against the seat. Destroy it. I'm tired. She didn't want to struggle. If the company goes bankrupt, the worst that can happen is that I quit. There's nothing to be afraid of. 2 lines of tears welled up from her tightly closed eyes. Qin Feng, who was sitting in the back row, had no idea how complicated these things were. He doesn't care whether the company goes bankrupt or not, because he plays differently from others. The money in his system was simply not enough to be spent, so he didn't start the company with the purpose of making money, but with the purpose of spending money. No matter how much money he spends personally, he won't get much back. If the company spends money, it will get some of it back more or less. The more you spend, the more you get back. The system has no restrictions on him spending money to support goddesses, nor does it have any restrictions on his behavior of indirectly laundering funds from licking dogs. The only limitation is that the goddess needs absolute freedom. In other words, the signed contract cannot contain liquidated damages. In other words, if you work so hard to make a girl famous, and then she runs away. Qin Feng had no idea what to do. Lick. It's such a fucking lick. However, it is still the system's money that is spent. Qin Feng had nothing to protest. Spending the system's money to date your own girls is already a huge way to make money. It would be very rude to protest to the system about whether there is a penalty or not. What's more, you can only get your superpowers if a girl falls in love with you. So what he needs is to improve his favorability, not to set up a company. Just like the domineering president in TV dramas who never has to work, he just has to hang around women. Qin Feng hopes to be like those domineering CEOs, having nothing to do all day and dating his female subordinates every day. Fei, what do you think of the play that the director mentioned during lunch? It was a bit quiet in the car. Looking at Han Yanfei, who was silent, Qin Feng picked a random topic to ask. I need to go back and take a look. I drank too much just now, and my mind is a little confused. Han Yanfei burped a burp that smelled like orange juice and said while rubbing her stomach. I don't know if it's because she just drank a whole bottle of drink, but she still can't believe it. Just 2 or 3 hours ago, he was being scolded by the director for $10,000. Now she's going to be the leading actress of a super production. In life, you never know what will happen in the next second. No one is forcing you to drink. Why are you toasting with orange juice? Qin Feng blamed. I haven't drunk for a long time, and I can't control myself for a moment. Drink less. It's full of saccharin and coloring. I know. The lines are exactly the same as my assistant's. Who among you is a repeater? Qin Feng was choked and stared at her without saying anything. Han Yanfei hurriedly changed the subject with a smile and said, By the way, uncle, you just said you wanted to sign a contract. Can we sign a shorter contract? 1 for 1 or 2 years? Qin Feng said calmly. Do you want to sign a shorter one? Yeah. If the signature is too long, it will be troublesome if we break up later. Oh, you want to break up with me? I just want to have a way out. You don't know, I was badly cheated before. Han Yanfei began to complain about her previous company. She signed a 10-year contract with the previous entertainment company. These were the most precious 10 years of her life. Everything was going smoothly, and when it was popular, everyone came to compliment me. But later she was ostracized by the entire entertainment industry and lost her star path. Instead of supporting her, the company wanted to squeeze out the last bit of her value. Arrange her to perform in some entertainment venues, or to appear at events hosted by wealthy people. Han Yanfei disagreed, so the company put her on ice. Being hidden from the public means cutting off all her sources of income. Because she signed a full contract, all commercial activities are handled by the agency. So she couldn't even go out and work on her own. She had no choice but to terminate the contract. She fought a long lawsuit, but she lost in the end. How can a little girl compete with an entertainment company that has a professional legal department? So she has a natural fear of contracts. I heard Qin Feng say he wanted to sign a contract. She hoped that Qin Feng would be merciful and not sign a long contract because she helped him improve his grades. She was afraid that she couldn't make it. Qin Feng understood the whole story and did not show any mercy. He asked confidently, I spent $300 million to make you famous. Do you think signing for 1 or 2 years is appropriate? Han Yanfei made a bitter face and said pitifully, Then can I work for you for free in the next 2 years? It's a 90 split, 90 for you and 10 for me. As long as nothing unpleasant happens in the future, I promise to renew the contract. That's wishful thinking. The contract must be signed until you reach legal retirement age. Qin Feng sneered. Isn't this a death agreement? Han Yanfei quoted. What else? I worked so hard to invest so many resources in you, and you just walked away. Wouldn't my company be bankrupt? Qin Feng argued. 55-55, you are bullying me. Han Yinfei was building up her emotions and was ready to cry. She didn't want to miss this show, and no unknown star would refuse such an opportunity. She also knew that what Qin Feng said was right. With such a huge investment, it was impossible for any company to accept a 2-year contract. But even though she knew that capital was ruthless, she still tried to act coquettishly and pitifully to win it over. What if this big brother who looks so easy to talk to is actually a good person? She pouted her pink little mouth, turned the corners of her mouth downward, and looked at the man with her bright eyes flashing. 3 seconds, the emotions are in place. Tears formed in my eyes, and my nose started to leak air. An expression that looks like he'll cry if you don't give him candy. Qin Feng looked at her with interest. You know what? It's really fun to make a little girl cry. Okay, don't do that. The length of the contract cannot be negotiated, but Han Yinfei became curious and stopped crying. She grabbed Qin Feng's arm and asked anxiously, But what? But we can talk about other things. What else? For example, your base salary, the profit ratio in the contract, liquidated damages, etc. Hearing about this, Han Yinfei asked in surprise, Are there any basic salary? Celebrities are not live streamers and generally do not have a guaranteed salary. Only a few brokerage companies that train new artists to debut will give them some living expenses to ensure that they don't starve to death. Well, I'll give you a monthly salary of 50,000. My nanny earns 40,000. You're a star after all. It won't look good if it's too low. Qin Feng's words made Han Yinfei feel that something was wrong. But she didn't react and asked stupidly, What are you going to do with 50,000? You don't have to do anything. If possible, help me get points after filming. Han Yinfei was a little confused. But at first glance, it seems quite reasonable for rich people to do this. It is not uncommon to spend 50,000 yuan to find someone to play with. Chapter 171, 40 to 60. Since he gave a guaranteed minimum, he wouldn't want to give me a 91 share, right? Thinking of some vampire companies taking away all the artist's earnings. Han Yinfei was a little panicked and said tremblingly, Uncle, 91 points is already very low. You can't suck all my blood away. Qin Feng smiled and said, How could I possibly do this to you? Han Yinfei breathed a sigh of relief when she saw his smiling face. You scare me to death. I thought you were a Zhou Popi. Don't think so badly of people. We're neighbors after all. I won't bully you. Qin Feng asked slowly, How much do you want? Can I get a quote? Han Yinfei saw him nod slightly. A glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes, and she said cautiously, Can you give me a 20/80th split in the past few years? Haha, little girl, be braver and do it in one go. Well, if it could be a 30-70 split, I agree to sign for 10 years, Han Yinfei said expectantly. 30-70 is not a small amount. Many Korean artists only earn 28 in their entire lives. She has nothing now. If she gets support from the company and becomes popular, she will definitely make a lot of money. Then it's 40-60, and how long can you sign? Qin Feng said with a smile, I'll work for you for the rest of my life. Han Yinfei raised her head and said, As long as you don't force me to do those disgusting things, I agree to sign a death contract. Seeing her so excited, Qin Feng teased, If you're 6 and I'm 4, what will happen? Han Yinfei couldn't believe her ears and asked in a trembling voice, Uncle, are you serious? Qin Feng smiled and said, Of course, if you agree, we'll sign it like this. When Xiao Lily in the front row heard this, it was as if a thread in her brain broke. As soon as he opened his mouth, he wanted to persuade the boss to take back his decision. But when I saw my boss smiling like a flower in the rearview mirror, I finally gritted my teeth and endured it. This treatment sounds outrageous, but if it is a permanent cooperation, it could be barely accepted. Han Yinfei's eyes were full of shock. A 50-50 split is already the highest treatment offered by an agency. Except for some superstars who have their own studios, they don't need an agency. Stars like her who rely on the company to provide resources for everything. Not to mention a 50-50 chance. I can't even imagine a 40-60 chance. Now it's the other way around, and I have to take 60? What's the point? Not making money anymore, right? Han Yinfei poked her head out and looked at Qin Feng from left to right, but she still couldn't find where his foxtail was hiding, so she asked suspiciously, Uncle, I remember you only drank 2 bottles of Yongchuang at noon. Are you drunk? As she spoke, she moved closer and raised 2 fingers in front of Qin Feng. What is this? The little girl is quirky, lively and smart, very much like Xiao Zhao in the movie. She was wearing a printed, fitted dress with a V neckline that was very open because she was leaning forward. Qin Feng glanced at it twice, then retracted his gaze and reminded calmly, "You're gone." Han Yinfei looked down at herself and discovered that she was indeed exposed. However, she did not look shy at all. Instead, she maintained her posture and said proudly, "How is it? I have a better figure than your girlfriend, right? Xiating's figure is much fuller than most girls. This girl is not good enough. Not even close." Qin Feng said with a smile, "But the small ones are also very cute." Han Yinfei's face turned red. "Fuck, you're taking advantage of me and still acting like a good kid." Qin Feng showed his true colors as a scumbag and said in a tone full of justice, "You came to me on your own. If I don't take a look, it would seem that I don't understand romance." Han Yinfei shrank back and snorted. "Men are really all pigs. Stop making trouble. Let's talk about the final penalty." Qin Feng looked into her eyes and asked, "I invest in you, guarantee you a bottom line, and give you a share of the profits. What do you think is an appropriate amount of liquidated damages?" This is definitely a sky-high penalty, possibly even 9 digits. Han Yinfei rarely became serious. She bit her nails, thought for a moment, and offered a tentative price. 50 million. The price was a bit low, so much so that she felt a little guilty. Sure enough, the man shook his head slightly and asked, "Do you think I owe you these tens of millions?" Han Yinfei said awkwardly, "Then how much do you want? Tell me first. I can't accept too much. It would be best if you can pay it back within 5 or 6 years, so that there is still some hope in life." Qin Feng sighed in a pretentious manner. "Forget it. It's better not to have such a small amount of money. If you want to leave at that time, just leave directly." The car suddenly became quiet. The two women were completely shocked. Qiu Lily in the front row was even more furious, and she shouted in the tone of a loyal minister who died admonishing a foolish ruler in ancient times. "Boss, this is not possible. We've spent so much money on her. The company can't be without a little bit of protection. If she runs away to another company after she becomes famous, we'll lose everything." Qin Feng interrupted, "It doesn't matter. I can't afford it." Qiu Lily was choking and couldn't breathe. Her eyes were filled with despair. It was as if he wished to die in front of Qin Feng, hoping that he would realize the seriousness of the matter. Han Yinfei also swallowed her saliva and said timidly, "Uncle, you're not planning to send assassins to kill me after I terminate the contract, are you? If the other party doesn't want money, then he definitely wants your life. A rich and willful boss can do anything. There are too many dirty things in the entertainment industry. A lot of celebrities commit suicide due to depression, but no one knows whether they really committed suicide." Han Yinfei was so frightened by what she imagined in her mind that she trembled with fear. Then, a blow hit her on the head, interrupting her thoughts. A cold voice sounded in my ears. "Be normal. We have no hatred or grudges. Why should I kill you?" Han Yinfei covered her head and said timidly, "How about we sign a contract for 300 million yuan? I'll help you make back your capital, and then we can terminate the contract. Is that okay?" Qin Feng found that the current situation was the same as the first time he wanted to give Xiating the house. It's the other party who is suspicious. In order to avoid repeating the same mistake, he held her little hand and comforted her softly. "Don't worry, I just don't want you to be bound by these rules and regulations. I don't care about the penalty. I care about you as a person." Han Yinfei misunderstood something and looked at Qin Feng pitifully. But didn't you say you didn't need me to sleep with you?" "I'm not the kind of person you think I am," Qin Feng said sternly. "Then why are you so nice to me?" Han Yinfei asked suspiciously. Qin Feng was well prepared to face this problem. He said in a tone so gentle that it could make us so pregnant, "Do you believe that there is someone in this world who truly treats you well, who gives without asking for anything in return, and who only hopes that you can be happy?" "I don't believe it," Han Yinfei said firmly. As an artist in the entertainment industry, she is accustomed to the dark side of human nature. For money, those people can do anything. She never imagined that one day there would be a man who would love her, spoil her, and let her be free. Faced with Qin Feng's deep affection, she only thought of one possibility. "Uncle, you don't want to be my father, do you?" Chapter 172, I didn't expect you to still be charming. Qin Feng replied helplessly. "What's going on in your head?" Han Yinfei started performing on the spot. "Uncle, I heard that you don't have any children. Although my parents are not dead, they're almost as good as dead. If you don't mind, I would like to take care of you in your old age." The little girl half squatted on the car, acting very heartfeltly. That subtle yet eager look was simply a naked seduction. Fortunately, Qin Feng still had some skills and was able to suppress his bad thoughts. He rubbed the little girl's head and smiled gently. At best, I can only treat you as my sister. You don't need me to take care of you in your old age. I will take care of you in the future. One sentence instantly made the relationship between the two people become subtle. Han Yinfei was just joking at first, but when she saw the other party was so serious, she suddenly felt that things were getting weird. Especially when the man's hand was placed on me, I inexplicably felt a sense of happiness that I could rely on. She hadn't felt this way for a long time, wandering alone outside. She squinted her eyes, enjoyed it for a while, and then said in an unremarkable tone, "So uncle likes people calling you brother? I am a more traditional man and cannot accept those strange names in the entertainment industry. That's really unromantic, uncle." Qin Feng glared at her unhappily. Han Yinfei smiled and leaned on Qin Feng's shoulder. "Au système prompt, Han Yanfei es favorabilité plus shugu." Qin Feng was puzzled and couldn't understand what was wrong with this girl. "But before I spend the money, I got 35 points. He was quite satisfied with the progress. On the way back, Qin Feng said a lot of lies to the girl. He promised that she could do whatever she wanted in the future, even if she wanted to go to heaven. He would help her. Han Yinfei did not increase her favorability anymore. Qiu Lily listened to her boss, picking up girls. I couldn't help but rub the goosebumps on my arms. The rich man's affection was hard for her, a woman in her 40s, to resist. If she were 20 years younger, she might be able to have a cheesy love affair with her boss. At that time, she was still young and beautiful, and some people in the school even called her the school belle. But you were not yet born when I was born, and I was old when you were born. What a twist of fate. The car returned steadily to Jiangsheng and parked in the parking lot of Lianhu Community. The three of them went to the 18th floor together and entered Qin Feng's home. After visiting the 480 square meter luxurious apartment, I was envious for 3 seconds. Qiu Lily immediately took out her notebook and started typing the contract. After confirming with Qin Feng again and again that there was no penalty for breach of contract, she checked with her lawyer friend. She printed out the contract. With the help of the lady in the sales department, I got the red ink. The two signed and sealed on the spot, and Qiu Lily stamped Qin Feng's seal to make it effective. Then he turned and left. She is very pressed for time now, as there are numerous company matters waiting for her to deal with. Qin Feng promised her that he would make her the CEO, and she became very motivated after hearing this promise. With the 300 million yuan deposited into the company's account, she is now essentially being chased by money. Have to seize every moment to work. When Qiu Lily left, only Qin Feng and Han Yinfei were left in the room. The two were silent for a while, and no one spoke. After Han Yinfei signed, she felt very emotional. She had never seen such an outrageous contract in her life. I don't know if this rich man is serious. Without seeing the real money, Han Yinfei couldn't help but worry about gains and losses. Qin Feng was thinking about how to better conquer this girl. Judging from her glib attitude, ordinary tactics probably won't work. Only sincerity can impress such a dark-hearted girl. The two were silent for a few minutes. Qin Feng went to the refrigerator to get a drink and asked, "What would you like to drink?" "Coke, thank you." A single man and a single woman were in the same room, and Han Yinfei behaved much better. No more careless jokes. She was prepared for what might happen next. The man's house, car, driver, secretary, and the 100,000 yuan he casually gave to the director. All of this proves that the other party is really rich. If she can please the man today, the 300 million investment should have a good chance of being realized. Although in the end, we still have to rely on our bodies to gain glory, but she felt that she could still accept this handsome and gentle man. "Here, your mineral water." Qin Feng opened his Coke and drank half of it in one breath. Han Yinfei stared and asked, "Isn't this the Coke I want?" I suddenly remembered that Jingjing told me before she left that I couldn't drink any more beverages today. "No way, uncle. You are such a rich boss. Why are you listening to a little assistant?" "Well, she said your blood sugar is high." "That damn girl. She told everything outside. When I get back, I'm going to tear her mouth apart," Han Yinfei said angrily. "Let's drink mineral water," Qin Feng said. Han Yinfei took the mineral water, feeling a little confused. She felt touched by someone's concern, but also annoyed that he drank Coke in front of her. After a while, he calmed down a little. Looking at the man's rolling Adam's apple, Han Yinfei felt a strange urge. "Hey, uncle, be gentle, this is my first time." Puff! Qin Feng almost sprayed the Coke on her face, but luckily he turned his head away in time. It was the first time he saw a girl so bold as to say such a thing. And the tone of voice seems to be wrong. If you take the other person's first blood at this time, then the relationship between the two is just a transaction. It will be difficult to improve the other party's favorability in the future. Now is not the time to bare your fangs. Qin Feng chose to be patient. Don't think too much, I don't mean that. Han Yinfei stood up and walked slowly to Qin Feng with the graceful steps she had learned all morning. She said with seductive eyes, "Don't pretend. Uncle, there are only two of us here. You can do whatever you want." She smiled charmingly, and her eyes were full of seduction. Qin Feng then understood why the director called cut. This doesn't really feel like seduction, but rather gives people the feeling that I'm teasing you. He hurriedly took 2 steps back, distanced himself, and said seriously, "Girl, please respect yourself. You just said you would take care of me in my old age." Han Yinfei didn't expect that the man would refuse at this time. She looked very embarrassed and said shyly, "I acted well, didn't I?" The girl's shy look was even more lethal than the teasing just now. She stood there with her petite and slender figure, gracefully like a lotus bud about to bloom. What a beautiful lady. Qin Feng sat on the sofa, awkwardly. "Fei Fei, I think we need to have a good talk." "Uncle, come on." Han Yinfei pressed her whole body against Qin Feng, put her arms around his neck, and knelt on the sofa with one leg. Qin Feng felt it necessary to let her know how powerful he was. He raised his hand, and when the girl closed her eyes and asked for a kiss, he slapped the girl hard on the back. Pia. The burning pain made Han Yinfei jump up and scream. "Fuck, are you serious?" She turned her head and saw that the skin below her waist turned red instantly, and the fingerprints behind it could no longer be seen. Han Yinfei turned around and glared at Qin Feng angrily. "Don't think that I won't hit you just because I have a good temper," Qin Feng said lightly. "You?" Han Yinfei was furious. The first time I took the initiative to humble myself and devote myself to someone, I was rejected by the man. Who would believe this? Am I really that unattractive? Or does this man really not like his own body? Han Yinfei was almost in tears. Chapter 173, The Little Girl's Strange Attributes. Qin Feng saw the little girl's eyes turn red. He knew that he had hit her too hard and hurt her. He didn't go up to apologize. This girl must be beaten. Otherwise, if he goes crazy again next time, I might not be able to handle it. When the little girl came close to me, I could smell the unique fragrance of a young girl. I could still feel her nervous heartbeat. "Fei Fei, do you know what you were doing?" Qin Feng sat on the sofa and slowly calmed himself down. "I know. Isn't that what you men like?" Han Yinfei rubbed the place where she was hit with a resentful look on her face. "What I want to ask is, do you like doing this?" The man's voice was calm, making you think about his words. Han Yinfei didn't know whether she liked it or not. She just felt that she should do it. "I like him very much. He's young, rich, and caring. Who wouldn't like him?" "Are you sure?" Qin Feng said expressionlessly. "Isn't the uncle afraid that his girlfriend will be unhappy?" Han Yinfei said indifferently. "At most, I will hide when your girlfriend comes." The girl's words made people feel a little sad. What kind of experience would make a 22-year-old girl willingly humiliate herself? Qin Feng stood up, reached out, and pinched her cheek, shaking her gently. "You didn't take my words to heart at all." "Ouch, it hurts, let go." Han Yinfei held the man's hands with both hands and tried to pull him away. Why is this stinky man pulling his mouth? Is he hinting at me? Han Yinfei's thoughts went astray as she thought about it. But who knew that the man's next words would surprise her greatly? "I said I would make you happy, without having to worry about money or please anyone. Don't even think about those bad things. With me here, you can live a happy and carefree life like before." Han Yinfei was stunned for a moment. I raised my head and looked at the man's calm face. His deep eyes made people dare not look directly at him. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. After a long while, she came back to her senses and said in surprise, "Uncle, are you really planning to raise me as your daughter?" "If you go back to the past, I would like to raise you as my daughter." There was gentle compassion, sincere kindness, and a hint of liking in this man's eyes. She had never seen such clean and clear eyes. In the past, when the wealthy people in the entertainment industry looked at themselves, it's like choosing a product, so calm that it's shocking. Otherwise, it's like looking at a toy, wantonly and without any concealment. The look in the man's eyes was not mixed with any desire or greed, but was so gentle that it made people intoxicated. Han Yinfei wanted to cry for no reason, but she held back. "Uncle, are you infertile? Otherwise, Why would you recognize me as your daughter? Qin Feng had been keeping a straight face for such a long time, but her words completely shattered it. How come such a beautiful girl has only a mouth? He was so angry that his teeth were itching, and he couldn't help but want to attack again. Han Yanfei sensed something was wrong and quickly stepped back a few steps, jumping out of the opponent's attack range, and shouted, "Don't fight yet. I have something to say." Explain. Uncle, let me make it clear in advance that the me you saw on TV before was fake. I was acting. Don't be fooled by my cute appearance. In fact, I am not that obedient. It's okay to be naughty, as long as you don't break the law. Qin Feng said, I'm lazy and stupid. I'm good at eating and doing nothing, and I like to curse. Apart from being a little better at playing games than the average person, I don't have any other advantages. Han Yanfei blushed as she spoke. She secretly glanced at Qin Feng's expression and saw that he seemed indifferent. She continued weakly, If I don't act, I'll just eat and live yours all day, watch dramas and play games like a stay-at-home girl, and criticize those online celebrities every day. Will you still support me? Qin Feng looked at her seriously and saw hope in her eyes. It seemed as if these were her ultimate dreams. Qin Feng covered his forehead, feeling a headache even before he even started to recover. Do you think I will support you? The little girl shyly held Qin Feng's hand and said coquettishly, You're such a good man. You shouldn't mind me lying down and playing dirty, right? You wish. Qin Feng pushed her away. It's really hard to pretend to be affectionate in front of such a naughty little girl. The only way to relieve my mood is to get angry. Han Yanfei said weakly, Didn't you say you wanted me to be happy? I can only feel happy when I lie down. If you don't act, what do you have to criticize those celebrities? If you want to eat yourself into a 300-pound fat man, do you think I will slap you away? Humph, you talk a lot, but you're exposed when you actually act, man. Qin Feng was so angry that he pinched her face with both hands and pulled it back and forth. It made her pink little face red. Han Yanfei begged for mercy and pain. System prompt. Han Yanfei's favorability plus shugu. Qin Feng didn't expect that beating her up could increase his favorability. Does this chick have any strange attributes? After being beaten up, the two of them became much closer. Afterwards, Han Yanfei shamelessly came to Qin Feng to play pesticide. Qin Feng had no choice but to play duo with her. Because all the operations were done on a small mobile phone, Qin Feng's strength was greatly reduced. But it's still easy to beat a group of diamonds. The two of them sat on the sofa and laughed and played for the whole afternoon. The other side, Fang Jiejun was furious because he lost the argument. He came to an agency called Tianwei Entertainment. She ran into the general manager's office and cried to a fat woman in her 40s. Sister Hua, they bullied me. The fat on the fat woman's face trembled, and she hugged her little puppy in her arms distressfully and comforted him. What's wrong? Who bullied you? The director of that crew stopped filming my drama just to promote an expired vase. Huh? Is the director mentally healthy? What's going on? Today, when we were filming a drama, a rich second-generation guy came and said he would spend $300 million on that vase. In order to please him, the director threatened to terminate the contract with me. Fang Jiejun recounted what happened today with some exaggeration. Basically, it means that Qin Feng is arrogant and unreasonable, and in order to please his woman, he pretends to be cool and steals her away. The fat woman got a little angry after hearing this. Where did this little jerk come from? How dare you come and mess with me? The fat woman's name is Hua Yanan. She came from Hong Kong. She is a well-known agent and producer in the Chinese entertainment industry and has made several big stars famous. She is very famous in the entertainment industry, and everyone calls her Sister Hua. Who is the vase that the rich second generation wants to hold? It's Han Yanfei, who publicly scolded you before. So it was that bitch who thought she could turn things around by finding someone to back her up, right? Hua Yanan angrily took out her cell phone, picked out a number, and dialed it. Hey, can you help me check a rich second-generation guy named Qin Feng to see if he is from the Qin family? I also asked you to go and dig up all the dirty laundry on Han Yanfei. I remember her mother seemed to have made trouble with her before, asking for money or something. Go and find out. Take some more photos of her now. You should have the address, right? When Fang Jiejun saw Hua Yanan's angry look, he smiled happily. Like a sunny and cheerful boy. Chapter 174 Robbery. Han Yanfei completely relaxed at Qin Feng's house. He was lying on the sofa, playing with his cell phone with his legs crossed on the back of the chair, looking totally ungraceful. Qin Feng looked up and saw her in decent posture. He sighed helplessly. This girl really doesn't treat herself as an outsider. Fei, can you please pay attention to your image? It's not proper for a girl to behave like this. Han Yinfei heard the man's lesson and said without even raising her head, I'm like this in my own home. If you don't like it, you could just close your eyes. After playing together for an afternoon, she had gradually let herself go and started to speak without restraint. Qin Feng raised his palm like a palm leaf fan and sneered. Non-violent non-cooperation, right? Han Yinfei immediately sat down obediently and said, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Seriously, I haven't even taken off my clothes yet. Qin Feng, Uncle, I'm hungry. I want to eat hamburgers and fried chicken. Without the celebrity filter, this little girl is just a scoundrel. Qin Feng had no choice but to treat the girl pretty, so he had to keep pampering her even with tears in his eyes. I'll call and ask your assistant if she can eat. Han Yinfei was anxious. That damn girl would never agree to let her eat these. She threw down her phone, pulled the man's hand and shook it, saying coquettishly, No, Uncle, I just want a chicken drumstick or a chicken nugget. Qin Feng couldn't stand the little girl's coquettishness, so he thought about it and compromised. Let's go downstairs and have a proper Chinese meal. I'll order you a pot of braised chicken nuggets. All right, let's go. Han Yinfei excitedly pulled Qin Feng up and ran away. Call your assistant, too. She wants to lose weight. I can't harm her. There was a hint of revenge in her tone. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly and had to call the assistant himself. The assistant was next door and came over as soon as he received the call. When she saw Han Yinfei intimately holding the man's hand, she mistakenly thought that her star had been taken. He Xiaojing sighed quietly. Behind every glamorous star, there's a man who works silently and sweats. Unexpectedly, even the stubborn Han Yinfei was no exception. The young assistant's dream of becoming a star was shattered. The three of them went downstairs and walked out of the community. It was already dark at this time, and the street lights on the side of the road started working, emitting a dim light. Qin Feng took them to the private restaurant where they had eaten last time. As he passed by a business car parked at the door, he felt as if someone was watching him. He frowned slightly and looked at the car with black film. Even with enhanced vision, I could only make out a few vague figures inside. I don't know what the people inside are doing. What's wrong? Han Yinfei asked curiously when she saw Qin Feng staring at the car. It's nothing. I just feel like someone is watching us, Qin Feng said. WTF? Han Yinfei realized something and quickly let go of Qin Feng's hand. He Xiaojing behind her also nervously took out a mask from her bag and put it on her. Qin Feng saw that they were hiding something and immediately reacted. The person next to you is a star, and even if he or she's out of fashion, he or she's still a hot topic. If a scandal breaks out, it will affect her future career. Moreover, I might become famous because of her. He didn't want his girlfriends to see pictures of him with other women. Thinking of this, Qin Feng quickly asked He Xiaojing for a mask. Then I followed their example and walked with my head down. The three of them lowered their heads and left. I didn't expect Han Yinfei to be so beautiful now. Wow, with her small mouth and nose, she's not much different from Mimi. She should be younger and look more tender. Two obscene voices were heard from the parked business car. Who was the man next to her? Could he be the rich second generation who supports her? Who cares who they are? I just took a picture of them and handed it over. It's just holding hands. It wouldn't be exciting enough if we took a photo. Seeing how intimate they are, maybe they want to get a room. Let's quietly follow them and take a look. That's right. Most men like this have families, and maybe they can make some extra money. As they spoke, the two opened the door and got out of the car, following from a distance with their cameras in hand. Qin Feng discovered them first. As he walked, he said to Han Yinfei, Fei, let's go to that alley over there. Han Yinfei asked curiously why. Qin Feng held her in his arms and turned to the right, while explaining softly. There are no cameras there, so it's convenient to do business. Han Yinfei was surprised and asked, Uncle, so you like being outside? Qin Feng knocked his head and said unhappily, Can't you think normally all day? We're being followed. I'm going to the alley to deal with it. Han Yinfei protested in a low voice. If you hit my head, I'll become stupid. Don't hit my head. I don't think you're that smart. He Xiaojing felt a little nervous when she heard that someone was following her. She wanted to look back to see if there was anyone there, but she tried hard to hold back. Not knowing how many people there were on the other side, Boss Qin was going to deal with it. Well, the fight breaks out. She followed the two men into the alley with a worried look on her face. The two men behind them saw them turn into the alley and looked at each other, a little hesitant. They didn't know whether the alley was open or not, so they decided whether to follow or wait for the other party to come out. The two discussed it briefly and decided to follow and take a look. There are two grown men on our side, so there is no reason to be afraid of him. And I didn't do anything, just took a photo. Even if I get beaten up, it's still a huge profit. The more noble a person is, the more money they lose. They are very experienced. The two of them hurried over. When I walked into the alley, I found that there were only two girls walking in front of me, and the rich second-generation guy was gone. They were secretly amazed and quickened their pace, trying to get closer. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded behind him. "Robbery, this road is mine." The two were startled and looked back, only to find that the rich second generation had come around behind them at some point. The two of them laughed awkwardly and didn't take Qin Feng's words seriously. I'm just a little embarrassed that I was caught while stalking. A slightly older man stood up and said, "Boss, I'm sorry. We were just trying to make a living. Please give me some favors." Qin Feng found it funny. "You followed us, and you still want us to do you a favor?" He walked up to them, put his hands on their shoulders, and said cheerfully, "Then do I need to pose so that you can take pictures and record the video?" The older man felt his shoulders sink, and an irresistible force came over him. I want to break free, but found that my body seemed to be fixed by steel bars and I couldn't move. His expression changed, and he turned to look at his stronger companion. I saw that he was gritting his teeth, and his face was flushed, as if he was enduring great pain. The older man was terrified. The force was too terrifying. He immediately begged for mercy. "Brother, be gentle. Let's talk nicely. We know we were wrong." Qin Feng smiled and said, "What's wrong?" Han Yanfei, who heard the noise in front, ran back excitedly and shouted, "Uncle, did you catch the paparazzi?" He Xiaojing behind her said anxiously, "Fei Fei is in danger. Don't go over there." Chapter 175. Qin Feng angrily throws the camera. In the dark alley, a boy of not very tall stature was hugging two social people with a smile on his face. The two people who were hugged had awkward smiles on their faces, as if they were trying to please some important person. The man who was riding with them was extremely relaxed and was saying something to them in a friendly manner. The three of them seemed to be getting along very well, and there were two girls wearing masks not far away. Passers-by were walking by the alley entrance and felt a little strange when they saw this scene. What does it mean that these three men don't flirt with the girls, but instead hug each other? But they didn't ask any more questions. He just took a quick glance and left. "What did you two take pictures of?" Qin Feng asked them. "Just a few photos of holding hands," Qian Ming said. "You are so brave. You dare to take pictures of us?" Qin Feng exerted a little force on his hands again. The two men felt as if all their bones were broken. Qian Ming even screamed out loud, causing passers-by to look at him sideways. "Brother, the photos are all on the camera. Please have mercy and let us go." At this time, Han Yanfei arrived and felt a little unbelievable when she saw how obedient they both were. "Hey, why are they so well-behaved? Aren't all paparazzi very shameless? Maybe they just started doing this not long ago, so they're relatively honest." Qin Feng turned around and asked them, "Is that right?" At this moment, the two people who were controlled did not dare to move and nodded repeatedly with a wry smile. Han Yanfei felt a little strange. How can an honest person be a paparazzi? Could it be that they knew Qin Feng's identity and felt they couldn't afford to offend him, so they were so honest? She only thought of this possibility. Han Yanfei couldn't help but be suspicious of Qin Feng's identity, but now was not the time to ask him about his identity. She suppressed her curiosity, stepped forward, took the paparazzi's camera, and looked through the photos they had taken. Qin Feng thought they should know how powerful he was, so he let go of his hands and asked calmly, "Which company are you two from? What are your names?" The elder Lao Qian immediately stepped forward and replied, "Boss, we are from One Click Network Information Company. My name is Qian Ming, and his name is Li Daqiang. Why are you filming us?" Boss, I don't know how to respond to your question. Our job is to secretly take photos of celebrities. We just happened to see you walking on the street, so we just took a few photos." Qin Feng walked over and looked at the photos in the camera with Han Yanfei. Seeing the photo of himself and Han Yanfei holding hands, he said unhappily, "You're breaking the law, you know." Qian Ming rubbed his shoulders and said with a bitter face, "We can't help it. We have to eat. If we don't do it, someone else will. Everyone likes these gossips, but we don't want them either." Qin Feng thought it made sense. The formation of the industrial chain is not just the fault of the sellers. Anything in this world, as long as someone is willing to pay for it, someone will do it. For things like secretly taking photos, the cost of crime is too low, and you could be released after a few days in jail. There is simply no better way to deal with it. Qin Feng asked Han Yinfei and her assistant. How did you deal with paparazzi in the past? Usually we call the police and lock them up for 2 days, or let the legal department sue them for compensation, but basically we won't do anything to them, said He Xiaojing, who came over cautiously. Han Yinfei saw that the two people had a good attitude and didn't want to make things worse, so she pleaded for them. Uncle, forget it, don't bother with them. Qin Feng was too lazy to teach these people a lesson, so he looked up and said to the two men, I can let you go, but you have to promise not to take pictures of Han Yinfei again. Qian Ming was overjoyed and responded excitedly. Okay, thank you for your understanding, brother. We will never appear in front of my sister-in-law in the future. It's better this way. Qin Feng stared into their eyes and said softly, If I see you guys again in the future, I won't be as easy to talk to as I was today. Thinking of the man's extraordinary strength, Qian Ming's heart trembled, and he quickly admitted his mistake. Don't worry, bro. I won't appear in front of you even if I die. You meant what he said. If this kind of rich second generation with great strength gets excited and cripples himself, he might not be able to take care of himself for the rest of his life. He has enough money to afford the compensation, but he is in a miserable situation. Compared to earning a few hundred yuan in salary, he feels that his own life is more important. Qin Feng saw that their attitude was sincere and did not seem to be perfunctory. So I deleted the photos and the camera myself and returned the camera to them. Remember what you said, go away. Qian Ming and Li Daqiang were as if they had been pardoned, and they bowed their heads and expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Then he turned around and trotted away. At this time, He Xiaojing suddenly spoke to Qin Feng. Boss Qin, paparazzi usually have other shooting tools. Cameras are just what they use openly. Qin Feng immediately stopped them upon hearing this. Wait a minute. Qian Ming stopped and thought to himself, oh no, there was indeed a hidden camera in his belt that was recording video. If he was discovered, the other party would not let him go so easily. He glanced at the frightened Li Daqiang and saw that his friends had no intention of escaping separately. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he turned around stiffly and said with a shy smile, Boss, we didn't bring anything else today, just this camera, really. He bet that the other party wouldn't be able to find his camera. And Qin Feng really couldn't notice it. Normal men rarely pay attention to other men's belts. If you have other photos, you'd better delete them yourself. Don't wait until I take action. No, absolutely no. Qin Feng saw his eyes flickering and added leisurely, There's no best. If I see your photo online tomorrow, you'll be in trouble. Qian Ming looked embarrassed. Brother, someone else took this photo. Qin Feng sneered, and before he could finish his words, he snatched his camera away. In his surprised eyes, Qin Feng held the camera in one hand, held it in front of him, and slowly applied force. The solid SLR camera was gradually deformed under Qin Feng's strange power. Crackle, crackle, accompanied by a creepy sound. The camera was like being thrown into a crusher. Shattered, glass lenses splashed. Finally, under his violent destruction, it turned into a lump of iron. Qian Ming and Li Daqiang were stunned. Their eyes popped out of their sockets in shock. They could never have imagined that someone could flatten an aluminum alloy camera with one hand. Before, I thought Qin Feng just gained more strength from working out. Now it seems that this guy is not a human being at all. Is it possible to achieve this with a mortal body? Is this Superman? Qian Ming and Li Daqiang felt that their outlook on life had been impacted. Han Yinfei was also stunned. She stepped forward, pried Qin Feng's hands apart, and carefully examined the pile of scrap metal. He screamed in disbelief. Fuck, uncle, are your hands made of iron? Qin Feng did not answer her question. Just throw the squash camera at its owner. No one picked up. The camera traced an arc in the air and landed on the ground in front of its owner. With a pop sound, broke him more thoroughly. Chapter 176, It's You, Iron Man. Qian Ming finally came to his senses and looked at the scrap metal on the ground. He took a breath and cold sweat broke out on his back. What did you say would happen if you asked other people to take a picture of me? Qin Feng smiled at him. Qian Ming realized that the person in front of him was extraordinary and he could never afford to offend him. He said solemnly, Brother, I will never let your photos with Miss Han appear on the internet. If something like this really happens, I will do my best to help you deal with it. Qin Feng nodded imperceptibly. In the face of absolute violence, no one dared to continue to be naughty. Add me as a friend. If you have the ability to control public opinion, I also have an order for you to cooperate with. Qian Ming was unwilling to have contact with this kind of Superman, but he did not dare to disobey him. He tremblingly called up his QR code and held it up with both hands. After adding a friend, I heard a transaction notification sound from my phone. He looked closely and was surprised. The above shows a transfer message of 100,000 yuan. What does it mean? Boss, what are you doing? Compensate for your camera. After showing force, you have to give some sweet rewards. Although this little person may seem insignificant, he can actually do a lot of things. It can be a great weapon if used well. Faced with Qin Feng's generosity, Qian Ming's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He stared blankly at this nonchalant man. He actually gave 100,000 for a camera that cost more than 10,000? How fucking rich must this man be to dare to squander like this? Too arrogant. At this moment, he had already placed Qin Feng in an unattainable position in his heart. Boss, there's no need for so much. That broken camera is not worth much money, Qian Ming said excitedly. The remaining money will be used as hiring you to speak well of Han Yinfei online. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he pulled the stunned Han Yinfei over and walked towards the entrance of the alley. He was hungry and didn't want to chat with these people. Boss, don't worry, I can definitely whitewash Han Yinfei's image on the internet. Wait for your good news. If you perform well, I will consider letting you join my public relations department. Qin Feng said something and left the alley with the two women. Qian Ming stared blankly at the direction where Qin Feng left, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. He didn't expect Qin Feng to extend an olive branch to him. Unfathomable strength, generous and straightforward personality. Only by following such a boss can you have the opportunity to reach the peak of your life. He secretly made up his mind to hug this thick thigh. Itsita. Han Yinfei has been feeling completely desolate for so many years. Why would the company suddenly ask me to dig up some negative news? Did something happen? He took out his cell phone and called his boss. Hey boss, something's wrong here. Yes, their bodyguards found out and smashed the camera. I know. I will compensate you. I just want to ask why you suddenly want to film this out of date star. Sister Hua? Oh, I see. Yeah, that's it. Qian Ming hung up the phone and nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. He was about to catch up with Qin Feng and remind him. But thinking back, it would seem foolish of me to rush over like this, so I might as well wait until I find out the whole story before reporting to the boss. He returned to the business car, told the Daqiang not to tell anyone what happened today, and then called people one by one. Qin Feng and the other two were having dinner here. Han Yinfei took a spoon, placed it in front of Qin Feng, and said expectantly, Uncle, can you bend this iron spoon? Qin Feng glanced at him and buried his head in his meal. Is it really not possible? Then why was it possible for you just now? Han Yinfei was very curious. Qin Feng's performance just now successfully frightened her. She has been filming for so many years and has seen a lot of special effects, but she has never seen anyone rub a camera with bare hands. Moreover, the glass inside the camera was broken, but the man's hand was not even scratched. This is too unscientific. Eat well and don't ask too much about men's affairs. Qin Feng replied indifferently. This matter was not easy to explain, and he was too lazy to think of an excuse. Hey, just tell me, how did it change just now? Did you install a mechanical arm? Han Yinfei's imagination ran wild. Just take it as that, Qin Feng said without comment. The little girl stopped asking questions, but his eyes couldn't stop looking at Qin Feng, as if he was looking for something. Her assistant ate in silence. His expression was very calm. What happened today did not have any impact on her. She has read tens of thousands of men's novels. What kind of weird settings has she not seen? What about cultivation, inner strength, fighting spirit, gods descending to earth, monsters becoming spirits? It's just that I used a little more strength. There's nothing to be surprised about. Compared to this, she was more surprised that Qin Feng ate 5 bowls of rice and kept asking for more. The key is that he doesn't look fat at all. This made He Xiaojing, who would gain weight just by drinking water, very envious. The three of them spent 600 yuan on a simple meal. Stroll home. When I passed by the gate of the community, I saw that the business car was still parked there. Qin Feng was a little confused. Why haven't those two people left yet? What are they doing here? He walked up and was about to knock on the window to ask, but he didn't expect the other party to open the door and get out of the car first. Qian Ming bowed his head and smiled. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. I lied just now. I didn't run into you by accident. Qin Feng nodded without comment and said, Well, then what? Qian Ming approached Qin Feng and said in a low voice, Someone spent money to dig up dirt on you. Han Yinfei came over and suddenly realized what was going on when she heard this. That's what I was saying. I haven't seen paparazzi for a long time. How come 2 of them suddenly showed up to take pictures of us? Who is checking us? Qin Feng was a little puzzled. It was all natural, and he didn't cause any trouble for anyone. Qian Ming said, "A big agent named Hua Yanin. Has Mr. Qin offended her recently?" He Xiaojing remembered who Hua Yanin was and reminded. She's the sister of Fang Jiejun from this morning. Could it be that the crew disbanded and made them angry? Han Yanfei nodded and said, "It's possible. Sister Hua dotes on her little puppy so much that she's afraid it will melt if she holds in her mouth." Qin Feng was speechless. He didn't know why, but a very common adjective sounded very wrong when it came out of this girl's mouth. He Xiaojing realized the seriousness of the problem and said nervously, "What should we do? They have many big-name stars under their control. If they deliberately target us, their fans will curse Fei Fei to death. Don't be afraid. It's not like she hasn't been scolded before. Who does she think she is?" Han Yanfei comforted her nonchalantly. "She has a godfather now, so if she gets scolded and can't act anymore, she can just stay at home and let her father take care of her. It's not that she doesn't work hard. The enemy is simply too powerful. There's nothing we can do." Seeing Han Yanfei's indifferent expression, Qin Feng nodded secretly. Stay calm in the face of danger. This is what a big star should look like. Yes, don't be afraid. If she can find someone to throw dirty water at me, I can also spend money to find someone to buy good reviews. Chapter 177. Your Highness, please take a seat. Seeing that Qin Feng was thinking of spending money, Qian Ming couldn't help but smile and said, "Indeed, it is normal to be targeted in the entertainment industry. We are not afraid of being scolded, but we are afraid of no one paying attention. If she dares to let her artists discredit our sister Fei Fei, then it may be a good thing." Qin Feng asked, "How do you say that?" Qian Ming smiled and explained, "Wouldn't that be a topic of conversation? It would be best to let the fans of both sides quarrel, and then we can hire a group of internet trolls to make things bigger. If we are willing to spend money, we can also make the fans who originally supported them become our people. The group owners of those fan groups are blinded by money and are easy to talk to. And the more money we spend, the more people will support us. Then we can say whatever we want and even bite them back." Qin Feng saw that he was very confident and seemed very familiar with this, so he asked curiously, "Can you handle these?" Qian Ming said proudly, "Of course, people in our line of work have to deal with those water armies. An ordinary comment is 10 cents, 10 likes are 30 cents, and more than 100 likes are only 3 yuan. One post online can form 2 groups of people." Qin Feng was not interested in hearing these insider information and interrupted. "Okay, I'll call you if I need you." "Okay, Mr. Qin, I won't bother you anymore." Qian Ming noticed that Qin Feng was not interested and guessed that he might be in a hurry to go back to do something. So he tactfully got into the car and prepared to say goodbye. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly thought of something and shouted to him, "Wait a minute." Qian Ming lowered the car window and waited for instructions. "It's impolite not to reciprocate. Can you help me get some dirt on that woman named Hua?" "Of course, Mr. Qin, but she's just an agent, and the scandal may not have any impact on her." "Then help me check if she has done anything illegal. I've seen online that those agents are using shady contracts or evading taxes or something like that." We're just paparazzi. That kind of thing is more difficult to deal with." Qian Ming paused, then added, "It can be done if you want. Most people in the circle use this trick. It just requires a lot of money and bribes a lot of people." Qin Feng asked calmly, "How much does it cost?" Qian Ming gritted his teeth and quoted a price, "About 1 million. Qin Feng nodded in agreement without thinking. "Sure, send me the card number." Qian Ming was delighted and said excitedly, "Boss, you are so generous. Don't worry, I will definitely get it done for you." He gave me a $1 million order just like that. A stranger whom he had only met twice. Even the rich people on the rich list probably can't have this kind of courage. Qian Ming felt fortunate for his choice at this moment. It turns out that there's a future only if you follow this kind of big guy. Qin Feng seemed to have guessed his thoughts and said with a smile, "Well, if you do a good job, you can come to work in my company with an annual salary of 1 million. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your appreciation. I will definitely help you get the job done within a week." Qin Feng transferred money to Qian Ming, and seeing that he was so excited that he wanted to get out of the car to send him home, he immediately said, "Just get to work now. No need to do these imaginary things." And he waved his hand to signal him to drive. Qin Feng doesn't have many people under his command now. Sister Chiu is very busy and doesn't know much about this industry. Since fate brought them together, he wanted to use the money to test this middle-aged man who seemed to be very knowledgeable. The agent named Sister Hua sounds like someone who is not someone you want to mess with. Her secrets are definitely not something that ordinary people can get to know. If he can really deal with Sister Hua, it means he is a talent. Anyway, I have plenty of money, so it's not difficult to support one person. After Qianming's car left, Han Yinfei, who had been sitting quietly by the side without being disturbed, finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She grabbed Qin Feng's hand and shook it, her eyes full of desire. "Uncle." "What?" Qin Feng asked with a smile. "You are so rich." Han Yinfei's voice was sickeningly sweet. "You just know this now. I knew you were rich, but I didn't expect you to be this rich." Han Yinfei's eyes lit up as if she wanted to swallow Qin Feng. He just threw away 1 million just to vent his anger. How can anyone not like a man like this? Considering the 300 million TV series he promised, it should be a sure thing. Han Yinfei excitedly hugged the man in front of her and pecked him on the face. "Uncle, give me 1 million to spend on Wabe." Han Yinfei didn't wear a mask after dinner. At this moment, it was unclear whether it was oil or lip gloss on her lips, which were shining faintly under the street light. The bright little face is filled with sweet smiles. The beautiful phoenix eyes flickered, and the desire in them seemed to want to trick people into getting pregnant. Qin Feng was a little dizzy. It was hard to resist this little girl when she started to act coquettishly. "What do you want to buy? I'll buy it for you. I want to buy girls' things. You don't understand." Han Yinfei's words made Qin Feng have bad associations, and he calmed down instantly. "No. Why? Others can give. Why can't I? People get paid to do things. What do you get paid for?" "I can't buy candy." "I'll buy you some candy." Han Yinfei became anxious. She swung her arms back and forth and stomped her feet, looking like she was about to throw a tantrum. "No, you give me money and I will buy it myself." Qin Feng couldn't stand this cute attack. Seeing her assistant beside her, she said helplessly, "I'll leave the money here with Jingjing. If you want to buy some girls' products, you can ask her to buy them for you. How could this little housekeeper let me buy something I like? That can't be helped. We can't buy those indecent things anyway." Han Yinfei stomped her feet in anger, then turned and left. What she wanted to buy was something indecent. For example, spending money to play games, buy fashions, and upgrade equipment, and give rewards to the little brother who is skirting the line in the live broadcast room. Either I want to date you, or I want to do it in the live studio, in front of other women. Listen to those little brothers shouting to her. "Your Highness the Princess is here. Please take a seat. But if I say these things out loud, I'm afraid I'll get beaten." Han Yinfei was sulking. She walked into the residential area by herself, ran quickly to the elevator, pressed the door-opening button, and waited for Qin Feng. Then when he saw Qin Feng appear, he immediately pressed the door-closing button, locked them both out of the elevator. This childish behavior made Qin Feng very helpless. He shook his head and walked into the next elevator. When I reached the 18th floor, I walked out of the elevator at the same time as Han Yinfei. Han Yinfei was obviously unhappy. She snorted, raised her head, and went back to her room. Qin Feng hesitated whether to go to the other side to comfort them, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. After all, it's not too familiar. It's not a good idea to go wandering around her boudoir. He opened his door and walked in. The room was deserted, not as lively as it was in the afternoon. In the afternoon, the little girl was chirping, jumping, and making noises, making the house full of life. Qin Feng kind of likes the way she is carefree and does whatever she wants. He took out his cell phone and opened WeChat. I didn't look at the red dots on the 4 or 5 contacts above. Found Qianming and learned some information about Han Yinfei. Then he opened Han Yinfei's chat box and typed, "Would you like to come over and talk about pocket money?" Chapter 178. It's delivered to your door. Why not eat it? Less than half a minute after the message was sent, the door was opened, accompanied by a delicate voice. "Uncle, I'm here." Qin Feng turned his head and saw a white figure swooping down from the sky at lightning speed. He quickly caught it with both hands. "Hold the girl firmly." The girl jumped so high that she hit him in the face. After being hit by the girl's soft body, Qin Feng took several deep breaths to recover and said hurriedly, "Come down quickly." His voice sounded muffled through his clothes. Han Yinfei felt the hot breath from him and moved a little further away. Qin Feng's face turned slightly red, and his breathing was a little disordered. There was a sly glint in her eyes. "Hee, uncle, do you like it?" The posture of the two was not very elegant. The girl was a head taller than the boy and was wrapped around the boy like an octopus. Qin Feng felt a little uncomfortable. He kind of regretted calling this crazy girl over. "Stop it. You're already so old, and you have no shame at all. I'm just making trouble. What can you do to me?" Han Yinfei said provocatively. Qin Feng issued a warning. If you don't come down, I will take action. Han Yinfei thought of the slap she received in the afternoon and dared not act presumptuously again. But he turned to attacking by acting like a spoiled child. Come on, let me hold you for a while. I'll count to 3, 1. Uncle, you are so boring. How can you treat a girl like this? 2. Okay, stop, I'll be down soon. Han Yinfei jumped down indignantly and snorted in disgust. Straight men are so annoying. They can't even give me a hug, so why are they so serious about it? Qin Feng curled his lips. He didn't want to be serious about it. But compared to eating this little girl, he prefers this kind of intimate relationship now. I'm not serious. I just don't want you to regret it. I regret nothing, and you are not responsible for it. I don't know what you are afraid of. After Han Yinfei finished speaking, she seemed to have thought of something. Her expression became serious, and she said seriously, could it be that the uncle is not actually a real human being, but an artificial human, or a robot? She began to touch Qin Feng's body with her hands, muttering, do you have a switch on your body that you can turn off by pressing it? Qin Feng slapped her restless little hand away, but the little girl didn't care and came up to him again and asked curiously, Uncle, do you run on oil or electricity? Qin Feng was so angry that he held the girl's head to stop her from making trouble. I am a serious human being. Don't let your imagination run wild. Han Yinfei still didn't believe it and asked doubtfully, then prove it to me. How do you prove it? Take off your pants first. Qin Feng felt extremely annoyed. How did she say this so naturally? And shouldn't you say this yourself? Qin Feng felt that he couldn't let this little girl lead him astray. He used a serious tone, pretending to be affectionate. I know you are scared now, terrified by this inexplicable love, and desperately want to do something to comfort yourself. You lack a sense of security, so you're eager to give yourself to me. But in fact, what I like is not your body, but your whole person. According to the information, this girl is actually quite pitiful. The parents in the family have a serious ideology of favoring sons over daughters. The father has the bad habits of gambling and drinking. The uneducated mother also disliked her daughter. When Han Yinfei was 10 years old, they thought about selling her because their youngest son had a lot of expenses and they couldn't afford to raise 2 children. As a result, by chance, her parents contacted a scout. The scout saw that the girl had pretty features and was a potential beauty, so he sent her to act. The young girl entered the entertainment industry and became successful through her talent and hard work. From then on, she became her parents' cash cow. Instead of being grateful to her, her parents took away the money she had earned through hard work and filming. The reason was to keep it for her and return it to him when she came of age. In fact, they took the money, and most of it was squandered by themselves, and a small part was spent on her younger brother. Once, when Han Yinfei was interviewed, she answered questions into the microphone. I gave all my money to my family. I only had 2 yuan pocket money a day. I had to work hard on my acting, so I didn't have much free time. The audience likes the obedient and filial little girl very much. I often use this sentence to educate my children. But who can understand her sadness and helplessness? 10 years ago, prices were not high, but they were not cheap either. 2 yuan is just enough to buy a popsicle. If she wanted a game console, she had to save money secretly for fear that others would find out that she was not doing her job properly. As she became more and more popular, her parents wanted more, so they went to the agency and demanded to terminate the contract. Thinking of being her agent, how could the agency let go of this piece of fat meat? Amid the tug of war and probing between the two sides, Han Yinfei foolishly stepped into her competitor's trap. This caused her acting career to plummet. Later, she lost her value and was hidden by the agency. And her parents are still constantly asking her for more. She said that her younger brother needed to go to school and buy shoes, and that if he accidentally bumped into someone at school, he would have to pay compensation. She, as the elder sister, had to find a way to make money. Or they can help introduce some rich people to you. It is really hard to imagine how helpless a girl would feel growing up in such an environment. She now lacks family warmth and has suffered a career setback. I am at the lowest point in my life. Qin Feng felt that he should give her support instead of taking the opportunity to possess her. After all, he has no shortage of women now. He said a lot of love words similar to those he said to Shi Fuya, and finally said affectionately, "Don't worry, I will be with you from now on and give you a happy home." Uncle, if you don't want to do it, then don't do it. Why do you have to give yourself so many explanations? Han Yinfei looked puzzled, looked Qin Feng up and down carefully, and asked in a low voice, You can't do it? Grass. This is not quite what I imagined. Shouldn't this girl be forced to drop her disguise, let down her guard, and reveal her true feelings after hearing his words? How come he looks like nothing happened and even dares to tease me? Chin Feng couldn't do it anymore. He is a man with a super strong physique, but he was told that he was not capable by an inexperienced little girl. Chin Feng simply stopped pretending, hugged Han Yinfei, stared at her fiercely, and said, "Girl, do you believe that I can't make you get out of bed? Come on," Han Yinfei said with a smile. Chin Feng was irritated by her frivolous expression and wanted to scare her. How could a battle-hardened man like me not be able to control a young girl who has just started out in the world? He lowered his head and moved forward inch by inch. The hot breath sprayed on the girl's face. There was a dangerous light flashing in his eyes, and the scorching heat from his body seemed to melt people. The two of them were getting closer and closer. The room was filled with the smell of male hormones. The girl could feel the other's desire, so she slowly closed her eyes and waited to be pampered. Although she appeared fearless, her trembling eyelashes revealed her inner nervousness. Her face was pure and flawless, as soft as mutton fat jade, and her graceful contours exuded a youthful look. The plump and full lips are like blooming rose petals, ready to be picked. Chin Feng swallowed hard, feeling a bit stuck. Chapter 179. Chin Feng held back. Han Yinfei is a child who is not loved by anyone. She understood a truth very early on. There is no love without reason in this world. Rather than a favor that could never be repaid, she just wanted to trade it with the simplest thing. After all, it's comfortable to lie down, and you can also earn money. If she doesn't hurry up and seal this deal, she will regret it for the rest of her life. That's why she couldn't wait to deliver the goods to your door. At this moment, I feel the man's strong desire. She was nervous and a little worried, because she heard from many people on the internet that there might not be red flowers the first time. She was afraid that her lack of bleeding would make the man feel that she was not worth the price. She was considering whether to bite her finger or something. But she was a little afraid of the pain and didn't know how much blood would come out. Fei, you don't have to do this." The man's words drew her attention. She quietly opened one eye and glanced over. The man's face was filled with a gentle smile, and there was a hint of tenderness in his eyes. "No one is forcing you to do this. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." For some reason, Han Yinfei's heart was moved for a moment. She opened her eyes and looked directly into the man's eyes. "Uncle, don't you like me being so proactive? It's not a question of taking the initiative or not, but I don't want you to compromise like this. I'm not wronged. Compared to those fat, old and bald guys, this uncle is the best sponsor I've ever seen." Chin Feng felt a little embarrassed by the praise. "I can't stand these straightforward words. I can be your financial sponsor, but I don't need you to repay me with your body, because I want you to be happy more than your body." Chin Feng let her go, returned to the sofa, drank a glass of water, and let out a long sigh. "Just like I like the bird in the sky, but don't want to keep them in cages, I also want you to be free." "Freedom," Han Yinfei repeated, smiling carefreely. "I can't afford it." Chin Feng said, "You can try to trust me. It doesn't cost any money anyway." "Why did you come to me?" "Because you're very beautiful. I like you very much. Such a cute little girl." Han Yinfei nodded slightly. "Thank you. I like myself too." "Uncle, I actually like you too. I'm willing to be locked in a cage by you." The girl's eyes were sincere, and her words were full of attachment to him. If the system didn't show, the favorability level was only 55. Chin Feng was almost fooled. He knew that this girl could not be subdued overnight. Since words are useless, there's no need to rush. Then you stay in the cage. The door is open for you. You can go wherever you want. Han Yinfei felt a little disappointed when she saw that he no longer continued, and at the same time, she had an indescribable feeling. She didn't delve into it further and recovered. "I remembered what I came here for." She rubbed her hands and smiled. "Hee, then let's discuss the matter of pocket money. $5 a day. You can ask me to reimburse the rest of the expenses with the invoice." Han Yinfei's smile froze, and she immediately started making a fuss again. Finally, Chin Feng agreed to give her 50,000 yuan of salary as her pocket money and stopped. In the evening, the two played games on the sofa for a while. Chin Feng was constantly interrupted by pop-up messages on his phone, so he didn't play for long. Han Yinfei leaned on Chin Feng intimately, watching anime and following her favorite series. Chin Feng was replying to messages from his women. The two seemed to have returned to the way they were getting along in the afternoon. They each play with their phones and don't disturb each other. Su Beishi, pictures. Su Beishi, "Boss Chin, are you talking about these clothes?" In the photo, some strange clothes were placed on the bed, including stewardess uniforms, Sailor Moon sailor uniforms, and slit chong sams. Colorful and eye-catching. The emotions of the restaurant owner cannot be revealed from the text. But just looking at the photos she sent can make people blush and their heart beat faster. Chin Fong, Su Beishi, are you free tonight? I could be your model. Chin Fong, not tonight. Su Beishi, so when do you want to shoot? Chin Fong, wait for my notification. Su Beishi was slightly startled. She didn't expect that this man would have no interest in her body. You have to know that she endured humiliation and mustered up the courage to wear these embarrassing clothes. I didn't expect to be dismissed with just a casual reply. Wait for my notification. Su Beishi was slightly angry. But I have no right to say anything. I think it may be that he has too many women and he is too busy to handle them all. Mr. Chin, please contact me anytime you are free. Chin Fong is indeed very busy. Xia Ting is looking for him. Brother, I miss you so much. Chin Fong, what do you miss about me? Xia Ting, Hotta. Xia Ting, everywhere. Chin Fong, don't worry, I'll be back in a few days. Xia Ting, can't you come back today? Less than a day had passed, and Xia Ting's clinging nature came back again. He was patient and coaxed her a little. Then it was Shi Fuya's turn. Shi Fuya sent a lot of caring questions during the day. Have you eaten? Did you rest while outside? Is your leg really okay? I guess she went to Xia Ting's villa and saw that I was not there, so she became worried. Chin Fong, it's okay, don't worry. Shi Fuya didn't reply to the message. Probably she was busy in the bar. Chin Fong didn't wait for her reply and moved on to the next person to chat with. Sasha has been hiding at home, crying these past 2 days because of a broken heart. She also said she wanted to go back to her hometown. I don't even want the house here. No matter how Chin Fong comforted her, it was useless. I had to advise her not to make decisions on impulse. If she still wanted to go back after 2 days, Chin Fong promised to take her back. With just a few heartwarming words, I gained 10 points of favorability from this little girl. Being Aquaman is a bit tiring, with 7 or 8 girls to care for. After coaxing Sasha, Zhong Wanwan came to him again. Chin Fong, who was chatting on 3 lines, felt overwhelmed. I really don't know how those time management gurus do it. He can date up to 10 girls at the same time. If there's a chance, Chin Fong plans to learn from that kind of master. Wanwan, brother, did Xiaoli go to Jiangxing to look for you the day before yesterday? Chin Fong, yeah, he just passed by and took a look at me. I don't know why. Xiaoli has been in a daze these past 2 days and doesn't talk to me much. What should I do? Just ignore her. Is she like this because of me? Don't be so conceited. Why would you care about her if she's crazy? Sister Xiaoli is a very nice person. I don't want her to be unhappy. Ever since Zhuang Xiaoli went back, Zhong Wanwan could see that she was absent-minded in everything she did. He often holds his cell phone, as if waiting for someone's message. Plus that day, she heard Chin Fong tell her on the phone that he liked her. Zhong Wanwan was afraid of losing both of them. Then you could take her out to play. I just hired someone to play with you. You 3 can go anywhere. Zhong Wanwan hesitated for a moment and typed. Then can Xiaoli and I come to Jiangxing to see you tomorrow? Chin Fong thought about it, made up a reason, and said, I'm on a business trip these 2 days. If you want to see me, you can come to Yangcheng. Jiangxing is such a small place. It would be troublesome if little White Rabbit knew that he had other women. Will it bother you? No, don't worry. Well, I'll ask Xiaoli if she wants to go. Chin Fong was busy chatting and didn't notice that the girl leaning on him was watching anime, while secretly glancing at his phone. Chapter 180, I want your true heart more than physical pleasure. Chin Fong did not deliberately avoid her, because there is no need. This girl knew that he had a girlfriend, and he wanted to be honest. However, when Han Yunfei saw Chin Fong chatting with the 4th girl, finally I couldn't hold it anymore. Uncle, are these your wings? Chin Fong was stunned. I mean, are these all your girlfriends? Han Yunfei asked. She thought Chin Fong was a very loyal straight man. I didn't expect there were so many girls on my phone. This made her feel that Chin Fong was a sinister man hiding his true colors. I guess so. There are only 1 or 2 official ones, Chin Fong said lightly. Considerably? 1 or 2 more. Facing the man's honesty, Han Yunfei teased. Wow, uncle is amazing. It turns out that the young masters of wealthy families are different. Not only do they have many girlfriends, but they also have formal and informal girlfriends. Han Yunfei played with her hair and said in a sarcastic tone, but it's normal for such a rich man to be surrounded by several beautiful women. It's not a rare thing. She then asked, so am I official? Chin Fong glanced at her and said indifferently, You are just a little brat. Open your eyes and look carefully. Where am I small? The little girl straightened her back and said aggressively. Her figure is rather thin, not particularly good. Compared with the plump and round Xiating, she has less tension but more skinny beauty. Despite this, her figure is still much better than that of ordinary girls. Qin Feng smiled and turned to Su Beishi's chat box and said, "Show me a photo that shows your body in a good way." Su Beishi's mood instantly improved, and she sent over a few photos of herself trying on Chong Sam's today. Qin Feng showed his cell phone to Han Yinfei. Su Beishi, who has a devilish figure, wore a tight Chong Sam and posed gracefully in front of the mirror, showing off her figure to the fullest. In front of the proud mountain, Han Yinfei, who was only the size of a pear, felt inferior. Han Yinfei said enviously, "She will definitely sag when she gets this big." In the face of strength, all language seems powerless. Qin Feng shook his head slightly and said nothing, looking a little disdainful. Han Yinfei was stimulated and a little unhappy. He kicked Qin Feng and said, "You should like this style, or I can get one." Qin Feng immediately refused. "I don't like fake ones." Han Yinfei smiled and said, "Are you afraid of it bursting?" "Almost the same, mainly because it's fake and not very interesting. I might as well buy 2 balls of plasticine. After playing this thing for a long time, I don't feel much about it anymore. They are nothing more than 2 pieces of flesh on a woman's body." At this time, Zhong Wanwan sent a message. "If she doesn't want to go, then I won't go either. Brother, you have to be busy first, and we can talk when you are free." Han Yinfei also leaned over and saw the news, shaking her head and saying confidently, "This little girl looks so gullible." Qin Feng ignored her trash talk and typed, "Wanwan is so considerate. I'll find you when I have time." Zhong Wanwan, yeah. After sending the message, he came to talk to the girl next to him. "Fei Fei, it's late. You should go back to bed." "Can I sleep here with you?" the girl asked expectantly. Qin Feng refused outright. "Let her live here. That will be inconvenient for me in the future." "Do you have any other girls to accompany you tonight?" Han Yinfei asked. "No, and I don't need you to accompany me." Qin Feng replied indifferently. Han Yinfei left angrily. Night. After taking a shower, Han Yinfei lay on the bed, unable to fall asleep with her eyes open. Everything today is too dreamy. A man suddenly appeared and said he wanted to support himself and spend 300 million to make himself famous. Are there really such bizarre things in the world? Or is it just a prank show, like the protagonist in Truman, with a bunch of invisible cameras pointing at him? Do those audiences want to see themselves ecstatic or embarrassed in public? But she couldn't understand why Qin Feng didn't touch her. Logically speaking, being deceived is what the audience likes to watch the most. She lay on the bed, her mind running wild with uncontrollable thoughts. I thought of the man's gentleness, and then I thought of the way he held the camera today. Dior is simply bursting. The camera was real, and she saw it clearly. No one in the world can do this. If all this is true, then I now have a cheap godfather. When she thought about how her godfather had an absurd amount of money and could spend 300 million at will, she became excited again. From now on, I'll depend on him for all the delicious food and spicy drinks. I have to find a way to perform better. She thought of the chat records between Qin Feng and Zhong Wanwan. I think men may like girls who are well-behaved, cute, and innocent. I don't know if it's too late to start the show now. Life depends on acting skills, and she feels that with her young face, she can easily play the role of a good girl. Han Yinfei fell asleep with sweet fantasies in her mind. Early the next morning, Qin Feng and Sasha, who had made an appointment, went out for a run. He wore a training suit weighing more than 100 kilograms and came to the gate of the community. Sasha was waiting there early. A cool sports vest paired with tight shorts is a very common fitness outfit. The snow-white skin was reddened by the morning sun. Delicate facial features, tall figure, and golden hair. It is so beautiful that it is like a masterpiece. People passing by kept looking at this exotic beauty, but no one dared to approach her and talk to her. After all, language barriers can screen out a large number of people. Others don't know that she can speak Chinese. Qin Feng waved to her. "Hello, flower girl working." Sasha greeted with a smile. "Boss, you are here." When he got closer, Qin Feng found that her eyes were a little swollen and her dark circles were obvious. "Like I'm a little too sad." He sighed and said, "Don't be sad. Heartbreak is inevitable, and it's hard not to meet a few scumbag men and women in life." "Well, I'm fine now. It won't affect my work." Sasha took Qin Feng to an open lawn and taught Qin Feng how to stretch his legs. She demonstrated in front and Qin Feng followed. She stood up straight with her feet together and hugged her legs with both hands. Qin Feng felt a little distressed when he saw her oppressed flesh. After a series of warm-up exercises, the two started running. Both of them are in good physical condition and can chat while running. Boss, I thought about it for a long time and decided to go back. The pace here is too fast and I can't adapt. Maybe in the next 1 or 2 months, we need to deal with your private tutoring fees and house. Qin Feng knew that the best way to keep her now was to bring her back to the house and comfort her emptiness with his actions. But he didn't. Instead, I silently support him and plan to go to Russia together to play when the time comes. Chapter 181. Sasha is not very relaxed. Han Yinfei also got up early in the morning and took her assistant to figure out the clothes. I want to pick one that looks cute. After trying different styles, she finally decided on a sailor suit with a sweet Japanese campus style. Putting on white bubble socks and round-toed leather shoes, she ran across the street excitedly. Use fingerprint to unlock the door and come to the master bedroom door. She checked her appearance first, and after making sure it was perfect, she knocked on the door and called out, "Uncle, wake up." After a while, there was no response. Han Yinfei asked tentatively, "I'll come in." Still no response. I think he slept very soundly. Without any hesitation, she opened the bedroom door. This room is very big, more than 70 square meters. There's a cloakroom, bathroom, balcony, and everything. She had no time to care about anything else and went straight to the big bed in the middle. The quilt on the bed was pulled to one side, and I couldn't be sure if there was anyone inside. "Uncle, a day's plan begins in the morning. Hurry up and have breakfast." In order to let Qin Feng see her carefully dressed up as soon as he opened his eyes, Han Yinfei naturally grabbed a corner of the quilt. "If you don't get up, I'm going to lift the quilt. You don't have the habit of sleeping naked, do you?" There was a hint of expectation in her voice. As she spoke, she lifted it up. The bed was empty. She was slightly stunned. The person disappeared early in the morning? "Where are you going?" She looked around the house, but didn't see anyone, and she felt empty. I called, but no one answered. Han Yinfei sat on the sofa with her cell phone in her hand, lost in thought. That man wouldn't just disappear like that, would he? Or did the man run out of energy and go back to another planet to replenish it? Just when she was suspicious and thinking about how to summon a man. The door was opened and Qin Feng walked in. Han Yinfei, who was sitting on the sofa, was delighted and immediately stood up and shouted crisply, "Uncle, please go back." She saw a blonde beauty following Qin Feng in, and she was suddenly stuck. That sexy and unrestrained foreign woman, wearing tight clothes that show off her figure. There was a blush on her delicate cheeks and a few drops of sweat on her forehead. It looks like he just finished exercising. I just don't know what kind of exercise they do. "Good morning." Qin Feng came in and saw the little girl in his house and greeted her with a smile. "Why are you here? Why can't I be here?" Han Yinfei said this angrily, staring at the foreign girl. "Should I not be here?" Qin Feng heard a hint of resentment in her tone and explained. "What are you talking about? She is Sasha. Come here and sign a power of attorney for house management." Since I couldn't accept her decision to move out, I could only help her take care of the top floor house under the name of a power of attorney. After signing this, he can help her with matters such as buying, selling, renting, and mortgage. You can also leave the house empty or live in it yourself. In order to prevent Sasha from refusing, Qin Feng said to her, "There is no reason to take back what I give away. Just think of it as an insurance policy. When you encounter difficulties in the future, this house can be exchanged for money." These words touched Sasha so much that her favorability rating increased by 10 points. At this moment, Qin Feng pointed at Han Yinfei and introduced her to Sasha. "This is my sister. You can also call her Fei Fei." After Sasha came in, she kept observing the girl. The girl stood there pretty and looked very cute. Not only was there a bow in her hair, but there was also a red bow tie in the middle of her black and white school uniform. Under the pleated skirt that exudes a youthful color, two milky white, beautiful legs stand tall and graceful, like a delicate flower. But there was a hint of hostility in the look he gave me. It can be seen that she has a special feeling for her boss. Sasha smiled and nodded, saying hello. Han Yinfei walked over and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, sister. You can speak Chinese, that's amazing. It's required for work. It's not very nice to say. I think it's great, better than any foreigner I've ever met." "Really? Thanks for the compliment." "You're welcome. Come sit here. I'll pour you a glass of water." "Thanks." Qin Feng looked at Han Yinfei's warm hospitality like a hostess and always felt that something was wrong. But seeing that they seemed to be getting along well, I didn't say anything. He took off his sweat-soaked weight suit, revealing his muscular upper body, and prepared to take a shower. The two women fell silent at the same time without noticing. Compared to Han Yinfei, who was too embarrassed to watch secretly, Sasha's gaze was much more direct. The chest is broad and thick, and the belly has clear grooves. He's not very strong, but every muscle in his body looks beautiful, like a sculpture. Although I have seen it once, I can't see such a figure again. Sasha couldn't help swallowing. When a person is heartbroken, an outstanding person of the opposite sex appears around him or her. It will create a desire in the empty heart. Sasha wanted to have a deep chat with him. She was leaving anyway, and she didn't want to have any regrets. But there happened to be another girl at home at that time. Although she is very open-minded, she is not yet at that level. So she just stared blankly. How about it? Handsome or not? Qin Feng noticed their gazes and struck a few poses, showing off his seductive shark line. Han Yinfei's eyes instantly turned into hearts, and she couldn't help but want to touch it. But thinking about how I'm a cute and well-behaved person today, I can't act recklessly. So I pretended to be shy and said, "Hate you. Uncle, you are so shameless." Qin Feng. I'm afraid this girl is bad. Sasha commented, except for some of his postures not being standard and not exerting enough strength to fully show his muscles. The boss's body is perfect. Qin Feng got the praise he wanted, and his nose almost turned up to the sky. Han Yinfei saw that the usually straightforward foreigner actually said such flattering words. She spat secretly and said in the same unyielding manner, "Uncle, you have such a great figure. Why don't you go live stream and I'll give you a reward?" Qin Feng said boredly, not interested. After he finished speaking, he threw his clothes aside and walked towards the bathroom in the master bedroom. How can you make money faster by picking up girls through live streaming? Han Yinfei now has more than 311 million yuan on her. There are still 25 points of favorability left. With a little effort, you can reach it soon. Isn't this faster than working hard to get by? He closed the door and started taking a shower. Han Yinfei and Sasha were the only ones left in the living room. Han Yinfei rolled her eyes a few times, and after asking some trivial questions, started to find out the details of the foreign girl. "Sister Sasha, how did you and uncle know each other?" "I'm his fitness trainer." "Wow, no wonder the uncle has such a good figure. It turns out you helped him train it?" Sasha was honest and said sincerely, "No, today is my first day at work. I'm also curious why he wants me to be his personal trainer when he has such a good figure." Knowing that they had only known each other for a short time, Han Yinfei breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he complained in his heart, "A foreign girl like you with a curvy figure and alluring manner. Who else should I choose but you?" "Sister Sasha, do you like uncles?" Chapter 182, 300 million can't buy a bit of favorability. Hearing this, Sasha didn't know how to respond. She wasn't in the mood to think about those things right now. "I just think the boss would be a good person to vent my anger on." The girl in front of him seemed to have a close relationship with the boss. She didn't know if they were really siblings. After all, what sister would call her brother uncle? She didn't dare to tell the truth and said hesitantly, "The boss is excellent. It's normal for a woman to have her own ideas." Han Yinfei moved closer, covered her mouth, and whispered, "Be careful of that man. He is a playboy. He can chat with 8 beautiful girls like you at the same time." Sasha looked at her in surprise and nodded. "I know, but it doesn't matter. I don't have any plans to fall in love right now. I just want to have fun while I can." Han Yinfei saw that she looked like she wanted to give it to him for free. "I am very angry, but there is nothing I can do. There is no reason to interfere in other people's affairs that are mutually agreed upon." In the room, Qin Feng heard her saying bad things about him. After a quick shower, he came out wearing a bathrobe. He looked at Han Yinfei with ill intent. "You want to be beaten, don't you? What are you doing?" "I was praising your handsomeness." Han Yinfei didn't believe that he could hear her saying bad things about him, and she looked very guilty. Qin Feng was considering whether to teach her a lesson in front of outsiders. At this time, the doorbell rang. He put the thought aside and went to open the door. It turned out to be Guan Yuxian from the sales office who came up with the contract. She saw Qin Feng and 2 beauties in the room and smiled awkwardly. "I'm sorry, did I disturb you?" Qin Feng smiled and said, "Why bother you? I have nothing to do with them. Don't think too much." Yes, I believe in Mr. Qin's character." Guan Yuxian said she believed it, but in fact she sneered in her heart. She couldn't guarantee about the female star, but she was sure that the foreign girl who took the house had had sex with her during these days. Who can resist the temptation of a house? Guan Yuxian placed the letter of authorization on the table and took out a pen for the two to sign. Han Yinfei came over to take a look out of curiosity and was immediately shocked by the price of tens of millions. After confirming that it was sent by Qin Feng, there was resentment in his eyes as he looked at Qin Feng. Why? I only got 50,000 yuan for making money for him by filming. He gets 28 million for a day's work. It's not fair. After Qin Feng signed and sent Guan Yuxian away, I saw Han Yinfei pouting and looking unhappy. What are you doing? Uncle, I want a house too, Han Yinfei said impatiently. Qin Feng thought for a moment and asked calmly, how many sets do you want? Han Yinfei's beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened. What kind of Dubai question is this? Aren't normal people asking where you want a house? Or how big or expensive a house is? How many sets do you get at the beginning? Han Yinfei's heart was pounding wildly. Suppressing the joy in my heart, I answered in the same Dubai way. As many as you can get, as many as you want. Okay. Qin Feng thought that Wang Gang had not found a house yet, and he also had to arrange staff dormitories. So he picked up his phone and dialed Guan Yuxian's number. Miss Guan, come here for a moment. Guan Yuxian, who had just returned downstairs, got into the elevator with a sad face. Rich people have so much trouble. Not only does he not sleep, but he also calls himself all day long. So annoying. Come to the 18th floor. He knocked on the door and asked with a bright smile. Boss Qin, do you have any other instructions? Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. How many houses have you left unsold? Guan Yuxian was stunned for a moment, then realized that Qin Feng wanted to buy a house, and she became extremely excited. She guessed that it might be to buy a house for the star. He quickly took out his cell phone, looked at the information, and introduced it to Qin Feng in detail. There are a total of 16 unsold houses. Qin Feng listened patiently and said calmly, how much is the total price? Guan Yuxian calculated on her phone and said tremblingly, just over 300 million. Qin Feng thought that for the top artists, a dozen or so would be enough. If that didn't work, he could just let 4 of them, who were trainees, squeeze into one house. Okay, package it and sell it to her. I'll pay for it. Qin Feng pointed at Han Yinfei and said with a smile. After the words fell, Guan Yuxian was stunned. She never expected that this man wanted it all. She swallowed and asked carefully, want a loan? Need not. Hearing that it was payment in full, Guan Yuxian was frightened. Rich people's money is all in assets, and there is very little liquid cash. People who are willing to spend 300 million to buy real estate either want to invest or really have too much money and don't know where to spend it. Judging from the current market conditions, he probably belongs to the latter. Looking at such a rich and handsome guy, Guan Yuxian's eyes were filled with tears. I wanted to push him down on the spot and force myself on him. Okay, wait a minute. I'll go down and get the purchase contract. Guan Yuxian bowed deeply, then ran out in a hurry. Her head started buzzing when she thought about the fact that she could handle orders worth hundreds of millions. Han Yinfei's eyes were also full of disbelief. Is this really the time to buy? Although I knew from the beginning that this man was rich, why did he take out 300 million so casually just because of a casual remark I made? Why not just buy it for yourself? This is too magical. Uncle, are you serious? Han Yinfei said hesitantly. Well, how is it? Do you like it? Whenever Qin Feng encountered an occasion where he had to spend money, his aura suddenly became majestic, like a king dominating the world, and people dared not look directly at him. This is all thanks to his super strong physique, which gives him the confidence to spend money so recklessly. After all, the constraints that apply to humans can no longer hold him back. Uncle, how rich are you? You spend 300 million every day. Han Yinfei couldn't help but complain. Even if you rob a bank, you can't steal 300 million in cash. Qin Feng waited for a long time without receiving any notification about his favorability, so he asked curiously, don't worry about whether I have money or not. Don't you like these houses? He now looks just like the faceless man in Spirited Away, constantly taking out gold in an effort to gain the other person's favor. But it was obvious that this trick didn't work on the innocent Han Yinfei. It doesn't matter whether you like me or not. From today on, you are my real father. Qin Feng, facing Han Yinfei, who had sincere eyes and a well-behaved face. Qin Feng sighed softly. It was indeed not as easy as he had imagined. The human heart is unpredictable. He really wanted to open this girl's head and see what was inside. So much money was spent, but there was no response at all. But it's okay this way. At least I can use her house with a clear conscience. When Guan Yuxian ran up in a hurry with the contract in her hand, Qin Feng said something to her slowly. Go prepare 16 more housing power of attorneys. Guan Yuxian ran out in a hurry again, and her expression did not show any impatience at all. Uncle, what do you want the power of attorney for? Han Yinfei asked curiously. I will help you manage these houses in the future, said Qin Feng. Han Yinfei's smile turned awkward when she heard this, and she said reluctantly, No, I'm so sorry. Qin Feng smiled and said, It's okay. There's so many houses. You can live in whichever one you like. You don't have to worry about the others. Han Yinfei gritted her teeth and said, But what if I want to sell it? Qin Feng looked up at her and said calmly, You can tell me if you want money. As long as it's reasonable, I'll arrange it for you. Han Yinfei looked as if she had lost all hope in life. She knew it would be like this. From childhood to adulthood, money has never truly belonged to me. Chapter 183, Cold Qin Feng. Guan Yuxian brought a bunch of contracts, and the leader of her sales department came to visit Qin Feng. Under their flattery, Qin Feng readily paid the money. 16 houses were sold successfully. Han Yinfei signed with an expressionless face throughout the process, as if these houses under her name had nothing to do with her. Sasha looked at the floor plans of houses passing by in front of her. The smallest one was a large flat of over 300 square meters. Each house is worth tens of millions, which is a house she cannot afford in her entire life. She looked at Qin Feng with shock. It turned out that this was the way rich people bought houses. She felt the gap between ordinary people and the upper class. Wait until everything is processed. Guan Yuxian and her leader said they wanted to treat Qin Feng to a meal, but Qin Feng refused without giving them any face. He can now completely refuse these useless social interactions. The leader glanced at the two beautiful girls sitting on the sofa, then tactfully stood up and said goodbye. After they left, Sasha had no reason to stay. The boss's sister sat on the sofa, as steady as an old dog, with no intention of leaving at all. Sasha felt that it was impossible to have a private chat with her boss. So he left too. Han Yinfei and Qin Feng were the only ones left in the room. They stared at each other for a while. Finally, Qin Feng spoke first. He was curious about how this girl could afford to live across from him when she was so debt-ridden. Is the house you live in now your own? Han Yinfei said weakly. No, my fans rented it to me. Qin Feng asked, Male or female? Han Yinfei glanced at him and said, Female, mommy fan, has liked me for a long time. Qin Feng thought for a moment and said, If you like the current house, I'll have someone talk to her about buying it for you at a higher price. How about that? Han Yinfei said unhappily. What's the point of buying it? It's just for living. Qin Feng smiled faintly. In a few years, when you grow up, I might give all these houses to you. By then, he should have had enough fun. It can give these girls real freedom and a generous guarantee. Han Yinfei thought of something and said expectantly, Will I be able to use these houses freely after you die? I wonder if her father can tolerate such outrageous words. Qin Feng couldn't bear it anyway. He pinned the girl to her knees on the spot, lifted up her pleated skirt, and beat her 3 times. Pia, Pia, Pia. I have to say, the little girl's touch is really good, soft, and elastic. The skin that was slapped turned red instantly, which was very exciting to look at. It hurts. Amid the girl's screams, Qin Feng taught her a lesson. Do you still dare to curse me? Han Yinfei begged for mercy with tears in her eyes. 555, I don't dare anymore. I was wrong. The little girl's acting skills are great, and her aggrieved expression looks so pitiful. Qin Feng let go of her hand and said with a sneer, Next time it won't be so easy. Han Yinfei escaped from the clutches and jumped far away. At a safe distance, he jumped and rubbed his butt, gasping in pain. After he recovered a little, he glared at Qin Feng angrily. He muttered, You pervert, you hit me so hard. If it were a few days ago, I would have made your hands bleed. Qin Feng. Xiao Lily has been very busy these days. In order to prevent any trouble, she spent a lot of money and invited several friends from the film and television industry to come to the company to take charge. Because connections are so important in the entertainment industry. Without the help of experienced people, it is difficult to carry out the work. Since they were in a hurry to shoot, she could only make do with this for now. Wait until the company is running normally before recruiting new young people. After confirming the script decided by the boss with the director, the next step is to prepare the crew and recruit actors. Actors can follow the boss's request and not hire big stars, but instead use unknown little actors. Spend your money where it should be spent. Encouraged by the abundant funding, There were dedicated people rushing to do these things, so she didn't have to worry about it. Her main purpose was to confirm whether By Seeing, whom her boss had assigned her, could act. Chiu Lily brought a professional casting director and personally visited By Seeing. By Seeing, who was live streaming in yoga clothes, was ecstatic. She felt this could be a turning point in her life. She apologized to the audience, ended the broadcast at lightning speed, and then went to the living room, allowing the director to tell her what to do and cooperating with her in making expressions of joy, anger, sadness, and happiness. Ms. Bai, your image is quite good, but your acting skills lack some spirituality. This may be related to your lack of practice. The director said very politely. What he actually meant was that this guy has no acting skills. Director, I will try my best to learn. Please give me a chance. By Seeing, didn't want to miss this opportunity, so she clasped her hands together and begged desperately, even giving a suggestive wink. The director didn't want anything to go wrong with the character he had chosen, and he also knew that this was the woman designated by the boss, and she could not be touched at all. So I firmly said that I would wait until you have grown to a certain extent before I would say anything. Seeing that asking him for help was useless, By Seeing turned to ask Sister Chiu for help. Chiu Lily also felt a headache. She thought for a while and said, well, sign a contract first, and then we'll send you to training. If your acting skills improve in a short period of time, then you'll still have a chance to catch up with our $300 million drama. By Seeing took the contract with surprise and joy and took a closer look. Everyone was stunned at once. No conditions, guaranteed minimum of 50,000? Is this true or false? She makes less than 50,000 yuan a month from live streaming and only relies on the support of some wealthy people offline to make that much. In order to dispel her doubts, Chiu Lily paid her this month's salary on the spot and said that there is no need to return even if you don't sign. By Seeing was extremely excited and bowed repeatedly to thank Sister Chiu. But Chiu Lily told her that this was the boss's intention. By Seeing understood what he meant, and after signing and sending them off, she sent a WeChat message to Qin Feng. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your cultivation. I will definitely work hard to repay you. System prompt. By Seeing's favorability, plus 20. Qin Feng received the message and took a look at her information. Goddess database update. Name, By Seeing. Age, 22. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Charisma, 91. Occupation, dance host. Characteristics, money worship. Favorability, 30. Number of romances, 9. Strategy reward, disguise. Amount consumed, 50,000 yuan. Disguise, ability to transform into other forms, change appearance and shape. This disguise should be able to transform, right? If this ability is used well, you will be invincible in the city. And this woman's characteristics seem easy to conquer. What Qin Feng lacks least now is money. The girls he had met before were all normal girls, and he wanted to see what the gold diggers recognized by the system looked like. I don't know if giving money directly will increase favorability, but there's been a precedent of spending 300 million without any goodwill. He didn't dare to have sex again. How about giving away 1 million a day? It feels weird, like I've been taken advantage of. Forget it. Let's put it aside for now. I guess if I give too much money, it will still be stuck at 99. He now has 2 girls stuck at this juncture. Don't rush for the rest. You try your best, come on. After Qin Feng replied, he saw a message coming from the other side. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for giving me this opportunity. Can I treat you to dinner tonight? Qin Feng scratched his head, feeling that the other party was not inviting him to dinner, but rather to noodles. Faced with many female demons who wanted to eat Tang Monk's flesh, Qin Feng felt that he had to maintain his image as a domineering president and could not let them succeed so easily. When she gets stuck at 99, maybe she can clear the level in one shot. He typed, no, just work harder. That's the biggest thanks to me. By Seeing was not surprised at all when she saw the news. It's not so easy to hook up with a big guy like this. If it weren't for the fate between him and me, I might never meet him in this life. She was ready for a protracted battle and typed, as an artist, can I still live stream now? Asked Secretary Chiu. Seeing the other party's cold attitude, By Seeing immediately said humbly, okay, I won't bother Mr. Qin anymore. She didn't ask Chiu Lily. She knew that as a boss, it was often her subordinates who would say no. And the boss is always the kindest one. Chapter 184 Casting. The next day, Qin Feng received a report from Chiu Lily saying that the company was preparing to start casting. Casting? Isn't it just picking girls? Qin Feng immediately threw down the PS5 controller he had just bought, said goodbye to Han Yinfei, and wanted to run away. There was no way Han Yinfei would let her father get away so easily, so she immediately dropped the handle and hugged his thighs. Let's go together. I'm going to work. Please don't mess with me. I've seen all the bullshit work. You're going to choose a concubine. Qin Feng was glad that he did not eat this girl. Otherwise, he would not be able to abandon her with a clear conscience and look for other young ladies. Be good. Listen to me. Go read the script I gave you yesterday and think about the character. Or find someone to practice your acting skills with. The filming of this drama will start soon. Don't make a fool of yourself. Qin Feng tried to persuade her in every possible way, but Han Yinfei still knelt on the ground, holding his legs and refusing to let go. No, no, no. She shook her head desperately and said stubbornly, I want to go with you. Aren't you worried that you can't keep up? This is something you should worry about after filming starts. Why put pressure on yourself now? This girl's sophistry left Qin Feng speechless. He didn't dare to break free violently, so he had to agree reluctantly. Anyway, I'm just going to take a look, so it doesn't matter if I take her with me. We got in Wang Gang's car and arrived at the hotel prepared by the crew. Su Yukai, who received the news, and the crew members and the company's producer were waiting at the door. He spotted Qin Feng's car with his sharp eyes and immediately went over with others. When Qin Feng got out of the car, he bowed his head and said, Boss Qin, you are here. Qin Feng smiled and nodded. I'm just here to take a look. Don't mind me. Su Yukai apologized. I didn't expect you to come. We didn't prepare anything. I'm really sorry. Qin Feng smiled and said, Your attitude now is a little different from the last time we met. Hey, I didn't know your identity at that time. As Su Yukai spoke, he introduced the names of the other people to Qin Feng one by one. Qin Feng didn't listen carefully. Only when he said that the producer was from his company did he look up and glance at him. He was a middle-aged man with extraordinary bearing, a very handsome appearance, shrewd eyes, and a very gentle smile. Hello, Mr. Qin. My surname is Yang, and my given name is Mu. You can call me Xiao Yang. Okay, thank you for your help later. Qin Feng nodded and said to them, No, it's my honor to serve Mr. Qin. Yang Mu said this with a smile, but his eyes unconsciously glanced at Han Yinfei, who had just got out of the car. I wondered if this was the star the boss wanted to promote. She is really beautiful. Han Yinfei stood next to Qin Feng without saying a word, her expression very calm. What are you waiting for? Let's get started, Qin Feng urged. The group hurriedly led Qin Feng into the hotel room. The room was empty, with a few cameras facing a carpeted stage and a white background board standing in the back. There were several tables and chairs in front, with some paper, pens, mineral water, and other things on them. Qin Feng sat in the middle seat, with the producer's name written on the stage card above him. Judging from the handwriting, it should be handwritten. The other positions are printed with the names of chief director, assistant director, and producer. They didn't expect Han Yinfei to come, and after thinking about it, they drove the assistant director away. The four of them sat down. Qin Feng heard someone in the next room shouting, Actor number 12, Lu Songda, please come in for interview. Qin Feng frowned, feeling that things seemed different from what he had imagined. Sure enough, a man with bronze skin, tough looks, thick eyebrows, and big eyes came in through the door. Hello, teachers. My name is Lu Songda. I am 24 years old, 1.82 meters tall, and weigh 70 kilograms. I like performing and fitness. I have a foundation in martial arts and can play the arrow. His voice is like a loud bell, and his aura is extraordinary. Just looking at him makes people feel that he is a man of iron and blood. When Han Yinfei heard that he could play the arrow, she couldn't help but let out a grunt. Lu Songda paused for a moment, then continued to introduce the school he graduated from and his acting experiences. After that, the scene was quiet for a while. Director Su Yukai then remembered that the assistant director was not there and he should speak. Show your body, make some expressions, and then do another scene. Lu Songda performed a set of vigorous punches, then cried and laughed in front of the camera. At the end, he acted out a scene where he saw the heroine die and knelt down, crying in grief. Su Yukai looked at Qin Feng, and when he saw that he didn't say anything, he looked at the producer and said, Everything is good, waiting for the second round of interviews. Lu Songda was overjoyed and bowed repeatedly, saying, Thank you, director. After he left, Su Yukai discussed with Yang Moon next to him which role this actor was suitable for. The two of them were extremely serious, and even called over the assistant director and the screenwriter who had been squeezed out earlier to have a heated discussion nearby. The level of seriousness made Qin Feng, a scoundrel who came here to see the beauty, feel ashamed. Then the second actor who auditioned was also a man. His name is Chi Hui, and he dazzled everyone with his handsomeness as soon as he walked in. He was wearing a black t-shirt and had a shaggy hairstyle. The face was just the right amount of exquisite, with a handsome face, sword-like eyebrows, and phoenix-like eyes. There was a combination of coldness and tenderness in the narrow eyes, which was quite enchanting. Hello, my name is Chi Hui. I'm 22 years old, 1.75 meters tall, and weigh 62 kilograms. My hobbies are singing and dancing. I graduated from Beijing Film Academy and have never acted in a play. He looked polite and had a very soft voice, like a gentle young man. Qin Feng turned his head and saw Han Yinfei with her hands clasped together with her fingers crossed and placed sideways on her face, looking at him with an infatuated look on her face. He was so angry that he came out to choose a concubine, but he let this girl feast his eyes. Where are the beauties I promised you? Why are they all men? Please show off your body shape and dance a dance you were good at, said the assistant director. Ugh. After Chi Hui finished speaking, he opened his arms and began to dance. Occasionally, she would turn her head and look back, and even the grown man Qin Feng was so handsome that even he couldn't resist it. Su Yukai and the producer looked at each other and nodded frequently. This image was very consistent with the male lead in their drama. Director Su, let him play the male lead. The ratings are absolutely guaranteed. Han Yinfei turned sideways and whispered to the director next to her. Su Yukai had no objection at all and was just about to ask the stylist to take him to change into ancient costume to see how he would look. Turning around, I saw Qin Feng with a gloomy face and an unhappy look on his face. He immediately realized that his boss didn't like this actor. As a very sensible director, he knows that if the sponsor doesn't like something, he will not accept it no matter how good it is. He immediately said, "No, it's too sissy. It doesn't have any momentum at all." The producer looked at him in surprise. This guy is not bad. He has a charming smile and an extraordinary temperament. Why do you just reject him without even trying? He was puzzled and wanted to persuade him, but he saw the director tilt his head back, revealing Qin Feng's profile. He reacted immediately and said seriously, "Yes, you dance like a woman, like a sissy. The atmosphere in the film and television industry is corrupted by you guys." Chapter 185. A koan has been popular for so many years, and everyone has a certain responsibility. Chi Hui was stunned when he was accused of such a serious crime. It's not his fault that he's handsome. Besides, the atmosphere in the entertainment industry is crooked to begin with. So what does it have to do with him? He is just a kid who just graduated and is preparing to play a supporting role. Get out, producer Yang Mu said with a cold face, ordering them to leave. Chi Hui was humiliated but dared not speak out. He lowered his head, shrugged his shoulders, and prepared to leave without saying a word. Hey, are you guys okay? There's nothing wrong with his dancing. This is a dance for both men and women. Han Yinfei couldn't stand them mocking the handsome guy like that, so she spoke up for justice. He doesn't fit the image and doesn't meet our requirements. Yang Mu didn't dare to offend her and found an excuse to prevaricate. He's so handsome and still not qualified. I think there's no problem for him to play the leading actor. Han Yinfei said angrily. The director and the producer looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. This girl defended another man in front of her boss. She's the one with the problem, right? The two of them were too timid to respond, fearing that something wrong might implicate themselves. Chi Hui saw someone speaking up for him and looked gratefully at the woman whose name was assistant director on her sign. He has been very popular with women since he was young. When I grow up, there are countless women who want to pursue me. When I was in college, a rich woman who drove a sports car with scissor doors wanted to support me, but he didn't agree. He doesn't like those wolf-like and tiger-like women, who are all vulgar, superficial, and short-sighted. I guess this assistant director also wants to rub himself. Although this woman is good-looking, she is just a pretty, vulgar woman. Women are too troublesome. He just wants to stay away from them. Thank you, assistant director, for speaking up for me. I may not be suitable for this film. I won't bother you anymore. Chi Hui smiled and bowed politely, then turned and walked towards the door. The calm posture looks very pleasing to the eye. So Yukai secretly said, what a pity. The immortal in this drama is supposed to be like this, unperturbed and indifferent to fame and fortune. Wearing a snow-white robe and long silver hair, she is definitely a highlight of the show. Uncle, please say something. They are about to leave. Han Yinfei shook Qin Feng's hand and said anxiously, I don't understand these things. They're all professionals. What's my turn to say? Qin Feng said unhappily. Although this handsome guy is indeed very eye-catching, he said at the beginning that he was just here to take a look. He didn't want an outsider to command the insiders. Besides, I was not in a good mood because I didn't see the beautiful woman. Plus, the girl likes handsome guys so much, which gives him a headache. I think he can play the leading male role with his face, uncle. This drama might become popular because of him, Han Yinfei said seriously. Qin Feng thought about it for a moment and decided that it would be the same price whether he supported one or two. This guy looks pretty good. As long as he's not the type who does things indiscriminately, you might consider taking him in. He pretended to be helpless and compromised and shouted, "Hey, wait a minute." Qin Feng's request to stay made Han Yinfei happy. It feels so good to be accommodated by others, especially by the man with the most say in the entire crew. She held Qin Feng's arm affectionately and looked at the director and producer with pride on her face. As if he was showing off, "I have a father, and you all have to listen to me." Au système prompt, Han Yanfei's favorabilité plus femme. Qin Feng was stunned. He didn't expect that this could also increase his favorability. Could it be that I need to be on the set to improve this girl's favorability? Qin Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Su Yukai and Yang Mu looked at each other, shook their heads, and sighed. They're mentally prepared for the possibility that investors may mess around. Usually when casting, these big guys will arrange their own people to join the crew, and they may also take away the reserved actresses. These are all routine operations. But the problem is that a leading actor, relying on the financial sponsor behind him, can order them around at will, which is something they don't want to see. Thinking about the next few months, or even half a year, I will have to endure this girl's bullying. Sujukai smai bitterly. It's like returning to the previous play. Teacher, my name is Chi Hui. Do you have anything else to say? Chi Hui returned to the room and said respectfully. He didn't expect that the assistant director could actually persuade the producer. He looked at the man being hugged by the assistant director with some surprise. The man looked only a few years older than herself, full of energy and vigor, with an aura of authority that came from his body, and his every move was casual and elegant. Looks like a big shot. Qin Feng pushed away the dead girl who was clinging to him and said slowly, "I have a few questions. If you answer them well, maybe I can sign you and choose a play that suits you." Chi Hui's eyes lit up. He saw in the recruitment information for this drama that the investment amounted to 300 million yuan. Regardless of whether it is bragging or not, based on the director who could be found on the internet and the relatively well-known producer. This shouldn't be a crew that just messes around. And as the financial sponsor of their drama, his quality must not be too bad. He was secretly excited and said, "Okay, teacher, please ask." Qin Feng asked leisurely, "You are so handsome, you must have a lot of girlfriends at school, right? Have you broken up now?" He just wanted to ask if the boy was clean, but he didn't expect the other party to reply without changing his expression. "No, I haven't had a girlfriend since I was 18. You can go to my school to investigate." Qin Feng was shocked. He is so handsome, but he doesn't have a girlfriend? Who would believe that? Could it be that? Are you gay? No, Chi Hui retorted quickly. Although he has no interest in women, he is also not very accepting of men. After all, it hurts too much. Qin Feng saw that this question did not stump him, so he asked another question. "Do you want to make money or become famous as an actor?" Chi Hui said sincerely, "I want to do both." Qin Feng couldn't help but ask, "What if you can only choose one?" Chi Hui thought about it and said, "These two should not conflict with each other, but if I have to choose, I would choose fame." "Are you willing to sell your soul for fame?" Qin Feng asked with interest. "If necessary, I'm willing to do it," Chi Hui said nonchalantly. "We're all adults, just doing some physical work. As long as you don't bring the rich woman's happy ball, everything will be fine." Han Yinfei, who was standing next to them, heard their conversation was so strange and looked at Qin Feng with suspicion. As a problematic girl who watched all kinds of anime, a bold guess flashed through her mind, and a perverted smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. Qin Feng didn't see her expression and asked some personal questions. He saw that the other party answered very sincerely. "Gradually, I developed some interest in this man named Chi Hui. As an actor, this person's values are relatively normal, and he has all the necessary awareness. Judging from his face alone, he is not inferior to those Akuin and Han on the market, and is even more handsome." Chapter 186, Show Yourself, Darling. Qin Feng was delighted to see the prey. If you want to build a career, you can't just rely on women to build your empire. There should also be an obedient little wolfhound to charge into battle. If you want to come to my company, The profit margin will be 28 for the first 2 years, with a guaranteed minimum of 20,000 per month and 40 and 60 for the rest, with a 10-digit penalty. Sign a 20-year contract. Are you interested? The price Qin Feng offered shocked everyone. This condition is much higher than what ordinary brokerage companies offer. At least the minimum guarantee of 20,000 is not offered by those companies. The penalty for breach of contract is frighteningly high. Han Yanfei was secretly happy. Happiness requires contrast. Her own contract is 50-50 with no restrictions at all. Others don't have this treatment at all. Thinking of how she was being pampered, Han Yanfei couldn't help but hug Qin Feng again and kissed him on the face unscrupulously in front of everyone. Au système prompt, Han Yanfei's favorabilité plus femme. Qin Feng pushed her away with a look of disgust. Really, after spending 300 million yuan, there is no result at all. Now that I see that I'm going to recruit a handsome guy, I am increasing his favorability. This girl is probably in big trouble. Can I go back and discuss it with my family? Chiri hésitated. These are the most youthful 20 years of your life, and it would be irresponsible to agree to it so easily. However, if this place provides food and accommodation and has enough strength to help you take off, it is still worth considering. It's up to you. The resources I give you are definitely higher than your penalty. I invested 300 million in this drama. I may make 2 more this year. It's only a matter of time before you become extremely popular. Qin Feng calmly pretended to be powerful and then advised in a gentle voice. Our company doesn't hire many male actors, only 1 or 2 at most. You have to seize the opportunity. Qi Hui keenly noticed that the director was looking at him with eyes full of envy. This made him believe Qin Feng's words a little. If the sponsor is really that powerful, then my starting point must be much higher than that of my peers. Most of the handsome boys and beautiful girls in his class are now working as migrant workers in Hongdian. He suppressed his inner excitement and thought seriously. There is no way to confirm whether this person is bragging or not. Life is a gamble. No matter what else, just get on stage first. If the boss can let me be the lead actor in this play, we can sign a contract now, he said firmly. Qin Feng looked at Su Yukai with some embarrassment and asked, Director Su, can this boy be the lead actor? Tell me the truth. Su Yotsai's face lit up with joy. This was the male lead he was most satisfied with at the moment. Of course, he may look a bit effeminate, but makeup can make him look much more mature. Qin Feng said politely, I don't know much about filming, so please don't randomly choose people just because it's my idea. At worst, I can make another one for him. It just so happened that Bai Xing wasn't very good at acting, so she was just the right person to play the silly and sweet female lead with him. Su Yukai said hurriedly, No, his appearance is very suitable for playing the male lead. Producer Yang Mu sang a different tune. I think his style is not suitable for acting. He should participate in variety shows or singing competitions. Seeing how much Han Yanfei admires that actor, she might as well get him into the crew. Later, the 2 of them caused some trouble on the set, causing the boss to get angry and say he wanted to withdraw his investment. Then all his hard work would be in vain. Mr. Yang seems to have plans for him. How about you work part-time as his agent? Qin Feng suggested. Yang Mu was stunned and immediately said with a bitter face, I don't have the resources in this area. If he follows me, he will definitely have fewer opportunities. Qin Feng couldn't hear his euphemistic refusal and said with a smile, It's okay. He doesn't need to take on other variety shows. We can do whatever we want. If we want to take advantage of a celebrity's traffic, we can pay him to come. Qin Feng's words surprised everyone. It's so arrogant that the only thing left is to buy a TV station to broadcast his own TV series. Yang Mu glanced at Qi Hui and sighed. It's better to keep this handsome guy by my side. At least nothing will go wrong under my nose. Otherwise, if such a powerful boss gets angry, he might start a massacre and cause rivers of blood. It would be troublesome if an innocent person like me got hurt. Yang Mu nodded in agreement reluctantly. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Qin Feng encouraged him and said that when Qi Hui became famous, he would definitely earn more than he did now. Yang Mu adjusted his mood and said yes with a smile. Seeing that the male lead had been decided, Qin Feng asked Su Yukai, Director Su, how many actors are going to audition next? Su Yukai touched his head and said uncertainly, There are about 20 more it seems. Qin Feng ordered, Go to the girl first. I'm in a hurry. Su Yukai was stunned for a moment, and the assistant director reacted first and said, Okay. Then he ran to the next door and shouted, You girls come over here and show yourselves first. That auntie doesn't have to go. Everyone looked at Qin Feng with different expressions. The producer and director were not surprised and remained calm. Han Yinfei supported her head with her hands, looking bored. She didn't want her uncle to choose a concubine, but she didn't have the status to stop it. I could only watch listlessly as the assistant director and a dozen girls appeared one by one. A group of beautifully dressed girls stood in front of him, waiting to be admired, commented on, and selected. This picture is still very impactful. Qin Feng knew that as long as he asked, most of these girls would be willing to serve him. But Qin Feng didn't shout, "I want to beat 10 of them." He scanned the area and looked around. I was surprised to find that there was not a single one that scored 90 points. What's going on? The director saw that Qin Feng's expression was not right and explained. Boss Qin, we only have a few female supporting roles left in this drama, so we chose those with more emphasis on acting skills and experience. Qin Feng finally reacted. Han Yinfei is the protagonist, so other actors naturally cannot be too beautiful and steal her limelight. Qin Feng waved his hand imperceptibly, signaling the assistant director to take everyone away. Then he suddenly thought of something and asked, "I've seen other big productions with thousands of casts. Why do we only have so few? We have decided on the main actors first. The other minor roles don't matter. We have a special casting studio and production management team to handle them." Su Yukai patiently explained, "We have also screened these main actors, otherwise there would be too many people to fit in." No wonder. Logically speaking, for such a big drama, there would definitely be many beautiful actresses who would take the initiative to approach me. I didn't see at the scene. It turns out that it was passed. Qin Feng said to himself, so that's how it is. Actors must have submitted their information when looking for roles. I just need to ask the company for the files and look at their photos. Why do I have to come here to join in the fun? He stood up and said to him, "Do you still have the information of those actresses who were not selected by you before? Sort them all out and send them to me." Su Yukai nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Qin. Well, I won't disturb you from working." Qin Feng said as he walked to the door, thought for a moment, and turned to Qi Hui and said, "Do you have a place to stay? Do you want to stay at my place?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. No one expected that the boss had such a wide range of tastes. Even men were not spared. Qi Hui even covered his butt, stammering and unable to speak. Qin Feng saw that the atmosphere was not right and knew that they did not think well of it, so he immediately stated, "Don't think too much. I just bought a few houses and want to use them as dormitories for my employees. Mr. Yang can also come and live here." Yang Mu blushed and said shyly, "Boss, I have hemorrhoids. Chapter 187, if you want to leave, you have to tell me in advance." "Mr. Qin, can I rent a house outside by myself?" Qi Hui said hesitantly, "It's up to you. This is just a benefit. I won't force you to ask for it if you don't want it." Qin Feng didn't care. After saying that, he took Han Yinfei and prepared to go home. Qi Hui hesitated for a while, but finally gritted his teeth and followed. This kind of thing can be avoided on the first day, but not on the 15th day. It has to be faced eventually. If the big boss really has that intention, whether to resist or obey, you have to wait and see before making a decision. When they came downstairs, Qi Hui saw a strong man waiting for them in a Rolls-Royce. He believed what Qin Feng had just said. Anyone who can afford this car must be a big shot. He thought to himself that he should endure it if he could. He carefully sat in the front seat, and after learning that the driver next to him was called Brother Wang, he shouted along. Wang Gang looked at him expressionlessly. Seeing that it was a pale-haired boy, even though she was not happy in her heart, she still smiled stiffly at him. Qi Hui was frightened by this ferocious smile. In an instant, he thought of something bad, and his face became extremely ugly. At this time, the girl sitting in the back row said to him, "With your appearance, you would look good in women's clothes." Qi Hui turned around and shook his hands desperately. No, I absolutely refuse to wear women's clothes." Han Yinfei sighed and said, "It's a pity. If you want to be a big boss in women's clothing, maybe you can attract both men and women. There's absolutely no need for that. I still want to be an upright man." Qi Hui said seriously. This sentence made Wang Gang feel much more pleasing to the eye. Although he is a little pretty, he is still a strong boy. Wang Gang was driving and stretched out his hand and gave him a thumbs up to show encouragement. Looking at the fist as big as a sandbag in front of him, Qi Hui swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, "I can only wear women's clothes once at most." Wang Gang frowned slightly, feeling a little strange, and glanced at him sideways. Qi Hui surrendered immediately and said, "Okay, I'll wear whatever you tell me to wear." Qin Feng saw that something was not right, and quickly came out to save the situation. Play your part well, and don't listen to this girl's nonsense. Han Yinfei argued. I'm not talking nonsense. I'm just providing him with a less competitive path. Qin Feng said calmly. There is no need to resort to those crooked ways. I can still make him famous. Qi Hui's eyes filled with tears, and he said gratefully, Thank you, Mr. Qin. Qin Feng smiled and said, Why thank you? If you really want to thank me, just drink with me tonight. Qi Hui asked weakly, How much do you want to drink? Qin Feng said slowly, Drink as much as you can. Only after he gets drunk can you tell whether a person is truly honest. Qi Hui stared blankly at the scenery outside the car. He didn't know where he would end up, whether it would be the abyss or a meteoric rise. He only knew that after drinking too much, he would most likely be exposed to new things. If this is true, then this huge wealth will never be within my reach. It will be better for me to run away before the contract is signed. The road is not very far. The car drove very smoothly. Before Qi Hui made up his mind, he had already arrived at the rich community. After being watched by 2 rows of security guards, the car entered the community's underground parking lot. He discovered that this huge parking lot was decorated just like a fully furnished house. The floor is paved with granite. The wall pillars are covered with wood grain tiles. The ceiling is suspended, and under the illumination of warm lights, the whole visual sense is filled with a bright and high-end feeling. The key point is that none of the cars parked in other parking spaces is worth less than 800,000. The garages of rich people are really hard to imagine. From here to there, I bought all the more than 40 parking spaces here. If you have a car, you can park it here. Qin Feng got out of the car and patted him on the shoulder and said. Qi Hui was shocked beyond words. Are rich people so generous when buying a parking space? From here to there? What's even more shocking is that the boss actually asked him which floor he liked to live on. How many houses does he have? There are no houses on floors 1 to 4. I'll send you the houses that are currently vacant. You can pick one yourself. Qin Feng operated his phone and sent him the floor plan that was integrated into a picture and said, The house is quite big, about 300 to 400 square meters. If our company grows in number in the future, I will arrange for other male artists to live with you. When Qi Hui heard about the house of 300 or 400 square meters, he was stunned. Is this the staff dormitory? He tremblingly chose a house on the 16th floor. Qin Feng brought him to the 16th floor called Guan Yuxian and processed his fingerprints and keys. Qi Hui pushed open the door and saw a quiet and spacious hall. The lighting design of the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, the magnificent decoration and luxurious and expensive furniture. He was stunned. This house is exactly what he has been striving for in his life. Who would have thought that he could live in it right from the start? This is too arrogant. Are you sure this is where he lives? How is it? It's okay, right? Qin Feng asked with a smile. Qi Hui nodded dully, and his thousands of words of praise merged into one sentence. Awesome. The accommodation conditions alone are better than those of 99 of the current actors. He surrendered completely. Fortunately, he came to take a look. If he missed such a house, he would definitely regret it. See if you need any daily necessities and go buy them yourself. Then take a rest for a while. I'll invite you for a barbecue in the evening. Okay. Thank you, boss. Qi Hui bowed repeatedly. Qin Feng waved his hand, leaving Qi Hui, who was looking around. Took Han Yinfei back to her 18th floor. After closing the door, Qin Feng sat on the sofa and typed back to the message. Fuya asked if he was free tomorrow, saying that he missed him. Tomorrow is Saturday, and Qin Feng had planned to find Zhong Wanwan to cultivate their relationship. Since he misses him, of course she has to coax the younger one first. Uncle, are you tired? Let Fei Fei massage your shoulders. Han Yinfei had a great time acting opposite the director on the set today. She never thought that one day she would be able to make the final decision on who would be the leading actor. In order to be able to act arbitrarily on the set in the future, she must first please the biggest boss. No need, go back and read the script and recite your lines, Qin Feng said calmly. Han Yinfei felt that Qin Feng's attitude was not right, so she ran in front of him, squatted down, and looked at his expression curiously. Are you angry? No. Obviously, there is. Han Yinfei hugged his hand and said coquettishly, Don't be angry. She swayed for a while, and saw that Qin Feng remained unmoved no matter how she twisted her body or acted coquettishly. Han Yinfei felt a sense of crisis. Uncle, are you angry because I didn't listen to you? Although Qin Feng likes this girl's quirky and straightforward mind, but there is no sense of boundaries at all, which makes people feel a little uneasy. Fei Fei, I said I would give you freedom. If you want to leave me one day and find your own happiness, please tell me in advance. I will support you. Han Yanfei widened her eyes and looked at Qin Feng in astonishment. There was a hint of indifference in his calm eyes. This man means business. She panicked instantly. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she said aggrievedly, "Uncle, just tell me what I did wrong. Is it necessary to get serious?" Qin Feng rubbed her head and said softly, "Don't cry. I'm just making it clear to you. You didn't do anything wrong." "Really? You don't mean to leave me?" "No, I won't leave you." Han Yanfei wiped her eyes, threw herself into Qin Feng's arms, and muttered, "I'm scared to death. The uncle is so annoying." Qin Feng's words just now frightened her so much that she trembled with fear. She had just begun to have some hope and some trust in men. I didn't expect him to say he wanted to leave. The man's departure means she has to go back to the way things were before. She was fed up with her old life and would rather die than go back. Chapter 188. I haven't seen it before. I'm very curious. On the sofa, the two stopped talking, and the girl's little face rubbed against the boy's neck unconsciously, like seeking some comfort. She was wearing a very cute suspender fluffy skirt today. The neckline was very open, and the hem only reached the middle of her thighs, making her bare thighs particularly eye-catching. Qin Feng looked down from above and saw full of justice. Smelling the fragrance of the girl's hair and feeling the soft body of the girl next to her, he suddenly wasn't so angry anymore. "Uncle, were you jealous just now?" Han Yanfei asked. "A little bit," Qin Feng admitted generously. It turns out that uncle likes me too?" Han Yanfei raised her head, with joy in her bright eyes. "This is called caring," Qin Feng defended. "TSK, you just like me, pretending." Han Yanfei snorted, then blinked her eyes and looked at Qin Feng and said, "Uncle, please let me kiss you." "Why?" Qin Feng asked. "No reason. I want to kiss you. You're not allowed to hit me." After Han Yanfei finished speaking, she closed her eyes and pouted her lips and moved closer. Soon, she kissed two pieces of warm skin, a bit hard to the touch. When I opened my eyes, I saw the man smiling with two fingers covering his mouth. Han Yanfei was so angry that she twisted her body to take the annoying hand away. In order to exert better force, he knelt down and sat up. Young girls are particularly attractive. Qin Feng didn't want to get out of hand. In order to make her calm down, he raised his hand and gently patted the girl's back. "Stop making trouble and sit still." Han Yanfei was so angry that she punched him in the chest with her fist. "Really? You're obviously moved, so why are you still holding back?" She could feel his impulse. This man fulfilled all her fantasies about men. She likes it very much and is willing to repay this man with her body. "I want to wait until you really like me." In order to prevent himself from getting out of control, Qin Feng took her off his body and placed her on the sofa next to him. Holding her hand, he said gently, "I know you were scared. I have experienced the feeling of being alone, so I am willing to give you more time. I will tolerate you, love you, and indulge you. Like I just said, if you find your own happiness, I will let you go and give you freedom." Han Yanfei didn't say a lot of dirty words this time like she did last time. Instead, he looked up at Qin Feng in a daze, unable to speak a word. This time, she believed what the other party said a little bit. "Au système prompt, Han Yanfei's favorabilité plus femme." The first time Qin Feng saw her being silly, he thought she was very cute. He smiled and pinched her face, saying, "You deliberately made me angry today, trying to provoke me to eat you, right?" Han Yanfei was startled and came back to her senses. He lowered his head so that Qin Feng could not see his expression. In fact, she just saw the handsome guy and her brain suddenly jumped, and she couldn't help but take a few more glances. He didn't mean to provoke him at all. Later, I just talked about the matter objectively and felt that the director had a problem, so I took advantage of the fact that someone was behind me to say a few words to him. At this moment, Han Yanfei rolled her eyes around and thought carefully. She felt that it would be better to admit it. So she said shyly, "I just want to test whether the uncle likes me too." Qin Feng smiled and said, "Don't do this again in the future. I will really get angry." Han Yanfei said seriously, "Well, don't worry. I will poke my eyes out when I look at other handsome guys next time." Qin Feng was stunned and said awkwardly, You don't have to do this. You still have to film." "No, I am yours in life and in death. How can I look at other men?" Seeing the little girl's remorseful expression, Qin Feng was deeply moved. He slapped her on the head again, causing her to hold her head with her hands. "If you do it again, I'll kick you out. When I'm with this girl, I don't feel as moved as I do with other women." A heartless optimist. Of course, if you don't have any ulterior motives, it's still very happy to get along with such a girl. Qin Feng decided to let things take their course and no longer say false love words to her just to gain her favor. But who knew that the other party would become so sentimental? Uncle, you can rest assured. You spent 2 million to redeem me and spent so much money to help me get back on my feet. My life has long been yours. It was unclear whether the girl was injured or was acting. Hold the man's hand, look him straight in the eyes, and say affectionately, "According to the original trajectory, my future would have been a dead end. It was you who saved me and gave me a new life. So whether you want to play with my feelings or my body, I am willing to be your toy." Qin Feng was stunned. It turns out that the girl is so vigilant. Did she always think that I was playing with her? How could I play with her? Before Qin Feng could figure out how to defend himself, he saw the girl's beautiful face approaching him. "I only belong to you in this life." He didn't have time to say anything. The next second, he tasted the girl's lips. Very soft, moist and sweet. The girl was like a blooming flower, making him intoxicated and unable to extricate himself. He couldn't help but put his hand on the girl's cheek, and in the silent embrace, he gradually took the initiative. A long time, the girl with confused eyes asked why. The man panted and held down her naughty little hand. Now is not the time. Night falls and the lights come on. Opposite the Lianhu New City community, there's a barbecue restaurant that does good business, with many tables and chairs placed in the aisle at the entrance. A man who was a little too handsome was sitting on one of the chairs. The girls passing by kept looking back. He looks like a celebrity. So handsome, isn't he? Are there really such handsome men in real life? His eyes are so sad. It makes me feel sad. Please, help me get his WeChat, husband. There were many bold girls among them who ran over, sat next to him, and chatted with him. "I need the number and WeChat." At this time, the man would put up a sign with words on it. "I'm deaf and dumb. It is not convenient for me to add WeChat. Thank you." This person is Chi Hui, and he carries this sign with him every day. Compared with other means of rejection, the excuse of being deaf and dumb might be a good way to get some money. Generally, girls who come over to chat up will shyly throw down $12 in cash or scan the QR code on the sign. Not very lucky today. After he raised the sign 5 times, not a single girl left any money. "Where's the wealthy area? Why are you so stingy?" He complained silently in his heart. Meanwhile, wait quietly. Soon, the boss came over with her woman. For some reason, the woman changed her clothes. Chapter 189, he is so beautiful, I want to rush. Qin Feng could drink a lot now. You can drink white wine as beer. He first forced Chi Hui to drink 3 glasses of white wine, and then persuaded him to drink beer. Get him drunk quickly. Seeing that the tall and strong man didn't come, Chi Hui just started drinking. Under Qin Feng's skillful rhetoric, he told him all his experiences in detail. His parents are divorced, and each has their own family. His academic performance was average, but he conquered the art exam teacher with his good looks and was admitted to a prestigious university. He has a weak personality. He was too good-looking when he was a child and was rejected by boys, so he hung out with girls all day long. It was not until he accidentally made a mistake in high school and almost caused a death that he started to keep his distance from girls. From then on, he no longer loved men or women and only thought about getting ahead. Qin Feng was his first boss. In order to show off in front of the boss, he was drunk and started playing and singing on a guitar he had borrowed from somewhere in front of the barbecue restaurant, attracting everyone's attention. Blue Thoughts waved to me and said that the 4 seasons will never change. In just 1 season, we are back to the past that summer blown by the wind. His singing voice is very gentle, which reminds people of that time. Qin Feng even got goosebumps when he was sung like this. It was really too corny to be sung to by a boy like this. If he were in another story, he would definitely be the protagonist. Unfortunately, here, an angry guest threw a bottle of wine at me. "Sing your mother's song, go back home and sing." There were 5 or 6 shirtless gangsters at the table, and they looked like they were not someone you want to mess with. Chiwi got scared and stopped singing. No one in the audience spoke up for him. Only Qin Feng stood up and threw a bottle of beer in front of the other party. "If you don't want to sing, then don't sing. Why are you yelling so loudly?" Han Yinfei covered her mouth and chuckled. Being next to a man who felt extremely safe, she found the provocations from those people very interesting. She was expecting Qin Feng to show off his skills and teach them a lesson. But unfortunately, the people on the opposite sides have high IQs and are relatively rational. Seeing that Qin Feng was not someone to be trifled with, the friends of the man who threw the bottle did not dare to act rashly. The people in this area are either rich or noble, and they cannot afford to take responsibility if something goes wrong. A peacemaker stood up and apologized to Qin Feng. Dude, I'm sorry, he's drunk. You guys continue. At this time, the owner of the barbecue restaurant also rushed out, and both sides drank a round of wine to resolve the situation. This is just a small episode. Qin Feng didn't care, but Chihui kept it in mind. He looked at Qin Feng with admiration. He was very envious of this fearless and confident aura. He also wants to be such a man. Unfortunately, I am too weak and lack confidence, so I've almost no male friends. The only one who covets his beauty. This made him a little desperate. He drank a little too much and said with drunken eyes, Boss Qin, thank you for your support. From now on, I will be yours. I will do whatever you want me to do. Just act well for me. It can also be regarded as fighting for your own career and goals. Qin Feng originally wanted to joke and say, I want you to eat shit. Do you want to eat it? But then he thought that no matter which answer the other party gave, it would not be the answer he wanted. After all, I am his boss now, and it is impossible for me to joke with him as casually as I would with ordinary friends. I can only say these high-sounding words. Then, seeing that he had almost finished drinking, he called the boss to settle the bill and prepare to leave. Can you still walk? I can. Chihui stood up shakily, and before he took 2 steps, he sat down on the ground. Forget it. I'll just sleep here. Qin Feng was stunned when he saw that he was about to lie down on the ground after he finished speaking. Men who are drunk can really let go. You can sleep on the street. Han Yanfei drank a bottle of beer and watched the fun from his side. Congratulations, uncle. You will soon be able to marry a beautiful girl. The little girl's teasing made Qin Feng give up the idea of carrying that handsome guy back. He took out his cell phone and ordered takeout. The note read, 2 strong men, come and carry the person, 200 each. The delivery guy came very quickly. The 2 men lifted the man on the ground easily. Later I found that carrying it was very tiring and it was better for one person to carry it. So the 2 of them took turns carrying him and walked towards their destination, which was not far away. Chi Hui vaguely felt someone touching him, and the action was particularly forceful. He was a little panicked and struggled to refuse, but he was too sleepy to open his eyes. Faintly, I heard a conversation between 2 people. Fuck, is this a man or a woman? They are so pretty. There's an Adam's apple, a man. Damn it, I didn't expect that he's such a handsome guy. If it was a beautiful woman, it would be your turn to carry her on your back. I hate this kind of sissy the most. Shoo, keep your voice down. The people living here are wealthy. Don't be mean. Night. In another luxurious villa. After the passion, Feng Jiajun lay flat on the bed, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. What's wrong with you today? It's only been a short while. Sister Hua dragged her 200-pound body and wanted to turn over and continue. Feng Jiajun fought back desperately. I feel bad when I think about the end of the show, and I have no motivation. Sister Hua coaxed. What's the big deal? At worst, I can find you another crew. Be good and listen. Feng Jiajun is almost exhausted. In order to divert the woman's attention, he hurriedly said, I'm not just angry about this. When that rich second generation was against me before, I told him your name, and he mocked you and said some unpleasant things. Sister Hua's curiosity was successfully aroused, and she cared a lot about people saying bad things about her. What did he say? He said, you are a dead fat pig, with 3 layers of swimming rings hanging on your belly. The oil on your face can be scraped off to cook, and I can smell your body odor from a long distance away. That's enough. Sister Hua lost all interest, and her eyes were filled with rage. He really said that? It's absolutely true. What you said was very harsh, and your tone was extremely arrogant. You are not taken seriously at all. Anyway, the crew has disbanded, so she won't go to verify it. In order to escape being crushed, Feng Jiajun spoke with details and conviction. Sister Hua was so angry that her face was trembling. She picked up her phone and dialed a number regardless of a late hour. How was the investigation of the rich second generation surnamed Qin last time? What does his family do? The person on the other end of the phone hesitated for a long time before answering. His parents are not big shots, but he does own 2 properties. He recently set up a media company and signed 2 artists. One is Han Yanfei, and the other is an unknown anchor. It is said that they're going to spend $300 million to promote Han Yanfei. I don't know if it is true. I guess she just made some money and wants to develop in the entertainment industry. Hearing him say this, Sister Hua sneered. How dare an outsider enter the entertainment industry? He really doesn't take himself seriously. It's not so easy to make it in the entertainment industry. Have someone contact Han Yinfei's parents and tell them that their daughter now has 300 million yuan. Then give me the female anchor's contact information. She wants to let the other party know that if you don't understand the entertainment industry, the more money you spend, the greater the loss. Chapter 190, Raising a Child is a Headache. Qin Feng didn't know that his company had already been targeted before it even started. He doesn't take care of things, so he doesn't have much affection for the company. It seems that just by saying one sentence to Chiu Lily, a company was established. You won't feel sorry for what you get cheaply. He didn't feel anything at all and didn't care whether the company would lose money or not. Anyway, the more you lose, the more money you have to spend on girls. Han Yinfei now has more than 601 million. The favorability is 70. Wait until the cashback comes, and you'll be so happy. It seems that it is easier to increase this girl's favorability when she is on the set. Qin Feng wanted her to start filming as soon as possible, so he asked the director when it would start. The director said that it would take about a week to select the cast, rent the venue, build the scene, buy costumes and props, and other miscellaneous tasks. It is expected to take another half a month to start filming. For such a large-scale production, the initial stage was completed in less than a month, which is quite fast. The casting process for some dramas with an investment of tens of millions of dollars can be delayed for 3 to 5 months. But Qin Feng was still not satisfied and asked the director to speed up. If the money was not enough, he would add another 200 million. This sentence made the director very excited. He seemed to have obtained an imperial sword. After hanging up the phone, he ran to ask Mr. Chiu for money. Chiu Lily knew Qin Feng's impatience, so she sighed helplessly and started spending money to buy time. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Qin Feng spent a long time in the room trying to get rid of Han Yinfei. The girl cried and shouted that if he wanted to go out to pick up girls, she could be his wingman and said she would never hold him back. Qin Feng didn't believe a word of it. How could a girl with such a sharp tongue resist complaining and sabotaging others? Besides, even though Fuya allowed himself to find girls outside, it was too disrespectful to bring her over openly. Maybe he would even lead Yi astray and snatch snacks from her. Qin Feng didn't want his sister to be angry, so he hurried into the car. Han Yinfei was so devoted in her performance that she chased him into the underground parking lot, crying, "Father, don't leave." Qin Feng got into the car and squinted at her. "You're itching again, aren't you?" The little girl was obviously scared. She stopped clinging to the car window and backed away to a safe distance. He asked eagerly, "When will you be back?" "I don't know, maybe in 2 days." Qin Feng was a little annoyed by the little girl's attention these days and wanted to find Fuya to relax. "Will we meet again, uncle? When we say goodbye, you have to be happy, okay? Be happy. It doesn't matter if I'm no longer in your world. You have to be happy on your own. Uncle, how can I live without you?" From the rearview mirror, I saw the girl run after the car for 2 steps. Qin Feng resisted the urge to stop the car and beat the guy up. This damn girl is a little too eccentric. It's hard to imagine if she were to live with me in the future and whether she would cause chaos at home. I think my gentle sister wouldn't be able to stand this one. All the way to Fuya's community. I took the elevator to her house and opened the door. I saw Yi, who was sitting on the sofa, cheered and jumped up when she saw me. "Uncle, you're back." Qin Feng smiled, squatted down, opened his arms, and picked up the little girl who rushed towards him. "Has he been well behaved recently?" "Be good." Yi dragged out the word and called out with a smile. Qin Feng was about to praise her for being sensible, but Fuya in the kitchen said, "Don't listen to her nonsense. Her teacher said yesterday that she beat a fat kid and made him cry again." Qin Feng looked at Yi in surprise. He didn't expect that she could beat the little fat boy to tears. Why did he beat others? Sun Haoshuan grabbed Chun Kursen's hair. Yi thought it was wrong, so she grabbed Sun Haoshuan's hair. The little girl explained the whole story in a baby voice. Basically, she beat up a bully. This is a bit difficult to comment on. Qin Feng didn't know whether he should teach her not to meddle in other people's business. She is just a little girl, and if she meddles in other people's affairs, it will easily bring disaster upon herself. She should develop a brave character, because when she grows up, those school bullies might harm her. Qin Feng didn't want her to be a hero, but at the same time, he felt that she was doing the right thing. So many tragedies happen because no one helps the bullied children. If someone had spoken up to stop it, none of this would have happened. Looking at the little girl's innocent big eyes, Qin Feng walked over, opened the kitchen door, and asked her mother for help. "Sister, how do you handle this?" Fuya was wearing a pair of blue and white striped home pajamas. The hem of the clothes was neither too long nor too short, just enough to cover her key parts. The lower body is a pair of loose shorts, revealing her long white legs. She was frying chicken nuggets with her back to Chin Feng. The kitchen was filled with aroma. I told her to do things within her ability and not to do things beyond her capabilities. If she has any problems, she should tell the teacher. Fuya turned around and said with a smile, but I guess she didn't understand, so I only said the last sentence. Her daughter's safety is above all else, and she doesn't want her daughter to come into harm's way. As for school violence, it is best if you have the ability to stop it, but if you don't put pressure on yourself. After all, it's not you who made the mistake, and it's not you who should take responsibility. The best thing a student should do is to run and tell the teacher. Chin Feng looked at the beautiful Fuya and nodded secretly. I believe most parents educate their children in this way. But Chin Feng didn't intend to do that. The world needs good people after all. He said to Yi did the right thing. If you encounter something like this next time, feel free to beat him up. Your uncle will support you. Yeah, I knew that my uncle is the best to me. Yi sat on Chin Feng's arm and shouted with joy. Brother, it's easy for her to get into trouble, Fuya said worriedly. Don't be afraid. Give me some time. I will give her an absolutely reliable bodyguard to protect her 24 hours a day. Chin Feng stared at Fuya and said gently, with a bodyguard, everything is easy. At least the little girl won't be bullied. And as the number of people he cared about increased, Chin Feng found that he simply couldn't take care of them all by himself. Not only does his own company need security, but Han Yinfei, this big trouble, also needs protection. In addition, Zhong Wanwan, who is now holding her head high and chest puffed out, must be surrounded by a circle of flies. It would be troublesome if someone was brave enough to bully her. So the first priority now is to get Fuya's reward. If you have 10 cyborg bodyguards at the Soldier King level, you don't have to worry about those troublesome accidents. Chin Feng looked at Fuya with a determined look. In the next few days, I must find a way to win over this easy-to-talk sister. Fuya saw Chin Feng's determined look and sighed. You are her elder. You have the final say. Chin Feng felt a little strange when he heard the word adult, but he didn't think too much about it. Fuya asked, have you had breakfast? Chin Feng replied, I ate a few buns, but I'm not full. Then I'll have a little more food, some soy milk that I squeezed myself, and some toast with eggs and bacon. Fuya said as she laid out the breakfast one by one. Then he sat on the chair, crossed his legs naturally, and greeted Chin Feng with a smile. Looking at the plump, white legs overlapping each other, Chin Feng's appetite was aroused. Unfortunately, he was holding a troublesome little goblin in his arms, so he couldn't experience the mystery of the leg. Uncle, do you like toast? Why do you ask? Because E likes to eat fried eggs with meat. The little girl blinked and looked at Chin Feng expectantly. Chapter 191, Unrequited Love. Zhong Wanwan was sitting in a library reading a book. He was still wearing the same yellow cartoon t-shirt. The loose and baggy trousers completely covered her beautiful legs. It looks pretty much the same as before. She was still not used to wearing those beautiful dresses, and every time she did, many people came to disturb her. The boys in her class used various methods to get her contact information, while the girls were amazed at her changes and came to ask her how she could suddenly become beautiful. She was embarrassed to refuse and didn't know how to answer. Every time he kept his head down and didn't say anything, the atmosphere became very awkward. Over time, everyone began to dislike this arrogant girl. There were rumors in the class that she was being kept by someone. Some people also testified that they saw her getting into a Rolls Royce. When the boys from other classes came to chat with her and saw the watch worth more than 200,000 yuan, I thought she was a rich girl, so I pestered her even more vigorously. Some of them even said they were willing to drink her foot washing water. Finding it so troublesome to wear beautiful clothes, she silently put on her old clothes again. When there were many people around, she continued to walk with her head down in order not to attract attention. Only in a safe place like the library did he dare to raise his head as Chin Feng requested. She was a little absent-minded while reading today. It's all about my eyes seeing, but my brain is thinking about man. Do you want to send a message to your brother? Will it disturb his work? Is his stomach problem better? She took out her cell phone hesitantly, typed a few words, and sent it. Brother, I miss you. And the scumbag Chin Feng, whom she had been thinking about day and night, was now taking the big and small ones on a small roller coaster. He was laughing so happily that he didn't pay any attention to the WeChat notifications on his phone. This place was recommended by Sister Chio, a large parent-child amusement park in Jiangxing. The price is not expensive, only a few dollars. The fun is when you are alone, and there are children everywhere. A group of children together can have a lot of fun, even if there is nothing on the playground. What's more, there are many projects here. A large rainbow slide, autumn fun, jungle adventure, a crappy roller coaster, bumper cars, gunfire, bouncing clouds, and various slides. The 5,000 square meter playground is a place where not only children but adults can have fun as well. Young mothers are everywhere. If it weren't for Qin Feng would never have thought of coming to such a place to play. He had a lot of fun and the smile on her face never stopped. Qin Feng wanted to take them to Disneyland. He had money now. I want to go and see what Disney looks like, as everyone says, don't come to Disneyland if you don't have money. How much more expensive can things get? Can it really sell its grilled sausage for 40 yuan a piece and its ice cream for 80 yuan a piece? Qin Feng didn't believe these rumors and wanted to go and see for himself what was going on. But Shifuya stopped him. She said that kind of place is for adults and children don't care so much. There are so many fun places and she doesn't want to squeeze with people. She also said that compared to those unfamiliar cartoon characters, Yi prefers the little snowman in Mishua Ice City or the little frog brother selling cubs in the mall. Qin Feng sincerely felt that Shifuya was virtuous and sensible. With such a cute little Yi, the mother and daughter are so cute together. Sister, I'm so lucky to meet a woman as good as you. Shifuya was holding Qin Feng's hand and walking slowly behind him. In front, Wang Gang was like a bear chasing the little rabbit that was running, jumping, and laughing nonstop. The picture looks particularly warm. I am lucky. I didn't expect to meet your brother in a bar. She wore sunglasses, bright lipstick, a khaki tube top dress, and a thin white jacket, looking like a hot mom. Seeing that he was so easy to talk to, Qin Feng couldn't hold it in anymore. He took a deep breath and said sincerely, Sister, I want to ask you a favor. Shifuya then turned around and looked at him curiously, and found that his expression was not right. Looks a bit embarrassed. Her face turned red and she whispered, Not here. Let's talk about it when we get back. Qin Feng was shocked and asked, Do you think your brother is a beast? Do you think about that all day long? Shifuya looked apologetic. I'm sorry, I was mistaken. Qin Feng interrupted loudly. Yes, I am such a beast. Shifuya. Hey, just kidding. I just want to know, under what circumstances would I truly fall in love with someone? Qin Feng didn't know what she wanted, so he asked this question. It took too long for her to get pregnant and have a baby. He wanted to do it quickly. Do you really like someone? Shifuya smiled faintly and said, I'm past the age of liking someone. Now as long as you and E are safe and happy, I'll be content. Don't you have something you want? I'm already happier than most people, and I dare not ask for more. Qin Feng was at a loss as to where to start. This kind of Buddhist personality really seems to have nothing in mind. I think Xia Ting is better. One house and one ring will do the job. After that, she went shopping wherever she wanted. She bought a kitten and a puppy yesterday, plus pet food and sundries, spending a total of more than 50,000 yuan. Today she said she was going shopping with her bestie and saw a bag she liked that cost 88,000 yuan. I don't know if she can last half a year if I give her the 5 million. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of them, Qin Feng had no choice but to cheer himself up and continue to play with a mother and daughter. They came to an ocean ball castle park. He and Shifuya sat outside under a parasol to rest, while Yi was inside playing with a group of other kids. It's a pity that adults can't enter this kind of amusement facility. Shifuya was talking about some trivial matters in life and the future development of Yi. She wanted to send Yi to learn piano, hoping that this wild girl would calm down and learn to be more dignified and elegant. I've asked around, and offline training costs 100 yuan per lesson. Online training is much cheaper, and there are many teachers to choose from. You don't have to run around, but you have to buy a piano, which costs tens of thousands. Raising children is quite expensive. It would be very stressful for an average family to set up an interest class. Some competitive parents even require their children to take several interest classes. He brags to everyone that his children can do taekwondo, calligraphy, painting, violin, and programming. I don't know if it's useful or not, but anyway, I give my children everything they like that they didn't have the chance to learn when they were young, no matter whether the children like it or not. If he likes it, I will ask a famous teacher to come to your home to teach you, buy you a better piano, and build a big house for you. Your original one is too small. Qin Feng made the arrangements calmly. Where's the best place to buy a house? Shifuya did not refuse to buy a house for Yi. Do you want a villa or a large flat? Let's go to a villa. If something happens in a high-rise building, it's not easy to escape. Then do you want to live next to Xiating? Qin Feng said with a smile. Fuya glanced at him and was about to answer. Suddenly, a beautifully dressed woman came over. With big wavy golden hair, she looks very unique. Wow, you're Louis's mother, right? What a coincidence, meeting you here. The woman was quite pretty, but when I got closer I noticed that the makeup on her face was a little thick. Qin Feng opened the scan and saw that the woman was 32 years old, had a charm score of 79, and her name was Geng Mingxia. I think before she turned 30, she should have been an 80-point beauty. Chapter 192. Madam, you don't want your husband to know, right? You are Sun Haoshuan's mother, right? I'm so sorry that I haven't apologized to you for what happened yesterday. Fuya had a good memory and recognized the other person's identity. She stood up politely and said with a smile. Sun Haoshuan's mother waved her hand casually and said with a smile. It's normal for children to fight and quarrel. Don't take it seriously. That little brat is quite naughty and willful. He is used to being lawless at home, and no one is watching him. As she spoke, she walked to Fuya naturally, took her hand, and looked at Qin Feng. Is this Yi's father? I haven't seen him in kindergarten. He looks so young. Qin Feng stood up politely and stretched out his hand. Hello, I'm Yi's stepfather. My last name is Qin. His graceful self-introduction made Fuya look at him involuntarily. There was a gentle smile in the man's eyes, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. For some reason, Fuya felt a little happy when she was addressed as her stepfather. Boss Qin is a handsome man, and he and Yi's mother are a perfect match. Geng Mingxia sat next to Fuya and praised Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled and said a few polite words. She chatted with Fuya about her child's situation in kindergarten. But his eyes would occasionally glance at Qin Feng and the tall man standing behind Qin Feng. You can tell whether a person is rich or not by looking at his temperament. Qin Feng is a leisurely and carefree person with a calm and casual demeanor, which is something that ordinary people who are bent down by life would not have. No matter how relaxed they are, there will always be a nerve in their brain that is tense. Be ready to return to work at any time. Geng Mingxia, who is in his 30s, has met some people. He can see that Qin Feng is really relaxed. Coupled with the man behind him, she had to lower her attitude a little in front of Fuya. I wonder what business boss Qin is in. When adults talk about things, they often end up talking about money in every 3 sentences. Either work or house, car and kids. Qin Feng didn't like such questions, as he always felt like he was being spied on. He said calmly, I don't do any business. I just eat at home. Haha, boss Qin is really humorous. Faced with Qin Feng's honest words, Geng Mingxia was stunned for 2 seconds before she continued with a smile. At this time, her little fat son also entered the ocean playground and played behind Yi. Yi would get angry at him from time to time, but he would just smile foolishly. Qin Feng looked at the smiling face of the little fat boy, as if he saw the birth of a licking dog. I'm not lying to you. My wife now runs a bar and makes hundreds of thousands of dollars a day. Why would I need to run any other business? Qin Feng felt it necessary to praise Fuya to make her feel better. But he didn't expect to get Fuya's helpless look in return. Really? It turns out Yi's mother is a wealthy woman. Haha. Geng Mingxia didn't believe it at all and thought it was a joke. She laughed in a flamboyant way. Fuya didn't explain anything. It was very troublesome to explain in front of outsiders. Since men like to say this, let them say it as they like. By the way, why didn't your husband come? Qin Feng asked curiously. Don't mention it. My husband is a novelist. He spends a whole day typing on the computer. He's said to be a freelancer, but in fact he's not free at all. He doesn't even have time to go out, Geng Mingxia complained. Oh, Qin Feng became interested in the writer and asked, what masterpieces has he written? I'll go read them. As a man who has read tens of thousands of novels, he is very curious about the existence of such creatures as authors in real life. Geng Mingxia pointed her index finger at her head, thought hard for a while, and then came up with this. What was his previous work called? Rebirth. Don't bully the poor young man. Qin Feng nodded, approving of the name. Most of the young men didn't have much money. He is currently writing Rebirth. Don't despise the middle-aged poor. Qin Feng. Boy, this title is kind of sad. Later I will write, Don't despise the poor old man, and finally end with Death is the greatest thing as the final chapter. I feel depressed just by reading the title of the book. Does he make a lot? It's just like that. Just like working, I make a few thousand yuan a month, just enough to make ends meet. It's okay. It will definitely get better with accumulation. Fuya comforted. Fuck it, I want to leave. Gung Mingxia sighed and continued. I'm not complaining. It's just that he spends all day typing and has no time to spend with me and my son. He can't help with anything at home. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have married him. While she was nagging, Qin Feng searched for these two books on Fanxia. The first one looks like a standard campus romance story about a boy's fantasy of being liked by his deskmate. The number of readers is appalling. There are only a dozen or so comments, and the book has 500,000 words. It couldn't be a bigger failure. The second book has good data, so I click it to take a look. Good job. It's so colorful. Qin Feng read a few chapters with great interest and found it quite addictive. The protagonist can read minds and deal with all kinds of beautiful women. The opening scene is about threatening the beautiful boss in the office. You don't want your husband to know about what happened between you and your boss, right? I also know that you took kickbacks and embezzled the company's money. The boss knows what will happen without me saying anything, right? If you obey me, I might be able to let you earn more. The next 10 chapters of stories happen between the two in the office. A total of tens of thousands of words. It's so vulgar and makes people very angry. Qin Feng felt it necessary to go back and criticize slowly. Now he gets up in the morning and sits there pulling his hair. He doesn't care when the child is bullied outside. I have quarreled with him several times, and he still blames me for not caring about him. Gung Mingxiao was still complaining to herself. At this moment, a loud cry was heard. In the ocean arena, a little fat boy was lying on the ground, crying loudly with snot running from his nose. A pretty little girl stood in front of him, looking angry. Gung Mingxiao was startled and ran up quickly. Baby, what's wrong? What's wrong? The fat boy cried even harder when he saw that someone was backing him up. He didn't want to play with me and even hit me. Qin Feng also followed, picked up Yi, and asked softly, What's wrong? Are you bullying others again? The little girl pouted and said, dissatisfiedly, Son Haoshuan pulled my clothes. So you hit him? I just pushed him and he fell down by himself. The little girl didn't blink and her expression was very innocent. Qin Feng thought it was no big deal and was about to go and apologize. But the little fat boy shouted, Liar, you just kicked me and hit me in the face. Qin Feng stared into the little girl's eyes and scolded softly. Yi, don't lie. Did you hit him? Yi lowered her head, her eyes flickering. It looked like a fight had taken place, and Qin Feng felt a little angry that she had lied. Chapter 193, I Want to Be Your Dad. Yi. Qin Feng's face darkened slightly, as if he was about to get angry. Seeing this, Shifuya opened her mouth, wanting to say something but stopping herself. I want to persuade him, but I don't know how to start. It is wrong to hit people. Qin Feng is educating his daughter on his behalf, so he should be happy. However, she felt very uneasy about entrusting the care of her most important baby to someone else. I was afraid that he would get angry and scold Yi until she cried. She wanted to educate Yi herself, but thinking that Qin Feng would be Yi's father in the future. She swallowed her words again and looked at her precious daughter with worry. The little girl sat on Qin Feng's arm, with her head drooping and her mouth pouting in grievance. She looks scared and pitiful, and she starts to cry if she doesn't agree with anything. Yi, do you know why I am angry? Qin Feng said seriously. Yikikai said, Because I hit other kids. A 5-year-old child actually already understands a lot of things. They know right from wrong. Adults who say that children are young and ignorant are often ignorant themselves. No, you pulled your clothes first. You can do it. Your uncle supports you to do so. Qin Feng thought of something and added, Just don't do it yourself when you grow up. I'm afraid the person being beaten will think it's a reward. Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. This was not what she had imagined. She thought her uncle would teach her a lesson and scold her. I never expected that he would support her. She was very happy and felt that her uncle was the best to her. But if it wasn't because of beating someone, then what was the reason? She suddenly became curious. Then why is uncle angry? Qin Feng raised a finger and said seriously, You lied to me. I don't like children who lie. He wanted to argue that she used her feet to help because her hands could not push it open. But seeing her uncle's serious expression, she still admitted her mistake. Uncle, I'm sorry. Yi won't lie anymore. Qin Feng smiled. My daughter is so good. She has an impeccable attitude when admitting her mistakes, no matter whether she is sincere or not. At least she never argues when I am angry. Then I looked at the little fat boy who was throwing a tantrum and rolling on the ground and couldn't be coaxed. Qin Feng felt that he should think carefully before having a son in the future. Shifuya didn't expect that he would teach Yi like this. This is clearly beating. How can we tolerate it like this? She walked over and said to Yi, apologize to little son Haoshuan first. Yi looked unwilling, thinking that he was the one who provoked her first, so she took action. Do people who cry have more reason? She looked at her uncle. If her uncle, who supported her, also asked her to apologize, then she would apologize. Yi, you don't have to apologize. Although hitting someone is wrong, you are acting in self-defense. Your uncle supports you, Qin Feng said lovingly. This instantly made the little girl feel better, and her voice became sweeter. My uncle is so nice. Shifuya was a little embarrassed. It would be hard to explain to the mother. After all, I hit her child. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and said softly, this is a matter between adults. At this time, the little fat boy couldn't wait for the little girl's apology and started crying again. Seeing that he was not seriously injured, his mother Gung Mingxia scolded him. Cry, cry, cry. All you do is cry. You're as useless as your father. You're being bullied by a little girl. This time, her son cried even louder. Qin Feng couldn't bear to see the pitiful look on the child's face, so he said, I'm really sorry. The child is still young and doesn't understand. I apologize to you on behalf of my daughter. Usually when two children have a fight, if nothing serious happens, the adults will just apologize to each other and everything will be fine. But Gung Mingxia felt inexplicably sad. The stepfather someone found for the child is handsome and gentle and has bodyguards following him. When something goes wrong with the child, he becomes as nervous as if it were his own daughter. Caring care, gentle education. The key is to be confident and determined not to let the child suffer any grievances. Looking at his own side, the child was bullied and his father was not there. With a husband like this, she wants to divorce him and find another one. Qin Feng felt embarrassed when he saw the resentful look of the woman in front of him. Don't worry, Miss Gung. I will give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. After saying that, he put Yi down, squatted down, and said to the little fat boy lying on the ground with a smile, Don't cry, little boy. Uncle will buy you Transformers and Ultraman, okay? Faced with Qin Feng's kindness, the little fat boy didn't appreciate it at all and continued to cry. Well, tell your uncle what you want, and I'll fulfill a small wish of yours. How about that? Qin Feng still said in a kind voice. When the little boy heard that his wish had come true, he slowly stopped talking. Turning around and seeing the proud Yi, he immediately raised his voice. I want Yi to play with me. Qin Feng's forehead was filled with black lines. Fatty, you're courting death. Do you think you can touch my Yi? Also, didn't this fat guy just get beaten by Yi? Why doesn't he learn his lesson? I didn't expect that he is a professional bootlicker at such a young age. Qin Feng shook his head. This child was beyond saving. He ignored the little brat anymore. He stood up decisively, took Yi's hand, and smiled apologetically at Gung Mingxia. I'm so sorry. I have to take the child away first. I'll give you a surprise later. My child is ignorant and always pesters your daughter, causing you trouble, Gung Mingxia said with a wry smile. Let's put it this way. This is mainly because your husband doesn't have time to take care of him. Don't worry, from today on, your husband should be free. Qin Feng said this mysteriously, then took Yi and left the ocean arena. Gung Mingxia was left without reacting, looking at his back in confusion. What does this man mean? Is he hinting at something? Before she could figure it out, she was interrupted by crying and shouting beside her. Mom, Yi is gone. Gung Mingxia's forehead veins bulged due to the scolding, and she couldn't help but slap her son on the head. Shut up. The little fat boy obviously felt the murderous intent and immediately covered his mouth, crying with only tears but no sound. Gung Mingxia felt bad looking at her son's miserable state. Don't cry. Mom will take you to KFC. The little fat boy looked very stubborn and cried. I don't want to eat KFC. What do you want? I want to eat. Gung Mingxia was very angry. This little kid, who hadn't even fully grown his hair, could already tell whether a girl was pretty or not. She scolded her son severely and told him not to be so unambitious and play with that girl in the future. If you want to play with older boys. The little fat girl looked at her mother timidly and nodded frantically. Here, Shifuya asked Qin Feng in confusion. What surprise are you going to give her? Qin Feng smiled and said, I want to give her husband an ancestor. Shifuya was confused. Just give him some gifts of books and be his breadwinner for once. Qin Feng explained the reason. His son was beaten so much by Yi, he should give some compensation. Shifuya said, not quite understanding. Why do you have to beat around the bush to give a gift? Qin Feng replied, You are a grown man after all. You should have some dignity. It is not nice to give money to someone in front of you. Fuya nodded. How much do you want to give? Qin Feng said calmly. 1 million. Let him have some money, take good care of his baby, and don't come and bother my daughter every day. Fuya was not amazed at Qin Feng's lavish spending, but felt a little happy about the word daughter he said at the end. She didn't say anything, but Yi beside her raised her head curiously and asked in a baby voice, Is the daughter that uncle is talking about, Yi? Chapter 194 Missed Opportunity. Yi, do you want me to be your father? Qin Feng squatted down and asked with a smile. The little girl looked at her equally happy mother, hesitated for a moment, and said, But if I rob my uncle, what about his children? Yi's personality is very similar to her mother's. Both of them are considerate of others. She thought that if she took away someone else's father, that person would be left without a father. She used to long for a father, but as she grew up, she realized that her father would never come back, and she was mentally prepared. She wanted to be as strong as her mother. So I don't want to steal someone else's dad. Qin Feng was so touched by her cute speech. How could there be such a kind little angel in the world? He said in a coaxing tone, I don't have any children yet. When my children are born, can you help me take care of them as their elder sister? Yi tilted her head and thought about it. My uncle takes care of me, and I help him take care of his children. It seems like that's okay. Her eyes lit up and she agreed with a smile. Okay, from now on in kindergarten, I will protect my uncle's child. Qin Feng picked up the little girl and rubbed her face affectionately. Yi is so good, but you can't call me uncle anymore in the future. The little girl was startled, but she quickly reacted and shouted sweetly, Dad, hey. The little girl's sweet voice really makes people's hearts melt. Qin Feng was totally unable to resist. He put his big face close to the little girl's face and rubbed and kissed it. He felt a little itchy and kept resisting with her little hands, giggling. Click. Fuya raised her cell phone and took a picture of the scene. Then he stared at the photo blankly. It was a sunny afternoon with just the right temperature and wind. The background is the lawn of the amusement park and the white clouds in the sky. The daughter was wearing a little white dress, sitting in the arms of the gentle big boy, smiling carefree. There is a vision for the future and love for her new father in her eyes. At this moment, she felt inexplicably relieved, as if the heavy burden on her heart had been taken away, and she felt relaxed. Were you filming? She was startled by the man's voice so close. As soon as she raised her head, she found that the man had his arms around her waist and was staring at her mobile phone curiously with her daughter. Fuya gave him a reproachful look and then shared the photo with both of them. I'll record the first time he called you Dad. Qin Feng took a look and made a joke. When are we going to record you calling me Daddy? This joke instantly dispelled Fuya's emotion. She glared at him and said angrily, Don't say these things in front of Yi anymore. Qin Feng chuckled, realizing that this was indeed not a good idea and could easily mislead children. So he admitted his mistake obediently. Yi looked at her mother, then at her new father, and a happy smile appeared on her face. The three of them played for an entire afternoon and ate outside before preparing to go home. Qin Feng was driven to the front row because it is said that it is not safe for children to sit in the front seat. The impact force when the airbag is deployed is too great, which can easily injure children whose bones have not yet fully developed. Qin Feng naturally had no objection. After a crazy day of running around, Yi fell asleep as soon as she got in the car. After Wang Gang saw the situation in the rearview mirror, he drove more gently and the brakes were almost imperceptible. No one was talking in the car. Qin Feng was a little bored. Start giving gifts to Sun Haoshuan's father. Open the tomato, and there's a small gift box to the right of the chapter discussion at the end of each chapter. After clicking in, I selected the most expensive Gift King, clicked on Give, and paid. It took 3 seconds, and 500 yuan was sent out. The speed was a bit slow, and Qin Feng was not very satisfied. If you want to give away 1 million, it will take several hours, right? He was a little embarrassed and thought about asking someone to send the money over. He felt it was not worth wasting so much time on a man. While I was hesitating, the other party sent me a message of thanks. Thank you very much, Reader Dad. The author kowtows to you. Qin Feng has a special liking for people who kneel down to beg for money. Preparing to send 2 more, he clicked on the gift again and found 3 hidden gifts at the top. They are gold medal requests for updates 1000, master certification 1588, and godlike work 1888. You can also choose the quantity up to 52. Now, things become simple. Without saying a word, he clicked on the most expensive one, 1888, and bought the full quantity as a gift. 98,000 yuan was gone in an instant. It's more exciting than skipping stones on water. Qin Feng was satisfied with such efficiency. If you give it 9 more times, it will be almost 1 million. On the other side, Sun Jingze, who was sitting in front of the computer, was excited when he saw someone rewarding King of Gifts. This was the first time he received such an expensive gift. The gift worth 500 is worth 250. More words than he could type in a day. This kind of rich father must be protected. He first sent a standard thank you message. Afterwards, I thought about whether I should update 10 chapters to thank the boss. Although it is very difficult to update 10 chapters at once, it can still be done as long as you stay up for 2 nights. When the time comes, buy some wind oil and apply on your forehead. If you can't kill me, do it to death. He was typing away, vowing to make something big. Suddenly, a notification flashed on the computer system. Gamanli, who loves fried rice with egg, presented divine works times 52. Sun Jingze didn't react at all. His eyes widened hugely. What is going on? Did I make a mistake in spelling? He took another look at the amount on the back and was shocked. Holy crap, this is actually real money. $100,000. What family dares to give such a reward? He had never seen anyone give away so much money so casually in his life. This guy must be a super rich man. Oh my God, the super rich man read my book. The super rich man read my book. Sun Jingze was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. He jumped up from his chair and smashed the $10 keyboard in anger. Meaningless shouts came out of his mouth. The noise was so loud that Gung Mingxia, who had just finished cursing someone next door, was attracted over. Are you sick? What's wrong with you? Sun Jingze pulled his wife in, locked the door, and sat on the chair. Don't talk, kiss me. At this moment, his tone was unquestionable, and he was as aloof as a king. Whether it's his wife's feelings or his own dignity, he wants to take them all back. Seeing how excited he was, Gung Mingxia frowned, feeling that something was odd. A few minutes later, she wiped her mouth in disgust and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly going crazy? Someone read my book and gave me a reward of 100,000 yuan. Is this true? Someone gave you a reward for your little blue book? 100,000? You must have dreamed about this, right?" Gung Mingxia asked in disbelief. Facts speak louder than words. Just open your eyes and see for yourself. Sun Jingze lit a cigarette tremblingly and exhaled. He worked hard for most of his life, but he didn't even have 100,000 in savings. Instead, he owed the bank nearly hundreds of thousands. This money can solve many problems, such as children's tuition, wife's expenses, and miscellaneous daily expenses. Moreover, the gift value of 100,000 rewards can make his book rank in the top 3 on this month's gift list. This will give his book huge exposure. Maybe his book can be made popular. He planned to try harder and write 100 chapters to repay the boss for his kindness. Didn't you say it was just 100,000? Why do I see 10 messages about 100,000? Gung Mingxia screamed. Chapter 195, you go on, I believe it. Sun Jingze was startled by his wife's scream. He thought there was a system failure and ran back to check. There are clearly 10 reward records above, each worth 100,000, an average of 1 reward every 5 seconds. He was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Oh my God, 1 million. Is it so simple to brush it over? It's so damn arrogant. This is 1 million. He doesn't even know if he can earn that much in his lifetime. How rich does one have to be able to give away $1 million so easily? He wouldn't dare to do such a thing even if he was dreaming. Snap! He slapped himself in the face. It hurts. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. This is not a dream. This is true that a great God saw his book and gave him a reward of 1 million. He was so excited that he couldn't help but want to do a horse dance to celebrate. Don't be crazy. Add this big guy here and coax him. Then our family won't have to worry in the future. Gung Mingxia shouted at him. My wife is right. This big shot admires me so much. He might even make a movie based on my novel. Sun Jingze thought of the bright future and immediately rushed over and sent a message to the other party. Dad, thank you for your kindness. If you have any requests, please let me know. Soon I got a reply from the other party. I'm Yi's father. Yi accidentally pushed your child today. I'm really sorry. This little money is my apology. I've told your wife about this. Also, I hope you can spend more time with your child and stop him from bothering Yi all the time. These 2 sentences made the room quiet instantly. The couple looked at each other. Neither of them had expected things to be like this. Sun Jingze just felt his mind go blank. What? It turns out that you didn't give me a reward because you liked my book. It was because my son provoked the boss's daughter. Someone spent 1 million to show off his muscles to you? He felt the same as the heroine in the TV series. Here's 5 million. Leave my son alone. He was happy and sad at the same time. The sad thing is that he realized that he was not the protagonist after all. Happily, his son seemed to be the protagonist. The current situation is very much like the useless protagonist in the novel who is looked down upon by the other party's parents and has to pay money to cancel the engagement. 30 years in the East. Snap! Gung Mingxia's slap woke Sun Jingze from his fantasy. Mr. Sun, please report back to Yi's father. I will go call his son over and ask him to stop harassing his daughter. When she saw clearly that it was Yi's stepfather, she immediately understood what the surprise he had mentioned before he left. It was just a fight between children, but they had to pay me so much money. She was no less shocked than her husband. It's a pleasure to get so much money. But she couldn't laugh at all. Thinking about other people's husbands who say they are gigolos, but end up giving their own men $1 million as a reward with a wave of their hands. He is rich and dotes on his wife and daughter, but then he looks at these things in his home that are not presentable. Gung Mingxiao was so angry that she wanted to find someone to beat him up, but her husband had just become rich and she couldn't beat him up, so she had only one choice. She opened the door angrily and shouted sternly, Sun Haoshuan. Although he was not the one being named, Sun Jingze still felt a chill down his spine. He shrank his neck and typed his reply honestly in front of the computer. I'm sorry, Yi's father. I will educate the child seriously and never let him disturb Yi in the future. He meant what he said. Reality is not fiction. 1 million was thrown out like that. He couldn't imagine what level of person that was. This time the other party is in the wrong, so I have to spend money to make amends. If my son beat up a girl, he didn't even dare to imagine how much money that person would spend to teach him a lesson. For a common person like me, 1 million is definitely enough to crush me. Son, please listen to your father and fall in love later. You're still too young now. Wait until you become successful in the future, and then you will make the other person out of your reach. He said silently to his son in his heart. Seeing that the other party was so understanding, Qin Feng didn't say anything more. Returning to Shifuya's neighborhood, he got out of the car and picked up the sleeping Yi. Children are full of energy when they play and can sleep anywhere when they want to. He doesn't even wake up when I hold him. Qin Feng held her in his arms and heard the little girl calling for her father in a daze. The little hands were still tightly grasping the corner of his clothes, as if he was very afraid of losing it. Qin Feng chuckled and shook his head. To be honest, I don't know how to describe the feeling of suddenly becoming a father. It's like there's suddenly an extra responsibility and concern. He wanted to be a playboy and treat all this as a game. But the dependence from this little guy made him feel suddenly stable. This is probably the sense of mission engraved in human genes. Qin Feng coaxed her softly for a few words and slowly walked towards home. Shifuya followed behind, looking at the heartwarming scene between the father and daughter, a faint smile rising at the corner of her beautiful lips. After entering the room, she put the man's shoes in place. Then he took out the newly bought men's pajamas and shorts from the closet and placed them on the hanger in the bathroom. She came to Yi's room and signaled Qin Feng with her eyes to take a shower first. Qin Feng squatted beside the bed, helplessly showing the corner of his clothes that was grabbed by Yi, indicating that he didn't dare to pry her hand open. Shifuya came over, squatted down, and unbuttoned Qin Feng's clothes and whispered, How stupid. Can't you take off your clothes? Qin Feng had never thought of this. His face turned red, and he argued. I want to spend more time with Yi. Shifuya's eyes flashed. She stopped her movements, leaned close to Qin Feng's ear, and said in a sweet voice, You don't want me to call you that anymore? The woman's fragrance immediately penetrated into Qin Feng's brain. At this moment, the woman was only wearing a tight vest, and her snow-white skin was shining under the light. Qin Feng left the shirt to the younger one without saying anything. Then he picked her up with his bare chest and rushed into the room. Go take a shower first, Shifuya called softly. Qin Feng thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he carried her into the bathroom. Took a 1-hour bath. At night, the two of them lay in bed with no distractions in their minds. The man said a lot of heartfelt words, and the woman just listened with a smile. Seeing that his favorability didn't increase at all, Qin Feng felt a little discouraged. Sister, don't you believe what I said? Shifuya lay on her side, hugging his arms, with a satisfied smile on her face. I believe you. I know you will make me happy. I am also looking forward to our future. There are stars in her eyes, and it is hard to stop looking at them for a long time. Qin Feng said emotionally. If you have any wishes, you can tell me. I will definitely help you fulfill them. I don't have any wishes. I just hope you can avoid getting into too many romantic debts, Fuya said softly. There are only you and Xiating, so there's no such thing as a romantic debt. In order to gain favor, Qin Feng lied with open eyes. Really? I just saw someone sent you a message saying that she missed you. Who is she? Fuya asked with a smile. Qin Feng was shocked. He hadn't even looked at his phone and had no idea who Fuya was talking about. I don't want to control you, but if you have too many women, I'm afraid you won't have time to accompany me and in the future. As he was speaking, Qin Feng's cell phone rang. Chapter 196 Gold Diggers Don't Need to Worry. Qin Feng felt like a scumbag. He wants the girl to be devoted to him, but he ends up being fickle. Imagine if you were a woman, lying in bed with the man you liked, and then another woman came over and disturbed your man. Who can stand this? I'm afraid the favorability will decrease dramatically. But Fuya still smiled gently. He also gently covered his mouth to indicate that she would not make any sound. Qin Feng looked at the incoming call from Little White Rabbit on his phone, not knowing whether he should answer it. Thinking of Zhong Wanwan's timid personality and the fact that she never dared to call me, this call might be about something. He gritted his teeth and picked up the phone, pretending to be calm, and said, "Hey, what's up?" The other side was silent for a while. Just when Qin Feng was getting impatient, Zhong Wanwan's slightly trembling voice came. "Brother, I'm scared." Qin Feng was startled and asked anxiously, "What happened? Who bullied you? Where are you?" I'm in the dormitory," Zhong Wanwan said weakly. "What are you afraid of in the dormitory? Did that Shally bully you?" Qin Feng asked curiously. "No, they are not here. I'm the only one in the dormitory," Zhong Wanwan replied hurriedly. "Then what are you afraid of?" Qin Feng looked at Fuya, who had a smirk on her face, and said helplessly. He also thought that Zhong Wanwan didn't dare to sleep alone and had to be coaxed by him. But now at Fuya's house, he couldn't talk to her much. "You haven't replied to my message for a whole day. I'm worried that something happened to you." The girl's voice, which sounded slightly tearful, made Qin Feng slightly stunned. He calmed himself down and said with a smile, "Don't think too much. I'm a bit busy today and don't have time to look at my phone." Zhong Wanwan listened to his voice. Her tone gradually calmed down, and she whispered, "Did I disturb your rest?" Qin Feng said with a stiff face, "No, I'm busy." "I'm sorry, brother. Please work first." Zhong Wanwan hung up the phone after she finished speaking. She thought she had disturbed Qin Feng's work and felt a little guilty at the moment. Qin Feng held the phone and smiled awkwardly at Fuya. "Sister, would you believe me if I said she is just my sister?" Fuya blinked and smiled. "I believe everything you say." Qin Feng hesitated for a long time and couldn't find any good words, so he simply used actions to convince Fuya. On the other side was the girls' dormitory. Zhong Wanwan was staring at the screen of her mobile phone in the empty dormitory, with a conflicted look on her face. She wanted to send a message to Qin Feng, advising him not to work too hard. But I feel like there's no point in saying this. She felt that she should help Qin Feng with his work so that he could rest early. But I am worried that I am not capable enough. After some hesitation, I sent a message. "Brother, can I help you with something?" However, the message fell on deaf ears, just like the 3 WeChat messages today. There was no reply. She couldn't help feeling a little lost. An hour later, just as she forced herself to close her eyes and go to sleep, the phone beeps. Zhong Wanwan woke up immediately, curled up in the blanket, picked up her phone, and looked at it. "Silly girl, go to bed early." The messages sent by someone you like seem to have some kind of magical power that can clear away the gloom of the whole day and make you feel better instantly. She laughed unconsciously and typed, "But I can't sleep." "How can I sleep?" "Have no idea." Qin Feng felt that the Little White Rabbit would definitely be very happy to appear in front of the other party at this time. "Unfortunately, I am unable to do both." Fuya was sleeping next to him and couldn't leave. He could only comfort her with words. "Be good. Go to bed early. I'll come see you next week." "Well, I'll wait for you. Good night. See you in my dreams." "Brother, I like you so much." "Me too." Maybe the light from the phone was too bright, and the person next to me moved slightly. Qin Feng immediately turned off the screen. No words were spoken that night. The first ray of sunlight in the morning lazily shines through the window, illuminating the house with a golden glow. Outside the window, birds were chirping among the trees, and the dew on the leaves had not yet fallen. Qin Feng woke up slowly and glanced at the beautiful woman sleeping next to him. Leave a kiss on her cheek. Then I got dressed and went for a morning run and bought breakfast for the mother and daughter. I moved my joints and warmed up my lower body a little. Run outside into the morning breeze. His strong body allowed him to run very fast, and it only took him 10 minutes to run to the breakfast shop. He didn't want to go back so soon, so he continued running forward. I met by chance, who was wearing a white sportswear. Her white skirt bounced up and down with her body, just as pleasing to the eye as last time. She took a selfie with her phone while running. He saw the man behind him from the camera, turned around immediately, and confirmed that it was his boss. Her smile became brighter. Boss Chin, what a coincidence. You are out for a run too. Yes, hello. Chin Feng nodded with a bossy smile. Mr. Chin, haven't you been jogging recently? I haven't seen you yet. I was on a business trip recently. Chin Feng exchanged a few pleasantries with her. As a boss, he felt that he should pay a little attention to his subordinates. I heard you took an acting class. How's it going? Bai Xiying followed Chin Feng's pace and ran, answering with a breath. The teachers all praised me for my talent. I spent time reading books and lines and practicing facial expressions every day. They said I was basically ready to act. Not bad. You can act in just a few days, Chin Feng praised. Hee. I'd take a while to get into the role. Then you have to work harder. Yes, I will. Bai Xiying saw that Chin Feng was speaking very intimately, so she mustered up her courage and said, Can I reserve the role of the second female lead in that fairy tale drama? Chin Feng thought about it. He originally planned to make another play for this woman. But now seeing her eager face, I think it would be nice to practice with the advanced group. So he smiled and agreed. If you want to act, go and have an audition. They're still interviewing actors today. If the director says you can act, then you can act. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chin. Bai Xiying jumped up excitedly. With the boss's words, I don't think the director will say anything. System prompt. Bai Xiying's favorability +10. Chin Feng thought this girl was pretty good, so he raised his favorability to 40 without spending much thought. Gold digger girls are more attractive. They will conquer you if you give them a little benefit. He smiled and encouraged Bai Xiying a few more words, asking her to keep working hard. Then he ran away faster. I found a breakfast shop and ate 8 trays of steamed dumplings while the proprietress was stunned. He also packed some breakfast and staggered back to Shifuya's house. I found that Shifuya had woken up and was helping Yi tie her hair. Dad, you're back. When the little girl saw Chin Feng coming back, she called out sweetly, then rushed over, hugged Chin Feng, and asked him to braid her hair. I really can't stand it. Chin Feng's heart melted when being glued to such a cute little girl, and he didn't know how to refuse at all. Under Shifuya's guidance, the girl's hair was braided, and she finished her breakfast at the same time. Ting Ting has a puppy at home. Do you want to take Yi to see it? Shifuya's proposal made Chin Feng a little strange. Aren't they supposed to be competitors? Why does it feel like Shifuya is trying to lead me towards Xia Ting? Yi, who was standing nearby, heard the puppy and immediately clamored to go play. Chin Feng had no choice but to agree and called Xia Ting. Hey baby, are you awake? No, I'm just staying in bed. Xia Ting's voice was soft, with the usual coquettish tone that a girl would have before getting up. I'm taking my daughter to your place to play with the dog. Get up quickly. Chin Feng's words woke Xia Ting up. Didn't you say you weren't married? Where did your daughter come from? My Yi, I just recognized her yesterday. Xia Ting relaxed and muttered, Don't let her play. Chapter 197 Xia Ting. Comparing me with a bar lady? Xia Ting said that she was not allowed to play. But when Yi ran over and called her godmother, she still greeted her with a smile. The little girl was wearing a light gauze hanfu with 2 buns on her head, a floral hair accessory, and fluffy bangs that curled to her eyebrows. When she ran, the pink skirt swayed like a fluttering butterfly. Her innocent eyes sparkled, and her voice was too sweet. Godmother, is the dog home? This title was proposed by Chin Feng when they were in the car. Shifuya did not object, and even seemed to support it. Xia Ting's jealousy completely disappeared the moment the little girl's hand grabbed her. No one in the world can resist such a cute girl. She glanced at Chin Feng and accepted the title. At home, it's timid and hiding there. Xia Ting held her hand and pointed to a newly built doghouse at the edge of the yard. Yi followed her direction and saw a small wooden house. There was a snow-white puppy inside, huddled timidly, sticking its head out and observing her. It seems that he is a little afraid to go out and play. Yi excitedly pulled Xia Ting over, squatted down, and looked at the furry little puppy. I want to reach out and touch it, but I'm a little afraid of being bitten. What's its name? The name hasn't been decided yet. What do you want to call it, Yi? The little girl hesitated for a while, and then the puppy came out hesitantly, sniffing her hand. Yi bravely touched the puppy's head and said with a smile, "Let's call it Xiaobai." Xiaoting originally wanted to call it Xiaobai, but Qin Feng said that was too common. You should change to a more impressive name, one that will make people feel that you are not someone you're going to mess with. Your father doesn't like Xiaobai. Yi blinked. Then let's call it Dabai. Xiaoting agreed. I think it's okay. Dabai sounds like someone who is not easy to mess with and has a lot of momentum. At this time, the puppy felt Yi's kindness and lay down, exposing its belly to let people touch it. Look, godmother, Dabai can roll over, so cute. All dogs roll over. How old is Dabai? About 2 months. It's so small, does it still need milk? It could drink milk and eat dog food. I asked my aunt to feed a goat milk and dog food. Will it bite Yi? No, this little guy is a pet dog, a Samoyed, and this breed rarely bites people. Oh, what about its mother? In the pet store, a very large one. Xiaoting has a good personality and temper. She is cheerful, enthusiastic, and loves to play and make trouble. Apart from being a little jealous, there is nothing wrong with her. And Yi is the kind of innocent and lively little girl. She was not shy at all and kept calling her godmother, which made Xiaoting very happy. The two of them, one big and one small, squatted there and chattered nonstop, and soon they became familiar with each other. Qin Feng was very happy to see this scene at the door, and said to Shifuya beside him, Yi is so cute, everyone likes her. Shifuya smiled faintly. She was not surprised that her girl had won over Xiaoting. However, she was a little surprised that Xiaoting accepted the title of godmother so easily. Not necessarily. Only a simple-minded girl like Ting can tolerate her. When Qin Feng heard her praising Xiaoting, he couldn't help but complain. Sister, you are too good at coaxing people. Xiaoting is even jealous of children, and you still say she is simple-minded? Shifuya smiled and rolled her eyes at him. Ting is a good girl. I can see that. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Sister is still the best. She has the tolerance to tolerate others. Shifuya smiled and didn't explain. She really thinks Xiaoting is good. She had seen too many indulgent girls in the bar. The scene of those girls wearing cool clothes, putting their hands on the shoulders of old men in their 60s or 70s and shaking their heads wildly was very impressive. They all had meaningless tattoos on their bodies, and they were smoking and drunk. They don't care who they spend the night with. They only care about how much money they can get tonight. Xiaoting's eyes were bright and clear. This represents the basic belief in her heart. I won't give up my bottom line for money. Such a girl has a simple mind. If she likes someone, she will say it clearly. If she doesn't like someone, she will also express it clearly. Shifuya likes girls like Xiaoting very much. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile when he saw the puppy chasing Yi around the yard, while Xiaoting stood still and coaxed Dabai to run back in order to save energy. They looked like they were having a lot of fun, so he took Shifuya by the hand and went into the villa to rest without any worries. Aunt Wu came over and asked with a smile, Boss, what would you like to eat for lunch? I'm going to the supermarket to buy groceries now. Whatever, Qin Feng said without thinking. Umaes is my froze. This was actually a world-class problem. She glanced at Yi outside and carefully asked Shifuya beside Qin Feng. Xiaoya, you can eat fish now, right? Sea bass has no bones and is high in protein. Shifuya smiled and said, It's all right. Thank you, Sister Wu. It's okay. I watched Yi grow up. I didn't expect that she would become so beautiful in just a few years, hee. Aunt Wu has a hearty smile, which makes people feel very friendly. She is a gentle middle-aged woman who doesn't speak loudly and doesn't pry into other people's gossip or privacy. She chatted with Shifuya for a while, asked about Yi's life, and did not mention anything about Shifuya. He invited Qin Feng to sit down, brought him some cut watermelon and fruit, and then he went out to buy vegetables with a basket, smiling. Qin Feng really admired this kind of aunt who was efficient and generous, smart and kind. He sat on the sofa and asked Shifuya if he wanted to give her a raise. Shifuya said that once people have money, they will lose the motivation to work. This is good for now. Maybe she will be happier if I add her again after a while. Qin Feng felt that what she said made sense and did not insist. The two of them sat on the sofa and watched a movie quietly, while outside the house Yi and Xiaoting were arguing and laughing. At this moment, Qin Feng felt the quietness and joy of time. The life of rich people is always so comfortable and pleasant. No worries, no rus. It seems like there's nothing to worry about or feel anxious about. Everything is taken care of. All you have to do is sit back and enjoy. Qin Feng rested his head on Shifuya's legs, closed his eyes and felt the woman gently cleaning his ears. That careful and gentle gesture made him reluctant to replace his ear, because the longer this one lasts, the more likely the other one will get the same amount of time. Besides, if I turned around, I wouldn't be able to face her. Qin Feng was very greedy, and his eyes kept looking at her. Fuya wore a V-neck white shirt today, with a black A-line skirt underneath. She looks like she has the aura of a heroine. But the gentle and careful expression on his face at this moment makes people feel quite contrasting. Sister, you are so good to me. I feel like I can't live without you anymore. Fuya's fox eyes curved slightly, with a faint smile on the corners of her mouth, which made people feel itchy. You're such a smooth talker. Save these words for fooling other girls. You don't believe me? Qin Feng pretended to be angry. Believe it. I believe everything my brother says, Fuya coaxed with a smile. Hey, what do you want me to do in exchange for your trust? Qin Feng said helplessly. Seeing that he was still going to make trouble, Fuya's eyes flashed with a cunning light. Ting Ting, come over later. If you can repeat it once, I will believe you. Chapter 198. Xia Ting's tea has a strange taste. Qin Feng was shocked. Saying sweet words to other girls in front of Xia Ting? What's the difference between this and just being jealous? Although Xia Ting's favorability will not decrease, at most she will just be angry and need to be coaxed. But with Fuya's personality, even if she said sweet words to her face, she probably wouldn't give me any more favorability. This is obviously an attempt to play a trick on me. Seeing Fuya's malicious smile, he refused and stood up on the spot to conquer her with his superb kissing skills. Unexpectedly, as soon as I leaned over, I heard Xia Ting's footsteps getting closer outside. Qin Feng could only give her a quick kiss and then lie back down immediately. Fuya also heard the sound of Xia Ting getting closer and closer, and she laughed with her hands covering her mouth. Xia Ting ran into the house with Yi, who wanted to see the kitten. At a glance, he saw Qin Feng lying on Fuya's legs. Her mouth immediately puffed up. She glared at the stinky man with her hands on her hips and said angrily, Great, so you asked Yi to call me godmother just to let me take care of the child while you hide here and enjoy yourself, right? Qin Feng looked helpless. If she gets jealous, even when she's lying on someone else's lap, you can imagine what the consequences would be if she were to say those sweet words. He didn't want to coax people just after returning, so he said shamelessly in a long voice, I've been busy with work for so long. What's wrong with enjoying myself? Xia Ting choked. Thinking about how hard my husband works, I really shouldn't be so harsh on him. But seeing them being so intimate still made me feel uncomfortable. She snorted softly and said nothing more. At this time, the sensible Fuya lifted Qin Feng's head, moved away, and smiled at her. Ting Ting, you take it out for him. I want to play with Yi for a while. This generous remark won Qin Feng's favor. Compared to Xia Ting, the jealous girl, her sister is more caring. Xia Ting became even angrier when she heard such gossip. She knew that pretending to be generous and refusing would not help. So she simply walked over, took the silicone ear spoon, and sat on the sofa. I'll come if I can, and I'll make him deaf. Ha! Fuya chuckled and left her seat. Qin Feng half supported himself and took a look at Xia Ting's pleated skirt and her long white legs. He swallowed and lay down anyway. He did not change the side. It was still the ear that Fuya had cleaned. Smelling the faint fragrance of Xia Ting and feeling her smooth and plump skin from the side of her face, I felt a little refreshed. Even though her skills were a little clumsy, her experience was no worse than Fuya's. Godmother, where is the cat? Yi asked crisply while holding the watermelon handed to her by Fuya. Upstairs in my room. Xia Ting focused on her hands and replied casually. Oh, the little girl ate the watermelon obediently and had no intention of going upstairs. She wanted to wait until her godmother finished before going upstairs. Fuya said, After you finish eating, Mom will take you to see it. Yi's eyes lit up, and she finished eating the watermelon in a few bites, then raised the watermelon rind proudly. Fuya smiled and helped her wipe the watermelon juice off her face, took her to wash her hands, and then went upstairs to find the kitten. Qin Feng and Xia Ting were the only ones left downstairs. Xia Ting used the searchlight on her ear spoon to look for a long time and said curiously, This ear is so clean. Has it been cleaned? Show me another one. Qin Feng closed his eyes and said, My ears are very clean. It feels good if you scratch them like this. It's not necessary to get something out of your ears. Xia Ting's attention was focused on Qin Feng's ears. When she heard his voice, I felt that their posture was a bit ambiguous. Her face was slightly red, and she said coquettishly, "Bad man, trying every way to take advantage of me." Qin Feng cried out in injustice. "No way, you rushed here by yourself." Xia Ting snorted. "So you asked Sister Xiaoya to clean your ears just to take advantage of her?" Qin Feng said innocently, "It wasn't my initiative. She said she bought a very useful ear pick and wanted me to try it out." Xia Ting couldn't help but feel alert when she heard this. No wonder this stinky man ran to her first when he came back. It turns out that Sister Xiaoya is so good at pleasing men. Her tea-making skills are probably better than mine. If I continue to show my temper, I will probably make him unhappy and I will most likely fall out of favor. It seems that I need to change the way I speak. She moistened her throat and said in a tight voice, "A girl as considerate and gentle as my sister. My brother must like her very much, right?" Qin Feng felt that the taste of vinegar suddenly turned into the taste of tea, which was a bit unusual for him. "It's okay. I prefer pretty and lovely girls like you." Xia Ting felt sweet in her heart, thinking it was effective, and continued to pretend to be guilty. "My brother is so busy every day. I feel so bad. It's all my fault. I couldn't take good care of him. Brother works so hard, but I can't help it all. I can only miss you at home every day." Qin Feng took a breath and thought to himself that he couldn't handle it. He propped himself up with his hands and sat up, turning his head to observe Xia Ting's expression. "Baby, can you please talk properly?" Xia Ting pinched the corner of his clothes with a very pitiful expression. "Does my brother dislike me? Act innocent, praise without thinking, and act like a spoiled child more often." She spent real money to learn the 3 green tea techniques online. She wanted to let this man know that she not only knew how to make tea, but also had great tea-making skills. "No, what are you doing suddenly like this?" Qin Feng asked in surprise. "I'm so stupid. I made my brother angry again. Will he hate me?" "Stop." Qin Feng couldn't stand it anymore. "Be normal, or I'll punish you with family rules." Xia Ting rolled her eyes and leaned forward to test. "What family rules?" Qin Feng sneered, pulled her over familiarly, and patted her gently on the back. "Do you still dare?" Xia Ting blushed and said coquettishly, "Hate." Qin Feng. The lunch was very sumptuous. These are all Wu Ma's specialties. Braised spare ribs, green pepper beef, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, hot and sour shredded potatoes, cordyceps, and black chicken soup. Although they are just ordinary home-cooked dishes, they taste quite good and are no worse than those in big restaurants. Yi secretly hid a piece of pork ribs, but was discovered by Shi Fuya, who gave her another lecture. Xia Ting felt sorry for her and secretly hid 2 pieces for her. After dinner, she took Yi to feed Dubai. The little puppy held the pork ribs and chewed them happily. Yi wanted to feed the kitten, but was stopped by Xia Ting. Cats are delicate and cannot eat food with too much sauce. After playing with Dubai for a while, Yi was taken to the 2nd floor by her mother for a nap. Xia Ting led Qin Feng to the room on the 3rd floor. Showed him the kitten I bought. A 3-month-old orange cat. It is chubby like a little tiger and is not afraid of people at all. Seeing Qin Feng reaching out his hand, he sniffed it and then started rubbing against it. "I thought you would raise one of those expensive ragdoll cats or Maine Coon cats," Qin Feng said with a smile. "So, on my brother's mind, I am such a vain girl." Xia Ting imitated Lin Daiyu and spoke pitifully. "Speak nicely and don't force me to do anything." Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Xia Ting closed the door and threw a coquettish look at Qin Feng. "Then come if you have the guts." The cat is still here. It doesn't understand. Chapter 199 Meeting Shi Fuya's Parents. At sunset, the setting sun dyed the sunset red. The early autumn wind blew away the heat. Xia Ting woke up slowly. I had a very sound nap and slept for the whole afternoon. I reached out my hand in confusion and felt around, but sure enough, I didn't touch the bad man. She got up and changed into a fluffy little white dress. This skirt has a waist-hugging style, puff sleeves, a one-shoulder neckline, and a hem that is neither too long nor too short. Wearing it makes you look like a fairy who has strayed into the mortal world. It has a special tea flavor and specializes in those big and delicate radishes. She walked out of the room excitedly, looked around on the 3rd floor, then on the 2nd floor, and finally found Aunt Wu, who was cleaning in the living room. "Aunt Wu, where did they go?" "The boss and Xiaoya have already gone back. They said they won't have dinner here." Xia Tingmu stood still. "Run away after playing? What do you think of me?" At this time, Qin Feng and Shi Fuya were in the car, preparing to send Yi back to her grandmother's house. The little girl is going to kindergarten tomorrow, and she is reluctant to be separated from her father. Qin Feng consoled her for a long time, and finally said, Dad will accompany you to Grandma's house. Okay? The little girl cheered and jumped for joy, but Shi Fuya was surprised. Is it convenient for you to come over? Qin Feng smiled and said, What's the inconvenience? Your mother has already seen it. Just recognize your face formally so that they won't force you to go on blind dates in the future. Shi Fuya said, I told them last time and gave them some money. They knew it. Qin Feng asked, How much? Shi Fuya said honestly, 5 million per person. Qin Feng was delighted. Is this considered a betrothal gift? Shi Fuya's eyes flickered, not knowing whether this was a joke or not, and she nodded lightly. Then I'll go meet my father-in-law and give you honor, Qin Feng said with a smile. My dad is a bit stubborn and may not be able to accept you, Shi Fuya said worriedly. It's okay as long as you stand on my side, Qin Feng said indifferently. After some shopping, Qin Feng was carrying 10 tian leaves and a bunch of high-end supplements such as deer antler, ginseng, and cordyceps. Behind him, Wang Gang was holding 2 boxes of mitai. The total amount of gifts is about 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. Arrived at Shi Fuya's house. Amid the surprised gazes of the neighbors next door, I was welcomed in by my mother-in-law who had been notified early and was waiting downstairs. Shi Fuya's parents' house is on the 2nd floor of an old neighborhood. It looked shabby from the outside, and when I walked in I found the inside was almost as old. Although the patchwork stone tile floor is clean, it shows signs of age from the signs of use. Several patches of paint had fallen off the 4 walls, and wooden furniture was seen everywhere, making the house look like a product of an older generation. Sitting on a chair in the living room was a strong and energetic old man. He was wearing a pair of old-fashioned reading glasses and was squinting at a newspaper. They ignored Qin Feng and the others who came in hurriedly. Come in and sit down. Come in and sit down. Look, why do you bring so many gifts? Just take 2 packs of cigarettes. Her father doesn't like to drink. Shi Fuya's mother, Su, Jinhua, smiled brightly. She invited Qin Feng and others in, said sorry, and hurried to the kitchen to turn off the fire. Shi Fuya secretly pointed to the old man in the living room and told Qin Feng that this was her father Shi Weigua. Qin Feng glanced at him. This expressionless old man should be the boss that I'm going to fight. If I kill him, maybe I can get Shi Fuya's true heart. As a reward, 10 soldier bodyguards will be appointed. Qin Feng's mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about how to break the ice and get the old man to speak. He took the lead, flew over, and shouted sweetly, Grandpa, he has a father now. The word dad was no less than that of a general, and it shocked the old man. He couldn't help but look up at Qin Feng and Wang Gang behind him. One is handsome and has an extraordinary temperament, while the other has a tough appearance and is tall and strong. He was just about to ask which one it was. Qin Feng signaled Wang Gang to put the wine at the door. Then he took the cigarette and put it on the coffee table, smiling politely. Hello, uncle. I'm Xiaoya's boyfriend, Qin Feng. Seeing that it wasn't the tall and honest-looking guy, Shi Weigua's attitude turned cold, and he nodded indifferently and said, Please sit down. You're welcome. Then he warned you can't call Dad randomly. You have to call him uncle. Opened her eyes wide and said, Mom also agreed with me to shout. Shi Weigua glanced at his daughter and said calmly, Your mother's not sensible. You have to learn to be sensible. Looked back at her helpless mother and her smiling new father, thought for a moment, and said, Grandpa, don't you want to have a father? The innocent words fell, followed by a moment of silence. I didn't expect Yi's fighting power to be so strong that she directly caused critical damage to her grandfather. Looking at the old man's tangled expression, Qin Feng couldn't help but curl his lips and secretly gave Yi a thumbs up. Grandpa didn't mean that. What he wanted to say was, that is, Shi Weigua stammered and was unable to speak. He wanted to say that the rich man in front of him was not a good person and was with her mother just to have children. But I was embarrassed to say it in front of her, and Yi might not understand it. He turned around and looked at Qin Feng with a glare. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have money. I don't want your money. No matter how much money you're given, life is only a few decades long, and everything is gone when you close your eyes. He has lived most of his life without being particularly obsessed with money. Of course, it is best to have money, but you can still live without money. What is important is family harmony and children's happiness. He didn't want his daughter to find another insecure man. Uncle, you misunderstood. I just want Xiaoya to live a better life. Qin Feng slowly sat down opposite him and said with a smile, Xiaoya is the most sensible girl in my heart. I am willing to take care of her for the rest of my life. Weigwa said coldly. If she was sensible, she wouldn't bring people to anger me. Qin Feng was silent for a while and asked a soul-searching question. You don't want to live a good life and enjoy your old age, right? You want your daughter to be taken advantage of in the bar every day, working from dawn to dusk to make money, right? Do you want your granddaughter to grow up without a father? Weigwa got anxious and retorted. That's because she didn't listen to me and told me to find an honest family earlier. Does she have to suffer so much? Qin Feng smiled and said, I won't argue with you about whether someone listens or not. People have different ideas at every stage of life. I won't say whether you are right or wrong if you force your ideas on your children. Now that things have come to this, your daughter is already divorced and has a child. Do you think you can find an honest family for her? Are those honest families really that honest? After he finished speaking, Weigwa was speechless. After a long while, he raised his head and looked deeply at the smiling young man. That kind of confident and open attitude was something he had never had before. Is this the confidence of rich people? At this time, Su Jinhua came out carrying peanuts and fruit. What are you guys talking about? You all look so serious. Chapter 200, Give Money to Father-in-Law. This old man has a bad temper and looks sullen even when eating. It's true that people become more stubborn as they get older. The mother-in-law, who received the money, was very enthusiastic. He kept saying hello and apologized for the poor hospitality, hoping Qin Feng didn't mind. Auntie, with this cooking skill, it's no problem for her to open a restaurant. Qin Feng ate 2 bowls of rice very enthusiastically and kept praising the food. In fact, he usually eats 5 bowls of rice at home and finishes all the dishes, but he only eats 2 bowls for fear of scaring his mother-in-law. I won't show off my mediocre skills here. Su Jinhua laughed when she was praised, but there was a hint of restraint in her smile. She had never met such a big shot who could easily spend tens of millions, so she didn't dare to ask many questions and only asked simple questions. How many brothers and sisters does Xiaoqin have? I'm an only child. Are your parents in good health? My father is gone, but my mother is still here. I'm sorry. Xiaoya never told me this. Look. It's okay, Andy. How did you and Xiaoya meet? We met in a bar. I was having dinner with my friends and met Xiaoya. Although she had tattoos, drank, and beat people, I thought she was a good girl, so I bought the bar and gave it to her. This. Su Jinhua and Weigwa looked at each other. Everyone feels that this statement is weird. Girls who drink, get tattoos, and beat people are considered good girls, but what about those other truly good girls? Fuya blushed for a rare moment and gave Qin Feng a gentle roll of the eyes. Just kidding. Xiaoya and I fell in love at first sight. Xiaoya is a very nice person, smart and sensible. I like her very much. I heard you bought a bar for Xiaoya. Well, I don't want her to work too hard. How much? Tens of millions, not expensive. Su Jinhua took a breath of cold air. Tens of millions? Not expensive. This is an amount of money that an ordinary family cannot save in 10 lifetimes. My daughter is so lucky to have gotten such a big bargain. She was shocked by Qin Feng's courage. After this question, she calmed down, smiled shyly, and asked Qin Feng to eat more. After dinner, she made a cup of tea and carefully handed it to Qin Feng, saying politely that it would help digestion. After saying that, he went to clear the table. This is a treatment that even her husband does not receive. Weigwa sat on the chair opposite Qin Feng, smoking a cigarette and staring at him with an indignant look on his face. Qin Feng drank his tea leisurely and did not feel embarrassed at all. Uncle, don't worry. Xiaoya will follow me in the future. I will definitely treat her well and let her be happy for the rest of her life. I will also be filial to you too. Weigwa looked at his daughter, then at Qin Feng, who was calm and composed, and sighed softly. Asked the question I wanted to ask most. Are you planning on marrying my daughter? Parents all over the world hope that their children can have a stable family. Qin Feng expected that Fuya's parents would urge her to get married. He had originally planned to discuss with Fuya about holding a wedding banquet, but not getting a marriage certificate. Coax the elderly and make them look proud. But Fuya might not feel good about this. It's better to talk it out. He said calmly, Uncle, do you think a marriage certificate can guarantee Xiaoya's future happiness? These days, there are fewer marriages and more divorces. Even if I marry your daughter, can you guarantee that we won't get divorced in the future? Since it all depends on whether I can keep my promise, what's the point of getting married or not? This piece of sophistry plunged the living room into silence. Fuya had never expected to marry Qin Feng, so she was not surprised to hear this. She said on behalf of Qin Feng, Dad, don't worry about us. We have our own plans. Wei thought for a long time and didn't know how to refute Qin Feng. Seeing that his daughter was still speaking for outsiders, he knew that anything he said would be unnecessary. He shook his head helplessly and sighed. Okay, you young people can handle your own affairs. It's your own choice anyway, so just don't come back crying when the time comes. No, uncle. Instead of worrying about us, you should spend more time on yourself and make yourself happier. Qin Feng saw the other party looking over and explained with a smile. I heard from Xiaoya that you like fishing. I'll rent a fish pond for you and find someone to raise grass carp weighing dozens of kilograms for you to fish. How do you think? Wei was stunned. He didn't expect the topic to turn to himself. Ow, how can this be possible? Why not? You don't like small fish ponds, right? Then I'll buy you an RV and hire a driver to take you to reservoirs and rivers to fish for silver carp and bighead carp weighing hundreds of pounds, or go fishing overseas. I'll take care of everything for you, and you can choose any fishing rod you want. All you have to do is go fishing happily. Looking at the eloquent Qin Feng, Wei was stunned. What he wanted to do most in his life was to go out to sea and fish for big fish. The thought of the possibility of going abroad to fish in the future made his whole body burn with excitement. He had no doubt about the possibility Qin Feng mentioned. This money was definitely a piece of cake for him. He held the cigarette, but that had burned his fingers, his eyes blurry and flickering. Trading a daughter for a big fish, this deal seems to be a good one. But after a while he became listless and said with a dull tone, the child's mother won't agree. Qin Feng saw that he had taken the bait and smiled slightly. Don't worry, Annie is rich now. She can go traveling with her sisters. She can also buy 2 storefronts in the community and open a chess and card room to play mahjong. You don't need to worry about it all. A short separation is better than a new marriage. You should travel separately for a month or 2, and your relationship will be better when you meet again. Qin Feng thought of something, covered his hand, and whispered to the old man. By the way, I heard that foreign women are very passionate. The old man blushed and wanted to scold him. But when I think of the beautiful picture Qin Feng painted, he swallowed his words again. Having worked for most of his life, it was not until this moment that he clearly felt the impact of money. It seemed that if he just nodded, someone might drive him to go fishing tomorrow. Just when he was beginning to feel moved, Su Jinhua, who was washing dishes in the kitchen with her ears perked up, dropped the rag and ran over to join the discussion. She wanted to travel, but she didn't know the way and didn't know how to buy a ticket, so she needed someone to help her. Qin Feng said that he would hire the most professional tour guide to provide her with round-the-clock service and would also allow her to invite a few friends to go out and play together. You have worked hard for most of your life. It's time to relax and enjoy life. If you don't have enough money, you can ask Xiaoya for it. If you don't have more, I can still afford tens of millions. Su Jinhua's eyes also flashed with the same excitement. She had received the 10 million yuan before, and following her husband's arrangement, she deposited 9 million yuan in a bank deposit for E. I only have $1 million to use, so I'm a little hesitant when thinking about changing houses. Now I heard Qin Feng say to boldly let go of yourself. There are still tens of millions here. For a moment, she heard the sound of her heart pounding, as if calling her to see the beautiful rivers and mountains of her motherland. At this moment, she just felt that Qin Feng was extremely pleasing to the eye. While others were still arguing over tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars in dowry, her son-in-law had already given tens of millions. And they always consider the elderly and try to make them happy. You can't find such a son-in-law, even with a lantern.